Chapter 1. Spirit Marriage in Search of the True Self. The bride holds the spirit tablet, bowing once. The bright moon hung high, stretching the endless night. Within Prince Chi's mansion in the capital city, silk cloths were everywhere, half red and half white. Inside the hall, one side was brightly lit by red candles, while the other flickered with white wax lights. It was both a wedding chamber and a funeral parlor. In front of the empty seat at the head of the grand hall knelt a woman in bridal attire, holding a wooden sculpted spirit tablet in her arms. As her head slammed to the ground heavily, no one cared if she was hurt. Everyone present had their eyes fixed forward, seemingly blind to the bloodstain on the floor. Bow again to the netherworld. A woman, her face painted with ghastly white makeup, pinched her throat, producing an ear-piercing sound. The kneeling woman was forcibly turned so that she faced outward from the hall. In the open courtyard stood two alarming paper figures. Third, bow to the groom's spirit. May we cross the river Styx together without forgetting each other, never separating lifetime after lifetime. The nursemaid pressing down on the woman tried again, but this time she could not force her head down. Suddenly, the clear sky was overtaken by dark clouds which quickly obscured the bright moon. Violent winds swept through all parts of the capital city, tearing apart the red and white silk cloths in the prince's morning hall. The paper figures fell over, and the elderly dowager, dressed in white hemp, screamed out, "Quickly support the indifference." Everyone present watched as the howling wind grew stronger. Suddenly, there was a deafening thunderclap, and the two paper figures caught on fire. The woman who had been forced to kneel was left unattended. She suddenly threw down the spirit tablet and stood up, laughing maniacally at the sky. "You've come back. You've finally come back. No, that's wrong. I have come back." Just as everyone was terrified and looking at her, she suddenly turned and dashed toward the coffin. As the woman stumbled backward holding onto the coffin, all the women in the hall screamed and clung to each other. A nursemaid quivered as she spoke. They all say that the firstborn daughter of the Ho family is a lunatic. She. At this moment, the gathered dark clouds quietly dissipated, revealing a ray of moonlight falling upon the woman who lay before the coffin. Just as everyone prepared to calm down and start cleaning up the mess, the woman by the coffin moved slightly. "Searching for so many years, and it's in this way I find you." She shakily stood up, smearing the forehead blood stain on the large white Dan tribute character on the coffin. Chu Jingyue, originally a practitioner of Taoist arts, would ascend to divinity once she passed the Thunder Tribulation. But during her Thunder Tribulation, the Tao of Heaven revealed that she was merely a wandering soul stranded in another world. To become divine, she needed to find her true self. The Tao of Heaven left her a message to guide her search. With the colors being half red and half white for the real form, Chu Jingyue had searched long and hard among the red and white things, never imagining that the answer pointed to a spirit marriage. Chu Jingyue rested her hand on the coffin cover. Originally, she planned to assist him further due to his role in helping her find her true self, sparing him posthumous suffering. However, to her surprise, the person inside the coffin was still alive. "Madam, the auspicious hour will pass soon. If we don't complete the 3 bows, the marriage might be invalidated in the underworld." The woman with her face painted white urged hurriedly. Madam did not dare hesitate, and said urgently, "Quickly, continue," forcing her to bow and complete the ceremony. "For what ceremony?" Chu Jingyue, leaning against the coffin, replied casually, "He isn't dead anyway." Shocked, the dowager looked at her and feared losing business. She snapped back hastily. "You're talking nonsense. His body has been lying here for 7 days. If he were alive, wouldn't the coffin have already sounded? It's been 7 days? Then he must be dying." Chu Jingyue stepped back 2 steps and stepped right into the area illuminated by the moonlight. "Seems like we need to resort to more drastic measures." After finishing her words, the previously lazy look in Chu Jingyue's eyes turned immediately serious. Her hands overlapped, index and middle fingers combined rapidly, performing various intricate movements while intoning solemnly. "Heaven and earth mystically profound, roots of 10,000 vitalities, borrowing strength from Tayin, proving my supernatural powers." The aura around Chu Jingyue shifted abruptly, and her pointed finger triggered the instant disintegration of the coffin lid into countless pieces. "How bold! Someone grab her!" The dowager yelled furiously as the nurses rushed forward. Chu Jingyue paid no attention and repeated her gesture, shouting, "Break!" At the command, the coffin cover exploded into fragments scattering everywhere inside the hall. Strangely, the white candles on one side toppled, breaking the white silk hanging, while on the other side, the red candles remained intact with their celebratory ribbons still hanging calmly. The dowager stared in shock at the scene before her. Could this be a coincidence? Before she could recover from her astonishment, a hand shot out suddenly from within the coffin, nearly scaring her out of her wits. Has he awakened? Truly awakened? As the hand emerged, everyone screamed and fled, leaving only the dowager clutching the edge of the coffin, incredulous at what she saw. Had the corpse stayed for 7 days already, if it were dead, it should have decomposed long ago. Yet the sun in front of her now merely looked weak. Chu Jingyue's gaze was heavy as she stared at the person emerging from the coffin. Sword-like eyebrows and phoenix-shaped eyes conveyed a cold indifference, yet a beauty so captivating it drew the eye unwillingly. If it were any other time, she'd probably take a pot of wine and watch leisurely while flirting, but at this moment, it wasn't appropriate. After being sealed in the coffin for 7 days, his appearance remained unchanged. The thing that he relied on was exactly the treasure of destiny with 14 words she had been desperately searching for. The 14-word destiny treasure painstakingly split by heaven's Tao through her thunder tribulation was not only a clue to help her find her true self, but also a divine tool gifted to her by heaven's Tao. To achieve immortality and ascend, she needed both her true self and the destiny treasure. The destiny treasure was divided into 14 parts, and without it, even she couldn't survive. But right now, there was one within this person in front of her, and she needed to figure out how to retrieve it. Chu Jingyue had just started speaking when a cloud obscured the moon in the sky. The power she borrowed from Taiyin suddenly disappeared, and due to the massive amount of spiritual energy expended, she spit out a mouthful of blood. Ghost disturbance. Someone screamed in panic, and Madame Tai clung to the coffin in terror as she scrutinized Chu Jingyue. The Chu family originally sent a fool, but the person before them now showed no trace of madness. Could it be that a ghost possessed her? Bring her down. Someone, quickly capture this witch. Ordered by Madame Tai. The guards who were previously forbidden to enter the Hall of Spirit Marriage rushed in. Get out of my way. Chu Jingyue was irritable, and those practicing the Wuqing Dao were never concerned about killing. The guards didn't know her strength and still raised their knives to attack. Enough. The man rose, leaning on the coffin. The guards weren't scared by Chu Jingyue's horrifying expression, but they were terrified of him rising from the dead, raising their weapons defensively. Wan Renzi coldly glanced at them. Mother, she is the savior who saved your son. Madame Tai was taken aback, pointing at Chu Jingyue and saying, but she was supposed to be a fool. How could she possibly save someone? Chapter 2, The Concealment and Soul Lock Array. Mother, I haven't fully recovered yet. Let's deal with everything tomorrow. Wan Renzi helped Chu Jingyue out of a difficult situation, so she decided not to take any further action. There were too many complex factors at this place. Her spiritual energy had not yet been restored, so it was indeed necessary for her to recuperate for now, which would also help her retrieve her life treasure. Chu Jingyue was settled in a secluded courtyard in the back of the mansion. She sat in meditation, drawing on the energy of heaven and earth to restore her body while recalling what had happened to her true self. Her true self lacked her soul fragment, causing her to be born mad and foolish, enduring all sorts of humiliations at the house of Wenyong Marquis. Chu Jingyue felt a peculiar spell within her body and immediately became serious. It seemed that she needed to visit the Marquis house. When Marquis disliked and hated her because of this, but he never killed or abandoned her, likely related to this spell. Chu Jingyue spent the entire night sorting through the 16 years of memories of her true self. At the same time, she planned the actions she needed to take. Retrieve her life treasure first before dealing with other matters. At the crack of dawn, she went out searching for the man from last night's coffin. However, just as she stepped out, the guards outside the courtyard blocked her path. The senior madam has given the order. Miss Chu cannot leave the courtyard temporarily. Chu Jingyue flicked her fingers and shot out 2 stasis charms. Whether it's senior madam or madam, could they control her? Apart from heaven's Tao, she didn't respect anyone else. After turning and wandering around aimlessly, Chu Jingyue found herself in the main hall where something appeared to be happening. Hiding in the shadows, she heard a eunuch in front commanding arrogantly in a shrill voice. Last night, news spread about Qi Wangfu having an undead incident. The officials have accused Qi Wangfu of harboring demonic creatures. Under this decree by His Majesty, we are to search Qi Wangfu. How dare the senior madam obstruct this investigation? Is there truly an undead Qi Wang? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingyue rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. Nonsense. It's obvious that Qi Wang has fallen prey to the concealment array. What is this concealment array? A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her head. Chu Jingyue frowned, turned around, and immediately noticed Qi Wang's pale face with black shadows under his nose and mist swirling over his head, a sign that death was approaching. Chu Jingyue immediately activated her batch character life treasure, determined to get it back no matter what. She still aspired to attain immortality after all. But as she channeled her spiritual power, Qi Wang suddenly clutched his chest in unbearable pain and knelt down halfway. Wangya! Qi Wang's guards were perplexed and hurried over to check on him. Chu Jingyue's expression darkened. Could it be her life treasure was inside him? That made sense. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any reason why he could remain alive for 7 days under the concealment array and still possess vitality. Should she kill him to retrieve her life treasure? Fortunately, you were saved by me last night. Given the current unrest at Wangfu, though we aren't officially married, if you wish to leave, please allow me to settle the affairs here and understand what happened last night. Then I will personally visit the Ho's residence and explain clearly. Qi Wang's demeanor was cold, commanding, and serious. He had sharp eyebrows and dignified phoenix eyes. Despite being a lofty and indifferent person, facing the torment caused by her life treasure, he spoke politely to her. This made Chu Jingyue somewhat lessen her killing intent. Personal visit? I doubt you'll even have the chance. Chu Jingyue smirked playfully, pressing her finger against his chest, feeling the power of her life treasure radiating outward. Wan Renzi realized his heart didn't hurt as much anymore and looked at her with suspicion as he stood up. Chu Jingyue smiled lightly and said, Concealment array. As its name suggests, it confines one's breath within the array, making outsiders believe there's no way out of death. Originally designed as a method of self-preservation, if used to harm others, perhaps your highness understands the implications. A wave of murderous intent clouded Wan Renzi's eyes. Only now did he realize why, despite being aware, the royal physicians declared his condition untreatable. He had personally heard his mother cry in despair and felt the sun gradually being obscured by the coffin lid during those days. If this king finds out who devised such wicked schemes, I'll rip them limb from limb. I've already told you, you probably won't get this chance. Chu Jingyue's fingers continued to swirl around his chest. Today, once you leave Wangfu for the palace, you will return only as a corpse. Wen Rinci frowned deeply, grabbed her wrist, and pulled slightly away from her. Is there any way to counteract it? Name your price, and I'll reward you with 10,000 gold pieces. Oh, Chu Jingyue laughed lightly and said, do exactly as I tell you, and you might survive. Following her brief instructions, Wen Rinci questioned hesitantly, can it really work like that? It can. We'll discuss the reward when you come back, Chu Jingyue said as she turned back toward the rear courtyard. Wait for him to return and retrieve the life treasure then. There's no need to necessarily resort to murder. Wen Rinci followed the inner court official into the palace. The emperor gripped a string of prayer beads tightly and stared at him coldly. Why did Prince Qi pretend to die? Do you realize how grave a crime that is, deceiving the emperor? Wen Rinci recalled what Chu Jingyue had told him, slightly adjusted her words, and responded, your subject does not know what happened. These days, it felt like I was dreaming. Ghosts surrounded me, and I couldn't escape until I saw a shadow with a fierce blade cutting the ghosts. That's when I woke up. He paused, and then continued. In the dream, that person vaguely said a sentence. Calamity arises from the west. The emperor of the mortal world still needs my assistance. Let me fulfill my position and duties. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately brightened up. The officials had impeached Wen Rinci, claiming that last night ghostly winds surged in the capital, and strange occurrences happened at Qi Wang's mansion. They feared Qi Wang might be like a demon or a monster. The emperor, who always believed such things, originally thought today was just going through the motions. Finding any excuse to let Wen Rinci die inside the palace would put his mind at ease. But unexpectedly, Wen Rinci claimed a celestial being had appeared to him in a dream and declared him as the emperor of the mortal realm. Wen Rinci usually disbelieved in spirits and gods. If he could now say these words, it must have been something he personally experienced. My dear minister, please get up. I am fortunate to have generals from the Wanren lineage. My dear minister, surviving such great calamity has brought much relief to my heart. You should go back home and recuperate, and come to court on an appropriate day. The emperor was very pleased. Not only did he allow Wen Rinci to leave the palace unharmed, but he also allowed him several days of rest, and issued a public notice stating that Qi Wang merely suffered from a sudden severe illness, and the arrangement of the funeral marriage was merely for good luck. The common people believed it to be true, and no one truly suspected that Qi Wang had almost died. When Wen Rinci returned to the mansion, he originally intended to ask her about the matter of compensation, but discovered Chu Jingyue's courtyard was surrounded by guards. Who ordered you to seal off this courtyard? The guards hurriedly bowed and replied. The grandmother ordered the sealing off of the courtyard. Dismiss. Wen Rinci strode swiftly into the courtyard, searching all over until he finally found Chu Jingyue atop a tree. Prince, fairness for both young and old. Chu Jingyue sat on the tree branch cooling herself, her eyes still focused on Wen Rinci's chest. Wen Rinci turned aside to avoid her gaze and said solemnly, I've already said the 10,000 gold pieces is yours for the asking. How much do you want? She jumped down from the tree and landed steadily in front of Wen Rinci, smiling brightly as she said, I desire. Chu Jingyue's finger touched his chest, her eyes filled with a naked determination. Wen Rinci mistakenly thought she wanted him personally and immediately pulled away from her. Even if you wanted 10 million pieces of gold, this prince would manage to give them to you. Anything else, forget it. Humph. Chu Jingyue chuckled softly, withdrew her hand, and said, Prince, don't misunderstand. I simply wish to make a deal with you. Wen Rinci looked suspiciously at her, wondering what kind of deal they could possibly make. Your Highness, a stellar figure born to protect your land. Even if you escape death, your fate star remains precarious. I can ensure peace within your residence until your fate star regains its place. In return, your Highness will agree to help me accomplish one task. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly, though her mind harbored different plans. With 14 destiny treasures, she knew Wen Rinci carried no more than one. So why not use the influence of the prince's mansion to find other batch character destiny treasures? It would definitely be more effective than searching aimlessly on her own. Agreed. Chapter 3. The Ho Mansion's Fate-Switching Technique. Prince Qi is actually not dead, and he's bringing Chu Jingyue back to the Ho family. They are already on their way. What shall we do, father? Inside the Wenyong Marquis estate, Chu Tianqing, another legitimate daughter of the Chu family, restrained her inner frustration and anxiously questioned her father. Lord Chu scowled. If it were merely about bringing Chu Jingyue back for a visit, it wouldn't be a big issue. We could just get through it casually. That morning, the emperor had publicly rewarded Prince Qi in front of all civil and military officials at court despite his absence, while severely criticizing the head of the Jingzhou prefecture for failing to promptly quell the rumors of necromancy and ghosts surrounding the Qi Wangfu, Qi royal manor. Previously, when the Qi Wangfu closed its doors and even refused entry to emissaries of the emperor, instead of getting angry, His Majesty comforted them. This alone clearly demonstrates how significant Prince Qi is to the emperor. Back then, when the emperor decreed that a legitimate daughter from the Chu family should marry Prince Qi in a spirit wedding, the Ho Mansion tried to deceive him by substituting someone else. This time, with Prince Qi coming, it might be about this matter. Chu Tianqing suddenly widened her eyes. Father, since Prince Qi isn't dead, Why don't we switch brides between me and Chu Jinghua? It would be more beneficial to the home mansion. The Qi royal manor possesses immense power, being one of only 2 families since the founding of the nation to have control over armies as a hetero-clan prince. No one wanted to marry a deceased Prince Qi, but now that he's alive, it changes everything. Who exactly among the home mansion's legitimate daughters marries into the royal house, outside of those within the home mansion itself, is something only the Wang mansion knows. The Qi Wangfu definitely wouldn't want a fool as their princess consort. If both parties agree secretly to switch brides, no outsider would know whether it was Chu Jinghua or Chu Tianqing who married that day. Prince Qi has remarkable power. If you can marry him, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Rather than letting the fool hold on to this marriage alliance, it's better for you to firmly claim the position of princess consort. The father and daughter within the home mansion discussed switching brides, and before long, a carriage from the Qi royal manor stopped in front of the gate. Ren had both a destiny treasure within him, and Chu Jinghua helped activate it to restore his body, which had returned entirely to normal by now. People from the home mansion waited at the entrance long ago. When Chu Tianqing saw Ren step out, her eyes became fixed on him unyieldingly. He radiated an unmatched noble bearing, so refined and prestigious that even celestial beings could hardly surpass him. Ren felt a heated gaze upon him, and when he coldly turned to look, frowned in disdain. How could women from the Chu family be so shameless? Yet, this glance left Chu Tianqing red-faced, thinking inwardly what a waste it was for the idiot Chu Jinghua to take this place. It seemed destined that she would become the Qi Wangfei. As Ren came to a stop, another hand emerged from the carriage. Chu Jinghua maintained her lowered gaze, remaining silent without making eye contact, seemingly lost in thought. None of the people present paid attention to her. Her mental condition was well known, sometimes wild and uncontrollable, other times silently taciturn. They'd long grown used to it. As others exchanged pleasantries and entered the manor, Chu Jinghua made quiet observations. The various geomantic properties of the home mansion combined together to form a magical array. It was indeed a complete luck-switching array enveloping the entire estate. Chu Jinghua discreetly whispered, "Distract them. I need to leave for a bit." A subtle flicker crossed Ren's lips. She gave orders effortlessly. Though he grumbled internally, there were still necessary actions to take. Chu Jinghua was never very noticeable anyway, so when she disappeared soundlessly, according to her memory, heading straight to the most secluded area behind the courtyard. To a seemingly neglected yard full of overgrown weeds. She jumped the wall into the courtyard where the inside looked recently swept clean. Examining closely along the edges, faint traces of blood-drawn diagrams could be discerned on the walls and ground. Humph. After merely glancing twice, Chu Jinghua pierced through the obfuscated patterns, identifying the exact magical formations drawn inside. This place was where her true self was once confined. And it was also the heart of the luck-switching array. Chu Jinghua chuckled coldly. Now she understood why even with her soul having separated from a part of her true self, she shouldn't exhibit signs of foolish madness. She initially assumed that her cultivation in the emotionless path caused all the consequences and sins to fall solely on her true self. To dare tamper with my fate like this, truly asking for death. As Chu Jinghua walked away, these words weren't mere bravado or empty threats, they were truth. She had almost achieved ascension before, but after failing in the celestial thunder tribulation, she was guided by heavenly laws and bestowed with the divine treasure of destiny characters. This meant that technically, she was half immortal. Even if she couldn't achieve immortality in life, after death, she would surely transform gracefully. Tampering with her destiny was akin to meddling with divine preordained events. Moreover, those following the emotionless path kill relatives, teachers, friends, cutting off emotions indiscriminately. As long as the cause was justified, nothing is beyond reach for followers of the emotionless path. Clearly, the Chu family was inviting their own deaths. Chu Jinghua effortlessly dismantled the array. As she was about to leave, a figure leapt down from the roof and attacked her madly. She retaliated swiftly, but the opponent rose again without any visible sensations and resumed attacking her. A puppet? Indeed, the Ho family harbors filth. Chu Jinghua kicked upward and formed hand seals with both hands. Without even chanting a spell, beneath the opponent's feet, a golden glow only visible to her appeared and trapped the figure within. Dare to display such pitiful skills in front of me, like showing carpentry expertise in Luban's presence? At this moment, not only was the puppet ensnared, but also the invisible threads controlling it were entangled by a similar golden glow. My lord Ho, something terrible has happened. I saw the young miss and a man. The concubine from the mansion suddenly clamped her mouth shut, as if just noticing the strange man present. Lord Chu was instantly pleased in his heart. It seemed Grandmaster Lang was finally taking action, giving him the perfect excuse to bring up the matter of switching brides. Your Highness, my daughter is foolish, mad, and unpredictable. She must have caused trouble again. Please allow me to handle it first. Your Highness, please wait for a moment. Lord Chu rose to leave, but Ren furrowed his brows and stepped out decisively. Bring me to see what's going on. Your Highness, this is internal family business of the Ho residence. You really shouldn't get too involved. Lord Chu discreetly signaled to Chu Tianqing, implying that this matter should be dealt with privately. Any reason would suffice to confine Chu Jinghua within the estate, sparing unnecessary complications. Chu Tianqing immediately understood her father's intentions and cooed softly. Your Highness, my elder sister in her madness can be terrifying. With your noble status, it's best not to get entangled in any misfortune. Rin sees Phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, projecting an aura of authority. The more this father-daughter duo tried to block him, the more he suspected that something grave had happened to Chu Jinghua. She is now the princess consort of Qi Wangfu. It's entirely proper for me to personally inspect what's wrong with her. Lord Chu didn't anticipate being unable to stop Rin Si and reluctantly led him forward, inwardly hoping Master Lang had already succeeded in his task. When they arrived, Chu Jinghua was standing there holding a blood-dripping sword in one hand and chasing after a string of beads with the other. She muttered continuously under her breath. She killed someone? Someone, bind Chu Jinghua. Chu Tianqing blurted out impatiently. Rin Si's gaze darkened. Ridiculous. The bodyguards from the Qi Wangfu moved first, crossing their long swords threateningly at Chu Tianqing's throat, causing her to tremble in fear. Father! Lord Chu hurriedly bowed and asked, what does His Highness mean? Chu Jinghua's crime of murder is outrageous. Even if your highness wishes to protect her, it could be resolved with polite negotiation without resorting to drawn swords. Who said I killed anyone? Unbeknownst to everyone, Chu Jinghua had already exited the room, casually flicking the blood off her sword. She never imagined finding her original storage pouch only to discover it turned into a single-use item, leaving her unable to store the Wei Ji sword and the hidden spirit bead back inside. Everyone saw it. How dare you still argue? Lord Chu became firm again when addressing his own daughter. Chu Tianqing gasped in disbelief. You're not insane anymore? Lord Chu suddenly realized that the Chu Jinghua before him now had clear and focused eyes, showing no signs of confusion or delirium. How could this be? He himself had personally administered the medicine. Even if Shinnong were reborn, there would be no cure. Grandmaster Lang had calculated that Chu Jinghua was a naturally born evil star, bringing destruction to her parents, severing fortune and posterity. If she remained idiotic and mad, with Chu Tianqing around, the home mansion would surely run smoothly, accumulating wealth and influence. But if she regained her faculties, wouldn't the home mansion be ruined? This absolutely couldn't be allowed. Chapter 4. Chaos in the Royal Mansion. His Highness Prince Qi, your marriage to Chu Jinghua was just a spirit wedding. Since you're still alive, that marriage naturally does not count. Lady Chu committed murder openly within the Marquis's residence. As the Marquis of One, I certainly cannot shield my daughter. Chu Jinghua must be handed over to the authorities for strict punishment. The expression of Marquis Chu grew suddenly stern, his attitude very firm. Before Chu Jinghua could scoff and respond, she heard Wen Rinci speak first. The princess you gave me by imperial decree. Lord Marquis, are you now reneging on the engagement? Marquis Chu hadn't expected Wen Rinci to defend Chu Jinghua so strongly. As he was pondering a countermeasure, another person stepped out from inside the room. It was one of the mansion's servants. There was an obvious sword wound on his chest, yet strangely enough, he appeared perfectly fine. Next time you frame someone, remember to examine the evidence first. Otherwise, you lose both grace and face, quite laughable indeed. Chu Jinghua mocked without restraint, leaving Marquis Chu's face extremely unpleasant. Lord Marquis, anything more to say? Wen Rinci glanced at him with eyes filled with regal authority. The Marquis immediately glared at one of his concubines, who reacted quickly by kneeling down. My lord, didn't you see? What I said is entirely the truth. The young lady was truly alone with a man. By shifting the blame, the concubine again directed the accusation towards the inappropriate situation involving Chu Jinghua being secluded with a man. Chu Jinghua raised her brows lightly and calmly responded. Then let's report this matter to the officials. This person earlier had succumbed to possession and intended harm toward me. I have already severely injured the one secretly manipulating him from the shadows. If we search the Marquis residence now, we will undoubtedly find evidence. Someone, Wen Rinci shouted at once, search the manor. After hearing these words, Marquis Chu became alarmed inside. He hurriedly responded. What sort of enchantment? That's utter nonsense. Such disgraceful family affairs mustn't be exaggerated. My lord prince, don't you agree? This person shall be taken back to my royal palace for questioning. If even a word of today's incident is leaked, rest assured that all arrows stationed outside the capital will aim precisely at the residence of Marquis I. Wen Rinci spoke heavily, threatening the Marquis's estate with troops outside the city, forbidding them to divulge this matter. Marquis Chu responded continuously, but Chu Jinghua had already seen what she wanted to see, so staying further in the Marquis's house would serve no purpose. When she declared she would leave, Marquis Chu added, since it was originally a ghost wedding, our Marquis house, considering propriety, did not send live attendants along as part of the dowry then. Today, wouldn't it be fitting if you took along her maid for personal attendance? Ignoring him completely, Chu Jinghua left, taking steps forward. And thus, Wen Rinci understood her intent. Lord Marquis, do you believe everyone in my Qi Prince's residence are incompetent fools? Marquis Chu hadn't anticipated that Chu Jinghua would be so disrespectful, and Prince Qi would align so closely. It seems they couldn't even manage to plant any spies there. With the departure of the guards of the royal residence, the two swords pressing against Chu Tianqing's neck were finally removed. Covering her throat with resentment, her eyes brimmed with endless hatred. Father, what should we do next? Marquis Chu similarly glared fiercely at the direction they had gone. Let's verify whether what Chu Jinghua said was true or false by checking on Master Lang. In haste, father and daughter arrived at the front courtyard. The person inside wearing a Taoist robe had bloodstains all over his chest, evidently about to die. Quickly summoned the court physician. On the way back, Chu Jingyue held her Weiji sword, while Wen Rinci also appraised her blade. Where exactly had she hidden such a long sword? My lord prince, place that page boy in your palace. He is innocent, manipulated as a puppet, which harms his longevity. He requires the favor and protection of your virtues. As Chu Jingyue spoke, her gaze was fixated on Wen Rinci's chest. Borrowing his divine essence wasn't genuine. What she really sought was to draw upon the spiritual energy of the treasure bestowed by her celestial destiny. But when Rinci misinterpreted her, he shifted slightly to avoid her gaze, asking, in the front yard? The backyard. I need someone strong enough to handle manual labor tasks. He suits the job well. Chu Jingyue had analyzed his facial features. It revealed him as loyal and honest. Where exactly is suitable? Wen Rinci questioned, unsure if she realized how inappropriate it was to keep a man in the back quarters regarding reputation. Chu Jingyue, misunderstanding his intention, bluffed, saying, he looks fitting. That lad looked lean but robust with decent features, indeed aesthetically pleasing. More importantly, since she saved him, he recognized her competence. In the future, whatever she planned, it would be convenient to call upon his help. Wen Rinci clenched his teeth inwardly. You are the princess right now. Temporarily, Chu Jingyue responded indifferently. To claim her life treasure talisman, she first needed to confirm its position, whether it resided near the heart or under the skin. A cut at his chest was essential. This was no trivial matter. Due to the great importance of the life treasure talisman, the request could not be expressed plainly. She could only negotiate terms first. After all, saying something like, after accomplishing the task, simply allowing me to cut you open, would sound far too bizarre. As you wish. Wen Rinci turned his head and closed his eyes, yet the moment he shut them, his mind was full of every gesture of Chu Jingyue. Graceful, ethereal, and yet incredibly infuriating. My lord prince, there is urgent news from the palace. Grandmother has fallen ill. Pei Feng, Wen Rinci's personal attendant, reported softly. The carriage sped forward immediately. Don't rush, Chu Jingyue said calmly. Wen Rinci furrowed his brows and said, my mother is a general, very robust. She wouldn't suddenly fall ill unless someone has harmed her. Chu Jingyue calculated with her fingers and nodded in agreement. That's true. Do I need to calculate? Wen Rinci was growing restless. Seeing her calm demeanor only made him more uneasy. Chu Jingyue casually drew the curtain aside and handed the pearl-chain string of spirit-concealing pearls to Pei Feng, who was driving the carriage. Go back to the mansion first. Place this string of pearls in grandmother's hands. Then order people to ensure no one removes it. Just wait for me to return. Fewer prescriptions from imperial physicians. They'll be useless anyway. Pei Feng glanced at the prince, who paused in thought for a moment before saying, go ahead. Pei Feng sped away like the wind, while Chu Jingyue comfortably reclined back inside the carriage. Looking through the cart, finding no snacks, she disdainfully turned her nose up. Do you know what's wrong with my mother? Wen Rinci's frown deepened, to which Chu Jingyue shook her head. I don't have that ability unless next time you write down your mother's date of birth and give it to me. I can perform the calculation then. Then why did you send Pei Feng back? Chu Jingyue smirked slightly. Of course it will serve a purpose. Pei Feng was the first to return to the estate, holding the pearl-chain string carefully, as if it were an ancestor he was venerating. Ms. Zhao, His Highness orders that the doctor be temporarily dismissed. Before Pei Feng had finished speaking, Ms. Zhao angrily retorted, what is the prince doing? Dismissing the doctor would mean leaving grandmother to die. Even if His Highness isn't her biological child, she still raised him. How could he be so heartless? Auntie, please don't scold me. Pei Feng shrank his neck and handed over the pearl-chain string. The princess instructed us to place this in grandmother's hand and await her return. Upon hearing it was from the princess, Ms. Zhao immediately took the string gently. You young man, why didn't you say earlier that it was the princess' instruction? She is truly a woman of great ability. Here, I am wasting my breath scolding you. Pei Feng gestured impatiently for the old maid to hurry, and Ms. Zhao entered the room, dismissing the doctor, then placed the pearl-chain string into grandmother's hand. Grandmother, whose face had been contorted in pain just moments ago, relaxed after clutching the pearl-chain string. Ms. Zhao rejoiced upon seeing this. It works. It actually works. The princess is indeed divine. Chapter 5 Grievance Insect, True Word Curse. Chu Jingyue had just arrived at the door of the residence when Pei Feng hurried over. The situation of the grand lady has improved greatly. Please come quickly, princess. Wen Rinci looked at his anxious appearance and raised an eyebrow to ask, were you scolded by the governess? Yes. Pei Feng pouted slightly in which he would have been better off not mentioning the prince after all, for it earned him a beating for nothing. Wen Rinci coughed lightly twice and said, there are still important matters to attend to in this mansion. Perhaps I should first go to the study to handle affairs. Since Pei Feng mentioned that the pearl necklace was effective, it implied that Chu Jingyue did indeed have a way to cure, so he decided he didn't need to rush there. Chu Jingyue didn't know what their situation was about, nor did she pay much attention to it, heading directly to the grand lady's courtyard. However, although Wen Rinci verbally expressed confidence, in reality, he still followed her over. Princess, please enter quickly. That pearl necklace is indeed effective, but the grand lady still hasn't woken up. Chu Jingyue lightly nodded her head and instructed, regardless of any sound heard, no one shall barge in. The crowd outside exchanged glances, and soon afterward, anguished screams arose from inside the room, leaving Zhao Mama unable to stay standing. Even killing someone wouldn't be like this. In the urgency of her worry for the grand lady, Zhao Mama completely forgot Chu Jingyue's instructions. Wen Rinci immediately had Pei Feng block the door, saying, "Mama, please wait a moment. Prince, can't you hear that noise inside? Is that something a normal person could emit?" The maid anxiously tried to rush in. Although Wen Rinxi also felt worried inside, at this point, he could only choose to trust Chu Jinghua. To employ someone is to trust them thoroughly. Zhao Mama paced nervously around the yard, while Wen Rinxi similarly harbored anxiety within. Not long after, Chu Jinghua opened the door with a black bug in her hand, as big as a palm and emitting a frightening black aura. This thing scared Pei Feng, the burly man, badly, making him jump back several steps. A flicker of disdain rose in Wen Rinxi's eyes. What kind of thing is this? How dare anyone harm his mother with such a thing? A grievance insect, Chu Jinghua explained briefly, then threw the creature into the air, drawing her Wei Ji sword to slice it in half. As the insect's body split in two and fell, the black gas dissipated, revealing it to look like an ordinary large insect. It is a bug cultivated from grievance energy. Initially, it's no larger than a grain of rice. If it enters the human body, it can quickly consume blood and even the internal organs, devouring from inside out until the whole body is eaten, after which it will grow as large as a human. Chu Jinghua used a silk handkerchief to pick up the insect oozing sticky liquid and said, "Find a container. I need to burn it." "What about mother's health?" Wen Rinxi furrowed his brows, asking worriedly. Chu Jinghua put away her Wei Ji sword and replied, "No problem. It's only as big as a palm. It had only enough time to consume some essence before being suppressed by the concealment spirit pearl. Afterward, I'll prescribe a remedy to replenish blood and energy. Drinking 2 doses of herbal medicine will suffice." Pei Feng hurriedly found a vessel, and Chu Jinghua threw the silk cloth with the insect into it. She casually made a gesture, and flames ignited inside the container. Truly remarkable. Zhao Mama was astonished at what she saw. Such miracles weren't common even among celestial immortals. "The princess might want to wash your hands first." Pei Feng promptly fetched a basin of water. After washing her hands, Chu Jinghua used Wen Rinxi's handkerchief to dry them. Then Wen Rinxi asked Zhao Mama, "What did mother eat before this incident?" "She didn't really eat anything, just drank a soothing soup. Since the day of your highness incident, madam almost never slept. Prior to this, she hadn't been interested in drinking any medicinal soup, but today, seeing that you're fine, she thought to take some soup as an aid." Upon finishing, Zhao Mama added, "I'll summon everyone who came into contact with the soup to question them." "That's unnecessary." Chu Jinghua held the burning utensil in her hand. The ceramic, resistant to heat, remained cold and cool. With her fingers together, she drew a talisman in midair above the container. "Follow me." A line visible only to her led them, and following it brought everyone to the kitchen. Chu Jinghua pointed at a stout ant washing bowls in the yard and said, "She's had contact. Interrogate her." Wen Rinxi immediately gave the order to grab the stout ant and bring her to the back courtyard for questioning. Initially, the stout ant remained silent. Chu Jinghua leaned on a rattan chair, eating pastries, leisurely commenting, "Let His Highness give you a few slaps of the bamboo rod, and then I'll use some methods. You'll surely tell the truth then." The stout ant didn't take her words seriously, continuing to prostrate herself and cry her innocence. "Your servant knows nothing. Hit her." Chu Jinghua indeed had ways to make her speak the truth, but doing so required writing talismans and chanting spells, and she disliked the trouble. Rather than going through such hassle, she opted for a simpler approach. Setting up a long bench, the stout ant was pinned down. As the bamboo rod struck repeatedly against her, a strange delusion crept upon her. It felt as though these strikes were landing not on her buttocks, but on her tongue instead. I'll confess. I'll confess." Unable to endure 3 blows, the stout ant cried out for mercy amidst her tears. Pei Feng stared wide-eyed. Was it really this effective? Wen Rinxi was somewhat curious as well, asking, "What did you do?" "I cast a true word curse. If the person under the spell tells a lie, the pain of the punishment will be transferred to their tongue." Chu Jinghua spoke calmly, but it made Pei Feng instinctively cover his mouth nearby. Goodness, getting hit on the tongue, just thinking about it hurt. "Speak." Wen Rinxi composed himself and focused on the matter at hand. The fat ant mumbled thickly. "A few days ago, someone gave me 10 taels of silver to put some grain-like things into the master's food." Hearing this, Zhao Mama became alarmed. "How many? How much did you put in? Where are the rest of the items? If you dare to lie, the rod will strike your tongue again." The fat ant panicked and bowed her head repeatedly, saying, "It wasn't my turn to serve before today. Today I only managed to place 1 item since both the prince and princess hadn't returned by noon. I didn't know what that thing was. I just thought it was like a few grains of rice, and there would still be time to put the rest during dinner. But then news came from the back courtyard that the grand lady had fallen ill, so I. Zhao Mama looked back at Chu Jinghua, wanting to ask if she was telling the truth or lying, because if the fat ant endured the pain and fabricated lies, Zhao Mama wouldn't be able to tell the truth. Wen Rinxi immediately instructed Pei Feng to send people to accompany the kitchen maid Wang to retrieve the remaining grievance insects. But after 2 hours passed, the people sent to search Wang's house hadn't returned. Concerned, Wen Rinxi planned to send a few more people over to check. Has it been 2 hours? Is the place too far? Chu Jinghua was also waiting to destroy the remaining grievance insects, but now it seemed they'd waited far too long. "Not close, but I sent out covert guards." Wen Rinxi frowned deeply. No matter how far, at the speed of the covert guards, they should have already returned. Chu Jinghua's eyes dimmed slightly as she started calculating with her fingers. Something has happened. "Prepare the carriage immediately." Wen Rinxi hurried, Those covert guards were his confidants who guarded him wholeheartedly. They absolutely could not meet any misfortune. Chu Jingyue quickly leaped onto the roof using her agility. No time. I'll go ahead. She headed straight for the spot above the capital city where a faint black aura appeared. The origin of the black gas was unmistakable. Wan Rinci disregarded his princely status and chased after her, stepping across tiles and walls, with Pei Feng and a group of covert guards following closely behind him. We found it. Chapter 6. The spell shows its might. Chu Jingyue leapt over the wall into the yard where 3 shadowy guards were being held captive by a child-sized grievance bug using its grudge energy, their lives fading quickly. A flash of sword light from the Weiji sword cut through the 3 streams of grudge energy, freeing the shadow guards. Much, thank you, your highness, for saving our lives. Chu Jingyue pulled out 3 peace restoring talismans from her bag at her waist. Place them on your chest, and you can dispose of them after 7 days. The 3 men hastily took the talismans, and Chu Jingyue then lifted the Weiji sword to slay the already formed grievance bug shrouded in black energy before her. No, that is my child. You must not kill him. Lady Wang rushed over like a lunatic, trying to run in front of the grievance bug, but was stopped by Chu Jingyue. Your child has already been devoured by the grievance bug. What you see before you cannot be considered human anymore. Chu Jingyue secretly set up a magical array, encompassing the entire courtyard. How could Lady Wang listen to any of this? She even showed signs of anger. You're talking nonsense. That's my son. Your highness, you saved grandmother-in-law. Surely you can save my son too, right? Please, save him. You must save him. After consuming the 5 internal organs and 6 viscera, there would be no way back. Moreover, the grievance bug had completely consumed its host. Even if the celestial beings descended, they couldn't have saved him. Chu Jingyue helplessly shook her head as Lady Wang suddenly shoved her. Pei Feng. Wan Rinci quickly stepped forward to guard Chu Jingyue, steadying her, then awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Pei Feng restrained her, while the grievance bug emitted an eerily childlike voice. Mother, she wants to kill me. Please help me, save me. Get out of the way. Chu Jingyue plunged the Weiji sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of mighty righteousness tinged with killing intent around her. An ordinary person encountering such an aura would only feel it as a gentle breeze, but for the grievance bug, this wind felt like slicing blades. Her son's agonized cries kept echoing incessantly in Lady Wang's ears. Pei Feng intended to drag her away when he was startled by a sudden burst of black energy. Reacting instinctively, he drew his sword to block it, giving Lady Wang the opportunity to escape. Stand behind me. Chu Jingyue deflected that attack for Pei Feng, and the rest quickly retreated behind her. My son, don't be afraid. Mother will protect you, mother. She gasped in disbelief, staring at the dark, blade-like energy piercing through her abdomen. Not a single drop of blood spilled as the grievance bug swiftly absorbed her life force, causing it to grow even larger in an instant. Chu Jingyue's eyes narrowed, and the array was now fully activated. Her hands interlaced, forming a seal as she chanted. 8 directions divine power. Lend me your might naturally. Subjugate demons. Bind the wicked. Annihilate ghosts beyond counting. Golden light emerged in the yard, engulfing the grievance bug in flames, which caused it to scream in anguish. Impossible. This can't be possible. How could anyone truly wield curse magic? Before long, the grievance bug vanished into thin air, leaving behind just a silver safety lock falling from the sky. Lady Wang collapsed on the ground, still retaining some last breaths. Why didn't you save my child? Lady Wang continued her lament, but Chu Jingyue picked up the safety lock and placed it in front of her. If earlier you had noticed the abnormalities, with this protective lock capable of warding off evil, perhaps we could have waited until I came to rescue him. But it seems you never discovered anything, didn't you? He had accidentally consumed the grievance bug far before you poisoned grandmother-in-law. Chu Jingyue calmly stated this fact. Lady Wang violently spat out a mouthful of blood. This safety lock was actually given to her by grandmother-in-law. Had she not greedily taken those 10 taels of silver, how could her son? Regret and sorrow filled her as she tightly clutched the safety lock with all her remaining strength. Chu Jingyue slightly narrowed her eyes, understanding indeed that emotions are but a burden, and detachment alone represents the true path. Chu Jingyue finished tidying up the aftermath, using talismanic fire to burn through the yard. When Rinci and his men exited, one shadowy guard couldn't help but express fear. Who would have thought such a bizarre creature existed? But how did the princess consort know so much about this stuff? Wasn't she considered insane and dim-witted before? Another shadowy guard questioned. All the people in the capital city knew that 16 years ago, Lord Chu gained twin children. The elder daughter lacking intelligence, the younger daughter blessed with divine favor. Wan Rinci glanced towards Chu Jingyue within the courtyard, who possessed both celestial grace and a lethal aura. His gaze was deep and incomprehensible. Pei Feng stared at the crack left by the grudge energy on his short sword while gently wiping it down, saying, Isn't there an old saying, half mad half enlightened is a real immortal? In my opinion, perhaps the princess consort was merely afflicted with madness at the time, and now having regained clarity, she's achieved enlightenment. Chu Jingyue just stepped out after completing her incantation, overhearing this remark. Give me the sword. Chu Jingyue extended her hand and made several strokes over the crack. Pei Feng was confused. Wasn't the sword still broken? Ward off evil spirits. Chu Jingyue spoke indifferently, and even with the crack present, supported by her magical formation, it would still be stronger than regular weapons. Pei Feng happily thanked her. It was excellent for warding off evils. The lead is lost. Wen Rinci rubbed his temple, still unable to figure out who intended to harm her mother. That isn't necessarily so. Chu Jingyue lightly arched her eyebrows, standing still and forming a seal with her fingers. The true officials of mountains and rivers, the spirits of the land. The Supreme has issued a command to search and capture evil spirits. She held the grievance bug found by the secret guard, her hand igniting as the ashes of the bug fluttered down onto the magical array. Then she sacrificed a talisman, slowly revealing cryptic characters on it that no one could comprehend. Could it be celestial secrets? Pei Feng leaned in closer, scratching his head as he looked on in confusion. No, it's a map. Chu Jinghua pointed out a location on the talisman, saying, the source of the grievance bug's energy originates here. Pei Feng picked it up and examined it closely. This place is... His face darkened. Wen Rinci lowered his eyes solemnly. Speak. It's the Ning'an Marquis Manor. Wen Rinci furrowed his brow, falling silent, while Chu Jinghua burned the talisman paper from afar. Difficult to investigate. Not difficult, but inconvenient. Pei Feng hesitated, and Wen Rinci closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Ning'an Marquis Manor is my mother's maternal home. The maternal lady's maternal home? Chu Jinghua immediately started calculating again with her fingers, but after a long while, she calculated nothing. It shouldn't be. This matter did not originate within the walls. The current maternal lady is not the king's biological mother. The previous consort was the one truly associated with Ning'an Marquis Manor. Pei Feng quietly explained, and Chu Jinghua realized she had been calculating in the wrong direction. However, since Ning'an Marquis Manor was unrelated to the maternal lady, and she hadn't met anyone from the manor, calculating would not be easy for her now. Could there be an error in the talisman? Wen Rinci didn't believe that someone from Ning'an Marquis Manor would harm the maternal lady. Chu Jinghua silently shook her head. She was a Taoist adept halfway to immortality. If even such a small matter couldn't be accurately divined, she might as well end her own life so as not to embarrass the Taoist sect. Wen Rinci was caught in a dilemma. After a long pause, he finally gave the order. Pei Feng, send people secretly to investigate Ning'an Marquis Manor. Why go so far when you can stay close? Chu Jinghua cast him a cold look and said, there's no need for you to meddle in the grievance bug affair. I will naturally investigate it myself, and I absolutely won't allow any devilish practices under my nose to harm others. Even though she cultivated a path of detachment, following the Tao means aiding humanity should be a fundamental act, slaying all kinds of evil, saving lives from calamities. Moreover, from the very breath of the grievance bug just now, she had sensed a faint presence of her fated treasure. Although it was weak, it undeniably existed. Under any circumstances, she had to personally visit the Ning'an Marquis Manor and thoroughly investigate the matter. Chapter 7. Trapped Souls Seek Blessings. When Chu Jinghua mentioned Cha, she meant to personally visit the Ning'an Marquis mansion. Whether there are evil spirits or not, she would know as soon as she steps inside. Who goes there? Do you have a visiting card or invitation? The gatekeepers of the Ning'an Marquis blocked her way. Chu Jinghua calmly replied, no. Shu. Without an invitation, you think you can just walk into the Marquis mansion? Go away. The gatekeeper saw that this person was unfamiliar and dressed plainly, with only a black gold-embossed wooden hairpin on her head. She didn't look like any young lady of high society or an esteemed guest, so he waved her off impatiently. Chu Jinghua held a talisman in her hand, ready to forcibly enter, when a carriage stopped behind her. Pei Feng urgently called out, this is the princess consort of Qi Wangfu, here today specifically to pay respects to the late grand consort. Seeing Pei Feng, the gatekeeper quickly bowed politely but asked curiously, princess consort of Qi? Her clothing is rather too plain, isn't it? And her behavior quite disrespectful. You dare criticize a princess consort? Pei Feng frowned. Wen Rinci slowly descended from the carriage, and upon seeing him, the gatekeeper immediately knelt down. Chu Jingyue's expression deepened slightly. Was he here to stop her? Did I not say at the morning court session that I'd return earlier today and have you wait for me to come together to pay respects to mother consort? Wen Rinci maintained a serious face, his upright manner making it impossible for others to see even a hint of falsehood. Chu Jingyue's face remained cold as well. After entering the estate alongside Wen Rinci, she softly said, I told you not to interfere, didn't I? And what kind of person do you take me for? Wen Rinci looked down at her. Do I seem like someone who shows favoritism? Yes. Chu Jingyue swiftly made her way straight to the backyard of Ning'an Marquis Mansion. Along the way, while passing through the courtyard, her gaze lingered on an 8-corner pavilion, slowing her steps gradually. Noticing her deviation, Wen Rinci grabbed her wrist, whispering, first, we must pay our respects to mother consort, then you can check it out later. All right. Chu Jingyue cooperated as they entered an ancient and elegant courtyard within the Ning'an Marquis estate, where the strong scent of temple incense could be smelled from afar. The people of the Marquis Mansion still remember the late grand consort. Look at all this. They must come every day without fail to burn incense for her. Pei Feng expressed some sentimentality. He was older than Wen Rinci by 2 years and retained some faint memories of the late grand consort. Chu Jingyue cast a glance, sneering, we shall see if this is truly the case. She walked into the house with Wen Rinci, where the main hall had a tablet erected in memory of Wen Rinci's mother, Zhong Rujun. 2 long sticks of incense burned beside it. Wen Rinci lit 3 red and thick incense sticks, different from ordinary incense, and knelt down. He glanced at Chu Jingyue, saying, "If you have any taboos, simply bow standing up." "Indeed, I cannot kneel." Chu Jingyue's statement made him somewhat uneasy in his heart, yet when Ren Si understood. After all, the two were merely collaborators, and Chu Jingyue did not appear to be an ordinary person. "You shouldn't kneel either." Chu Jingyue took the incense from his hand, asking, "Where did this incense come from?" When Ren Si furrowed his brows, suppressing the dissatisfaction rising within him, he replied, "My grandmother brought it back from the temple." "Temple?" Chu Jingyue smiled faintly but decisively broke the already ignited incense, stepping on it mercilessly until it extinguished. "With this, I'm even more sure that something abnormal is definitely happening within the Marquis household." One Ren Si deeply breathed in, restraining his anger, and asked, "What do you mean?" "This incense is made from child's blood and woman's menstrual blood, used not only to ward off evil spirits, but also to subdue them. If someone sincerely comes to worship, the incense burns continuously, making the soul unable to leave." Chu Jingyue glanced around the room's structure and layout, continuing, "In the four corners, these are not eternal lamps, but soul-locking lanterns. There should also be 49 soul-stabilizing nails on the surrounding door pillars, and at the entrance, instead of a duaon fan, dushan fan, there's a kong aon fan, kong hun fan, talisman drawn for controlling souls." One Ren Si immediately rose and examined the nearby door pillars, finding indeed peculiar nails placed in strange positions. "What will happen?" One Ren Si worriedly glanced at his mother's spirit tablet and added, "Mother has passed away. Regardless, these items cannot harm her anymore." Chu Jingyue coldly chuckled, "How naive. After death, the soul splits into three. Tianhun ascends to the ninth heaven entering the celestial prison. Daihun descends to the 9 abysses entering the hall of causes, while Renhun lingers near the remains. Once Renhun reunites with Daihun after both have received their rewards and punishments, the three souls merge again to enter reincarnation." One Ren Si listened intently, but deep down, he didn't believe a word. All this talk about causality and reincarnation, all baseless nonsense. All these arrangements prevent your mother's three souls from reuniting. The Renhun cannot escape. As long as this place remains undisturbed, she will never enter reincarnation. Decades later, the Tianhun and Daihun wander lost in the world, turning Renhun into a qi, which people typically refer to as blessings. Chu Jingyue extended her hand and removed the soul-controlling banner hanging at the entrance. "Such blessings merely use up your mother's lifetime's worth of fortune. Once used up, she'll dissipate into nothingness in the 6 realms of reincarnation." "You." When Ren Si wanted to accuse her of exaggerating dangers, but a subtle unease crept into his mind. What if Chu Jingyue was right? Chu Jingyue used paper ash to slightly wipe the Kong Hunfen talisman, then reinserted it. "You may not believe me, but I still have to do what I need to do. This kind of behavior is meant to deceive both heaven and earth, spirits and gods, which fundamentally violates righteousness." "So your meaning is that someone in the Marquis mansion wants to use my mother consort to bring blessings and prosperity to their own family?" When Ren Si glanced sideways at the token, his mind suddenly filled with thoughts of destroying everything here. If Chu Jingyue was right, how innocent was his mother consort? Chu Jingyue countered with a question, "Wasn't your mother consort quite virtuous? She followed my father into battles for half her life, saving countless people. She guarded the border cities for many years, teaching others reading, writing, and medicine. She was an extraordinary person." One Ren Si did not know much about his mother's appearance. He lost both parents during childhood and was raised by the current Grand Lady. Everything he knew came from what the Grand Lady told him. Chu Jingyue said coldly, reaching out for the soul-locking lantern while adding, "That makes sense then. A person as virtuous as her truly possesses blessings over several lifetimes. Someone has imprisoned her human soul here, wanting her to protect the Marquis mansion. However, they also fear she will come back as a wandering spirit to claim vengeance. To the soul, this unceasing incense day after day feels like a layer upon layer of mist with blades hidden inside." One Ren Si glared darkly, quickly taking down the oil lamp from above. "What can I do?" "Of course, take me to check out the 8-corner pavilion in the courtyard. The resentment there is exceptionally heavy. I suspect it's connected to some resentment goo insects." Chu Jingyue didn't forget her main mission, while Wen Ren Si frowned and asked, "Then what about my mother consort? Do you just trust what I say?" Chu Jingyue walked out of the small house with him, eyeing Wen Ren Si with a somewhat mocking expression. If he found out about her ability to inscribe destiny talismans, it would surely shake his understanding of the world all over again. She really wanted to see what his face would look like then. It's better to assume something exists rather than assume it doesn't. Wen Ren Si turned his head away, his lips still firm despite his inner turmoil. Yet the control soul nails gripped tightly in his hand betrayed his shaken state. Chu Jingyue smiled knowingly, realizing his willingness to disrupt the soul-fixing nail showed that he wasn't completely foolish. Chapter 8. The Grievance Converging Bone Ghost. When Chu Jingyue arrived at the octagonal pavilion, there were already many people present, all family members of the Ning and Marquis estate. "Your Highness, why didn't you inform us beforehand if you were returning? This makes it seem as if we have failed in our etiquette." The speaker, Rong Yonghua, appeared graceful and elegant despite her age. Even in her mature years, she retained a striking beauty. This person was Lady Zhua Zhaofeng, the wife of the Ning and Marquis. Her words suggested that their lack of preparation was a veiled rebuke for Chu Jingyue's unannounced visit. But Chu Jingyue hadn't even picked up on this. Chu Jingyue only noticed the several young women trailing behind Lady Zhua, all with dark foreheads indicating they would meet untimely deaths. Has there been frequent death around the manor recently? Chu Jingyue's straightforward question caused Pei Feng to immediately lower his head to conceal his astonishment, worried someone might notice his reaction. The Marquise frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Please forgive my sister-in-law. She is still recovering from an illness. Pei Feng hastily intervened. Wen Rinci glanced at him briefly, then surreptitiously observed Chu Jingyue's expression. Seeing that she paid no mind to Pei Feng's words, he finally spoke. Since the incident, Mother specially invited a Taoist master to the estate to protect me. My sister-in-law has merely learned a bit from him. Lady Zhua smiled cunningly. It's wonderful to hear the prince is unharmed. Surely it is your late sister watching over you. Have you gone to pay respects to your mother yet? Your aunt understands your sorrow and prepared a banquet for you in the flower hall, your favorite dishes. Wen Rinci looked down and asked, do you wish to go to the flower hall or remain here? The view here isn't bad either. It doesn't matter. Let's go to the flower hall. By now Chu Jingyue had mostly figured out what was causing the grievance in the air near the octagonal pavilion. Now, she was more curious about those few women, all healthy and at a youthful age but draped in the aura of death. Wen Rinci nodded, while Lady Zhua lingered behind, her gaze heavy. Wasn't the woman married into the Qi Wang mansion supposed to be the second daughter of Ho's residence, the one who was known to be insane? She certainly doesn't look like it. Lady Zhua nudged her daughter beside her gently, and Zhong Zhitai immediately put on an innocent smile, taking quick steps forward and said, Cousin, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. I'm so worried about you. I'm fine now. Wen Rinci's voice remained distant, same as always. Zhong Zhitai didn't care at all, instead continued with a smile. I've heard some things about Miss Chu before, but seeing you today doesn't quite match the rumors. Rumors are just rumors. Don't take them too seriously. Wen Rinci stayed cold, protecting Chu Jingyue implicitly through his words. Zhong Zhitai teased with playful laughter. Now that you've married, you seem to be overly protective of your new bride. In the future, will you not care for cousin Zhitai anymore? Miss Chu looks so pretty. Just looking at her makes me think she'd be exactly the kind of person you'd favor. Her looks somewhat resemble Lu's sisters. You should call her cousin-in-law or her highness instead. Wen Rinci shot a glance at her, finding nothing unusual in her behavior compared to his usual interactions with his cousin. Zhong Zhitai pouted, pretending to be upset. You're already sticking up for your wife just after the wedding. In the future, you'll definitely not love me anymore. I'm going to be mad. As she spoke, she stomped her feet and ran to Chu Jingyue's side, enthusiastically hooking her arm. Cousin-in-law, do you know Lu's sister? She used to live in the mansion and grew up with cousin. Chu Jingyue pulled her arm back indifferently. No. She was entirely focused on the grievance swirling around the Marquis mansion. Initially, she had been drawn by the dead energy concentrated near the octagonal pavilion when she entered. But upon closer inspection, she realized that faint threads of grievance could be found everywhere in the mansion. This was the precursor to a bone ghost formation. A bone ghost referred to a corpse visible to ordinary people, formed by intense grievance post-mortem, which could then reattach to its own skeletal remains. Ordinary people called this phenomenon a ghost. However, in Chu Jingyue's perspective, due to the separation between yin and yang realms, normal people wouldn't see real ghosts. Lu's sister was a very good person, growing up in the same yard as cousin since they were little. The incessant chattering in her ear was becoming extremely bothersome to Chu Jingyue, so she turned to Wen Rinci. Is the flower hall still far away? Not far now. Wen Rinci gently pulled her closer to his other side, and Pei Feng sensibly moved back to create space. Zhong Zhitai suddenly frowned slightly, whispering petulantly, Does sister-in-law dislike me? You're too loud. Wen Rinci raised a brow in annoyance, feeling his cousin unusually verbose today. Zhong Zhitai snorted lightly. Cousin dislikes me because of you now. Zhitai can't accept that. The Marquise, noticing his continuous protection of Chu Jingyue, pretended to scold. Stop making a fuss, Zhitai. Don't bother your cousin. He almost died recently. His body must not be fully recovered. All right. Zhong Zhitai returned to her mother's side. As they walked, mother and daughter gradually fell far behind, allowing Chu Jingyue some much-needed peace. This place is strange. There's a soul-trapping formation first, then the octagonal. Hold on. Wen Rinci quietly interrupted Chu Jingyue's words and added, Let's talk about it back at the residence. In the eyes of the Marchioness and her daughter, their exchange turned into an intimate gaze shared between lovers, causing Zhong Zhitai's jealousy to well up in her eyes. Mother, look how cousin doesn't take his eyes off Chu Jingyue. She took my position as the consort, which I could endure, but she has the audacity to act so haughtily as to tempt my cousin. How can I possibly enter the mansion in the future and bring honor to the Marquis family? Zhong Zhitai gritted her teeth with anger. In the past, the only person in the mansion was Lu Xiu, who was the orphan of a beloved general under the old Marquis. Moreover, the late Marquis had entrusted her before his death, which was why the Lu mother and daughter were raised in the mansion. But ultimately, Lu Xiu lacked power and influence. Even if her cousin favored her, she would merely be a concubine at most, not even qualifying for the title of side consort. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis estate, Zhong Zhitai shared the same origins as the late grand consort, her aunt. It was only fitting that she should hold the position of consort. But now Chu Jingyue suddenly appeared out of nowhere and became the consort of Qi Wang through a ghost marriage. To make matters worse, her cousin placed great value on her. What was she supposed to do? Why are you so anxious? This is merely a ghost marriage, and isn't breaking it off an easy matter? Chu Jingyue used to be mad. Persuading Wen Rinci to divorce her would surely be effortless. Lady Zhu's calculating mind concealed deep schemes. Given the current declining status of the Marquis estate, they must ensure that their daughter becomes the consort of Qi Wang so that the Marquis estate could regain its former glory. Who is Chu Jingyue anyway? She will inevitably end up being divorced soon enough. The mother and daughter both fixed a hateful stare on Chu Jingyue, but in the next moment, Chu Jingyue suddenly stopped walking and coldly glanced back at them. When their eyes met, Lady Zhu maintained her calm composure, while Zhongzhitai failed to hide her malice. It seems your relatives have something against me, Chu Jingyue said indifferently after regaining her senses. Could this pair of mother and daughter be related to the eerie happenings in the manor? Wen Rinci entered the flower hall ahead of her and adjusted the chair for her. As Chu Jingyue sat down, he leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. I don't need it. You might even require my protection instead." Joke, wasn't it? She, Chu Jingyue, was someone who had ascended half-step into immortality via the Wuqing Dao, relentless path. Did she truly need anyone's protection? Wen Rinci was indeed underestimating her. Chapter 9, The Life-Draining Bracelet. After finishing the meal, Chu Jingyue intended to leave first. Things in the Earl's residence were complex and could very likely be entangled with multiple deaths. She prepared to bide her time to avoid alarming others prematurely. However, just as they were about to leave, the matriarch sent someone to say she wished to see Chu Jingyue. The two headed towards the back garden and the matriarch's quarters. Chu Jingyue looked around. Everything seemed normal here. As soon as Chu Jingyue entered the main hall, she smelled an unusual stench of decay. Is your grandmother suffering from a chronic illness? Chu Jingyue whispered. This smell was abnormal. Rinci frowned and said, I haven't heard anything. I'm quite healthy. No need for my granddaughter-in-law to worry. An elderly woman walked out from the inner room. She wasn't tall, but definitely appeared spirited, with strict features giving no indication of her mood. Indeed, she looks rather healthy. Underneath Chu Jingyue's calm gaze lay a chilling aura. The healthier the matriarch appeared, the more abnormal the smell inside the room was. But it was faint, so it might not be the source. Could someone around the matriarch be abnormal? Girl, come closer and let me have a look. The matriarch took her seat and showed Chu Jingyue a kind smile. Chu Jingyue got up and walked over. The matriarch grabbed her hand affectionately and smiled, saying, Good, you're pretty, and it seems you'd bear children well. I like you more the more I look at you. Is that so? Chu Jingyue responded with meaning that made everyone in the room startled. An elder's praise deserved gratitude. Why respond this way? Chu Jingyue gently grasped the matriarch's hand, her fingers sliding unintentionally to feel the wrinkles on the palm. Fortune-telling through touch could determine one's destiny. No matter how you calculate it, the matriarch should naturally be destined as a widow, yet Chu Jingyue vaguely remembered Rin-Si mentioning his grandfather was still alive. Today, I returned with the prince mainly to worship the deceased senior concubine, but we also should come to greet the elders. The prince probably hasn't seen his grandfather in a while, has he? Chu Jingyue turned to look at Rin-Si, gesturing for him to respond. Grandmother, is grandfather in good health lately? Rin-Si reluctantly cooperated, wondering what she was planning. The matriarch patted Chu Jingyue's hand, full of affection, and said, He's fine, just recently became obsessed with Buddhism. A few days ago, he went to the Buddhist temple. He went to the same one as your grandmother. Chu Jingyue already understood and gave a small smile. Ah, I see. Good girl, it's your first visit to our home. Wear this bracelet. Rujun used to beg me for it when she was unmarried. I didn't give it to her then, but today, I'll gift it to you. A careful maid brought out a fine jade bracelet, round and smooth, indeed a quality piece. Chu Jingyue put it on and waved her hand. It truly is a fine bracelet. You like it? That's great. It's late now. Both of you should go back to the palace soon to avoid worrying the Empress Dowager. The matriarch dismissed them, and Rin-Si thus escorted Chu Jingyue away. But after they left, the matriarch's expression quickly turned cold. How impolite. I originally thought, if she was good, things would be fine. But since she isn't appreciative, she deserves this calamity. The matriarch's expression abruptly shifted, glaring angrily at the door. Not showing any gratitude for receiving her favor, Chu Jingyue was really ungrateful. Don't get angry, old mistress. From appearances, she seems to have longer lifespan than the young misses in the mansion. Isn't that exactly what you and the old master want? The matriarch hearing this started laughing strangely again. Right, judging by her useless appearance, knowing this bracelet was favored by MOC's mother, she will surely wear it day and night to win his heart. Good, keep wearing it. Oh, so good. Snap. Chu Jingyue sat in the carriage and immediately broke the jade bracelet into two halves on her wrist. Rin-Si tightened his lips and asked, What do you mean? Look inside. Chu Jingyue showed Rin-Si the broken end of the bracelet, revealing a not-so-obvious pale white line pattern inside. Rin-Si carefully examined it in his hands. What's the problem? This is a means to borrow lifespan. Your several cousins' faces are turning black because of something similar. Chu Jingyue played with the remaining half of the jade bracelet and smirked. Borrowing lives together, their ambition isn't small. Rin-Si's eyes darkened instantly. Any evidence? None, only based on my word. Chu Jingyue continued without hesitation. There's a stench of decay in your grandmother's room. For aged people, lying in bed sickly for a long time emits such a smell. Rin-Si suddenly understood. You suspect the issue lies with my grandfather? It's almost certainly true. Your grandmother has the fate of being widowed, but your grandfather is still alive, along with this life-draining bracelet. It's hard for me not to suspect. Chu Jingyue neatly packed away the 2 pieces of jade bracelet. Seeing he remained silent, she glanced up. Renzi squinted, his eyes filled with caution. Pei Feng had privately investigated and found that Chu Jingyue was indeed originally a person with mental disabilities. Even on the day of her marriage for a ghost wedding, she remained incoherent, muttering nonsense. How could her insanity suddenly be cured just upon arriving at the prince's mansion? Now one strange event after another, never seen before, were happening to her. Even the involvement of the Ning and Marquis's residence was brought about by her actions. When Renzi couldn't help but suspect whether everything from the start had been a conspiracy. There is one thing I truly want to ask Miss Chu. Why are you no longer mentally impaired? When Renzi asked sharply. Chu Jingyue chuckled coldly. Is it necessary to question it? All the prince needs to remember is that I saved him. The so-called sealing array is ultimately just your word. I originally don't believe in ghosts or gods, nor do I consider all things as true only if seen with my own eyes. Now, you directly accuse the Ning and Marquis's residence. Do you have any purpose? When Renzi's voice grew colder as he spoke, almost like an interrogation. Chu Jingyue leaned back with her legs crossed, half closing her eyes and looking haughty. Prince Wenren really is very fickle-minded, moments ago promising to protect me, and now suspecting me. If you don't have anything sinister in mind, why won't you answer directly? Wenrenzi's heart was full of doubt. He was even wondering if the Chu Jingyue before him was truly Chu Jingyue. If he were a spy from an enemy country, or even a person sent by the one family's enemy, all this would make sense. Humph, Chu Jingyue scoffed, and without uttering a word, kicked Wenrenzi out of the carriage with her leg. Pei Feng, who was driving the horse, was startled. Before he could figure out what happened, he heard the calm voice of the princess consort from inside the carriage. If you don't believe in my abilities, then scram. Wenrenzi's expression darkened slightly. He forcibly pulled open the curtain and re-entered the carriage, suppressing his anger while asking furiously, do you dare to kick me? I kicked you because you didn't say you doubted my intentions when I was rescuing you. If you hadn't come today, I already had a more straightforward way to handle these matters. I'm cooperating with you merely out of respect. If the scandal involving borrowing life force to nurture poisons comes to light, even if the Ning and Marquis's residence isn't completely dismantled by me, they would still drown in public disdain. Chu Jingyue was not known for being a patient person, otherwise, she wouldn't have practiced the emotionless Tao. She had already racked her brains thinking of ways due to considering the dignity of the Ning and Marquis's residence. Yet Wenrenzi actually suspected her, so there was no way she would endure it silently. Wenrenzi opened his mouth, realizing he couldn't argue with her, and sulkily sat at the far edge of the carriage. Then explain it clearly. It can't be that you say it's borrowing life force, and it simply is. Deep down, he slightly inclined towards believing Chu Jingyue, but the person capable of such vicious deeds might possibly be his maternal grandfather. How could Wenrenzi accept that? His maternal grandfather used to be the one who doted on him most. Chapter 10. The Eight-Cornered Spirit Pavilion. Chu Jingyue persuaded Wenrenzi to trust her plan, which was to sneak him into the Earl's residence under the cover of night. It's your decision to insist on seeing this. Whatever you witness, don't scream. Chu Jingyue took out a talisman and stuck it on his back, then covered his eyes with her hand while whispering a spell under her breath. Heavenly gods and earth spirits, what is seen can be perceived, what is heard cannot be ignored. The moment Wenrenzi finished hearing the chant, he felt a wave of chilling energy surround him. When she removed her hand, he instinctively opened his eyes, startled by what appeared before him. Dark mist swirled throughout the Earl's garden. Patches of dark fog drifted lazily in some areas, and violently crashed around in others. Wenrenzi furrowed his brow. Was it an illusion? Hiss! A pain emanated from his waist, prompting him to turn his head toward the source of trouble, just as that person withdrew their hand, as if nothing had happened. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly and said, all illusions can be broken once one feels sufficient pain. If you still don't trust what you're seeing, why not cut yourself? Your Highness, what do you see? Pei Feng squatted on the roof nearby, but the Earl's mansion looked no different to him than usual. Before Wenrenzi could ask him, those patches of chaotic black mist already rushed towards them. Be careful. Wenrenzi reached out to grab Pei Feng, but the cluster dissipated halfway. Pei Feng touched his head and glanced around curiously. Be careful of what? Wenrenzi turned to Chu Jingyue again. This time his eyes carried a hint of trust. What are these? They were all people when they were alive. Chu Jingyue counted the patches of black mist in the courtyard. Altogether there were roughly 20 to 30. According to what you've said, shouldn't they enter reincarnation? Why are they gathered here? Could it be? Wenrenzi instantly remembered the words Chu Jingyue told him earlier in the day. Could it be that these people are also trapped like his mother consort? Then could he also see his mother? A flicker of light shone in Wenrenzi's eyes, and Chu Jingyue made a tisk sound. What are you thinking about? Even if you manage to see, all you'll see is a clump of black gas. Yin and Yang separate. Humans cannot see souls. It will only appear in another form. A hint of disappointment flashed in Wenrenzi's eyes. Though Grand Dame treated him like her own son, he still wanted to meet the woman who brought him into this world. These mists won't dissipate because they bear resentment. They died filled with hatred, resenting lifelong suffering and cruel torture. Their souls couldn't leave and thus bore more resentment. That eight-cornered pavilion serves to suppress their spirit's resentment, trapping them here. In a flash, Chu Jingyue leapt into the mist. Seeing this, Wenrenzi immediately followed, asking Pei Feng to stay on the roof to keep watch. What are you going to do? Wenrenzi followed closely behind, and the black mist enveloped him. He felt unbearably cold all over. Seeing him uncontrollably shaking, Chu Jingyue bit her fingertip and pressed a blood seal onto his forehead. I let you see, but I didn't tell you to follow. I've temporarily granted you the ability to see the netherworld, but due to the sealed chi array, you've lost most of your yang energy. You can't endure passing ghosts. Chu Jingyue sucked the blood dripping from her finger. She would never have used her own blood if not for the circumstances. Wen Rinci turned away slightly uncomfortably and said, "Thank you. You thanking me lessens my suspicion of you." Chu Jingyue's words made him feel even more apologetic. Before Wen Rinci could say anything more, her hand covered his mouth in the next second. "Don't disturb me. I'm listening to their pleas." Chu Jingyue closed her eyes and tilted her ear as if trying to listen intently. Wen Rinci lowered his gaze and could still feel the friction of the fine calluses on her palm against his lips. Among the noble women of the capital city, you'd be hard-pressed to find a second pair of hands like hers. I've heard clearly. They told me to leave. Chu Jingyue opened her eyes, a little helplessly. She'd been cursed by the ghosts. If these were any other kind of ghosts, Chu Jingyue would have sent them directly to the afterlife with a bolt of thunder fire long ago. But the vengeful spirits before her now. It's fine, she thought. Let them curse. Sighing, Chu Jingyue pulled the person beside her and left. Wen Rinci quietly asked, "Are we really leaving? Exorcising them right now wouldn't work. I saw signs of a bone ghost taking shape during the day, and at this moment, the bone ghost is not here." Wen Rinci wanted to ask what a bone ghost was, but once again, he forgot to ask. "Oh no, hurry. There's something wrong with old master. Quickly go and notify the matron and the earl." Someone hurriedly shouted outside the main hall of the earl's mansion. Upon hearing this, Wen Rinci's expression turned grim, ready to go and investigate. But Chu Jingyue forcefully pressed him into a hidden corner and whispered, "Do you intend to inform everyone that the illustrious Prince Qi snuck into the earl's mansion under the cover of darkness? My grandfather. If you reveal yourself at this moment, then there are some things I must deal with immediately." Chu Jingyue raised her head, and the calm in her eyes alleviated Wen Rinci's anxiety. After a moment's deep contemplation, Wen Rinci asked seriously, "What should we do now?" "Wait." Shadows danced across the earl's mansion as servants and maids bustled back and forth in urgent haste. In a secluded corner of the garden, the two huddled close together. Chu Jingyue, completely focused, didn't notice anything unusual. Wen Rinci's mind, however, couldn't help but wander uncontrollably. From Chu Jingyue's background to the many recent events in the mansion, and to her as a person. She shone with an otherworldly cold brilliance, yet sometimes exuded an aura of killing intent. "Shouldn't you have many ways to deal with these problems?" Wen Rinci asked in a low voice. Chu Jingyue's gaze fell straight on his heart area, and she couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. "Of course, but only because of you am I so careful about everything." If not occupied, Wen Rinci often lingered in the mansion. The longer she was near her life treasure, the more spiritual energy she could absorb. If the Yungu incident truly involved her life treasure, then the one controlling it must be adept at Taoist magic, making them hard to handle. She could only use Wen Rinci's internal life treasure to replenish her spiritual energy. If something happened in the Earl's estate, it would be hard for Prince Qi's mansion to remain unaffected. To avoid complications, she'd deal with any trouble regardless of inconvenience. Wen Rinci's face suddenly turned red, and his hands that had been resting on her shoulders abruptly let go, unsure where to place them. They had known each other for only a few days, yet Chu Jingyue already seemed to care so much about him. You. Wen Rinci pursed his lips, unsure how to ask, thinking that if the feelings were clearly expressed, wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Chu Jingyue noticed the yard growing quieter and immediately stopped her action before heading outside. "Let's check on your grandfather." Wen Rinci followed behind, still seemingly blushing, looking at her with some awkwardness. Pei Feng, who had been keeping watch on the roof all along, was utterly shocked by the expression on his prince's face. Heaven, did Princess Consort just hit the prince? He looked as if he'd been struck dumb. Throughout the journey, Wen Rinci's mind didn't rest once until he reached the quietened courtyard at the back. He found his grandfather lying on the sickbed, his complexion ashen, bruised all over, with eerie finger-shaped marks around his neck. These finger marks, long and thin with puncture wounds, indicating that the attacker had 5 broken fingers with immense force. Wen Rinci lowered his head to look at his own hands. Could he have done this with only 2 or 3 fingers on each hand? A bone ghost seeking revenge, and a very resentful one at that. Its strength surpasses a normal human since it is halfway into becoming a ghost. It would be sent off to the underworld as a spirit enforcer. Chu Jingyue confirmed her previous thoughts with just a glance. Indeed, the vanished bone ghost had gone to seek revenge. What she hadn't anticipated was that its target would be Wen Rinci's grandfather. Could the 8-cornered pavilion restraining resentment have anything to do with the borrowed years as well? Chapter 11. His death, their lives. Chu Jingyue temporarily left the Earl's residence that night. The vengeful ghosts were too attached to their grudges. Unless she helped them get rid of these attachments, she could not guide them into willing reincarnation. Otherwise, she would have to shatter their souls, but doing so might stain her with karmic retribution. Although she cultivated the path of indifference and showed no mercy in killing humans or ghosts, she knew people weren't all good, and ghosts weren't all evil. She needed to find the missing bone ghost first. Since it hadn't avenged itself yet, it would certainly return to the Earl's residence. The next morning, someone from the Earl's residence came to invite Wen Rinci over first. Chu Jingyue was just worried about not having a reason to go over there, so she immediately followed with her Qiqian bag. Upon entering the Earl's residence, they could see several coffins placed in the courtyard. Wenren frowned. What happened? Why are there so many coffins? The steward of the Earl's house respectfully explained. His Highness may not know, but last night, several young ladies in the house suddenly felt unwell, and it seemed as if they wouldn't make it. Thus, the lady of the house asked you to come over because such a major event in the family should be reported to His Highness. Wenren quietly asked with cold eyes. How did this happen? The severely injured one was his maternal grandfather, so why were his cousins on the verge of death? Chu Jingyue didn't speak, but tapped her own bracelet on her wrist. Wenren found it hard to accept it. Even though he had witnessed strange occurrences the previous night, he still couldn't believe that his maternal grandfather would actually be related to the longevity bracelet Chu Jingyue mentioned. Where are the cousins? Chu Jingyue asked. There wasn't time to worry about what happened to the old master. She needed to see if these young ladies could be saved. They are all in the ladies' courtyard for the imperial doctors to check together, the steward said while leading the way understandingly. Chu Jingyue glanced more at the pavilion in the garden as she passed by and looked grave. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard of the countess, where several young women were housed in one room, and the imperial doctor was inside exclaiming in alarm. You can leave, Chu Jingyue said coldly upon entering. The imperial doctor's eyes bulged larger than night pearls. He was about to ask who this impolite person was when Shichuan, the maid, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Your Excellency, my prince consort wants to ask you some questions regarding the young misses. Upon hearing that Wenren had arrived, the imperial doctor paid no attention to Chu Jingyue's rudeness and quickly left carrying his medical case. Lady consort, even though your status is now esteemed, you should still maintain politeness in dealing with others, Shichuan said somewhat discontentedly, thinking the consort's behavior was only inviting trouble for the prince's household. Chu Jingyue glanced at her. You should leave as well. Shichuan opened her mouth to argue, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. After all, Chu Jingyue was the savior of the prince. It was best to tolerate her. Chu Jingyue understood little of human relations. In her world, there were only a few things: cultivating the Tao, seeking her true self, and admiring handsome men and beautiful women. She never engaged in unnecessary actions. Chu Jingyue approached the bedside, where each of the young women wore a longevity bracelet, and all had sickly yellowish faces. To further confirm, she raised her hand and pulled down the collar of the girl in front of her, yet before she could take a closer look, a loud scream behind her made her frown. Who are you to dare act so brazenly? Chu Jingyue turned around and remembered seeing this person before. You are the lady-in-waiting beside the countess. How is your young miss? The maid paused briefly, perhaps awed by Chu Jingyue's calm demeanor, and almost instinctively replied, My young miss has no problem. She just complained of a headache early this morning. Chu Jingyue understood clearly as she reached out one by one to remove the bracelets from the girl's wrists. Fortunately, there was still a bit of vital energy in the bracelets, so these young women could be saved. Chu Jingyue turned to the maid and said, There should also be such a bracelet on your young miss's hand, right? Bring it over. The maid hesitated, suddenly becoming furious. How dare these illegitimate daughters wear the same bracelet as the young miss? Go fetch the bracelet. Chu Jingyue glanced at her coldly. Was now really the time to argue over what rank deserved what jewelry? This maid truly appeared not very smart. Do you know why the lady consort needs the bracelet? If we are taking something from the young miss, there must be a valid reason. The maid stood firm, unwilling to move. Even Prince Consort Qi had to be polite when visiting the Earl's house. So what could Lady Consort Qi do? Chu Jingyue lost her patience. Just as her expression darkened, a voice from outside the room called out. If Lady Consort asks you to go, you should go. If the Countess asks why, tell her that I allowed it. As soon as Wenren spoke, the maid, despite her reluctance, turned and left. Chu Jingyue turned back expressionlessly, pulled out several new talismans from her Qiqian bag, sat at the table, and started drawing talismans with her brush. Wenren wisely stayed silent upon entering until she finished painting the talismans and affixed them on the foreheads of the young women, after which he finally asked, What does this mean? This talisman stabilizes their souls. Their lifespans have been taken, leaving their souls in a semi-detached state. The talisman can prevent ghost officers from taking them away. However, if we cannot retrieve their lifespans within 3 days, they will still die. Chu Jingyue raised her hand and shattered all the jade bracelets, using a small amount of vital energy to protect their souls and help them return to their bodies. Wenren turned his head away from his cousins lying on the bed and continued asking, How do we retrieve it? There is only one way. Chu Jingyue looked up at him after she spoke. Kill the person who stole their lifespans. When he dies, they will live. Before she finished speaking, another voice came from outside the door. Would you dare? This time, it was the old lady who rushed in. With an ugly look on her face, she glared at Chu Jingyue. You audacious witch, how dare you deceive my grandson like this? Chu Jingyue calmly looked at her and asked peacefully, What did I deceive him about? The old lady couldn't answer, instantly realizing that Chu Jingyue was leading her into a trap. She coldly snorted, You're inciting my grandson to kill someone. These children are obviously sick, and you're spouting nonsense about their souls being stolen. How could someone like you deserve to be the princess consort of Qi? Did you come rushing here because you knew the jade bracelets were broken? Chu Jingyue's calm demeanor threw the old lady off balance. Especially those eyes of hers, as if they saw through everything, which made the old lady fear greatly. But the old lady had lived for several decades and still pretended to be angry. She said, "What jade bracelet breaking? You're talking nonsense. Everyone says the second Miss Chu is crazy, and today it's proven true." After finishing her words, she grabbed Wenren's sleeve, expressing both worry and sternness. "Such a person must not stay by your side. She disgraces the name of Princess Consort of Qi." Chu Jingyue withdrew her gaze, still clutching the shattered jade bracelet in her hand. Wenren never trusted her. If he hesitated now, perhaps knocking him out would be simpler? Pei Feng was outside and should be able to provide backup. Chu Jingyue had already planned her next move, but what she heard next surprised her. "Grandmother, I personally witnessed grandfather's condition last night. Whether it's true or false, let me go and see him. One look will confirm everything." Chapter 12. Farewell to the maternal grandfather. Wenren's words shocked the old madam thoroughly. Last night, he actually dared to enter the earl's mansion. After some deliberation, she could only put on a sorrowful expression and shout outwardly. "Someone, His Royal Highness Qi Wang is still recovering from severe injuries and has become delirious. Send him back to Qi Mansion." Chu Jingyue let out a cold laugh, her hand already gripping the Wei Ji sword. "Maternal grandmother, I will ask you this. Do you truly intend to sacrifice the younger members of our family for the sake of grandfather?" Wenren's eyes were filled with extremely complex emotions. It was evident that he still couldn't fully believe what his maternal grandparents had done, yet he was crystal clear about the present situation. Disappointment and incredulity shone through his demeanor. The old madam wanted to remain stubborn, but Chu Jingyue placed the Wei Ji sword on the table indifferently and said, "There's no need to pretend anymore. If I can bring back a person whom everyone in the outside world thinks is dead, namely Qi Wang, then surely you should understand my capabilities. The ins and outs of your estate, I comprehend them all." She originally didn't wish to engage in idle chatter, yet seeing Wenren's dispirited countenance made her unwilling to be overly stringent. The old madam remained silent, especially when Lord Bo and Lady Bo arrived. After hearing their previous dialogue, they too looked at her with disbelief-filled eyes. "Mother, isn't Tanger your own granddaughter? How can you do such a thing?" Zhua Shi, driven by maternal love, initially upon hearing the maid's report that Chu Jingyue insisted on having Tanger's bracelet, planned to confront her due to dissatisfaction and even invited Lord Bo over. But unexpectedly, as soon as the couple arrived, they heard something about seizing longevity. At this point, the old madam stopped pretending completely and arrogantly proclaimed as an elder, "You ungrateful wretches, what do you know? Those few useless daughters, what harm would it do if they die to extend the life of your father?" Lord Bo froze completely, stepping forward while murmuring, "Mother, aren't they all close kin of yours? It's fine, I'll just remove Tanger's bracelet. Anyway, they don't belong to your main household anyway. Are you saying that you'd prefer to watch your father die because of a few concubine-born daughters?" With a tyrannical air, the old madam continued speaking, leaving both Lord Bo and Lady Bo speechless. Indeed, they were unable to say anything that would consign old Lord Bo to death. But though they couldn't find the words, someone else could. Their lives are also valuable. Since uncle and aunt cannot bring themselves to be cruel and play the villain, then I will. Wenren spoke heavily, closing his eyes tightly. Chu Jingyue observed him, listening further as he said, "I will personally send maternal grandfather off." "You dare?" The old madam's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "He is your biological maternal grandfather. Didn't he often hold you as a child? Isn't the one who loves you most dearly none other than him?" Wenren opened his eyes resolutely. How innocent are these cousins? They are all young maidens awaiting marriage. They should enjoy the best years of their lives. "CC, Prince Qi, why should you care so much about the lives of these concubine-born girls? If you desire more cousins-in-law, you can have countless more later. With this secret art, the earldom shall forever firmly root itself in the capital." The old madam wished to persuade Wenren again, saying, "If you really do not want to hurt your family, then never mind. Now, jade bracelets are ready to be sold publicly, sold at low prices to those greedy commoners. You should be able to accept that, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Jingyue once again gripped the Wei Ji sword without showing any emotion. This time, Wenren was utterly disappointed. Wenren family has fought through multiple generations. Does maternal grandmother not know for what purpose? A poor person's life is just as precious. Wenren sighed deeply, his eyes revealing decisiveness and cold severity. "Somebody come." The old madam completely panicked, frantically pulling Wenren's arm and refused to let go. "No. If you murder your kin, won't you fear retribution?" Chu Jingyue could bear it no longer. Picking up the Wei Ji sword and rising, "I'll go." The matter of extending lifespan isn't simply accomplished by plunging a knife in lightly. Seeing Chu Jingyue heading towards the door, the old madam screamed like a madwoman. Wenren showed no reaction, merely ordered, "Pei Feng, gather all the servants in the earl's mansion into the front hall. Upon hearing any sound, they must neither inquire nor discuss." Obeying the command, Pei Feng departed. Still, the old madam cursed incessantly, as if insane. "Escort madam below, take good care of her, and ensure that she does not enter the rear courtyard." Wenren issued 2 orders in succession. Lord Bo wore a troubled expression and asked, "Prince Qi, what?" Wenren cut him off. "Uncle, protecting the citizens of Dongxing country is my bottom line. The people I defend alongside soldiers with bloodshed certainly cannot be treated disdainfully. Should anyone consider human lives as worthless grass, then even if there is retribution, I must destroy my relatives for the sake of justice." His attitude was unwavering, and Lord Bo and Lady Bo ceased talking any further. The residence where the old master lived was quite a distance from Lady Taifu's quarters. Having caught up quickly with Chu Jingyue, who had not yet reached her destination, Wen Rinci contemplated deeply before finally stating, I wish to bid farewell to maternal grandfather. An insane person like that might not allow us to say many tender words. Chu Jingyue did not voice her disagreement, implying consent. The two arrived at the old master's place. By this time, the hidden guards from Qi Wangfu had secured the area, and not a single servant was present. The elderly man on the bed was still lying down, his body covered in wounds, though he was no longer in a near-death state. Seeing Wen Rinci come in, he forced a kind smile. See has come. Your maternal grandfather isn't feeling well, yet you still care about me despite my ailments. Chu Jingyue naturally sat beside them and poured herself a cup of tea as she observed what should have been a warm scene. Maternal grandfather, do you know about the longevity bracelets? Wen Rinci bluntly asked, and the old master fell silent. After a long pause, he let out a gentle sigh. Your maternal grandmother just said that the bracelet broke. I thought it was an accident, but it seems you've uncovered the truth. Wen Rinci clenched his fists tightly, deep feelings of helplessness rising in his eyes. Why? See, your maternal grandfather doesn't want to die. I really don't want to die. Ning'an Viscount's mansion used to be insignificant in the capital. The imperial clansmen looked down on us. Ministers didn't consider us worthy. Not until your mother married into Qi Wang's mansion did our fortunes improve, but soon after she passed away. Speaking of his daughter, the old master still had some nostalgia in his eyes. She had been his proudest child. Now your mother's blessings shield us. Look, even you came back from the dead. From here on out, Viscount's mansion will get better. Qi Wangfu will thrive too. How could I bear to leave such good times behind? 2 years ago, the imperial physician said I wouldn't last more than a month, so I decided to live longer to show them all. There was excitement in the old master's eyes, while Wen Rinci's voice turned hoarse as he questioned, do you not value the lives of those younger members at all? Humph, why should we care about the lives of a group of women? In the end, they'll just marry and belong to other families. They're not part of our clan. Wen Rinci took a deep breath, lifted his robe hem, and slowly knelt down. Today, I bid farewell to my maternal grandfather here. I will look after our clan. Please rest easy. Only then did the old master realize something was wrong, struggling to sit up with difficulty, panic gripping him as he clutched the curtain and shouted, See, what are you planning to do? Someone help. Come quick. Don't bother shouting. He won't do anything to you. Chu Jingyue stood up calmly, her hand already holding talismans. She stared peacefully at the old master and continued, It is I who will send you on your way. Chapter 13, The Soul-Nourishing Technique. As Chu Jingyue's talisman flew in front of the old master, she made a hand sign and suddenly asked, Who set up the Kung Aoen Jun, confined soul array? I'll tell you anything if you let me go. The old master was frightened. He could feel the talisman sucking his life force. Chu Jingyue's eyes darkened slightly as she calmly said, Then there's no need to talk. The Taoist seal in her hand had already formed, the talisman shimmering with golden light. The old master visibly aged before everyone's eyes, gradually becoming as withered as a dry tree. No, don't. That's my lifespan mine. The old master died full of resentment and anger, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. Wen Rinci knelt upright, torn between reluctance and determination in his eyes, until the moment the old master breathed his last. Only then did he heavily bow his head. The room fell eerily silent. Wen Rinci refused to get up, and Chu Jingyue didn't call him either. She merely said, If you want to say anything now, you can still speak. I can hear you. After saying this, she turned around and walked out. Wen Rinci slowly straightened his body, his eyes red and wet, restrained yet resolute. Grandfather, I've always remembered how, when I was a child, you would hold me in your arms and smile, while telling me that when I grow up, I must protect our homeland like my parents. I've never forgotten those words. Chu Jingyue stood by the door holding the Weiji sword. Pei Feng hurried over and anxiously looked inside. Mistress, is His Highness all right? He's fine. He's just crying. Pei Feng was startled. The prince was actually crying? He hadn't cried, even when he was nearly dead himself. I am not. Shortly after, Wen Rinci walked out with the same cold face as usual. Pei Feng indeed couldn't see any signs of tears, but his gaze cautiously scanned him anyway. Chu Jingyue took a step forward and said faintly, He has. Wen Rinci frowned and decided not to bicker with her anymore, so he simply remained silent. Go help your mother. There are more physically demanding tasks tonight, so I need to take advantage of the time I have. Chu Jingyue walked quickly, her expression calm as ever. Wen Rinci was inwardly shocked. Had she really remembered everything about his mother? He pressed his lips together and whispered, She's also your mother, at least for now. Chu Jingyue ignored him and hurried towards the small courtyard, where the air remained thick with aroma. We need to bring out your mother's human soul first, then find her celestial and terrestrial souls. Only when all three souls are combined can she be properly sent to rest. Chu Jingyue pulled out a seemingly ordinary little ceramic jar. Pei Feng commented quietly from the side. Isn't this jar too small and shabby? Our late grand consort deserved something better. A gold or silver urn, at least. And what would you suggest? Chu Jingyue raised her hand, causing Pei Feng to nervously step back. You deal with it, Your Excellency. The consequence of Pei Feng's chattering was both he and the prince being expelled from the yard. Wen Rinci gave Pei Feng a cold glance, clearly frustrated. Inside the room, Chu Jingyue placed the small porcelain jar in front of the spirit tablet and folded her hands to make the necessary hand signs. Purple micro-yellow book, named Taixian. Borrow moonlight water to nurture the soul. Collect. The lid of the small jar rattled twice as Chu Jingyue finished the ritual. She swept her long sleeves, knocking down the loxol lamps placed at the four corners of the room, scattering oil everywhere, which quickly ignited the small house. She walked to the entrance of the courtyard, leaving behind roaring flames, lighting up the sky. I'll return home first. I'll come back later to handle the bone ghost and wrongful spirits affairs. Oh, and place your grandfather in the coffin, carrying it to the eight-corner pavilion to wait for me. Chu Jingyue yawned. Her current body wasn't as resilient as her previous one for cultivating Taoism, so these small spells had left her somewhat drained. Right now, she wanted to lean on one Rinci to rest, but she guessed he needed to stay behind to tidy up the aftermath. Thus, Chu Jingyue returned home alone. Pei Feng, escort the princess back. Upon returning home, Chu Jingyue settled the soul jar safely and slept deeply for the afternoon before heading again to the count's residence with Pei Feng. By the time they arrived, the count's residence was already draped in white silk. Several girls who were critically injured the previous night had awakened. Because the old master returned home severely injured the previous night, no one in the household doubted his sudden death at home. They announced it as an accidental fire, completely hiding the matter of the longevity bracelet without letting a word leak out. A 7-day vigil was held, and many families in the capital who wished to maintain ties with the count's residence and Prince Chi's mansion came one after another to offer condolences. They were unaware that the coffin displayed in the front hall was empty. Chu Jingyue sat in the eight-corner pavilion gazing at the sky. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Wen Rinci walking over. She stood up and said, "Tell the hidden guards to guard this area tonight. I don't want to be disturbed. Moreover, it's not good for too many people to encounter ghostly figures, so you'd best not stick around either." "I want to watch," Wen Rinci stated firmly with deep-set eyes. Chu Jingyue arched an eyebrow and laughed coldly. "Still don't trust me? Well, if you insist, go ahead and look." She gently placed her hand over Wen Rinci's heart, sensing the power from his life treasure, preparing fully just in case. But Wen Rinci misunderstood and tightly grabbed her hand. "The coffin is right next to us." He gritted his teeth as he spoke. What was this woman thinking? To do such a thing at this moment? Chu Jingyue didn't grasp the meaning behind his words, only dismissing it with a cold sneer. "Am I supposed to be afraid that he'll jump out and hit me?" "You." Wen Rinci attempted to pull her away. Even if her abilities were great, he couldn't allow her to play around or humiliate him like this. "Don't go too far." Forced to separate from her life treasure, Chu Jingyue's eyes flickered with displeasure. In the blink of an eye, she pulled out a talisman and slapped it onto his body, leaving Wen Rinci completely unable to move. With the Earl's residence's affairs not yet resolved, are you already turning against me? Chu Jingyue had no idea what he was upset about. Even if Wen Rinci didn't know about her touching his life treasure, it was just a touch, certainly not like she cut a piece of his flesh off. What was there to get so angry about? The Earl's residence is in mourning, and here you are committing such extreme actions. How dare you accuse me of being hostile? Wen Rinci seethed inside. If he could move, he would definitely argue with her properly. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her eyebrows. Extreme action? What did he mean? She intended to inquire further, but the sky had already turned pitch black, with only faint moonlight lingering behind clouds. A ghostly wind rose all around them, icy and chilling, causing the hidden guard stationed nearby to shiver uncontrollably. Strange, how could summer nights become so freezing? Chu Jingyue, sensing the heavy energy gathering around her, calculated quickly on her fingers. While doing so, she tore the paralysis talisman off casually, muttering to herself, counting and counting. I forgot to calculate the celestial patterns. Whoosh, whoosh. Rapid sounds pierced through the air as dark chi burst forth, colliding outside the coffin before floating in the air. It was the dark essence belonging to the old master. Chu Jingyue wielded the Weiji sword and leapt gracefully out of the eight-corner pavilion, landing stably atop the coffin. Wen Rinci watched, his veins throbbing slightly. Although his grandfather's deeds were wrong, since he was already dead, why must his corpse be treated like this? You get down. Move aside. Wen Rinci had barely finished half of his sentence when a sharp, icy voice cut him off. And this voice came from directly behind his ear, yet it wasn't directed at him. Wen Rinci looked over at Pei Feng nearby, noticing the sheer terror and disbelief in his eyes. He understood then. The thing behind them must be what Chu Jingyue called the bone ghost. Suddenly feeling something placed on his shoulder, Wen Rinci's gaze dropped to see 3 sections of ghastly white bone. All blood relatives of the Zhong family must die. Chapter 14. Decree to the Divine and Ghosts. The bone ghost appeared, one hand gripping Wen Ren's shoulder, while the other was prepared to pierce his heart. However, before that hand touched his back, a flash of golden light surrounded Wen Ren, throwing the bone ghost away. My belongings are best left untouched. Chu Jingyue activated his destiny treasure to protect Wen Ren. He himself wasn't quite sure what happened, only that he felt very uncomfortable, as if someone had gripped his heart. I will kill him. Let me kill him. If he dies, the Zhong family will lose their protection, and my sisters can finally be free. I want to see with my own eyes all members of the Zhong family die a terrible death. The bone ghost shouted loudly, her voice sinister and hollow. Chu Jingyue helplessly stepped forward, shielding Wen Ren behind him, saying, For every crime there is an origin, and for every debt a debtor. The person who harmed you has already met their end. If you intend to harm the innocent, no matter how pitiful your deaths were, I fear I cannot show mercy. Do you know anything? Even if others don't know the old scoundrel's ambitions, yet who in the entire mansion doesn't know of his misdeeds? the bone ghost said with deep resentment, recounting her and her sister's ordeals. They were originally maidservants in the Earl's mansion, but they were mysteriously locked up in the firewood storehouse. They pierced our pectoral bones with iron hooks, broke our fingers one by one. Some of us had our tongues cut, others had their eyes gouged out. Day after day, we suffered in darkness, not even knowing what mistakes we made. The bone ghost had the most injuries, whip marks that went down to the bone, unnatural fractures on her neck, broken arms, severed fingers. This was why Chu Jingyue didn't want to solve them simply and cleanly. These women were all pitiable in life. Is there anyone in the Zhong family who didn't know about our tortures? But who saved us? We did nothing wrong at all. He carries the same aura that trapped us sisters. It was he who caused our suffering. The bone ghost's choked voice became increasingly sorrowful, and the black mist resonated, producing heartbreaking cries in the air, both shocking and pitiable. I can help you. If you stop now, on the bridge of regret, there will certainly be a place for your souls. You have become a bone ghost, half entering the ghost path, capable of becoming a regional ghost official in the lower reaches of Jiuyu. As for your sisters, I will find their remains and properly bury them, personally set up a ceremony to save their souls. The causes and effects will reach the ears of heaven and fall into Jiuyu. How does that sound? Chu Jingyue softened her tone. Indeed, the grievances within the octagonal pavilion were related to her destiny treasure. Though it might be troublesome, it could provide a better outcome for these young ladies. Ultimately, it was the destiny treasure that brought them to such a plight, so she also considered it part of her cause and effect journey. The bone ghost was silent for a long time before speaking. How am I to trust you? I have more direct ways to make you disappear, stopping further calamity upon the human world. Chu Jingyue lifted the Wei Ji sword in front of the bone ghost. The Wei Ji sword had helped her cut countless ghosts and demons, the blade now filled with cold, killing intent that the bone ghosts could feel. The bone ghost looked back at the swirling dark mists, ultimately lowering her hands unwillingly. Accept. Chu Jingyue sheathed the Wei Ji sword. The bone ghost then asked, can you really find their bodies? There's no need for probing. Chu's finger flicked slightly as she pointed below the pavilion. Aren't they right here? The bone ghost finally believed her completely, sitting beside the pavilion and forcing out a tragic smile. In the first place, I wasn't meant to become a ghost. It was my sisters who channeled all their resentment into my corpse, allowing me the opportunity to seek revenge. Alas, though I could leave the Earl's mansion, they couldn't, and I originally planned to kill everyone in the Zhong family so that the sisters could stay here undisturbed. After hearing this, Chu Jingyue asked solemnly, isn't there something else buried beneath the octagonal pavilion? The bone ghost looked at her with confusion. What do you mean? Chu closed her lips momentarily before shaking her head. Never mind. In any case, tomorrow's revelations will clarify everything. At this hour, I shall send you away. The bone ghost stood up and dragged her severely injured corpse down onto her knees. Chu Jingyue said nothing, lifting her hand and starting an array, pinching seals with her fingers. Great Lord issues the decree, liberating your solitary soul, reaching down to Jiuyu. All 4 lives benefit. Whether died openly or secretly, grievances and wrongful deaths, creditors and grudges, children seeking revenge. This was the unique Buddhist chant to deliver the dead, equivalent to notifying divine and earthly spirits, stating the cause and effect. After a long while, the bone ghost gradually disappeared like mist before everyone's eyes, revealing her faintly content smile just before fading. The mass of dark mists concealed themselves, awaiting Chu Jingyue's deliverance. The chilling and oppressive sensation inside and outside the 8-cornered pavilion instantly vanished, and Pei Feng watching from afar, eyes wide open with amazement. It was truly unbelievable. Come here. Chu Jingyue's body suddenly softened. She barely managed to keep herself upright by clutching the sword. Requesting divine intervention with mere mortal means ultimately consumed much blood and chi. She was finding it hard to hold on. Moreover, today being an overcast day only increased the difficulty of suppressing the vengeful spirits, leaving her exhausted and overwhelmed. It was unfortunate that when Rin had refused to cooperate earlier, otherwise, Chu Jingyue wouldn't be in such a disheveled state now. When Rin quickly stepped forward to support her, furrowing his brows and asking, what happened? Isn't it because of you? Chu Jingyue, upon seeing him come over, didn't hesitate before pulling him to her front and leaning into his embrace. Absorbing the heavenly essence from her destiny treasure, Chu Jingyue finally felt somewhat better. On the contrary, when Rin stood with his arms wide open, his face grim as he tried hard to suppress his anger. Is this really the time for hugging and cuddling? Your Highness, Her Highness must be tired. Pei Feng interjected on the side, as the prince's expression looked far from friendly. Though dissatisfied, when Rin didn't push her away, letting her rest in his embrace while closing his eyes, lost in thought. How do we handle the coffin of my maternal grandfather? When Rin turned his head and asked, Chu Jingyue, after calming herself, replied, send it to the front hall. If it's time to mourn, then mourn. If it's time to bury, then bury. Send someone today to excavate the octagonal pavilion, making sure they are cautious so as not to damage the remains of those women. It would be best to start the work at night, preventing the positive energy from burning their souls. Anything else? Feeling the warm breath coming from her chest, when Rin was slightly flustered, Chu Jingyue pulled him to sit by the pavilion, closing her eyes to rest, and added, bury them and have the Zhong family burn paper money for them. And remind them, before they burn any offerings to your grandfather, they must first burn them for these women. Even though I will help these women transcend, they are different from ordinary people who have passed. They carry profound resentment, even in their next life. Their hatred remains. If the Zong family doesn't personally resolve their resentment, the Zongs will continue to be haunted. One Run, feeling her steady breathing against his chest, helplessly agreed. I'll send her off to rest first. You take the shadow guards to dig up the pavilion, and bring all the coffins displayed during the day in the Earl's mansion. Place them temporarily in the back courtyard, and find a place with good feng shui for their burial. One Rin spoke methodically, and Pei Feng immediately prepared to gather tools for dismantling the pavilion and digging up the bodies. However, when One Run carried Chu Jingyue to the side room in the backyard, he unexpectedly encountered Zong Jitan, who seemed suspiciously up to something. Zong Jitan was nervously hiding something while glaring shockingly at One Run. Brother-in-law, grandfather just passed away. How could you behave so intimately in my home? If this news gets out, what would become of the reputation of Prince Chi's mansion? Chapter 15, Remember to Pay. Zong Jitan was going mad with jealousy in her heart. Her cousin, such a filial and respectful person, had been so intimate with Chu Jingyue in the front courtyard while still mourning, which was utterly unacceptable. You won't tell, and no one else will know. When Rin Si said indifferently, as if remembering something, he took 2 steps forward before stopping, saying, Please ask uncle and aunt to bring the elders of the Zong family here. I have something important to announce. In one night's time, when Rin Si had arranged everything perfectly, the bodies of those women were all dug up and buried at night in a mountain with excellent feng shui. He also ordered that a separate shrine be built for them in the Zong family, where Zong family members would honor their spirits by burning incense. Initially, the Zong family did not want to do these things, but when Rin Si didn't say much, he simply mentioned that if the Zong family did not do this, the Qi Wangfu, Qi royal family, would sever ties with them. To gain protection from the Qi Wangfu, the people of the Zong family complied. How unnecessary. Why go through so much trouble just for a few servants? Aren't we the living more powerful than they are as dead? Zong Jitan pouted discontentedly, then added angrily. It must be because of Chu Jingyue's influence whispering sweet words to you. Since you know, take advantage of the time when Prince Qi stays more in the Marquis house and make efforts to get closer to him. Zhuoshi massaged her temples, clearly bothered. Currently, Prince Qi held evidence against her father-in-law borrowing years from others for longevity. If he decided to turn his back, it would mean ruin for the Marquis household. Only by quickly tying her daughter to the Qi Wangfu could she feel secure. Looking at her own daughter, she hoped her daughter wouldn't let her down. When Rin Si finished handling all these matters right before dawn, he wasn't fully reassured about Chu Jingyue and quietly went back to check on her. Chu Jingyue frowned deeply, sleeping restlessly. Worried that something might happen, he instinctively reached out to touch her forehead to check. However, his collar was tightly gripped, pulling him abruptly. When Rin Si leaned halfway over the bed beside her, dissatisfied, Chu Jingyue pulled harder again. Let go, holding himself up with one hand. When Rin Si attempted to pry her hands loose. But upon seeing her relaxed expression when nearing him, he felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Instead of pulling away, he embraced her with one arm and lay down beside her. The spiritual essence of life made Chu Jingyue immediately feel at peace and fell into deep sleep once more. When Rin Si looked down at the quiet figure lying in his arms, his ears flushing red repeatedly. When Chu Jingyue woke up the next day, she found herself gazing at the man's sturdy chest. She instinctively kicked him off the bed. One Rin Si, who had just nodded off after being awake all night, opened his eyes dazedly sitting on the floor, glaring at the person on the bed with coldness in her face. It was your insistence that demanded I stay last night and accompany you. Rising while suppressing his anger, One Rin Si almost spent the whole night without sleep. Is that so? Chu Jingyue tilted her lips slightly, never realizing she could still unconsciously attract his attention during deep sleep. However, it was thanks to his presence last night that she had recovered so quickly today. What do you mean by, is that so? Seeing her usual icy demeanor, One Rin Si's respect suppressed his boiling rage. Thank you. Chu Jingyue got up and quickly combed her hair. She tied it into a high bun, neat and simple. One Rin Si initially wanted to continue resting, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He sat there glumly, his eyes filled with resentment and anger toward her. Chu Jingyue turned around and asked, Is there anything left unattended to? Nothing except your rites of exorcism. Taking a deep breath, When Rin Si continued to hold his anger down. Chu Jingyue didn't seem to care. She merely nodded and said, All right, I'll leave for it soon. Isn't there something you should say to me? He had stayed up all night for her, yet she seemed unwilling to speak even a word. After deep contemplation, Chu Jingyue finally lifted her hand and gestured, calculating. For breaking the bracelet used in borrowing life energy, 500 taels. For nurturing your mother's soul, temporarily set it at 1,000 taels. To calm the deceased spirits and ease their grievances, 3,000 taels. Will the prince pay, or shall I seek the Zong family for this? Clutching his teeth, When Rin Si felt as though he would explode. Is this the moment to calculate expenses? Besides, she was already the princess. Doesn't the treasury belong to her too? Get out. One Rin Si believed if he stared at Chu Jingyue another second, he would lose control of his temper. She was very skilled in knowing how to infuriate him. Chu Jingyue shrugged, turned around, and said, Remember to pay. Inside the room, One Rin Si breathed in and out heavily, trying to remain calm. Fine, why was he getting angry with a little woman? Chu Jingyue followed Pei Feng up the mountain to perform the rites for those women. One Rin Si calmed his mind and lost the urge to continue sleeping, turning his focus instead on wrapping up the remaining issues. There were still other bracelets of borrowed life energy waiting to be located outside. Your Highness, we discovered a strange box last night while looking for the bodies. The shadow guards handed out several rosewood boxes carved with mysterious patterns that were incomprehensible. One Rin-Si, pondering the dialogue between Chu Jingyue and the bone ghost last night. Put it here, we'll wait for the princess to take a look when she comes back. You all worked hard all night. Go back to the mansion today and rest well. The secret guards had dug up the bodies last night for proper burial, each one showing exhaustion with dark circles under their eyes. We'll leave once pay phone returns. One Rin-Si didn't object as he sent out the people responsible for investigating the sale of life-borrowing bracelets. Just as he was preparing to rest a bit, a maid came in and reported that Zhong Jitan had arrived. Cousin, I heard you spent all last night discussing with the clan elders while still having unhealed wounds. I've specially brewed some ginseng soup for you to restore your strength. Zhong Jitan entered wearing plain clothes, holding a meal box in her hands. Her eyes were red-rimmed as if she'd been crying. One Rin-Si's gaze turned serious as he said, I'm not hungry. Zhong Jitan sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Cousin, my heart aches so much. Grandfather wasn't very close to us usually, but he's family after all. Now that he's suddenly gone, I feel this overwhelming sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and when Rin-Si pursed his lips, offering light comfort, all men must die eventually. Cousin needn't be too upset. Without grandfather and without a backbone in the Marquis residence, what will we do from now on? Zhong Jitan looked up with tears continuously falling down. The crying irritated one Rin-Si, and he picked up the ginseng soup intending to drink it so he could get rid of her sooner. He spoke deeply. The Marquis house will have my care in the future, cousin needn't worry. With you, cousin, I am naturally not afraid. Zhong Jitan sniffled, whispering softly. Cousin, do you think people go to another world after they die? Do you think grandfather and my aunt will meet again? Mentioning his mother, when Rin-Si fell silent. His maternal grandfather obviously knew about the soul trapping formation. They deliberately trapped his mother in the Marquis residence. Yet he refused to believe this. His maternal grandfather loved his mother so dearly, and his uncle also always adored his youngest sister. How could they bear to trap his mother, keeping her unable to reincarnate? I wonder if Aunt knows whether you're happy now that you've married. I've heard my father and mother say how much she liked knowledgeable and virtuous women. Zhong Jitan quietly observed when Rin-Si's expression, feeling slightly more confident upon noticing him deep in thought. It seems Chu Jingyue isn't that important to him either. He has exceptional luck with romance. Finding knowledgeable and virtuous women isn't impossible. It's just his destiny chart is special, making it harder to find someone compatible. Chu Jingyue walked in without knocking, calmly looking at Rin-Si with an indifferent gaze before asking, Does your highness require me to help calculate who your destined person might be? Chapter 16. Temple incense leaves clues. Go back first. I have something to say to the princess. Rin-Si issued a casual dismissal with a glance. Zhong Jitan left reluctantly, pouting unhappily. Cousin, I dare not go to the front hall. Just seeing the altar makes me very upset. Then go back to your room. Rin-Si said sternly, his face turning cold. Zhong Jitan was afraid she might irritate him, so she slowly left, holding the food box. Are you not interested in calculating? Chu Jingyue sat down and looked at the empty bowl on the table, slightly frowning. Rin-Si ignored her question but took out a sandalwood box that his hidden guards had dug up and handed it over to her. It was dug up under the 8-corner pavilion. Chu Jingyue touched the wooden box, knowing what was inside even without opening it. Moreover, it really had something to do with another of her soul treasures. No wonder Bone Ghost mistakenly thought Rin-Si was the entity suppressing their presence. After all, the soul treasure's aura was similar. Chu Jingyue tossed the sandalwood box into the censer, casually threw a talisman, and as the yellow paper slowly descended onto the box, flames instantly erupted. Do you not want to open it and take a look? Rin-Si looked at the box, figuring he should at least see what was inside with his own eyes. Chu Jingyue glanced at him. Are you interested in bugs? Rin-Si squinted his eyes. Sometimes he could not understand her way of doing things. The fire in the censer gradually died out, leaving only ashes. Not even a trace of wood residue remained. There were faint dark red bloodstains visible among the ashes. It wasn't possible to find out who made the grievance insect at the end. Rin-Si probed cautiously, knowing now that these insects were nurtured in the Ning'an Marquis mansion, yet there were no clues proving that the incident still related to the Marquis residence. Chu Jingyue, leaning on one hand, remarked, Isn't there still a clue? Rin-Si felt secretly confused inside. There are still clues? Chu Jingyue said indifferently. Temple incense, wasn't it brought back from the temple by your grandfather? If it's a real temple, how could it not withstand even a bone ghost? Right after she spoke, an old woman outside the door courteously invited Rin-Si and Chu Jingyue to the backyard to see the old lady. Rin-Si was unwilling to go. After all, he had interfered somewhat with his grandfather's death. Why stir up trouble for his grandmother unnecessarily? The maid immediately added, The old lady seems very unwell. She just wishes to see his highness once. Let's go take a look. Rin-Si stood up and walked away. Chu Jingyue smirked. The old lady seemed to be quite tough and enduring. Entering the old lady's courtyard again, all the faintly foul smell in the hall had disappeared. Her emaciated body slumped, lifeless eyes devoid of any spirit. There is no one in charge in your mansion. Although the emperor has granted the marriage, and there is princess consort by your side now, during this time of association, Miss Chu appears impolite and uneducated, being seated as princess consort might damage the honor of the Qi prince's manor. Now, using this funeral as an opportunity, you may bring this matter to the emperor's attention, and he will surely agree. Upon hearing this, Ren Renzi knew the reason behind this visit. His grandmother looked perfectly fine, and with a steady voice, he said, "I will handle the matters of the princely manor properly. Grandma needn't worry about it." Humph. The old lady slammed the table and asked, "Now that your grandfather is gone, you no longer have any respect for your grandmother either? You should know my intentions. Why are you dodging?" What the old lady meant was that she intended to use the occasion of her deceased father-in-law to report to the emperor, claiming that Chu Jingyue brought misfortune, thus seeking to cancel the engagement. This way, the position of the prince consort would be available again. You not only knew about prolonging someone's life, but also assisted as a co-conspirator. Do you think karmic retribution will spare you? Chu Jingyue remained calm and composed, her cold gaze showing no emotion, narrating as if it were a normal event. The old lady's expression drastically changed. "How dare you? Your disrespect for elders is shocking. I must question the Chu family on how they educate their daughters." Chu Jingyue expressionlessly turned her gaze away, then stood up. "There's nothing left for me here. I'm leaving." Her departure was graceful and decisive. Ren Renzi watched her retreating figure with a chilly stare, his gaze cryptic. The old lady clutched her chest and fell into her chair, wailing, "Oh, you're truly trying to finish me off. How could the daughter of the Chu family be so disrespectful? With such moral conduct, how can she possibly serve as the chief mistress of the Qi manor? Grandma, you should focus more on making arrangements for Grandpa's funeral rather than interfering with the affairs of the Qi mansion," Ren Renzi suggested, implying she should mind her own business. With that, Ren Renzi turned around and left, ready to return to the estate, whether or not the king waited for him. Seeing Ren Renzi leave so abruptly, the old lady sitting collapsed in her chair slowly sat upright, furiously smashing the teacup next to her. What a fine Chu Jingyue, forcing our marquis household into such an extreme situation, killing our venerable elder, ruining our prospects. I will never forgive her. Although Ren Renzi followed her out, he did not return to the prince's mansion with Chu Jingyue. He stayed behind to help arrange things at the marquis residence, until the 7th day when they prepared for the burial. Chu Jingyue returned to the prince's mansion and would accompany the grand dowager to the marquis residence for the burial. Alas, what is happening to our family? First, Seer had an accident, and now the old master has passed away. Alas, the grand lady sighed with sorrow. Chu Jingyue said indifferently, "An immature grievance insect was discovered in the marquis mansion." The grand lady was shocked. "How could that be? You mean someone from the marquis mansion wants to harm me?" "I don't know. Investigating isn't my responsibility." Chu Jingyue didn't particularly invest her thoughts into uncovering this matter. The grand lady frowned, displeased at her reaction, since Seer must observe filial piety. Remember, within 5 months, you should not share a room with him. Chu Jingyue remained as aloof as ever. 5 months of not sharing a room. By then, the soul would already have entered the underworld. She wondered who this morning was supposed to be for. The senior dowager is returning soon. You've done a favor for Seer, and while it's understandable if you're unfriendly to the people in the prince's mansion, you should still show some respect to your elders, the grand lady reminded her softly. Chu Jingyue slightly moved her fingertips, recalling something. The old lady of the marquis residence seemed to have mentioned before that Renzi's maternal grandfather and grandmother used to burn incense and worship Buddha at the same place. She lifted her eyes and examined the grand lady's face for a long time before finally saying, "Grand lady, take good care of yourself and beware of any potential disasters." After speaking, Chu Jingyue turned around and left hurriedly. She needed to check Renzi's mother's soul. That day, when she collected the soul, she also sensed a trace of life essence energy. If she couldn't calculate the internal and external keys, she'd have no choice but to resort to other methods. She departed hastily, leaving the grand lady and Auntie Zhao exchanging perplexed looks. "What did she mean by that?" the grand lady asked angrily. Auntie Zhao thought for a moment before replying. "Perhaps her highness has divined something but can't say it outright, so she gave you an indirect warning?" Hearing this, the grand lady's expression softened, but upon deeper reflection, she retorted, "I don't leave the house. How could I encounter any trouble? In my view, that girl was just dissatisfied with my teachings and deliberately trying to scare me, wanting me to feel uneasy." She dismissed Chu Jingyue's words lightly. After all, she hadn't seen the grievance insect with her own eyes. Although she initially detested them, she now believed that they were probably just poisonous substances. On the contrary, Auntie Zhao was concerned. She decided to try and probe more information from her highness when she got the chance. "Oh, Suyu is coming back too. If she finds out about Senior's marriage, she will surely be heartbroken. You should send someone to bring her a message and let her go to the marquis mansion first to offer condolences." Chapter 17. Sunbathing with a paralysis spell. On the day they returned from the funeral, a white banquet was set up in the earl's mansion. As the consort of Prince Qi, Chu Jingyue was also considered as someone in mourning and had to attend. Inside and outside the house, there was a flurry of activity shrouded in sorrow, with some people comforting the old madam, urging her to conserve her strength. The elder madam of the earl's mansion wiped her tears and said, "The person was perfectly fine before, just a few days ago went to the temple with the maternal grandmother-in-law, upon return only greeted the granddaughter-in-law once, then the person suddenly passed." She cried softly, and someone beside her immediately replied, "Oh, could it be that Miss Chu's life force is too strong, causing such an effect? After all, she's the one who revived Prince Qi with her auspicious energy. So her life essence must be extraordinary. These words were heard by the Grand Dowager, who disagreed, saying, how could such matters of life and death be controlled by a mere woman? It's probably just a coincidence. The grandmother is right. Miss Chu of the Chu family is a blessing for the Prince Chi's household. You elders shouldn't say things like this anymore. If His Royal Highness were to find out, he might be displeased. A woman seated next to the Grand Dowager spoke gently, exuding grace. At that exact moment, Zhong Zhiding overheard these words and walked over with a sad expression on her face, saying, Miss Lu, it would be great if she truly was a blessing for the Chi's mansion. That Chu Jingyue doesn't seem at all like the legitimate daughter of a noble house. She lacks any sense of etiquette and decorum. A few days ago during the vigil, she even angered your ladyship to the point of illness. What? Lu Suyu exclaimed in shock, turning to look. Even the Grand Dowager of the Chi's residence found it hard to believe, looking at the elder madam of the Earl's mansion. Is this true? How is your health? I am merely counting down the days to accompany my lord. Good or bad, what can I do now? Miss Chu saved our seer. Not only is the Chi Wang mansion grateful to her, but our Earl's mansion owes her thanks as well. When it came to rude behavior, even the grandmother nodded silently in agreement. Chu Jingyue indeed lacked proper courtesy and lacked the bearing of a well-bred young woman. In just a few short sentences, the elder madam made Chu Jingyue appear to be an ungrateful, arrogant individual. Miss Lu, you've always been close with cousin. You should advise him properly. How could he allow Chu Jingyue to insult her seniors so freely? Zhong Zhiding urged. Hoping brisk, Lu hurriedly sought her cousin. Lu Suyu felt awkward. The grandmother's thoughts slightly stirred, saying, Sister Suyu, you should really comfort Seer properly. He has always valued his feelings. We wouldn't want him to develop any emotional knots. The Grand Dowager approvingly nodded. Yes, you should check on him. Lu Suyu rose, gracefully performing a respectful bow. Then Sister Suyu will take her leave first. Elder madam, please do not mourn excessively. You are the only elder left in the family and the backbone of the house. Everyone inside and outside the Earl's mansion looks up to you. Upon hearing this, the elder madam revealed a hint of comfort and waved her hand. Sister Suyu is indeed a sensible child. She truly excels, agreed the grandmother, observing Lu Suyu's retreating figure with satisfaction. She knew her etiquettes and followed rules strictly. Having grown up right before their eyes, her background was well known. After wandering through the garden, Lu Suyu found Wen Renzi standing alone in an empty courtyard where the octagonal pavilion used to stand. Your Highness, Lu Suyu smiled gently, catching Wen Renzi's sidelong glance. Why have you come? The grandmother and elder matron are worried about you and sent me to check. Lu Suyu moved closer with light steps and whispered softly. Is your Highness missing your grandfather? Wen Renzi's lips pressed together in silence. It wasn't quite accurate. That morning, he went to send off the spirit, and upon returning to the Earl's mansion, Chu Jingyue told him his yang energy was insufficient. She made him stand here in the sun to absorb yang energy and dispel yin. She even carefully calculated the time, stating this specific period had the most compatible yang energy for him. Wen Renzi didn't intend to stay here originally, but unfortunately, paralysis talismans had been placed on his legs, preventing him from moving even if he wanted to. Thinking about this, his gaze darkened. Chu Jingyue clearly gave no consideration to his reputation whatsoever. The front hall was hosting guests, yet he was left out here under the sun. How embarrassing. Your Highness, there's no need to grieve so deeply. How is your body holding up? I heard rumors mistook you for dead and kept you in a coffin for 7 days. I worry greatly. Lu Suyu spoke gently. Wen Renzi, preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Jingyue, merely offered an offhand reply to Lu Suyu's concern. I'm fine. Perhaps sensing Wen Renzi's nonchalant attitude, Lu Suyu mustered courage and took a couple more steps forward. During these past few days at the temple, I've learned some medical techniques. Why don't I help you check your pulse? No need. Wen Renzi stood with his hands behind his back. He wasn't in the mood to think about other things right now. His legs had gone numb from standing. You and I don't need to act formally toward each other. Lu Suyu harbored joy secretly. In the past, when she tried talking to Wen Renzi, he usually found excuses to walk away after a few sentences. But today, after exchanging many more words than usual, though his mouth protested, his physical stance never shifted, not even an inch. Clearly, deep down, he cared about her. Seeing her getting closer and closer, Wen Renzi's frown deepened. You're... Lu Suyu pretended to stumble and fell precisely into Wen Renzi's arms. Wen Renzi instinctively dodged, breaking free from the paralysis spell in the process. His legs were still numb, and as he moved a couple of steps, it felt as if bitten by hundreds of ants. Wen Renzi's face turned black like ancient ink. Your recovery is satisfactory. Chu Jingyue had originally been dozing off not too far away, and she was aware of what happened under the tree but simply didn't bother to intervene. She hadn't expected that Wen Renzi would be able to break free from her simple paralysis spell just by sunbathing for a while. He was indeed doing well. Lu Suyu fell into a disheveled heap on the ground and, hearing voices nearby, immediately felt both humiliated and irritated. Who's there? Why are you spying in the shadows? Chu Jingyue gracefully leapt down from the tree, her white robes billowing like a celestial being. I've been here all along. Chu Jingyue placed her hand on Wen Renzi's leg, using the spirit energy of her life treasure to help restore sensation to his legs. Seeing Lu Suyu's skeptical look, she added, Don't believe me? Ask him. Wen Renzi was struggling hard to control the itching and pain in his legs, wearing an expression of immense endurance, making him unable to utter a single word. Seeing his anguish, Lu Suyu rushed forward to push Chu Jingyue aside. What are you doing? Do you know who he is? Prince Qi. Chu Jingyue shoved her to the side with one hand. In Lu Suyu's shocked eyes, she added, my current husband. Lu Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she just say? The prince was her husband, which meant she must be Chu Jingyue. That couldn't be possible. Outside, everyone wasn't saying Chu Jingyue was a fool. Wen Rinxi's already complex expression paused momentarily upon hearing this statement, seemingly even forgetting about the pain in his leg. As Chu Jingyue glanced back at him lost in thought, she gave his leg an unfriendly pat. That's enough. SSS. Wen Rinxi sucked in a breath, and after the brief wave of pain passed, he was amazed to find his legs functioning normally again. Chu Jingyue turned and walked away, leaving Wen Rinxi no time to remember Lu Suyu standing nearby as he hurriedly followed. The next time you have something to say, you should discuss it properly with me instead of making unilateral decisions with talismans. Will you follow my advice? Lu Suyu could hardly hear their conversation clearly, but the sight of the two walking side by side was a visual affront. When had Wen Rinxi ever allowed any woman to come so close to him? Not even herself had succeeded. Why did Chu Jingyue deserve such proximity? Chapter 18. It's their ineptitude. The guests in the front hall had left, leaving a mess for cleaning up. Wen Rinxi sat inside the hall, discussing returning to the estate when Lu Suyu limped in. What happened? Sit down quickly. The old Grand Dowager asked worriedly. Lu Suyu looked hesitantly at Chu Jingyue, then bit her lip and shook her head. No, nothing. This instantly displeased the old Grand Dowager. She had disliked Chu Jingyue since the first time she saw her, too rebellious. You say, what is going on here? Chu Jingyue replied calmly. I pushed her. Pushing someone and not knowing it's wrong. So audacious and improper. The old Grand Dowager spoke angrily, eager to defend Lu Suyu. Chu Jingyue stood up and said, yes, I'll be placed under house arrest upon returning. Just as she found these people annoying, she would conveniently avoid them using the excuse of being under house arrest and secretly investigate that temple. It's a misunderstanding. Wen Rinxi spoke solemnly, then looked at Lu Suyu. Tell it yourself. Lu Suyu immediately lost face, lowering her head and speaking softly. I saw Miss Chu pressing the prince, mistakenly believing she was a disrespectful servant in the mansion who injured the prince. In haste, I tried to push her, but she turned and pushed me instead. Lu Suyu's eyes were red with shame, looking truly pitiful. The old Grand Dowager still expressed dissatisfaction to Wen Rinxi. Even if there was a misunderstanding, why couldn't you sort it out with words? Your maternal grandfather has just been buried, and she pulling and tugging at you. How undignified. Chu Jingyue stopped, turning around and looking coldly at the Grand Dowager. So what? The old Grand Dowager felt a chill at her gaze, taking a while to steady herself. Suppressing her immense anger, she said, with such impatience, how could you manage the Qi Wang mansion in the future? Follow me to the mountain, practice proper conduct, and cultivate your temperament. At once, Chu Jingyue's cold and severe aura disappeared, concealing layers of laughter in her eyes. She was actually stepping into it herself. All right. She originally intended to investigate the temple, and now she had a legitimate opportunity, which perfectly suited her plans. Not possible. Wen Rinxi disagreed, even watching Chu Jingyue with some wariness. Chu Jingyue laughed coldly and turned to leave. Your grandmother is right. I indeed need to cultivate my temperament. See her. Even though she unintentionally saved your life before, you shouldn't spoil her. Without order in the inner quarters, how can you concentrate outside? The old Grand Dowager strongly interjected and instructed the matron. We'll set off tomorrow. You need to properly oversee things in the mansion. Yes. After Chu Jingyue returned to the mansion, she had already packed her belongings when Wen Rinxi arrived soon after. What's your intention? Wen Rinxi asked coldly. Chu Jingyue leaned against the armrest of a chair, seemingly casual, yet upright in posture. I've mentioned the incense from the temple is related to the person making the grievance poison. Just investigating along the way. If you want to go, this prince will take you. Wen Rinxi said in a low voice. Chu Jingyue curled her lips and responded. What? Afraid I'll harm your grandmother. She read his vigilance in his eyes. This man really was unyielding. After all these events, he still had doubts about her integrity. Not entirely. Wen Rinxi slightly tilted his head. He understood his grandmother's nature. She greatly valued decorum, and he had witnessed how she established rules for the dowager matron during his childhood. Chu Jingyue let slip a hint of an amused smile in her eyes. Since His Excellency can't stop worrying, why not start the journey together? Wen Rinxi pursed his lips. Of course, he couldn't go. He had been away from the military camp outside the capital city for many days already. Even in mourning, those civil officials might still impeach him. Hearing it gave him a headache. His Excellency might as well stay in the mansion and enjoy the warmth of women's company. Chu Jingyue faintly smiled as she joked with Wen Rinxi, like someone watching from the sidelines. Wen Rinxi immediately spoke sternly. You're thinking too much. Prince, a maidservant from the Grand Dowager's chambers reports that the Grand Dowager feels very unwell and has already sent people to the temple to invite a master over. Lady Tai worries endlessly and asks for the princess to come see. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brow. Something happening at this moment meant there'd be no excuse to go to the temple. Holding the concealed spirit pearl in her hand, she quickly headed to the Grand Dowager's residence. Inside, Lady Tai and Lu Suyu were present, along with an unfamiliar woman. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Get away, back off. Get away. The Grand Dowager cowered in the corner, shouting insults, and her hands waved incessantly. What's the matter? Chu Jingyue asked. Lady Tai immediately replied. She's been like this ever since we returned from the Earl's residence. Lady Lu says the mother-in-law is possessed, and she also frequently acts this way in the temple. Inviting monks to chant scriptures helps. Possessed? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. If that's so, why seek far when near is within reach? She made a single-handed mudra, reciting a spell under her breath. However, observing closely, there was no sign of any abnormalities. Moreover, the condition of the Grand Dowager was unrelated to possession. Not possessed, Chu Jingyue stated blandly, stepping forward to feel the pulse, only to have Lady Lu grab her. What do you intend to do? Chu Jingyue glanced at the hand gripping her wrist and coldly replied. I'm feeling her pulse to diagnose the illness. Can you practice medicine? Get up, let sister see you do it. Lady Lu attempted to pull Chu Jingyue away, deliberately exerting more force. Feeling no pain in her wrist, but growing increasingly impatient, Chu Jingyue shrugged her off. Fine, let her treat this. When Rinxi's gaze fell on the reddened mark left by Lady Lu on Chu Jingyue's wrist, his expression darkening as he said, she knows medicine. Let her check. It was an easy matter earlier, but I simply don't feel like diagnosing now. Chu Jingyue walked away gracefully, confident that the dowager wouldn't die and she preferred not interfering with others' fates, a principle she adhered to consistently. Lady Lu muttered curses under her breath while still maintaining an appearance of urgency, pushing Lady Lu Xiu forward. Go feel the pulse. Lady Lu Xiu reluctantly advanced, her skills from the temple being only superficial at best. She had little confidence in handling this situation properly. Carefully extending her hand, Lady Lu Xiu tried pulling the dowager's hand, but received a fierce slap, instantly reddening a large portion of her hand. It hurts. Lady Lu Xiu immediately winced in pain, her eyes welling with tears. Losing patience, when Rinxi silently stepped outside to look for Chu Jingyue, finding that she hadn't actually left. The grandmother's case needs your help, he said. Chu Jingyue turned around, laughing coldly. Prince, you only seem to trust me when you need my help, Caught off guard, when Rinxi remained silent, unsure what to say, remembering their previous interaction. Reason always told him that there was no such thing as supernatural phenomena, yet his own experiences reminded him that in the vast world, strange things did exist. Even he himself was uncertain about what to believe and what not to. I checked carefully as we came out. There is something wrong with the incense she lit, which is similar yet not identical to that used in your mother's family ancestral hall. Chu Jingyue noticed Wen Rinxi seemed lost in thought, so she added. To put it simply, it should be hysteria. Just acupuncture a few points, and she'll be fine. Wen Rinxi finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Lady Lu inside the room, supporting her daughter, hearing this suggestion, sneered, just a few needles? Is it really that simple? Do you know how long it takes for the high monks to chant scriptures before curing her each time? Chu Jingyue smirked coldly. It's due to their ineptitude, not because the condition is difficult to cure. At that moment, a group of monks dressed in saffron robes entered led by servants. The leading old monk intoned Ba. Young sir, think twice before speaking. Avoid too many verbal hindrances, lest you unnecessarily incur karmic consequences, the old monk warned. Chapter 19, Helping You Restore Yang. Chu Jingyue laughed even more derisively upon hearing these words, her gaze wandering among the monks. I originally didn't intend to intervene, but under no circumstances can Taoist skills be overshadowed by Buddhism. With that, she turned and entered the house. Mrs. Lu immediately protested. No, who knows if you'll harm the dowager? Chu Jingyue's gaze grew cold, yet Mrs. Lu continued persistently, turning to Rinxi and saying, Your Highness, how can you let her behave so frivolously? I trust her, Rinxi spoke gravely. The maidservant guarding the door dared not say anything and allowed Chu Jingyue to enter. Avoiding others' gazes, Chu Jingyue retrieved a scroll of silver needles from the magic bag at her waist, muttering quietly. Everyone remember, Taoist mastery is superior. She inserted needle after needle into various acupuncture points on the dowager. The estate doctor summoned by someone kept shaking his head. These are all peculiar and risky points. Needling them would lead to madness. Chu Jingyue replied coldly. If you can't understand, leave. The estate doctor, once a well-known physician, was always respectfully treated since he was invited to the mansion by the previous king. He had never been scolded before. Annoyed, he stormed out, but didn't go far. Standing near the doorway with those monks, he wanted to witness Chu Jingyue's failure. Chu Jingyue inserted 13 needles in succession, each placement seemingly perilous. But when the last needle fell, the dowager seemed to awaken from her trance, confusedly looking around. Seeing the needles all over her body, some even underneath, she became indignant, yelling, How dare you? Did you see something? Chu Jingyue's sharp gaze ignored her anger. When the dowager remained silent, Chu Jingyue forcefully asked again. You want to recover? Answer truthfully. Intimidated by her aura, worried she wouldn't remove the needles, the dowager angrily complied, revealing everything she had seen and heard. It was a group of young girls. They held me, begging for help. After finishing her account, the dowager fell silent. She always believed the wrongdoings from her youth were now haunting her old age, thus driving her to immerse herself in Buddhist rituals to reduce her sins. While pulling out the needles, Chu Jingyue inquired about her birth date, calculated, and then calmly said, Though there is debt, it hasn't come to collect yet. The dowager didn't believe her, asking what then was she constantly seeing? Just as the debts we owe will have to be repaid sooner or later. Chu Jingyue threw the needles back into the hand stove, flames rising and reforging the silver needles. Hearing this, the dowager went pale, Realizing there might be karmic debts she still needed to repay? Hurry, I must immediately go to the temple. The dowager tried to rise but collapsed again weakly. Chu Jinghua glanced at her and said, "Do not get too excited." The dowager took a deep breath to calm herself. Though being needled at such places brought shame and fear, its effect was astonishing. In the past, after high monks recited sutras, she would suffer from headaches for days. But this time, she felt absolutely nothing. Following Chu Jinghua's advice to stay calm, she was even able to walk freely again. When the dowager came out unscathed, everyone in the courtyard looked on with widened eyes. Cured so fast? This is impossible. The estate doctor doubted first. It could just be a coincidence. Chu Jinghua sneered. Your medical skills stop here. May I ask what method the lady used to cure the dowager? One monk politely inquired. Chu Jinghua narrowed her eyes slightly. Taoist secrets. The ghost door 13 needles. The monk's expression subtly changed. Chu Jinghua's eyes flickered. I wonder, can a follower of Taoism like me enter your holy Buddhist ground? This probably isn't appropriate. The monk declined politely. How petty. Chu Jinghua shrugged, turning back to look at the dowager. What a pity. Looks like I won't be able to accompany you to cultivate your spirit. Her one-word insult provoked the monk. Before the dowager could speak, he interjected. Buddhism naturally welcomes all beings. The lady is surely welcome. Good. Chu Jinghua left elegantly. After sending away the monks, Renzi thought things over and decided to find her. Why do you want to go? Chu Jinghua was grinding cinnabar ink. The red powder spread across the stone inkwell as she nonchalantly responded, Stay out of my affairs. Renzi's words were blocked by her reply. Just as he intended to retort, she lifted her head. Prince, we're merely cooperating. My duty is to ensure the safety of your home. Once I investigate what I seek, we part ways. Are you trying to overstep now? Cold and aloof, Chu Jinghua's demeanor mirrored Renzi's stern frostiness. Their imposing presences intimidated the servants waiting outside, preventing them from peeking into the room. You'd better not be targeting my family. Renzi voiced low, Chu Jinghua's appearance lingering oddly in his mind. Everything she brought with her was hard to accept. Chu Jinghua snorted coldly, picking up a talisman paper and drawing a charm using the cinnabar ink. Her red lips parted lightly, two indifferent words slipping out. Do they deserve it? This seemed to have thoroughly enraged one Renzi, but Chu Jinghua was faster as she flung a talisman paper directly onto his forehead with impeccable precision. Predictably ungrateful and turning hostile after receiving help. Do you trust me or fear me? Chu Jinghua's moon-like eyes appeared to see through the heart of man, leaving one Renzi immobilized, his anger only expressible through his eyes. What was wrong with his justified suspicions? How could Chu Jinghua be so perfectly suited to solve every issue that baffled others? Even if Miss Chu from the second house of the Chu family had been holding back her skills, she shouldn't possess such an ability. Lady Wang, His Royal Highness is just overly worried about his family. You should understand. Pei Feng's cautious voice came from beneath the window. Chu Jinghua pushed open the window, startling Pei Feng, who quickly turned around covering his eyes, afraid of overstepping by peering into the lady's private quarters. One Renzi felt utterly humiliated in front of his subordinate. Icy fury flushed his usually cold face. Go find Eugene for me, Chu Jinghua said indifferently. Like a streak of smoke, Pei Feng darted off and returned shortly, still covering his eyes. Who is Eugene? He's the puppet servant brought back from home mansion before. Chu Jinghua answered with a snicker. Like lightning this time, Pei Feng flew out of the courtyard while Chu Jinghua propped her chin on one hand. Sunlight spilled through the paper windows onto one Renzi. The setting sun's glow bathed one Renzi in warmth, slowly diffusing his rage even as he continued to convey dissatisfaction through his glare. Chu Jinghua didn't care about one Renzi's anger. Accidentally at the Marquis's residence, he drank a bowl of ginseng soup which disrupted his equilibrium due to his body rejecting supplementation. Hence, she chose this moment when yang energy wasn't too intense, using sunlight to balance yin and yang within him. With a talisman in hand, Chu Jinghua approached him, gently placing it over his chest, and channeled her abundant life force into the paper. However, when Renzi couldn't see what she was doing, he merely thought she was teasing him again. Seeing the other person grow red-eyed with fury, Chu Jinghua patted his chest and joked, Don't be so petty. I've helped boost your yang. After hearing that, one Renzi seethed inwardly, wanting nothing more than to cut down the obnoxious figure before him with a look sharper than a blade. Chu Jinghua found him quite amusing in his fury, so dignified yet now so riled up that his cold arrogance melted into fiery red eyes. He truly was endearing. A massive burst of inner force erupted from within one Renzi, violently shaking off the binding talisman. Chu Jinghua, you're courting death. Chapter 20, The Devil Buddha Temple. After breaking free from the binding talisman, the first thing one Renzi did was reach out to grab Chu Jinghua. Chu Jinghua reacted swiftly, dodging and responding with another talisman. Chu Jinghua. This time when Renzi could still speak, gritting his teeth and spitting out these three words like a starving predator. Chu Jinghua remained unfazed, slowly closing the window as the twilight wasn't suitable for him to recover any more yang energy anymore. Please, Your Highness, always remember that we've merely struck a temporary deal. Don't overstep the boundaries. She calmly walked out of the bedroom. The maids outside were all looking at their noses in silent contemplation, not daring to say anything more. When Renzi's face turned ashen, wondering who between them kept overstepping the line. Thinking about every time he had been pressed against his chest by her, one Renzi's anger flared again. And here she was accusing him first. As Chu Jinghua stepped into the courtyard and saw Eugene being brought along, she handed him a bundle. My lady, actually you don't need to go to the temple. Pei Feng tried to hint subtly that the elder consort didn't have her best interest in mind, but was just giving her a lesson. Chu Jinghua nonchalantly replied, no problem. Maybe her destiny treasure was hidden within the temple. She had no reason not to go. Chu Jinghua and the elder consort set off for the temple overnight. However, what she didn't expect was when Renzi breaking free from the talisman just before they left and preparing to join them as well. Humph, isn't the prince supposed to head back to the military camp? One Renzi glared coldly, suppressing his rage. The military camp near the capital is not far from the temple. Chu Jinghua smirked slightly, allowing him to come along. After all, he couldn't do much harm. Having Wen Renzi follow made her feel more confident exploring the temple. During this entire trip, Wen Renzi never took his eyes off Chu Jinghua. Even after alighting from the carriage and climbing the steps to the temple, he kept watching her intently. Though Wen Renzi was secretly seething inside, Lady Lu and her daughter were unaware. Who would have thought that in a matter of days, His Highness has already become so attached to Chu Jinghua? He even personally follows her to the temple when he normally didn't believe in such things. Lady Lu looked at Chu Jinghua with disdain, not taking her eyes off her for a moment. Lu Siju gripped her handkerchief tightly and muttered resentfully. If mother had let me return to the mansion during the prince's critical condition, what business would it be of hers? Lady Lu's expression turned awkward. Initially, she thought Wen Renzi had lost hope and thus began to curry favor with the elder consort, hoping for some inheritance down the line. How could she have anticipated that someone pronounced dead would come back to life? You must secure the elder consort's favor. With her support, there's no doubt you'll attain the position of secondary wife, Lady Lu whispered persuasively. Lu Siju lowered her gaze, concealing the frustration in her eyes. Everyone said she would make an excellent secondary wife for Wen Renzi, but why couldn't she become the principal wife? Our lives haven't been easy, mother and I. You must seize this opportunity. I'm tired of living under others' roofs. Lady Lu sighed, placing all her hopes on her daughter. Lu Siju lifted her head with a gentle smile, hoisting up her skirt, and quickened her pace to catch up. Grandmother, are you feeling tired? Let me assist you. Lu Siju offered helpfully while also flashing Wen Renzi a charming smile. However, Wen Renzi took no notice of her. His piercing gaze was fixated on Chu Jinghua, which left a touch of sorrow in Lu Siju's eyes. Welcome, esteemed benefactors. The Zen chambers are prepared. Please proceed this way. Chu Jinghua held her luggage but did not follow the others into the Zen quarters. Instead, she entered the temple hall where the Buddha statues were enshrined. The Buddha statues gleamed gold and exuded majesty and grandeur. Yet, she noticed something peculiar. These enshrined Buddha statues weren't from the orthodox Buddhist tradition. I've heard that my lady practices Taoism. Are you interested in Buddha statues? The abbot approached, rosary beads draped around his hand. Chu Jinghua turned away her gaze. Abbot, you're mistaken. I just have a fondness for gold. Her comment made the abbot chuckle heartily. Chu Jinghua used this moment to leave the Buddha hall and head toward the Zen quarters. Just as she walked away, the amiable-looking abbot suddenly changed expressions, losing all semblance of compassion. What kind of Taoist master is this? In my opinion, nothing more than a charlatan pretending to have skills. She flirts with Crown Prince Qi and lusts after golden Buddha statues filled with greed. She's not worth fearing. A young monk meditating nearby interjected. But she knows the Ghost Gate 13 Needles technique. The Ghost Gate 13 Needles are only mentioned in legends. She says she does, and we believe her? Maybe it's just a bluff. The abbot sneered with contempt. Then he added greedily. Nevertheless, she is exceptionally beautiful, indeed has a few traces of a goddess's charm. Go. Tonight, devise a plan to bring her down. If she can be converted into a Buddhist maiden, surely she will fetch a high price. The little monk was panicked, reminding the abbot. But she is Princess Consort Qi. Even if she became a Buddhist maiden, who would dare buy her? What does it matter that she is Princess Consort Qi? Whoever buys a Buddhist maiden would dare flaunt her publicly. They would keep her hidden, for personal indulgence only, the abbot said with a dismissive tone. The abbot urged the little monk to hurry up and pass on the message. He stood beneath a colossal and imposing golden Buddha statue, his eyes filled with greed. Chu Jinghua was taken to a secluded Zen chamber far away from the other female guests, and vegetarian meals were delivered straight to her room. How could they make you stay here? Wen Renzi originally intended to ask her if there was anything unusual about the incense in the hall earlier when he came looking for her. He hadn't expected to find Chu Jinghua in a corner Zen chamber after taking many twists and turns. Chu Jinghua didn't answer him but instead said, "There's something off about these Buddha statues. They seem to be of an evil nature. Could so many worshippers not have noticed that?" Wen Renzi thought it unlikely. This all sounded too absurd. Chu Jinghua sneered. "Go ask those worshipping whether they worship faith or their own haunting pasts. Most people are just seeking peace of mind. Who cares what exactly is being worshipped up there?" Wen Renzi looked at her with a hint of surprise, feeling she seemed more insightful than usual. "Beware of the food here. Don't eat it, don't sniff it, and don't wander around much." Chu Jinghua's tone remained steady, devoid of any unnecessary emotions. Wen Renzi glanced at the vegetarian meal on her table, noting it was completely untouched. "I'll leave 2 shadow guards for you." Wen Renzi, with pressed lips, considered their agreement as sufficient reason to ensure her safety. Chu Jinghua turned to look seriously at him, saying, "No need. Instead of leaving shadow guards, you should." Just as her finger lightly touched his chest, Wen Renzi immediately darkened his expression. "Don't even think about it. This place is still a temple. With that, when Renzi quickly left, though in the dim candlelight under the heavy night sky, no one caught sight of his blushing face. Chu Jinghua sighed as she watched his retreating figure. How stingy. Not willing to share even a bit of spiritual energy. He'd better not come bother her less back at the mansion. Miss, as per your request, I inquired down the mountain. Rumor has it that there are demon spirits nearby that specifically feed on women and children, which is why more people come to the mountain to seek Buddha's protection for safety. Eugene was drenched in sweat and puffed while talking. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lu Siju, who had come over trying to extract information. She hastily covered her mouth and quietly peeked from hiding. Mountain demons? You've worked hard these past few days, so stay on the mountain a while longer. Prepare some things. Chu Jinghua beckoned him closer to whisper into his ear. From afar, Lu Siju saw this and couldn't help but grin widely. Now, how will you continue to sit securely on the throne of Princess Consort? Chapter 21. Maintenance. Abbot. She meditated all night in the Zen room last night. Our people could not take action. The abbot's already small eyes squinted into a narrow slit, concealing his own calculations. It's fine. She just arrived yesterday. If something happened to her today, we would have a hard time explaining it. Just as they were speaking, a monk came to report that there was a commotion in the Zen courtyard. The abbot hurriedly led the monks over, hoping he might encounter some opportunity. Younger masters, you must investigate this carefully. It concerns our honor, and you must not overlook it, Mrs. Lu solemnly said, keeping her voice low as if revealing some unspeakable matter. The abbot hung beads on one hand and bowed, saying, Amitabha, esteemed layperson, did you encounter some trouble? This, abbot, last night, our servants saw a man moving around the Zen court. We dared not sleep all night. Mrs. Lu lowered her voice. This incident wasn't something that should be spread widely since it involved their family's honor. The abbot was greatly astonished and said, How is this possible? The Zen court is always guarded by monks. It's true. The shadow of a man seemed to come from. Li Siyu pursed her lips, hesitating to speak. Mrs. Lu pushed her, speak quickly. If there are truly intruders, let the abbot send people to catch them and prevent any incidents. Li Siyu glanced towards Chu Jinghua, who had just stepped out holding her sword, then pursed her lips again and lowered her head. Mrs. Lu looked anxiously at the old grand dowager and matron when suddenly Ren Si also approached due to the ruckus. Did I hear about an intruder? Ren Si asked heavily, with many guards standing behind him. Li Siyu, her eyes red as if frightened, shook her head. No, the servants must have seen wrong. I most certainly didn't see wrong. The maid next to her knelt down immediately and bluntly stated. Last night, I really saw a thin man coming out of your ladyship's Zen room. He even had sweat all over his face. How dare you? Ren Si's expression darkened, and the guards behind him quickly separated all the monks present. The matron opened sternly. Do you have more than one tongue that dares slander Her Highness the Princess? I'm absolutely certain of what I've seen. If I am lying, may I never meet a good end. The maid sobbed and banged her head against the ground, seemingly willing to rip open her chest to prove herself innocent. Seeing this, the abbot's eyes gleamed momentarily with delight, but soon returned to normal. He twirled his prayer beads and murmured, Amitabha Buddha. This is a sacred place. Making vows isn't child's play. His words reminded the grand dowager and matron. They were indeed in a temple, so the maid surely wouldn't joke around with such matters, risking her life. They both immediately turned their attention to Chu Jinghua. The matron asked firmly, what exactly happened? Chu Jinghua's gaze was casual and indifferent. She was about to speak when Ren Si cut her off with a cold tone. Last night, it was this prince who worried His Highnessness might not adapt well to the Zen court, and thus came to check in the middle of the night. That's all there is to say. A flash of surprise crossed Li Siyu's eyes as she interjected. That's impossible. Last night the person definitely was. Humph. Chu Jinghua interrupted her coldly with a scoff. Realizing her mistake, Li Siyu hastily changed her statement. Well, what the maid described doesn't quite match your majesty's figure. The moonlight was scattered, so you made a mistake, Ren Si stated firmly. As Li Siyu tried to counter-argue, his expression suddenly turned dark and dangerous. Do you still have anything else to say? Ren Si personally admitted that it was he who visited Chu Jinghua last night. If anyone insisted it wasn't him, they'd undeniably embarrass him face to face. Li Siyu comprehended this point immediately and quickly bowed deeply, apologizing. My humble self didn't mean that. I was merely worried about the security in the Zen court. Tonight, I shall station royal guards for watch. If you feel uncomfortable, go back home, Ren Si declared firmly. Naturally, the others dared not say another word. The monks were dismissed, but the matron continued relentlessly. Let's handle this matter among ourselves. Who exactly did you see last night? Mother, last night. Hold your tongue. The matron scolded Ren Si sharply and reprimanded him further. In the Qi royal house, there can be absolutely no misconduct from the women in the inner chambers. Chu Jinghua casually sat down and retorted. The Zen court where I reside is far from your annex. Why were Madame Lu's servants wandering there late at night? Moreover, why didn't they mention seeing strange men at that moment? The servant got lost looking for the toilet, and refraining from mentioning it last night was out of fear that the thief would kill us. Is the princess suggesting we're being deceptive because of guilt? The servant eloquently defended herself. Chu Jinghua gave a faint smile and replied coolly. There was neither moon nor light last night. You said you noticed perspiration, which implies you must have been rather close to see clearly. Yet why did he fail to notice you? The maid, kneeling on the ground, responded calmly. I hid myself. When did you spot someone in my room? How long have you been hiding in that dim place? Given the situation outside being darker than inside, Shouldn't you have observed clearly what those figures were doing inside? Chu Jingyue looked mockingly at the maid, and the maid pursed her lips as she replied, perhaps, it was. It was at the end of Shin hour and the beginning of Yu hour when there was still some light. I'm not mistaken, am I? Chu Jingyue smirked as the maid became flustered, confused why she would say this on her own. Why did you intentionally claim it happened in the dead of night? Chu Jingyue glanced at the Grand Dowager and said, do I need to explain deliberate defamation? Lu Siru quickly reacted, speaking gently. If Lu Tao said it was during the night, then it must have been during the night. She simply didn't remember the exact time. However, last night after the Yu hour, His Highness had 2 shadow guards near my Zen quarters to take turns watching over me. After saying that, Chu Jingyue calmly picked up the teapot and poured herself some tea, acting as if she wouldn't speak about anything else. The Grand Dowager understood. If there were any outsiders last night, the hidden guards wouldn't have let them go unnoticed, and they certainly wouldn't overlook a woman's inappropriate meeting with a man just because she was His Highness' favored person. To dare slander Her Grace the Princess, drag her away, and execute her. The Grand Dowager raged furiously. Concerning the reputation of Qi House, she tolerated no sand in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Siru knelt down swiftly and begged for leniency, explaining, Grand Dowager, please allow Siyu to clarify. Last night, Lu Tao indeed did not see a strange man in the middle of the night. It was actually me who witnessed it. Outside the princess's Zen room, a man dressed as a servant came out of Her Grace's chamber, and he even wiped sweat from his face. Because I feared revealing this would damage my own reputation, I had Lu Tao say it was her sighting, though she got the timing wrong. However, this incident is absolutely true. Hearing these words, the Grand Dowager turned her gaze back to Chu Jingyue. A flicker of impatience crossed her eyes, and she stood up, unwilling to waste more words. What's wrong with having a young servant around? Wenrenci instantly grasped her intention. He had to protect the face of the Qi family. Cutting her off, he declared, Mother, that servant last night was me. I quarreled with Her Grace before leaving. I know I was wrong. Each word squeezed through his teeth. Clearly, Chu Jingyue had been unreasonable yesterday, but now he admitted fault to shield her. Chu Jingyue truly infuriated him. I wanted to apologize to her without others knowing, so I disguised myself as a servant. Miss Lu insists that Her Grace met an outsider. What exactly are her intentions? Chapter 22, Arrogance. After multiple defenses by Wenrenci, this matter ultimately had to be dropped. The Grand Dowager also sent someone to explain to the monks that it was a misunderstanding. Lu Siyu was extremely dissatisfied and still complained on the way back. I clearly saw it yesterday. That person definitely wasn't His Highness. His Highness says so, then it must be so. If such a thing happens again, you must catch them in the act. Have you remembered? Lady Lu sighed. This was truly a wasted opportunity. I've understood. Chu Jingyue left the meditation room, but before she had walked far, Wenrenci called her aside. Did you see Eugene yesterday? If it was a servant, then it could only have been Eugene. Chu Jingyue nodded and said, do you remember I mentioned the incense lit in your mother's shrine, which is made from menstrual blood and the blood of children? Yesterday, Eugene happened to find out that in these areas, there are many rumors about mountain spirits specializing in abducting women and children. Wenrenci furrowed his brows. Your point being that the temple is related to those missing women and children? Yes, the whole temple is very strange. It worships an evil Buddha and gathers in energy, oozing with mystery. Chu Jingyue slipped a talisman into Wenrenci's arms. Wenrenci instinctively tried to avoid it, but seeing that she was only handing him the talisman, he felt somewhat overly cautious instead. Seeing this, Chu Jingyue curled her lips into a smile. Are you so afraid of me? Wenrenci dodged the topic and said, where is Eugene? Your meeting him yesterday caused others' attention. In the future, you cannot meet him alone. Let Pei Feng go. Chu Jingyue thought it was troublesome. Next time, I'll see him outside. We haven't officially divorced yet. You are still the princess consort of Qi Wangfu. Wenrenci frowned deeply, clearly disapproving of her going to see other people. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows. It seems His Highness still hasn't remembered my reminder from yesterday. If it's just a transactional relationship, why bother with all these formalities? Wenrenci took over the mansion at a young age and has always been strong-willed while managing the 3 armies. But Chu Jingyue was even more domineering, unreasonably so. As their attitudes clashed, nearby Pei Feng found himself instinctively shrinking his neck. What if we establish a secret signal? If Her Highness needs to meet Eugene again, our group can guard discreetly from the sidelines. That way, no one will ruin Her Highness's affairs. Pei Feng carefully suggested this, and after a long silence, Wenrenci coldly snorted first. Even though it's a transactional relationship, currently you're representing yourself as the princess consort of Qi Wangfu publicly. It's only appropriate for you to consider the face of the mansion. I'll allow this exception only once. Wenrenci retreated first. Since Pei Feng and others were guarding, nothing serious should happen. Chu Jingyue also thought this approach was feasible. Setting up a signal would help prevent problems on Eugene's side. Their thoughts finally aligned, tension subsided, and Pei Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. The head monk invites His Highness and Her Highness to enjoy vegetarian meals, a guard came to announce. As the couple walked side by side in silence, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Only when they arrived at the dining hall and more people gathered did the situation slightly improve. However, during the meal, Chu Jingyue slightly furrowed her eyebrows in a movement too subtle to notice. Yet Wenrenci managed to pick up on it. Is something wrong with the vegetarian food? Miss Moon, what happened today was entirely due to Siyu's rashness. almost causing misunderstanding about you. Let me apologize with water as alcohol, hoping Miss Moon will not hold it against me. Lu Xiyu held a bowl of water and drank it all in one gulp. Chu Jingyue sipped only a tiny amount, subtly feeling that the taste of the water seemed off. There was a slight metallic smell, yet not exactly rust. It rather resembled the scent of blood. Doesn't Sister Moon want to drink and forgive me? I know I've committed a grave mistake, and it's deserved if you don't forgive me. Perhaps I should copy scriptures and pray for blessings for you? Please, Sister Moon, don't stay angry at me. Lu Xiyu opened her mouth, looking both aggrieved and anxious, seemingly pitiable. Chu Jingyue glanced at her calmly and said, without sincere intentions, even copying a million scriptures would make no difference. They'd just be waste paper. Why bother? Lu Xiyu hadn't expected such straightforward words, but went along regardless. She immediately bowed her head, tears in her eyes, humbly saying, how could I lack sincerity? Sister Moon wrongfully accuses me. Sister Xiyu intends to copy scriptures for blessings on your behalf. What kind of attitude is this? Even though you're the princess consort, do remember that Sister Xiyu is also a noble within the Wang mansion. How dare you neglect her? The old empress scowled and slapped the table in anger. Chu Jingyue revealed more impatience between her brows and put down her chopsticks. A noble of the mansion, not mine anyway. Besides, isn't it just a bowl of water? Not drinking means disrespect. Then, old empress, finish drinking the entire vat to show how precious you consider her. Chu Jingyue picked up the danger stop sword and stood to leave. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to investigate what's strange about this temple. She could sense the presence of life treasures within the temple apart from the one on Wenren-Ci's body. The top priority was still retrieving the life treasures. That way, she wouldn't have to constantly leech off Wenren-Ci's spiritual energy, with him being so reluctant every time. So disrespectful, truly lacking in education. The old empress fumed, clutching her chest repeatedly. Had this been in the mansion, she would surely have overturned the table. The old madam also cast an unhappy glance and said to Wenren-Ci, "See, you really should discipline her properly. Such disobedience and disrespect will tarnish the reputation of Prince Chi's mansion. When we return to the mansion, this king will teach her proper conduct." Wenren-Ci replied faintly, though he felt troubled inside. How could Chu Jingyue's defiant nature be disciplined? He'd already count it as a blessing if she didn't slap him with a talisman. This king will go reprimand her now. Wenren-Ci still worried, as she had clearly sensed some problem earlier. He strode out quickly while the old madam continued to comfort the Dowager Empress. Given her past history of being feeble-minded, mother-in-law, do not quarrel with her. It isn't worth ruining your mood. Rude and disrespectful, how could she possibly match my grandson? She's not even half as well-mannered as Xiyu. The Dowager Empress said disdainfully upon mentioning Chu Jingyue. The abbot, who had remained silent all along, now smiled knowingly. Here came the opportunity. Chu Jingyue. Wenren-Ci hurriedly caught up, walking by her side before whispering, "Is there a problem with the food?" Chu Jingyue barely nodded. "Yeah, the vegetarian dishes are cooked with lard, and there is a slight bloody smell in the water. The taste is very faint. I'm not sure if it's rust or blood. Pei Feng, you send people to investigate the kitchen and the well in the temple," Wenren-Ci ordered. Chu Jingyue strolled around to the front of the Buddhist hall. On her way to the second hall, she sniffed at the incense burner in front of the hall and summoned a nearby monk to ask questions. "What is requested here?" The monk bowed in reply. "Here we worship the divine Mother Buddha for progeny, specifically used to pray for offspring. It is highly efficacious. Should the prince and princess wish to pay their respects." Chu Jingyue's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at Wenren-Ci. "You pray." Wenren-Ci has never believed in deities and was reluctant to bow down, so he said, "This king does not have plans for children currently." Pray. Chu Jingyue didn't care whether he wanted children. She only wanted to check if there was anything unusual about the incense. Wenren-Ci coldly refused, causing Chu Jingyue to stare impatiently at him, resulting in another standoff between them. Thankfully, Pei Feng returned promptly. Seeing the situation and asking briefly what happened, he immediately picked up the incense and lit it, saying, I'll pray. Your subordinate loves children most and wishes for many offspring." But just as the incense ignited, Chu Jingyue suddenly grabbed Pei Feng, bending down to kneel. "You can't pray." Chapter 23, Oil Lamps Create Illusions. The monk bowed and said, "Of course, anyone can worship." Chu Jingyue remained silent, gripping the sword tightly as she slightly drew it, severing the burning incense with its exposed blade. What does the princess mean? This disrespect before the Buddha is truly absurd. A young monk angrily spoke up. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows and sneered. "Do Buddhist disciples get angry so easily? Seems like your cultivation isn't sufficient yet." Realizing his misconduct, the monk quickly said, "Amit Ba." Chu Jingyue ignored him, taking another step forward until she arrived at the end of the Buddha hall. Although this place looked similar to a Buddha hall, the main gate was tightly shut. Isn't this place for offering? The emotions in Chu Jingyue's eyes subtly changed, sensing the strong presence of her destined treasure here. The monk following her explained, "It is indeed a place for offerings, but not for ordinary people to seek or pray." Chu Jingyue stood still outside the temple, trying to confirm the location of her destined treasure. The prince consort requests princess to accompany madam in her meditation room. An elderly nanny from madam's side came searching for her. Furrowing her brows, Chu Jingyue declined, "No." The great princess also mentioned that if the princess refuses to come, she would have no choice but to visit the Wan Ho family residence, asking how they educate their children. "If our house cannot discipline properly, Perhaps sending you back there for proper upbringing would be necessary. Let's go then. The nanny stood upright bowing, while Rin-Si just began to open his mouth for help, seeing Chu Jingyue already walking down. Returning to the home mansion seemed trivial compared to the imminent opportunity to retrieve her destined treasure. She really didn't want unnecessary complications. Regardless, merely sitting in the quiet room wouldn't cause harm. When Rin-Si was lost in thought momentarily, was she willing to stay within the prince's estate, or reluctant to return to Ho's residence? The princess actually pitiable. According to my sources, the day you attacked the abandoned courtyard where she lived, it was exactly the place she dwelled. Pei Feng gently sighed. He even believed the princess' past madness might all be due to the pressures by Chu's family. Her current cold heart wasn't abnormal at all. Recalling what he'd seen at the Ho estate, the so-called compound was merely a patch barely standing, the houses dilapidated and incapable of shielding from the wind and rain. After waiting for a moment, proceed to state that His Highness feels unwell. Following the nanny to the meditation room, the space here was minuscule. One could tell even from the entrance how confined it was. Inside, it was dark and oppressive, with a modest jade Buddha statue enshrined in the wall niche. Inscribed on the adjacent wall were the words "Calm Mind." The elder princess knelt upon a wooden bedstead, reciting Buddhist scriptures with one hand moving the prayer beads continuously. Leaning against the doorway, holding her sword, Chu Jingyue watched. There weren't even small windows in the room, relying entirely on 2 oil lamps beside the niche for light. Stop chanting. It's impossible to find tranquility here, Chu Jingyue remarked faintly. Interrupted mid-recital, the elder princess turned around quite displeased, pointing at the space next to her and commanding, "Kneel down. Even if it's futile, you still must kneel. Kneeling to uphold rules of this household." Rules? I'm someone who doesn't abide by rules. Had she followed the regulations, she wouldn't have forsaken traditional methods of cultivation and embraced the path of ruthlessness. Twisting her body towards her, the elder princess had an unkind expression. "Whether you wish or not, it's not up to you." Attendants and maids rushed in through the door, further crowding the already cramped room, leaving no space for stepping foot. With a disdainful look over them, Chu Jingyue maintained a nonchalant gaze. Standing tall, the elder princess proclaimed, "Guard her while she kneels here to meditate silently. Let her remain here until she recognizes her errors." Supported by attendants, the elder princess departed gracefully, leaving behind Chu Jingyue, who lowered her gaze slightly, without making any effort to resist. As she saw the elder princess leave accompanied by the nannies and heard the sound of the lock clicking into place, she showed little concern. After shutting the door, the room became darker inside. Between the flickering candlelight, Chu Jingyue gradually spotted something eerily human-like. There's definitely something off. Upon entering, she noticed abnormalities in the niche. Even the color of the oil lamps appeared distorted. Chu Jingyue approached to inspect the wooden bed. A faint sweet fragrance emitted from it, which upon inhalation, left a person feeling more alert. This so-called calming mind involved first creating illusions, then removing these illusions, deceiving individuals into believing that they are protected by the Buddha himself. The illusion appearing before her eyes grew increasingly real, as a ghastly woman with disheveled hair and blood pouring from every orifice lunged fiercely toward her. Grotesque child figures crawled towards her in unnatural positions. Rather than dispelling the illusion prematurely, Chu Jingyue chose to calmly observe as a bystander. The longer one immersed in such phantasmagoria, the more sensory perceptions diminished towards external stimuli. In this instance, Chu Jingyue's ears were filled with a woman's sorrowful wails, both miserable and hateful, with the continuous cries of children resonating incessantly, as if piercing through her eardrums. Hurriedly arriving, Pei Feng gazed astonished at a row of locked meditation rooms. Noticing a nanny guarding nearby, he inquired, "Is the princess royal consort within? Our prince isn't feeling well, requiring her care immediately." The nannies glanced at each other hesitantly. Before the great princess moved far away, hearing Pei Feng's request, she promptly stated, "Go back first. I'll lead people to check on Circe later." Being ultimately addressed as Grand Princess herself, Pei Feng couldn't press too hard and returned to find the prince instead. However, when she arrived shortly after, it was not Chu Jingyue that the Grand Princess brought along, but Lu Sishu. "Your Highness, Grandma heard about your illness and sent me over to take care of you." Lu Sishu spoke gently, lowering her voice as she said, "You were once gravely injured, so your health needs extra care." One Rin-Si avoided the pulse-checking motion from Lu Sishu with a lifted hand and asked solemnly, "Where's the princess consort?" "Chu Jingyue is too rude and wild to take care of you. I've let her stay in the meditation room," the Grand Dowager responded, her eyes shifting slightly, while coughing lightly as if on the verge of tears, and continued, "Ever since my late husband passed away, I've raised your father through hardships under endless cold stares as a widow. I thought that all these struggles would end soon, yet I didn't expect to still be tormented by my granddaughter-in-law. The Wen family has always had more women than men, widows included, hence their ancestral hall is rare in allowing both male and female members to worship together." Mentioning old sorrows again, Grand Dowager intended to stir up sympathy from Wen Rin-Si. However, Pei Feng quietly added beside him, "Master, when I went searching for Her Highness, the princess consort, I discovered all the doors to the meditation rooms were locked." Meaning the princess consort couldn't have left even if she wanted to. Wen Rin-Si's face darkened slightly. Disregarding his grandmother who was still exaggerating her misery, he stormed off swiftly. "Rin-Si, are you saying now even you want to be disobedient to me? In this enormous Qi Wang's mansion, My words are no longer heeded by anyone? If this is the case, it might be better for me to smash my head against something and die. The elder Grand Dowager made a show of going to collide against something, but when Ren-Si suppressed his annoyance and said gravely, even if Chu Jingyue is aired, I myself will deal with her behind closed doors, rather than mistreating her publicly. Do we not value the dignity of Qi Wang's house, grandmother? Lu Sishu, seeing this, rushed to intercept Grand Dowager, giving her a chance to retreat gracefully, then softly persuaded Ren-Si. Prince, the Grand Dowager was merely angered today. Besides, this can hardly be considered mistreatment. It's just a visit to the meditation room, which wouldn't damage the prestige of our residence. Ren-Si, apologize immediately to your grandmother. How dare you, as her grandson, address your elder like this disrespectfully? The Grand Consort arrived in a hurry upon hearing the news, also thinking there was nothing wrong with what the Grand Dowager did. Indeed, Chu Jingyue's behavior was inappropriate, and some discipline must come into play, otherwise, she could cause chaos within the Wang's residence. As when Ren-Si pressed his lips and bowed slightly to admit fault, an attendant beside the Grand Dowager came rushing over anxiously. Terrible. The Princess Consort has vanished. Chapter 24, Corridor of White Bones. A group of people hurried to the meditation room. The door was already open, but there was no one inside. When Ren-Si looked around, there wasn't even a window in the meditation room. Where could Chu Jingyue have gone? What happened? When Ren-Si asked coldly, the two gatekeeper nuns were so scared that they immediately knelt down and said fearfully, we faintly heard some voices inside the room, so we called out to Her Royal Highness a few times. Since she is usually silent, we didn't think much when we didn't get a response right away. But when there was no sound for a long time, we realized that Her Royal Highness had disappeared without us noticing. Just at this moment, the temple monks rushed over and asked, we just noticed you all look anxious. Is something wrong? Does your meditation room have a secret passage? Pei Feng stepped forward and asked. The monk shook his head. How could there be a secret passage? The abbot also arrived at this time. The elder lady immediately approached anxiously. Abbot, someone from our estate has disappeared in the meditation room. Is that so? The abbot was surprised, but he quickly recovered his composure. He closed his eyes as if calculating something. Finally, with a mysterious shake of his head, he said deeply, fate. No such fate. What do you mean by fate? Could you explain more clearly, abbot? The elder lady continued questioning. The abbot sighed. The royal family is destined not to have any connection with her. She has now left with someone she shares fate with. Could it be what I saw before? Lady Lu Suyu exclaimed in shock and quickly covered her mouth to stop speaking. Ren-Si's face darkened as he restrained his anger. Mystifying nonsense. The princess disappeared here, and you want to dismiss this matter with a single sentence? Do you think I am easily deceived? Seer, you must not be disrespectful to the abbot, the old dowager scolded, but deep down she was extremely happy. It's good that the despicable woman disappeared. The royal household might as well openly replace the princess. Pei Feng, go down the mountain and mobilize the troops to surround the entire temple. Have them search inch by inch. Ren-Si threw a token, which Pei Feng took before swiftly heading down the mountain. Amitabha Buddha, sinful sins. The abbot shook his head, yet he did not prevent Ren-Si's actions. On the contrary, the elder lady worriedly said, Seer, how can you privately mobilize troops? If the emperor knows about this matter, how will you explain yourself? How could you make such a foolish decision for a woman? Don't you care about the reputation of the Wenren family? The old dowager also criticized him. Ren-Si solemnly replied, in my family, we don't remain indifferent when a spouse goes missing. Even if Chu Jingyue has nothing to do with the royal household, she is still a living person. Since she's gone missing, we must investigate. His attitude was resolute, and neither the elder lady nor the old dowager could sway him. Seeing this, Lady Lu hurriedly whispered softly, Your Highness, didn't the abbot just say that little brat Chu Jingyue ran off with someone? You, Madam Lu, speak carefully. Ren-Si turned slightly with a chilling gleam in his eyes. His grim expression stopped Madam Lu from continuing. Lady Lu begrudgingly closed her mouth, while Lady Lu Suyu quickly interjected gently. What Your Highness said is correct. Even if it's a commoner who goes missing, the temple should still give an explanation. Making unsubstantiated statements like that certainly cannot be trusted. Ren-Si's eyes flashed with satisfaction as Lady Lu Suyu approached gently, saying, Why don't we search in the mountains? They probably haven't gone far. There's no need. A figure walked into the courtyard. Lady Lu Suyu glanced sideways and her eyes widened instantly. He's the person I saw that night. The old dowager and the elder lady exchanged glances and both shouted simultaneously, Guard, capture this villain who kidnapped the princess. I greet you, Your Royal Highness, Duke Qi. Eugene held Zangling Pearl in both hands and said, Her Royal Highness asks me to convey to you that you must wear this item closely after her disappearance. Ren-Si's eyes flickered as he took a quick step forward and asked quietly, Did she leave on her own? I do not know, sir. This task was instructed by the princess yesterday. She ordered me to stay hidden in the mountain. If I see Guard Pei leave the temple and head north, then I'm to come find your excellency. Ren-Si frowned deeply. She had everything calculated. But why would she suddenly disappear? Inside the corridor, Chu Jingyue performed the sealed gestures with her hands. Supreme Platform Star, respond without pause. Wisdom brightens, calmness soothes the heart. Disperse. The bizarre illusion before her eyes disappeared, and the wailing sounds dissipated. Chu Jingyue looked around with a slightly furrowed brow. Though she had entered the illusion, she herself hadn't moved. How did she get down? Unless her consciousness had been interrupted. Apparently, there were other formations within the meditation room, though it was somewhat within her expectations. And inside the corridor, her perception of the life treasure became stronger. The life treasure was nearby. Chu Jingyue calmly walked forward. As she went deeper, the air grew increasingly filled with the scent of blood. The corridors crisscrossed in every direction. Chu Jingyue followed the trail of the life treasure, turning east and west. Suddenly, the corridor narrowed abruptly, and she stopped at once. This wall. Chu Jingyue lightly placed her hand on the earthen wall, then squeezed hard. The brittle wall crumbled loosely, revealing a skeleton before her. The next second, the surrounding walls began to peel off, and the white bones made a crackling sound as they attacked Chu Jingyue. While dodging, Chu Jingyue quickly scanned her surroundings. The bones could move only because there was an array nearby controlling them, and she was extremely familiar with the spiritual energy powering the array. Consort Chi is truly remarkable. Ordinary people who enter this array would be scared out of their wits, thinking it's haunted. A shadow emerged from the dark corner. By the voice, it was the monk who had previously visited the mansion. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. Her life-saving sword was gone, and she had left the Zangling Pearl with one Ren-Si. With the array driven by her own life treasure, if she couldn't get close to it, she might not break the array anytime soon with her current abilities. Are these all the people you've killed? Chu Jingyue asked calmly, while still swiftly dodging in the narrow corridor, but unwilling to harm the skeletons. The monk noticed her avoidance and sneered. Who would have thought that Consort Chi has a Buddhist heart? Truly worthy of being from the Taoist sect, making you even more valuable to sell as a Taoist Buddhist maiden, which sounds exhilarating enough to make anyone excited. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her eyebrows, realizing that the other party didn't intend to kill her for now. Rather than continuing to fight against her own life treasure in such a cramped space, she decided to turn the tables. Chu Jingyue deliberately exposed a weakness. Soon, the sharp hand bone of the skeleton grabbed her wrist, pinning her down within moments. The monk approached with an evil grin on his face. You're nothing special after all. I thought you possessed some great powers. What do you want? I advise you to release me immediately. If one Ren-Si finds out that I'm in trouble, he will never let you go unpunished. Chu Jingyue lifted her head, maintaining her usual icy gaze. The monk laughed. You'll know in a moment. As for Consort Chi, he's just a short-lived ghost anyway. If you hadn't disrupted the suppression array, he wouldn't have survived this long. Chu Jingyue's mind raced. She hadn't expected that the monks here were also involved in the suppression array. What a stroke of luck. Despite this revelation, the monk remained cautious and allowed the skeleton to escort Chu Jingyue into a cave-like place. The king of hell demands his life. He doesn't have much time left. Instead of waiting for him to rescue you, why don't you plead with me? Perhaps then I'll be a bit gentler when I strike later. Chapter 25. The Spell of Compassion. In the dark tunnel, a black cloth was torn away, revealing wooden racks all around. Women of different ages were nailed to them, still alive, but barely clinging to life. Some of these women appeared no more than 12 or 13 years old, young and innocent. Others looked about 34, with lingering charm. Their hands and feet dripped blood into iron basins where fires burned, and Chu Jingyue gently sniffed the air, detecting the scent of secret vines. This plant is often used for menstrual regulation, requiring strict dosage control. Excessive use can severely damage health. You don't need to be afraid. These people are failed Buddha girls, but you're different. You will certainly succeed. The monk spoke while activating a nearby mechanism, and a wall-sized Buddhist niche cabinet appeared. A ghastly white skeleton held Chu Jingyue and tried to shove her inside. The women on nearby racks, though nearly dead, managed to weakly cry out, "Don't go in, don't go in." Without hesitation, the monk cruelly whipped the nails piercing their wrists, causing unbearable pain that made their faces even paler, like corpses. When the door of the Buddhist niche closed, excitement shone in the monk's eyes. But the next second, the niche shook violently as a mysterious chant seemed to emanate from within. Beyond the three realms, only the Tao rules supreme. Clad in golden light, it enfolds my body. Break. Suddenly, the niche exploded, and Chu Jingyue held a copper coin in her hand, leaving the monk startled. How could you? Wondering how I took it down? Chu Jingyue discovered her life treasure was sealed inside when she was confined in the niche. It had been bound by an array. Realizing the situation was turning dire, the monk turned and fled, but Chu Jingyue swept a thick wooden splinter from the shattered Buddhist niche straight into his back. One Ren-Si will be fine, but you won't survive. Chu Jingyue coldly observed him as he struggled on the ground, trying desperately to escape. She ignored him, focusing instead on the women around her. You run away there, Minnie. Despite their own perilous conditions, the women urged Chu Jingyue to flee. Her usually calm gaze flickered with sympathy. I'll take you all out. Chu Jingyue clenched the copper coin in her hand, determination in her eyes. The women weakly shook their heads. We won't last much longer. Trust me. Chu Jingyue chanted a spell with one hand gripping the copper coin and the other holding talisman paper. The sky is round, the earth square, abiding by 9 laws. With pen in hand, banish all afflictions. Urgently commanded. She rarely invoked this kind of order while chanting spells, yet now the talisman paper burned from start to finish without leaving ashes. Seeing the right moment, Chu Jingyue simultaneously removed the long nails pinning the women's limbs. As these fell to the ground, shockingly, their wounds ceased bleeding entirely. Your complexion has worsened. Are you alright? The youngest girl noticed Chu Jingyue's condition first and worriedly crawled over to her. Chu Jingyue shook her head. I know it's hard for you to walk now, so I will cast another spell, temporarily sealing your pain. Follow me quickly. Mutually supporting each other, the women watched as Chu Jingyue placed her fingers together again and recited another spell. With the sacred brush, the essence of Tao flows. Writing talismans cures illness swiftly as eagles soar. Upon finishing the spell, Chu Jingyue drained of all color, but she persisted, leading everyone forward. The abbot blocked the temple entrance, saying, "Prince Qi insists on searching our temple, which may disturb Buddha and Bodhisattvas, surely inviting calamity. He just needed to stall a little bit longer." Wenrensi's gaze was sharp and commanding. "Any calamity shall be mine to bear, and my inspection of this temple is non-negotiable." Monks rushed out, confronting soldiers outside the temple. As both sides stood firm, Wenrensi prepared to force entry when there was a loud rumble from behind the temple at the Buddhist hall. "Go check." Following Wenrensi's command, the soldiers ran over in unison. When the dust settled, Chu Jingyue emerged with several bloodied women from the underground channels blasted opening. Chu Jingyue. Never had Wenrensi seen her look so disheveled. Without thinking further, he quickly pulled her out from the rubble. Chu Jingyue collapsed into his embrace, managing only with the aid of her life treasure's energy. "They are witnesses, seize the criminals, and seal the temple." After saying this, she passed out, her hand tightly clutching the copper coin. Wenrensi lifted her up firmly, barking orders sharply. "Seal the temple immediately, arrest all monks, and escort the other guests off the mountain. Ensure the commoners are not disturbed." "Yes." Pei Feng glanced at the women covered in wounds and asked, "How should we care for these women?" "Find a clean meditation room. Invite the army doctors accompanying us, and assign guards. Make sure to secure their safety." Carrying the frail woman in his arms, Wenrensi strode towards the meditation room, remembering something before continuing. "Send someone to return my grandmother and mother home, and send an urgent memorandum directly to the palace." "Yes." Pei Feng immediately attended to the matter, and the secret guards also sprang into action. Seeing this, the abbot's eyes flashed with malice, and before anyone could react, he utilized his lightness kung fu to approach Wenrensi, striking a palm toward his heart. Yet before the abbot's palm even touched Wenrensi, it was forcefully deflected by an unseen power. Strands of black qi dispersed from his palm, and the abbot's face twisted in disbelief. How could this happen? How was the array broken? Wenrensi didn't waste time pondering. As he saw no black qi himself, he simply assumed the man was deranged and ordered him to be taken away. Sitting beside the bed, he felt Chu Jingyue's hand gripping his collar. As Wenrensi reached to remove her hand, a cold chill emanated from his palm. So cold. Wenrensi frowned as he placed Chu Jingyue gently on the bed. He puckered his lips, taking off his outer garment, but then noticed the talisman paper in his embrace had shattered, revealing a palm print left upon it. Could it be that the previous palm strike wasn't ineffective after all, but rather the talisman Chu Jingyue had slipped him earlier came into play? Wenrensi draped his outer garment over her, letting his wrist slip slightly, revealing a hidden spirit pearl. Upon closer inspection, he noticed one of the pearls appeared cracked. He startled at this realization. Perhaps the spirit pearl had unknowingly saved him from disaster as well? "Remember to compensate me for a 3,000 taels worth pearl." Chu Jingyue spoke faintly, without opening her eyes, already requesting compensation. Hearing her voice, Wenrensi felt a great sense of relief wash over him. "If you already knew all this and set up so many protections for me, why are you yourself so disheveled? Not so omniscient." Chu Jingyue's voice carried weakness. "I calculated your situation correctly, but not my own." Though she had found her life treasure, she had exhausted her vital energy to cast 2 divine spells for those women, and despite possessing her life treasure, she still required rest. Besides, the character mark of her life treasure had transformed into a magical artifact, merely one among the 5 Emperor's bright spell coins, far less effective than what resided within Wenrensi's body. Wenrensi stood up to fetch water, and Chu Jingyue instantly furrowed her brows. "I won't drink." The water is brought from the army camp. Opening the flask and bringing it near her nose, Chu Jingyue indeed smelled no blood, so she supported herself, sitting half upright to sip it. "I discovered something in the underground tunnel. It may come as a surprise to you." Chu Jingyue pulled out a handkerchief. On its signature corner were written a few elegant characters clearly, Zong Rujuan embroidered. Chapter 26, the top line of the Kuan hexagram. "Rest for a while. I'll be back shortly." Wenrensi clenched her handkerchief and sent the secret guard to search for the hidden passage. They found several letters related to the former Empress Dowager. The Emperor was originally furious when he learned that Wenrensi had mobilized troops, but after seeing the report from Prince Qi's mansion, he immediately dispatched the governor to assist with the investigation. In the underground corridor, almost every 2 steps revealed another set of white bones, either belonging to women or children. There were even some that seemed to have been buried recently, their bodies not yet fully decomposed. The clerks who were digging up the corpses couldn't stop vomiting. The putrid smell was overwhelming, and more people were made sick as soon as the bodies were brought up. "The skeletons and bodies cannot be left like this," Chu Jingyue said as a little color returned to her face, though she still looked weak. Wenrensi furrowed her brow, enduring the stench, and quickly walked over to take out a handkerchief and offer it to her. "What should we do? Build a tent or move them inside the hall? In short, don't expose them to the sunlight," Chu Jingyue said, accepting the handkerchief to cover her nose. The smell was truly unbearable. The soldiers and clerks hurriedly moved the bodies, and when the governor personally went up the mountain and saw the numerous skeletal remains placed in the temple, his legs gave out. Over 100 deaths? Beneath the sun of heaven, if over 100 people had died, his official hat would probably not last much longer. Chu Jingyue coldly crossed her arms and spoke words that made the governor even more terrified. There are also many missing persons who haven't been found yet. The governor was anxious and hastily turned to Wenren-si, trying to negotiate. My lord, this incident has not yet been reported. Could you please let me off the hook? Wenren-si glanced sideways at him. With so many people having gone missing over the years, she couldn't believe that no one had ever filed an official complaint. Governor, did you consider letting anyone off when you got involved in this? Chu Jingyue's words were vague but struck the governor like lightning, freezing him in place. After a long pause, he finally reacted, awkwardly laughing. I've only just arrived, right? Perhaps. Chu Jingyue didn't elaborate further, and the governor couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief in his heart. Wenren-si felt something wasn't right, pulling Chu Jingyue aside and asking, what do you know? My lord, even if you're not good at calculations, shouldn't you already suspect what the abbot is relying on to act so arrogantly? And about those who disappeared in the capital and its surroundings years ago, except for rumors of ghosts in the outskirts of the city, there were no other traces. Shouldn't the reason behind this already be clear to you, my lord? With a quick calculation, Chu Jingyue determined that the governor's destiny was entangled in a cause and effect web. This meant this matter was somewhat linked to him too. Yet this fact was evident without needing any calculations. If the temple had no protection behind it, it could not have remained undisturbed for so long. However, it doesn't matter whether you keep this matter under wraps or not, the outcome will remain the same. Chu Jingyue added casually, seemingly confident that Wenren-si would help the governor conceal the truth. Am I really such a person in your eyes? Wenren-si pursed her lips, looking extremely displeased. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow, speaking with a tone of indifference. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to hide it, go to the palace now and inform them of the reasons. Reasons? This incident hasn't been fully investigated yet, and there's also the relationship with my mother. Wenren-si's gaze darkened. She hadn't even had time to read those letters yet. Chu Jingyue coolly watched her. Go to the palace as soon as possible. In order to enter the palace sooner, Wenren-si was both interrogating and searching everywhere. She was incredibly busy, while Chu Jingyue sat idly on the bed playing with 5 emperor coins of clarity. The copper coin in her hand represented the white emperor of the western suburbs, associated with the element metal. A thought came to Chu Jingyue, and she randomly tossed a few coins. Indeed, the top line of the Kuan hexagram, dragons battling in the fields, their blood turns yellow and black. Go tell Wenren-si that this matter need not concern us anymore, at least not for now. Chu Jingyue intended to descend the mountain and return directly to the mansion. Wenren-si quickly arrived, followed by the women she had brought out from the secret passage. Hand them over to the governor. I'm not confident about it. Wenren-si clearly intended to take them away. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and calmly said, taking them back won't help either. I just divined, they've entered a death trap. I've already told you that your life force isn't suited to enter places of ultimate despair, so you can't deal with them. I don't believe in spirits or fate. All I know is, as long as a person is alive, there is a way out. Wenren-si's gaze deepened, severe and solemn, unyielding in her stance. In her mind, destinies were unpredictable, and only by trying would she know if it works or not. If it failed, then so be it. A righteous person travels through heaven and earth. Saving one life is saving, and saving 10,000 lives is also saving. Is that so? You were still alive when you were in the coffin. Chu Jingyue spoke in a low voice, raising her hand and saying, give me the Wei Ji sword. Wenren-si lowered her hands that were folded behind her back. She wanted to counter Chu Jingyue's argument, but found herself at a loss for words. Silently, she threw the Wei Ji sword that she had retrieved toward her. Chu Jingyue turned and walked toward the temple's entrance. If we wish to save them, we must resort to desperate measures, putting them in mortal peril in order to survive. It's a dangerous tactic, success or failure uncertain, but it's a gamble worth taking. Wenren-si squinted her eyes and handed the decision over to the young ladies. She returned to the mansion with many of the young women, but news of the temple had yet to spread. Others merely thought that Wenren-si had married a mad wife, who had forced her into seeking comfort in promiscuity. But outsiders didn't know that several individuals within the mansion were probably aware of some aspects of the situation. When Wenren-si brought the women back, the Grand Dowager was the first to object, even going so far as visiting Chu Jingyue's courtyard specifically for this matter. These people are of unknown origins. How could you have instigated C to bring them into our mansion? Do you take this place lightly? As soon as she entered, the Grand Dowager scolded loudly. Chu Jingyue calmly sipped her tea, glancing at Wenren-si, who intended to settle the newcomers next door to her courtyard. You should ask him. It was he who insisted on bringing them back. What? Taking pity on them. The Grand Dowager had already prepared her next sentence, but was surprised to find out these women weren't brought back by Chu Jingyue out of sympathy. Chu Jingyue gently sipped her tea with one hand while incessantly tossing copper coins with the other. The top line of the Kuan hexagram, still the top line of the Kuan hexagram. No matter from which angle she attempted divination, it always ended up at the top line of the Kuan hexagram, meaning an unfavorable omen for all parties involved. Well, since C brought them back, there must be his own considerations. The Grand Dowager quickly changed her tone and said, still, seeing how those women looked battered suggests the hidden passage was extremely perilous. Jingyue, did you encounter anything unusual inside the hidden passage? The words of the Grand Dowager made the women who had not yet left the courtyard pale drastically, each recalling their terrible experiences in the secret passageway. Chu Jingyue raised her head calmly, replying, I was kidnapped, locked inside a Buddhist niche, and seriously wounded by a thief. What? There's a thief? What did the thief do to you? The Grand Dowager was both shocked and somewhat excited. If Chu Jingyue truly endured something dreadful, the mansion would then have a reason to annul her marriage. Wenren-si frowned unhappily. Grandmother, are you hoping that harm will come to my consort? Chu Jingyue responded coldly. What if they've done something to me? Qi Mansion can dismiss or cancel ties whenever they wish without caring about the truthfulness of the excuses. I accept them all. You think I care about being Qi Wang's consort? All I value is Wenren-si's life only. Chapter 27. The misunderstanding deepens. Chu Jingyue's words left Wenren-si somewhat dazed. Did she actually care about him? The old grand consort noticed the awkward situation and immediately clutched her chest, exclaiming, Quickly, summon the physician. Chu Jingyue pulled out a silver needle, her eyes sharp and clear as she said, I also know medicine. How could I possibly trust you? Who knows if you're here to harm me? Seeing that she wasn't gaining the upper hand, the old grand consort feigned illness and quickly left. Chu Jingyue put the silver needles back and looked at the young ladies, saying to Wenren-si, You should go deal with things in the front hall first. If they came for someone, just hand them over. Who? Wenren-si frowned. Who could come to Prince Qi's mansion demanding people? Chu Jingyue didn't elaborate much. She simply asked Wenren-si to follow her instructions and head to the front hall. After he left, Chu Jingyue spoke again. Don't be afraid. Do as I say, and I will save you. My lady, don't take such risks on our behalf. We had thought through it on the road already. What is the point of surviving when there is nowhere we belong? The eldest beautiful woman among these women spoke sorrowfully, and then many other women all knelt down. My lady saved us from misery, and we are eternally grateful. However, we don't wish for my lady to risk your life rescuing us again. We will repay your kindness in our next life. Chu Jingyue sighed. She was not usually an overly soft-hearted person, yet ever since recovering her true self, she seemed to grow gentler. There's no need to wait until the next life. Since I have said I can save you, then I surely can. From the moment I brought you down from the mountain, this situation has already begun. If you want to thank me, then listen to what I say. Since one decides to save others, there's no excuse for stopping halfway. Chu Jingyue arranged for the women in the backyard, while Wenren-si had just arrived in the front hall. A guard reported that the Supreme Court officials were present. The Emperor decrees that this case is too shocking and unusual, and thus shall be handled by the Supreme Court. Please transfer the rescued women to the court for further investigation. Though the officials of the Supreme Court used polite language, their expressions remained cold and arrogant. Men, go to the backyard and bring them over. Wenren-si sat at the main seat of the grand hall, his demeanor cool but authoritative. Chu Jingyue personally led the group over, glancing around the hall. Wenren-si's commanding presence matched Miao Xiaoning's aloof arrogance well, which made Chu Jingyue feel surprisingly appropriate. Director Li? Chu Jingyue called out, and Director Miao lifted his gaze, full of intensity. Chu Jingyue examined his face carefully and gave a slight smile. At midnight tonight, there will be a fire on South Street. Only Director Li can minimize the damage. Miao Xiaoning put down his teacup coldly and responded, If there's a fire, you should notify the patrol guards or the firefighting team. I won't involve myself in such matters. Chu Jingyue tilted her head closer, trapping Miao in his seat and leaning over to whisper, There's a person hidden in an alley with water in its name, who suffers from a serious illness, and it isn't looking good. Miao Xiaoning couldn't dwell on her audacity as shock registered on his face. I've already told you that only Director Li can reduce the loss from the fire tonight. Perhaps the matter closest to your heart might have a turning point. Whether you choose to act or not is up to you. What are you two doing? Just as Chu Jingyue finished speaking, another accusing voice interrupted Miao Xiaoning's train of thought. The elder mistress entered filled with anger. Chu Jingyue straightened herself calmly and replied, We're conversing. Miao Xiaoning's usual indifference betrayed a hint of discomfort as he stood up and said, Thank you, Your Highness, for your cooperation. I'll take my leave now. Chu Jingyue turned to him with a smile carrying some hidden meaning, causing Miao to mutter again as he departed, I remember what Princess said. That's good. Chu Jingyue appeared unruffled, as though nothing untoward happened involving her. In contrast, Miao Xiaoning left hurriedly, appearing rather disheveled. Wenren-si still sat in the main seat, nearly crushing the teacup in his hand. Sai, how can you allow her such freedom? The elder mistress looked at Wenren-si with disdain. Wenren-si sighed helplessly, saying, Mother, it was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes, and that could be a misunderstanding? There are so many people present in the hall. Even if she had something important to say, she should have let the husband pass it along. Her immodest advances severely dishonored the dignity of our Qi Wang Fu. Clearly extremely angry, the elder mistress ignored Wenren-si's attempts to explain and harshly pointed at Chu Jingyue. Guards, take Princess to the ancestral hall to kneel in punishment, copying female precepts and rules. She will not be allowed out until it is done. Mother, she got injured while saving people and hasn't fully recovered. Wenren-si frowned and stepped forward to stop the nurses. But it was Chu Jingyue who stepped out from behind him, asking instead, Where's the ancestral hall? You truly plan to go? Wenren-si pursed his lips. He didn't think she would obediently accept the punishment and copying task. Chu Jingyue nodded and moved towards the exit. Let's go. Her unexpected compliance unsettled the elder mistress instead, robbing her of her certainty. By the side, elder mother Zhao whispered in advice. Madam, why don't we just drop it? The princess does have her tricks. What if she performs some rites in the ancestral hall and curses you? What then? The elder mistress felt fear inside as well, but as she thought of what had just occurred, anger boiled over again. I'm not afraid of her. If she were to harm me, that'd actually be a good thing. It would let C settle his debt to her. Wen Renci accompanied Chu Jingyue to the ancestral hall, where on three sides of the massive Wen family shrine stood countless spirit tablets like a mountain. Pei Feng, go fetch a blanket, said Wen Renci, who didn't believe she would truly accept punishment without resistance. So he figured he might as well make her stay more comfortable. Chu Jingyue shook her head and replied, there's no need. She took 3 incense sticks, lit them, bowed deeply, and inserted the incense into the burner with solemn seriousness. Even Pei Feng expected her to say something respectful. I won't be staying here tonight. Just guard the door so no outsiders enter. Wen Renci pursed his lips and ordered, send 2 dark guards over. Chu Jingyue sat cross-legged on a cushion meditating. Wen Renci glanced at her for a moment and still felt somewhat uncomfortable about her intimacy with Director Li Xiaoning. Do you know Li Xiaoning? Without opening her eyes, Chu Jingyue responded, no, I don't. But his life path is extraordinary. You. Wen Renci wanted to ask what Chu Jingyue had told Li Xiaoning, but upon speaking, realized he seemingly had no right to inquire. She had never considered herself the true consort of Prince Qi, and their relationship was nothing more than a deal. Thinking of this, Wen Renci grew even more uneasy. He didn't much care for such feelings. What do you want? Perhaps I can give it to you now. Suddenly, Wen Renci wanted her gone. He couldn't see through Chu Jingyue, nor did he know her real purpose for staying in the prince's mansion, especially when her actions began to influence his thoughts. Chu Jingyue opened her eyes and kept her gaze fixed on Wen Renci's chest. Not yet, you're not ready. Wait a little longer. Through extended interaction, she had roughly figured out the general location of the soul treasure. To extract the soul treasure, he would have to get hurt. However, with the E-hexagram formation looming near, Wen Renci getting injured now would ruin everything. Wen Renci was surprised internally. Could she possibly desire him personally? Chapter 28, Huagai Star and Commander's Constellation. Chu Jingyue said she wouldn't stay in the ancestral hall, but on that day, she didn't take a single step to leave. Ren Renci was originally there accompanying her, with a small table set up nearby where he copied the female admonitions. Later, when the matriarch found out he was staying in the ancestral hall to accompany Chu Jingyue, she sent someone over to call him back. Chu Jingyue, finding his presence too noisy, ended up driving him away. Ren Renci simply returned to his study to continue copying, continuing well into the night until just as he was stifling a yawn, Pei Feng appeared. Your Highness, the undercover guards reported that the princess has left the ancestral hall and the estate. Ren Renci put down his brush, standing up and asking, what direction? South Street. Ren Renci's face turned dark and cold, confirming her intention to meet Li Xiaoning. At midnight, the capital city was under curfew, the streets eerily empty except for occasional breezes passing by. Li Xiaoning, dressed in white, stood out starkly against the night. He arrived at South Street expecting to see signs of fire, but found none, a faint look of displeasure crossing his eyes. Tricked. Indeed. Administrator Li came after all, said Chu Jingyue who sat on the roof, equally dressed in white. Under the moonlight, her figure gleamed brilliantly. Upon hearing this, Ren Renci, who had just reached a concealed spot nearby, grew grim-faced. Looking down at his dark robes, he muttered, tomorrow, get some white robes made for me. Standing in the street, Li Xiaoning looked up and said, there's no fire in South Street. It seems the princess misjudged the situation. I already told you how much damage South Street would endure, depending on whether or not you came. Chu Jingyue replied nonchalantly. With that, she took out a matchstick-like object and tossed it carelessly, setting a blaze unknown wood stacked near the roadside. Li Xiaoning's face slightly changed, never considering that perhaps Princess Qi might be a fraud, but also never imagining that she would set the fire herself. As Chu Jingyue was setting the fire, she crossed an alleyway, then turned back momentarily. Ren Renci, along with Pei Feng and his undercover guards, was silently trailing her without making a sound, cautious not to be discovered by Chu Jingyue. Suddenly, Chu Jingyue walked to a corner, asking, why are you here? Without changing his expression, Ren Renci answered earnestly, just passing by. Ah, then don't stand idle. I've prepared fire points around South Street. Help me burn them, said Chu Jingyue while handing out multiple lighters to the undercover guards. Do not light them all simultaneously. Once one area is alight, wait a little before lighting the next. This way, the fire brigade may not have enough time to respond and prevent fires from spreading to neighboring shops and houses. Should we notify the fire brigade? Pei Feng questioned, holding a lighter. Shaking her head, Chu Jingyue looked toward Li Xiaoning who was attempting to put out the flames on the street while searching for the fire brigade. She responded, no need. This is specifically designed for him. Let him handle it himself. Hearing the word specifically, Ren Renci's expression soured. He dismissed the undercover guards and Pei Feng, saying irritably, I've said it before. Currently, you appear before people as Princess Qi. Shouldn't harm the reputation of Prince Qi's mansion? Chu Jingyue asked coldly. In fact, she shouldn't even be arguing with Ren Renci. Though he carried the destiny of a commander, he was just an ordinary person and couldn't understand Taoist magic. Yet, what angered her was that Ren Renci never seemed to trust her. For the mansion, the discontent that Ren Renci initially harbored vanished quickly, replaced by curiosity. Chu Jingyue lightly raised her eyebrows and explained, Li Xiaoning carries a rare Huagai Insho constellation which highly matches your birth chart. If you could win his support, good fortune would replace calamity 9 times out of 10. All day long, Ren Renci failed to fathom why Chu Jingyue would approach Li Xiaoning solely for his benefit. His ears turned red involuntarily as he continued to inquire. Then why did you start the fire? To give him a proper reason for not being present in the Dali Temple tonight. There will be trouble at the Dali Temple tonight, and it cannot be interfered with. Lost in thought about subsequent events, Chu Jingyue heard Renren-si say earnestly. If so, it should definitely not only involve burning the streets. A thorough investigation afterward might still reveal intent. Do you mean to burn entire streets? Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. Causing harm to innocent bystanders' properties was something she refused to do. Renren-si shook his head, replying, You go back to the mansion first. Since I know what you intend to do afterward, let me take care of it. And this outfit, looking at her white robe, he added, is indeed too eye-catching. Thoughtfully rewording, Renren-si glanced towards Chu Jingyue who, lowering her head and checking her white dress, indeed felt it might draw too much attention. Handing the matter to Renren-si, Chu Jingyue returned to the mansion to sleep. Early the next morning when she finally made her way back to the shrine, Zhao Mama, who worked closely with the matriarch, rushed into the room only to find yellow talismans stuck everywhere. Frightened, she screamed and fled. Furious upon hearing the news, the matriarch stormed inside and demanded, Chu Jingyue, what nonsense are you creating again? Just amusing myself by performing rites of exorcism. Chu Jingyue answered indifferently. It was true she was conducting the rites, but not merely out of idleness. The matriarch's face turned green with anger, while beside her, Zhao Mama warned cautiously. Mistress Matriarch, we absolutely must not allow her to further disturb our ancestors' peace in the shrine. Come out with me. The elder matriarch spoke coldly. Chu Jingyue arched her eyebrows, and, looking at the maids who had crowded in, she instructed, when tearing the yellow talismans, be sure not to damage them. Burn them in the ceremonial basin inside the shrine. Zhao Mama quickly told the servants to be careful, while the matriarch gave a cold snort and asked, Where is your book of writings? Madam, it's with me. Chu Jingyue's maid Shichuan replied, presenting a thick stack of paper in both hands. Evidently, quite an amount had been copied. The matriarch only flipped through a few pages before her expression soured. That will do. Go back to your quarters and reflect on your behavior. Chu Jingyue murmured as she went back, calculating on her fingers all the way. How could the work that wasn't hers have convinced the matriarch to let it go so easily? Shichuan, already accustomed to this habit of hers, sighed helplessly. My lady, there's no need to calculate. The book was written by His Highness yesterday for you. He grew up under the care of the matriarch from childhood. How could she fail to recognize his handwriting? Naturally, she couldn't bring herself to say more about it. Renren-si wrote this? Chu Jingyue blinked. So he was writing these things in the shrine yesterday? He really has nothing better to do, does he? Wife, I know what a great favor you've done for the household, and it is right that both His Highness and the old Grand Mistress yield to you. But you shouldn't tread so recklessly upon His Highness's dignity. Shichuan spoke indignantly, making Chu Jingyue raise her brows. When exactly did I trample on his dignity? My lady, yesterday in front of His Highness, you were so intimate with the deputy chief of the Dali Temple, and the matriarch caught you at it. Isn't that disrespectful enough? Shichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Such improper conduct would result in either flogging or divorce if committed by another housewife. Chu Jingyue's heart stirred slightly. Just exchanging words close by caused so much trouble. Truly, it was inconvenient. It's not easy to obtain the treasures for longevity. Shichuan, why don't you teach me the proper rules then? Chu Jingyue sighed inwardly, knowing that though she didn't necessarily have to follow them, she should at least understand them, lest even more complications arise next time. Shichuan's eyes lit up slightly as she nodded in agreement, but had yet to speak when Lu Siyu appeared. Sister Yu, if you wish to learn etiquette, why bother troubling Shichuan? They are all mere servants. How much do they know of the proper conduct expected of highborn ladies? Perhaps Sister Lu Siyu can teach you instead. Chapter 29, The Prince Makes the Decisions. Lu Siyu walked over, her face full of amiability, appearing to be ready to teach Chu Jingyue some manners. All right, Chu Jingyue didn't have any objections. It didn't matter who was teaching her. Arriving at Chu Jingyue's Qixia courtyard, Lu Siyu started putting on airs. Sister Moon, you should bow to your elders, like this. This rule isn't important. Next, Chu Jingyue sat on the soft couch. She carried a subtle arrogance within her bones and wasn't particularly keen on bowing even if she understood it. Lu Siyu hesitated for a moment before saying, Sister, do you know the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Tell me more about that. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. This sounded somewhat interesting. Lu Siyu inwardly looked down on her ignorance, but then noticed someone outside the courtyard. Her eyes lit up instantly as she launched into a grand speech. The 3 obediences are obedience to one's father before marriage, to one's husband after marriage, and to one's son after the husband's death. That shouldn't be too hard to understand, right? The faint interest Chu Jingyue had initially sparked immediately dissipated. She replied coolly, Are you talking about a person or just an object? Lu Siyu couldn't grasp what she meant, but in her eagerness to show off, she continued without further questioning. The 4 virtues refer to moral integrity, proper speech, appropriate appearance, and competence in housework. In short, women should remain calm and chaste, maintain decorum and honor, feel shame in their own actions, and follow rules in both movement and behavior. Chu Jingyue's head spun listening to all this, and she waved a hand dismissively, saying, Rather than memorizing these things, why not learn a few incantations for calming the mind? They can soothe and settle one's spirit. Isn't talent crucial? Sister Moon, surely you don't think that sentence irrelevant. Lu Siyu proudly lifted her head, reasoning that no matter how many skills a woman mastered, Without understanding the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, she would eventually be scorned by others in her marital home. Does Lady Lu believe she possesses such talent? Chu Jingyue turned her gaze, and Lu Xiu suddenly found herself tongue-tied, unable to answer. She certainly couldn't admit to being dull-witted and devoid of any abilities. So, clearly, understanding that statement is meaningless, Chu Jingyue raised her eyes and saw Wen Rinci approaching. Realizing this meeting was over, she said, "That will suffice for today. Lady Lu, please take your leave. Lady Moon, do you find my teaching inadequate? But everything I just said is exactly what a woman must know and act upon." Lu Xiu lowered her gaze and feigned a pitiful look. Wen Rinci was preoccupied with something else entirely. His tone remained flat as he said, "The princess and I have serious matters to discuss. Miss Xiu understands." Lu Xiu bowed respectfully before departing. Chu Jingyue propped her head up with one hand, swishing the remaining tea dregs in her cup. Noticing his still sullen expression, she sighed. Did word get out? Last night, the minister of the Supreme Court hung himself in front of the court. It happened roughly at the same time as the fire broke out, explained Wen Rinci while fixing her with a piercing gaze, indicating that he knew she had foreknowledge of events related to the Supreme Court. Seeing his accusing eyes, Chu Jingyue put down her teacup and replied firmly, "I won't save those who commit wickedness." Then are you aware that because of this, the emperor became enraged and ordered all officials from the Supreme Court to be imprisoned and thoroughly investigated by the Internal Prison Bureau? Wen Rinci frowned deeply. Investigations by the Internal Prison Bureau relied solely on torture. Traditionally tasked with handling secret affairs, they were also known colloquially as the King Yan's Hall. Had she mentioned it last night, perhaps this issue could have been handled covertly. Now, with the minister's corpse hanging openly on the street, a defiant act challenging imperial authority, the emperor lost his temper. Naturally, those associated with the Supreme Court would not end well. Why are you so anxious? Just wait for another message. Chu Jingyue reached out and poured him a cup of tea. It's coming. Want to try? Wen Rinci sat across from her, lips tightly pressed, suspicion evident in his gaze. Was she actually pouring him tea herself? Last night, I had some houses burned on South Street. Li shouting, guaranteed by the patrol camp, escaped unscathed. He drank the tea silently, but still disapproved of Chu Jingyue's actions. If her machinations harmed innocent people unnecessarily, he'd prefer not to gain anything from them. Chu Jingyue fiddled silently with her teacup, and just as Wen Rinci opened his mouth to speak, he felt dizzy. Then, soon after, he slumped onto the table, unconscious. The best solution for this matter is for you to sleep it off at home. Chu Jingyue pushed away her teacup. The traces of 6 coins for divination faded, erased. Since the magistrate first spoke, Chu Jingyue had cast over a dozen fortunes, each showing ominous readings. She had arranged ways to break the deadlock but wanted Wen Rinci kept out of it, needing instead his assistance to transfer vital energy. Thus, the only option was using medicine. When Wen Rinci came to, cacophonous voices surrounded him, pounding in his temples. The prince has woken. The prince has woken. Someone called out. Before he could open his eyes, he sensed the crowd pressing around him. He opened his cold, sharp gaze, and the old matron sobbed, finally awake. The royal physician says you've been poisoned, though he can't identify the toxin and has tried different prescriptions. We thought. You really scared me to death. How many days? Wen Rinci sat up, rubbing his temple. Did he faint while talking to Chu Jingyue? The matriarch held up her fingers and said, 3 days. 3 days. Wen Rinci immediately turned cold, swinging his legs off the bed as he asked, "Are the cases at the temple and the Supreme Court resolved?" The matriarch quickly pulled him back, saying, "The Supreme Court case hasn't been reviewed yet. Officials from the Celestial Bureau claimed that the minister of the Supreme Court died due to divine punishment. So the emperor decided to personally conduct a ritual for blessings, which is why." Wen Rinci saw his mother hesitating and furrowed his brow, demanding, "What is it?" "It's today. They're planning to use a live sacrifice at Chi Tian Cliff, the people you brought back from the temple." The matriarch secretly gauged Wen Rinci's expression. Wen Rinci glanced around the room and found that Chu Jingyue wasn't there. He asked, "Mother, where is Chu Jingyue?" "Her? She disappeared 3 days ago," said the matriarch with anger rising in her tone. "She must have poisoned you and fled out of fear of consequences." Wen Rinci suddenly realized that his unconsciousness had been orchestrated by Chu Jingyue. There was no way she would so kindly offer him tea without an ulterior motive. "Payphone, prepare my horse." Holding his outer robe, Wen Rinci moved toward the door. The matriarch grabbed him. "You've just woken up. Where are you going?" Wen Rinci's eyes were heavy with intent as he countered. "To find Chu Jingyue. What do you want with her? Poisoning you gives more than enough reason for you to divorce her immediately and accuse Lord Wen's residence of the crime." "Spare. Spare what?" Wen Rinci firmly interrupted his mother and continued. "Mother, she is still my princess consort." The matriarch hadn't expected him to side so strongly with Chu Jingyue, causing her tone to become both anxious and urgent. "And what if she is?" Even though it was an arranged marriage, it was originally arranged as a spirit marriage, without formal rites or proper procedures. Chu Jingyue didn't officially enter the Qi Kingdom mansion. There was no announcement to the heavens above, no notice to the netherworld below, nor any banquets held in celebration. In all this, how does she qualify as your princess consort? Though the matriarch was deeply grateful to Chu Jingyue for saving her son, it didn't mean she believed Chu Jingyue deserved the title of princess consort of Qi Wang. If unqualified, then unqualified. Whether or not she is my consort, that decision rests with me. Wen Rinci declared firmly. Chapter 30, Breaking the Stalemate. Qi Tianya was located at a cliff on the outskirts of the capital, where the emperor had built a 99-step ladder to heaven just a few years prior. At the end of the ladder stood a square platform, with an imposing statue standing on it. Below the steps was a Taoist altar, displaying statues of the three pure ones and incense offerings. Ritual complete, bring forth the offerings. The man in a Taoist robe beside the emperor called out loudly. The guards lifted up the bound women and carried them up the steps. Chu Jingyue saw that the moment was right, cleared her throat. Such conduct angers the heavens. Should your majesty not fear divine retribution? Chu Jingyue stepped forward with her sword drawn, wearing a white robe embroidered with mysteries of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. Before the emperor could respond, the man by his side glared coldly. How dare you? Who dares disrupt the emperor's rituals? I, the woman chosen by the emperor for one Ren-Si's posthumous marriage. Chu Jingyue remained calm despite the swords pointed at her, her eyes locked onto the emperor. If your majesty does not believe my words, then please proceed. The emperor's expression turned dark, while an official from the astronomical bureau whispered cautiously, Your majesty, they say Miss Chu is somewhat mentally impaired. Her words cannot be fully trusted. Take one offering first, the emperor murmured, cautious about affecting his fortune and reluctant to take unnecessary risks. The guards immediately seized one woman and dragged her up the ladder. However, as soon as she took the first step, strong winds began to howl across the barren cliffs. Chu Jingyue remained steady, watching the emperor calmly. Startled, the emperor turned towards the astronomical bureau official, asking, What's happening? It was said that today would be windless and rain-free, a perfect sky. Today's sky is indeed favorable, but angering the gods can turn even a gentle breeze into thunder and lightning. Chu Jingyue continued with a composed demeanor, looking every bit the part of a celestial figure. The emperor hesitated, recalling when Ren-Si's miraculous survival and dream meeting with immortals. Perhaps this was related to his wife. Speak further. With the emperor's permission, the surrounding guards lowered their weapons, and Chu Jingyue stepped forward, walking past the Taoist altar until reaching the bottom of the heavenly steps. All gods protect humanity as their duty. How could a human emperor offend them by sacrificing living people? Frowning darkly, Emperor Li replied through gritted teeth. An official named Lu Yun refuted her. Do you know anything? Most of these women are considered inauspicious beings. Originally, His Majesty intended to clear their wrongful deaths, but it seems the Chief Justice of the Grand Court committed suicide outside the office as if possessed. This is clearly a warning from the heavens. Heavenly warnings? Heaven and earth deities do not harm people to issue warnings. With these words, Chu Jingyue swung her Wei Ji sword. A flash of light shot from the blade, and thick clouds quickly gathered overhead. Muffled thunder rumbled louder, moving closer before suddenly striking a bolt of lightning down upon the altar. Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty! The eunuchs cried out in terror, shielding the emperor. Lu Yun looked shocked. Impossible. He had observed the skies last night. Today was definitely supposed to be cloudless. Standing firmly on the heavenly steps, Chu Jingyue added solemnly. In the name of Taoism, deceitful actions such as deceiving the heavens must surely be condemned. As soon as she finished speaking, another bolt of lightning flashed, striking a tree blocking Lu Yun's attempted escape route. Lu Yun froze with fright. Soon after, a torrential downpour began. Unexpectedly, amidst the roaring winds and drenching rain, black-robed assassins armed with daggers emerged. Chaos broke out as the imperial guards battled fiercely against the assassins. Chu Jingyue leapt swiftly to the emperor's side. Your Majesty, no need to panic. Rescuers will soon arrive. Chu Jingyue gazed towards the mountain road, and sure enough, horse hooves began to thunder nearby moments later. Reinforcements are here. Following Chu Jingyue's gaze, the emperor spotted one Ren-Si's flag swaying defiantly under the heavy rain. One Ren-Si arrived with cavalry reinforcements, capturing all the assassins. Chu Jingyue stood guard next to the emperor, coldly observing Lu Yun, who still appeared stunned after being struck by lightning. Come back to your senses, look closely, and understand what true Taoist magic truly is. Chu Jingyue plunged her Wei Ji sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy around her. Essence of Tai Bai, god of wind and master of rain. Pacify the storm and stabilize the 4 directions. After her incantation, the violent wind ceased instantly, and the downpour gradually diminished to a soft drizzle. The emperor watched Chu Jingyue in amazement, his eyes gleaming with mild delight. Who would have thought Princess Consort Qi possessed such great powers? This meager sorcery is unworthy of mention. Chu Jingyue sheathed her sword, noticing just in time that when Ren-Si had already captured all the assassins. Approaching, one Ren-Si bowed and said, Your servant arrives late to protect your majesty. Not late at all. This emperor never realized the wife of Prince Qi has such remarkable skills. It's indeed surprising. The emperor's scrutinizing gaze fell on Chu Jingyue longer than usual, making when Ren-Si frowned slightly. How should we handle these assassins? All of them should be sent to the inner prison bureau. This emperor must find out who is audacious enough to dare attempt regicide. Chu Jingyue glanced around, reminding the emperor, Who arranged for your majesty to leave the palace to perform the sacrifice? Such sacrificial acts angered the gods, summoning the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning causing chaos here, providing an opening for the assassins. Hearing this, the emperor's eyes immediately turned dark, glancing sideways with an imperial authority. Lu Yun, do you have anything to say for yourself? Your majesty, how could you believe what this woman says? I am innocent. The death of the Chief Justice of the Grand Court was clearly due to the god's disapproval, which led him to go insane and commit suicide. Lu Yun hastily responded, while bowing his head in self-defense. Chu Jingyue smirked coldly. Then why don't you also invoke the gods to prove your innocence? Given Chu Jingyue's ability to stop the wind and rain, her powers were clear evidence of her truthfulness, leaving Lu Yun's words feeble in comparison. Take Lu Yun away for now. We'll deal with it once I return to the palace. Though the emperor didn't punish Lu Yun on the spot, after all, he was still Wei Ai's promising disciple. Chu Jingyue's gaze fell upon the bound women, and the emperor quickly inquired with earnestness, Master Immortal, may I ask, how should we handle these women? Leave them to me. I will take care of them and relieve their grievances so that they don't hinder your majesty's virtue in 100 years. With those words, the emperor immediately commanded their release without hesitation. Prince Qi has safeguarded this emperor effectively. You shall be granted one favor as reward. The emperor adjusted his robes while speaking to Wen Renxi, who rode his horse alongside the carriage on the way back to the capital. Wen Renxi glanced at Chu Jingyue, who also accompanied them by horseback, before responding thoughtfully. My wife and I were married by your majesty's arrangement, but because the wedding banquet was unusual, outsiders do not recognize her status. Therefore, I humbly request a formal decree recognizing our marriage. Is that all? The emperor toyed with his prayer beads, looking meaningfully at Wen Renxi. Wen Renxi nodded, saying, yes, that is all. Turning to Chu Jingyue, the emperor inquired gently, what do you think? Initially, I only decreed that a Chu family legitimate daughter marry Prince Qi. If you do not wish it, I will not force you. Deep down, the emperor valued Chu Jingyue immensely, even entertaining thoughts of bringing her into the harem. Chu Jingyue replied coolly, a decree from the Son of Heaven is also fate. The emperor understood, though reluctant in his heart. He felt some satisfaction at her response. By Chu Jingyue's statement, he already had some connection to divine predestination. To him, this was worth more joy than inviting her into the harem. As Chu Jingyue glanced at the emperor out of the corner of her eye, she met Wen Renxi's stare unexpectedly. His gaze carried blame and dissatisfaction, as if questioning why she made him unconscious for a whole 3 days. Slightly uneasy, Chu Jingyue averted her eyes, knowing it proved correct to exclude Wen Renxi this time, despite things going smoothly. But next time when she tried to trick him into drinking medicine, it might not work so easily. You'll pay for this when we get home, he implied with a pointed look. Chapter 31. The divination has changed. Madame Wang, how should we arrange for these women? Shichuan looked at more than 10 women of different ages standing in the courtyard, waiting for Chu Jingyue's instructions. Chu Jingyue, calmly playing with a string of prayer beads in her hands, said, send them home. As soon as she finished speaking, the oldest woman immediately knelt down. Madame Wang, our families may not accept us back given our identities. Even if you send us home, we might either be killed at home or end up on the streets. In any case, there will be no good place for us. Chu Jingyue had a bit of doubt, then a cold voice came from outside the door. What she said is true. The remains excavated from those temples still have no one to claim them. Even for some remains where families were found, most of the families refused to recognize them. The speaker was Li Xiaoning, who personally visited today just to see Chu Jingyue. Helplessness and confusion were evident on the faces of the women, as they really didn't know where they could find shelter. Chu Jingyue frowned, thinking for a moment, and then said, then temporarily arrange for them to stay in the mansion. This probably does not comply with the rules. The servants within the mansion must all be registered, and they are all trained in the palace. These people's identities are unclear, and they don't know the rules. It's feared. Shichuan wanted to say something, but stopped, glancing at the prince who brought Li Xiaoning. Wen Renxi remained silent. Chu Jingyue simply took out her coin purse. All the money inside was earned by handling Wen Renxi's family affairs, and he had converted it into silver bills for her to carry around. Buy a house. Chu Jingyue wasn't quite sure if her money would be enough, and if not, she planned to find a way to earn more. Li Xiaoning suddenly spoke up. If Madame Wang wants a private residence, it's no problem, but I'll need to accompany you. Not necessary. These people can stay temporarily in the mansion. Wen Renxi spoke up, then told Shichuan, prepare the main courtyard and move Madame Wang's things over. Shichuan slightly widened her eyes. It wasn't appropriate to settle so many outsiders in the main courtyard with its study room. You ladies who want to stay and work, the mansion can offer wages. Those who wish to leave may do so freely. As soon as Wen Renxi finished speaking, the women fell to their knees to express gratitude. Just having a place to stay was already very nice for them now. Even without wages, they were willing to stay. Chu Jingyue lay back with her hands behind her head and said casually, next door, so that your mother and grandmother won't cause trouble. That works. After Wen Renxi and Chu Jingyue made their decision, everyone began tidying up things. Li Xiaoning pursed his lips and spoke again. Previously, Madame Wang said that as long as I go to South Street, my concern might have a chance to turn around. I wonder if this promise still holds. Chu Jingyue calculated with her fingers while standing up. Let's go and take a look. You've just come back. Rest for a while. Wen Renxi subtly blocked the way. Li Xiaoning's face turned gloomy as he gravely said, the sacrificial matters haven't been completed yet. Lord surely needs to report back to the palace? Not urgent. Wen Renxi did not want Chu Jingyue to go with Li Xiaoning at this time. After all, as Li Xiaoning mentioned, the sacrificial matter wasn't over, and Li Xiaoning being the deputy chief justice was at the heart of the storm. Chu Jingyue turned to look at him, pondering for a while before saying, give me an address. I'll visit at night. Li Xiaoning hesitated, seeming not entirely to trust Chu Jingyue. But Wen Rinxi's worry wasn't without basis. Since the sacrificial matter wasn't over, if people found out about her close association with Li Xiaoning now, they might mistakenly think she orchestrated the sacrificial event. It's possible that the deaths in the Dali Temple, Great Mercy Temple, could also be pinned on her. Though it wouldn't be hard to resolve, it would be troublesome. Since Madame Wang claims to be knowledgeable, I believe you can find your own way, right? Li Xiaoning suddenly chuckled coldly, and he couldn't trust her fully either. Even though Chu Jingyue was countered, she didn't get upset but only nodded. Fine, you go ahead. Before leaving, Li Xiaoning glanced at Wen Renxi with a menacing gaze. It's best not to let the madam act alone tonight. After he left, Pei Feng came forward with a frown. I always feel like he has some kind of conspiracy. There's no conspiracy, just making things mysterious. Chu Jingyue pointed to a recliner in the yard and said, move this over too. Pei Feng hurriedly went to help. Wen Renxi asked quietly, have you figured it out? Yes, but I need a Beijing geomancy map to know the exact location. Wen Renxi turned and walked out. There's one in the study. Chu Jingyue followed quickly. There were several rows of bookshelves in the study, full of books that clearly weren't new ones, indicating Wen Renxi had read them all. The matter of knocking me unconscious, you'd better give me an explanation. Wen Renxi sat in the chair with an unfriendly expression. Chu Jingyue, comparing the geomancy map hanging on the wall, calculated as she spoke. The person has been saved. Isn't that an explanation? You can still save people by bringing me along. Wen Renxi was very upset. She usually used a stasis talisman, but at least when she did that, he was conscious and knew what had happened. This time was simply going too far. Chu Jingyue turned around to look at him and said casually, Your Highness, have you forgotten your identity? Wen Renxi was caught off guard by her questioning. Had he asked something wrong again? Chu Jingyue walked to the table and poured herself a cup of tea. A splash of tea water spilled a few drops. It had a rhythm, as if there were rules in it. I've divined for you several times before the sacrifice, and it was Koan hexagram, the top 6th line, an omen of great misfortune. Chu Jingyue wiped her hand and continued. This time it is Zhuan hexagram, also the top 6th line. Wen Renxi stared coldly at the erased hexagram without saying a word. Did she think he understood it? The only way I could think of was to keep you away from the sacrificial site, breaking the situation through avoidance. It turned out I was right. Your hexagram indeed changed. In the case of the top 6th line of the Zhuan hexagram, enduring brings benefits and thunder asserts authority. If you can hold on, you will gain. And I believe this gain should be Li Xiaoning. Chu Jingyue went roundabout, calculating that using the top 6th line of the Koan hexagram to personally break the situation would change Wen Renxi's hexagram. This method indirectly pulled Li Xiaoning over to Qi Wang's side. Looking back now, every step she had taken was temporarily successful. When it came to the Deputy Chief Justice, Wen Renxi still felt somewhat uneasy. I'll accompany you tonight. Chu Jingyue finished the rest of the tea and looked silently out of the window. Your Highness, the Dowager Princess and the senior concubine said that since the princess has finished handling things, she should go to the rear courtyard to pay respects. A maid came to report outside the door, and Chu Jingyue slightly raised her eyebrows. Your Highness, you'd better settle this matter. I don't want to see them. Wen Renxi pondered quietly for a moment, then added, wait for me until I return. Chu Jingyue watched him leave and shrugged lightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to wait. He was bound to be busy for some time. Letting him deal with the Dowager Princess and the senior concubine was merely because she didn't want to be held back. She had just realized that her 5 Emperor's Bright Spell coins seemed to be responding differently. Chapter 32, Words to Stab the Heart. Chu Jingyue is far too presumptuous. Was your previous coma her doing? Why doesn't she come see us herself? The elderly grand consort was so enraged that she threw her teacup onto the table, splashing tea everywhere. In such a serious occasion, Wen Renxi's gaze instinctively fell upon the spilled tea as his mind wandered off. According to Chu Jingyue's account, all her plans were for him. But why? If she was putting in so much effort, did it mean she also expected something significant from him? See, the old grand consort saw he wasn't responding and scolded loudly to bring him back to reality. Wen Renxi snapped out of it and coldly said, these matters aren't important. She served well by protecting the emperor during the Qi Tianxia event. She needs rest now. Grandmother shouldn't bother her. Serve well, the madam doubtfully remarked. What kind of contribution could she possibly make? Could her abilities surpass those in the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? This statement gave Wen Renxi a clue. He had previously been injured due to being ambushed outside the city, and after returning to the capital, the royal physician had declared he had no chance of survival. Hence, the emperor ordered the creation of a Nanmu coffin by the best craftsmen at the Astronomical Bureau to select a suitable match for a posthumous marriage. Chu Jingyue said the fengxi array was inside the coffin, which implied someone from the Astronomical Bureau wanted him dead. Moreover, she also claimed that fake monks from the temple were related to his attempted murder, meaning there was someone in the capital who didn't want him alive. My lord, news has arrived from the palace, ordering you to immediately go to the court. Wen Renxi's train of thought had just started when it was interrupted. The servant added, and they've requested the lady when to join you as well. Chu Jingyue wasn't particularly surprised about going to the palace. If she hadn't planned for a trip, she wouldn't have sent Wen Renxi away earlier, giving herself time to calculate things in her room. It's likely regarding merit rewards. You needn't worry so much. Wen Renxi consoled her gently. Chu Jingyue felt the swaying of the carriage with closed eyes and spoke icily. Is the prince consoling me? If it were truly for rewarding merits, an imperial edict would suffice. Why would I need to enter the palace? Wen Renxi pressed his lips together. Seeing her understanding, he decided not to comfort her anymore and directly asked, Could there be any findings from the Qi Tianxia event? The prince underestimates me too much. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning are indeed my invitations, but merely acted as a spectacle corresponding to natural phenomena. What truly drained my spiritual power was stopping the wind and rain. Nothing will be discovered. Chu Jingyue opened her confident eyes and looked at Wenren-Si intently. Wenren-Si shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, attempting to turn away to avoid her attention. Chu Jingyue went further and boldly touched his hand. Maintain proper decorum. Wenren-Si tried to withdraw his hand, sincerely confused about why Chu Jingyue liked touching him so much. Chu Jingyue held up a talisman between two fingers. I simply don't wish to waste my talisman paper. Wenren-Si stared silently at the familiar talisman. His resigned hand stayed limp as Chu Jingyue touched it at will. After some time, Chu Jingyue finally spoke solemnly. Misfortune may depend on good fortune. The issue lies with Li Xiaoning. Chu Jingyue calculated slightly. The calamity Huagai would encounter required transforming into prosperity. It was precisely the moment Li Xiaoning needed Wenren-Si's help. Wenren-Si glanced sideways at her. Do you care deeply for Li Xiaoning? I've said before, he's a rare person with a grand destiny like yours, matching perfectly. The two of you support each other, often turning danger into safety. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes again. Li Xiaoning's affairs weren't too serious. They could wait until entering the palace. The carriage slowly entered the palace grounds, and Chu Jingyue and Wenren-Si soon arrived at the imperial study. Many people knelt inside the imperial study, including Li Xiaoning and representatives from the astronomical bureau. Is this the little immortal the emperor speaks of, who can summon wind and rain? A richly dressed official of about 30 or 40 years old asked. Chu Jingyue completely ignored him, but Wenren-Si beside her bowed politely. Your Majesty summoned both of us for an urgent matter? Lu Yun accuses himself wrongly and claims he has calculated the true cause of death for the magistrate of Dali Temple. He wishes to confront the princess consort of Qi Wang. The emperor continued to look at Chu Jingyue with doubt, to which she responded coldly with a mocking smile. Confrontation? Let's do it then. How disrespectful. Does the princess consort not know how to greet the emperor? The man in luxurious attire criticized sharply. Chu Jingyue, tired of hearing about rules lately, replied coolly with slight irritation. Even Taoist sects cannot yet restrict me. Do you intend to lock me with worldly regulations? She appeared as a detached fairy, often radiating a killing aura due to practicing emotionless doctrines. Her words carried an imposing pressure no less than that of an emperor accustomed to long-term reign. The emperor saw her reaction and instead of being angered, laughed. Never mind. Today, I only seek the truth behind the death of the magistrate of Dali Temple. Your Majesty. Lu Yun hastily prostrated, alarmed. I've calculated that the magistrate was killed by Li Xiaoning. The fire incident in South Street was merely a means of escape. Chu Jingyue gave a mocking laugh, and Lu Yun immediately looked over, hastily explaining. Your Highness need not scoff. Today's events were nothing more than a plot set up by Li Xiaoning and you all. If it succeeds, the kingdom changes hands. If not, you still gain the emperor's trust. Am I wrong? Words that stab the heart. You would think they are useful. Chu Jingyue's eyes carried a look of proud disdain. Lu Yun's words were already aimed at striking to the heart, regardless of whether others believed them or not, as long as the emperor did. Without evidence from either side regarding the death of the magistrate in Dali Temple, this was the time for psychological warfare. If you believe I'm wrong, can you present evidence to prove your innocence? Lu Yun said with great confidence, and the richly dressed man also nodded approvingly. At this point, Master Lu has no evidence but speaks so accusatorily. Would he later claim that the temple tragedy is also our conspiracy? Since Master Lu believes the incident concerns me and my husband, it should be his responsibility to provide proof. Wenren-Si reacted quickly, immediately turning the tables. Lu Yun then threw some copper coins and said to His Majesty, Your Majesty is familiar with divination symbols too. These symbols directly indicate that Her Highness is the murderer and Prince Qi is the main culprit. Is this not sufficient evidence? Master Lu, dare you swear an oath? Chu Jingyue watched him with a smile that was both amused and scornful. Lu Yun suddenly remembered how close he had come to being struck by lightning and was momentarily at a loss for words, allowing Chu Jingyue to gain the upper hand. Since Master Lu has no evidence and dares not take an oath, yet seeks to sentence me based on mere copper coins, that shows real skill. Your Highness is also of the Taoist sects. Do you not know that divination never lies? The well-dressed man asked loudly. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows slightly. This was the goal. They wanted her to prove that divination could be falsified, extending this to suggest everything could be faked, giving them cover for everything that happened during the Qi Tianxia event. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes and walked up to Lu Yun and Li Xiaoning, picking up the copper coins while silently saying 3 words to Li Xiaoning. Qing Xiao Ali. Li Xiaoning's eyes contracted slightly as Chu Jingyue stood up and weighed the coins in her hand. Since this is divination, one must concentrate on the matter at hand for the symbols to appear. But who knows what Master Lu is thinking about just now? As Chu Jingyue was about to toss the coins into the air, Li Xiaoning suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, please hear me out. Chapter 33, Obtaining the Rank of Matron. Li Xiaoning's voice drew everyone's attention. Standing ramrod straight, he said. This minister asked the coroner to examine the body, and indeed discovered that the minister of the Supreme Court was not killed late that night, but had been strangled much earlier, and then hung outside his residence. The emperor showed no emotion on his face, while Lu Yun immediately interjected. Your Majesty, it seems the divinations I calculated were not false. Li Xiaoning has already acknowledged it. Li Shaoqing pursed his lips. There may be suspicion, but that is all it is. Lord Lu can only say that I lack a witness and cannot prove that I am the murderer. However, you tricked your majesty into going to the Qitian cliff under the pretense of divine will, resulting in an assassination attempt. That is a fact. The emperor's gaze darkened, and Lu Yun's heart sank in shock, never expecting that Li Shaoning would rather allow himself to fall under suspicion than betray Wenren. Your majesty, since this case is still unclear, why don't we investigate thoroughly from beginning to end? The elegantly dressed man once again spoke, pointing the finger directly at Wenren. The affairs of the Earl's mansion might be hidden from others, but they could not escape the notice of this chief astronomer. Wenren coldly replied, it should indeed be thoroughly investigated. Hundreds of people have gone missing inside and outside the capital, yet the capital prefecture remains silent and unreported. Behind the capital prefect must lie another sinister hand. Since an investigation is to be carried out, let us go all the way. The emperor massaged his temples, listening as they argued back and forth, feeling a headache coming on. He somberly asked, Lady Qi Wang, do you have anything else to add? Hundreds of children and young women have died tragically and been buried underground. Their grievances have long accumulated without dissipation. This cause and effect, big or small, necessitates that those remains be properly buried and given proper rites. Hearing something different, the emperor perked up slightly, sitting more upright as he asked, according to your view, what should be done? Bury them, perform the rites. Does your majesty not understand? Chu Jingyue coldly shot back, her sharp gaze asking whether the emperor understood. Not only did this not enrage the emperor, but it actually made him laugh. The wife of Prince Qi truly carries herself with the bearing of a Taoist adept, her resolute eyes indicating she is not one to deceive. The wife of Prince Qi has a temperament that is truly remarkable. She dares to behave so recklessly even within the imperial study. The elegantly dressed man spoke again. Chu Jingyue calmly turned her gaze toward him. The marriage between me and Prince Qi was decreed by the Son of Heaven. Do you have any objections? Wei Qing, the wife of Prince Qi, possesses great supernatural abilities, and her peculiar personality is natural. You shouldn't mind trivial details. The emperor intervened to mediate, then added, the burial and rites should be entrusted to your office of astronomy. This time, there must be no mistakes. The emperor cast a nonchalant, yet meaningful glance at Lu Yun, who knelt on the ground. As for him, I entrust his punishment to you. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wei Chong's eyes. As Lu Yun was his disciple, this arrangement clearly indicated that the emperor wanted him to severely punish Lu Yun. It was both a show of respect and a warning, punishing the chicken to warn the monkey. Your Majesty, the death of the Minister of the Supreme Court involved murder, and the firefighting incident involving Deputy Minister Li in the middle of the night raises suspicion. I suggest temporarily removing Li Shaoning from office and assigning someone else instead. Wei Chong respectfully bowed. Now that Li Shaoning stood on Prince Qi's side, after losing a disciple, he absolutely could not let Wenren get off easily. What trouble? Chu Jingyue interrupted. Isn't it just about solving the case? If the living cannot speak, then we'll question the dead. Wei Chong's complexion slightly changed. Is it the intention of Prince Qi's household to resort to ghostly illusions to exonerate Li Shaoning? Chu Jingyue paid him no heed, merely turning her deep gaze towards the emperor and saying, I know a bit about invoking deities and questioning spirits. Would your majesty like to try it? Her sudden inquiry instead left the emperor uneasy. While the invocation of gods and questioning spirits sounded mysterious, wouldn't it amount to offending the celestial beings if such trivial matters brought them into play? All right, let the inner prison office gradually investigate this matter. For now, the Supreme Court will remain fully under the authority of Deputy Minister Li Shaoning of the Supreme Court. The emperor waved his hand to dismiss everyone. In the final analysis, this matter essentially amounted to nothing more than the death of the Minister of the Supreme Court. Had Lu Yun not claimed it to be ominous, he originally would not have cared. Chu Jingyue turned sharply and walked away, her movements decisive. Wenren was still bowing when he saw this and hurriedly followed her. Wei Chong glared darkly. He scolded Lu Yun in front of the emperor, ordering him to be beaten to death with a rod, and also required all personnel from the Astronomical Bureau to witness the execution. Lu Yun pitifully begged for mercy, leaving Wei Chong unable to help despite wanting to save him. It concerned an assassination plot, so His Majesty would show no leniency. When Wenren climbed aboard his carriage, he asked right away, invoking gods and questioning spirits. What exactly are you incapable of? I can invoke gods, but questioning spirits? That's nonsense, a fabrication. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes to rest. After all, not every person who dies turns into a vengeful bone woman like the ones in the Earl's mansion, absorbing vast amounts of resentment until they manifest physically. She was just sure that the emperor wouldn't dare let her truly ask the spirit world, because the more devout a person is, the more they tend to fear supernatural intervention. Wenren looked at her with a complicated expression. You're capable of deceiving people too? Previously, he always assumed Chu Jingyue never told lies. What? Don't believe me again? Chu Jingyue mocked him with a smirk-like smile. Instantly, Wenren's expression turned rigid and cold as he turned his head away, refusing to say another word. She was not particularly concerned, and as the carriage grew quiet, she simply closed her eyes to rest for a while. The entire journey in the carriage was eerily silent, and when they got out, neither of them acknowledged each other. They had barely entered the mansion when an imperial edict from the palace arrived at the gate. The elder dowager and madam were present, kneeling respectfully in the front courtyard waiting for the official to read the edict, whereas Chu Jingyue stood with her arms crossed in the corner, showing no intention of kneeling. Miss Moon, seeing the imperial decree is like seeing His Majesty himself. You must kneel accordingly. Lu Xiu whispered what seemed to be advice, but loud enough for the dowager and madam to hear. The dowager sharply reprimanded. What impudence! Aren't you going to kneel and receive the edict? You may put on airs, but do so with proper measure. The madam warned sternly. Chu Jingyue remained silent, and turned to avoid the occasion entirely. If one must kneel to see the edict, why not simply avoid seeing it? The official called out quickly as he saw her moving away, saying, Lady Qi Wang, both edicts are addressed to you. His Majesty has said that however you choose to receive his edicts, it's all good. Fine, go ahead and read. Chu Jingyue stood her ground, her bearing more akin to someone who would write an edict than receive one. Curious, the official still read out the decrees. One stated that Chu Jingyue need not kneel before anyone. After all, she didn't even kneel to the emperor. Doing so for others would undermine the emperor's authority. The second declared Chu Jingyue's distinguished service for protecting the emperor, bestowing her a formal noble rank. Now that the edicts have been announced, this lowly official will take my leave. Hold on. Chu Jingyue suddenly interjected, pulling out a charm made of paper for peace. Please deliver this to His Majesty. The official carefully held onto the charm until the entourage left, leaving the dowager and madam stunned. Her title having been formally recognized meant that not only did the emperor endorse their marriage, but he also announced to everyone that Chu Jingyue was indeed the official consort of Lord Qi Wang. As such, even Lord Qi Wang wouldn't be able to divorce her now. Lu Xiu watched the edict enviously. Miss Moon truly is remarkable. She even earned the emperor's approval to disregard court rules. Chu Jingyue ignored her acidic remark, which prompted a frown from the madam who showed no sign of happiness. Is this really how a rank should be bestowed? In the family, there had been many deaths on the battlefield, yet no women in the estate ever received such a distinction. So what if it's a rank? It doesn't exempt you from abiding by the mansion's rules. With all the mysterious women in your quarters who have tarnished reputations, wouldn't this bring shame to Lord Qi's residence? You must expel them immediately. Chu Jingyue nodded nonchalantly. All right. No. Wen Renzi interrupted almost instantly after hearing her agreement. Chu Jingyue glanced up at him, and Wen Renzi looked back at her. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You'd better stop thinking about that idea altogether. Wen Renzi clenched his teeth. Her too easy compliance indicated that she was planning on what Li Xiaoning had suggested, buying a separate house. Since they were still legally married and the emperor had just issued his decree, where would she go staying elsewhere? Chu Jingyue arched her brow. I'll certainly consider your words preferentially. Had it not been for the excessive troubles within the mansion of Lord Qi, she wouldn't contemplate moving out. After all, Wen Renzi bore inside him the strongest kind of destiny treasure known to her. Lowering her gaze, she looked at the copper plaque around her wrist. A string of 5 emperor seals could only be powerful once all 5 were gathered. Perhaps Li Xiaoning might have some leads regarding this mystery. The magical artifact in her possession reacted differently only towards him. Seer, what exactly did you agree to in the temple? The elder dowager frowned disapprovingly at Wen Renzi. He seemed to have lost his mind, siding so much with Chu Jingyue. Lu Xiu felt uncomfortable inside but still greeted. Congratulations, Miss Moon. Becoming a lady of distinction at such a young age right after entering the household. It truly shows your fortune. Madame Lu chimed in enthusiastically. This is a tremendous honor. Shouldn't we organize a feast in the mansion to entertain guests? She realized clearly now that since consort Chu posed such a formidable challenge, it would be better for Lu Xiu to consider another suitor. Being raised under the roof of Lord Qi's residence would ultimately lead to a good future for her daughter. Madame agreed with a laugh. That's true. This momentous celebration must reach our relatives as well. For years, the Chu family had controlled Chu Jingyue effectively, and surely they had their ways. She intended to seize this opportunity and gain insights into how they managed it. Chapter 34. Decisive to the point of being scary. Prince Qi's mansion was about to host a banquet, but Chu Jingyue was completely indifferent to this matter. That night, she slipped out under cover of darkness and climbed over the wall into a residence within Qingxiao Alley. As soon as Chu Jingyue landed, a longsword whistled through the air behind her. She twisted her body to dodge it and slapped down a restraining talisman with her hand. The shock filled the eyes of the opponent, and Chu Jingyue walked over to scrutinize the person before her under the moonlight. How long have you been ill? Chu Jingyue asked calmly. The other party remained silent, only cautiously eyeing her, leaving Chu Jingyue helpless. She then repeated, Li Xiaoning invited me here. Is there any proof? The man finally spoke. Chu Jingyue shook her head slightly. No, whether you believe or not is up to you. Her words left Qi uncertain about their truth, so he fell back into silence. The basis is right here. Ren's voice appeared at the door as Pei Feng hurriedly scaled the wall to open it for him. Qian squinted his eyes and said, I've seen you, inside a coffin. Chu Jingyue removed the restraining talisman, calculating on her fingers. So it was you who gave him a sliver of life. What do you mean? Ren frowned and asked. Chu Jingyue didn't respond but instead dragged Qian's hand indoors, saying, Let's go. I'll treat your ailment. You let me go? Qian felt confused, resisting using his internal strength. Chu Jingyue's gaze turned cold. With one hand, she flicked the scabbard away and swung her sword back, plunging it into his abdomen. You. Qian looked in surprise down at his bleeding stomach. Pei Feng, who had initially been ready to catch the scabbard, stared dumbfounded at the scene, forgetting to reach out and got smacked square in the head by the scabbard. Ren also furrowed his brow. Are you saving him? He was skeptical. Saving someone usually shouldn't start with grievously injuring them. Chu Jingyue's unemotional tone did nothing to ease the tension as she ruthlessly pulled out the sword again, splattering blood all over herself. Qi Yin's body grew weaker, but Chu Jingyue kept holding onto him, forcing him to kneel and collapse forward onto her. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoning rushed over in the middle of the night. Chu Jingyue. His voice trembled as several concealed weapons flew toward her. Although Pei Feng's mind hadn't fully registered what was happening, his body instinctively reacted, blocking the incoming projectiles. Li Xiaoning glared angrily, while Chu Jingyue glanced back casually at him, saying, "What's your rush? He's not dead. But even if he isn't dead, why injure him?" Li Xiaoning's emotions were still agitated. Chu Jingyue raised her sword, revealing a copper coin dangling from its tip. He wasn't weak because of illness. Chu Jingyue propped up Qi Yin with one hand, and Ren Ren immediately moved closer. She simply threw the unconscious figure at him and added, "He should have endured an extremely severe external injury once, an ordeal where 9 out of 10 die. But he survived and merely remained frail. Long-term lingering on a sickbed, right?" Hearing this, Li Xiaoning gradually calmed down. So, you just need to trust me." Chu Jingyue's expression remained cold as she pocketed the coin and tossed the dangerous sword to Pei Feng, walking into the house to treat Qi Yin. Ren Ren, soaked in blood, was shoved outside. Looking at Li Xiaoning, his face darkened even more deeply, though neither exchanged a word. Seeing this, even Pei Feng began to question if the prince and Li Xiaoning truly matched each other's destiny traits. Or perhaps they were more like kings that never meet. Inside, Chu Jingyue was tending to Qi Yin's wound. Upon sensing the aura of a life treasure on Li Xiaoning earlier, she had suspected that the person he sought to save might be related to it. Upon seeing Qi Yin, she realized he, much like Ren Ren, bore the life treasure within him. However, Ren Ren, being a reincarnation of a celestial star, naturally possessed an exceptionally hard fate and, unless placed in an absolutely fatal situation, would not encounter such continuous calamities. Thus, he could endure her life treasure. Qi Yin couldn't. With his fragile life and soul, he was not originally destined for prosperity. Only because he met a benefactor when caught in a deadly predicament was his fortune reversed, yet he was unable to carry the blessing brought by her life treasure, hence suffering prolonged ailments. Indeed, human plans cannot compare to the unpredictability of destiny. No matter how clear my calculations are, they can't withstand the capricious nature of fate and the unforeseen circumstances of the world. After finishing the treatment of Qi Yin's wounds, Chu Jingyue cleaned the copper coin she had just extracted from his body. It was the 5 Emperor's Enlightenment coin, representing the Black Emperor of North Suburb, attributed to water, which could expel all diseases and prolong life. Qi Yin's survival after his initial critical injury was thanks to this coin, but his subsequent debilitation was due to it too. But now Qi Yin's fate had completely changed. Consciousness gradually returned to Qi and lying in bed, newly bandaged. Before him, the candle flame flickered clearly. Take the essence of bamboo, born from heaven and earth. Decorated with dragon designs and phoenix scripts, it is used as a sacred charm. Write the divine symbol to drive away disease and prolong life. A crystalline and ethereal voice sounded by his ear. Slightly turning his head, he saw the paper charm in Chu Jingyue's hands igniting spontaneously without fire. Her face shimmered between light and shadow, taking on an almost otherworldly appearance. Qi Yin exhaled faintly, the pain from his abdomen reaching him again. Chu Jingyue pushed open the door and said to Li Xiaoning waiting outside, "He's saved. From this point on, he will be no different from an ordinary person." Li Xiaoning hurried into the room, and upon seeing that the person on the bed was truly out of danger, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Is his illness cured now? Li Xiaoning still harbored doubts, wondering if she had indeed saved him by first stabbing him almost to death and then reviving him. Chu Jingyue gave him a cold glance. "Why don't you just find a physician to check his pulse?" Li Xiaoning pursed his lips and bowed slightly in gratitude. Chu Jingyue stepped towards the door to leave. Today her mood was quite pleasant. She had retrieved another life treasure. Following the initial guidance of Heaven's Way, retrieving the life treasure and finding its true owner would bring her imminent ascension. "Weren't there better ways for you to save him?" Ren Ren asked quietly on their way back. He felt Chu Jingyue didn't originally intend to use such a harsh method. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow indifferently. "It's not worth the effort to explain. Even if I did, they would only think it absurd." She kept fiddling with the copper coin in her hand, and Ren Ren began to entertain an extraordinary thought. "My here." His hand hovered over his chest, but he hesitated to ask something. However, Chu Jingyue assumed he had realized the truth. Fearing that he might worry too much and end up getting the same treatment as before, she explained, "You two are different." Ren Ren was lost in thought. So, she was merely lustful? But inexplicably, he felt secretly relieved inside, as if this was the answer he sought. "Your Highness, watch out." Pei Feng rushed to hold on to Ren Ren, who was about to bump into a pillar while walking absent-mindedly. Chu Jingyue looked at him curiously, and Ren Ren suddenly felt uneasy upon regaining awareness. "I was just thinking about something else." He clumsily made an excuse, but Chu Jingyue paid little attention. Her gaze remained stern and chilly, even carrying a hint of distaste. Ren Ren's heart trembled. "Distaste? Turn around," Chu Jingyue said calmly. Ren Ren immediately turned back and saw countless shadowy figures stealthily trailing behind them. The strangest part was how silent they were, and neither Ren Ren nor Pei Feng had noticed them. "Chu Jingyue, we've been ordered to send you off to the afterlife." Chapter 35, Low-Level Puppetry. The speaker stood behind the shadows, holding a bamboo flute in his hand. As soon as he played the flute, those shadows quickly moved toward the three people. When they approached Wenren and Pei Feng, they found out that these shadows were just ordinary warriors, all dressed in black robes with wide-brimmed hats, hiding in the shadows, making them look like shadows. Knife. Wenren was the first to move. With a sweep of his long arm, a short-handled wide blade flew through the air into his grasp. This blade was very long, completely dark in color, and appeared extremely heavy, yet Wenren wielded it effortlessly with one hand. Today is your death day. As the flute player's words fell silent, several puppets emerged around Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue's eyes carried disdain. Do you think you can kill me with this subpar puppetry? You might as well go home and sleep. She stood still with her Weiji sword poised, but before she could make a move, Wenren had already blocked in front of her, sweeping his broadsword with a momentum that seemed capable of breaking 10,000 armies. These people can crawl up even after severe injuries. Chu Jingyue nodded, saying, unless their heads are severed, though I guess you probably wouldn't do that. Wenren defended while asking, is there another way? There is. Just let them come closer. Leaning on her sword, Wenren and Pei Feng immediately stopped fighting. Both leapt onto the roof with perfect coordination. The flute player couldn't help mocking. You're digging your own grave. That laugh is really unpleasant. Chu Jingyue allowed the puppets to pounce on her, surrounding her. Dozens of puppets gathered together. Wenren frowned, restraining the urge to descend and help, staring intently at the pile of people. What divine presence has arrived? Not much actually. The flute player sneered. However, the next second, a dagger appeared around his neck. An undercover guard from Wenren's entourage had appeared silently. Order them to stop, or else I'll kill you. Are you sure you've captured me? The flute player issued a voice again, and the undercover guard instantly dodged as the man twisted his body in an eerie manner. The face under the cloak was half rotten. Fake. Wenren glanced sideways. No wonder Chu Jingyue hadn't mentioned capturing the leader from the start. A strange laugh echoed through the street, but gradually came to a halt. Qiongluan's brilliance entirely fills its fullness. Xianjing clear and pure, divine crown adorned in feathers. Wish for descending spiritual qi to meet my due date. Break evil. Beneath the pile of bodies, moonlight flickered, and with the sound of break evil, everyone was thrown off and then fainted on the ground. There were also sounds of spitting blood coming from a shadowy corner, and the undercover guard rushed over. Don't chase. Be careful not to fall for tricks halfway. Chu Jingyue shouted, and the undercover guard hesitated and did not advance until Wenren shook his head, signaling him to retreat. Are these people dead? Pei Feng jumped down from the roof, surprised that dozens of people were simultaneously unconscious without any signs of inner energy leakage. The princess indeed had great supernatural abilities. Chu Jingyue retracted her sword and said, unconscious, they won't be controlled anymore. So miraculous? Pei Feng was amazed. Just chanting a spell did the trick? Chu Jingyue smirked coldly. It wasn't even high-level puppetry anyway, far less effective than what Eugene encountered earlier. This at most involved drug control, and these drugs. Suddenly Chu Jingyue fell silent. When Renzi looked up at her, what's wrong? It relates to the temple. She couldn't mention that the drugs contained traces of the Western suburban by D coin she had felt, right? When Renzi squinted deep in thought. Why was there a handkerchief belonging to his mother in the secret passage of the temple still remaining a mystery? Using the exact moment now, Chu Jingyue calculated carefully and suddenly added, also related to the death of the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple. Those who want to kill me might be Lu Yun or someone from the siding office. Wei Chong. When Renzi reflected deeply, he too suspected that Wei Chong was responsible for the previous assassination attempts. He was the sole obstacle blocking the path of the siding office. Let's return. Whoever it is, anyway with their skills, if they want to kill me, they still have a few hundred years of practice ahead. Chu Jingyue left carrying her sword. Pei Feng followed behind her with nothing but admiration. The princess is really too powerful. Just sometimes we can't figure out exactly what she intends to do. Wen Renzi gazed at her deeply, seeming to sense a sense of indifference emanating from her. As if the whole world had nothing to do with her. Even when she saves and leads people, there's a detached pity and compassion in her eyes. Chu Jingyue didn't immediately go to sleep after returning late at night to the mansion. The candlelight in the courtyard flickered intermittently as she tinkered with the copper coins removed from Qian's body. It wasn't until the cock crowed that she went to bed. She hadn't slept long when someone arrived outside the courtyard. This is a nurse who used to teach etiquette in the palace. I specifically invited her to teach you all the rules. Your princess may have been exempted by imperial decree from following the rules, but if you wish to stay, the rules must be mastered thoroughly. Grandma, accompanied by 2 elder nurses, entered grandiosely. 12 women rescued from the temple stood meekly, seemingly having no objections. Madam, the princess instructed that their wounds haven't fully healed, so they shouldn't even take part in work around the courtyard. Perhaps the lessons on propriety could begin later? Shichuan, although she usually looked down on Chu Jingyue's arrogant and disrespectful demeanor, had orders from the prince to ensure the princess was well taken care of. Hence, anyone accompanying the princess deserved equal respect. Grandma Tai was accompanied by Lady Lu, who after hearing this exchange, laughed and said, Miss Shichuan must have been spending too much time with Princess Chu. Her own manners seem increasingly wanting. Does she think herself capable of instructing Grandma Tai? Servant dare not. Shichuan hurriedly knelt, adding, but His Highness did give orders that they must be well cared for. How quickly you resort to using Prince Qi's name. If Prince Qi learned how poorly you follow rules laid down by his own upbringing guardian, Wouldn't he simply scold you for being disobedient? Lady Lu smiled slyly as Grandma Tai's face darkened with anger. She barked at Shichuan. You once knew your place, yet now you presume to defy authority? Go kneel outside. As Shichuan rose, lips trembling, ready to walk out, a hand on her shoulder stopped her mid-step. Chu Jingyue stood in only an inner robe, clearly just climbed out of bed. Shichuan speaks truth. They are physically depleted. Recovery isn't achieved overnight. Why such haste? She didn't insist those women act freely as she could. Their positions were different. Chu Jingyue had her footing. They didn't. Seeking shelter under someone else's roof meant adhering to the rules. Only reasonable. Yet, these women's health was fragile despite outward appearances maintained through her spell work. They were hollow within. Moreover, such conduct damages one's moral virtue. A noble lady of great righteousness should value her karma higher. Wouldn't it be unwise to lose significant blessings over minor trivialities? Lady Lu saw grandmother's resolve faltering, so she tried again. Teaching decorum is a simple matter, but now it seems blown far out of proportion into some discussion of morality. It's mostly fabrication. Chu Jingyue turned a gaze upon Lady Lu, which left her inexplicably uneasy and even slightly frightened. Lady Lu would do best to rein in her gossip to avoid karmic backlash. Lady Lu fumed instantly. How dare this little wretch curse her? Chapter 36. You are an exception. In the end, the Grand Lady did not force those people to learn the rules. She just informed them that in a few days there would be a banquet at the mansion and asked them to behave themselves before she left. Chu Jingyue patted Shichuan's shoulder and said, I'm hungry. I'll have someone prepare a meal right away. Please wait a moment, princess. Shichuan hurriedly left, still smiling as she went. She had originally thought that the princess was cold-hearted, but never expected her to protect her this way. To stay in the mansion, you need to learn some rules, at least to avoid their constant scrutiny, Chu Jingyue said faintly without giving more explanations. The eldest Shuqing immediately replied, we understand. The princess and prince are our saviors, now even willing to provide us with a place to live. Even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or walking through fire, we will do it gladly. Go rest. I'll go grab medicine for all of you today. After saying this, Chu Jingyue returned to her room. The women were moved beyond words by her kindness. Someone of her status would personally fetch medicine for them, filling their minds only with thoughts of repaying her. Chu Jingyue had just finished her meal and was about to leave the manor when she met Wan Ranxi returning from court. If you're going out, wait a moment. I have something to say. Wan Ranxi strode quickly into the courtyard. Chu Jingyue sighed, turned around and followed him back. What is it? The emperor does not intend to investigate the inexplicable death of the Minister of Justice. Wan Ranxi sipped his tea, his eyes slightly icy. An official of the third rank meeting with such misfortune, and the emperor wouldn't even bother to investigate. It's not surprising. As long as the Astronomical Bureau says that further investigation of the case will bring ill fortune according to the stars, the emperor will undoubtedly listen. Although Chu Jingyue had only met the emperor twice, she had already thoroughly understood his character. Though highly talented and wise, he remains confined by what he sees and hears, seeking divine guidance in drunken dreams, unaware. He may have the talents of an emperor, but he's too fixated on things he shouldn't, which is regrettable. Wan Ranxi listened to her words, then suddenly said, but before, didn't you say he was the imperial star ruler of humanity? Nonsense. Chu Jingyue sat calmly in her chair, glancing at him sideways. Is this all you want to talk about? The emperor also said that the temple matter won't be investigated either. Wan Ranxi stared intently at him. One minister of justice dead, he wouldn't investigate, and hundreds of wronged souls at the temple, he wouldn't investigate either. Chu Jingyue still wasn't particularly concerned. Everyone has their fate. Why are you so worked up over it? What is fate? Wan Ranxi put down his teacup, ignoring the harm they can cause. Is that your way? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. You can think of it like that. There isn't much in this world that concerns me. From start to finish, her goal had never changed, to find all the pieces of the destiny treasures to attain the righteous path. You mean I don't concern you? Wan Ranxi's eyes flashed with disappointment and sadness. You're an exception. Chu Jingyue got up indifferently and left. Now they'd only found 3 of the 14 pieces. Seeing her leave like that, with her robes fluttering gracefully and without a trace of dust, Wan Ranxi felt oddly uncomfortable inside. What exactly does Chu Jingyue mean? Pei Feng scratched his head, quite perplexed. How could I understand what's on the princess's mind? But since the princess said you, Lord Wang, are different, doesn't that mean she cares about you a lot? Does she care? Wan Ranxi lightly tapped his chest, thinking of her solemn gaze, and pursed his lips, saying coldly, how is the investigation into the Ho family progressing? Pei Feng spoke softly. Apart from proving that Yujin's statements were true before, the hidden guards also discovered that 16 years ago, the Ho family seemed to have hired a teacher who stayed in the Ho residence, but whose face no one has ever seen. The children of the Chu family still had to attend other private schools. Teacher, Wan Ranxi pondered. He remembered that there was someone within the Ho family capable of controlling puppets. Whether there was any connection between these two things, he didn't know yet. Pei Feng continued. Also, the hidden guards found out that the princess was apparently mentally impaired since childhood and was usually locked in a small yard at the back. It's rumored that once when she was younger, she ran off, behaving as if she were crazy. Several servants couldn't hold her back, and because of this, Lord Chu used the peep hook on her. Pei Feng's voice grew quieter, and Wan Ranxi's face turned cold immediately. To use such cruel torture on his own daughter? The person who told the hidden guard this was the former cook of the Ho family. She claimed she witnessed servants piercing the princess with the peepa hook and dragging her back to the small courtyard. Later, feeling pity for her, she secretly visited the princess with food. The cook said the princess's state at that time was somewhat different from a typical idiotic child. Her eyes fixed firmly on the sky, as if looking for something. Only she was severely injured, drenched in blood, half of her body paralyzed, and no one treated her wounds. After that, the place was locked even more tightly, and she couldn't get in, not knowing how the princess fared afterward. Pei Feng sounded indignant after speaking as well. Lord Chu's behavior. How is this proper treatment for his own flesh and blood? Seeing a foe might not elicit such hostility. According to the cook's words, Lady Ho's estate certainly wouldn't have given Chu Jingwei good medicine. That means there should be scars where her fipao bone was pierced. Wenren-si lightly twirled his teacup, knowing that only a little more confirmation was needed to know whether the current princess was indeed the second miss of the Chu family. Even if their faces were identical, he still couldn't believe someone who had appeared mentally impaired would suddenly become astute and gain knowledge of the mysterious celestial secrets. Your Highness, does it really matter whether the princess is Miss Chu or not? She has helped our house through quite a few difficult situations, Pei Feng said while rolling his eyes, feeling like the prince was overly cautious. Wenren-si furrowed his brows darkly, his voice cold. What if what she's doing is trying to cause unrest within Dingting country? Compared to the whole country, personal grievances are much lighter in weight. He couldn't see through what Chu Jingyue's actions truly intended. Why did she remain in the mansion? Dingting already faced difficulties because of a corrupt astronomical bureau. He didn't need any more forces stirring things up. Moreover, he had a peculiar gut feeling about Chu Jingyue. Perhaps she wasn't an ally, but definitely not an enemy either. Still, some investigation was necessary before concluding anything. Chu Jingyue left the manor alone and chuckled as she crossed her fingers nonchalantly. How careful Wenren-si was. Had he been this cautious from the start, he wouldn't have nearly lost his life due to someone else's betrayal. Chu Jingyue shook her head in exasperation. If he wanted to investigate, let him. It'd just give him something to do. Chu Jingyue turned into a pharmacy that looked spacious and bright, one that should carry all the necessary herbs, then walked straight to the counter and placed the prescription on it. Get the medicine. How can you still come to this pharmacy? Everyone on this street knows their herbs are fake, and their practitioners incompetent, fraudsters who only want your money. A bustling woman followed Chu Jingyue in, fearing she might get swindled. The apprentice at the counter became so incensed that he wanted to protest, yet hesitated, then muttered angrily. If you're leaving, leave quickly. Chu Jingyue found the irritated expression of the apprentice amusing, so she calculated with her mind how the situation unfolded. You've encountered misfortune from unscrupulous individuals. No worries, proceed to collect the medicine. She pushed the prescription back towards them, and the woman, seeing her unwilling to listen, shook her head decisively. Amazing. There are still people willing to be swindled, utterly beyond salvation. The apprentice glared furiously at the woman, then grabbed the prescription to prepare the medicine. But then he seemed a bit stunned. Is this prescription for treating injuries that damaged both tendons and bones, along with massive blood and energy depletion? Chapter 37. Afflicted by evil spirits. Yes. Chu Jingyue responded calmly, and then asked, are all the herbs here? The apprentice nodded repeatedly and said, they're all here, they're all here. I'll go grab the herbs for you. Some are stored in the back courtyard, so you'll need to wait a bit. Chu Jingyue found a random place to sit, but soon the apprentice returned. He didn't come back with herbs, instead bringing a group of people, who not only closed the shop's door, but also stationed someone at the entrance. Chu Jingyue looked at them calmly as the apprentice brought over a teapot. Miss, our master wishes to meet you. Chu Jingyue took a sip from her teacup without responding. Then she heard the sound of wooden wheels turning before the curtain at the entrance to the back courtyard was lifted, revealing a man being pushed in on a wheelchair into the medicine hall. Chu Jingyue glanced at him. Yun Bohong had a complexion as smooth as white jade, his features strikingly handsome and elegant, giving off a warm impression. But his complexion lacked vitality, looking sickly. I am Yun Bohong. May I ask, whose prescription is this? The curtain at the entrance of the back courtyard was lifted, revealing a man sitting on a wheelchair, pushed into the medicine hall. Chu Jingyue gave him a quick once-over. Yun Bohong's skin was as fair as white jade, his looks outstandingly dashing and refined, and his demeanor appeared gentle. Only, he lacked color in his cheeks, looking rather pale and sickly. I wrote it, Chu Jingyue replied directly while glancing down at his legs covered by a thin blanket, adding, your apprentice recognizes my prescriptions, which means he doesn't seem incapable of curing your illness. Yun Bohong chuckled lightly. It's not about curing me. My legs became disabled due to poisoning, which cannot be healed. Oh. Chu Jingyue sipped her tea and showed no intention of continuing the conversation. Seeing her cup nearly empty, the apprentice hurried to refill it, and said, our master wants to invite you to treat someone. Haven't you already seen the prescription? If the condition is the same, just copy it. The apprentice himself was surprised by her suggestion, holding the prescription and asked surprisingly, would this really be okay? Why wouldn't it be? Chu Jingyue didn't quite understand. It's just a prescription. Even if someone secretly copied it, she wouldn't know. And why make such a big fuss? Doesn't this count as stealing skills? Even though the apprentice voiced it this way, he started copying the prescription. Chu Jingyue stood up and said, I don't care, just give me the herbs I want. The apprentice scribbled quickly and nodded, right away, right away. Seeing that no one moved and that the others didn't seem knowledgeable about medicine either, Chu Jingyue decided to sit back down. You have integrity. It was us who offended you. Yun Bohong gestured for those blocking the doorway to step aside. Chu Jingyue observed him carefully after that and remarked, "Yet even with you copying my prescription, it would be useless." "What do you mean?" The apprentice looked astonished, lifting his head. Wasn't this recipe supposed to work? No, this prescription was far more effective than what he could ever write. He has likely been treating the patient for quite some time now, hasn't he? Yet there's been no improvement. Chu Jingyue continued after seeing their silence. The problem isn't with the prescription, it's with the patient. You mean I've been treating it wrong? The apprentice scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. Chu Jingyue slightly shook her head. Have you ever considered it might not be an illness, but rather affliction by evil spirits? Affliction by evil spirits? Neither the apprentice nor Yun Buohong seemed very convinced by this claim. It was too outlandish. Chu Jingyue pointed towards Yun Buohong's legs, saying, "This goes for you too." "That's impossible. His legs were poisoned. How can it possibly be due to an evil spirit?" The apprentice didn't doubt his own medical abilities, pursing his lips as he argued, "Young lady, if you don't want me to copy the prescription, you can say so outright. We aren't unreasonable people. If you don't believe me, then never mind." Chu Jingyue didn't force the issue. It wasn't like she had to help solve things for anyone. The apprentice grumpily finished copying the prescription and proceeded to collect the herbs based on the formula. "Miss, you've ordered quite a few medicines. How about I send someone to deliver them to your home later?" Yun Buohong asked in a gentle tone. Chu Jingyue glanced at the already packaged 7 or 8 packs of medicine, thought about it, and agreed. "Fine, send it to Prince Chi's mansion." Having said that, Chu Jingyue left. Anyway, she hadn't paid, so she didn't worry about whether the other party would deliver the medicine or not. As for Yun Buohong and the apprentice, hearing her mention her residence came as quite a surprise. It turned out she was associated with Prince Chi's mansion. Could she be the princess consort of Prince Chi, rumored to be the reincarnation of a divine woman? Yun Buohong rested his hands on his legs. If what she said was, perhaps there was some credibility to it. After leaving the pharmacy, Chu Jingyue casually found a stall to eat noodles. While she was eating, a woman carrying a child ran over from the opposite stall, wailing, "You cursed liar. My son merely had a cold, but you claimed he was afflicted by an evil spirit and made him drink charm water. Now my son's life is gone." The woman cried as she shouted, holding up the fortune-telling banner of the middle-aged man attempting to flee, but stopped by a burly man throwing a punch right in front. There was punching and smashing stalls, drawing the attention of the patrol camp. Quickly, the burly man was pinned down. The vendor at the noodle stand shook his head and pitifully said, "This guy has deceived countless families. That child is truly pitiful. Since he's a scammer, why has he only just been exposed?" A nearby diner voiced the question aloud. The vendor clicked his tongue and said, "The emperor values Taoist methods, and this man has an official license. Even if someone was deceived before, since no one's life was lost, who would bother to look into it?" As Chu Jingyue ate her noodles, she glanced over and saw the patrol camp taking the muscular man and the woman away. The child held in the woman's arms looked lifeless, his face turning bluish-purple as he was carelessly dragged along. TSK, what a pity for this child. They'll probably just toss him into the refuse bucket. The noodle shop owner sighed again, and Chu Jingyue finally reacted, "No treatment." Treatment. The noodle shop owner was greatly surprised and then whispered with resignation. Even if this child had already lost his breath, the patrol camp would have just taken him away without doing anything anyway. Chu Jingyue frowned, put down her chopsticks, and stood up. "Give me the child." The soldiers of the patrol camp didn't recognize her and impatiently waved her off. "Step aside. We're handling patrol duties. Unrelated people should keep their distance. You are the ones who should disappear." Chu Jingyue's expression turned cold, and she struck out her hand, cutting through the air and snatching the child. Then without even looking at them, she walked to the side with the child. "How dare you oppose the patrol camp? I see you're tired of living." The soldier whose child was taken became enraged and pulled out his sword to slash at Chu Jingyue. She was about to pull out a talisman when suddenly 2 figures emerged from behind her, one grabbing the soldier's arm, while the other pulled out an emblem. "This is the princess consort of Chi Wang's mansion. Would you dare defy your superior rank?" Chu Jingyue had known that Ren Ren had sent 2 hidden guards to follow her, but she hadn't expected them to step forward to help. However, she wasn't concerned about it. It was actually better that they were there. She held the child by the neck with one hand, forcing the stiffening face to open, and then retrieved a pill from her satchel, crushed it, and mixed it with water before forcefully feeding it to the child. "Come here." Chu Jingyue gestured to the strong man who had hit the charlatan earlier, signaling for him to come assist. Seeing the faces of the Chi Wang's hidden guards, the patrol camp backed off and released the man. The man immediately rushed over, and Chu Jingyue calmly instructed, "Kneel down, place the child face down on your knee, and wait." He promptly obeyed, gently placing the child across his knees. Not long after, the child suddenly gagged and began vomiting continuously. Onlookers around them gasped in amazement. Was the child saved? The princess consort of Chi Wang truly was a living deity. Hold on, did that child vomit dirt? Chapter 38, Naked Body Injury Inspection. Seeing this, the fortune teller shouted first, "I certainly didn't make him eat dirt." A guilty look flashed across the woman's face, and the fortune teller immediately said, "It must be you who fed him and then falsely accused me." The child's complexion gradually returned to normal, and in no time, he started calling out to people. "Uncle, what happened to me just now?" Seeing that the child was fine, Chu Jingyue turned around and sat back at the noodle shop to continue eating noodles, as if she had no intention of getting involved in what happened next. Truly miraculous. The surrounding people marveled, and the child's uncle immediately asked the child, "Why did you eat dirt?" The child hesitated, reluctant to speak up, only glancing furtively at his mother before lowering his head in silence without speaking. The fortune teller pointed at the child with urgency. See? This incident has nothing to do with me. What is going on here? Is this about feeding one's own child dirt? What kind of person would let their child eat dirt and then come to falsely accuse others? Pointing fingers all around, the child quickly defended. It's not like that. I was sick, so my mom gave me the dirt, which could save lives. You are not sick. Chu Jingyue, sitting back at the noodle shop, casually opened her mouth, leaving the child plunged into self-doubt. He walked to his mother, glaring angrily at Chu Jingyue. You are talking nonsense. I am indeed sick, so mother fed me those black soils. She said they are medicinal earths. You are not sick. Chu Jingyue remained calm while stating the facts, and a trace of collapse appeared in the boy's eyes. The secret guards looked at each other helplessly, none daring to directly advise the princess not to go on. That child clearly knew the truth, but chose to say it because he pitied his mother. When Chu Jingyue saw the noodles in her bowl were already too clumpy to eat, she stood up decisively and said, Leave with your uncle. Following your mother will lead to your death. You're spouting nonsense. He is my son. How could I harm him? The woman reacted strongly and prepared to fight, ignoring Princess Chu Jingyue's status. But with hidden bodyguards and patrol soldiers present, she was instantly restrained. Should we arrest her? The guard asked, all of them being familiar with the real abilities of the princess and thus trusting completely in her words. Chu Jingyue shook her head and said, Everyone's fate is different. There's no need for us to intervene. Just let it be, by heaven's will. The boy's brow center displayed dense dark energy, which dissipated somewhat after her rescue. The root cause of his calamities, however, lay with his mother. Having intervened already and offered a verbal warning, whether or not he believed or followed it became his affair entirely. Come on, son, let's go home. The woman led the child away hurriedly. The uncle hastily stood up to thank Princess Chu Jingyue. Thank you for saving my nephew. Speaking of repayment. The sturdy man felt uneasy inside. The princess saved a life. How much silver should he give in thanks? Just pay for the noodles. Princess Chu Jingyue turned and left. After returning to the rear courtyard of the prince's mansion, Princess Shichuan immediately greeted her, saying, Just now, someone from Water Cloud Medical Hall came to deliver medicine. The decoction has already been boiled under my orders. The rest of the medicine is temporarily stored in the annex room in the prince's courtyard, while a medicine house is being repaired within the princess's quarters. Oh, then I'll go mix the medicine. There were still some ointments for external wounds among her prescriptions that needed to be made into medicinal pastes. Shichuan glanced at the prince's bedroom and whispered, The prince seems to have had some physical discomfort since he returned. I wonder if it's his old injury flaring up again. Should the princess take a look? The old injury? Chu Jingyue asked curiously, but still entered the room. Shichuan quietly closed the door, and Chu Jingyue scanned the area, then moved towards the bedroom. Ren Si was reclining halfway on the soft mattress, one hand propping up his head, the other gripping a military book with his eyes lightly closed. Chu Jingyue observed him from afar. Last time, she wanted to say this. The person was usually cold and severe, looking like a living llama when his eyebrows knitted. Just looking made it clear one shouldn't provoke him. But when his eyes were closed, he looked a bit more obedient, quietly lying there like a painting. Aren't you done looking? Ren Si opened his low voice, his eyes drowsily opening, carrying a few hints of laziness. Chu Jingyue calmly sat down in front of the table, saying, Shichuan mentioned your old wound flared up, and you don't feel well. Earlier, it was a little, but now after resting, it's already fine. Ren Si sat up, his elbow tingling slightly. He pursed his lips and massaged himself. Chu Jingyue got up and leaned over to the soft bed, grabbing his wrist to take his pulse. External injury? Ren Si responded, and Chu Jingyue arched her brows. Where? Ren Si quickly pulled his hand away, saying, It's already fine. Just a look, why cover it up? Chu Jingyue's gaze subconsciously wandered over his chest. Surely it wouldn't be near his treasure of life, right? If they were to fetch the treasure of life, they'd have to wait until his wound healed. Otherwise, one place couldn't endure two injuries. Seeing her staring at his body again, Ren Si immediately turned to avoid her gaze. I've already said it's fine. Troublesome. Chu Jingyue quickly pulled out a talisman and stuck it on one Ren Si's forehead. Then without another word, she began to undress him. Hopefully, the wound isn't near his life treasure. One Ren Si felt both angry and helpless as he watched his robe being mercilessly peeled off. Furious, his face turned red, and he started to wildly channel his inner energy. Don't resist, or I'll have to save you again when your inner force backfires, Chu Jingyue said while pulling down with her hand, leaving one Ren Si's upper body completely exposed. A lean yet sturdy frame was revealed before her without any cover-up. The muscles on his abdomen were marked with scars, and his back bore rugged battle wounds as well. Should be this wound here, right? Chu Jingyue reached out to touch the knife cut on his abdomen, which was undoubtedly the most severe one. It seemed like it had been pierced by a dagger-like object, and the wound had not healed well. Though immobilized, one Ren Si could still feel the sensations on his body. The moment the bony and icy hand touched him, one Ren Si's heart rate sped up drastically. His face turned bright red, even half of his body appeared flushed. But these changes did not catch Chu Jingyue's attention at all. In her eyes, there was only that scar. This posture won't do. Let me remove the talisman. Chu Jingyue took out a box of medicine from her storage bag, but after waiting for some time without hearing a reply, she frowned and looked up, only to find one Ren Si's expression strangely off. Are you alright? Chu Jingyue noticed how red his face was and pursed her lips slightly. The window wasn't fully open, so even if there was wind blowing in, It would be mild and wouldn't possibly cause a cold just from taking off his clothes for such a short while, right? I'm fine. Wenren-si came back to his senses, his eyes darting around awkwardly. Chu Jingyue glanced at the talisman on him, and Wenren-si gave a slight nod with a faint response. She extended her hand to remove the immobilization talisman, and Wenren-si awkwardly turned his head aside, asking, "What should we do?" "Lie down." Chu Jingyue called out for Shichuan to bring some clean linen strips. She then sat beside the soft bed, carefully applying ointment to his wound. The coolness of the medicine spread circle by circle over his skin, and Wenren-si couldn't help but feel very peculiar. Although the ointment was applied to his abdomen, he felt like he was struggling to breathe. His heart was about to burst out of his chest. Such a serious wound. Chu Jingyue suddenly muttered with a tone resembling both pity and lament. Wenren-si gazed at her as if she was floating in clouds. Was Chu Jingyue feeling sorry for him? Chapter 39, Only One Jar. Before, Chu Jingyue had seen Wenren-si gracefully leap from rooftop to rooftop and skillfully wield his knife with ease, so she never bothered to check his pulse. But upon checking now, she discovered that his physical condition was abysmal. Although his inner strength remained, his external injuries were severe. If it weren't for Shichuan's timely report, further delay could have cost him his life. Chu Jingyue sighed softly. It seems you will need to take good care of your body from now on. I'm fine. Wenren-si pressed his lips together, wondering why he seemed weak as if he would collapse at any moment in her words. Chu Jingyue lightly pressed the muscle near his knife wound, her calm voice laced with a faint smile. Is that so? The pain caused by pressing the wound made Wenren-si grunt almost imperceptibly, but he still pretended to be fine. You keep this medicine. There's only this one jar left. It's difficult to prepare. Don't waste it. This was concocted in her previous life using divine-grade herbs. Even if she tried again now, she couldn't make such effective medicine. Chu Jingyue left the ointment behind and went to the room to prepare healing medicine for the young ladies. After seeing her leave, Wenren-si sat up, got dressed, then picked up the jar of medicine, gazing at it silently before tightly holding it in his hand. This medicine is for you. Apply it twice a day, morning and night, on your wounds. In the coming days, move less and work less. Chu Jingyue prepared more than 20 jars of ointment for the girls, all used for nourishing muscles and bones. We can work. Making us stay idly in the mansion doing nothing makes us uneasy, Shu Qing said, being the oldest among these women and also the most composed one. Chu Jingyue coldly replied, if you have time, read more books. Healing well now will only save me trouble and money later. Understood. The women feared causing Chu Jingyue more trouble, so each took away 2 jars of ointment carefully. Lady consort, Auntie Zhao asks for you. It seems the grand lady is sick. Shichuan stood in the yard whispering the message. Chu Jingyue calculated with a quick finger count, gently shook her head, and realized her previous warning was not taken seriously by the grand lady. Without rest, Chu Jingyue rushed to the grand lady's quarters, still not allowing anyone to follow her. Wenren-si tidied his clothes and hairpin and walked out of the room. Pei Feng dispatched several guards to guard Qijia courtyard. No one should enter without permission. After thinking for a moment, Wenren-si summoned Shichuan and said, in the future, be firmer too. As a person under the command of the lady consort, right or wrong should be judged and punished by her. Shichuan immediately understood that the prince was reminding her to protect the women in the lady consort's quarters and bowed deeply, saying, I understand. On his waist hung a sachet he had never worn before, containing the ointment Chu Jingyue gave him. He unconsciously rubbed it with one hand, glanced over the wall to Qijia courtyard, and pressed his lips. Call some craftsmen to cut out a door. Pei Feng immediately called the carpenters repairing the next house, asking them to do extra work temporarily. When he turned around, the prince was no longer in the yard. It seems he went to the grand lady's quarters. Shichuan kindly reminded him. Pei Feng sighed. The prince's personality was just stubborn, even though clearly concerned inside. Whenever the lady consort goes somewhere, he either wants to go himself or send spies. Yet verbally, he always questions her words. As far as Pei Feng observed, the prince didn't doubt the lady consort. He obviously cared about her very much. Before Chu Jingyue even reached the grand lady's quarters, she saw Auntie Zhao already waiting anxiously at the gate. Seeing her arrival, Auntie Zhao quickly came forward to greet her and began explaining the situation without being asked. The grand lady has been uncomfortable since returning from the lady consort's quarters. We called the family doctor, but they can't figure out what's wrong. Just moments ago, the grand lady experienced nightmares and seizures after a short nap. Auntie Zhao was truly at a loss, so she sent someone to invite the lady consort. After hearing the news, Chu Jingyue calculated the grand lady's birth chart and frowned. Has the grand lady recently burned paper offerings? Yes, it was done. During an earlier temple visit, the elder princess accused her of frequently dreaming about the late lord and the deceased lady. She reproached the grand lady for hastily organizing the funeral without confirming the prince's death first. Therefore, the grand lady burned paper money for the late lord and the deceased lady repeatedly. Chu Jingyue stared intently and questioned again. Only started experiencing headaches today? The grand lady mentioned feeling dazed a few times before. I thought it was due to eating vegetarian food during the temple stay, so I didn't pay much attention. Chu Jingyue continued calculating while Auntie Zhao recalled something else urgently and added. The grand lady said she often dreamed of the deceased lady recently. Understood. Chu Jingyue figured it out mentally and wanted to find someone, but then realized she had come alone, slightly frowning. It appeared she needed attendants following her to help with errands. Never mind, I'll have to return to my quarters once. I have a general idea of what might be happening to the grand lady. Chu Jingyue turned to leave, but Annie Zhao, anxious, suggested, "If there's anything you need, I'll send someone to get it for you." "I'm not at ease. I'll go and get it myself." The item Chu Jingyue was retrieving couldn't be entrusted to anyone else, as she feared that someone might open it out of curiosity and ruin the matter. She had barely taken a few steps back when she saw Wen Rinci walking over. "What's wrong?" Wen Rinci approached quickly, adding, "Is mother doing well?" Chu Jingyue nodded, saying, "It's not a major issue. I just need to retrieve some things to verify what I suspect. I'll come with you." Wen Rinci turned around and walked back with her. Chu Jingyue glanced at him, pondering whether she could bring a young servant. Not allowed. Wen Rinci responded solemnly. Noticing her look of helplessness in her eyes, he slightly pursed his lips before adding, "But you can bring a guard." Hearing this, Chu Jingyue smiled faintly. Then could Eugene act as a guard? Eugene was one of the few people she trusted so far, especially since he had personal experience with mystical matters, deeply believing everything she said, ensuring no issues would arise from his actions. Wen Rinci looked at him. "He must wait outside your courtyard and is not permitted to enter." "All right, as you wish," Chu Jingyue reluctantly conceded, eliciting a glint of amusement in Wen Rinci's eyes. Although he had made the concession first, he felt inexplicably content. Seeing the subtle smile on Wen Rinci's face, Chu Jingyue arched an eyebrow silently. As they retrieved the item together, Wen Rinci never imagined that she was referring to the soul jar containing the residual spirit of his birth mother, Zhong Rujun. "Do you think mother's illness has anything to do with me?" Wen Rinci didn't finish his question, but Chu Jingyue already nodded. "I calculated Madame Tai's date of birth earlier. She indeed has encountered something unusual, but we're uncertain if it is truly your birth mother. Considering her recent visits to the temple where she burned offerings for your parents, and the presence of your mother's relics there, it wouldn't be surprising if her lingering soul followed." Wen Rinci stiffened, asking further, "What do you plan to do? If it truly is your mother's remaining soul, I'll place it inside the soul jar to nurture it. But the challenging part is..." Chu Jingyue hesitated, seemingly unwilling to continue. Wen Rinci had a foreboding feeling. Chu Jingyue usually spoke directly, and her reluctance now implied nothing good. Chapter 40. The elder lady is poisoned. Chu Jingyue, holding some things, went to the courtyard of the elder lady. Her complexion was pale and tired, appearing to lack any energy. "Your Highness, elder lady should be fine, right?" This morning she was still full of spirit, personally arranging for the precept teaching wet nurses to stay. "I don't know why, but after meeting with you, Her Highness came back looking less spirited." Lucy Yu sat in the hall outside the bedroom, her voice full of worry. Wen Rinci stared deeply at the door of the bedroom, hearing Lucy Yu say again, "However, Princess Consort Chu has great skills. For a disease that our court physician can't identify, surely Princess Consort Chu will be able to resolve it." Though Lucy Yu's words were praise for Chu Jingyue, they were in fact laced with hidden accusations. First, subtly reminding Wen Rinci, there was something strange about the elder lady falling ill suddenly like this, perhaps even related to Chu Jingyue. Also praising Chu Jingyue's capabilities. If she couldn't cure it, then she would appear incompetent, and if she did cure it, more suspicions would arise concerning her involvement with the elder lady's condition. I've already said before, his medical skills aren't good enough, so it's not surprising that he couldn't detect the symptoms. Chu Jingyue came out from the bedroom and gave Wen Rinci a look, signaling him to come out and talk. Wen Rinci immediately stood up and followed out. Lucy Yu, eyes darting slightly, stood up to go inside and check on the elder lady. "Elder lady, how do you feel? Has the princess consort mentioned any method for treatment?" Lucy Yu kindly handed over a cup of tea. The elder lady sipped her tea, sighed, and shook her head. She didn't say anything. "The prince's banquet is coming soon. If elder lady falls sick now, we may not be able to entertain guests. Perhaps we should postpone the event." Lucy Yu gently inquired, yet the elder lady felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. If she became sick at this crucial moment, then she wouldn't have the strength to receive guests or properly communicate with the Chu family. Could this be coincidence? Or did Chu Jingyue know something? Since she is very shrewd, perhaps she knew something important. "See you, go handle something." A glint of calculation flashed in the elder lady's eyes. No matter what, Chu Jingyue cannot remain in the Chiwangfu anymore. In a secluded spot outside the room, Chu Jingyue frowned and said, "Indeed, your birth mother's remaining soul has been lingering with the elder lady. What should we do?" Wen Rinci looked at her with a complex expression. Although he still found it hard to believe in matters involving spirits and souls, he indeed couldn't bring himself to simply ignore it either. His once firm beliefs seemed shaken, though he wasn't sure by whom. It's somewhat complicated. Normally, if some other entities follow around, burning paper to request departure works fine. However, once your mother's remaining soul departs, finding it again won't be easy. Judging from the situation, we need to set up an altar to perform rituals. Even though Chu Jingyue had received the complete soul from the previous soul jar, the spells and rituals she performed consumed significant energy. Now, despite having improved her own power with 2 pieces of her treasure talisman located, receiving the fragmentary soul of a person is different from handling a whole one. It's akin to picking up papers. Previously she could easily pick up a whole sheet, but this time she was picking up scraps, scattered fragments. Just that, we need the elder lady's cooperation. Setting up the altar will take a while, and during this period, she must not go to places where yang energy is too strong. Wen Rinci immediately said, "I'll discuss it with my mother." Chu Jingyue nodded and instructed Pei Feng to call Eugene as she needed to tell him to prepare certain items. "Your Highness, someone help. Elder lady has been poisoned." Lucy Yu's urgent cry echoed within the house. Wen Renzi instantly changed his countenance and rushed inside. Chu Jingyue quickly followed. If something happened to the elder lady, this would certainly cause major trouble. Upon entering, they saw the elder lady lying on the ground, spitting out blood, with Lu Xiyu diagnosing her pulse. I'll see to it. As Chu Jingyue stepped forward, Lu Xiyu abruptly struck her hand, agitatedly yelling, "Stay away from her. Everything was fine before you came in. You weren't even out long when elder lady began poisoning and vomiting blood. Who knows what intentions you harbor now? Don't be foolish, let the princess examine her." Wen Renzi never suspected Chu Jingyue being involved in the elder lady's poisoning. On the contrary, he trusted her medical skills. Lu Xiyu, eyes red as if she was about to cry, wiped her tears and retorted, "I can also save elder lady. Regardless, I don't trust her." After saying that, she reached into her sachet at her waist and fed a pill to the elder lady. Chu Jingyue looked down at the palm print on the back of her hand, silently calculating these events in her mind, then turned around without a word. Wen Renzi wanted to follow, but upon catching sight of the elder lady lying unconscious, unsure of her condition, he restrained his steps. "Matron Zhao, please help lay the elder lady down on the bed first, then summon the court physician." Being in his mother's quarters, Wen Renzi couldn't linger long. He quickly left to give instructions in the living hall. Seeing the princess consort exit with an unexpressive face, Pei Feng wasn't yet aware of what happened in the courtyard, only stepping forward and saying, "Eugene is already here. Let him go back first. Those items won't be necessary for now." When a residual soul follows, the most taboo situation is when the host is severely injured and physically weak. This would directly lead to an imbalance of yin and yang within the body, allowing excessive yin qi to dominate and cause the residual soul to enter the host. Ordinary methods are no longer effective. Moreover, Lady Tai wouldn't let her perform any rituals anyway. Oh. Though Pei Feng was somewhat confused, he still went to relay the message to Eugene. Just as Chu Jingyue was about to leave, another woman, Madame Zhang, who served Lady Tai, stepped forward to block her path. "The cause of Lady Tai's poisoning has yet to be clarified. Please, Your Highness, stay a moment." Chu Jingyue gave her a cold look. "And if I don't stay?" "It's also the wish of His Royal Highness." Chu Jingyue smirked coldly, then turned around and returned to the hall, looking fiercely at Wen Renzi. "Do you doubt me?" "No." Impatience rose in Chu Jingyue. Her gaze became clear and icy, her tone unkind. "It wasn't you who told them to stop me?" At this moment, she truly wanted to draw her sword and retrieve the life treasure directly, but remembering the wounds on his body, she restrained herself. "Leave me alone. If you dare block me again, don't blame me for being rude. And tell your people not to follow me, unless they're tired of living peacefully." Chu Jingyue said that, and immediately left, her imposing demeanor frightening Pei Feng, who quickly retreated and didn't dare to breathe heavily. Wen Renzi watched her leave without giving him a chance to explain, anger making his temples throb. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Pei Feng cautiously approached and poured him a cup of tea. Wen Renzi drank tea to calm himself down. He was both angry and helpless. How could there be a woman with such a bad temper? He merely wanted her to stay. Since someone was framing her, it was natural to investigate thoroughly. But somehow, he had angered her so much. The way she stormed off earlier was like she intended to rip the roof off. "Your Highness, from my humble opinion, you should try less to anger Her Highness. Think about it. Since Princess Consort Chu came to Chiwangfu, have we ever had a single peaceful day?" Pei Feng held special regard for Chu Jingyue, regardless of others' opinions. In his mind, the princess consort saved the prince, making her the best person in the world. Guard Pei's words are inappropriate. Princess Consort Chu behaves as if spoiled, showing neither humility nor respect. It is improper for her to defy her husband, yet you must endure it. Lu Xiyu emerged from the bedroom, her sleeves stained with blood. Wen Renzi furrowed his brows and asked, "Is mother all right?" "Lady Tai's breathing has stabilized. She has awakened and wishes to see you." Lu Xiyu stepped aside to make room, and Wen Renzi hurried inside to visit her. Lady Tai appeared even paler and weaker. Extending her hand, her gaze seemed pleading as she said, "Son, Chu Jingyue must be the one who poisoned me. We cannot keep this woman around." Chapter 41, an identity that doesn't matter much. Wen Renzi did not believe Chu Jingyue would do such a thing. "See, this morning when I went to see her, everything was still fine. Although she didn't feel well before she came, it was still considered normal. But after she left, I ended up poisoned and coughing blood. Could it be anyone other than her?" The elder lady clutched her chest and began to cough violently. "I raised you, and now you don't even trust your own mother's words?" "I naturally believe you, mother, but Chu Jingyue is proud and straightforward. If she truly intended to harm you, she certainly wouldn't use the method of poisoning." With cutting words from the elder lady, Wen Renzi could only patiently explain. What if she entered the mansion with other purposes? She once privately stirred up trouble between the Qi mansion and the Yong'an Viscount's house. "In all my years in this mansion, why did no one harm me before? But since she came here, there have been mentions of some venomous worms." The elder lady became more and more agitated as she spoke. She spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Wen Renzi hurriedly sent someone to urge the doctor to come quickly. However, she strongly said, "If you insist on keeping Chu Jingyue here in the mansion, then there's no need for you to send for a doctor to treat me either. Clearly, she wants me dead, so you might as well just send a coffin." "Mother, you're being overly harsh." Wen Renzi looked somewhat exasperated. Upon seeing this, the elder lady softened her tone, saying, "After all, she is an imperial consort appointed by the emperor. Divorce without proper cause cannot be justified. It's better if you first send her back to the home mansion for a few days. For a married daughter to return home for a stay will not attract much gossip. I understand. Wenren sighed inwardly, but seeing that the elder lady agreed to his suggestion, she no longer resisted letting the doctor diagnose her. After the doctor prescribed the medicine, Wenren decided to leave. Your Highness, the doctor hurried forward and whispered, there are some things difficult to express directly in front of the patient. You need to take serious measures regarding Madam's condition. Perhaps inviting the consort to check on it would help. Is it that serious? Wenren's eyes grew darker. If Madam's condition was that severe, Chu Jingyue wouldn't have failed to tell him. The doctor bowed his head. It's strange. When I treated Madam previously, although her body was frail, there were no major issues, nor were there any obvious symptoms. But when I examined her again just now, her pulse was chaotic and floating. Already what? Wenren coldly demanded, pressing the doctor who suppressed his voice before answering. Her pulse shows signs of atrophy. However, the poison she contracted isn't remarkable. It harms the body, but isn't fatal. This shouldn't happen. Almost instinctively, Wenren thought of Chu Jingyue's words. His mother bore the lingering spirit of his biological mother. Could it be related to this? The consort is a rare individual who understands the 13 ghost needles technique. This illness confuses me. Perhaps asking her to examine it might offer a glimmer of hope. After the doctor finished speaking, he departed. Before, he would have definitely thought that if even he couldn't treat it, others probably had little chance. But he had witnessed the consort using the 13 ghost needles, which was the ultimate art of Taoist healing. Since then, he had been thoroughly convinced of her medical prowess. Your Highness, what should we do now? The elder lady will absolutely refuse to let the consort treat her, and given the consort's temperament, Pei Feng was deeply worried. The elder lady was driving the consort back to the Ho mansion, yet the Ho family had never treated her kindly. Such action would only stir the consort's resentment deeper. Wenren pondered over it for a while before responding. Take the token of the mansion to the palace to summon the imperial physician. The elder lady may not trust the mansion doctor's words, but she would believe the imperial physician's advice. Better yet, invite several physicians to take turns diagnosing mother. What about the consort? Pei Feng asked. Wenren sighed helplessly. I'll go find her. Perhaps it won't be easy. The consort immobilized 2 shadow guards before even leaving the mansion, clearly aware that someone was following her all along. Amidst the chaos within the Qi mansion, Chu Jingyue seemed rather carefree at this moment. She not only drank alcohol, but also indulged herself in the first-rate wine shop in the capital city, Tianzhou Tower. Here, exquisite food accompanied the melodious music played on string instruments. A pleasant experience indeed. Today, Chu Jingyue had calculated quite enough. Elder lady preferred framing her rather than taking responsibility for her own actions. Even if she followed Wenren's advice to wait for the elder lady to wake up, what exactly would the investigation yield? For those personally involved in a scheme, unraveling it may not be hard, but deciphering human hearts is far from simple. The elder lady single-handedly propped up the Mei-Lairless Qi mansion until Wenren grew up to stand alone, finally enjoying a few days of prosperity. Such great kindness Wenren could never repay. Her staying would merely bring mutual difficulty. Bang! As Chu Jingyue sipped her wine, the door to her private room was abruptly crashed open. Coldly glancing over, she unexpectedly met a familiar face. Qian. Li Xiaoning wanted nothing more than to hide Qian. So why had he suddenly rushed to Tianzhou Tower? How come you're drinking alone here? Qian thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, surprised to bump into Princess Consort Qi drinking alone in a tavern. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows slightly upon noticing the blood seeping from his abdomen, before they were interrupted as someone else blocked the doorway of the private room. Hey, little pretty face, your luck's not bad, stumbling into a beauty's private room. How about this? Why don't you go ask that young miss her name and where she lives? If you find out, then I'll let you off. Qian, supporting his wound as he climbed up from the ground, slightly bowed his head and said to Chu Jingyue, whose expression was cold, I apologize for disturbing you. Sit down. I'll send you back in a while. Chu Jingyue took another sip of wine. After all, Qian's wound was inflicted by her, and now that she had nothing else to do, it wasn't a bother to send him back. Qian hadn't moved yet when the troublemaker at the door became irritated first. He kicked Qian aside, entered the private room laughing, and said, So you know this brat, huh? Has he ever told you who he is? Qi Wuji. Qian interrupted him angrily, seemingly unwilling to let him say the next part. Qi Wuji was even angrier being shouted at and grabbed Qi and to start another fight. In 3 counts, shut up and get out. Chu Jingyue, holding the wine cup, coldly spoke. Qi Wuji glanced at her and laughed. Young lady, do you know who I am? You dare speak to me like this? And do you know who I am? You're speaking to me like this. Chu Jingyue tossed the wine cup with an effortless flick towards Qi Wuji. A hand suddenly appeared behind Qi Wuji and caught the wine cup midair. The young master proudly smirked. Do you think your clumsy tricks can deal with me? Qi Wuji, stop fooling around. She is Prince Qi's consort. Qian's wound bled more profusely, his face growing paler gradually. Upon hearing this, Qi Wuji froze. She was Prince Qi's consort? Compared to this rather unimportant identity, I actually hope you realize my true identity. Chu Jingyue stood up and looked straight at Qi Wuji. Knowing she was Prince Qi's consort already made Qi Wuji reluctant to stir any further trouble, but her words only made him uneasy. What? I'm a Taoist practitioner who reads fortunes. Chu Jingyue smiled slyly at him. That smile made Qi Wuji feel uneasy deep inside, and without a word, he turned to flee. He didn't know why he ran, but he just didn't want to stay there. But before Qi Wuji could turn far, he saw Prince Qi approaching with his followers, his expression grim. Qi Wuji was ready to cry. Before Wen Rinci could open his mouth, he immediately fell to his knees. Just as Qi Wuji was about to admit his fault, he saw Wen Rinci stride past him and enter the private room directly. Does the title of Prince Qi's consort mean so little to you? Chapter 42. Is there enmity? Chu Jingyue ignored Wen Rinci and continued to stare at Qi and with obvious intentions. Qi pursed his lips. What should he say at this moment? Pei Feng, take Master Qi to get medicine applied and send him back home. Pei Feng reluctantly went to fetch the medicine from Chu Jingyue and then hurriedly took Qi into the adjacent private room. The door of the private room closed, leaving only Chu Jingyue and Wen Rinci, who had a displeased expression. There's no need to say anything. It can't be saved or won't be saved. Chu Jingyue indifferently sat back, without sparing him a glance. Wen Rinci sat directly across from her, looking at her expressionlessly for a while before saying helplessly, I didn't doubt you, nor did I disbelieve you. I know. Chu Jingyue lifted her gaze and added, the one who tied the bell must untie it. If she wants to live, she'll have to find her own way out. Wen Rinci frowned, softening his tone. If you're upset, you can take it out on me. His mother was proud and would never bow down to Chu Jingyue. Such a request might as well mean her life. Chu Jingyue's eyes remained calm, holding a wine cup with no intention of explaining. Wen Rinci also knew some of her temperaments, tightening his lips. As long as you agree to return, My returning wouldn't matter anyway. Madame Tai is obstinate and wouldn't accept my treatment easily. What difference would it make even if I go? Chu Jingyue calculated clearly. Precisely because of this, she didn't want to waste time. Wen Rinci thought for a moment and said, you need a place to stay. Come back with me to the mansion temporarily. If mother insists on not letting you treat her, I won't force you. How does that sound? Chu Jingyue maintained a normal demeanor, showing no intention of agreeing. I've assigned guards outside the Qixia courtyard. No one will disturb you. Seeing his persistence, Chu Jingyue hesitated whether she should just agree. His nagging was indeed somewhat annoying. Just as she was about to decide to agree, someone knocked on the door. I'm a medicinal boy from Shueiyuan Medical Pavilion. Upon hearing that Lady Chu is here, my master has invited you to see a patient in the pavilion. If successful, our pavilion's herbs will be available for your selection anytime. Wen Rinci cast a dark look. How dare the undercover guard let someone come at such a moment to interrupt? Chu Jingyue stood up and walked toward the door. Let's go. When they reached the ground floor to pay the silver coins, Wen Rinci was about to tell Pei Feng to pay when the medicinal boy took out the money first. Since we've disturbed your meal, we owe an apology. Chu Jingyue didn't mind either way and continued walking toward the medical pavilion. Wen Rinci noticed he didn't even carry his money pouch, frowning deeply. Bring some banknotes over. Your prince always carries them. Pei Feng hadn't carried much money out when they left, so he could only send the undercover guard to the bank, simultaneously looking at the prince with helplessness. Given the current attitude of the princess, all preparations seemed useless. The princess didn't even look at the prince once. It wasn't just that she lacked him in her heart, but clearly, she lacked him in her eyes too. Walking all the way to Shueiyuan Medical Pavilion, Wen Rinci kept following, and Chu Jingyue didn't stop him. But as they entered the medical hall, the young boy blocked Wen Rinci. Prince Qi, the medical hall isn't receiving visitors right now. Please return. Chu Jingyue acted as though she heard nothing. Wen Rinci had a cold and stern face. Pei Feng quickly came up with an excuse. No medical hall should refuse treating injuries. Our prince is injured. We need to pick some medicine. Doesn't Prince Qi's mansion have any medicine? If there isn't, we can get it from the Imperial Hospital. The apprentice completely disregarded Prince Qi's status, refusing to let him enter. Chu Jingyue tightened her lips and turned around, noticing his existing injury after such a long walk. Let him in. I'll apply medicine for him first. Chu Jingyue's gaze was still emotionless. At home, Wen Rinci unwillingly accepted the medicine application. But the moment he sat down, he immediately loosened his clothes, ignoring everything around him with cold authority. Miss Chu, we have top-notch trauma ointment here. Chu Jingyue shook her head. Not needed. She extended her hand, and the next second, Wen Rinci produced a carefully wrapped small ointment jar and placed it into her palm. Chu Jingyue bent over to unravel the blood-soaked bandages, slightly frowning. Her medicine was divine-level quality, yet the wound had already split open again after such a short use. Will you follow me back to the mansion? Wen Rinci, with his shirt halfway undone, exposed part of his chest and abdomen, slightly reducing his domineering stance. Chu Jingyue still gently pressed around the wound, squeezing out some pus and blood, focusing on cleaning off the dirt. You're in poor health. Just walking seems to tire you out. Chu Jingyue answered something unrelated, provoking Wen Rinci further. He tried to sit up to argue but was shoved back into the chair by Chu Jingyue without a word. Pei Feng was truly afraid that the prince would lose his temper, so he hastily helped explain. It must be due to the prince coming out searching for the princess. How dare you ride a horse? Chu Jingyue roughly applied the ointment, but Wen Rinci didn't care, coldly saying, Who told you to leave so hastily? If I hadn't chased you on horseback you. Her voice cut off abruptly as Chu Jingyue lifted her gaze to look at him. What about me? Wen Rinci refused to say more, awkwardly turning his head away with a bit of arrogance. Aren't you good at calculating? Calculate it yourself. It's not important anyway. The scent of the ointment was fresh and cold, and upon hearing this sentence, Wen Rinci's heart inexplicably tightened. Not important. Is it the identity of the crown prince consort that is not important? Or is it Wen Rinci himself who is not important? Or maybe neither matters. Wen Rinci's expression grew increasingly grim as Chu Jingyue concentrated on bandaging his wound. The sound of rolling wheels came closer from far away. Never would I have thought His Highness the Crown Prince would come in person. My failure to welcome you properly is indeed disrespectful. Chu Jingyue paused as she wrapped the thin cloth around Wenren-si, feeling something amiss in Uncle Yun Boizhong's tone. There was an undertone of hostility. Had they crossed paths before? You should go back. Chu Jingyue spoke calmly, unsure if Uncle Yun might do something, so it was better for Wenren-si to leave first. Wenren-si didn't reply, but Yun Boizhong spoke first. I originally intended to pretend I didn't see you if you wouldn't come, but now that you insist on coming here, it means seeking your own doom. As he finished speaking, numerous black-clad individuals appeared inside the medical hall, all skilled martial artists. Do we know each other? Wenren-si stood up and pulled Chu Jingyue behind him, slowly tidying up his robe in a composed manner. Hearing this, Yun Boizhong's anger deepened. At that time, the Crown Prince's mansion wanted to choose a secondary consort and tricked my sister away, then harmed her by severing her tendons and torturing her until she was no longer human. The Crown Prince has never had any intention of choosing a secondary consort, and the Crown Prince's residence would never privately organize such an event without notice. Wenren-si looked down on him disdainfully, mocking with a cold laugh. Such excuses are truly pathetic. It seems the Crown Prince needs to thoroughly investigate you. Upon hearing this, hidden guards appeared one after another, surrounding Yun Boizhong. Watching the densely packed crowd of people, Chu Jingyue felt stiflingly suffocated inside the room. No matter what happened, I'll figure it out once I calculate. Withdraw all your people. Chapter 43, The Beauty Trap. Yun Boizhong took Chu Jingyue to see his sister and recounted in detail the process by which his sister was victimized years ago. The Yun siblings were from Chu City, Yunzhou. 6 months ago, when Ren-si had stationed himself in a border city of Yunzhou when someone arrived with a token from Prince Qi claiming to be one of the prince's advisors. He said he had come to select a secondary consort for the prince. The reason given for selecting a secondary consort was that Prince Qi faced an uncertain battle outcome and urgently needed women of good looks to bear the Wen family lineage. At the time, Yun Shuiran heard that anyone who participated in the selection at Prince Qi's mansion would be rewarded with silver. In a hurry to earn money for her brother's leg injury treatment, she secretly went. But once she left, there was no word from her until 2 months later when she suddenly appeared at their doorstep. Her legs and hands had broken tendons. Her knees and elbows were raw with blood, suggesting she had crawled back herself step by painstaking step. When she woke up again, her mind was somewhat disoriented. She didn't recognize me, or even herself, but occasionally, when startled, she would cry out for Prince Qi, demanding his death. Chu Jingyue looked back at Wenren-si. Accounting for what happened 6 months prior really gave her some insight. However, she did not say it outright just yet, but instead entered the place where Yun Shuiran stayed. When the door opened, the woman who had been quietly lying on the bed suddenly widened her eyes and tightly hugged herself upon seeing the person following Chu Jingyue. Yun Shuiran let out a startled scream. Yun Boizhong turned back wanting to glare at Wenren-si for frightening his sister, but he realized Wenren-si had already stopped in the courtyard, with no intention of approaching the house. Realizing this, Yun Boizhong felt slightly apologetic. Did she react the same way when she saw you before? Chu Jingyue frowned, standing by the door without forcefully entering. Yun Boizhong shook his head then nodded uncertainly, saying, Sometimes when I see her, there is nothing wrong. Other times, she reacts like this, probably because she sees strangers. Chu Jingyue thought deeply, stepping forward a bit and stating, You go out and close the door. This? Yun Boizhong anxiously looked at his sister, uneasy about leaving her alone with a stranger. With calm authority, Chu Jingyue spoke, Trust me, since I am here, I will not have made this trip for nothing. Perhaps due to her steady demeanor and extremely confident words, Yun Boizhong trusted her and wheeled himself out. The screams inside gradually subsided as Yun Shuiran peered curiously at Chu Jingyue with wide eyes. Don't be afraid, sleep, and everything will be fine. Chu Jingyue lit a warm incense at the table. It seemed to truly soothe her, as Yun Shuiran leaned her head on the bedboard, slowly falling asleep. She didn't rush to check Yun Shuiran's injuries, knowing her hysteria might be more pressing than her physical wounds. Luckily, this time Chu Jingyue had brought silver needles refined through her spirit spring into shin iron needles, imbued with gentle, magical essence. Still performing the 13 needles of ghost points, it was unlike previous situations where all 13 needles were required for urgent illnesses such as the old Grand Consort. This time, Chu Jingyue only inserted 5 or 6 needles. When reaching the pingy acupoint, she understood why Yun Shuiran reacted so violently to seeing men. Her expression never changed as she completed all the needles. She then turned and drew out a yellow talisman paper, holding it with both fingers, while her other palm supported a brazier. 3 souls, 7 spirits, return your essence. 3 souls dwell left, 7 spirits guard right. Quietly hear the divine, and also discern the ominous. Demons, quickly leave, and may her soul find peace in her body. As Chu Jingyue recited the incantation, the 2 coins around her wrist vibrated lightly. Then the talisman in her hand spontaneously ignited, burning fast until halfway through before she placed it in the brazier and stood still on the bed. Unlike previous occasions when talismans burned fiercely, this time the paper emitted faint smoke, its ashes clustering together. Only after the last ember disappeared did Chu Jingyue cover the brazier. After retrieving the silver needles and dropping them into the burner where they again ignited without fuel, Chu Jingyue dressed Yun Shuiran properly and stepped out. How is she? Yun Boizhong asked warmly, but with urgency hidden beneath. Chu Jingyue paused thoughtfully, then gave Wen Rinci a glance, signaling him to move away. Wen Rinci, with a cold face, exited the yard, angrily kicking a stone far away. Did you arrange for someone to thoroughly examine your sister's whole body upon her return? Yun Boizhong reflected seriously. Back then, the Yun family fortunes had declined, and most servants had dispersed, leaving only him, his sister, and a few loyal retainers behind. No man could check my sister. A neighbor hastily changed her clothes. Chu Jingyue wasn't surprised, glancing at the room and lowering her voice. Your sister must have encountered something terrible during her disappearance. That's why she now frequently screams and resists upon seeing men. As for sometimes showing no reaction when seeing you, perhaps she still remembers you. Yun Boizhong's face immediately showed pain, regret, anger, and hatred. His gaze once again turned sharp, staring at Wen Rinci, who was outside the courtyard idly kicking stones. It has nothing to do with him. On the way here, I calculated that he was exactly in a period of misfortune 6 months ago. Chu Jingyue's calm voice pulled Yun Boizhong back to his senses. Yun Boizhong tightly clenched his fists, and after a long while, he helplessly lowered them. I am useless. It's not others' fault. It's me who couldn't protect my sister and had her resort to this plan to help with my leg. It must be blamed on those who did evil. Didn't I tell you? Your sister was possessed by an evil spirit, and so are you. Chu Jingyue spoke seriously, causing him to immediately raise his head and eagerly ask, what do you mean? I can't explain too much. I will cure your leg, and your sister as well. Trust me. She was one to either remain coldly indifferent or fully take responsibility for saving lives. A glimmer of hope arose in Yun Boizhong's eyes as he said, if Miss truly cures my sister, Yun Boizhong is willing to go through fire and water for you throughout my life. As you wish. Chu Jingyue went to the pharmacy in the front yard to fetch the prescription. Wen Rinci followed closely behind again, clearly full of dissatisfaction. Especially when looking at Yun Boizhong, he found it extremely irritating. Chu Jingyue had already said she could cure his sister, yet he still said such things about going through fire and water. Such intentions were condemnable. You should return to the princely mansion. I'll stay at the clinic these few days. Chu Jingyue didn't plan to return, finding the many troublesome people in the mansion rather bothersome. No. Wen Rinci quickly stepped forward and firmly stated, the first-ranked wife of the princely mansion may not matter to you, but if word gets out, in order to preserve the reputation of Prince Qi's mansion, the emperor might not leave them alive. Chu Jingyue hadn't thought of that, silently raising her eyebrows. Titles truly were a bother. I'll leave 2 secret guards for you. If you wish to leave the mansion, you may come openly in a carriage accompanied by maidservants and guards. Don't you want Eugene to follow you? Wen Rinci made another concession. Chu Jingyue still hadn't realized how accommodating he was being, merely thinking this arrangement would work, so she agreed. If that's the case, I'll first go to the front yard to prescribe medicine. Let the decoction boil and have her drink it. I'll return today to prepare ointment and come again tomorrow. After making sure everything was arranged, Yun Boizhong even personally took over the medicine when receiving it. In his eyes, what boiled in the pot wasn't just medicine. It was hope for his sister and himself. At this moment, all Yun Boizhong wished for was that gods, Buddhas, spirits, and demons truly existed in the world, and that Chu Jingyue really was the goddess descended from legend. When Chu Jingyue returned to the mansion with Wen Rinci, a carriage was stopped in front of the clinic. Since there's a carriage, why bother riding a horse? Wen Rinci pursed his lips and turned his face away, unwilling to admit that he worried about chasing her too slowly and thus losing track of her. Don't ride a horse before your wound heals. Apply medicine twice daily, and carefully check if the wound discharges any pus or blood. When no one is around, or fewer clothes, Chu Jingyue meticulously gave instructions. By the time she got to the last point, Wen Rinci couldn't help but doubt. The last one? What? Do you have doubts? Chu Jingyue frowned. Since summer was currently very hot, covering wounds too much was inherently bad. Wen Rinci gazed deeply into her eyes, realizing that she seemed interested in his body, yet his mother needed her treatment. Thinking it over, he stretched out a hand and loosened his robes, which loosely fell down, exposing his lean chest and alluring waistline. Look! Wen Rinci closed his eyes as if enduring something. For the first time, Chu Jingyue's face lit up with interest. She suddenly understood why Wen Rinci resisted her proximity before. He hadn't guessed that she needed something within him. Instead, he mistakenly thought she lusted after his good looks. Chu Jingyue abruptly stood up and leaned closer to Wen Rinci, her finger lightly hooking the fine cloth wrapped around his waist. Does His Highness have to resort to the beauty trap to invite me? Though her tone was cold and clear, to Wen Rinci it carried a mysterious allure. Wen Rinci couldn't control swallowing, slightly opening his eyes, only to find they were perilously close. Wen Rinci's gaze grew colder. Just then, a secret guard came to report that half of the imperial physicians summoned by the palace had all claimed that his mother was near death. He had no time left. If I say yes, will you agree to return and save someone? Chapter 44. What else do you want? Chu Jingyue looked silently at Wen Rinci as the carriage suddenly jolted, and he reached out to steady her. Never mind. It's hard to force someone beyond their means, Wen Rinci said, closing his eyes and saying nothing more as he straightened his clothes. This probing had already revealed that Chu Jingyue was certainly not after power or favor, but what was she truly after? Wen Rinci couldn't uncover the truth, his suspicions wavering between different possibilities. The ginseng will sustain her for 3 days. If she realizes within these 3 days that she wishes to live, there is a way out. If she doesn't, even gods can't save her. During this time, you must not mention my words or actions to her, nor interfere with her decisions. Chu Jingyue finally relented somewhat. Wen Rinxi's pride was no less than hers, and yet his willingness to come this far indicated just how far he would go. If she were to stubbornly reject him again, Chu Jingyue truly worried about pushing him too far, which might complicate matters. It wasn't bad, occasionally letting loose. Wen Rinxi glanced at her sideways. He could no longer understand her. If she cared so much about him, she should have firmly held on to her position as princess consort of Qi, rather than speaking as though she didn't care at all. If she didn't care, why did she agree now? Could it be that her aim really was him, and she was merely playing hard to get? Both harbored their own thoughts in silence as the carriage quickly arrived at the princely residence. Chu Jingyue rushed straight to the Qijia courtyard, took off her shoes and clothes, and fell asleep immediately. Today had truly exhausted her. The next morning, Chu Jingyue woke up refreshed, started practicing martial arts, and saw Shu Qing passing by, calling her over. There's something I need your help with. Shu Qing's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she promptly replied, Lady, please instruct me. Today, you'll accompany me to a place. You'll need to temporarily stay there and help look after a patient. The woman has endured many hardships, and she should share a similar experience with you. Please help apply her medicine and also offer some comforting words. After much deliberation, Chu Jingyue decided that Shu Qing was the best choice. Not only was the location where they were administering the medicine very secluded and required a woman's touch, but empathy and thoughtfulness would only come naturally from Shu Qing. I understand, Shu Qing said happily, filled with excitement at finally being able to help. After breakfast, Chu Jingyue went next door to prepare medicine, while Wen Rinxi headed to the training ground, not expecting to return anytime soon. Lu Siyu had originally intended to check if Chu Jingyue's courtyard had been vacated, but unexpectedly, she spotted her in the main hall of the prince's quarters. This sight shocked her beyond words. How are you still here? And where should I be? Chu Jingyue gave her a cold stare, handing the ointment to Shu Qing. Lu Siyu hurried into the courtyard, her tone much harsher than when she was around Wen Rinxi. Yesterday, Madame personally ordered that you return to the Marquis Manor. The prince has already agreed. Chu Jingyue maintained a frosty demeanor, making Lu Siyu extremely irritated. She stepped forward, speaking assertively. So, are you deaf? You should leave Qi Wangfu immediately. True, I must leave. Step aside then. You're in my way. Chu Jingyue had planned to visit the hospital to administer acupuncture to Yun Shuiran and didn't intend to return to the mansion during the day. Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Lu Siyu remained unsatisfied and blocked Chu Jingyue's path. She said, You should know that even with your rank as a princess consort, Qi Wangfu can dismiss you as they wish, and there's nothing you can do about it. As soon as Lu Siyu finished speaking, the hidden bodyguards became restless. The princess consort had been painstakingly invited back by the prince. If she were upset and left again, who would bear the responsibility? A bodyguard appeared and bowed, intending to summon people to escort Lu Siyu away, but Chu Jingyue waved a hand to stop them. In an unperturbed manner, she replied, Wen Rinxi and I have a marriage sanctioned by the emperor himself, and yet, even with my rank, the Wangfu can cast me aside without hesitation. So on what grounds does Miss Lu, whose status rests solely on a promise from beyond the grave, feel so confident in remaining long-term in Wangfu? Lu Siyu's face turned instantly pale and rigid. Chu Jingyue smirked faintly and walked past her. I have my own way of survival, whether inside or outside the Wangfu. But I wonder how Miss Lu will manage once she loses Wangfu's protection. Speechless, Lu Siyu could only draw deep breaths, clenching her fists tightly, biting her lips until they bled. Chu Jingyue struck a nerve, a fear shared by her and her mother for many years. No, she absolutely needed some title now, even if it wasn't as principal or secondary consort. Chu Jingyue paid little heed to the earlier exchange as the Wangfu carriage slowly moved forward. Along the way, she repeatedly reminded Shu Qing to be cautious with her words and actions, concerned that her presence might upset Yun Shuiran. While the two were speaking, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, accompanied by loud reprimands from the bodyguards. Who dares obstruct the carriage of Qi Wangfu? Princess consort, please save my nephew's life. Recognizing the voice, Chu Jingyue lifted the curtain and saw the boy's uncle from the street where she had helped him before. She calculated swiftly, her expression darkening slightly. He lacks the will to live, difficult to save. No matter what, we ask Princess Consort to give it a try. After all, it's a life. We beg you for mercy, commoners. The man grew increasingly distressed, realizing he had nothing of value to offer. He kept bowing, banging his head forcefully on the ground until it was bloodstained. Moved by the situation and tired of the gossip, Chu Jingyue finally spoke up. Let's go then. The man rose in excitement, refusing to board the carriage for fear of dirtying it. He jogged briskly alongside, his sweat-drenched face grimly determined not to slack off even for a moment. The carriage quickly left the city gates and turned into a small mountain village. The shabby mud house was dim and damp inside. The dirt bed covered with straw mats held the little boy who was drenched in blood. The attending physician shook his head pitifully. He won't make it. The man, red-eyed, carefully pleaded Chu Jingyue to come in for a look despite his heart being in disarray. This wound is caused by scissors, difficult to treat, muttered one of the guards under their breaths, having previously followed Wen Rinxi into battle. Injuries from cold weapons were the hardest to treat. Many times, the wounds looked insignificant, yet death would strike unexpectedly. Moreover, the boy had been stabbed multiple times. It indeed seemed very unlikely that he would survive. I need alcohol, clean fine cloth. Chu Jingyue instructed calmly, while Shu Qing whispered beside her. There might be no alcohol available here. I'll borrow some. I'll go borrow immediately. The man rushed out. Chu Jingyue ordered someone to move the table outside. She needed to move the child. The indoor environment was too dirty, which could harm him more. The bodyguards gently moved the boy. The young lad seemed conscious, occasionally spitting blood and calling out weakly for his mother. Chu Jingyue positioned his head sideways as she glanced over at the man begging earnestly in the neighboring homes for alcohol, clutching tightly to a bottle freshly unearthed from the ground. The alcohol is here. Chu Jingyue nodded, grabbing the alcohol and looking for a clean bowl. She pulled out the hemostatic needle and poured the strong liquor onto the wounds. The boy gritted his teeth in pain. Shu Qing, unable to bear it, stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth. But there's no clean fine cloth at home. The man was helpless and desperate. Shu Qing hurried to ask, will clothing do? Not long ago, the prince rewarded us with new clothes. They're still unused. Yes, tear them into strips. Chu Jingyue proceeded methodically in treating the wound. She used to get hurt frequently when she practiced Taoism alone in seclusion, so she carried plenty of such medicine powders in her storage bag. I finished dealing with the wounds. Fortunately, the weapon was blunt. Although it looked perilous, the vital parts weren't damaged. If he can pull through, he will recover. But I already said, he doesn't have the will to live. After she finished, Chu Jingyue wrapped the boy up thoroughly with the fine cloth, making him appear less frightening than before. The environment here isn't suitable for recuperation either, but asking you to find another place seems hard for you. Her voice was icy cold. The man wiped the tears off his face and said, I will find a way. There's no need to worry about it. This king will find a place for you. Wenrenci appeared on horseback at the entrance, followed by Pei Feng and several attendants. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. Didn't I tell you not to ride a horse? Wenrenci dismounted. So that's why I'm borrowing the carriage now. Chapter 45, Advice and Entreaty. Chu Jingyue glanced at the spacious carriage behind him, lightly raising an eyebrow. Wenrenci kept a straight face as he looked at the boy and said, take him to the medical hall. If this child had more problems later, the man would certainly stop the carriage again. Chu Jingyue didn't seem like someone who would stand by and do nothing. Thus, they might as well shift everything to the medical hall, treating all together. The guards carefully carried the child onto the carriage. The child's uncle sat on it as well, suddenly becoming uneasy. The carriage was lined with thick carpets, looking incredibly luxurious. He truly worried that he and the child might dirty the carpet. I'll go to another carriage. Chu Jingyue turned around and also climbed into this carriage. Wenrenci sighed helplessly but followed in after her. Fortunately, this carriage was extremely spacious. Since the child was laid on the ground, having 3 adults sit inside didn't make it feel crowded. Still, the man became even more restless, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. Didn't I remind you before? Why didn't you follow my instructions? Chu Jingyue lit an incense stick in her hand warmer. This incense was specially made by her, not only soothing the spirit, but also relieving pain. The aroma wafted into the nose, even making Wenrenci feel comfortable. Chen Fu, the boy's uncle, lowered his head guiltily and admitted, I never would have thought my elder sister would actually kill her own son for a man. She is pregnant, Chu Jingyue said coldly, completely failing to notice the slight movement of the eyebrows of the child lying on the ground. Chen Fu couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed, then sighed powerlessly. His heart was a mix of emotions. He truly did not know what to say. Wenrenci looked at the boy dressed in fine cloth and his feelings became even more complex. A biological mother can't even raise her own child alone for the sake of survival, and would even kill her son to seek peace. The Grand Lady has indeed done much for you. Chu Jingyue spoke calmly, understanding Wenrenci from start to finish. Hearing her say this, Wenrenci finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, are you willing? It's not that I'm unwilling. I already said whether she lives or dies depends entirely on her. If she doesn't resist my treatment, for your sake, I won't mind her actions. But if she herself chooses death over our reconciliation, that's what she seeks. Chu Jingyue had always refused to interfere strongly in the process of treatment, which was the source of the issue. The Grand Lady was ready to sacrifice her own life, and what she sought wasn't living. It would be impossible even for a deity to save her. Suddenly realizing this, Wenrenci decided, upon arriving at the back courtyard of Watercloud Medical Hall, to return to the mansion alone. The Grand Lady looked terribly weak, her complexion sallow, as though she had been drained of vitality. Upon seeing Wenrenci, she immediately braced herself and asked first, Sister Siyu said she saw Chu Jingyue in the main residence today. Didn't you promise me she would return to home mansion? Upon hearing this, Wenrenci went beside the bed and knelt down straight, softly saying, Mother, do you really want to forsake everything for Chu Jingyue? Are you willing to never care about the mansion or your son ever again? The Grand Lady stiffened internally and asked back, What do you mean? Mother, there's no doubt you've heard what the many imperial physicians have said. They're not deceiving you. If you continue to refuse letting Chu Jingyue come, even ginseng soup can only sustain your life for 3 days. A hint of tenderness showed through Wenrenci's otherwise cold face. You don't need to like Chu Jingyue. Ultimately, she won't stay in the mansion forever. Right now, I beg you, trust her once. How dare she claim she poisoned me? The Grand Lady became agitated, starting a violent cough due to her weakened state. Wenrenci helped her drink water to stabilize her breathing and added, Does Mother really think I don't know about this poisoning incident? Clamping her lips shut, the Grand Lady fell silent. After a long while, she finally said, I am willing to let Chu Jingyue treat me, but accept Sister Siyu as your concubine. You're not young anymore. People of your age usually already have children studying in private schools. Braish Siyu had been eavesdropping outside, and her face unconsciously reddened when she heard this, happiness flashing across her eyes. Unexpectedly, Wenren-si outright refused. Mother, I regard you as a younger sister. When I was young, you also told me to treat her well. I will never forget the gratitude we owe the Liu family. When she marries, I will personally support her wedding and treat her as a daughter of the Qi mansion. Wenren-si thought things through clearly. Since the Liu family owed the Wen family a debt, their daughter mustn't become a concubine. To find a scholarly family of high moral standards as her husband and become a wife of high status, supported by Qi Wang's household, naturally ensures she suffers no injustice. The grand lady had never expected that he'd already planned so meticulously. After a long while, she could only sigh deeply. So be it. I'll agree to your choice. In that case, I will bring Chu Jingyue here in the evening, mother. You must cooperate with her treatment. Seeing the grand lady nodding, Wenren-si's heart finally eased somewhat. Between the two of them existed only the bond of birth. For all these years, she bore hardships alone, avoiding both open and covert attacks, guarding against conspiracies and schemes, nurturing him, the last heir of the Wen family, into adulthood. Such suffering others cannot comprehend. Then I'll go pick her up, mother. Wenren-si stood up, and the wound on his abdomen tore open. He instinctively frowned. The old lady quickly asked, has your old injury relapsed? Take care of yourself first. There's nothing wrong with my body. No problem. Chu Jingyue will treat our son later. After we return, I'll just apply some medicine. Mother, you don't need to worry. With an unchanged expression, Wenren-si walked out. Lu Xiyu hurriedly moved away, pretending to have just arrived. Your Highness, I've come to deliver the medicine for the old lady. Lu Xiyu held the slightly cooled medicine, lowering her eyes to conceal their redness. Wenren-si picked up the medicine and smelled it, asking, is this prescribed by the house physician? The medicine was prepared by me, but the house physician has also checked it, saying it is safe for the old lady to drink. Lu Xiyu softly explained, hoping for praise in her heart. Wenren-si returned the medicine with a cold gaze, his tone indifferent. Discard it. No medicine should be given to the old lady today. Lu Xiyu looked up disbelievingly, seeing his serious expression, and hesitantly questioned, does His Highness really trust Chu Jingyue so much that not even medicine is allowed for the old lady? Yes. Wenren-si answered without hesitation. A sudden surge of qi rose in Lu Xiyu's heart. She ran out angrily, throwing the bowl of medicine and crying as she ran far away. Mama Zhao frowned and asked, Your Highness, are you really not going to give the old lady any medicine? At noon, use ginseng roots to brew tea only. In the afternoon, I will bring the consort here to treat mother. Hearing this, Mama Zhao's eyes lit up. If the consort comes, then there will definitely be no issue. Auntie, please kindly advise the old lady. Although the consort may appear rebellious and disrespectful, she is inherently kind-hearted. She also has plans in her mind and will not stay long in the mansion. Please reassure mother about this. When mentioning that the consort wouldn't stay long at the mansion, Wenren-si felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in his heart. He truly wondered why Chu Jingyue stayed in the mansion, what she intended to do. Young master must also understand the old lady. Her intentions are purely for your benefit. Though her methods might be overly extreme, her heart is good, and she always thinks of you. Mama Zhao was afraid the incident might create estrangement between mother and son. She glanced around and then lowered her voice. Young master should consider Miss Lu's marriage as soon as possible. The old lady's current overreaction stems from being misled by this mother and daughter pair. They shouldn't be allowed to continue causing harm in the mansion. Chapter 46. Fate holds a son. When Wenren-si came to pick up Chu Jingyue, she was already dozing off on the table in the medicine hall. Miss Chu just fell asleep not long ago, the young apprentice whispered. He handed over several doses of medicine he was holding to Wenren-si, saying, the miss said this medicine is for the prince. Pei Feng immediately stepped forward to take the medicine. Chu Jingyue sat up and became alert almost instantly, saying, Shuqing will stay at the clinic first. Take good care of my people. Don't let her work. She's injured too. The miss needn't worry. The apprentice responded respectfully. After only 2 rounds of acupuncture, Miss Yun's condition improved significantly, so such a miraculous doctor certainly deserved respect. Besides, his master's leg depended on Chu Jingyue. How could Shuqing possibly be slighted? Chu Jingyue got up and walked out without saying anything, directly boarding the carriage. What kind of medicine is this? Wenren-si glanced at the medicine placed beside him. Surely it wasn't meant for him. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes, leaning against the wall of the carriage as she said, haven't you interfered with the situation through the senior lady already? There should be no reason that cannot be remedied. Earlier, while she was administering acupuncture to Yun Shuiran, suddenly 2 coins of spirit energy surged wildly, seeming like they were headed toward the prince's mansion. She quickly calculated with her fingers and realized Wenren-si had not heeded her advice, interfering in this matter, thus causing fate's treasure to bear cause and effect. Ordinarily, fate treasures wouldn't behave this way. Like the one within Qi and previously, it could only alter its host's destiny under opportune circumstances. But the one inside Wenren-si, since it actively bears the karmic consequences, there can only be one possibility. The fate treasure has become companion-born. What impact will there be? Wenren-si bit his lips. He thought he shouldn't mention what Chu Jingyue said or did, not expecting his persuasion to also qualify as interference. He couldn't help but frown. Would he end up troubling her? Chu Jingyue kept her eyes closed and answered, nothing. All potential effects have already been shouldered by the fate treasure. A co-birth fate treasure is exceptionally special, indicating that the nature of the fate treasure itself struggles to persist unless its host survives. Therefore, to some extent, the fate treasure automatically protects its host, akin to protecting itself. Thus, she shouldn't rashly attempt to retrieve the fate treasure, especially since she didn't know what type of magical tool Wenren's internal fate treasure would transform into. Of 14 identified fate treasures, so far it was confirmed only 5 would convert into 5 Emperor Bright Charm coins. Did you have any extraordinary encounters during your childhood? Chu Jinghua suddenly opened her eyes. For a fate treasure to enter a body, there must be an opportunity, a grave injury on the verge of death as seen in Qian's case. Wenren frowned and replied, trained in martial arts and literature since childhood, then went to the battlefield later. Only during the Yunzhou War. His gaze deepened. Severely wounded in the Yunzhou battle, he considered being buried alive as his odd encounter. If speaking truly, every moment after meeting Chu Jinghua has been an incredible journey. Chu Jinghua ceased further questioning, deciding to simply monitor the fate treasure closely for now and seek other ways slowly. Yuejin, prepare some things. Chu Jinghua pulled aside the curtain to give instructions. Yuejin remembered every word she said. After a brief contemplation, Wenren said, Pei Feng, give him a token. Pei Feng held the token allowing access to the prince's mansion. With this, he could go in and out claiming to handle tasks for the prince, free from questions or obstruction by the gate guards. After arranging the matters, Chu Jinghua once again closed her eyes. Over these 2 days, she hadn't rested much, expending considerable effort and needed recovery. Before long, she drifted into light slumber, hugging her chest with her head slightly bowed, her face perpetually cool and serene as the moon. Even though asleep, Chu Jinghua seemed to tense up, keeping herself from collapsing entirely. Wenren clenched his lips, getting up to sit next to her. He gently extended his hand to place her head on his shoulder, but she instinctively resisted trying to straighten up. Sleep. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Jinghua indeed relaxed and continued sleeping, yet she still refrained from relying on Wenren. Wenren felt somewhat dejected, even unconscious. This person remained unyieldingly proud. Chu Jinghua, somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, realized the carriage had stopped and opened her eyes immediately. Are we here? She pulled aside the curtain and stepped down. Wenren followed behind. We've just arrived. Pei Feng remained silent nearby. Just arrived? The carriage had been parked for quite a while. Chu Jinghua rushed to the senior ladies' courtyard. As soon as she entered, she heard reproachful voices. How can you, Siren, indulge him like this when he doesn't want a proper match but insists on someone pretending to be mysterious like Chu Jinghua? You say your life is nearing an end, but look how spirited you appear. The old concubine scolded with full energy. Wenren furrowed his brows and hurried into the room. Chu Jinghua raised an eyebrow after a quick glance, realizing tonight she'd likely have to treat Wenren's wound again. Walking this way would surely reopen the wound. Perhaps letting him rest a few more days might be best, preventing the wound from failing to heal properly. Grandmother, there's no need to blame mother. All decisions stem from myself, not involving the mother. Wenren spoke coldly, making the old grand dowager snort with anger. You don't need to cover for her. Wenren, you're already 22 this year. Not only is your inner courtyard empty, but there are no heirs under your knees either. She's not from the Wen family, so naturally, she doesn't care about lineage and inheritance. This remark left Madame Tai feeling extremely wronged. Half sitting, she explained, I haven't. I do indeed wish for our household to have thriving descendants. The argument inside the room continued as Chu Jinghua had already walked into the room expressionlessly, boldly cutting through the crowd and sitting by the bed. She took hold of Madame Tai's hand to feel her pulse. Seeing that Chu Jinghua was still so disrespectful, the Grand Dowager grew so angry that her temples were throbbing. You don't even greet your elders properly. The rules of Prince Qi's mansion are ruined because of you. Hasn't it always been like this? Why aren't you used to it yet? Chu Jinghua calmly countered, which made the madam even angrier. She let out a few cynical laughs, saying, Good, good. After finishing, the old dowager turned back and looked at Wenren. Today, you must give me a definite answer. If you insist on liking Chu Jinghua, I won't stop you. But within 3 months, you too must conceive an heir. Wenren glanced at Chu Jinghua. How could she get pregnant within 3 months? Probably impossible even in 3 years. Prince Wenren will have an heir. He's fated to have children, so why are you all so anxious? Chu Jinghua released Madame Tai's wrist after speaking, leaving quite a few people inside the room moved by her statement. Madame Tai immediately questioned her. Is what you said true? Do you doubt my abilities? Chu Jinghua stood up and dismissed the crowd. She intended to treat Madame Tai. With a smile on her face, the old Grand Dowager asked, Do you know who can bear children for Wenren? It cannot be revealed. It wasn't that Chu Jinghua couldn't calculate it. It's just that figuring it out would be meaningless. There are always variables in worldly matters. The only thing she could firmly confirm unchanging is, if Wenren lives to the age of 30, he is destined to have offspring. If he doesn't live that long, then there's nothing that can be done. Despite not receiving detailed answers, the old Grand Dowager remained delighted and stopped pestering Madame Tai any further, cooperating as they exited the bedroom. In a few days, the prince's mansion would host a banquet, and she also planned to invite more highborn noblewomen for consideration. If there are suitable candidates, taking 2 secondary consorts might suffice. As for Chu Jinghua, let her be. She doesn't seem like someone who would interfere with anything anyway. Wenren sat silently in the outer hall, lost in deep thought. She said he would have descendants, but Chu Jinghua herself did not appear to be someone who would settle into ordinary life. Thus, were the two of them destined to eventually part ways? At this thought, When Ren-Si suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Why did the thought of her leaving make him feel so uncomfortable? Could it be he has fallen in love with her? Chapter 47. Ghostly Oppression. Chu Jingyue was treating the illness of the great lady with acupuncture and medicine, feeding her pills to nurture her heart and spirit. Her illness has never been hard to treat. It's difficult because of the malevolent spirits she carries. Miss, the things you asked for are all here. Eugene entered the courtyard carrying a lot of items, most of which were paper money for offerings. Chu Jingyue placed the soul jar in a corner of the yard. She stuck several talisman papers inside the house and instructed the great lady not to leave under any circumstances that day. Then, when everyone was anxiously waiting, she turned around and left. Seal off the courtyard and don't let anyone disturb or break in. I'll come back tonight. Chu Jingyue explained further, allowing Ren-Si to relax, thinking she had decided not to abandon this task after all. The old consort seemed lost in thought as she glanced at the small courtyard and then ordered loudly. Someone, guard this courtyard. After Chu Jingyue returned to the courtyard, she didn't rest but immediately took the remaining yellow talisman paper to draw more symbols. Under the light of the lamp, she scribbled furiously, while outside the house, shadows of people standing in the night paused in contemplation. Mistress really works hard. Shall I send someone to prepare some midnight snacks? Peifeng tentatively asked. Ren-Si frowned, his usually cold voice tinged with doubt. Does she care about anyone so much? Peifeng pursed his lips, silently criticizing inside his mind. It's unclear if the mistress cares about anyone, but the prince surely does. The door opened, and Chu Jingyue came out with talisman papers. Eugene, help me prepare more yellow talisman papers tomorrow. When Ren-Si glanced sideways, even though he was already standing in the yard, she chose to ask Eugene instead of him. Couldn't he buy them for her? Let's go, someone's gone into the yard. Chu Jingyue quickly walked out, and Ren-Si looked on with a deepened frown, but made no move. When they arrived, the undercover guards had already captured 2 old nannies. The nannies were pleading their innocence, but the guards paid no attention. Prince, these 2 intended to tamper with what the lady set up. The nannies denied outright. We were just sent by the elder lady to inspect. We weren't trying to destroy anything. You disturbed the paper money, Chu Jingyue said coldly to the nannies, adding, and burned it. The undercover guard's expression changed. That shouldn't be possible. We've kept an eye on them since they got close to the jar in the corner and arrested them right away. Burned it during the day when you weren't looking, Chu Jingyue concluded, addressing the nannies. How dare you burn any paper money? The nanny looked uneasy. Thinking no one would notice a few pieces of paper money missing from the large pile, she had secretly taken some for herself, hoping to save a little money. Despite being caught, she refused to admit it. If I didn't touch it, I didn't touch it. Can you accuse me without evidence? The paper money doesn't affect me much anyway, as it had other purposes. But since you've burnt what should not be burnt, trouble will follow. Chu Jingyue told the undercover guards to take them away, as she had no time for other matters. When Ren-Si slightly frowned, feeling uneasy. She had only emphasized the importance of the soul jar earlier, so he assigned 2 undercover guards to protect it. Now, with other things tampered with, could it impact his mother? Come here. Chu Jingyue handed a hand warmer to Ren-Si. Once the firelight around gradually diminishes, walk slowly from Great Lady's bedside to where the soul jar is placed. You must ensure the hand warmer doesn't fall and keep burning the talisman papers all along. The fire cannot go out. Ren-Si solemnly held the hand warmer, preparing himself indoors as Chu Jingyue directed the undercover guards to start burning the paper money. Don't speak a word during this process. Chu Jingyue reminded once again. Later she was going to perform a ceremony to guide the soul of Ren-Si's birth mother, inevitably attracting wandering spirits. If anyone spoke during this process, it would release yang energy, making it easy to be possessed by spirits. She steadied her breathing and gestured with her fingers, softly chanting. Today I shall invoke the wandering souls. The 10 directions of ghostly spirits gather. Seeing her gesture, the undercover guards quickly grabbed the paper money and began to burn it in bronze basins. Flames flickered, and suddenly, one of the undercover guards felt like something was suffocating him. He clutched his neck, showing obvious discomfort. But they remembered the order not to speak, so others could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a hand landed on his back. The undercover guard instantly felt able to breathe again. When he wanted to express his gratitude, Chu Jingyue silenced him with her hand over his mouth. Startled, the guard worked up a cold sweat and hurriedly continued to burn the paper, focusing entirely on the task without distraction. When the moment came, Chu Jingyue signaled for Ren-Si to begin too. Holding the palm-sized stove filled with talismans drawn by Chu Jingyue, specifically designed for guiding and combining souls, Ren-Si stepped forward. Due to the peculiar power of the yellow talismans against ghostly interference, many lost souls tried to gain the benefits of merging souls, abandoning the burning paper money to mix into the soul jar. As Ren-Si walked, he found his feet becoming heavier. Frowning, he saw a black shadow flash before him, stopping abruptly. TSK, I forgot that I had already opened your yin-yang eyes. Chu Jingyue sighed, acknowledging it as her own mistake this time. Ren-Si remained silent as he stared ahead. He now realized he was being weighed down by dark shadows and could barely move his feet. Don't blame me for not warning you. Both of you, back off. Chu Jingyue unsheathed the Weiji sword and thrust it straight into the earth beside Ren-Si. A number of black shadows dispersed instantly. The ghostly killing aura embedded within the Weiji sword was enough to scare ordinary wandering souls away. Ren-Si continued forward, proceeding smoothly thanks to Chu Jingyue's presence. He placed the hand stove in front of the soul jar and glanced up, catching sight of a vague black shadow that seemed to have some form. Strangely, he didn't feel fear, but instead had an impulse to reach out and touch it. Chu Jingyue quickly stepped forward, grabbing his hand to prevent him from touching it. Then she swiftly sealed the soul jar. What was that just now? And what's wrong with your face? Wen Rinci had wanted to ask about the shadow earlier, but upon standing, he noticed that Chu Jingyue's complexion was pale like paper, with a faint bruised look under her eyes. I mentioned before, didn't I? Your mother is a person of great merit, so her soul naturally carries blessings. This time drawing her soul out has attracted many lonely spirits, and those paper offerings can hardly contain them anymore. Chu Jingyue had indeed calculated Zhong Rujuan's birth date, knowing her to be someone with immense good fortune. Thus, guiding her soul required first dealing with the wandering spirits. And just then, when those solitary ghosts were pressing down on Wen Rinci, she realized there might be something hidden behind Zhong Rujuan's death day. So what are you going to do now? Wen Rinci glanced at the paper offerings that were nearly burned out and asked, should I order more to be prepared? Chu Jingyue's gaze deepened. The courtyard was now too saturated with yin energy, and those most likely to suffer first would be the Great Lady, Wen Rinci, and anyone else with weak fates. She stepped forward resolutely, gripping the sword blade with one hand while using the other to draw it out in one smooth motion. Blood dripped from her palm onto the Weiji sword, which began to glow with a bloody red hue. Heaven's decree, exalt you lost souls, banish all ghostly evils, cleanse and bestow grace on fourfold life. Those with heads may ascend, those without may live again. Killed by spear or sword, drowned or hanged, openly or secretly dead, unjustly perished. Wen Rinci vaguely remembered hearing her chant this incantation before, but it felt somewhat different this time. Most notably, he could clearly see that with every line she recited, her vitality seemed to wane further. Kneel before my altar, let the sword shine, depart cleansed, transcend elsewhere. As the final lines of the incantation ended, Chu Jingyue held the sword with both hands, its tip gently touching the ground. Everyone felt the surroundings becoming less cold. Chu Jingyue took a deep breath and pulled out a pouch. It's fine now. Here are amulets with your birth dates. Don't take the wrong ones. I'll send you back. Without hesitation, Wen Rinci carried her horizontally and handed the pouch to the undercover guards, saying, take yours yourselves. He bent down again to pick up the Weiji sword and hurried away, paying no mind to his own injuries. Chapter 48. Being too clever. You can go now, I'm fine. This entire journey, Chu Jingyue had relied on her life treasure to recover, and the blood color in her body had almost returned completely. She leaned against the edge of the bed, glancing at Wen Rinci who was still sitting beside her. With a slight frown, she gave him a polite dismissal. Wen Rinci wanted to ask if she was angry. After all, in the past, she would always hold on to him, preventing him from leaving. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes, not wanting to wait for his next sentence. Feeling exhausted, she said listlessly, forget it, do as you please. When she decided to sleep, she immediately did so. Wen Rinci lingered by the bedside, reaching out to pull the blanket over her. Outside the room, the sound of Pei Feng drawing his sword could be heard. Wen Rinci immediately stood up, but in the next second, he was stopped. Take care of your wounds. It's fine outside. Chu Jingyue didn't open her eyes, her clear and cold voice carrying a hint of weariness. Wen Rinci looked down, feeling as if he had never seen her this tired before. I'm sorry. Wen Rinci wasn't sure what else to say. Suddenly, he felt like he had been very unfair to her. Even seeing her in such a state now, he did not regret his single-minded determination to rescue his mother. Chu Jingyue turned her head and opened her eyes, saying, there is no need for such apology. As someone who seeks help, I have no reason to stand by and watch. Before, I truly couldn't do anything, but today's situation is different. If the madam refuses to cooperate and ventures out of her bedroom despite being weak, she won't survive much longer. Previously, Chu Jingyue had set up an array inside the room and posted talismans to ensure those wandering spirits could not enter. But it wasn't enough to prevent the madam herself from stepping out of her room. Rest well. Wen Rinci spoke deeply, tucking her in with his hands. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes again, falling asleep rather quickly this time. Wen Rinci rose to his feet and walked out, only to discover that Li Xiaoning had intruded into the Qi Wang residence during the night. Next time there's any action at your place, kindly notify the flame team in advance, Li Xiaoning said with a somber tone. Had it not been for his delay due to late-night trials, he might not have passed by the Qi residence and noticed unusual circumstances within, stopping the flame team from causing trouble. Wen Rinci raised an eyebrow and replied, thank you. There's no need to thank me. I'm merely repaying a favor. Li Xiaoning turned around and started to leave, pausing briefly after some thought before adding, while dismantling the temple, I took a look around. In one tightly closed Buddha hall, I discovered a strange pill. Wen Rinci furrowed his brows and approached to ask, did you have anyone take a look at it? Not yet. Nearby the pill, there was also a book, the content within which was too bizarre to fully comprehend. Originally, I planned to bring it here and give it to the princess consort another day. Li Xiaoning then took out a book in a brocade box about the size of a palm. But I imagine the princess consort wouldn't have the energy to deal with these things right now. When he arrived earlier, he had already witnessed Chu Jingyue, pale-faced, being held by Wen Rinci. Wen Rinci took the two items, and Li Xiaoning glanced at him once more, asking, did the princess consort stab you too? No. Wen Rinci lowered his gaze, reflecting for a moment before saying, try to investigate the chief magistrate of the capital prefecture. Li Xiaoning crossed his arms with pride gleaming in his eyes. Even though the princess consort saved Qian, that doesn't mean I owe the Qi Wang estate anything. What if investigating this helps the Li family? Wen Rinxi's eyes turned cold and unyielding. Unlike his usual manner when facing Chu Jinghua, his tone was filled with a commanding presence. Yesterday at the imperial court, several censors impeached your father for frequenting brothels. This should have been investigated then. Li Xiaoning bit his lips lightly, roughly comprehending what had happened. But since His Majesty was focused on my submission last time and overlooked your case, you still don't have much time left. You should devise a countermeasure soon. Without any intention to entertain his guest further, Wen Rinxi turned around to retire. Li Xiaoning understood without needing any more words. Redirecting attention away from this, perhaps uncovering cases tied to the chief magistrate would prove far more critical than merely checking if a bureaucrat visited brothels. Chu Jinghua slept through the night deeply. The next morning, upon waking, she felt refreshed, her fatigue gone. Her movement startled someone lying beside her, leading to her kicking them off the bed immediately. This time, it's not that I insist you stay, right? Chu Jinghua's gaze was crystal clear. Even though the life treasure was beneficial to her, Wen Rinxi's habit of climbing into bed whenever he pleased was truly detestable. Wen Rinxi silently stood up, holding her hand darkly as he lifted it up for her to see. Chu Jinghua froze for a moment. Clutched tightly in her hands was a piece of Wen Rinxi's torn clothing. And this piece? She looked up at Wen Rinxi's chest, becoming somewhat flustered. It seems like you've recovered nicely. Wen Rinxi tidied his robes while discreetly massaging his side. Her strength was indeed great. The area was probably going to bruise. For once, Chu Jinghua appeared slightly embarrassed, rising up to say, sorry. Wen Rinxi chuckled softly, reclining casually on the couch. He suggested, how about helping me apply medicine? After washing up, Chu Jinghua turned around to find Wen Rinxi had already loosened his clothes. Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but marvel at his alluring physique. His chest muscles were solid yet not glaringly prominent, and his waist was firm and powerful. Not a single ounce of excess fat marred his perfect form. The wound happened to be on the muscle, and the fine cloth wrapping around it added an extra layer of untouchable allure. You need to take good care of it. If this keeps happening repeatedly, even the best medicine will leave some effects after a long time. This time Chu Jinghua moved a little slower. Fortunately, there was no pus or blood this time, so all she needed to do was clean it up a bit before applying the medicine. Her fingers circled around the muscle belly. In the past, her movements were quick and stiff. Wen Rinxi hadn't felt anything strange, but this time it caused him an inexplicable surge of emotion. You hurry up. Wen Rinxi turned his head slightly, restraining his natural desires. Chu Jinghua didn't understand why he said that. She had tried hard to be gentle with him, and yet this wasn't good enough? If you're so picky, next time I'll let Shichuan apply the medicine for you. Chu Jinghua hastily applied the medicine, then thinking since he had nothing else to do today, she added, we won't wrap it again for now. Letting it breathe is better for the wound. I've asked someone to set up a small kitchen in your courtyard. I wonder if the food suits your taste. Wen Rinxi adjusted his clothes and instructed the servants to serve dishes. One by one, exquisite dishes were brought in. Chu Jinghua took a bite of a crystal bun first, but this flavor made her feel oddly familiar. Who cooked it? Wen Rinxi glanced at Shichuan. Not long after, a woman came in and bowed. This servant greets the princess consort. Chu Jinghua stared at her, feeling strangely familiar. A moment later, she suddenly remembered why this person seemed familiar to her. She used to be the chef at Chu Marquis Mansion. Chu Jinghua's previously decent mood suddenly turned sour. Her face darkened as she put down her chopsticks. I'm done eating. Let's go to the medical hall. Wen Rinxi didn't expect her to react like this and asked curiously, what's wrong? How could the prince not know what's wrong? Chu Jinghua gave him a cold glance, feeling as if she'd encountered a wolf in white clothing. After all we went through last night, I thought you might finally trust me a little. But you invited her here, wanting to test what exactly? The cook from the Marquis Mansion had been out of use for years, yet Wen Rinxi brought her to the Wang Mansion. Chu Jinghua didn't believe this was just a coincidence. I'm not testing you. Wen Rinxi pursed his lips. He originally did have other intentions when he invited the cook over, but letting Chu Jinghua see her today was simply because he thought this might be the only kind-hearted person from the Marquis estate toward her, and she would be glad to see her. Unknowingly, he made a mistake instead. Chu Jinghua cut him off with a cynical laugh. It doesn't matter whether you're testing me or not. We both know our relationship is purely mutual exploitation. It's just that I hope the prince will stop using such clumsy methods next time. It truly is laughable. Chapter 49, Luo Qiuxian. Chu Jinghua went to the medical hall, and Yun Boizhong specially asked someone to cook ginseng soup for her to nourish her body. These past few days, Ran's health has improved greatly. Not only can she occasionally recognize me, but from time to time, she can even take a walk with Shu Qing. Yun Baozhong was radiant when talking about his sister, with gratitude in his eyes. Several more acupuncture treatments should be enough. Chu Jinghua revised the prescription according to her condition and then looked at Yun Baozhong's legs. It's also time to deal with your leg injuries. When Yun Baozhong's legs couldn't stand due to an accident, he never thought that he would have another chance to stand up again. Listening to Chu Jinghua's words, he felt a faint hope. Miss Chu, can I help? The medicine boy came over full of admiration. He wanted to learn more medical principles from Chu Jinghua. Chu Jinghua nodded and said calmly, help him take off his pants. Yun Baozhong's pale face suddenly turned red, but he didn't hesitate. He just let the medicine boy push him behind the curtain. While waiting, Chu Jinghua still had things to do. She went to check the wound on Chun Fu's nephew. He looks much better. After looking at the boy who had survived by willpower alone, Chu Jingyue asked for his birth details and name. His 8 characters are dominated by metal elements. Zhao Duoxin, this name is too heavy for him. Hearing this, Chen Fu immediately worriedly asked, then what about changing his name? How about naming him Wei Ming? Wei belongs to wood. Wood generates fire which can suppress metal, and Zhao's surname itself belongs to fire element, while Ming relates to yin fire, creating balance between yin and yang. Wei Ming is Ming. Chen Fu heard it and immediately agreed. He bowed his head and asked his nephew, would you like to use this name from now on? Thank you, sister. The boy spoke weakly, shocking Chen Fu standing beside, who quickly corrected him. You should call her the Crown Princess. It doesn't matter, a temporary title, any form of address is fine. After reapplying ointment for Zhao Weiming, Chu Jingyue walked out as the sound of wooden wheels echoed from behind the curtain. Yun Baozhong lifted his robe to the side of his legs, hugging a thin blanket covering his stomach down to his thighs. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable all over. Please help me get onto the treatment bed. Chu Jingyue pinched his calf lightly, indicating that someone had been massaging his legs regularly, preventing muscle atrophy. Who dares to stop me? I clearly saw my elder sister enter the medical hall. Are you obstructing her because you're doing something unsavory? Suddenly, outside the medical hall, Chu Tianqing's voice was heard. Yun Baozhong's expression became even more awkward. Or maybe I should go to the backyard first. If someone sees me in this situation with you, it might cause some gossip. A healer should have a clear heart and ask their conscience if they've done anything wrong. Chu Jingyue glanced down at him. But you are rather shy-faced, so you should go to the back. Yun Baozhong was made even more embarrassed by this, hurriedly lowering the blanket to cover both legs completely, and asked others to push him into the backyard while sending people to guard the back area. You all may leave too, so no one interrupts them. Chu Jingyue told another patient in a curtained examination bed named Chen Fu. Chen Fu shook his head and refused. It's appropriate to keep a patient here within the medical hall. Chu Jingyue didn't say anything else, just letting the medicine boy open the door. As soon as the door opened, Chu Tianqing's eyes locked with Chu Jingyue's. Elder sister, you really are here. Chu Tianqing walked in joyfully, glancing around subtly. Calmly sipping tea, Chu Jingyue asked, what brings you here? Did something happen at the Marquis house? No, I'm looking for elder sister. I just saw you come into the medical hall and wondered if you were sick. Chu Tianqing acted like a good sister. Only by getting close to Chu Jingyue could she naturally approach the prince's mansion. On someone's behalf, I'm here to cure illness. Chu Jingyue replied truthfully, surprising Chu Tianqing as she raised her eyebrows in astonishment. At the same moment, several women walked into the medical hall. Among them a noblewoman in a goose-yellow dress snorted derisively. A fool like you is curing disease? Unless it's madness you're treating? Chu Jingyue slowly raised her eyes, her cold gaze making it seem as though she wasn't even looking at a living person. She stared for a long time before suddenly asking, are you discussing marriage arrangements with the Qi family? How is that possible? Your father is the 3rd-rank chief of the capital prefecture, while the Qi family is merely a 5th-rank official. How could they match our Luo sister? One of the women expressed disbelief nearby, but no one noticed Luo Qiuxian's own look of shock. Except for Chu Jingyue. She had previously cast a divination for Qi Wujie at Tianzhao Tower. His fate was recently affected by red thread astrology, bringing calamity and tribulation, and it could even drag his family down. Today, upon seeing Luo Qiuxian, this hex bore some resemblance to Qi Wujie's, differing in that her destined hardship was certain, whereas Qi Wujie's could still be avoided. It seemed she needed to warn Qian, as a gesture of gratitude for the grace of the blade and his sacrifice of using his life essence. Indeed, you're still crazy. Judging by what you're saying, aren't you engaging in inappropriate conduct inside the medical hall? If you were treating patients, why lock the doors of the clinic tightly? Outside the clinic, the commotion caused by Chu Tianqing's earlier shouting had drawn quite a crowd. They curiously pointed and whispered about Chu Jingyue, speculating why the clinic was closed. This clinic didn't have much business anyway. Whether it opens or not makes no difference. Chu Jingyue's eyes fell on the woman who had blocked her from grabbing medicine. That woman immediately became agitated and said, it is nothing more than a fraudulent medical hall. Being shut down is appropriate. My elder sister might have been sick before, but she is perfectly fine now and would never do anything improper. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Chu Tianqing stood up and tried to pull the curtain hiding the examination bed. After trying several times and pulling nothing but air, she looked confident and proud, as if she were truly celebrating Chu Jingyue's innocence. Until, there really is a man. A noblewoman screamed in shock, and an uproar broke out outside the clinic. But seeing this for real, no one dared to comment anymore. A scandal of this nature emerging from the Qi prince's mansion meant trouble for whoever spread it. There's also a child here. Chen Fu helped his nephew sit up, glancing at Chu Jingyue, who warned, don't move. Lie still and take care of your wound so it doesn't tear open again. Recently, Chu Jingyue wasn't too keen on dealing with retorn wounds because she already had one situation at home to manage. Thinking about Wen Rinci, emotions rose in her eyes unbeknownst even to herself. Isn't that the child who got dirt poured on him by his mother on the street and then blackmailed the Taoist priest? Someone recognized Zhao Weiming. Someone nearby quickly added, I remember back then the princess once mentioned he should leave his mother quickly or something bad would happen. It seems like he did end up in trouble, yet managed to get treatment from the princess. That means princess surely foretold it accurately. The people outside the clinic began whispering about how Chu Jingyue must be a goddess reincarnated, making Chu Tianqing seethe with jealousy since all these praises originally belonged to her. Big sister, after recovering, You truly have become exceptionally skilled. Chu Tianqing forced a friendly smile, approaching Chu Jinghua. Only then did the crowd outside notice her, echoing, Lord Chu indeed has great fortune. One daughter is like a goddess reborn, while the other possesses immense blessings, truly good fate. The difference between the two sisters standing together is obvious. It is still elder Miss who looks beautiful and radiates a celestial aura. In contrast, second Miss, despite being pretty, appears ordinary in comparison. Hearing these words, Chu Tianqing burned with anger deep inside. She would no longer stand being overshadowed by Chu Jinghua forever, who previously always played the role of foil for her. Elder sister, father and mother miss you these past few days. Why don't you visit them later? Chapter 50, The Malevolent Painting Technique. No time, leave if you won't accept the prescription. Chu Jinghua coolly issued an order to the guest without giving Chu Tianqing any face. The illustrious consort Qi, why are you treating patients in this charlatan's clinic? It's disgraceful for a healer. The woman angrily spoke again. Chu Jinghua glanced at her, taking someone's money to do their bidding, and what you're doing is already immoral. Stop meddling with me. You, what do you mean? Are you saying I took money? From whom? And for whose purpose? The woman seemed slightly anxious but still pretended to be confident as she confronted Chu Jinghua. Chu Jinghua gave her a sideways glance. A month ago, you took 10 taels of silver to spread lies about Water Cloud Medical Hall. The person who paid you has a water element in their fortune, they should have the surname. While Chu Jinghua was calculating, the woman's complexion turned difficult instantly. Jia? Isn't that Mr. Jia, the owner of the medical hall on the next street? The woman felt increasingly uneasy. She opened her mouth to argue but feared that Consort Qi would reveal more truths, so she hastily turned around and ran to inform Mr. Jia. Chu Jinghua looked at the people outside the medical hall and said, the herbs here are genuine, and the prices are fair. Consort Qi must be correct. Chu Tianqing, seeing how respected she was, smirked unconvincingly. Elder sister seems very certain. It appears this medical hall belongs to you. I remember the owner of this medical hall. He seems to be a handsome man with leg problems and a clean appearance. Lu Qiuxian heard the old woman's words outside the door and immediately laughed. So the person the princess consort meets privately is actually another man. Chu Jinghua didn't bother to answer her. A great calamity would soon hit the Luo family. Why should she stoop to her level? Publicly slandering the second-grade consort of Prince Qi, it seems the Lu family's moral education lacks strictness. The guards from the prince's residence parted to make way. When Ren Si stepped forward, his voice cold and severe, taking long firm strides inside. Chu Jinghua wasn't willing to see him and walked to the backyard. Pei Feng, go inform Mr. Luo that one day, when the chance arises, His Highness will surely personally consult him on family management skills. Lu Qiuxian's face went white. She quickly bowed, feigning weakness. Your Highness, please forgive my mistake. Qi Xian momentarily misspoke. I will certainly not repeat this offense in the future. How trivial do you think the reputation of the Qi royal manor is? One Ren Si appeared stern and authoritative, making anyone near him fearful. Realizing this, Lu Qiuxian gritted her teeth and knelt down to admit her fault. One Ren Si waved a hand. This prince doesn't deliberate over trifles with boudoir women. Educating the children remains solely Mr. Luo's responsibility. One Ren Si waved again, completely clearing the area both inside and outside the medical hall. Chu Tianqing, upon seeing him, still felt some fear, but considering the prospect of her family and his strikingly handsome features, all traces of dread vanished. She turned her body forward and said, our parents at home are very much missing elder sister, yet for unknown reasons, elder sister refuses to come home. Your Highness, please graciously permit elder sister to return once. One Ren Si swept over her with a cold gaze, revealing disdain. The princess consort has only been married to this prince for a little over a month. Yet Duke Chu already misses his daughter so much that he falls ill, indicating that the rest of his offspring cannot bring him peace. Chu Tianqing hadn't expected such a reply and hurried to explain. No, that's not true. Pei Feng, escort our guests out. This prince still has to accompany the princess consort to treat the sick. One Ren Si headed towards the backyard, making everyone understand clearly that the princess consort treating patients was something he knew of, and there was no need to create issues out of this matter. The commoners all thought fondly of the affection between the king and queen, while simultaneously thinking that aside from the princess consort, the other children of the Duke Chu may likely be unfilial, hence causing the princess consort such longing shortly after her marriage. In the backyard, Chu Jinghua was already checking Yun Boizhong's legs when Ren Si arrived. Through the window, he could see Chu Jinghua carefully examining Yun Boizhong's exposed legs lifted up. On the couch, Yun Boizhong's face blushed like it had rouge on it. Fortunately, Chu Jinghua had permitted him to cover his thighs with a thin blanket, which he tightly held onto to prevent himself from feeling even more ashamed. Have you ever known someone with leg issues? Chu Jinghua took out a silver needle, slowly inserting it into his delicate long legs. Yun Boizhong furrowed his eyebrows, remembering carefully. Suddenly, he said, once, we had a distant relative since childhood with leg problems who stayed at our house for a period. Shouldn't he have left you something? Chu Jinghua asked again. He left behind a painting, which is the one on the wall. Chu Jinghua turned around and looked. It was a plum blossom painting. The branches were tangled, and the flowers were spotted, yet it carried a sense of artistry. She reached out to take down the painting, rolling it backward, startling the young pharmacist, who hastily said, the master values this painting dearly. So his legs never improved. Chu Jinghua held the rolled-up painting with one hand, palm down, forming a seal, and chanting incantations with her left hand. Moments later, when she released her hand, the originally blank backside of the plum blossom painting revealed a mysterious spell written in cinnabar, which seemed eerie but incomprehensible. This is a malevolent technique using a cursed painting as a medium to transfer disease. As long as the painting is with you, you won't be able to stand. Chu Jingyue asked the young pharmacist to bring over a copper basin, and she conjured fire in midair, burning the painting from bottom to top. The young pharmacist hurried to open more windows while Yun Boizhong incredulously asked, "Does this mean my legs will be able to stand?" "Not really. You've been using a wheelchair for many years. You'll need much practice if you want to fully recover." When Chu Jingyue said, "Not really," Yun Boizhong's heart sank. But realizing she was only saying he needed exercise, he sighed with relief. "Come here, let me teach you how to use needles." Chu Jingyue called the young pharmacist over. It wasn't that she found it troublesome to treat Yun Boizhong, but his excessively thin face made her worried each time. Each needle insertion couldn't be done through clothing, and looking at Yun Boizhong's scarlet face made her truly fear he might become dizzy. However, mentioning being shy-faced, Chu Jingyue also recalled how when Ren Si seemed similarly bashful in the carriage before. With his whole body blushing deeply yet enduring silently, she couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster twice. Just as she glanced up, she could see when Ren Si grimly waiting outside in the courtyard. Thinking about the chef incident, she quickly suppressed her extra emotions and focused on teaching the young pharmacist how to insert the needles. "I'll write a prescription to promote circulation later, and regarding ointments, come back in a few days." Chu Jingyue hesitated, originally planning to say they should visit the mansion. But she had scolded when Ren Si earlier in the morning, and saying this now seemed inappropriate. "If Miss Chu doesn't want to stay at the mansion, I have another villa within the capital," Yun Boizhong gently offered. Even when Ren Si, who was pretending not to care, couldn't hold himself back upon hearing this, though he still controlled himself from interrupting and ruining his dignity in front of others. "In a few days, there will be a banquet at the mansion. If I'm not there, it might cause problems." Chu Jingyue pursed her lips, deciding she would simply ignore when Ren Si went back at the mansion. Upon hearing this, when Ren Si flashed a subtle smile despite his restrained expression, which did not escape Pei Feng's keen observation, he secretly criticized in his heart. The prince has clearly been completely mastered by the princess consort. A normal comment like that can make him happy. The princess consort certainly has great skills. "Prince Wen, the palace sent orders asking you to go there immediately." A secret guard arrived to report, and when Ren Si frowned, wondering why he was summoned to the palace right now, he instinctively glanced at Chu Jingyue and saw her already stepping out of the room. The Red Phoenix star moves. Your romantic luck is approaching. Chapter 51, Huanxiang Tower. When Ren Si entered the palace, still thinking about Chu Jingyue's mention of the redone star being in motion. It wasn't until he entered the palace and saw Princess Chongqing in the imperial study that his heart understood everything. Princess Chongqing insists on moving out and starting her own household, and I don't want to hinder her, but I'm still worried, so I need your help. The emperor specifically said that he wanted Ren Si's support, leaving him no reason to refuse. Princess Chongqing looked at him with shining eyes, full of admiration and affection. "Today you will accompany the princess to check her new house for any hidden dangers," the emperor asked again. "How is the crown prince consort recently?" Wen Ren's gaze deepened slightly. "My wife is fine. Thank you for asking, your majesty. You may leave now." The emperor waved his hand. After they left the imperial study, he took out a broken safety talisman. This was the safety talisman Chu Jingyue had sent through a palace attendant when she was given an official title by the emperor. Not long ago, this talisman had helped save him from danger while walking at night, resulting in its damage. The emperor tightly held the talisman, his eyes flashing with an unreadable meaning. After Wen Renzi left the imperial study, his fast pace made it hard even for Princess Chongqing, who was lifting her skirt, to keep up. Chongqing called out several times to Prince Qi, but seeing he ignored her, she angrily stopped. "Wen Renzi, how dare you ignore me, the princess?" Wen Renzi coldly turned back, with impatience in his eyes. "Does princess have no carriage of her own? Why insist on accompanying me?" "No, today I am determined to ride in Prince Qi's carriage." "Is that not allowed?" Chongqing was beautiful, but her eyes were full of arrogance. Wen Renzi turned his gaze away and coldly said, "This prince does not take the carriage, I ride a horse." And true to his word, he rode a horse, leaving Princess Chongqing alone in the carriage to sulk. "Is the crown prince consort still at the medical hall?" Wen Renzi glanced down at Pei Feng. Pei Feng shook his head and whispered, "The shadow guards just reported that the crown prince consort has gone to Qingxiao Alley." Wen Renzi's expression darkened. Qingxiao Alley was where Qian lived. Chu Jingyue was indifferent by nature and never actively did anything for anyone, except for Qian. Last time, she even personally changed Qian's bandages and insisted on sending him home. Are the shadow guards following her? Wen Renzi became unusually restless, wanting to go to Qingxiao Alley right away. Pei Feng pursed his lips and replied, "They are, but according to the shadow guards, Li Xiaoning is also in Qingxiao Alley today." Humph. Wen Renzi's expression darkened further as he glanced at the carriage, then coldly ordered, "Send her to the princess's residence, and ask the vice-general to inspect the mansion for hidden dangers." Having finished speaking, he immediately spurred his horse and left. Princess Chongqing heard the sound and quickly came out, but upon seeing Wen Renzi leave, she was displeased. "Follow him. I'd like to see what he plans to do." Although the grooms of the prince's estate did not respond, two shadow guards dressed in black soon stepped forward and took control of the carriage. The shadow guards of Prince Qi appeared and asked Pei Feng, who was left behind by the carriage, What should we do now? It's too late to stop His Excellency. Go notify the Crown Prince Consort in Qingshao Alley instead. Chu Jingyue had come to Qingshao Alley only to inform Qian that she had deduced through Luo Qiuxian that the Qi family would soon face misfortune. I don't care about the Qi family's affairs. Qian's melancholic eyes carried loneliness. Chu Jingyue did not press further, simply holding her teacup and saying indifferently, "What to do is your decision. Even if I didn't want to care, I can't avoid it anymore." Li Xiaoning walked over with a file and without hesitation spread it out before Qian. "I obtained a monk who hasn't been executed yet from the inner jail, and under duress learned that the secret recipe for the Qin Xindan mind-binding pill was traded for a life-borrowing bracelet at a brothel." Though the file was for Qian to see, Li Xiaoning's gaze kept looking toward Chu Jingyue. What the life-borrowing bracelet is, Crown Prince Consort must surely be very familiar with. Li Xiaoning also learned of the existence of the life-borrowing bracelet from the confession and quickly connected it to the sudden death of old Duqi. Upon investigation, it became known that after old Duqi's death, not only did Prince Qi not step away from the Duke's mansion, but Crown Prince Consort stayed there for a long time as well. I've reviewed the Qin Xindan. It's a drug used for controlling people, completely eradicating their instinctive nature or manipulated by musical tones or commands. Chu Jingyue did not respond to the matter concerning the life-borrowing bracelet. Li Xiaoning understood and did not pursue further. He continued, "The brothel where the life-borrowing bracelet was traded for the Qin Xindan is quite famous within the capital, known as the Huanxiang Tower. My father claims he has often seen Commissioner Luo at Huanxiang Tower." Qian turned back in shock. "Uncle really frequents brothels?" Li Xiaoning clenched his lips and remained silent, while Chu Jingyue, calculating quietly, smirked and said, "Seems promiscuous, yet devoted to one love. You need not worry too much." Li Xiaoning momentarily paused, but quickly resumed his solitary demeanor. If the brothel indeed uses the mind-binding pills to accomplish something without detection, it certainly owes a debt to Commissioner Luo. It wouldn't hurt to sever ties between the Qi family and the Luo family for now. Your investigation is skewed. Chu Jingyue's offhand comment piqued Li Xiaoning's curiosity. What's wrong? Your statement was based on an assumption. Why not directly investigate the 100 disappearances related to the temples? There hasn't been a single whisper about this in or outside the capital. Investigating the brothel directly would be a waste of time if this was merely conjecture. If the assumption were true, it would also alert the culprits. I understand. Li Xiaoning glanced at her empty teacup and added, "You've been looking terrible lately. It seems the Qi mansion isn't suitable for you." Chu Jingyue raised a brow. Indeed, the Qi mansion wasn't suitable for her. It wasn't as peaceful as here. You're right, but let's save that discussion for another time. Someone else has run into trouble again. Chu Jingyue grabbed the Dongji sword and hurried out. Just as she stepped out, she ran into the shadow guard who had just arrived. The shadow guard drew a breath before he could speak, but Chu Jingyue spoke first. "I know. Take me to the princess." The shadow guard looked at her with surprise, lowering his voice. But Prince Wenren has already headed toward Qingshao Alley. A faint smirk appeared on Chu Jingyue's face. You underestimate him too much. Wenren indeed did not proceed toward Qingshao Alley, but instead stopped at a secluded spot after crossing just one street. It seemed like he was waiting for a carriage. If the princess is accompanied by her own shadow guards, why should her mansion still have hidden dangers? Chongqing lifted the curtain and asked irritably, "Where were you going just now? What business is it of yours?" Wenren glared coldly, with zero patience in his eyes. Chongqing was even more displeased. She was the emperor's favorite daughter. How dare anyone disrespect her? Not even Crown Prince Qi dared to do so, despite their lifelong acquaintance. Is Crown Prince Qi deaf to Father Emperor's command? As soon as she finished speaking, the princess's shadow guards surrounded Wenren. The Qi mansion's shadow guards were equally unyielding, and Pei Feng even took the lead to unsheath his weapon. Both sides were locked in tense confrontation when an eerie laughter suddenly rose from the side. Ha ha ha. Neither Crown Prince Qi nor Princess Chongqing will leave here today. Chapter 52, Fire God Spell. Wenren had stopped in a remote and sparsely populated area, but the Dark Guard's quick survey revealed no one nearby, causing them to become immediately on high alert. So many bugs. Chongqing pointed at a distant tree where its trunk was covered with black insects rapidly encircling them. Each group of Dark Guards protected their own master, but the swarm of bugs was too overwhelming for them to fend off. Save me. Flying insects attacked Princess Chongqing. She wildly waved her sleeves about, while beside her, Wenren was also under attack. Having no other choice, she tried to hide as much as possible behind Wenren. As everyone fought endlessly against the seemingly immortal bugs, Pei Feng alone remained untouched by the insects which instead seemed to be avoiding him. Just as Pei Feng was confused himself about this phenomenon, a surprised voice came from the hidden darkness. A consecrated sword? Interesting. A flash of insight struck Pei Feng. Consecration? He lowered his eyes to look at the sword in his hand, and suddenly remembered that the princess had mentioned something about a spell cast on the edge of his blade, which was said to repel evil spirits. Your Highness, catch this sword. Pei Feng turned around and tossed the sword to Wenren. The moment Wenren caught the sword, all surrounding insects quickly retreated as if terrified of it. Wenren, this princess commands you to give me the sword. Chongqing was terrified and reached out to grab the sword. Wenren glanced down at her. If anything happened to Princess Chongqing, the Qi Wangfu wouldn't have an easy time dealing with it. With a cold expression, he handed the sword over to Chongqing and casually picked her up, throwing her away to a distance. Humph, do you think that broken sword can stop me? Flute music began playing, and from a dim alley emerged several stiff-moving figures. As the flute's tune twisted and changed, these people lunged swiftly at Princess Chongqing. "Help me, Wenren-si." Chongqing closed her eyes in fear, calling for help. A second later, she heard the sounds of fighting. Her eyes flickered open with anticipation, only to find that the one who came to her rescue wasn't Wenren-si. Instead, it was a graceful and aloof woman who stood there. Chu Jingyue held the Wei Ji sword, simply standing in place, while making the surrounding bug swarm retreat, without even trying to fight them off. Tisk. The person lurking in the shadows voiced dissatisfaction and blew the flute again. Chu Jingyue, observing the retreating bugs and puppets, coolly unsheathed her sword. "Since I've come, you might as well leave something behind." 3 platforms lend strength. The envoy descends the spirit. Quickly hold the fiery wheel, burn ghosts into shapelessness. Ignite. In the blink of an eye, the bugs that hadn't yet fled were turned into ash. The puppets appeared to be severed from control, then collapsed onto the ground lifelessly. Hiss. The mysterious figure in the shadows burned his hands on the hot bamboo flute and instinctively let go. The flute was scorched black. Upon seeing this, his face hardened, and he turned to run. The dark guards wanted to investigate further, but Chu Jingyue indifferently retracted her stance. "There's no need to chase. He's not nearby." "It's impossible." The sound was evidently close. Princess Chongqing was still dazed, but managed to counter-argue first. Chu Jingyue nonchalantly glanced at her and turned to Wenren-si. It was merely an illusion spell. Wenren-si furrowed his brow. "Why did you come? If I didn't come, you would have looked for me anyway. What's the difference?" Chu Jingyue arched an eyebrow, then added, "I'm returning to the mansion now. You deal with your matters." Wenren-si frowned and finally turned his gaze toward Princess Chongqing, extending his hand as he approached her. Princess Chongqing, having fallen in fright just moments before, believed that Wenren-si was now offering his assistance. Her eyes lit up slightly with joy. But just as she was about to grasp his extended hand, Wenren-si deflected, coldly demanding, "Return my sword." "You?" Princess Chongqing bit her lip in anger, forcefully standing on her own while shoving the sword back into his arms, muttering unhappily, "Blockhead." Wenren-si showed apathy towards her words and returned the sword to pay Feng. "Princess, return by yourself." Wenren-si clearly had no intention of continuing to accompany Princess Chongqing. Princess Chongqing secretly glanced at Chu Jingyue, realizing she was indeed the Qi Wangfei her father had often mentioned, beautiful beyond measure. "I don't need you to escort me. I want her to accompany me to the princess residence." With a haughty tone, Princess Chongqing pointed at Chu Jingyue, obviously believing herself more capable than any Qi Wang could ever be. Chu Jingyue turned and regarded her. "Is there something important?" "Of course there is. I, the princess, am worried that thieves may tamper with things at my residence. The military general will handle the security measures, but for the rest, we naturally must invite the divine female that the emperor has spoken so highly of." Princess Chongqing frequently listened to her father praise Chu Jingyue, originally assuming that the Qi Wangfei merely looked like a celestial being, thus capturing the undivided attention of her father. But today, seeing her personally, she realized that Chu Jingyue wasn't just similar in appearance, but possessed a remarkable aura as well. "There's the astronomical observatory in the palace. I have no time." Chu Jingyue lifted her foot and was about to leave. Princess Chongqing anxiously stomped her feet, saying, "I'll offer you 1,000 taels of silver. Just come and take a look." Chu Jingyue paused momentarily at hearing this. 1,000 taels? Not bad. Seeing that Chu Jingyue wasn't reacting much, Princess Chongqing quickly added, 2,000 taels in gold. "All right." Chu Jingyue decisively turned around, intending to store enough money now, planning to leave the mansion eventually so that her future wouldn't involve suffering. Wenren-si pressed his lips. "I'll accompany you. Since you didn't want to go earlier, don't go now. This princess no longer welcomes you." Chongqing stepped forward and deliberately linked her arm with Chu Jingyue's, sticking out her tongue to irritate Wenren-si. Chongqing had harbored affection for Wenren-si, but just now her admiration had shifted. Chu Jingyue was clearly stronger, so of course she wanted to like the most capable person. "My consort accompanies me. Whether the princess likes it or not doesn't matter." Wenren-si made no plans to acknowledge Princess Chongqing's refusal. Chu Jingyue glanced at him. "Go back to your mansion. If you hadn't been injured earlier, could those insects have gotten near you?" She originally meant that if Wenren-si hadn't suffered from a wound that allowed yang energy to escape, then those evil forces wouldn't have been able to approach him due to his talisman. But Wenren-si misunderstood her meaning. He thought Chu Jingyue was criticizing him for being powerless. "If you still plan to ride a horse before you're fully recovered, I'll break its legs. You wouldn't want such a rare and precious steed to be lost, would you?" Chu Jingyue's bold threat made Princess Chongqing gawk in disbelief. Having known Wenren-si since they were children, she always saw Wenren-si threatening others. When had he ever been spoken to so harshly with a cold face? Just as Princess Chongqing was thinking that if Wenren-si dared to do anything to Chu Jingyue, she would immediately step in to protect Chu Jingyue, Wenren-si silently turned around and obediently left. Chongqing stared with widened eyes in disbelief. Apart from Grand Lady Jiang, I've never seen him listen to anyone else like that. Chu Jingyue held her sword, looking at the carriage driven away by Wenren-si, raising an eyebrow. "It seems we can only request the princess to walk back." "No need. This princess has her own carriage." Chongqing simply intended to share the carriage with Wenren-si, thus she intentionally hadn't boarded hers earlier. At this moment, The dark guard pulled the princess's carriage, which was more exquisitely luxurious than Shi Wangfu's, revealing unique comfort inside along with a distinctive fragrance of orchids. What was that move you used just now? It looked incredible. Chongqing asked eagerly as soon as she climbed into the carriage, her eyes filled with admiration. Chu Jingyue held her sword. Considering the 2,000 taels of gold, she was unusually patient, replying, "The fire god spell. Can you teach me? Am I able to learn it?" Chongqing kept asking. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes and answered, "Yes, whether you can master it depends on your ability. I want to learn, I definitely want to learn." Throughout the journey, Princess Chongqing chattered nonstop, while Chu Jingyue occasionally responded without diminishing her enthusiasm. Until the carriage stopped in front of the princess's residence, Chu Jingyue alighted first. Standing firm, she lifted her gaze towards the grandiose and extravagant gate of the mansion, slightly frowning. It appears the princess's gold hasn't been wasted. There are indeed strange and malevolent presences within the mansion. Chapter 53, both captured. Princess Chongqing was so frightened by this sentence that her legs went limp when she got out of the carriage. The experience of being surrounded by bugs still felt vivid. Are there unclean things in the mansion? Chu Jingyue shook her head and said, "Not really. It's just some insect manipulation techniques. It seems that the group we encountered earlier were targeting you." "Me? I haven't offended anyone." Princess Chongqing clung to Chu Jingyue's arm in fear. Although she acted arrogantly, she usually only did so with words. Why would someone want to harm her? Chu Jingyue carried a single sword in one hand and led Chongqing, who was filled with terror and anxiety, into the princess's residence. "Why did you allow Wen Renxi to come with you to the princess's residence?" Chu Jingyue asked lightly. Chongqing thought she was jealous, so she quickly explained, "It wasn't that I insisted on his coming. It was Father Emperor saying my residence needed inspection for any hidden dangers before opening. Wen Renxi is both scholarly and courageous. No one else fits better." "I see." Chu Jingyue understood everything after hearing this explanation. But Chongqing didn't understand yet and anxiously asked, "Then what exactly happened?" "Wen Renxi followed imperial orders to leave the palace with you. If something happened to you, he'd be the first one blamed," Chu Jingyue briefly explained. Chongqing immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, "You mean my Father Emperor would harm Wen Renxi? That's impossible. It's not exactly that he wants harm him. It's the treachery of the flatterers around him. The emperor has merely been deceived and manipulated," Chu Jingyue explained as they walked to the back garden of the princess residence. The back garden of the princess residence was constructed grandly, with pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, and winding streams bringing live water to create an elegant and tranquil atmosphere. However, the problem appeared precisely because of this live water being introduced into the pond. "You step back. I'll check it." Chu Jingyue disengaged her arm from Chongqing, who promptly retreated a few steps and hid behind a rock. Chu Jingyue dipped 2 fingers into the water. Suddenly, the water churned, and a pair of bony hands emerged, dragging her violently into the pond. "Hey!" Chongqing immediately widened her eyes and shouted, "Someone! Quickly, check if Chu Jingyue is okay." Panic-stricken, no guards came to help, nor could she hear the dark sentries respond. Even the maidservant who had been following nearby fell silent. Looking back, Chongqing saw all of them unconscious far away. "Come on, someone!" Chongqing nervously swallowed, and suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind her, knocking her out directly. As Chu Jingyue was pulled underwater, she forced herself to open her eyes and saw dozens of skeletal remains piled below in the pond. These skeletons grabbed her as if alive, crazily pulling her toward deeper water. Unable to speak underwater, one of Chu Jingyue's hands was tightly gripped by the sharp, bony fingers which cut into her skin. Chu Jingyue's gaze grew cold as she summoned the strength of 5 imperial curse coins and triggered the curse method. A flash of golden light made the bones release her, falling silent and piling up again. Taking advantage of the situation, Chu Jingyue swam back to the surface and climbed ashore, but she found that Princess Chongqing was already gone. "This time, let's see how you escape." Hearing the voice, Chu Jingyue lowered her gaze and realized she had unknowingly stepped into an odd array. After pondering for a moment, she pretended to resist, exposing a vulnerability, and was thus hypnotized. She needed to find Princess Chongqing. The person lurking in the shadows approached her, wiping away the traces of the magical array on the ground, and appraising Chu Jingyue carefully. "I thought you were something great, but you're still captured by my array?" This person squatted down, pinched Chu Jingyue's mouth, forcing her to swallow a pill-like substance. Then they smirked evilly. "Take her and Princess Chongqing together." When Princess Chongqing woke up, she discovered her hands were tied behind her back, and Chu Jingyue was bound even more tightly, her whole body suspended from a crossbeam with both hands tied together. Her waist and feet were also secured, tethered at another end to the doorframe. Any movement would alert the people outside the door. Chu Jingyue, Chu Jingyue. Princess Chongqing dared not shout loudly, so she whispered. Chu Jingyue lazily opened her eyes. "You've awakened? You weren't unconscious after all. What do we do now?" Chongqing marveled at her calmness despite their predicament. Chu Jingyue lowered her gaze. "Wait. Soon enough, someone will come once you've woken." Chu Jingyue had already awoken while they were dangling. But instead of struggling, she remained inactive since escaping with an unconscious person and evading pursuers afterward would have been much more complicated. During her act of unconsciousness, many times she heard people entering to check, paying no attention to whether she was awake or not, but instead focused on checking Princess Chongqing's condition. "I understand." Taking a deep breath, Princess Chongqing suddenly shouted loudly. "Who are you? You dare to kidnap me? Do you know who I am?" Chu Jingyue curled her lips slightly, She hadn't expected the princess to have such courage right now. There were sounds of the door opening. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes again, pretending she was still unconscious. Of course we know who you are. Otherwise, why would we abduct you? Two people stood guard outside the door. One replied while instructing the other, go and inform the master. Although Changqing was incredibly frightened inside, especially since the person in front of her didn't look like a good guy, the thought that Chu Jingyue was still conscious gave her some peace of mind. You have such big audacity to dare kidnap the princess of the dynasty. I'll give you a chance. Let me go now, and I'll spare your dog lives. Changqing continued to shout arrogantly, not showing her fear, except that her trembling hands betrayed her. Footsteps came from outside again. The new arrival first chuckled before entering the room and ordering the door closed behind him. He then said, Princess, since you've come to this place, there's no way for you to escape. And who are you? What do you intend to do? Changqing tried her best to appear calm despite the undeniable fear in her eyes. The man before her appeared frail, but had an air of wickedness that sent chills down her spine. What am I going to do? You'll find out soon enough. The man took out an exquisite box from his sleeve. As he was facing away from Chu Jingyue, he failed to notice the quietly open eye of the person suspended behind him. Affection pill? No. How could this person also carry the aura of a life treasure? Your Highness, if you happen to regain clarity in the future, please remember that Wenren Si is the one who caused you harm. The frail-looking man handed the pill to someone nearby, who then moved forward to pinch Princess Changqing's chin. Release me, your majesty. Although Changqing resisted, several times she attempted to glance at Chu Jingyue, asking for help with her eyes. But she suppressed it. Chu Jingyue should not abandon her. She mustn't expose Chu Jingyue's awareness. Tears streamed down Princess Changqing's fearful face as Chu Jingyue was about to make a move, only for the door to be pushed open again. Master, Wenren Si has brought troops for a search. They're almost here. There might not be enough time to wait for the affection pill to take effect, so we should hide them. Chu Jingyue once more pretended to be unconscious, and Changqing naturally caught her subtle movement from the corner of her eye, feeling a bit more assured in her heart. It seemed Chu Jingyue would rescue her, but chose not to do so at the most critical moment yet. She was probably trying to figure out what the enemy's true intentions were. Should we lock them up somewhere below? The master glanced back at the hanging Chu Jingyue and pursed his lips. This person's methods differ from ordinary people. We need to be careful. What should we do then? Move them to another place first. The master shook his head, coldly laughing. Even the strongest person becomes useless without arms and legs. Chapter 54, Martial Champion Xueqi. I understand, sir. The burly man reached out to grab Chu Jingyue's foot, startling Princess Changqing beside her, who immediately shouted, What do you intend to do? I'll tell you if you dare hurt her. Aye. Your Highness, you can barely save yourself. How would you manage saving others? The frail-looking man held on to Princess Changqing and whispered with a smirk, This time around, you still have a chance to leave. She won't. If the princess doesn't wish to endure suffering, then it's best to remain silent. Back off. Take your dirty hands off me. Princess Changqing anxiously glanced at Chu Jingyue, but at this moment, the sound of approaching hooves could be heard, indicating the patrol guards were nearby. Princess Changqing prepared to shout for help, but was instantly gagged with a cloth before she could utter a sound. It's too late to act now, master. She has only been drugged with a sleeping draught. Any action will surely awaken her. If discovered, all our efforts would be in vain. The subordinate watched tensely outside as the master frowned and said, Since she's already been fed the love-binding pill, take her down and tie her up securely. Send someone to keep an eye on her. If there's any sign of her waking up, give her more of the sleep-inducing drug. Changqing finally exhaled in relief, after which she was blindfolded and dragged out of the room. She could only sense the air growing increasingly damp, as though she had entered some narrow and confined space. After a while, the footsteps gradually faded away. Just when Changqing began to feel uneasy, the cloth over her eyes was suddenly ripped off. Before she could scream, she saw that Chu Jingyue stood before her. Are you alright? You were really calm earlier. They were about to sever your limbs, and you managed to stay composed. Changqing was a mix of fear, concern, and admiration. How did you untie the ropes? Chu Jingyue didn't explain the techniques used, merely nodding toward their surroundings. Take a look around. Changqing turned back, unable to suppress a startled shout until Chu Jingyue quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. Behind them stood several disheveled women, each one with heads bowed lifelessly, motionless like puppets. What happened to them? Changqing hid behind Chu Jingyue, frightened. They are under drug control. It's the same drug you heard about earlier, the love-binding pill. Changqing's eyes widened in alarm. After a moment, she stammered fearfully, So what about you? I'm fine. Though it's called a drug, it's actually a parasitic insect. As Chu Jingyue spoke, she extended her fingertip where a tiny black bug lay. Changqing shuddered all over and urged her, Kill it. All right. Chu Jingyue's finger warmed slightly, burning the insect until not a trace remained. Relieved, Changqing breathed easier. She observed the women and furrowed her brow, saying, Each one of them is injured. Some even have their faces rotten. Everyone seems affected by different toxins. It seems like they're testing something. As Chu Jingyue pondered, Changqing, overwhelmed by fear, suggested, Let's just leave this place, shall we? That makes sense. We originally came looking for you, and finding this place has already proven quite beneficial. Chu Jingyue rose, walking towards the cabinet behind her. She casually moved a decorative item, revealing a hidden door right in front of them. Knowing the sacred treasure was still within the capital city, she wasn't eager to seek it now, considering the danger posed by the disappearance of the peril-halting sword. Chongqing hastily followed, marveling on the way. You seem so familiar with this place. It's like you know it better than your home. How did you figure out the exit? Princess, I am a Taoist priestess. A simple divination reveals the escape route. Chu Jingyue gently gripped Chongqing's wrist with her slender fingers, giving her much reassurance. Following the secret passage led them to an abandoned courtyard. Is there such a dilapidated area inside the capital? Chongqing was surprised at the decayed and broken-down surroundings. Chu Jingyue said nothing further. As they took just a few steps forward, they met a puppet. How inept he is, letting you escape like this. The flutist from earlier appeared once again. This time, several puppets stood in the courtyard. Seeing one among them, Chongqing unexpectedly cried out. Isn't that martial champion Xueqi? Why has he become like this? Do you recognize him? Chu Jingyue tilted her head curiously. Chongqing nodded. Xueqi possesses exceptional martial arts skills. 2 years ago, he became the martial champion. But at the time, my father the emperor wanted him to marry me, making him reluctant to become a royal son-in-law. He yearned to fight on the battlefield instead. Father demoted him and proclaimed that if Xueqi agreed to become a royal son-in-law, he would be allowed to return to the capital. Xueqi left the next day alone. Why does your father insist on choosing warriors for you? Chu Jingyue frowned. Chongqing shrugged. How would I know? Irritated at being ignored, the flutist retorted. At death's door, yet still having leisure to chat. Can you save him? I still feel quite guilty about what happened to him back then. Chongqing gently tugged at Chu Jingyue's clothing, unsure if she was troubling her. Another 1,000 tales. Chu Jingyue removed the hairpin holding her hair in place with one hand, using its sharp edge to cut her palm, and handed the bloodied hairpin to Chongqing. Stay right there. With her hair loose, yet still exuding a sense of icy calm, Chu Jingyue smirked upon hearing the flutist play his eerie tune again. She was only afraid he wouldn't play. It would have been more troublesome otherwise. Do you really think you can take him away from me? The last 2 times were just your good fortune. The flutist continued to boast. Chu Jingyue glanced up and chuckled coldly. Worry about yourself first. I've already. She suddenly disappeared among the puppets. The next second, she appeared behind the flutist hiding in the shadows, placing a hand on his shoulder. Found you. What? The flutist retaliated in surprise, quickly pulling away. How could she find his exact position so precisely? His illusions were no longer effective? Chu Jingyue smirked icily as the flutist kept blowing his flute to accelerate the puppet's attacks. Chongqing gripped the hairpin tightly and hid in the dark, where an inconspicuous puppet suddenly lunged at her. She froze in terror, her fearful eyes reflecting the scene of the puppet being sent flying. The wooden hairpin faintly shimmered with golden spell patterns, even feeling warm to the touch. Feeling somewhat reassured, Chongqing looked for Chu Jingyue, spotting her engaged in combat with a seemingly ordinary puppet. Chu Jingyue kept forcing the puppet to move, but, after just a few exchanges, the flutist noticed that her martial skills weren't actually impressive. She had little internal energy and didn't know many techniques. So you're just showmanship. The flutist's demeanor shifted as he began counterattacking. Chu Jingyue smiled and swiftly darted aside, saying, True, but he isn't. As Chu Jingyue dodged, a wide blade surged forward with fierce inner strength, leaving the flutist no choice but to meet it head-on. His newly replaced flute broke once more, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground without strength to rise. One Ren-Si held the wide blade, looking stern, while Chu Jingyue had already turned around to look for Xueqi. Though incapable of delivering a beating, she excelled at expelling evil influences. Humph, you did arrive fast enough. The flutist wiped the blood from his lips weakly, smirking in triumph. But you've still fallen into the trap. Chapter 55. Crossing the water by kissing, returning the kiss to save lives. A flame erupted, and Chu Jingyue's expression changed slightly. Pei Feng, take him away. Chu Jingyue quickly found Xueqi and pasted a talisman on his forehead before heading towards One Ren-Si. Heaven and earth mysteries. All chi originate from this root. My body radiates with golden light, protecting me. Protect. The moment Pei Feng and the secret guards left the courtyard, gunpowder fumes filled the air, followed by thunderous explosions that were terrifying to hear. Chu Jingyue and One Ren-Si. Will they be all right? Chongqing's voice trembled as she spoke, imagining how even gold would melt under such an explosion. Pei Feng's hand gripping his sword turned white, yet he still managed to say firmly, The princess is highly skilled. She will be fine. This statement is correct. Suddenly, Chu Jingyue and One Ren-Si climbed out from a broken wall. But no sooner had she landed when she turned her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess, Pei Feng approached with concern. One Ren-Si immediately scooped her up in his arms and said, Take the princess back to the mansion. With everything that had happened today, despite not being fond of Princess Chongqing, One Ren-Si couldn't let her return to the princess palace alone. If even Chu Jingyue with her incredible abilities could get captured, it could only have been for Princess Chongqing. Thus, he couldn't neglect her efforts for nothing. One Ren-Si carried her briskly toward the carriage while Chu Jingyue weakly tugged at his collar. Slow down slower. How are you feeling? Although One Ren-Si didn't realize it, his pale face betrayed his deep worry, as if fearing something truly terrible might happen to her. Looking at his face, Chu Jingyue suddenly gave a faint smile. Are you worried about me? No. One Ren-Si's reply was stubborn, but his hurried steps belied his real thoughts. Chu Jingyue's other hand supported her body as she leaned against him, quietly saying, This time, I was indeed careless, almost losing my life. She had calculated correctly that she needed to beware of fire. Despite all her precautions, she hadn't anticipated that the enemy would use gunpowder. If not for the 2-5 Emperor's Ming spell coins hanging from her body protecting her with the golden light spell, she would probably already be waiting to be reborn on the river of no return. Even so, Chu Jingyue was gravely injured, with serious damage to her internal organs. She wasn't built for the ways of Taoist cultivation, and surviving the explosion without permanent harm was already at her limit. Inside the carriage, Chu Jingyue vomited blood several more times, making Wen Rinxi's face grow even darker. Pei Feng, be steady. Wen Rinxi carefully wiped the blood from her mouth with a handkerchief. Chu Jingyue struggled to sit up, but Wen Rinxi glared at her with anger in his eyes. What are you trying to prove now? His eyes flickered with concern, and Chu Jingyue smiled faintly, saying, then I won't try anymore. Just hold me for a bit. Hearing this unexpected request, Wen Rinxi seemed momentarily dumbfounded. Despite his confusion, he instinctively extended his arms and cradled Chu Jingyue tightly in his embrace, holding her arm firmly so that she wouldn't feel the bumpiness of the carriage ride. Sitting in the carriage, Chongqing suddenly felt a little out of place, unsure where to look. It's rare for you to be so accommodating. Chu Jingyue pulled at his shirt collar, leaning closer to his heart as much as possible. The closer she got, the more anxious Wen Rinxi became. Could it be she can't hold on any longer? Chu Jingyue. Wen Rinxi whispered her name softly, alarmed when she didn't respond immediately. Talk. Aren't you always capable? If you don't speak, I'll throw you down. This time, I'll just leave it up to you. Chu Jingyue's voice sounded weak and faint. There was nothing she could do to stop Wen Rinxi this time. Wen Rinxi abruptly tightened his grip around her, channeling his inner strength into his palm. You mustn't die. The carriage returned hastily to the mansion, and Wen Rinxi practically kicked open the door, shouting urgently for the family physician. No need. Chu Jingyue refused gently, fishing out a porcelain bottle from her bag of holding. If I lose consciousness, remember to give me another pill. Wen Rinxi tightly clutched the bottle and carried her back to his bedroom. I hope your medicine works. I never intended to die. As Chu Jingyue finished speaking, her consciousness started to fade. Wen Rinxi took a deep breath and sat by the bed, frequently checking her breathing and pulse. All through the late hours of the night, Chu Jingyue's pulse remained irregular. Wen Rinxi grabbed the medicine bottle again and forced another pill into her mouth. Seeing that she made no effort to swallow, he realized something was wrong and quickly retrieved water. Without hesitation, he held her close and kissed her, transferring water across their lips. As their lips met, Wen Rinxi seemed to vaguely sense a slight pain in his own heart. An unseen energy flowed between them, and Chu Jingyue's internal injuries began repairing at an astonishing speed. Her body's survival instincts made her lean forward once more and initiated the kiss again, just as he was about to let go. Wen Rinxi's face flushed crimson, spreading all the way to his ears and neck. Glaring with wide eyes, if not for Chu Jingyue's severe injuries, he would have forcefully torn her away and tossed her aside. In the end, all he did was just think. His body remained faithfully seated in its place. Both of his hands stayed gently supporting Chu Jingyue as she took what she needed. Chu Jingyue, unconscious, was only instinctively absorbing the thick spiritual essence from the life treasure, unaware of her own actions. When the spiritual essence had sufficiently circulated on its own within her body, Chu Jingyue's body went completely limp. Hey! Wen Rinxi subconsciously caught her, realizing she was still unconscious. He'd unknowingly been kissed by her, leaving him feeling both angry and helpless. To take advantage of him at a time like this, Chu Jingyue truly knew how to pick her moments. Wen Rinxi seethed with embarrassment and anger, but still carefully arranged her under the blanket and stayed by her bedside until dawn. That entire night, sleep eluded him as his mind repeatedly replayed the scene of their kiss. Uncontrollably, Wen Rinxi touched the corner of his lips and seemed to hear a coolly mocking voice. Is the prince reminiscing? You want to kick me again? This time, Wen Rinxi reacted quickly, grabbing Chu Jingyue's ankle before she could lift her foot. He burned with more anger. Did she have no conscience? He watched over her through the night, getting assaulted by her, yet the first thing she did upon waking was try to kick him out of bed? Daydreaming, I simply wanted to get up. Chu Jingyue moved her leg slightly, feeling the movement of her ankle against his palm, which made Wen Rinxi blush once more. Seeing his face flush red like an apple ripe on the tree, Chu Jingyue almost imperceptibly smiled. Wen Rinxi found her laughter inexplicably grating. Rising to speak, he was immediately cut off when Chu Jingyue turned and cornered him by the edge of the bed, saying, Prince, I am truly grateful for last night's actions, but don't overthink it. It was merely survival instincts. She hadn't anticipated that drawing closer to him would lead to the quicker fusion of energy through their interlocking lips. But it was thanks to Wen Rinxi providing water to swallow the pill and accidentally guiding qi into her body that she avoided having to lie in bed for quite some time. Survival instincts. Wen Rinxi angrily stood up, wanting to confront her but seeming overly sentimental, so he swung his sleeves and suppressed his anger as he left. Shichuan, who was guarding outside the door, seeing the prince looking sullen, worriedly glanced inside. Did something happen to the princess? Make sure the small kitchen finishes breakfast as soon as possible, Wen Rinxi instructed, and then stepped back, saying, have another chef cook it. Since Chu Jingyue didn't like the previous chef, better not bother her with this issue now. Just as Wen Rinxi wanted to leave after giving instructions, he heard clattering sounds from inside the room. He instantly returned to the room, urgency flashing in his eyes without even himself noticing. Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue leaned against the couch, her clothes wet from the overturned basin of water. What are you trying to do? Wen Rinxi, expression cold, entered the room and put the basin back in its place. Chu Jinghua sighed. She thought she'd recovered well enough, only to discover she couldn't even move the basin of water. But unwilling to admit her weakness aloud, she just stood there in silence, drenched in her wet clothing. Wen Rinci was almost driven to madness by her stubborn and proud nature. Approaching her, he lifted her onto the couch. Can't solve things? How about opening your mouth and asking for help? Just like the prince, calling out for help when recognizing danger is imminent. There was a hint of arrogance in Chu Jinghua's eyes, as if reminding him who urgently called her name just before the gunpowder was about to explode. Wen Rinci was thoroughly flustered. Was I calling for your help? It was clearly. The truth about to slip out was swallowed back down. Telling her he was worried about her would only make her mock him, wouldn't it? Wen Rinci snorted coldly. I'll let Shichuan come in and change your clothes. At least you haven't thought of doing it yourself. Chu Jinghua looked smug, still dripping wet in her soaked attire. Wen Rinci wasn't interested in arguing further. Taking a deep breath, he called for Shichuan and then walked out with the empty basin. He really owed her. Chapter 56, Destiny of Worry. Chu Jinghua was severely injured. Although she could walk and jump, it was only due to her life treasure sustaining her. Internally, she was in a terrible state. Even so, she still planned to go to the princess mansion to help deal with the things at the bottom of the pond. Absolutely not. Wen Rinci had just returned from the training grounds. Lately, he avoided aggravating his wounds by taking a sedan chair there and back. He carefully nursed himself, paired with Chu Jinghua's medicine, paying good attention to his wound. Yet, when he saw that Chu Jinghua hadn't rested, he felt somewhat displeased. If you accept someone's money, then help them eliminate calamity, it is my duty. Chu Jinghua also had the 3,000 taels of gold on her mind. Oh right. Mentioning the 3,000 taels of gold reminded Chu Jinghua that Xueqi was waiting for her rescue. But you should wait until your body improves. Today, the court physician said your pulse was still extremely weak. Wen Rinci blocked the courtyard gate. Not far away stood the court physician. Chu Jinghua smirked and said, his medical skills are subpar. The court physician coughed awkwardly. Even though Chu Jinghua noticed him, she still appeared indifferent. My lady, you should be clear about your own physical condition. This is no time to push yourself, the court physician said without being offended by her contempt. If anyone else called his medical skill inadequate, he would certainly become infuriated. But compared to the medical skill of the lady, he truly did not measure up. All right, then I will visit the medical shop, Chu Jinghua replied, keeping Yun Boizhong's sibling pair in her thoughts, wondering how they were doing. Wen Rinci curved his lips and took out a letter signed by Yun Boizhong. There is no need. I checked on his situation while passing by the medical shop, and he can already attempt standing. Chu Jinghua pursed her lips, glanced outside the yard, and said, Can the lady practitioner not quiet her heart? Wen Rinci raised an eyebrow, provocatively asking. Chu Jinghua coldly snorted and turned around, going back inside to meditate. Wen Rinci sighed, knowing it wasn't easy to persuade her back. But I really want Chu's sister to visit the princess mansion once. If she doesn't, I won't dare to stay. Chongqing Princess stood not too far from the courtyard, looking dejected after the bizarre incident. Even if the princess mansion were filled with people, she still found it terrifying. Wen Rinci glanced aside and said, then find an excuse to return to the palace first. I don't want to. My father must intend to keep pairing us together, but now I do not wish to marry you. In the past, Chongqing thought she should only match with the finest man in the world. Judging by looks and ability, Wen Rinci could be considered second to none. But now, she didn't think like that anymore. Not because she thought Wen Rinci insufficiently excellent, but because she encountered someone more outstanding, Chu Jinghua. It was only after meeting her that Chongqing realized women could be so exceptional too. Chongqing couldn't help but wonder, why did she have to stubbornly seek out the most excellent man and consider marrying him as an honor? Besides, she didn't want to disrupt Chu Jinghua's marriage. That would be too immoral. So maybe I'll take care of this matter myself. Chu Jinghua opened the door again, having already changed into her white gown embroidered with bagua patterns. Wen Rinci rejected her coldly. No. Are you going to marry her? Chu Jinghua calculated with her fingers. That might not be bad either, but we still need to look at the princess's birth chart. Wen Rinci's face darkened. How could she talk so casually about marrying another man? Chongqing frantically shook her head and said, No way. I definitely won't marry. Princess, please visit your aunt Ningping Longgong. I'm sure she misses you dearly. Within moments, Wen Rinci had already devised a plan for Chongqing. Her eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then I'll go stay with my aunt for some days. Chongqing also didn't want to bother Chu Jinghua, and upon seeing this, Chu Jinghua closed the door with a frown again. Being confined indoors without being able to go out was truly unbearably boring. She lay down on the bed, reminiscing about the events she overheard the previous night when she was captured. Since Chongqing opened her household and left the palace escorted by Wen Rinci, it was undoubtedly part of a premeditated conspiracy. The aim should be to kill the princess, let the emperor punish Wen Rinci, and ultimately target Prince Qi's mansion. Whoever could persuade the emperor to approve Chongqing opening her own estate and actively arrange matrimonial ties between her and Wen Rinci. This matter was likely related to the astronomical office. Wen Rinci. Chu Jinghua propped open the window and called out. Wen Rinci stepped forward and asked, What is it? What place did you search before hearing the flute sound last night? Chu Jinghua asked curiously, wondering who the leader of the pavilion was, since his aura revealed the presence of a life treasure. She was indeed curious if those life treasures originally scattered were specifically targeting human bodies, perhaps fearing that she'd discover them. Huanxiang Tower. Wen Rinci pursed his lips and added, However, last night, I only claimed that thieves broke into Prince Qi's residence, hence instructing the patrol camp to investigate. It wouldn't harm your reputation in any way. Chu Jingyue frowned. Li Xiaoning said his father often sees Magistrate Luo at Huanxiang Tower. And last night, when Princess Chongqing and I were taken to the hidden chamber, we saw many women there whose hands and feet had been slashed just like Shu Qing. Wen Renzi became solemn, pondering for a moment before saying, I'll look into this matter. You focus on recovering. Whatever you find, don't startle them prematurely. Even if you're rescuing those women, don't act rashly. Chu Jingyue carefully instructed, as though still feeling uneasy about it. If you can't handle it, and things escalate, I'll have to intervene then. Wen Renzi furrowed his brows, walking to the table to turn the mirror's surface. You should take a look at your complexion before thinking about acting. I'm fine. Tonight I'll find a place with good feng shui to bask in the moonlight. Wen Renzi raised an eyebrow. Bask in the moonlight? Chu Jingwen knew what he was curious about, but offered no explanation. Her destiny chart was extremely Yin, so moonlight suited her best. Basking in the moonlight would be more effective than any medicine. This afternoon I still need to go to the training ground. I'll leave some shadow guards here to watch over you. At your current state, I doubt you could even defeat them, right? Wen Renzi hoped she'd recover peacefully. Getting injured by explosives was no laughing matter. Especially since they were both present. While Chu Jingyue suffered severe injuries, he remained unscathed. Using every ounce of thought, Wen Renzi understood all too well that Chu Jingyue had put her full strength into protecting him. They kept circling around debts, and he didn't want to see her struggling while wounded. Understood. Chu Jingyue, unhappy with being told off, chased him out, changing her mood faster than turning pages. Wen Renzi left as usual, but before going, he ordered Shichuan to send in more fruits and snacks to entertain the princess while confined. After Shichuan went out for not long, the Grand Dowager, accompanied by Lady Tai and mother-daughter duo from the Lu family arrived. Chu Jingyue was in deep meditation. She only sensed their presence as they drew near. The feast day in the prince's mansion is almost here, and as the official wife of Duke Qi, you ought to manage the affairs within the estate. What does it mean that you stay cooped up in the master's quarters all the time? The Grand Dowager entered and coldly glanced at Chu Jingyue, noticing her usual demeanor and feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that Chu Jingyue was weakened from her injuries? She didn't appear to be. The Duke has placed me under house arrest. If the Grand Dowager has any doubts or grievances, you can discuss this directly with him. Chu Jingyue made something up casually, using Wen Renzi as a shield. She wanted to go out, but if she needed to placate these people with pretenses, then she'd rather meditate inside her room. If you're under house arrest, you cannot remain in the master's quarters. Somewhat. The Grand Dowager's eyes flickered with a hint of testing. She could ascertain whether Chu Jingyue was truly injured through simple trials. Escort Princess Consort to a secluded house in the rear courtyard and prohibit anyone from accompanying her. Chapter 57. The Blade of Rumor. Chu Jingyue was sitting in the firewood shed, stretching her waist with a sigh, helplessly looking at the shadow guard who had climbed through the window and knelt before her. Lady Wang, please let us escort you back. The matrons by the door dare not obstruct us, but if His Highness learns about this matter, our brothers may suffer as a result. The shadow guard was sweating anxiously. Although they were here, even Empress Dowager couldn't forcibly confine Lady Wang to a side room. However, they could not prevent Lady Wang from coming on her own. No need to worry. I came here willingly. If Wen Renzi blames anyone, I will take responsibility. Chu Jingyue sat cross-legged meditating while the shadow guards continued to plead. Lady Wang, your wounds are not yet healed. You should be more careful for your own well-being. Hush. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes and ceased speaking, seemingly entering a deep meditation. The shadow guards neither dared to leave nor disturb her, and they also could not stay long in the room lest the matrons discover them and tarnish Lady Wang's reputation. Thus, the two of them quietly climbed out the window after deliberating and sent one person to inform Wen Renzi. Chu Jingyue regulated her inner energy, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. She did not know how long it lasted until voices at the door woke her up. This is Empress Dowager's order. Please, my lord, do not make things difficult for this old servant. Wen Renzi replied coldly, step aside. Outside the door, there were sounds of matrons being dragged away and begging for mercy. In the next moment, the door opened, and Wen Renzi looked displeased. When did you become so obedient? When called, you come. Wen Renzi looked down at her from his lofty position, causing Chu Jingyue to raise an eyebrow. Don't I always get accused of disobedience? Now that I listen once, you're unhappy? Have you had enough sitting? Wen Renzi's expression hardened as he ordered sharply, come down. The remaining shadow guard appeared from the roof, kneeling on one knee to ask for punishment. This subordinate is incompetent. Please punish me, my lord. You failed to protect Lady Wang. Go punish yourself. Wen Renzi said indifferently, and the shadow guard nodded, preparing to leave. Chu Jingyue stood up and said, what punishment? Stand there and don't move. The shadow guard was caught in a dilemma and could only look towards Wen Renzi. Wen Renzi sized her up. Seeing that she seemed fine, he let out a breath of relief. Didn't we say we wouldn't overstep each other's boundaries? Why interfere when I discipline my own subordinates? If you can't control me, why bother making it hard for them? Chu Jingyue strode forward, patting the shoulder of the shadow guard as she passed. Ignore what he says. Wen Renzi's temples throbbed. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and followed her. Passing by the shadow guard, he simply said, go. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly. Once Wen Renzi caught up, she murmured, no one has been here for a long time. Being shrouded in perpetual shade without Yang Qi suits my elemental balance. Next time, you should tell the shadow guards first. Wen Renzi never thought she would submit so easily, hurrying back just to check if everything was alright. I calculated the timing. By the time you returned, I would have finished too. Honestly, I didn't feel like arguing much with those people. It's convenient that they report to you instead. Chu Jingyue walked back casually, leaving Wenren both irritated and helpless due to her calculations. Knowing well that she would never allow herself to lose, he still returned. She was confident he wouldn't let her suffer humiliations within the mansion. She was also certain. Besides, aren't you going to block me from retaliating against the elder dowager anyway? Chu Jingyue glanced back with a knowing smile, and Wenren fell silent. She wasn't the type to accept losses or hold grudges. He indeed worried she might seek revenge. Don't worry. I haven't taken their little tricks to heart. Chu Jingyue showed no concern over his suspicion this time. It wasn't the first time either, which made her all the more willing to exploit the situation. As they headed back to the main courtyard, they met an old matron complaining along with the Grand Dowager. Didn't I instruct you to repent in the side house? The Grand Dowager frowned disapprovingly at Chu Jingyue. Who gave you permission to come out on your own? Chu Jingyue glanced sideways at Wenren, her meaning clear. See, how much longer are you going to indulge her? As the wife of Prince Qi, she doesn't inquire about anything happening within the manor, always absenting herself during the day. Is this proper conduct for noble women? The Grand Dowager's anger intensified this time, scolding Wenren as well. Ever since you married her, there has been no peace in this household, not to mention that even you have abandoned all ambition, indulging in trivial pursuits, always revolving around a woman. What kind of degeneracy is this? Go kneel in the ancestral hall and beg forgiveness from our ancestors. Grandmother, last night, Lady Wang was injured saving your humble grandson. If you bear resentment, let me take the punishment for Lady Wang on her behalf. Wenren hesitated slightly, but realized disobeying an elder's command would risk damaging her dignity, something that could theoretically lead to charges reported directly to the imperial family. Chu Jingyue wouldn't bow her head, so he took the blame himself. After saying this, he turned to Pei Feng and instructed, escort Lady Wang back to Qijia courtyard for reflection. Without my order, no one shall enter or exit. This way, Chu Jingyue could recuperate in peace and the gossip from outsiders would be silenced. Understood. Pei Feng quickly took Chu Jingyue away, not even daring to wait for Grand Dowager to speak again. Seeing this, the Grand Dowager became even more enraged. The family honor of the Wenren clan is about to be ruined by you. Go kneel in the ancestral hall and copy our ancestors' teachings until you realize your mistakes. Grandson is leaving now. Wenren bowed and left immediately, heading straight for the shrine. On the road, Pei Feng walked extremely fast. Chu Jingyue sighed. My wounds haven't healed yet, and you're walking so fast that I'm practically flying. My lady, please endure it. If Grand Dowager truly gets angry and locks you up as well, His Highness will have no grounds to argue. Pei Feng whispered earnestly. Chu Jingyue didn't understand, asking, why? Does she have leverage over Wenren? How can my lady not understand? Filial piety comes first among all virtues. If His Highness disobeys his grandmother, this matter, if spread out, would not only damage his reputation in the army, but also cause disdain from commoners. After Pei Feng explained, she still asked with confusion, then what? A multitude of voices can destroy truth. Scholar officials may condemn and criticize him openly or covertly, and there are already people within the palace eyeing the prince's position. By taking advantage of his mistake of disrespecting elders, the emperor could punish him however he pleases, possibly destroying the Wenren clan's 100-year reputation in a single stroke. Chu Jingyue hadn't experienced such matters before, only asking, that's serious? Other issues aside, even mere rumors can crush someone. Pei Feng thought for a moment and said quietly, do you know why Prince Qian was driven out of his home? Li Xiaoning and the former Princess Qian knew each other. Why? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. How did this involve Prince Qian? Pei Feng lowered his voice and spoke softly. Back then, Li Xiaoning wasn't yet a deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. He was just an ordinary officer who met Prince Qian. When conducting investigations outside, he encountered ferocious bandits. Thanks to Prince Qian risking his life to save him, he survived narrowly. If that sword had hit Li Xiaoning, he surely wouldn't have survived. However, Prince Qian himself nearly died too. To repay Prince Qian's rescue, Li Xiaoning searched everywhere for renowned doctors, exhausting nearly all their family fortune to prolong Prince Qian's life. Not long after, sudden rumors started spreading around the city, claiming that Li Xiaoning helped Prince Qian merely because they were intimate friends. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her eyebrows. Li Xiaoning lacks romantic fate as revealed by his birth chart, indicating a cold disposition, while Prince Qian has abundant romantic luck. That's beside the point. The crucial matter is that due to the numerous rumors, the prince's family considered him a disgrace and drove him out during his weak state. They even created trouble at the Li household, forcing Li Xiaoning to admit he had evil intentions towards Prince Qian. With Li Xiaoning's temperament, he probably wouldn't bother explaining, right? Chu Jingyue walked calmly forward. Li Xiaoning had a secluded nature, likely uncaring even if slandered heavily. Pei Feng nodded and continued, that's correct. Li Xiaoning didn't explain, but others in his family clarified that the two were merely close friends and not lovers. But what use was that? Their agreed-upon marriage proposal was cancelled, and Prince Qian became homeless. Street storytellers incessantly propagated fabricated tales of their alleged intimacy, making stories sell like wildfire. Who cared about what the parties themselves had to say? Prince Qian, being frail and having been pursued several times, almost lost his life. When Li Xiaoning found him later, he was nearly on his last breath. Afterward, Prince Qian suddenly disappeared from the capital, and after much time passed, Li Xiaoning ascended to become deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, known for his ruthless methods, and only then did the rumors subside somewhat. I've understood roughly. Chu Jingyue comprehended silently, realizing that to destroy a person, one must tarnish them first. Li Xiaoning and Prince Qian shared a life-risking friendship, yet someone maliciously turned it into a scandal, ruining their bond and almost causing Prince Qian's death. Therefore, the higher one's status and nobility, the more cautious one must be. Unless these villains simply don't care about reputation, everyone else should guard against drowning in public opinion. Even His Highness isn't an exception. Did you know after the Yinzhou defeat, the prince has already been criticized once? Pei Feng spoke with some concern. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. In this world, evildoers seem to get the easiest mercy when they turn over a new leaf. Who says otherwise? Pei Feng sighed and muttered, later, I'll send some food to His Highness. Even though his injuries are mostly healed, he still shouldn't go hungry. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her brows, narrowing her eyes and speaking lightly. Don't bother sending food. Sending incense money might come in handy instead. Chapter 58, Ancestor's Spirit. Chu Jingyue said to bring paper money, so Pei Feng didn't dare to take it as a joke. That night when he secretly delivered food, he brought several thick bundles of paper money. My lord, or we could open our own store for the dead. Pei Feng knelt on the cushion burning paper money. Recently, the amount of paper money bought for the mansion was so much that others almost thought someone died in the mansion every day. When Ren Si ate his meal and found it feasible, not long after, suddenly a cold wind blew out several white candles inside the ancestral hall. Pei Feng swallowed nervously. Is there really going to be a ghost? Having seen so many strange things accompanying the princess, he had already genuinely accepted the existence of ghosts. The Wen family's ancestral shrine. How dare ordinary spirits enter? A clear voice like the moon came from Chu Jingyue as she flipped into the window. She glanced at Wen Renxi's meal and raised her eyebrows. Not bad. How did you come? Wen Renxi handed her an untouched bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Chu Jingyue sat in front of him and started eating without ceremony. The other day, small ghosts were running rampant within the manor, disturbing your ancestors. Really? Wen Renxi cast a skeptical look at the spirit tablets. The next second, Chu Jingyue suddenly wiped his forehead with her fingers. He saw red on Chu Jingyue's fingertips, unsure if it was vermilion or blood. But he could see the swirling black mist inside the shrine. Yet he did not feel icy coldness, but instead felt a sense of familiarity. After hurriedly finishing a few bites, Chu Jingyue stood up. The Weiji sword had been left behind in the princess's residence last time, and she hadn't had the chance to go out and look for it since she came back. Luckily this time it wasn't necessary. Chu Jingyue walked to the center of the shrine and formed a hand sign with one hand. If it were my ancestors, they wouldn't be in such a rush now either. Your body isn't well yet. Wen Renxi didn't understand the matters of spirits, but instinctively believed the ghosts of the Wen family wouldn't harm anyone. Chu Jingyue curled her lips and pointed at the bright moonlight outside, saying, today's moonlight is just right. These aren't completely formed spirits, rather a strand of remembrance left by our predecessors. If their peace can't be restored for a long time, eventually, they will dissipate. Wen Renxi couldn't quite grasp what she meant, so Chu Jingyue merely gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry. These soul fragments have no ill intentions, and since you're present, they won't attack me. Therefore, it won't cost much effort. After saying this, Chu Jingyue once again formed another hand gesture. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Wen Renxi putting down his chopsticks and walking over to kneel beside Pei Feng. He lit the paper money and placed it into the fire basin, whispering low, since reverent thoughts are not abandoned, may the departed rest peacefully forever in our hearts. Gradually, the surrounding dark qi gathered around different spirit tablets. Chu Jingyue unexpectedly stopped her actions herself, which even surprised her. Without using the soul-soothing incantation, only a few words had settled the soul remembrances, indicating the noble spirits of the Wen family had always been guarding their younger generations. Do you also know how to burn paper and offer prayers? Chu Jingyue looked towards Wen Renxi who accompanied her to burn the paper together. Wen Renxi responded lightly. When I was young, my mother would always take me to perform ancestor worship during festivals such as Qingming, Zhongyuan, and Chongyang. She would always say a few words. Grandmother indeed devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Wen family. The three of them did not say anything more, quietly burning paper money. After all the paper was burned, Wen Renxi could no longer see any black mists in the ancestral hall. I'll slowly copy the scriptures. I'm going back. Chu Jingyue came here primarily to calm the souls. Not needing her efforts actually made things easier. Pei Feng, escort princess back, continued sitting and copying writings. There were piles of thick papers nearby, all filled with the family precepts he had copied. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her eyebrows. Punishing people by making them write is truly wasteful. Wen Renxi smiled faintly, showing an inconspicuous smile, looking at Chu Jingyue leaving grandly through the main door with Pei Feng. On the way back, Pei Feng felt the cold wind constantly blowing, freezing his arms numb. Unable to help himself, he asked, Princess, are there still ghosts? Some wandering spirits. Chu Jingyue gave him a quick glance and stuck a talisman on his body. It's because you burnt the paper earlier and carried some ghostly currency vibes, thus attracting them. Pei Feng timidly edged closer to the princess, saying, how are there still wandering spirits in the mansion? Do you remember the paper money stolen last time? Those were originally meant for me to burn for the wandering spirits, but someone stole them. Naturally, the wandering spirits followed the trail to haunt those who stole the paper money. Just as Chu Jinghua finished speaking solemnly, a crazy scream sounded off in the distance. Princess, should we deal with it? Pei Feng looked over anxiously. The screams were truly pitiful. Chu Jinghua shrugged. Weiji's sword isn't here. I'm also weak, not fully recovered yet. Do I go and feed these crazed ghosts some life energy? Indeed, Chu Jinghua couldn't manage this situation alone. If she had Weiji's sword and wasn't gravely injured, it would just be a matter of swinging the sword once. Besides, she hadn't intended to interfere anyway. These matters were karmic. Intervening rashly would only cause entanglement in such karma. However, the next day, the old Empress Dowager arrived with nurses whose eyes were bruised and whose spirits seemed disoriented. However, they couldn't enter the courtyard. Pei Feng had called on soldiers who had previously followed the prince to the battlefield and later were unfit for further combat due to their injuries. They strictly adhered to the prince's command. If no one was allowed in, then absolutely no one would be allowed in. The old grand consort could do nothing but ask someone to fetch Wen Ren-Si from the ancestral hall. Child, in a few days there will be a banquet at the prince's residence. Recently, because of these two wet nurses, the servants have been in an uproar. Since Chu Jinghua understands these matters, let her handle it. If the servants are not panicked, we won't lose face on the day of the banquet. The old grand consort spoke kindly, entirely without the commanding tone she used when ordering Wen Ren-Si to kneel in the ancestral hall. The princess needs rest. If they really think something is wrong, they can go to the Taoist temple or Buddhist temple to burn incense and worship. Wen Ren-Si's face remained cold, suspicious of how someone would steal paper money like that without reason. Seeing Wen Ren-Si's unwillingness to intervene, the two wet nurses quickly bowed and pleaded, "We know our mistake. We should never have been greedy. Please, out of respect for our long service to the prince's family, show us some mercy and let the princess examine the situation." Wen Ren-Si stood firm, forcing the old grand consort to summon the mother consort. After drinking herbal medicine for several days, the mother consort looked much better than before, and she appeared more spirited, though still somewhat frail. Child, your grandmother is right. These events have the servants all in chaos, and if this continues, none of them will be able to focus on their work. The mother consort coughed twice, and Wen Ren-Si tightened her lips, remaining silent. Carrying greetings to the prince, grand consort, and mother consort, Shichuan hurriedly came from the neighboring yard and bowed respectfully. The princess said that the two wet nurses need to find a reliable Taoist temple to burn incense for 7 days and sincerely bowed down in prayer to solve the present issue. Wen Ren-Si raised an eyebrow and shot a cold glance towards the wet nurses. Did you hear that? We heard it. We'll prepare to go to the temple immediately. With no warmth left in his face, Wen Ren-Si watched as the wet nurses hastily expressed their gratitude and rushed out. The old grand consort seemed to have more to say, but held back. Shichuan bowed again and addressed the old grand consort. The princess has prepared a spell that can drive away evil spirits and eliminate calamities. However, it requires burning incense and bathing every day. Each day, one must repeatedly copy the spell onto a single sheet of paper until both sides are entirely black. Only then may one copy onto another sheet. One must turn 49 blank sheets of paper black, throw them all into the stove to burn, to drive away evil. Driving away what kind of evil? Could there be anything wicked by my side? Displeased, the old grand consort left, snatching the paper with the spell written on it and crumpling it into a ball before walking away. As soon as she returned to her own courtyard, the first thing she did was burn incense and bathe, preparing 49 blank sheets of paper. She carefully spread out the crumpled piece of paper. Chu Jinghua lay back softly on her bed, as when Ren-Si came over to look at her. Copying until the white paper turns entirely black. Wasn't that a trick you pulled on, Grandma? Aren't 49 sheets a bit excessive? Not only did she have me copy books before, but indeed this could help her drive away evil spirits. Considering that she directed others to steal the paper money, copying a few extra times wouldn't hurt. Chu Jinghua explained indifferently. She hadn't specified when to finish the copying, just slowly copying along day by day would suffice. It kept her from having nothing to do all day but create trouble. When Ren-Si raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you copied even half a character yet? Isn't it me who did the copying? In that case, consider it payback for you. Chu Jinghua spoke offhandedly, then smiled and added, if you feel sorry for your grandmother, you could help her elderly copy the texts. But if it fails to drive away the evil spirits, that would be none of my concern. I've had people cut some new clothes for you. During the banquet at the prince's residence, as the princess consort of Prince Qi, you surely can't dress too shabbily. Wen Ren-Si left after saying this, leaving Chu Jinghua momentarily stunned as she sat up to inspect her robes. Her white gown had embroidery of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams inside and outside its skirt, all endowed with innate array techniques. How dare anyone say her attire was shabby? Their clothing is what appears shabby. Chapter 59, Banquet at the Wang Residence. Chapter 59. Wen Ren-Si brought many garments in various colors, and Chu Jinghua carefully examined each piece. All of them had narrow sleeves, tight waists, and simple skirt hems that suited her taste perfectly. Thus, during the following days whenever Wen Ren-Si came to check if she had secretly sneaked out, he only saw her sitting by the window holding clothes and meticulously embroidering something. You're asking about this? It's about the 8 trigrams, 5 elements, and spells for warding off evil. Chu Jinghua had already repaired quite a few, and as she spoke, she faintly smiled. Fortunately, these clothes don't have complicated patterns to begin with. Otherwise, it would be truly hard to embroider. Do you like them? Wen Ren-Si asked inexplicably, seemingly wanting to hear those two words from her lips. The answer did not disappoint him. Yes, thank you, your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Chu Jingwei genuinely liked them. In her previous life, although she was a Taoist cultivator, because she practiced the Wuqing Dao path without emotion, she wasn't recognized by the world. No one sought her help for exorcising demons or capturing ghosts, which left her impoverished and destitute. Her favorite color became white. No matter how many times she washed her clothes, they wouldn't lose their shine. But deep down, she was still a woman, and how could she not love beautiful clothing? Rarely had Wen Renzi seen the faint smile on her face. It reminded him of a vibrant little flower blooming in an arid wasteland during spring, absolutely stunning. After looking at her for a while, he lost himself in his thoughts, remembering how she suffered in Ho's residence, surely lacking decent clothes and food. If there's anything you need that I haven't considered, go find Shichuan yourself in the warehouse. If it's not there, tell me. Wen Renzi didn't realize how gentle his tone had become. Chu Jingwei looked up and asked, what if what I want is hard to find? I'll do my utmost, searching to the ends of the earth, Wen Renzi said in a low, magnetic voice, appearing sincere and serious, adding a certain charm that made Chu Jingwei momentarily stunned. A prick pierced her fingertip, causing Chu Jingwei to suck in a breath and return to reality, hurriedly saying, understood, you can leave now. Send me away so soon after just coming? Wen Renzi was somewhat dissatisfied. He had been there for only about the time of a cup of tea. Chu Jingwei raised her eyebrows. Or will you help me? Wen Renzi pursed his lips, then suddenly stood up upon seeing the complex spells. This prince doesn't know how to embroider. Though he said this with his mouth, he ordered Shichuan secretly to take out one of the finished clothes and spend the night lighting a lamp and carefully copying all the patterns onto rice paper. Finally, Chu Jingwei changed out of her white robe. On the day of the banquet held at Wang's manor, she wore a new moon-white garment, exuding an even colder and more ethereal grace. Wow, brocade from the Jinxiu Pavilion shining brightly under the light. Wen Renzi has indeed spent a fortune on you. Chongqing Princess arrived early and, after complimenting her new attire, took the Wei Ji's sword from a servant. I found it later in the rockery at the princess's mansion. When Chu Jingwei accepted the Wei Ji's sword, she slightly frowned. The day she fell into the river and abandoned the Wei Ji's sword, why would it end up in the rockery? If the person who bound her intended to hide the sword, they wouldn't choose such a shallow place. And if Wen Renzi and his team discovered it, they should have returned it directly. Hiding it in the princess's mansion meant waiting for the princess to find it. You look much better. After Chongqing finished speaking, she glanced around but didn't see Wen Renzi. She immediately asked again, can we invite you to the princess mansion now? Staying in someone else's home isn't as comfortable as your own residence. I'll go this afternoon. Although Chu Jingwei hadn't fully recovered, with the Wei Ji sword in hand, dealing with the pile of bones under the lake would be far easier. Chongqing Princess was delighted and whispered, I'll go accompany my aunt first. I'll come find you later. Chu Jingwei nodded lightly and found a random spot to sit down, hugging the sword. Today's banquet is really well organized. Elder sister Lu has worked hard. Fortunately, there's still you managing things at the mansion. This was said by Zhong Jitong. She was dressed simply, walking arm in arm with Lu Xiyu, creating a very friendly atmosphere. Normally, mourning would make visits inappropriate, but the old grand concubine personally sent invitations to the countess and relatives of the Bo family, leaving others unable to comment. Lu Xiyu was surrounded by many noble women, Luo Qiuxian among them. Miss Lu is truly capable and appears much stronger than those who can merely sit and glare. Sister Luo, my elder sister hasn't handled matters in the Marquis's house before and thus lacks understanding of household affairs, which is reasonable. Chu Tianqing slowly stepped forward and looked at Chu Jingyue's new attire in amazement. Sister, this outfit is really pretty. Chu Jingyue raised her eyes lightly, glancing past the crowd, but her gaze remained on Luo Qiuxian. Her third eye noted darker qi above Luo's eyebrows, indicating misfortune was approaching. This gaze made Luo Qiuxian uneasy. She clutched the Buddhist beads obtained from a temple, trying to calm herself. Why are you staring at me? Are you not also staring at me? Chu Jingyue coldly replied. Miss Lu intervened gently. Sister you, Miss Luo, doesn't mean any harm, doesn't she? Chu Jingyue coolly countered. Everyone could tell that Luo Qiuxian's earlier remarks were veiled insults directed at her. If it had been anyone else, they might have subtly criticized her back, but very few would confront Luo Qiuxian outright, like Chu Jingyue. It's just telling the truth. Truths may hurt, but what can Wang concubine do? Luo Qiuxian laughed, paying no attention. So what if she were talking about consort of King Qi? Her sister was about to marry the crown prince. Knowing that you've upset the Wang concubine, why haven't you apologized? Wen Renzi returned from battle dressed in armor, his aura filled with blood and death, a gaze enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Luo Qiuxian secretly glanced at him, meeting his cold eyes, involuntarily lowering her head, her heart racing like a frightened deer. King Qi truly lived up to his reputation, stern and imposing. Sister-in-law, all Luo's sister did was praise elder sister Lu a bit, nothing else. Chu Tianqing spoke vaguely, intending to highlight Chu Jingyue's pettiness and narrow-mindedness. Chu Jingyue scoffed in this moment, stood up holding her sword. Miss Lu has indeed worked hard. The king should reward her well. Only servants needed rewards, and with a single word, Chu Jingyue had branded Lu Suyu as merely a servant of the mansion. Lu Suyu's eyes immediately welled up with tears. It is Suyu who does not know propriety. I overstepped my boundaries. Lu Suyu bowed apologetically while tearing up, Chu Jingyue's expression remained calm, not even moving to help her up, thus accepting her gesture. Wenrenci waved his hand for Lu Suyu to rise, furrowing his brows and saying, "Today, you did work hard indeed." With those words, Lu Suyu got up gracefully, speaking softly. "Helping His Highness resolve worries is naturally within my duties." Her words carried an ambiguous meaning, even darkening Wenrenci's gaze. Chu Jingyue curled her lips faintly, warning him subtly just as he was about to speak. Confused, Wenrenci chose to keep silent following her suggestion, dragging her aside instead. But because of his cold demeanor, people misunderstood and thought he intended to reprimand Chu Jingyue. Lu Suyu smirked quietly. In front of others, everyone maintained their dignity. Chu Jingyue publicly reducing her status was equal to disgracing Wenrenci's face. Naturally, the king would not be pleased. The onlookers deduced, it seems that King Qi still values Lu Suyu, his companion since childhood. What are you planning to do? Wenrenci couldn't understand. Chu Jingyue didn't appear like someone who swallowed her anger silently. Chu Jingyue smiled slyly, replying, "Let the disaster flow eastward. Someone wants to solve your worries for you, so I'm more than happy to facilitate them." Wenrenci, the only royal peer of Dongting Kingdom, being young and good-looking, always drew attention wherever he went. For such a man, admirers were abundant. Chu Jingyue did not wish to be the one cutting down those flowers herself, especially since there were always people eager to step forward willingly, leaving her thrilled beyond measure. "I have already started arranging suitable marriage prospects for Lu Suyu. You don't need to take her words or actions too seriously. After all, she won't remain in the mansion in the future." In a low voice, Wenrenci explained. After all, Miss Lu and her mother were the orphaned family of soldiers who sacrificed themselves. Her father had done much for Wenrenci's own father, and he wasn't an ungrateful person. "That's your business. I only care about my peace of mind." Chu Jingyue turned away gracefully, leaving Wenrenci sighing helplessly, hoping Lu Suyu was smart enough not to provoke Chu Jingyue anymore. Otherwise, whatever Chu Jingyue decided to do, 10 of him wouldn't suffice to stop her. Chapter 60, The Power of Gossip. Where? Chu Jingyue was hiding in a secluded corridor at the back courtyard, seeking some peace and quiet, when she heard a faint low shout. She sat leaning against a pillar with her sword in her arms, turning her head to look, and discovered a woman she had never seen before. "Is there something?" Chu Jingyue asked indifferently. The woman clearly hesitated as she stepped forward, then redness welled up in her eyes. Chu Jingyue coldly surveyed her for a moment, unable to figure out what she wanted. Seeing that neither the woman nor her maid seemed threatening, she simply turned her head back around and closed her eyes to rest. The prince's mansion was hosting a banquet, and almost all the prestigious ladies from the capital were present. Chu Jingyue didn't find it strange that many unfamiliar people had appeared within the estate. Today is supposed to celebrate your receiving the imperial title, so why doesn't the princess go to the front yard? After a long pause, the woman finally spoke slowly. Chu Jingyue was not usually fond of chatting, but she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the woman and lifted her gaze. "Too noisy. You don't like crowds? That's reasonable. You probably wouldn't." The woman seemed to lower her eyes with a trace of sorrow. Chu Jingyue's expression grew colder. She put down her leg resting on the bench and turned sideways, sitting upright with her sword propped on the ground. She looked deeply into the woman's eyes with a hint of curiosity. "Do you know me?" Her real self had been locked up in the Marquis residence since childhood, sneaking out only once and failing miserably. As such, while everyone in the capital knew there was a deranged young miss at the Marquis home, very few had actually seen her. Even those who came as guests to the Marquis residence only saw her through the playful visits orchestrated by Chu Tiance and some giggling young girls. Most elder wives visiting the estate never laid eyes on her. So, who exactly was this woman? The woman pressed her lips together as if troubled, but it was her nearby nursemaid who urgently said, "Miss, she is your biological mother, the lady of the Marquis family." Chu Jingyue froze slightly. "Mother?" Lady Chu of the Marquis household, seeing her so calm, couldn't help but burst into tears. The nursemaid beside her tried consoling her not to cry, but Chu Jingyue watched coldly from afar, as though observing an outsider. Perhaps due to the commotion here, other people were drawn to investigate. Among them was Chu Tiance. "Chu Jingyue, did you bully mother? Why is she crying?" Chu Tiance rushed forward with concern, supporting Lady Chu's arm gently and questioning her softly. Chu Jingyue continued to watch coldly, even adding a touch of disdain to her icy gaze. Originally, she hadn't understood why Lady Chu was crying, but now with Chu Tiance's involvement, it became clear. They were setting a trap for her. Many were attracted by Chu Tiance's voice, all witnessing Chu Jingyue sitting high in the corridor, looking down arrogantly, making her own mother weep. Though no one knew what truly happened between them, most assumed Chu Jingyue had acted disrespectfully toward her birth mother, thus causing her grief. A Marquis lady honored by imperial decree should not treat her own mother this way. I've heard the princess used to have a difficult time at the Marquis house. Perhaps she's taking revenge now. To say it plainly, she lacks conscience. No matter how poorly treated, isn't she still alive? And yet, she has now ascended to the noble heights of a prince's household and dares to turn ungrateful. The imperial title personally bestowed by the emperor was meant to be respected by everyone. But the prince's mansion set the banquet without its formal wife overseeing things. Instead, the old Grand Dowager and Dowager were leading the conversation with others, including Lu Suyu, leaving the proper princess absent because she'd been taken away by the prince and did not return to attend the banquet. This made many believe the mansion did not hold Chu Jingyue in high regard. Besides, she entered the mansion through a ghost marriage, which many deemed inappropriate already, thus few believed she held status within the household. As a result, anyone could freely discuss or criticize her. No, it's not. Lady Chu shook her head, trying to explain. Chu Tians quickly intervened, puffing with indignation. Mother, please stop indulging sister. You're allowing her to behave improperly. Look, while you're standing, she sits so casually. What kind of discipline is that? Oh, how pitiful our mother-in-law is. The old Grand Dowager rushed over hastily. What was originally a secluded small courtyard had become overcrowded, annoying Chu Jingyue further, whose eyes showed increasing impatience. We thought our granddaughter-in-law, who saved my grandson, might be spoiled a bit in daily life, never imagining she'd upset you too. The Grand Dowager subtly added an insinuation. Though Chu Jingyue caught it, she didn't bother to refute it, preparing to leave. Stop! The old Grand Dowager angrily shouted, saying, when no one else is around, you can act however you want. It's our internal affairs, but in front of so many people, your behavior is arrogant and rebellious. Do you have any sense of seniority and respect left? Hearing the accusation, Chu Jingyue smirked coldly and turned back to glance at the old Grand Dowager. Reversing black and white will surely bring retribution. The old Grand Dowager's pupils contracted, fear welling up inside her heart. But with so many watching, she couldn't appear weak. Thus, she coldly scolded. The princess is crazy again. Take her away. Chu Jingyue curled her lips, preparing to use a little magic to scare these people. Grandmother, it's one thing for others to spread rumors, but you actually take these idle talks seriously. How could the princess possibly be insane or foolish? Don't you know this? Her recent odd behavior must be due to her constant praying day and night, which has affected her mind. Grandmother, you should go back and rest. One Ren Si remained as cold as ice, projecting an air of uprightness. The elder madam glanced at the displeased old dowager, then looked at Chu Jingyue, who appeared indifferent and disinterested. After some consideration, she said, how can you speak to your grandmother like that? And from whom did you learn such manners? This statement was undoubtedly telling everyone that when Ren Si's transformation was all due to Chu Jingyue's influence, subtly shifting the blame onto her. Chu Jingyue still maintained a distant and aloof attitude, as if completely unconcerned with what others might say about her. One Ren Si's sudden appearance immediately drew away Chu Tianqing's attention, finally giving the lady-in-waiting a chance to speak. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she spoke softly yet firmly. It's not like that. You've all misunderstood, you err. Chu Tianqing had noticed the sound, but could no longer prevent her mother from continuing her explanation. I've simply been too overjoyed upon seeing my child after such a long time. Yuer is my biological daughter, but ever since she was 3, we haven't seen each other again. She doesn't even recognize me. The lady-in-waiting, eyes reddened, scrutinized Chu Jingyue intently, as if attempting to engrave her features into her memory. Do you all have ears? Chu Jingyue asked coldly, looking around at the onlookers. The lady-in-waiting's words left the elder madam in an awkward position, prompting Chu Jingyue to raise her eyebrows and add, if you heard, why don't you all just back off already? She was known for her foul temper, but usually avoided speaking much, making people assume she was easy to provoke. Her order to back off made Wen Ren Si smirk slightly at the corner of his lips, while Pei Feng quietly shook his head beside him. The princess will alienate everyone sooner or later, Pei Feng thought privately. Your Highness, are you really amused by her antics? Let's see how Grand Miss Chi Wang Fei thinks she can boss around. An older woman's voice echoed outside the courtyard, filled with authority and arrogance. The tone alone revealed someone of significant importance. Chu Jingyue tilted her head slightly to look. A wealthy-looking woman strutted in with an air of superiority, flanked by Princess Chongqing, whose expression was gloomy. Upon recognizing the visitor, the crowd rushed to pay their respects. Greetings, Lady Ningping. Chapter 61, Peach Blossom Sha. Ningping, the Long Princess, was about 30 years old, beautiful, plump, and carried herself with dignified authority. She strode forward, her gaze piercing as she looked directly at Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue had been somewhat absent-minded, but became serious upon seeing her. TCH, you're finally scared now. Someone muttered quietly, with many onlookers eagerly waiting for a show. Chu Jingyue stepped out of the corridor and sized up Ningping, the Long Princess. Ridiculous. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Long Princess? The princess's attendant scolded angrily. Ignoring her, Chu Jingyue asked the princess, have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Do you wake up startled, or have many dreams? The princess tensed internally but replied coldly. Don't try to fool me with street tricks. Currently, your complexion is too pale, fingertips white, and black chi constantly surrounds you. You have 7 days time. You can find me anytime within those 7 days. She didn't elaborate further but turned and said to Chongqing, come with me. Chu Jingyue walked away, leaving the Long Princess momentarily indignant. How dare you ignore my words? If the Long Princess feels we shouldn't leave, then isn't it better if I do? Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes and continued. Still, Long Princess, you'd best concern yourself more with your own affairs. There are ill-intentioned people in your household, possibly due to the Peach Blossom Sha. Be careful. The Long Princess froze when she heard about committing the Peach Blossom Sha and remained unmoved even as Chu Jingyue led Chongqing away. The little divine maiden, who even His Majesty called impressive, perhaps there was something to her after all? Chongqing quickly ran after Chu Jingyue, his eyebrows furrowed in worry as he asked, did you calculate anything unusual? No, without her date of birth, I couldn't make an accurate prediction. Chu Jingyue headed towards her courtyard with Chongqing in tow. Chongqing questioned again. So how did you know that small person surrounded my aunt? It's what I observed, Chu Jingyue explained. Just like being able to notice abnormalities outside the princess mansion. Asking detailed questions would need entering and investigating more closely. Chu Jingyue quickened her pace while Chongqing struggled to keep up. Exhausted, he leaned against a stone lantern and said, I can't go on anymore. Can you at least tell me about Auntie's situation? I've already told you everything, Chu Jingyue replied. She needs to beware of the people around her. Within 7 days, she'll face a peach blossom disaster. Chu Jingyue pulled Chongqing along as they continued walking. Disheartened, Chongqing mumbled, will you help her? I'll help if she comes to seek me out. Chu Jingyue rarely offered help voluntarily. As they say, wise counsel doesn't sway those destined for doom. This made Chongqing uneasy because his aunt had always been stubborn and uninterested in fortune-telling. Normally, she neither prayed nor worshipped, not even visiting temples to pray for fertility, despite her childlessness after years of marriage. To get her to seek help just because of Chu Jingyue's few remarks was virtually impossible. Soon, they arrived at Chija courtyard where Chu Jingyue retrieved 2 newly made peace amulets, folding them into good fortune packs which she handed over to Chongqing. You've been exposed to too much shy energy recently. Carry this to neutralize it. Chongqing returned her wearing off sword in gratitude. Grinning, Chongqing held the amulet and asked, can I give one to my aunt? Wait a bit longer. Chu Jingyue retrieved a talisman from her cabinet, ground cinnabar ink, and drew blood from the dark guard, mixing it with the ink before inscribing a new charm. Give this one to her instead. Once the ink dried, Chu Jingyue folded the paper carefully into a special protection sachet and gave it to Chongqing. Chongqing was elated and hugged Chu Jingyue tightly, cooing, you're such a good person. Chu Jingyue, unsure of whether to pull away or allow the embrace, stood awkwardly with her arms extended. Too bad I met you too late. Otherwise, I'd insist that you marry my brother. He's far gentler and more considerate than Wen Rinci. Just then, Wen Rinci, standing outside the room, pressed his lips tightly together, frowned deeply, and left quietly. It seems Chu Jingyue and Chongqing should not be allowed to get too close in the future. After receiving the amulets, the two emerged to see Wen Rinci standing by the arched doorway leading to his own courtyard. He asked, didn't you always want to visit the princess's estate? Is it possible now? Chu Jingyue's eyes lit up. Instead of remaining in the mansion and dealing with petty quarrels, chasing ghosts sounded more interesting. Wen Rinci nodded and said, I'll lead you through the back door. This banquet wasn't something Wen Rinci desired anyway. Inviting guests under Chu Jingyue's name and criticizing her in front of everyone. It all left a sour taste in Wen Rinci's mouth. If today's event were happening to someone else, it would likely cause immense bitterness and frustration. But Chu Jingyue's lofty spirit didn't care about trivial matters inside the house. I'm going. Although Chongqing was both scared and curious, Wen Rinci didn't stop her. Peifeng urgently instructed someone to take the hidden Xueqi along to the princess's residence, following Chu Jingyue's suggestion to address these matters simultaneously so as not to require multiple trips. As Chu Jingyue was about to leave, Mrs. Ho's nursemaid surreptitiously called her over. Miss, the lady wishes to see you. Wen Rinci and Chongqing paused to wait. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brow and asked, what is it? The nurse paused, then said, a mother seeing her daughter naturally wishes to share some heartfelt words. To Chu Jingyue, heartfelt words were merely useless ones, so she coldly rejected the idea. I'm not going. It was Wen Rinci who slightly lowered his gaze and said, you should go take a look. Lady Ho likely has something important to say to you. Chu Jingyue stared at him with an unmasked expression of displeasure. Could he be using Lady Ho again to test her in some way? Wen Rinci immediately understood her discontent and explained, you're her biological daughter, yet you don't know each other, and she never sees you. There might be some hidden reason for this. I don't care, Chu Jingyue replied firmly, and she truly didn't. Even though she and the original person shared the same identity, it wasn't her soul that endured those hardships, or rather, it wasn't the soul that now controlled this body. As Chu Jingyue turned to leave, the nurse hastily tried to dissuade her. Madam's health hasn't been good these past few years, but she's always kept you in mind. After hearing this, Chu Jingyue suddenly stopped in her tracks, though not because of what the nurse said. Instead, she suddenly remembered that someone skilled in the art of destiny swapping resided within the Ho estate. Previously, Chu Jingyue had never carefully considered. If Chu Tianxua was genuinely born from the same pregnancy as herself, then why would there have been any need for destiny swapping? I'll go take a look first, Chu Jingyue informed Wen Rinci and Chongqing before allowing the nurse to lead the way. She needed to find out what exactly was going on with Chu Tianxua. While she didn't care about her mother or lack thereof, she still wanted to understand why her original self had suffered. You two can talk at the main courtyard or Chija courtyard to avoid interruptions, Wen Rinci said calmly, making arrangements. Chu Jingyue nodded and left, while Chongqing frowned and asked, why must she meet with Lady Ho? I heard some of the noble ladies chatting earlier. Was her childhood even worth living? Recalling what he'd previously overheard, Wen Rinci lowered his gaze and stated, precisely why she needs to go. Everyone in the Ho household must recognize clearly. It is they who owe Chu Jingyue, not Chu Jingyue who owes them. Surprised, Chongqing looked up at him just as he gave another order. Peifeng, head to the front hall and pass a message to Lord Chu. Say that the princess is generous, perhaps indulging Miss Chu heir back home, leading her to disrespect her elder sister. But now Chu Jingyue isn't merely the young lady of the Ho household. She's also the princess consort of Prince Qi's household. Ask Lord Chu to discipline Miss Chu heir more strictly. If she continues to disrespect her elder sister and the princess, let her know that Prince Chi's household won't tolerate such behavior. Chapter 62. Truth of the Past. Payphone personally delivered the message. There were quite a few officials in the front hall, and Lord Chu's face turned crimson from suppressed anger, yet he had to put on a smile. Please convey to His Highness the Prince that this Marquis will surely impose stricter discipline in the future. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Payphone bowed and left. Someone nearby laughed and said, Truly, my Lord Marquis is blessed. The young mistress has received such regard from Prince Chi. Ren-Si sent the message through someone else, clearly supporting Chu Jingyue, subtly hinting at the many injustices Chu Jingyue suffered at the Ofu before. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of Prince Chi's reputation or because they truly valued Chu Jingyue, the prince made it clear that no one should look down upon Chu Jingyue, not even her own family. Lord Chu, upon hearing this, gave an awkward laugh but quietly instructed someone to deliver a message to Chu Tianqing in the flower hall of the rear courtyard. Go tell Miss Second that she should tone it down for now. While Payphone finished delivering his message on one side, Chu Jingyue was meeting with the lady of the Ho household in Chija courtyard. The rumor earlier about your recovery, I didn't believe it, but today I specifically requested from my Lord Marquis to visit the prince's residence. Now that I see you have truly recovered, my heart is full of joy. The voice of the lady of the Ho household was gentle, making people feel as if basking in a spring breeze. But Chu Jingyue seemed like an ice mountain, coldly nodding slightly and asking, Does the lady of the Ho household know if there is someone skilled in sorcery within the Ho residence? Sorcery? Are you referring to Master Lang? He indeed possesses some abilities. The lady mentioned this person, her eyes dimming involuntarily. Chu Jingyue pressed deeply, lowering her gaze. Have you seen him? This. The lady bit her lips and glanced at Chu Jingyue, softly questioning. Is this the only thing you want to ask me? After contemplating for a moment, Chu Jingyue added, Not really. The lady's eyes brightened slightly, only to hear Chu Jingyue continue. I also want to ask you, was Chu Tianqing truly my blood sister? The lady froze, seemingly disbelieving that this was the only thing Chu Jingyue wanted to ask. Shocked by such a question, her lips were tightly pursed, appearing conflicted about whether she should say anything. If it's inconvenient to speak, then never mind. Chu Jingyue showed no intention of asking further questions, seeming to rise and wanting to leave. No, it's not inconvenient, the lady hastily said. Her eyes evaded guiltily, gripping her handkerchief while biting her lips softly saying, It's just that I feel guilty toward you. In that case, please inform me fully of what you know. Chu Jingyue's expression remained indifferent. The lady wanted to grow closer to her, yet felt guilty. She hoped that through sharing this matter, she could talk more to Chu Jingyue and began to narrate slowly. A long time ago when I was pregnant with you, I always felt unwell. Multiple doctors were unable to diagnose any cause. Then someone suggested finding a Taoist master to check if it might involve impure influences. That was when Master Lang entered the Ho household. He claimed that the child Lady Ho was carrying was inauspicious and could bring calamity to her at birth. At the time, both the Marquis and his wife were deeply affectionate towards each other. The Marquis refused the abortion, calling Master Lang a fraud. Therefore, Master Lang remarked that whenever the Marquis believed him, he would still be willing to help solve his troubles. Later, your father's official career hit obstacles. Our estate encountered trouble, shops lost money continuously. He recalled Master Lang's words, and during this time, my health also deteriorated day by day. Thus, Lord Chu invited Master Lang back. By that point, the lady was nearly ready to give birth. Master Lang claimed that the only solution was to find a girl of similar age to break the bad influence. Your father didn't entirely trust him either, but on the day of delivery, strange natural phenomena indeed occurred. Though it was midday and the sun was shining brightly, it suddenly became overcast, resulting in a celestial dog eating the sun. Until you were born, the full sun was completely blocked, so your father came to fully believe in Master Lang's predictions. Hearing this, Chu Jingyue felt somewhat bewildered. No wonder since childhood she had been different from others. While normal practitioners of the way must absorb the essence of heaven and earth, her essence replenished itself with the full moon. Such an event shocked even the palace. That day, a ceremonial altar was opened with leading ministers praying for divine protection. An order was issued to build the sacrificial altar, which is now the Chitian Cliff. When your father returned from the ceremony, he asked Master Lang what to do next. Master Lang replied that we were fortunate. He had found a girl with excellent fortune who could pass as a legitimate daughter of the Ho residence and suppress the misfortune. Chu Jingyue comprehended immediately. This child must be Chu Tianqing. But considering our personalities, wouldn't it make sense to abandon or even kill me? Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows. Then why did you keep me? Mentioning this matter, the expression on the face of the lady grew even more sorrowful. Despite the signs of misfortune, you are my treasured daughter after 10 months of pregnancy. How could I disown you? I kept you close to me for 3 years, and it happened again on your 3rd birthday. A celestial dog eating the sun. Chu Jingyue's eyes darkened, and the lady of the Ho household took a deep breath before continuing. At that time, your father was so furious that he threw you into the well in anger. Master Lang hurriedly fished you out and said if you had died, the Ho estate would be enveloped by calamitous energy, unable to escape even through reincarnation. Thrown into the well. Chu Jingyue suddenly felt an excruciating headache, pressing her temple with one hand. Visions of a girl sinking into well water flashed through her mind repeatedly. Through the hazy images, it seemed like there were words too. To bear the mandate of heaven, endure tribulations, fragmented soul seeking immortality finds no ascension, but can only return through the interplay of yin and yang. Even though she was in immense pain, she endured silently, while the lady of the Ho household remained engrossed in the painful memories, lowering her gaze and continuing to recount. After being pulled out from the well, you ran fever for several days as if losing your spirit. Already not very talkative, you started rambling nonsense about how you were seeking enlightenment on immortality, claiming it was me destined to become immortal. Later, you began talking about killing your parents and brother, or wanting to slay ghosts and demons. Unable to handle it, the Marquis had no choice but to lock you up. Chu Jingyue couldn't let her continue any further, yet found herself unable to speak. The lady of the Ho household hadn't noticed, still speaking, until the day when you were 8. You suddenly broke free, and Master Lang claimed you would go out to harm people. Then your father used. That's enough. Chu Jingyue struggled to speak, pushing herself up and rushing out, various images replaying in her mind endlessly, as if it were going to explode. Wen Renzi had been waiting nearby with Chongqing. Seeing Chu Jingyue stumble out looking utterly confused, something he'd never seen before, his heart constricted. Jingyue. Wen Renzi quickly moved forward to support her. Chu Jingyue leaned against him, whispering faintly, "Let them go." "All right." Wen Renzi raised his eyes and immediately instructed, "Shichuan, escort the lady of the Ho household away." Chu Jingyue gasped for air. "Take me away. I don't want to see her." In that moment, Chu Jingyue realized the lady of the Ho household acted as a key unlocking that thread of her spirit. Every word spoken stirred memories of her past life. These memories felt like countless knives slicing at her brain. Chu Jingyue didn't understand why this was happening, but she despised the feeling of losing control. Especially as the lady mentioned the event 8 years ago when the true self fled, of the frail girl being pierced through her shoulder blade and dragged like a dead dog, and those visions merged with the image of falling into the water. Seeing the lady of the Ho household almost emerge, Wen Renzi immediately picked her up and walked through the archway toward the main courtyard, directly to the princess's residence. The person in his arms spoke again. Wen Renzi quietly walked outward. The lady of the Ho household rushed out just in time to glimpse a pale, moon-white hem disappearing. Tears hovered in her eyes. Moonchild obviously still hated her. Chapter 63. Why couldn't it be, feigning relaxation to capture? Chu Jingyue remained silent after leaving the prince's mansion, reminiscing about those headache-inducing memories and what Lady Ho had said. Master Lang could calculate that her birth would bring extraordinary signs, and he was able to use a luck-swapping ritual to switch her destiny with Chu Tine. This alone proved he wasn't an ordinary charlatan, but someone who possessed real skills. Then his staying at the Ho family estate must have a purpose, perhaps for wealth or power. She furrowed her brows in deep thought, forcing herself to recall those painful memories despite the discomfort they brought. Especially those words, inheriting heaven's favor and going through trials. Wasn't it all fate? "I'm sorry, I didn't expect the situation between you two." When Renzi pressed his lips, regretting now that he let her meet with Lady Ho. Chu Jingyue shook her head, no blame in her eyes. Losing control of her dual souls was something she hadn't anticipated, let alone gaining some understanding from meeting Lady Ho. Wen Renzi wanted to say more, but saw Chu Jingyue suddenly loosening her collar, exposing delicate clavicles, which were as captivating as jade bows. "Is there any scar?" Chu Jingyue asked coolly. Wen Renzi froze, as if not understanding. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, "Didn't the cook you sent earlier already know this? Weren't you trying to confirm my identity?" "It's not exactly that." When Renzi lowered his gaze, staring at her moist and lofty collarbones, his mind wandering uncontrollably. After personally witnessing them, he finally understood why these bones were called beauty bones. "Had your fill yet?" Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes, letting him see only because she couldn't observe them herself. Wen Renzi snapped back to reality, slightly red-faced, and turned uncomfortably, saying, Seen enough? Yeah, I've seen." Realizing he'd spoken incorrectly, Wen Renzi fell completely silent afterward. How embarrassing. Chu Jingyue curled her lips, feeling along the general location of the scars by memory, more fragments resurfacing. "Father, sister is so terrifying. Let's lock her up quick. I heard there's a kind of hook that won't kill, but also prevents escape." A gaunt young girl, pierced by the hook through her shoulder blades, blankly gazed at the ruined ceiling with soulless eyes, lying like a discarded rag on the muddy ground, gasping heavily. "Dear sister, does this hurt?" Chu Tian's sweet, yet cruel voice echoed again. "Unfortunately, we can't kill you now. But don't worry, you'll get to watch closely as you're reincarnated. It's not such a great feat." Chu Jingyue's gaze grew colder at the memory of Chu Tian's voice. The carriage stopped, and Chu Jingyue retracted her cold gaze, calmly buttoning her collar before stepping down from the carriage. Wen Renzi still sat motionless inside the carriage. After waiting long, Pei Feng hurriedly lifted the curtain. "The underling thought your highness had been knocked unconscious by the princess." Pei Feng sighed in relief, glad nothing untoward happened. Wen Renzi gradually came to, looking seriously at him and asked, "Do you think someone will willingly undress just because they like someone?" Pei Feng widened his eyes, incredulous. "Your Majesty, did you sacrifice your appearance again?" "Tisk." Wen Renzi shot a cold look. "Do I look like that kind of person?" Pei Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth. But in truth, the princess doesn't seem like the type either. If she indeed undressed, it can only mean it was part of ghost-catching magic. Frowning, Wen Renzi stepped down from the carriage. Why couldn't it be Chu Jingyue playing, feigning relaxation to capture on him? By now, Chu Jingyue had already entered the princess's residence alongside Chongqing. On the way, Chongqing asked, "Do you know what happened to Xueqi? How did he end up like that?" Chu Jingyue collected herself, explaining, "Puppetry techniques controlled by poison bugs." Poison bug? Is it like heart-seizing pills? Chongqing suddenly remembered the black insects she had seen on Chu Jingyue's fingertips when captured. Chu Jingyue nodded, saying, "Exactly. All we need to do later is force out the insect, and Xueqi will recover." Chongqing relaxed, knowing the solution was simple. But soon enough, her relief vanished. Chu Jingyue ordered people to dredge the pond. Within moments, many skeletons surfaced from the bottom of the pond, scaring her pale. What's carved on them? Wen Rinci squatted down to inspect, strange characters etched on the bones. Chu Jingyue glanced down briefly, an ancient substitute death curse. Some people, when they die without immediate burial and their bodies are exposed to intense sunlight, are considered alive by the ghost envoys, thus missing the chance to enter the underworld, becoming lonely ghosts haunting nearby. Chongqing hugged her arms tightly, astonished. Does that mean those dumped in mass graves can never be reborn? Pretty much. The white bones before our eyes are engraved with the substitute death curse and nurtured at the bottom of the water. Once there is a trace of living human breath nearby, they will grab people into the water as if alive, until the person suffocates. Then these bones replace the dead ones and follow the ghost envoys through the ghost gate, while the souls of those they kill remain attached to the bones waiting for the next victim. Chu Jingyue covered the bones with a black cloth, and Chongqing pursed her lips. Can this only happen in water? Underwater energy is mixed and chaotic, making it easy to pass off fake bones for real ones. But it's not just limited to water. Courtyards heavy with energy, wells, or even under trees can also harbor ghosts seeking substitutes. Chu Jingyue spoke calmly, yet Chongqing shuddered all over and leaped back repeatedly. Do they not attack anymore now? No, now the bones here are ordinary bones. The spirits attached to them, unable to leave, have already been guided away by my spell. She would need to recite the deliverance chant several times to disperse the energy here. I'm even more afraid to live here after seeing this. Chongqing's face fell gloomily. Whoever had hidden these bones in the pond of her mansion must be a despicable bastard, otherwise she'd have them torn apart by 5 horses. Chu Jingyue glanced at her then said, I'll write exorcism spells for you to place around the mansion. Have someone carve them out. That's wonderful. How kind you are. How about you break up with Wen Rinci and let me introduce my brother-in-law to you? Chongqing's eyes sparkled like stars. At this moment, she sincerely hoped Chu Jingyue could become her sister-in-law. Who wouldn't want a strong and considerate sister-in-law? Since the princess misses her brother so much, why don't you return to the palace to avoid missing him to the point of illness? Wen Rinci's expression was severe and cold. Had he come any later, Chongqing might have even chosen their wedding date. Chongqing dared not continue, in case Wen Rinci really sent her back to the palace where her father might once again try to arrange a marriage between her and Wen Rinci. Now regardless of whether Wen Rinci accepted her or not, she couldn't accept Wen Rinci, so she closed her mouth. It's not entirely impossible. I imagine your brother wouldn't be the ungrateful or petty type who suspects others for no reason. Chu Jingyue's tone was calm, but Wen Rinci inexplicably felt stung. Was she subtly implying that he was ungrateful and petty? No, wait, was she actually saying yes? Chapter 64. Losing more than just the chicken. Because of Chu Jingyue's words, Wen Rinci increasingly felt threatened by Chongqing. He endured waiting until Chu Jingyue had finished dealing with matters in the princess's mansion, then hurriedly took her back to the Wangfu. They got on the carriage quickly, leaving Chongqing nearly unable to catch up as she was still chasing after them. Chu Jingyue found this amusing, a hint of mockery in her eyes and expression. Wen Rinci paid no mind to it, only instructing Pei Feng to return home quickly. Upon their arrival back at the mansion, they were immediately intercepted by the dowager consort and the grandmother with a group of people from the back gate, directly inviting them to the flower hall for deliberation. Chu Jingyue surprisingly cooperated with an unusually good temper, which caught even Wen Rinci off guard. Usually, she would have ignored everything and returned to her quarters. Today, however, she showed unexpected respect. This made Wen Rinci ponder whether she was truly happy because Chongqing planned to introduce the third prince to her. At this thought, his expression turned gloomy, maintaining this mood even upon entering the flower hall. This caused the originally ready to erupt dowager consort to lose confidence and hold her tongue. The dowager held her teacup and coughed lightly, giving the grandmother a sideways glare to urge her to speak. The grandmother pursed her lips before speaking. Where did the two of you go during the banquet? It's a grand feast at the Wang mansion. As the hosts, how could you disregard the whole situation? Still lost in thoughts about the third prince, Wen Rinci let Chu Jingyue answer first. We went to the princess's mansion. The grandmother raised an eyebrow. Since when have you grown so close to the princess? Is there something else you wish to discuss, grandmother? Chu Jingyue didn't intend to answer and cut straight to the chase. Such a straightforward inquiry embarrassed the grandmother, who sipped tea to cover her discomfort. It's not our intention to upset you, but the grandmother is just concerned that as the lady of the Wang household, you should involve yourself more in domestic affairs. Today was such a fine opportunity, yet you left without observing and learning, dragging the lord out and losing proper decorum, replied Lu Forn swiftly. Chu Jingyue glanced at Wen Rinci, silently signaling him to snap out of it. Wen Rinci gathered his thoughts and coldly stated, It was me who took the lady to the princess's mansion, and it has nothing to do with her. It seems that Master Rinci cares deeply for the princess. Perhaps we should invite her to visit the Wang manor more often in the future. Hearing this, the dowager beamed happily, mistakenly believing that Wen Rinshi harbored feelings for the princess. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Wen Rinshi frowned, clearly displeased. To allow Chongqing to visit? Having met Chu Jingyue just a few times, she already tried to instigate divorce between them. Should they meet more frequently, the Wang concubine might truly end up becoming a prince's consort. There's no need for that. Lately, I haven't been feeling well. I will require the lady's care and rest, and it's inconvenient to keep receiving visitors. In order to decline his grandmother's invitation for Chongqing's visit subtly, he used his almost recovered health as an excuse. The dowager sighed sorrowfully. I'm growing old too, lacking vitality each day, unable to continuously manage the family. If she proved useful, why would I need to work so hard? Master Rinshi cherishes deep feelings for others, and you are unwilling to remarry right now. Even so, I can agree with your wishes, but the Wang household must have someone capable to manage things. As Wen Rinshi listened, he grew somewhat dissatisfied, finding the mention of cherishing deep feelings particularly grating. It seemed as if he treated Chu Jingyue merely out of gratitude. This notion startled him internally. When had he begun to see Chu Jingyue differently? Master Rinshi. The dowager noticed his frequent distraction today and furrowed her brows in discontent, lowering her voice to call out. When Rinshi again refocused his thoughts, the dowager then said, Today all internal and external matters of the estate were managed by Siyu, who proves competent. In the future, when Chu Jingyue is Wang consort and Siyu the concubine, it will also give her a legitimate title to properly manage the Wang manor. Siyu has grown up in the Wang residence, practically regarded as its young miss. Isn't it perfectly reasonable if she manages? When Rinshi, recalling the men he recently instructed to find appropriate suitors for her, cast a heavy look. Unhappy, the dowager shook her head. Still, there's nothing like keeping everything strictly under control if she's your own concubine inside your chambers. Today, either you consent to taking another wife, or make Chu Jingyue learn to handle domestic matters. In the dowager's view, any choice would be good, ensuring that Chu Jingyue couldn't bother Wen Rinshi anymore. Why make things so complicated? Chu Jingyue slowly twirled her Zhongling pearl, calmly suggesting, if the dowager feels she no longer has the energy to manage domestic affairs due to age, then hand over the keys. The dowager gave her a disapproving glance. Do you dare take over management? Could you actually do a good job? I may not be able to, but grandmother has presided over the Wang family for over 20 years, handling both internal and external affairs capably. There's no reason to bypass the capable person right here. Why complicate things? Chu Jingyue showed no interest in managing the household, and truthfully, she wasn't skilled at it. But why wouldn't they use someone proficient? Why force either her or Lu Siyu into it? No, the dowager harshly refused, giving no face to the grandmother, saying, she isn't part of the Wen clan. Chu Jingyue, hearing this, gave a cold laugh of mockery and retorted, whose family register did the matron enter? She's merely an outsider by marriage with no children. How could she be allowed to manage the household of the Wang family? The dowager consort disliked the matron immensely. When the former Wang prince fell gravely ill, the dowager originally intended for her own niece to enter the Wang family. However, Zhang Xiui slipped through the cracks somehow. She was just a maid from Zhong Rujuan's side, yet she climbed up to become the matron. The dowager looked down on Zhang Xiui's humble origins and obstructed repeatedly, but there was nothing she could do against the former prince's insistence on marrying her. Moreover, he specifically ordered that his biological son should be placed under her care. Zhang Xiui managed only Wen Rinshi, and never once entertained thoughts of managing the house affairs. But now Chu Jingyue wanted to hand over the authority to manage the household to her? Absolutely not. The dowager wouldn't allow it. Her lack of offspring. What is Wen Rinshi then? An orphan? Since he has a direct mother, why can't she manage the household? Chu Jingyue lost her temper and became especially sharp-tongued. The dowager consort was enraged by her words and pointed at her furiously saying, what kind of talk is this? What a disgrace. Isn't this human language? Does the dowager fail to understand? Chu Jingyue arched her eyebrows. The challenge in her eyes caused the dowager consort to clutch her chest, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Seeing this, Wen Rinshi rose with lips pressed together and stopped her, saying, you're being unreasonable. Go back to your courtyard and reflect. Chu Jingyue gave a not-so-light humph, and Pei Feng quickly took her away. Wen Rinshi then bowed slightly toward the dowager consort, saying, grandmother is already advanced in age, yet still manages major Wang family matters. It's due to my negligence. Now that grandmother mentioned it, I think what the princess said makes sense. The dowager had initially intended only to use filial piety to force Wen Rinshi to choose one option, but hadn't anticipated handing over her control of the household. Upon hearing his words, she waved her hands urgently. Never mind, never mind. This current princess of Qi Wang Palace is rough and impolite. The affairs of Wang family might still need me to handle. I cannot let grandmother continue worrying. Mother is still in her prime, with strategies rivaling even men's. Letting her take charge would likely be fine. Standing straight, Wen Rinshi decisively declared, let's settle the matter this way, so as to avoid people thinking Qi Wang Palace is incapable and continues to burden elders. Dowager widened her eyes, utterly blocked by this statement and forced to accept indignantly. Wen Rinshi bowed and left, and the matron saw the situation wasn't looking good and also got up and left. Chu Jingyue's words earlier made her deeply reflect. Unexpectedly, the second person in Qi Wang Palace to acknowledge her as the true mother would be her. The dowager was seething in anger. If it weren't for Chu Jingyue's interjection, she wouldn't have ended up worse off. Her purpose unfulfilled while losing managerial power instead. If Chu Jingyue continued to stay in Wang Palace, soon the entire palace might bear the surname Chu. Siyu, Chi Wang Palace has too few heirs. Can you understand my implication? Lu Siyu immediately blushed red and whispered, I understand, but this is not something I alone can accomplish. Then devise a plan. If not, will I help you win favors in the future? The dowager gazed deeply. As long as Lu Siyu bore child, how much Wen Rinshi liked her wouldn't matter. Even without bearing a child, she must still be taken in. With lust right before their eyes, which man can resist temptation? At that time, however high and mighty or cold and proud Chu Jingyue appeared, she would ultimately be forgotten and neglected. Now it all depended on whether Lu Siyu has the competence. Chapter 65, Midnight Oddities. Chongqing did not stay at the princess's residence at night, but instead returned to the Long Princess's mansion. She both coaxed and persuaded, even telling Ningping, the Long Princess, about the bones that were dug up from the princess's residence. Finally, she added, Aunt, in fact, I was kidnapped by a demon thief at the princess's residence, but luckily, Chu Jingyue bravely rescued me, so I could escape. What? Is this really true? Ningping Long Princess looked at her with shock. For something this big, Chongqing only told her now. Chongqing nodded earnestly and said, We'll talk more about this later, but what I want to say right now is about Wen Rinshi, the short-lived one. Earlier, the funeral matters at his mansion were already dealt with. The body was on hold for 7 days, clearly indicating it was time for burial. Chu Jingyue performed a ghost marriage into Qi Wang's mansion, but coincidentally at this point, Wen Rinshi came back to life. Aunt, you must believe she has real abilities. Ningping frowned deeply in thought. If talking about this incident, indeed, it was quite unfathomable. And then there's Emperor praying for a safe journey during the Tianya sacrifice. I've asked the royal guards who accompanied him that day, and they have indeed witnessed Chu Jingyue stopping the wind and rain with their own eyes. So if Aunt still doesn't trust her, can you treat this peace talisman as a mere pendant, keeping it for my peace of mind? Chongqing had always been close to her aunt since childhood. All the clothes she wore when she was young were hand-sewn by her aunt. Therefore, upon hearing about her aunt's impending disaster, Chongqing was more anxious than anyone else. Seeing her niece almost crying out of worry, Ningping ultimately softened her heart and stroked her head saying, All right, I'll wear it. But tell me, about the kidnapping. Let's hear who exactly dared to kidnap a princess. Chongqing hugged her aunt's arm and recounted everything that happened that day in detail. When she heard that despite being seriously injured, Chu Jingyue was still concerned about the princess's mansion, her heart moved slightly. The two chatted until deep into the night. Feeling extremely drowsy, Chongqing fell asleep directly in her aunt's room. However, this night, her sleep was also exceptionally restless. She drifted in and out of dreams, often waking up, feeling like she wasn't sleeping deeply enough. After waking up for who knows how many times, Chongqing opened her eyes with a melancholy look, only to be terrified by the sight before her. There seemed to be shadows flickering outside the window. Terrified, Chongqing covered her mouth tightly. As the wind blew, the shadow vanished instantly. Yet inexplicably, though there was no breeze inside the room, the curtain blocking the light kept fluttering again and again. She shivered all over in fright and tried to wake her aunt by shaking her. Startlingly, she found that her aunt had her eyes closed, struggling with apparent pain on her face. Even more frightened, Chongqing urgently shook her aunt. Aunt, wake up. Quickly wake up. But Ningping Long Princess appeared not to hear her, continuing to lie stiffly with her eyes tightly shut, her eyebrows locked in an expression of pain. Talisman. The peace talisman. Chongqing suddenly remembered that before bed, her aunt had placed the paper talisman given by Chu Jingyue in a pouch. Suppressing her fear, she used her hands and feet to crawl off the bed. Just as she was reaching for the pouch, she suddenly felt as if thousands of pounds weighed down on her shoulders. But this oppressive force disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Chongqing grabbed the pouch, fished out the peace talisman, and shoved it forcefully into her aunt's hands. In a moment, Ningping Long Princess's expression relaxed, and the fluttering curtains slowly settled, as if it had never been blown about before. Feeling as if nothing untoward had happened anymore, Chongqing collapsed on the floor and started sobbing. Ningping woke up to her crying, furrowed her brow, sat up, and asked hastily, What's wrong? Aunt. Chongqing threw herself into her embrace, softly crying and recounting the events that just occurred. This commotion woke up the maids outside guarding the night. Soon after, the room lit up brightly, and the words spoken by the young princess left the Long Princess startled. Did any of you hear anything strange just now? Ningping asked solemnly, and the maids glanced at each other before shaking their heads. No, we didn't. Leave then. Ningping took her niece's hand, revealing the bruises on her arms that she incurred while hurriedly searching for the peace talisman earlier. Chongqing's injuries were severe, suggesting she must have collided heavily. The maids around the Long Princess had all come from the palace, having guarded her since their youth. Even a slight rustle would set them alert, let alone if the main mistress got injured in her own room. Yet strangely, none of them heard anything unusual just then. Chongqing, tomorrow, you should accompany me to visit Qi Wangfu. I will personally pay my respects to Princess Qi. Chu Jingyue always woke up early whenever she had no troubles. Now, she read the letter sent by Shu Qing. The handwriting was steady, implying that her wounds had recovered satisfactorily. I plan to go to the Shuiyan Medical Hall today. Shu Qing mentioned that the brother and sister from the Yun family are recovering well, so I'd like to check on them. Chu Jingyue glanced at Wen Rinshi, who had come over early for a free meal, seemingly asking for his opinion, but her tone was actually very decisive. Wen Rinshi snorted coldly. It sounds like you're just informing me. Or what? Chu Jingyue raised her gaze. Shouldn't he take it for granted? Was there any need for negotiation here? Wen Rinci realized that he was the one creating trouble for himself. Knowing full well that she was someone who didn't easily acknowledge others' presence, he insisted on saying such things anyway. He pressed his lips together and put down the bowl and chopsticks. I'm done eating. I'm going to the military camp. Shichuan, next time tell the small kitchen to prepare less food. It's such a waste. Chu Jingyue prepared to take the bun she had placed on the plate and hadn't touched yet, not showing any disdain at all. Wen Rinci immediately snatched it from her hands upon seeing this, saying, Isn't there something hot? Chu Jingyue thought he was acting up again in the morning, so she extended her hand. Come on, let me check your pulse. Wen Rinci also cooperated, extending his hand over. After a moment, he even asked, What did you find? Chu Jingyue looked up and raised an eyebrow. Turns out I found something indeed. You wait before leaving. She turned back into the bedroom and brought out a sachet, emanating a faint medicinal aroma. I originally planned to give it to Uncle Yun Boizhong to see if he could sell it at the medical hall, but now it'll go to you for free. What is it? Wen Rinci sniffed lightly, and the sachet gave off a strange medicinal scent, which wasn't overwhelming but invigorating instead. Chu Jingyue smiled. It can ward off evil spirits and toxins. Wearing it can prevent inhalation of drugs like incense used for seduction or hypnotism. I figured someone might try to harm you secretly soon. With your skills and Pei Feng's, an attack probably won't be an issue. So she was concerned that if the opponent uses poison, although the sachet doesn't have strong detoxifying effects, it can protect against common hallucinogens. Did you embroider this sachet yourself? Wen Rinci fingered the soft sachet, embroidered with uncommon patterns. Chu Jingyue extended her hand without hesitation. 500 taels of silver. Sounds fair, right? A personal embroidery by the princess consort, worth no less than 1,000 taels. We wouldn't want to tarnish the face of Qi Wang's mansion. Wen Rinci held the sachet as he walked out, ordering Pei Feng to remind the treasury to allocate some money to Chu Jingyue. Pei Feng noticed how his master's smile reached his eyes, dangling the sachet prominently on his waist, occasionally stroking it in a proud manner, making him feel somewhat helpless. This wasn't actually a gift from the princess consort anyway, worth 1,000 taels of silver. Was he really so thrilled? Wang, yeah, if princess consort earns enough money, do you think the first thing she will do would be to buy a house in the capital? Wen Rinci paused. Pei Feng made sense. But if he didn't provide Chu Jingyue with money, wouldn't that make him appear stingy? Wen Rinci suddenly got an idea. Pei Feng, I have something to assign to you personally. You will handle it yourself. Chapter 66. Awa Mu invites Yin energy. Wen Rinci was not in the prince's mansion, and the old grand consort was pondering ways to further temper Chu Jingyue's disposition. Today, Chu Jingyue originally intended to find a quiet place to make more sachets to take to the medical hall. The old grand consort's nanny had just informed her to come and greet them, but she immediately declared herself morally lacking and placed herself under house arrest for a day. In this way, even if it were to be reported, it should not tarnish Wen Rinци's reputation. She didn't leave the courtyard. The Qijia courtyard was connected to the main hall, with guards outside. The nannies could only see Shichuan, who relayed messages, and no one else. Unable to do anything else, the nannies had to return and report to the old grand consort. The old grand consort angrily arrived, only to be halfway when the gate attendant informed her that Princess Ningping had visited and specifically requested to see Chu Jingyue. Princess Ningping was the youngest daughter most beloved by the late emperor and empress, and also shared the same mother as the current emperor. The old grand consort did not dare to underestimate her, and could only have someone summon Chu Jingyue to the front hall. Report to the grand consort. Shichuan, maid of the princess, said if Princess Ningping wants to see her, please go to the Qijia courtyard personally. She is currently under house arrest and finds it inconvenient to leave. Upon hearing this, the old grand consort felt extremely embarrassed. Lu Xiu, who came along to receive guests in the front hall, gently stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the princess, saying softly, Please forgive Princess Ningping. Sister Jingyue has always been rather unruly. You witnessed yesterday the temperament of Chu Jingyue. She doesn't follow etiquette because she bears an imperial mandate, and there's nothing the whole princely household can do about it. The old grand consort hoped the princess would get angry, preferably storming back to the palace to report to His Majesty, requesting the removal of Chu Jingyue's exemption from formalities. However, Princess Ningping, who had looked down on Chu Jingyue just the previous day, merely frowned slightly and stood up, calling Princess Chongqing, saying, Then let's go pay a visit. The old grand consort hadn't expected that after just one day, the princess had become so agreeable, so she harbored suspicions and wanted to follow and see what exactly was happening. Princess Ningping coldly stared at everyone. I have urgent matters to discuss with the princess. No irrelevant people need follow me. This was quite disrespectful to the old grand consort, but Princess Ningping cared little for such niceties. The immediate priority was to understand exactly what had happened last night. After they left, the old grand consort's expression collapsed. Sister Jingyue truly is amazing. It seems even Princess Ningping now indulges her. Lu Xiu, feeling envious, couldn't understand why Chu Jingyue was favored by so many nobles. The old grand consort was even angrier, blaming all of Princess Ningping's disregard toward her on Chu Jingyue. Princess Ningping and Princess Chongqing reached the rear yard where Chu Jingyue sat amidst some girls nearly healed from injuries helping her sew sachets. They were all embroidered with motifs of hexagrams. Chu Jingyue didn't want to send them out to seamstresses. Thankfully, these girls were skilled embroiderers, and she even encouraged Shichuan to embroider in her free time. Afterward, they'd receive their wages regardless. Sister Moon, something really shocking happened last night. I almost died of fright. Without needing Chu Jingyue to ask why they had come, Princess Chongqing immediately blurted everything out. Afterward, she asked, do you think we encountered some malevolent force? Princess Ningping sat upright, seemingly entirely unconcerned, but in reality, her eyes were contemplating as she glanced towards Chu Jingyue, waiting for her answer. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and asked, what about the peace talisman I gave you yesterday? Princess Chongqing pulled at the delicate red string around her neck and brought out the talisman concealed beneath her clothing. Her eyes widened instantly. Though the talisman packet was initially folded neatly, it now showed marks of having been slashed. It appears we indeed encountered a malevolent presence. Chu Jingyue took the talisman, glancing over at Princess Ningping, and explained, for days, your body has been enveloped by Yin energy, which will grow stronger in the coming days. You will perish silently as if suddenly struck by an illness. Beautiful features marred by disbelief graced Princess Ningping's face as she hovered between belief and doubt concerning Chu Jingyue's words. Princess Chongqing tugged at her arm, imploringly, Sister Moon, please help my aunt. I have plenty of silver coins. All depends on the intentions of the princess, replied Chu Jingyue as she looked at Princess Ningping. To deal with ghosts and exorcise evil spirits, it was crucial that those affected must willingly believe and cooperate to resolve the issue effectively. Remember, no ghost or evil spirit itself is terrible. It's the person controlling them who is the threat. At times, not only must the evil spirits be vanquished, but evildoers themselves must also be dealt with. Princess Ningping remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Could you, Your Grace, explain further exactly what encountering evil means? What you wish to know, Princess, isn't specifically what you encountered, but rather the nature of the malevolent presence affecting you? Chu Jingyue gave her a look, noting the implied confirmation in her eyes before continuing to mix medicines as she spoke. It's a maliciously cultivated ghostly entity. Maliciously cultivated. Princess Chongqing was taken aback. Who is so brazen to nurture wickedness to harm my aunt? Chu Jingyue calmly responded, didn't I say? This misfortune of the princess originates from peaches, yet its root lies in descendants. The Grand Princess's expression was solemn and serious, but Chongqing had changed her countenance, whispering a reminder. My aunt has no children until now. Go on. The Grand Princess scrutinized Chu Jingyue, waiting for her to continue. Chu Jingyue thus continued. 3 months ago, should you have started eating food containing locust flowers regularly every day? Yes, but aren't locust flowers supposed to be nourishing? The Grand Princess clenched her hand, emotions in her heart complex. Since 3 months ago, her prince consort had planted a locust tree in their courtyard, ordering someone to prepare for her locust flower pancakes or porridge daily. He said that locust flowers could rid one of all ailments, replenish, and strengthen the body, hoping she would live for hundreds of years. That's true. Why is the essence of a void star, indeed replenishing, but it nourishes Yin essence. For those with insufficient Yin energy, it is an excellent product. However, as the Grand Princess destiny belongs to Yin, being a woman, your yang energy isn't as robust as a man's. Coupled with the constant smell of locust flowers and prolonged supplementation of Yin essence, your yang energy grows weaker and weaker. Moreover, locust wood attracts Yin spirits. If planted at the southwest corner of the house, it serves as a great retreat for wandering souls. Should someone provide offerings for these ghosts, absorbing incense and money, their ghostly power can then serve the one who worships them. After finishing, Chu Jingyue glanced at the Grand Princess. As for what the ghosts were doing, she didn't elaborate further. The Grand Princess tightly gripped her hands, still maintaining a skeptical face. Do you have any evidence for what you've said? The talisman of safety from Princess Chongqing certainly wasn't ruined by me sneaking in and breaking into her room during the night. Chu Jingyue wrapped up the prepared medicine packet, standing up. Grand Princess, please think again. If you believe, silver will bring disaster away. If you don't, just consider this as listening to a story. Please go back to your mansion. The Grand Princess sank into deep thought. Half a month before her prince consort planted the locust tree, he had tentatively expressed a desire to find a concubine or mistress for companionship. Though she refused his proposal, he dismissed it as a joke. The matter was set aside since then. But lately, her prince consort increasingly avoided sharing a bedchamber with her. Suspicion grew whether he might be seeing someone outside their household. Now what Chu Jingyue spoke, she found it absurd and unimaginable, yet also not entirely unbelievable. Laboring yourself with visiting me is most kind-hearted, Your Highness. I shall prepare adequate etiquette, awaiting your Grace's arrival. Chu Jingyue curved her lips, fiddling with 2 copper coins. She remarked, today, the reason the Grand Princess sought me out has already stirred up changes within your destiny. Great events may transpire tonight. Ningping maintained an unfazed gaze, finding no surprise in the remark. If there truly was an evildoer lurking around the mansion, today's visit to the Qi mansion undoubtedly alerted the snake in the grass. This wooden hairpin I request, Grand Princess, you keep it well, it can protect your life. Chu Jingyue removed the glossy black with golden-plated hairpin adorning her head, her long flowing hair cascading down like a waterfall, adding no warmth to her chilly demeanor. Whatever happens tonight, the Grand Princess must always keep this pin in your hair. All else depends on trusting me. Chapter 67. The Ghost Immortal Appears. The elder princess and Chongqing returned to their residence, while Chu Jingyue went to the medical hall with several sachets she had made. Yun Boizhong bought 2 himself, and the rest were hung at the medical hall for sale, on consignment. Since Chu Jingyue destroyed that painting and taught the medicine boy how to use needles, Yun Boizhong's leg has already regained the ability to stand. Being diligent and strong-willed, despite numerous attempts at standing that were not satisfactory, he still gritted his teeth through it. Now, though his movements are slow, he is able to walk on his own. His standing up became a living advertisement for the medical hall, and since Chu Jingyue had spoken well of the medical hall, the business there has improved again. Chu Jingyue examined him and said, "In no time, you will be fully recovered. I'll go check on Yun Shuqing." Yun Boizhong followed her to the backyard, where Yun Shuqing, upon seeing visitors, was no longer filled with the initial shock and panic, but instead gazed curiously. "Miss Chu." Shuqing greeted her happily upon her arrival. Seeing that her complexion had significantly improved, Chu Jingyue gently held her hand to examine external wounds. "You're being well cared for. The people from the medical hall have been good to me." Shuqing smiled and continued. "Miss Yun's condition has also improved greatly. Only she seems unable to recall what happened before." "Is that so?" Chu Jingyue approached Yun Shuqing, carefully taking her pulse. "How about her injuries?" Shuqing softly replied, "She's fine now." Chu Jingyue nodded, and then wrote a prescription inside the main hall of the medical hall, cautioning, "If your sister doesn't remember something, don't force her to recall it." Yun Boizhong agreed, looking toward his sister speaking with Shuqing in the backyard, then hesitantly spoke to Chu Jingyue. "There's another matter I want to discuss with you, but I might seem a little impolite. You probably want Shuqing to stay, then ask for her opinion. Shuqing is not from the prince's mansion. Whether or not to stay should be her choice." Before Yun Boizhong even said anything, Chu Jingyue had guessed what it was about. He chuckled lightly and said, "I also plan to let Mr. Chun and his nephew stay at the medical hall. That kid Zhao Weiming truly has perseverance, can endure hardship, and is smart." During these days recuperating in the medical hall, he self-studied a lot of pharmacological knowledge. The medical hall is almost becoming a charity house. Chu Jingyue developed some admiration for Yun Boizhong. Despite the medical hall's business just recovering, he still thought of helping others. Sitting down and rubbing his legs, Yun Boizhong said warmly, "Since we have the capability, we naturally should help as many people as possible, and benevolence comes first for doctors." Sitting down and rubbing his legs, Yun Boizhong said warmly, "Since we have the capability, we naturally should help as many people as possible, and benevolence comes first for doctors. I'll leave you 2 talismans for warding off evil spirits. Stick them wherever you want." Chu Jingyue confidently brushed ink over paper, much to Yun Boizhong's delight. Zhao Weiming's wound was difficult to treat initially, but after he passed through the dangerous period, the remaining dressing changes can be handled by the medical hall staff, so Chu Jingyue didn't specially examine him anymore. After dealing with these matters, she instructed Eugene to purchase some items and headed straight to the elder princess's residence. However, instead of going through the main gate, she quietly climbed over the wall. "How did you get in?" Chongqing was amazed. The elder princess had strict security inside and outside, yet she managed to enter like this? Seating herself nonchalantly, Chu Jingyue replied, "It's not hard. I've left a message with the gatekeeper. You could have come through the main gate too." Princess Ningping wasn't blaming her for lacking etiquette, but was worried that Chu Jingyue might have overthought things. Smiling faintly, Chu Jingyue said, "I have my reasons for not using the front gate. Don't you, Princess Ningping, wonder why someone would harm you?" Ningping's eyes darkened somewhat. After a long pause, she asked, "What should we do?" Weakness from illness creates opportunity. Princess Ningping's husband-to-be was an advanced scholar from the earlier years, known for his refined and affable demeanor. Back then, he fell deeply in love with the princess at first sight and did countless romantic things for her. The previous emperor initially disapproved, but the princess liked the groom very much, so they let her have her way. The former emperor bestowed a grand estate on the princess, complete with endless dowry. The princess was equally generous with her husband, bringing his widowed mother into the mansion for care and treating her with respect and affection. Her mother-in-law loved her dearly, at least that's what Ningping thought. However, when Chu Jingyue had her pretend to be bedridden due to illness, her husband brought people to surround her quarters, and her mother-in-law cruelly pressured her to write a last testament. Only then did Ningping realize that the supposed happiness she once believed in was merely an illusion. "What exactly do you want to do?" Acting frail from illness, Ningping coughed a few times after every sentence. The old woman in front of her laughed smugly. "Princess, stop pretending. Today you visited Prince Qi's mansion. Didn't that extraordinary wife of Prince Qi tell you nothing? Could it really be that you want to harm me?" Ningping tried to sit up anxiously and spoke. "Regarding ghostly yin energy, I didn't originally believe what she said. Does believing or not matter? My beloved daughter is already 4 months pregnant, and I must secure her maternal rights. Princess, don't blame me for being heartless. If anyone should be blamed, it's you for being overly jealous." The prince consort spoke with a gloomy tone, shaking the will he had written. The handwriting on it was exactly the same as Ningping's. "Princess, take a look. Doesn't my painstakingly copied handwriting resemble yours?" Ningping looked at the content of the will. It was written in her voice, requesting that her elder brother treat the prince consort kindly, along with his pregnant concubine, and leaving all her property to them. "You're daydreaming. My elder brother would never believe this will." Ningping became more agitated, suddenly coughing up a few drops of blood. The prince consort simply grabbed her hand, smearing the blood, and was about to press a fingerprint onto the will. At the same time, he said cruelly, "That's not something the princess should be worried about anymore. Years ago, I gave up my career for marrying you. We've been husband and wife once. so let the will be your compensation to me. The mother of the prince consort also approached, eyes filled with greed, reaching out to tear off Ningping's gold, silver, and jade pendants from her body. She didn't touch the blackwood inlaid with gold hairpin, which appeared worthless. It was you who asked for my hand in marriage. Ningping dodged the old woman's pulling while yelling discontentedly. The prince consort sneered coldly. I married you for wealth and honor. If only you hadn't insisted on having me devoted solely to you, I might have respected you like a guest. However, your jealousy was unforgivable. If you had agreed to let me take another wife earlier, would we be here today? If you harm me this way, my elder brother will surely not let you go easily. Do you think neither the Astronomical Bureau nor Wei Chong can see through your tricks? Upon hearing this, the prince consort grinned even wider. Precisely because I want them to find out. Otherwise, how could I possibly clear my suspicion? The death of the imperial princess due to an evil spirit has nothing to do with me, does it? After saying this, he carefully placed the will into his pocket, then took out a spiritual tablet and worshipped it on the table. Mother and son lit incense and bowed down to pray, chanting together. Ghost immortal, grant our wishes as you appear. It was already dark outside, and sudden gusts of eerie wind started blowing, causing the windows and doors to clang loudly. Items in the room flew chaotically, but the 3 incense sticks continued to burn steadily. A powerful wind rushed towards the bed, but suddenly stopped. Princess Ningping tightly grasped the blackwood hairpin in her hand. Chu Jingyue had temporarily granted her the ability to see the world, allowing her to see the shadowy human-shaped black mist stretching its hands as if trying to strangle her. Ghost immortal? How dare a wandering, evil ghost call itself immortal? Chapter 68, The Lavish Grand Princess. Chu Jingyue stood at the doorway holding the Wei Ji sword. Seeing her, the evil ghost turned to leave through the window, but was sent flying back by a bolt of golden light. Rip off the talisman paper. The ghost growled this command, which could be heard by the grand princess who had opened her yin-yang eyes, and also by the son and mother of the prince's consort, who were burning incense in reverence. Chu Jingyue, skilled in Taoism and well-versed in yin and yang, could hear it even more clearly. In a rush, the prince's consort went to rip off the talisman paper. Immediately, the grand princess shouted, "Guards! Arrest the prince's consort!" The guards outside the courtyard followed orders from the prince's consort, encircling the yard, yet they did not solely act on his bidding. The palace guards naturally followed the orders of the grand princess above all else. The guards rushed inside, unaware of the events unfolding, still managing to pin down the prince's consort and his mother. Chu Jingyue raised one hand, forming a secret gesture while flinging the Wei Ji sword that landed with an echoing sound as she chanted the ghost-expelling spell. Seeing this, the ghost tried to counterattack, frantically absorbing the residual essence of the unburnt incense placed before the spirit tablet, enhancing its power greatly. 8 directions, mighty spirits, let me act freely. Sever demons and bind evil ones, slay thousands of ghosts. This was the ghost-slaying spell. Amidst the golden glow laced with Chu Jingyue's unique moon-colored spiritual force, the long-burning incense snapped, and the spirit tablet shattered. The ghost emitted an anguished wail before finally dispersing into a wisp of smoke vanishing between heaven and earth. The grand princess watched, her spirit unsettled. After a while, she asked hesitantly, "Is it over?" I've already dispatched someone to deal with the locust tree in the courtyard. As for the method to nourish yin and replenish yang, I've left instructions at the Water Cloud Medical Hall today. Grand Princess, you may send someone to directly collect the medicine. If you're not confident about their herbs, I can also leave the formula. Chu Jingyue put away the Wei Ji sword and reclaimed her blackwood hairpin. The Grand Princess was somewhat reluctant, but still returned the hairpin. She then added, I wonder if Queen Consort Chi has another such exorcism hairpin. None remain, though it can be crafted. It just takes time, and we need the Grand Princess to help locate certain materials. Ningping regained her breath, steadied her mind, and stood up once again radiating elegance and opulence. If you write everything needed down, I'll dispatch people to search for them. Chu Jingyue nodded, glancing outside where the prince's consort continued shouting. She said, Grand Princess, you should deal with domestic affairs first. Ningping agreed, anger mingling with her dignified appearance. She adjusted her outer robe, walking out. From a height, she looked down contemptuously at this mother and son pair, commanding, break his hands and legs, then drag him into the stable. Princess, spare my life, please. Please. I was bewitched by a ghost. That evil ghost deceived me. The prince's consort continuously bowed in repentance. Ningping had a fiery and haughty temperament. If she were provoked, she would not show mercy. Coldly laughing, Princess Ningping said, spare your life? Privately keeping a concubine and plotting to harm the royal family. When I report to the emperor tomorrow, your entire household will face execution. Upon hearing this, the prince's consort froze, subsequently bowing harder and pleading. Princess, punish me however you wish, but I implore you to save the life of the child in my beloved's womb. Huh? The grand princess laughed coldly. Thinking of your unborn child right before your death? With bloodshot eyes, the prince's consort knelt on the ground, lowly saying, Princess, after years of marriage, I've never forgotten our marital ties. However, I am a man past 30. What man at my age doesn't have children surrounding him? I just wanted a child. Through sobbing, he continued. At first, I thought if Princess agreed to take in my beloved, her officially birthing the child in her belly would complete everything. You as the legal mother, it would seem flawless. But Princess didn't agree, leading to my confusion and mistake. He cried genuinely and pitifully, touching Ningping slightly. After marrying for so many years and having no offspring, could this truly be the consequence of her disbelief in gods and Buddha? She even regretted it now. If she had prayed and sought children earlier, perhaps they wouldn't face this confrontation today. If this was your only thought, why go to such lengths, trying to take full control of Grand Princess's wealth? Chu Jingyue came out from the room, looking disdainfully at the kneeling prince's consort. Her words reminded the Grand Princess of the cruel determination in the prince's consort's expression when he forced her to write his will. The Grand Princess's expression grew cold. Narrowing her eyes with disdain, she said, "Why haven't you acted yet?" The guards quickly dragged the prince's consort away. Not long after, screams of pain were heard alongside curses and abuses directed at Chu Jingyue. "Filth! Chu Jingyue, you vile woman. You've ruined my plans, and you'll end up without a proper burial place." Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess immediately ordered, "Cut out his tongue." "No need. I don't care." Chu Jingyue faintly glanced at the direction where the prince's consort was being dragged off. "Grand Princess, you shouldn't linger over his previous words. Years of marriage have passed, but you were destined not to bear children together." The Grand Princess was surprised. "Do you mean I can conceive?" The Grand Princess is healthy. The lack of children is due to the grace of heaven." Chu Jingyue's words instantly enlightened her, relieving her of the thorn in her heart, which made her believe that this outcome with the prince's consort was due to her own faults. "Someone, bring over the chest I prepared." Chu Jingyue blinked. "Lift?" Not long after, she understood why the Grand Princess said that. The servants brought out 2 wooden chests, one filled with gold, silver, jade, and gemstones, the other containing valuable calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. A small token of appreciation for Lady Qi's assistance today. Chu Jingyue did not decline the box of gold and silver, but she returned the jade and the chest of calligraphy and antiques, saying, "These can be stored in a money house. The rest would be inconvenient to carry, and selling them would be a pity. I will prepare more silver then." The Grand Princess thought Chu Jingyue didn't accept enough and wanted to give more. Though Chu Jingyue cherished wealth, she wasn't greedy. She suggested, "If the Grand Princess truly wishes to thank me, you might help me find a quiet and comfortable courtyard in the capital." "You want to acquire a yard? That wouldn't be difficult." The Grand Princess was rather surprised. Under the name of Prince Qi's mansion, there were no shortage of estates and shops, so why did Chu Jingyue need to buy herself one? Chu Jingyue nodded but didn't explain the reason. The Grand Princess wasn't overly curious either, so after accepting this task, she didn't inquire further. "Miss, the locust tree has been pulled out. How shall we proceed?" Chu Jingyue looked at the Grand Princess and said, "Burn it. Now that night has fallen deep. If you go home now, probably the elder dowager consort and grand lady will still cause you trouble. Why not stay overnight at the Grand Princess residence? Tomorrow I'll send someone to escort you back." Chu Jingyue shook her head, politely refusing, slightly smiling. "Thank you for your kindness, Grand Princess, but someone has already come to pick me up." Ningping arched her eyebrows and didn't insist on keeping her. Chu Jingyue once again jumped over the wall holding her sword, walked to an obscure alley, and said towards the shadows, "It's settled." Yin Ranci emerged from the dark looking coldly with an unnatural expression, muttering, "I just happened to pass by." "Is that so?" Chu Jingyue gave him a mocking look while scrutinizing him before turning around leisurely saying, "How did I calculate that someone had been standing here for half an hour?" Wen Ranci quickly chased her, but stumbled as his leg had gone numb from standing too long, causing him to inhale sharply. Even so, he still stubbornly said, "What if you miscalculated?" Chu Jingyue glanced down at his stiffened legs, smiling. "Then let's assume I made a mistake." Wen Ranci massaged his leg as he followed along, and Chu Jingyue unconsciously slowed her steps to wait for him. The moonlight scattered and reflected off both their figures. Chu Jingyue caught sight of him through her peripheral vision. Besides occasional distrust, Wen Ranci seemed to have some merits too. At least in terms of patience, Chu Jingyue conceded without reservation. Outsiders praise Prince Qi as being stern, ruthless, and the reincarnation of Yama. But to me, he's nothing more than a timid rat hiding behind women. Chapter 69. Are you worried about me? Many figures appeared on the eaves of the roadside houses. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows slightly. This time, they weren't puppets. She was a Taoist cultivator. If talking about spells and seals, even in the cultivation land, she would claim second and no one would dare to be first. But when it came to physical combat, this was her weakness. It seemed that her weakness had been discovered by the other party during their last battle. "Let's see how you run this time." The person hiding in the dark emitted a self-satisfied laugh. But before the laughter ended, Ranci spoke coldly. "Indeed, this time I want to see how you run." Ranci's black gold short-handled broadsword flew out from the sky. He leaped by using the wall for support, took hold of the broadsword, and smoothly entered the opponent's formation. The blade glinted with cold light, moving effortlessly within the enemy's encirclement. Chu Jingyue stood still at her original spot. Suddenly, palm wind swept from behind. When the attacker confidently thought this palm would definitely hit, Chu Jingyue instantly summoned 2 figures behind her to block the strike. Pei Feng and the Shadow Guard were each guarding Chu Jingyue on one side, while one of them engaged in a fight with the attacker. Chu Jingyue remained as if an outsider throughout, completely ignoring any danger around herself. The person hiding in the dark felt something wasn't quite right. Could she have other abilities? He carefully examined Chu Jingyue and noticed her lips curve into a smile, immediately realizing things wouldn't go well. "This time, you've nowhere to run." Chu Jingyue performed finger gestures, and the talisman in her hand faintly turned black. The Bugmaster wanted to flee but found himself immobilized as if held down by something, unable to move. Chu Jingyue slowly walked to his hiding place. The Bugmaster wore a mask, his body entirely wrapped in a cloak. The Shadow Guard moved to remove his mask, but the Bugmaster didn't seem flustered. There was even an unnoticeable hint of triumph in his eyes. Don't touch. Chu Jingyue reacted quickly and pulled the Shadow Guard away. However, at the same time, the mask fell off too. On the Bugmaster's face, it seemed like a piece of skin had been ripped off, under which insects flew out, exploding in front of Chu Jingyue, splashing several drops of foul-smelling pus liquid. Chu Jingyue showed great disdain. Seeing this, the Bugmaster laughed hysterically. Infected by the tick poison, you'll wait for your body to rot until death, ha! Your laughing is so noisy. Chu Jingyue rubbed her ears, her expression showing even more disdain. The nearby Shadow Guard became extremely panicked, speaking with a trembling voice. Majesty, Princess Consort, he said the poison. Chu Jingyue glanced at him. Fortunately, when she pulled him, the mask had fallen to the ground and hadn't been held in his hands continuously. Hence, he was fine. You don't need to worry. That poison relies on insect venom to take effect. You haven't been contaminated, so it's not a problem. The Shadow Guard shook his head continuously, rather urgently saying, I'd rather have myself contaminated. Let me force him to reveal the method of counteracting the poison. Seeing this, the Bugmaster chuckled smugly. In order to save a subordinate, risking your life. How laughable. Chu Jingyue gave him a calm look, then took out her handkerchief to wipe the poison off her face, while expressing disdain. When Renzi quickly dealt with the others, hearing the commotion and rushing over immediately. What happened? The Shadow Guard knelt down with a thud, bowing his head. Your subordinate is incapable, allowing Princess Consort to be poisoned. One Renzi's face darkened, his gaze abnormally cruel as he placed the broadsword against the neck of the Bugmaster. Speak. Tell us the way to neutralize the poison. Prince Chi, if you dare, kill me. But if I die, no one in the world will be able to neutralize the poison inside her body. The Bugmaster laughed arrogantly, when Renzi tightened his grip on the handle of the sword, and coldly said, I, the prince, won't kill you. There are many ways to torture people in this world. I just want to see how long you can keep up this defiance. Then let's see whose tactics prevail. Chi Prince's or Chi Princess's fate. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Chu Jingyue directly stuffed the handkerchief she had used to clean her face into the mouth of the Bugmaster, expressing both contempt and disgust. You actually think that stinky water can implant a curse inside me? Forget you having this ability. Even the person behind you couldn't do it. Chu Jingyue's expression was proud and scornful. As soon as she finished speaking, the Bugmaster's complexion changed instantly, losing all trace of his previous smirk. How was this possible? How could she know his identity? And how could she remain unaffected by the curse? Find some iron chains to bind him, nail his hands, but don't draw blood. Every word spoken by Chu Jingyue made the Bugmaster increasingly uneasy. One Renzi immediately ordered someone to carry it out, but was interrupted by another voice. Rather than dealing with him yourself, give him to me. Li Xiaoning stood with his hands behind his back. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and asked, how did you end up here? The Qingxiao Alley is just a wall away from here. With such loud fighting sounds, even the dead should have been awakened. After finishing, Li Xiaoning also threw a glance at Wen Renzi, somewhat amused as if enjoying the spectacle. Chu Jingyue calculated briefly with her fingers. Fine, take him away. Just remember not to touch his blood. Rest assured. Li Xiaoning called on 2 Shadow Guards for help, taking the Bugmaster away. Wen Renzi looked at her with concern, asking, really nothing wrong? Nothing's wrong. I just want to take a bath. Chu Jingyue showed extreme disdain. She had the golden light charm, so the pus of those foul insects posed no threat to her, but the smell was truly nauseating. Wen Renzi saw that she didn't seem genuinely troubled, and his heart eased slightly. He stopped in his tracks and asked, do you want to go back to the mansion quickly? Or what? Chu Jingyue truly felt as if she were about to faint from the stench. Wen Renzi gestured for her to wait with a wave of his hand. Don't move. Just as Chu Jingyue was about to ask what he was doing, she was suddenly swept into his arms. Wen Renzi carried her through the eaves, taking the shortest path back to the prince's residence. A journey that usually took over an hour was completed in just 15 minutes. However, even after arriving at the prince's mansion, Wen Renzi showed no signs of putting her down. He strode purposefully and ordered in a deep voice upon reaching their main courtyard. Prepare some water. Shichuan immediately went to ensure the water was prepared. Wen Renzi carried Chu Jingyue into the room, placed her on a soft couch, and held up a candle to examine her closely again and again. There appeared to be no sign of ulceration or poisoning. Stay away from me. Chu Jingyue kicked out, disgruntled that he would carry her all this way only to now keep waving the candlelight in front of her face endlessly. Wen Renzi took a kick, looking at the shoe imprint on his clothing before placing the candlestick aside. He said, it's not often that one turns ungrateful so quickly. Mutual feelings there. How many times has His Highness turned merciless without hesitation? Chu Jingyue couldn't wait any longer, and washed her face first. Then she sat in front of the bronze mirror, gently running her fingers along the side of her face. As her fingertips moved, faint traces of dark green began to appear. She got up and washed her face again. Of course it's odorless now. Chu Jingyue looked at the previously clear water now murky and greenish, somewhat discontentedly muttered. If I had known earlier, I should have reminded Li Xiaoning to whip that guy a few times. Wen Renzi walked over, glancing at the water then at her face, firmly grabbing her wrist, and forcing Chu Jingyue to look directly at him as he demanded strongly. Are you really sure you're okay? It might have been scary looking, but I'm absolutely fine. Chu Jingyue glanced at his hand gripping hers, and then at the doubtful, worried gaze in Wen Rinxi's eyes. Somehow, an inexplicable patience rose within her to explain further. Parasitic poison takes time to form once inside the body. Besides, they didn't even fully enter my system. I actually trapped them under my skin deliberately. These tick curses are tough, only dying completely when submerged in water. Essentially, Chu Jingyue used herself as a medium, eradicating these tick curses all at once. Wen Rinxi relaxed almost imperceptibly. Chu Jingyue precisely perceived his emotions and teased with a raised lip. Your Highness, are you worrying about me? Chapter 70, Study and Ginseng Soup. Chu Jingyue originally thought Wen Rinxi would deny it, but to her surprise, he slightly pressed his lips, turned his head and faintly responded, Perhaps realizing that this response was too cold, Wen Rinxi added, don't take such risks in the future. I could have found him just now as well. Chu Jingyue knew he wasn't bluffing. Before making a move, Wen Rinxi had indeed glanced at the position where the poison master was hiding. At that time, she herself hadn't even found the opponent, assuming Wen Rinxi was only concerned about possible ambushes. Only after Chu Jingyue confirmed the poison master's position did she realize he had already noticed him and intended to deal with the troublesome little henchman first. I am fully aware of my capabilities. Ordinary means cannot harm me. After saying this, Chu Jingyue went to the side room for a bath. With her skills, if she were easily outsmarted by the poison master, then all her years spent seeking immortality would have been wasted. Wen Rinxi gently shook his head and sat inside, casually picking up a book, but unable to concentrate on reading it. All that came to mind were Chu Jingyue's smiles and frowns, joys and angers. Wen Rinxi felt he was the one who had been bewitched. Blue Phoenix, Fu Yu, from now on you two are only responsible for the safety of Her Highness. Follow her lead, and remember not to act rashly. Two shadow guards appeared under the window, kneeling down with a single knee and bowing their fists together in response. Understood. After Lan Feng responded, he vanished into the courtyard. Fu Yu, today's shadow guard who revealed his mask, hesitated, unwilling to leave as if there was something he wanted to say. Wen Rinxi glanced at him lightly and, rolling the book, asked, Speak your mind. My apologies for asking, but may I inquire how Her Highness fares? For an underling to care about his master's wife was certainly presumptuous. Wen Rinxi weighed the book in his hand and replied, She is fine. Since you feel regretful, in the future, you must protect Her Highness even more diligently. I understand. Fu Yu's voice lightened considerably. After responding decisively this time, he disappeared. Wen Rinxi sighed lightly. Since the book was unreadable anyway, he might as well get up and head to the study. Chu Jingyue soaked in warm water for a while, holding a handheld bronze mirror to examine her clavicle area. Sure enough, she could see two faint scars. Her physical techniques were always subpar due to neglect since childhood, leading to a frail body. Fortunately, she was aware of her weakness and had perfected the golden light protective spell. Still, her essence couldn't sustain her frequent use of magic, and it seemed she needed to quickly find a way to reclaim the destiny treasure she sensed in Huanxiang Tower. After soaking for 20 minutes, Chu Jingyue stepped out, simply wrapped in a loose outer robe. Where is His Highness? Shichuan replied. He seems to have gone to the study. You don't need to stay awake tonight. Get some rest early. Chu Jingyue directly headed to the study, intending to leverage the power of the princely house for the matter of Huanxiang Tower. Wen Rinxi sat alone in the study, not reading but embroidering clothes instead. Miss Lu, it's late. Please return. A voice outside belonged to Pei Feng. Lu Xiu softly said, The grandmother instructed me to deliver ginseng soup to His Highness. Once the grandmother was mentioned, Pei Feng couldn't refuse further, but Wen Rinxi remained silent, furrowing his brow. I haven't been able to bear supplements lately. You keep the ginseng soup. Not discouraged, Lu Xiu argued. This was personally prepared by the grandmother. Out of maternal love, I cannot possibly drink it. Although Wen Rinxi grew somewhat impatient, he couldn't reject his mother's goodwill either. So, he allowed Pei Feng to bring in the ginseng soup, but Lu Xiu ignored this entirely. As Lu Xiu entered carrying the food box, she immediately saw His Highness hurriedly concealing something. Stretching her neck discreetly, Lu Xiu watched as Wen Rinxi concealed it even more securely and said, Set it down. I will drink it later. Since this comes from the grandmother's heart, His Highness should drink it while it's hot, so the medicine properties won't be lost when cooled. Lu Xiu then took out 2 bowls of ginseng soup from the food box. Wen Rinxi helplessly picked up 1 bowl and boldly drank it in one go. When Lu Xiu saw he couldn't see her, she quickly dropped the incense she held into the small incense burner on the desk in the study. His Highness drank too hastily. It isn't good for the body. Lu Xiu gently persuaded and handed over another bowl. Wen Rinxi shook his head. I still have official matters to attend to. You should go back first. But upon hearing this, Lu Xiu knelt down in tears. Your Highness, have I done anything recently to displease you? No. Wen Rinxi frowned, not understanding what she was getting at. Lu Xiu complained in a state of being wronged. Earlier, during the feast in the princely residence, it wasn't intentional on my part to step forward. It was merely because I didn't want the senior empress and grandmother to overwork themselves. If this made Her Highness uncomfortable, then I won't do it again from now on. The banquet was never much concern for Her Highness, though in the future, you indeed don't need to do such things anymore. Wen Rinxi pulled out a stack of scrolls, placing them on the table. These are families I've carefully chosen for you. They all have remarkable looks and talents. Startled, Lu Xiu raised her head, but didn't react much beyond standing up and walking to the table. She picked up a scroll and studied it carefully. She had intended to delay things, and this outcome was exactly what she wanted. Lu Xiyu flipped through many pages and discovered that almost all the people depicted in the scrolls were common literati offspring, quite a few from humble origins. Even though she wasn't going to marry any of them, it couldn't help but raise doubts in her mind. Could it be that in Wenren-Si's eyes, she was only worthy of those impoverished scholars? Lu Xiyu slowly finished looking through the scrolls and found Wenren-Si still maintaining his usual expression, which struck her as very strange. By rights, the medicine should have taken effect by now. Do you fancy any? Wenren-Si asked indifferently. Lu Xiyu didn't have time to think much further. She set down the scrolls and smiled, yet with confusion, asking, "Why are they all scholars? Don't you like them?" Wenren-Si frowned deeply, pondering over it. In his view, scholars were the most suitable matches. With an average family background, after Lu Xiyu married into one of these families, with the backing of Prince Chi's mansion, he was certain they wouldn't dare to mistreat her. As for daily expenses, he had already planned to add more estates and shops to Lu Xiyu's dowry. Lu Xiyu lowered her head and said shyly, "Actually, I prefer military generals who have an air of grandeur." Wenren-Si pursed his lips. Nowadays, with the turmoil at the border passes, military generals will inevitably be called upon to fight wars. In that case, I shall remain unmarried then and serve the elder lady for life within the prince's residence. Wenren-Si's eyes darkened, but he said nothing. He just massaged his temple and said, "Since there is no one you fancy, go back first. We'll discuss this matter later." Lu Xiyu saw that the medicine hadn't taken effect yet, and Wenren-Si was already letting her leave. Suddenly feeling anxious, she wanted to find another excuse to stall when Pei Feng's voice came. "Your Highness, the princess consort has been waiting for some time." Biting her teeth, Lu Xiyu realized that nothing would be accomplished today. Knowing better than to linger and risk disfavor, she voluntarily curtsied, saying, "Then Xiyu will take my leave." Chu Jingyue remained seated on the corridor outside the study. Seeing Lu Xiyu come out, her expression did not betray any extra emotion. "Miss Jingyue, please don't misunderstand. I and His Highness were merely conversing. We didn't do anything improper." Lu Xiyu stepped forward softly speaking. Chu Jingyue slightly frowned and tilted her head. What a pungent fragrance. Lu Xiyu felt a jolt in her heart. Her medicine was effective, so how could Chu Jingyue possibly benefit from it? No, she might as well turn her plan around. "The night is cool. Miss Jingyue, dressed so thinly, you'd better go into the study to warm up quickly, lest you catch a cold," Lu Xiyu gently said, her demeanor oozing consideration. Chu Jingyue rose and entered the study. Lu Xiyu, stepping out of the courtyard, looked at the intertwining shadows within the study and lightly curled her lips. Chapter 71, Replenishing Qi. As soon as Chu Jingyue entered the room, she smelled a choking fragrance and frowned unhappily. Wenren-Si was staring at her, standing up and draping his robe over her shoulders. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" This fragrance. Chu Jingyue turned her head and coughed twice. It was truly suffocating. Wenren-Si pushed open the window. Turning back, he saw her face looking somewhat strange. Suddenly, he remembered the abnormal look of Lu Xiyu earlier and immediately understood. "Come here." He pulled Chu Jingyue in front of him, replacing the suffocating fragrance with a medicinal aroma, which slightly restored her complexion. Wenren-Si smirked as he noticed her thin slippers. He picked her up and sat back in the chair, hugging her. "Didn't you keep any sachets for yourself?" Chu Jingyue suddenly realized that what was supposed to be Wenren-Si's misfortune had fallen on her instead. Thankfully, the scent from the sachets could dilute the perfume smell. Even though she didn't want to be so close to Wenren-Si, there were matters she needed to discuss with him, so she had to endure it. "What is this?" Chu Jingyue reached out and pulled out a hidden garment, one among many that Wenren-Si had given her, embroidered with crooked curse patterns. Wenren-Si quickly snatched it away and placed it aside, saying, "I did it out of boredom, nothing more. His Highness seems to have quite the leisure." Chu Jingyue chuckled softly, not realizing how red Wenren-Si's face had become behind her, before promptly switching to serious matters. "How's the investigation into Huanxiang Tower progressing?" Wenren-Si coughed lightly and straightened his demeanor, replying, "Huanxiang Tower is nominally run by an ordinary woman. However, after our spies' prolonged investigation, they seem to be involved in some other clandestine activities." Chu Jingyue calculated with her fingers while Wenren-Si continued. "The authorities previously conducted an inside-out inspection, but they didn't find any hidden chambers or tunnels where you and Chongqing were held." "The authorities? Could it be Lord Luo of Jingzhou sent people?" Wenren-Si said quietly. "It's inappropriate for the Dali Temple to intervene directly, and the princess being kidnapped can't be made public. So, under the pretense of discovering explosives, the official investigation fell to Lord Luo of Jingzhou. It seems I should visit the Dali Temple tomorrow to see Li Xiaoning." Chu Jingyue stared deeply, realizing there wasn't much more information she could get from the mansion. Thus, she decided to check if Li Xiaoning had any leads. "Let's go to Qingxiao Alley instead." Meeting Li Xiaoning at the Dali Temple would raise eyebrows. If people from the government found out that the princess consort of Prince Qi met the deputy chief of Dali Temple, it would surely attract unwarranted criticism. After Chu Jingyue finished speaking, she was about to stand up, but Wenren-Si didn't let her go, instead standing up with her still in his arms. "Your Highness also needs to rest." Chu Jingyue allowed him to carry her out of the study. Pai Feng instinctively looked back and quickly turned away. "Today, guard the study, don't enter and don't approach. The doors and windows will stay open." Wenren-Si instructed, and Pai Feng nodded rapidly. After leaving the study, Chu Jingyue wanted to walk herself since Wenren-Si had no valid reason to continue holding her, and thus, he released her. "You've grown a bit thin. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some nourishing food for you tomorrow. Like His Excellency who supplements until his chi becomes overly vigorous? Chu Jinghua pointed at his nose and joked. You might be seeing blood soon. Wen Rinci initially thought nothing of it, but upon hearing her words, he suddenly felt warmth in his nose. Soon, blood dripped down, prompting Pai Feng to rush forward with a handkerchief. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the courtyard, clearly numerous individuals coming. Wen Rinci pressed his nose, too late to instruct Pai Feng to stop them as Lady Lu arrived with grandmother. Seeing them all around the study, grandmother was confused about what they were doing. Her eyes flickered and landed on Chu Jinghua wearing Wen Rinci's coat over her thin clothing, exposed and unguarded in front of guards, leading her anger to flare. Wandering casually through the study like this, how is this proper? Chu Jinghua glanced down. Although she wore her underclothes, she hadn't revealed anything. Besides, it wasn't like she was strolling through the streets. How exactly was this improper? There were far too many proprieties in this prince's mansion. Mother has come at such a late hour for something urgent. Wen Rinci continued pressing his nose as he watched his handkerchief turn red. Catching Chu Jinghua's teasing expression, he couldn't help but feel humiliated. Grandmother finally noticed his situation, hastily approaching with questions. What happened? Chu Jinghua showed no sign of hiding her mocking smile, making the grandmother even angrier. Inducing His Highness to such behavior at midnight. And you're laughing? Hurry, summon the physician. It's just stopping the bleeding, why bother others? Chu Jinghua pulled out a silver needle and inserted it into Wen Rinci's Yingxiang acupoint. Only then did he feel the warm sensation in his nose dissipate. Wen Rinci looked at her helplessly. There was clearly a way to stop the bleeding, yet she let him remain in such an awkward state. Chu Jinghua was clearly waiting maliciously for a spectacle. Lady Wen glanced at Chu Jinghua, forced to admit that she was undeniably beautiful. Bright eyes and white teeth, as cold and clear as the moon. If she smiled more often, no celestial being could match her elegance. It wasn't her fault that their son had no talent and was now nosebleeding. It couldn't be because she was too beautiful. Madam Wen helplessly glanced at Wen Rinci and said, since your body isn't fully recovered yet, you should rest more. For the time being, avoid getting too close to Princess Consort Wang. Wen Rinci frowned as he realized his mother had misunderstood and quickly explained, Mother, it's not that my body isn't healed. In fact, it's the ginseng soup you've been making. It's overly nourishing. What ginseng soup? Madam Wen froze. Chu Jinghua had previously told him that Wen Rinci shouldn't drink ginseng soup lately, so she'd instructed the kitchen not to prepare any. How could it possibly have been her? Wen Rinci glanced toward Lu Xiyu, and Madam Wen immediately understood. Lu Xiyu had come to her earlier, saying that Chu Jinghua had gone to the study to poison the prince and was distracting him from his responsibilities. Madam Wen had rushed over, but seeing Wen Rinci bleeding uncontrollably had kept her from questioning further at the time. Now that he was attributing this to the ginseng soup she made, she clearly knew who the real culprit was. All right, both of you go back and rest. For once, Madam Wen didn't make things hard for Chu Jinghua and let them leave. Chu Jinghua didn't even look at Wen Rinci as she strutted away boldly, with Wen Rinci sighing in pursuit behind her. Wen Rinci, after all, had been raised by Madam Wen, and she knew his formerly aloof character better than anyone else. Now that he was always circling around Chu Jinghua, she'd initially thought it was some scheme. But judging by the situation now, it seemed clear her son had fallen for Chu Jinghua, while Chu Jinghua herself simply had no feelings for him. Madam Wen, it's all my fault. I originally wanted to supplement the prince's health, but instead ended up making a mess. Lu Xiyu hastily knelt down, admitting her mistake first. Seeing this, Madam Wen felt unable to punish her. Just as she was about to help Lu Xiyu get up, Pai Feng suddenly spoke up. Madam Wen, the prince specifically gave instructions to stay far from the study earlier, seeming to avoid some smell. Perhaps you and Miss Lu should step aside. Lu Xiyu immediately paled, and Madam Wen also realized the truth. What Lu Xiyu had said earlier about Chu Jinghua poisoning her son was likely half true, just not in the way she assumed. Xiyu, have you forgotten all that we've taught you in the mansion? Go reflect on your wrongdoing by facing the wall, and don't ever let this happen again. Chapter 72, Marry Again. Lu Xiyu was placed under house arrest, and Lady Lu cried for a whole day. If your father hadn't passed away so early, how would we have ended up living at someone else's mercy? The Grand Dowager herself is just a second wife who was never married before. She doesn't count as the true mistress of the mansion. What right does she have to mistreat you like this? Lady Lu wiped her tears, while Lu Xiyu bit her lip, feeling deeply wronged. With me under house arrest now, we can only ask the Dowager Empress for help. Right? The Dowager Empress has always disliked the Grand Dowager. If she finds out about this, she will surely punish her severely. Lady Lu quickly got up to leave, but Lu Xiyu stopped her. Mother, don't say anything else. Just tell her that the Grand Dowager is currently siding with Chu Jinghua and letting the princess consort indulge in frivolous matters without focusing on important affairs. Understood, I'll do as you say. Don't worry. Lady Lu wiped her tears all the way to Zishutang Hall to greet. The newly painted plaque gleamed fresh, with a Buddha imprint engraved on it. Previously, there was an incident involving the temple, and the Dowager Empress thought it was just bad luck and that she had encountered fraud. She also believed that Chu Jinghua was playing tricks by making her copy spells, abandoning it after 20 pages to seek blessings from another temple. This plaque was newly commissioned. As the Dowager Empress listened to Lady Lu's sobbing tale, she felt this was a good opportunity. Today, people from the Earl's household and my family are coming. You may relay my words. Tell them to let Suyu come closer and assist me. The Dowager Empress, fingering her prayer beads, schemed intently. Lady Lu was delighted and smiled. The Dowager Empress truly cares for Suyu. Suyu is such a well-behaved child. I like her very much. When she suffers wrongs, I will certainly help her get revenge. After watching Lady Lu leave, the Dowager Empress turned to the nanny beside her and asked, "Is the princess consort out today?" "Yes, she is." Though verbally unwilling to admit it, deep down the Dowager Empress feared Chu Jinghua somewhat. Common etiquette and regulations couldn't restrain her. If she forcibly sought reasons to make things difficult for her, the Dowager Empress was afraid Chu Jinghua might curse her. Well then, summon the Grand Dowager to Zishutang Hall. Today, the Dowager Empress not only invited the women from the Earl's family, but also invited the younger generations of her own maternal relatives as guests. Soon, Zishutang Hall became lively. The Grand Dowager glanced at Lu Suyu and slightly frowned, but didn't say anything due to the large crowd present. However, the Dowager Empress brought up the matter first. "I heard last night you punished Suyu? What exactly did she do wrong?" The Grand Dowager pursed her lips, looking around at all the outsiders present. She wasn't particularly inclined to disclose embarrassing details, so she silently avoided answering. "It's all because Suyu lacks understanding." Lu Suyu knelt down to confess, her demeanor perfectly humble and respectful. The Dowager Empress scowled. "Suyu, get up." She made a gesture of helping her rise, then continued, "If it weren't for your father rescuing my son back then, we wouldn't even know who would be the Grand Dowager in the estate now." Speechless, the Grand Dowager could only listen as the Dowager Empress persisted, "Kneel down." The Grand Dowager was shocked as she looked up. After all, she was the biological mother of Prince Qi. Even if she were to scold her, doing so publicly among so many people was inappropriate, let alone making her kneel. Wasn't this a direct slap to her face? "What? Now that you manage the Qi mansion, you no longer heed my words." The Dowager Empress struck deeply at the heart of the matter, leaving the Grand Dowager both hurt and furious. But she couldn't risk gaining the reputation of being disrespectful to her mother-in-law, so she gritted her teeth and knelt down. "You should remember well, Suyu's father sacrificed himself for the benefit of the Qi family. You may flaunt your pride and superiority in front of anyone you wish, but never be ungrateful." The Dowager Empress spoke sternly. The Grand Dowager, kneeling on the ground, felt the gazes of other noble ladies and their juniors upon her, her entire face flushing red with embarrassment as tears welled in her eyes. "Do you hear me?" Lowering her head and struggling not to cry, the Dowager Empress said, "I understand. You should go and apologize to Suyu. Then, this matter will be resolved." The Dowager Empress picked up her tea, showing no respect toward the Grand Dowager. The Grand Dowager clenched her fists tightly, asking her to apologize to Lu Suyu in front of everyone. Not only was she certain she hadn't done anything wrong last night, but even if she had, it was impossible to expect her to humiliate herself in front of so many people. What would happen to her dignity afterward if she did so? "Dowager Empress, Suyu doesn't hold a grudge." Lu Suyu gently intervened with soft words. The Dowager Empress sneered coldly. "Let everyone here know, the consequence of ingratitude within our Qi Wang residence will be dire." That statement is rather amusing. A cool, disdainful voice interrupted. Chu Jinghua slowly entered, followed by two maids trying to block her. However, Shichuan was resolute, and the maids dared not physically intervene, merely urging her from behind. "Who gave you permission to come?" The Dowager Empress's expression darkened. Wasn't Chu Jinghua supposed to be outside the estate? Chu Jinghua walked into the hall and said, "Are there still places in the Wang's mansion where I'm not allowed to go?" She had been at the clinic earlier when something fell off inside the mansion, prompting her return immediately. Learning that everyone was at the Shisho Hall, she initially planned to just check in and leave, until she heard those words from the Dowager Empress. New paragraph starts here. There shouldn't be ungrateful people in the Wang's mansion. In her opinion, these few masters in the Wang's mansion were all quite ungrateful. Grand Dowager is after all Prince Qi's birth mother. Even if she feels something amiss, a private counsel or punishment would suffice. Old Grand Dowager being so harsh to a daughter-in-law in front of outsiders will only make a laughingstock out of the Qi Wang's mansion. Chu Jinghua said exactly what the Grand Dowager wanted to say, but didn't dare to voice. The Grand Dowager was always silent within the Wang's mansion, simply because she harbored guilt and believed she did not deserve her current position. When she first married in, the previous lady had passed not long before, and the former king suffered grievously from a serious illness. At that time, she had insisted on marrying into the family despite the circumstances, leading outsiders to think that the former king was heartless and indifferent. The various mansions in the capital presumed the former lady fell into disfavor soon after passing, which caused the Yong'an Earl's residence to also become neglected. Not long after she entered the Wang's mansion, the previous king passed away, making her feel even more guilty for failing to care for him properly. She clearly knew, though officially recognized as the Grand Dowager, she never underwent formal wedding ceremonies with the former king, hence lacked real authority to speak in the Wang's mansion. What outsiders? Half of these female visitors are from the Yong'an Earl's family, the other half from my own natal home. They're all related to us one way or another. The two of you shouldn't consider yourselves true members of Qi Wang's mansion merely because you have married into it. The Grand Dowager may indeed be Prince Qi's birth mother, her name included in our clan registry. Does the old Grand Dowager wish to erase her entirely? And as for me, I certainly don't belong to the Qi Wang's mansion. My relationship with Ren Si is merely a posthumous marriage. Though Emperor granted an official title, we owe a wedding banquet. Ren Si's grave and composed voice interrupted her words, his face as cold as frost, the elegant phoenix-like eyes lowered slightly revealing his dissatisfaction. Had he not returned in time, Might Chu Jinghua have once again spoken in front of everyone about their transactional relationship? This could be privately addressed, but discussing it openly this way would likely create irreversible consequences down the road. If grandmother believes that Jinghua lacks proper standing despite holding an imperial title, then I shall choose a date to formally marry her again. Chapter 73, Madame Tai's Transformation. Wen Rinci stepped forward to support Madame Tai and said, Mother, you don't have to endure anymore. Even if there's no birth grace, the nurturing grace is greater than the heavens. If you suffer any grievances in Prince Chi's mansion, it will be my fault as a son. Madame Tai was deeply moved. She had been holding back her tears all this time, but now large tears began rolling down her cheeks. The old Grand Dowager was so angry that her face turned ashen. Wen Rinci glanced at Lu Suyu and spoke again. Since grandmother likes Miss Lu taking care of you, let her move to the Shisho Hall. You are truly becoming more outrageous day by day. The old Grand Dowager couldn't help but become enraged. Each word out of Wen Rinci's mouth made her feel humiliated in front of her own family and outsiders. In a fit of fury, she grabbed the teacup and threw it over. Wen Rinci didn't intend to dodge, but the teacup never hit him. Chu Jinghua swung her sword slightly, only half drawing it from its scabbard. The hilt struck the teacup aside, sending it crashing into an empty chair beside them. Tea water splashed everywhere. We shall not disturb the Grand Dowager further. Chu Jinghua casually pulled Wen Rinci and Madame Tai towards the exit while the old Grand Dowager angrily shouted, Chu Jinghua, do you even still recognize me as your grandmother? Does this mean the Grand Dowager acknowledges my identity? Chu Jinghua turned around with a cold smile on her lips and said mockingly, scolding the daughter-in-law in public, ready to beat the grandson. Such behavior. What admirable upbringing. Offended by a younger generation member's reprimand, the old Grand Dowager's anger flared up. Just as she stood up, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. At this moment, her niece added some words of rebuke, saying, Auntie, stop creating trouble. The old Grand Dowager's mind was overwhelmed by her rising emotions. Her brain buzzed as she collapsed backward into her chair, landing heavily onto the floor with a thud. The Dowager. Maidservants rushed forward anxiously, and the guests were all shocked. Seeing this, Madame Tai immediately called out, quickly summoned the physician. Furrowing his brow, Wen Rinci turned and looked toward Chu Jinghua. Before he could speak, Chu Jinghua coolly advanced and said, You owe us nothing. She approached and dispersed the crowd gathered around. The maidservants near the old Grand Dowager were quite dissatisfied with her and shouted, It's because of you that the Dowager was angered like this? Are you trying to harm her? Step aside. Chu Jinghua had little patience. She roughly pushed away the troublesome maidservant and carefully inserted silver needles into the acupuncture points. Everyone around nervously waited and watched. Soon after, the old Grand Dowager suddenly took in a deep breath, and her face revealed signs of terror. It's inappropriate for her to lose her temper recently. If she wishes to recuperate without leaving behind any health problems, it's better to relax more and worry less about trivial matters. Chu Jinghua put her needle away. The old Grand Dowager's chest rose and fell violently, filled with fear after narrowly avoiding danger. Go. All of you go. The old Grand Dowager inexplicably grew angry. Chu Jinghua calmly got up and walked out, pulling Wen Rinci and Madame Tai along with her. Madame Tai asked worriedly, Is mother-in-law all right? Let's call the physician, just in case. She will summon the physician herself if needed. For now, it's best not to send anyone. Earlier, when no one was near the old Grand Dowager except Chu Jinghua who was close by, only she noticed, a faint smell of urine had emanated from the Grand Dowager's side. It appeared that the unconscious state had caused urinary incontinence. Madame Tai stopped questioning and merely felt a strange sensation when looking at Chu Jinghua. Today, there's no need to thank me. I simply strongly disagree with what she said. Chu Jinghua quickly left. Wen Rinci came late and did not know what exactly his grandmother had said to provoke her help. Mother, what did grandmother say? Wen Rinci whispered inquiringly. Madame Tai bit her lip and replied, Your grandmother criticized me for punishing Suyu, calling it ungratefulness and claiming that everyone should know the consequences of ingratitude against the Qi Wang's household. Wen Rinci's expression slightly changed. What did Chu Jinghua say? She said, It sounded rather amusing. Wen Rinci fell silent. He realized how she thought of him in the Wangfu. It's understandable why she would say that. Since she entered the Wangfu, she has labored tirelessly, and frequently. Madame Tai felt ashamed and couldn't continue. Chu Jinghua may indeed appear haughty, always putting herself above others and breaking rules, yet considering the contributions she made to the Wangfu, saving people multiple times, her value was undeniable. See her, it was wrong of me in the past. I must properly compensate her. Madame Tai felt remorseful. Chu Jinghua might disregard conventions, but in the Wangfu, apart from Wen Rinci, it was only Chu Jinghua who recognized and valued her long-term contributions. Even the servants in the residence believed that joining the Wangfu was her blessing. Raising Wen Rinci was merely part of her duties. Yet, how many truly understood that she could have chosen differently? The Qi Wang's household owes her most, an obligation they cannot repay. Wen Rinci's eyes held complex emotions. He now confirmed he had genuinely fallen for her. Hearing Chu Jinghua intending to sever ties publicly filled him with immense anxiety, fearing that he wouldn't be able to intercept her statement in time. Thinking back to all the way she endured in the past at the Wangfu, her heart ached in 100 ways. You go and accompany her. These guests still need to be entertained. I can't really ignore them all. Madame Tai glanced back at the group that had been ushered out. There were still matters to wrap up. Wen Rinci nodded, taking a few quick steps before slowing down again. Your Highness, Pei Feng cautiously inquired. Their master usually didn't hesitate like this. Wen Rinci was troubled internally. For some reason, Chu Jingyue didn't seem to show any particular interest in him. Would it be inappropriate if he appeared too eager? Your Highness. Pei Feng grew increasingly anxious as the prince had been daydreaming more often recently. Wen Rinci snapped back to reality, frowning as he asked, is there something? Recently, you've seemed absent-minded. Should we have the princess check on you? Pei Feng was deeply concerned. Wen Rinci pursed his lips in thought, his sharp features becoming even more intense. Should I take a look? Just as Wen Rinci resolved to quickly head towards the Qijia courtyard, he was stopped. Cousin, Tang wants your help. Zhong Zhitong had caught up at some point. Wen Rinci sighed inwardly before turning around and asking, what is it? I haven't been able to sleep well lately. Every time I fall asleep, I dream of my grandfather. I wish to ask cousin-in-law to help, but I fear she might refuse. Zhong Zhitong bit her lip and looked pitifully downwards. Seeing Wen Rinci still pondering, she added hastily, I just want to talk to her. I'm so scared these days. Pei Feng, you go ahead and inform the princess first. Wen Rinci decided to send Pei Feng first, while leading Zhong Zhitong slowly towards the Qijia courtyard. Isn't this cousin's courtyard? Has cousin-in-law moved into the main yard? Zhong Zhitong tightly twisted her handkerchief, surprised to find Chu Jingyue had entered the main quarters so quickly. She stays nearby. Wen Rinci had no clue about her thoughts, only replying routinely. Hearing this, Zhong Zhitong exhaled with relief. It seemed Chu Jingyue hadn't received much favor yet. She still had a chance. Lowering her eyes slightly, she hoped the method grandmother sought would be effective this time. Chapter 74. Testing after confirming intentions. Zhong Zhitong followed Wen Rinci to Qijia courtyard, and Chu Jingyue was already waiting for them in the yard. Are we not going inside? Zhong Zhitong glanced at the house, seeming eager to enter. Chu Jingyue pointed at the peace talismans laid out on the table, saying, this isn't a big deal. If you feel you don't sleep well at night, wearing one of these talismans will suffice. Will it really work? Zhong Zhitong stared at the peace talisman with some dissatisfaction. Was this not just a way to dismiss her? Chu Jingyue responded indifferently. The talisman is inscribed with a sleeping charm. If you don't believe it, you don't have to buy it. Do I have to spend money? Zhong Zhitong widened her eyes, writing a few words on a piece of yellow paper and folding it into a talisman, and then charging her for it? Shouldn't she just give it to her? Chu Jingyue glanced at her and reached to take the peace talisman back. She turned around, sipping her tea, clearly giving a gesture to see her off. If you think my talisman is useless, then go burn incense at a temple or a Taoist shrine. Wen Rinci also felt exasperated, wishing he hadn't brought her if she wasn't going to trust it. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhitong immediately said, I'll buy it. How much silver do you want? 2 taels. Zhong Zhitong sighed inwardly with relief, thinking that 2 taels were not so bad after all. She took 2 taels of silver from her pouch, placed it on the table, and extended her hand. Give it to me. Chu Jingyue handed over the peace talisman, which Zhong Zhitong put in her bosom before looking at the house and smiling. Since I've come here, cousin-in-law, aren't you going to invite me in? I have no such intention. Chu Jingyue sat there unmoved. Her room was not just for anyone to enter. Disappointed, Zhong Zhitong looked toward Wen Rinci. Cousin, does cousin-in-law dislike people from the Earl's mansion? You misunderstand. No, I truly do dislike them. Chu Jingyue coldly cut Wen Rinci off. How could she like someone who nourishes ghostly bones with resentment? Wen Rinci looked somewhat awkward, lightly coughed twice, and said, you should go back first. Cousin, do you hate Zhitong too? Zhong Zhitong pouted her lips, stomping her feet in dissatisfaction. Grandfather has only been gone how many days, yet cousin becomes so heartless. Chu Jingyue let out a mocking laugh and twirled her teacup, saying, then both of you leave. Having been kicked out by her, Wen Rinci was quite displeased, even casting unfriendly glances at others. Cousin, Zhong Zhitong softly called out, shrinking back as soon as he cast a cold look at her. I didn't expect cousin-in-law would kick you out too. Wen Rinci solemnly gazed at her, heavily saying, do you truly always dream of grandfather recently? Startled by the questioning tone, Zhong Zhitong instantly caught her breath, but then forced a smile she thought wasn't stiff and replied, of course, why would I deceive cousin? Do not try to create trouble for Chu Jingyue. The Earl's mansion has already made enough mistakes. If you continue to act recklessly and refuse to settle down, even this prince cannot protect your wealth and power. Wen Rinci retracted his stern gaze, though he wasn't certain about what Zhong Zhitong was plotting, reminding her would certainly be the right thing to do. Despite keeping the secrets within the Earl's mansion, the previous standoff revealed that the Astronomical Bureau obviously knew about the anomalies within the Earl's mansion. There might be other reasons they chose not to bring up the matter now. However, if the Earl's family continues to tread the wrong path, someone in court could use this incident to reopen old discussions, leaving the Earl's mansion plunged into irredeemable calamity. Zhitong understands. Zhong Zhitong bowed her head, her sidelong glance catching Chu Jingyue walking out, thinking since she hadn't obtained what she wanted, she would irritate her as well. With a pretend stumble, she cried out, Aya, and leaned toward Wen Rinci, forgetting he was a martial artist. Wen Rinci instinctively moved away and supported her arm, slightly lifting her to steady her. Not content with this, Zhong Zhitong took the opportunity to hug Wen Rinci's arm and sobbed. In fact, I'm not scared of grandfather appearing in my dreams every night. It's fine. It's just that lately, I keep remembering the scenes from my childhood when grandfather used to take me and cousin to play. I really miss him. As Chu Jingyue walked out of Qijia courtyard, due to the positioning, all she saw was Wen Rinci seemingly hugging Zhong Zhitong. Zhong Jitan slightly curled her lips, expecting Chu Jingyue to get angry and conveniently attach a reputation of being jealous. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Jingyue didn't even glance their way. She didn't even spare a glance at her cousin either. Yuejin, prepare the carriage. Chu Jingyue spoke calmly, walking past them with arrogance. When Rinxi's movement to pull his arm back froze instantly. Did Chu Jingyue truly care so little about him? Cousin-in-law seems to be going out, Zhong Jitan reminded. When Rinxi immediately pulled his arm back and quickly caught up, asking, where are you going? To Qingxiao Alley. She scrutinized him suspiciously. Hadn't he mentioned last night that she needed to see Li Xiaoning to inquire about the Huanxiang Tower? Chu Jingyue desired that fate treasure, but she had only sensed its presence on the master of the pavilion. She was uncertain of its exact location. The woman I saw at the Huanxiang Tower was extremely strange too. I need to go take another look and see if I can rescue those people. I'll go with you. Chu Jingyue slightly frowned seeing Rinxi walking even faster than her. Aren't you going to accompany your cousin? Are you really upset about what happened earlier? A flicker of joy flashed in Rinxi's steady eyes. Chu Jingyue looked at him disdainfully. What happened earlier? I mean, don't you care that Zhong Jitan and I were so close? Originally Rinxi wanted to explain, but it seemed Chu Jingyue really didn't seem to mind. Chu Jingyue replied as though suddenly realizing something. Why should I care? Not only are you cousins by nature, a bit of closeness between the two is fine. Even if there were other thoughts, what does it have to do with me? The hint of joy that had just emerged in Rinxi was immediately doused with cold water. He turned his sleeves and walked away, not even waiting for Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue thought he was being absurd. Since he no longer doubts me now, why is he starting up with something else? All the way to the carriage, Rinxi's face remained cold, and all one could think while looking at him was, I'm unhappy. Chu Jingyue kept a calm demeanor, silently staring ahead while hugging her sword. Rinxi followed her gaze, yet couldn't understand what was so fascinating about the carriage curtain. As the wind blew the curtain aside, Eugene appeared sitting straight holding the reins, which made Rinxi furrow his brows. He seemed to remember Chu Jingyue saying that Eugene was good-looking before. Could she like Eugene? Rinxi moved his position, forcing himself to appear in Chu Jingyue's line of sight. Her glance at him suggested confusion over what exactly he wanted from her. Do you have anyone you truly care about? After some thought, Rinxi decided to ask roundaboutly. If she really said Eugene, then he would treat it as nonsense. Although Chu Jingyue didn't understand why he would suddenly ask this, she still seriously pondered on it. With two souls existing in two different lifetimes, it seemed she had never cared about anyone. Perhaps not. I care about you. Chapter 75. Not marrying anyone but him. This time, Rinxi clearly felt that she had half a sentence left unsaid. He patiently waited, but after a while, he noticed Chu Jingyue looking at his body again. Chu Jingyue was staring at the spot where the life treasure resided, lost in thought. It wasn't easy to retrieve an accompanying life treasure. Moreover, if the host's body was too weak, once the life treasure left, he might be bedridden for a long time, or worse, lose his life. Even though she wanted to retrieve the life treasure, she hadn't considered sacrificing anyone's life for it. It was only because she calculated that there would be no problem with the one inside she and that she made her move then. The body is still too weak. Chu Jingyue sighed and shook her head as she looked at him. Rinxi raised his eyebrows. His body was weak? His body was even weak? She was clearly playing hard to get, saying things she didn't mean while inwardly caring deeply. Rinxi's mood appeared pleasant from his relaxed expression. What has gotten into the crown prince today? Qian brought them a pot of tea. In the past, whenever Qian saw the crown prince, his face always seemed cold and harsh. But today, he felt like he had changed into a completely different person. He must have taken the wrong medicine. Chu Jingyue didn't know exactly what was going on with him either, but recently, Rinxi seemed abnormally strange. Perhaps it was the excessive nourishing soup that stimulated something within him. Qian silently agreed but dared not respond to this comment, choosing instead to bring up another matter. Early this morning, Brother Xiaoning went to the Bali temple. It seems there was some trouble. Hasn't Li Xiaoning been staying here recently? Chu Jingyue arched an eyebrow, mistakenly thinking there was trouble with the Li family, and started calculating. Qian sighed, saying, Brother Xiaoning had some disagreements with his family regarding his marriage proposal. Back then, Li Xiaoning had an intended wife, Kong Jingya, the direct daughter of a minister in the Ministry of Rights. In theory, the Li family couldn't compare to the Kong family. Li Xiaoning was merely a constable at that time, and the only official in his family was his father, who held a 6th-rank junior editor position in the Hanlin Academy. The reason they could establish this relationship was due to Kong Jingya accidentally catching sight of Li Xiaoning performing his duties once. Dressed in his blue-gray uniform, his long hair neatly tied, exuding an elegant demeanor. One glance from Miss Kong stole her heart entirely. She insisted on marrying none other than Li Xiaoning, which led to their engagement. I've heard about this incident before. The Kong family ended the engagement later. Chu Jingyue mentioned as she sipped her tea. Pai Feng had told her about it some time ago. Qian nodded, slightly guilty in his eyes. If it weren't for the cheese showing up uninvited to stir things up, perhaps the Kongs wouldn't have confirmed the truth so quickly. Later, they refused to allow their daughter to marry, returned the betrothal tokens, and dissolved the engagement. Shouldn't this have happened a long time ago? Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows. Why was Li Xiaoning only now arguing with his family? Qian pursed his lips and quietly said, 2 days ago, the Kong family tried to remarry Miss Kong. She declared a hunger strike at home, refusing food and drink unless it was to Li Xiaoning. However, during the time when the Kong family initially dissolved the marriage, they spoke very ill of him. With Xiaoning being both proud and stubborn, how could he possibly agree? But the Lis were overjoyed. Even now that Xiaoning holds the position of Undersecretary of the Dalif Temple, barely reaching 5th grade, and even if he reached the top post in the future, his rank would only reach 4th grade, far inferior to the position and extensive connections of a minister in the Ministry of Rights. Chu Jingyue understood. The Li family plans to sell their son. It doesn't have to be put quite so bluntly. Li Xiaoning entered through the door just in time to hear this overly honest statement. Chu Jingyue silently drank her tea, while Qian somewhat embarrassedly got up and said, I originally thought of asking Her Highness to help calculate if this marriage would be beneficial to you. If it turned out to be good for you, you could just accept it early. The longer you stay in Qingshao Alley, your reputation. Initially, their relationship was pure, and even now, it remained purely brotherly. Unfortunately, society wouldn't see it this way. Neither the Lis nor the Kongs did. The longer Li Xiaoning stayed here, the more his reputation would be tarnished. Qian was an outcast in his family and cared little for others' opinions about him. But Li Xiaoning had a bright future ahead, and Qian didn't want to drag him down. Reputation is merely what others say about us. Chu Jingyue said calmly. You indeed don't need to return. Your destiny lacks the Red Phoenix star movement. Li Xiaoning was destined for loneliness from birth. Finding even a few close friends was already difficult enough. Your visit with the Crown Prince surely wasn't to consult my fortune-telling ability. Li Xiaoning was unaffected by the words spoken earlier, as he had never planned to marry anyway, so whether or not the Red Phoenix star existed in his fate was irrelevant. Chu Jingyue dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand and asked, How are the investigations going regarding the capital governor? Corruption and suppression of cases. Evidence has already been found. We just need to wait for the right timing to submit a report. Li Xiaoning glanced at Qi and, when mentioning timing, Chu Jingyue immediately grasped the meaning and frowned. Hasn't the Luo family's arranged marriage been cancelled yet? Not precisely. It's because Qian does not want to deal with it. Li Xiaoning was simply waiting for Qi and to truly come to a decision. Once he assured them he wouldn't regret, Li Xiaoning wouldn't hesitate to file the petition. Qian lowered his head and responded, It's fine. We only verbally agreed on the engagement. It hasn't been formalized yet. Even if the Luo family makes mistakes, the consequences shouldn't extend to the Qis. Chu Jingyue disagreed. Qian is in trouble, and it's related to Luo Qiuxian. Wenren was listening attentively when suddenly, a secret guard emerged from the corner of the wall, seemingly having something to tell him. He got up and went to the side of the room to speak with the guard, and no one paid much attention to him. I'll go and get another pot of tea. Li Xiaoning left with the empty teapot, wanting Chu Jingyue to properly persuade Qian. Though he knew how miserably Qian had been treated by the Qi family, he did not agree that Qian should coldly watch the Qi family fall into ruin. Regarding the matter of the Qi family, bang! Chu Jingyue's sentence was cut off as the courtyard gate was kicked open, and many servants surged in, surrounding Qian. The arrival caught even Chu Jingyue off guard. It was Qi Wuji and Luo Qiuxian. Princess Consort Qi. Luo Qiuxian was more surprised upon seeing her. Why would she be here? Her gaze shifted between Chu Jingyue and Qian. Then she disdainfully said, The princess consort of Qi is so close to a man who likes men. Surely you aren't afraid that his highness hears about it and finds you disgusting? Miss Luo, full of self-righteousness and keeping your distance from Qian. How do you know he likes men? And now, why have you brought people to visit? Chu Jingyue replied coldly, her protective stance clearly evident. This made Wenren, who was about to leave, stop his steps involuntarily. It seemed Chu Jingyue truly regarded Qi indifferently. She had helped him out of trouble earlier and wanted to send him home, and now she actively defended him. Could it be that she liked this kind of gentle appearance that Qian presented? A person as strong-willed as her liking someone like Qian made sense. Thinking about this, Wenren's eyes dimmed, and his stare at Qi and turned unpleasant. Is Prince Qi getting spring fever? Wenren was on the side of the house, right beside a window where Li Xiaoning leaned, grinning mockingly at him. Li Xiaoning also originally intended to step in and mediate. In his view, Chu Jingyue usually handled things with an indifferent detachment, but he didn't expect her to be the first to speak. This reassured him somewhat. If someone was helping Qian without letting him be wronged, it was better for him not to interfere. So he came to check what the Crown Prince was up to since he hadn't moved yet. As soon as Li Xiaoning opened the window, he saw Prince Qi eyeing Qi and menacingly. Thus, he jested aloud. Prince Qi casually glanced at him, emanating authority and severity, completely different from his demeanor around Chu Jingyue. Li Xiaoning smiled faintly. This was indeed the familiar Wenren, everyone knew. It seems Prince Qi truly has someone in mind, Li Xiaoning commented. Chapter 76, Do Not Fall for It. Chu Jingyue's sarcastic remark was met with Luo Qiuxian's retort. Who in the capital doesn't know that Li Xiaoning is keeping Qian outside? Chu Jingyue chuckled coldly and said, It seems Miss Luo also believes in rumors. Luo Qiuxian gave a disdainful snort and smiled mockingly. My lady, you might want to think about how you're going to explain today's incident to Prince Qi's mansion. Chu Jingyue's lips curled with sarcasm as she shook her head lightly. She didn't understand why everyone liked to threaten her with the Qi Wangfu. Not only was she not truly the princess consort of Qi, but even if she were, so what? Wuji, take him back quickly, don't delay Kong's sister's joyous occasion any longer. Luo Qiuxian turned to speak to Qi Wuji, who nodded. Looking at Qi and with utter disdain, he said, Follow me back to the Qi family. Don't ruin the good thing between the Li and Kong families. Back to the Qi family? Am I still part of the Qi family? Weren't you the ones who kicked me out? Qian tightly gripped his teacup, suppressing the anger and resentment within. Qi Wuji said coldly. So you're content to stay in Li Xiaoning's courtyard? What makes you different from those lowly secondary wives? This comment was extremely harsh, and Qian could no longer suppress his rage. He abruptly stood up and smashed the teacup. Qi Wuji, I've told you my relationship with him is purely brotherly. You all are filthy-minded and now try to pin your filth on me. The long-suppressed resentment erupted within Qian. He glared at Qi Wuji and continued. You and those rich brats drinking wine and playing cards all night are friends and brothers. Yet when I drink tea and enjoy music with Brother Xiaoning, it becomes a homosexual affair. Must the people of this world wallow in depravity to prove their innocence? You. Qi Wuji was stung by his words. Since childhood, whenever people saw him with Qian, they would always praise Qian as a noble gentleman, refined like jade, meticulously carved. But looking at himself, others would only say that the eldest son of the Qi family is decent, without saying much more. Qi Wuji couldn't understand why Qian, born to a concubine, was better than him. Therefore, when rumors spread that Qian was a homosexual, he believed them without question. Qian had stains, hadn't they already been discovered? Regardless of whether it's true or false, you must go back with me today. Staying here will only further tarnish the reputation of the Qi family. Qi Wuji narrowed his eyes. Marrying into the Luo family was an inevitability. Furthermore, Luo Qiuxian and Kang Jinghua were close friends. If he could help resolve Qian's issue and let Li Xiaoning marry Kang Jinghua, then the Kang family would remember the Qi family's favor. Bad reputation? That's quite true. Xu Jinghua spoke softly, and Qian's anger immediately turned into confusion. Qi Wuji was just about to laugh and continue persuading Qi, and when Xu Jinghua added, if you marry into the Luo family, the Qi family indeed will be subject to gossip. What nonsense are you talking? Qi Wuji was slightly annoyed. Luo Qiuxian defended herself. I love Wuji personally, irrelevant to his background. Outsiders would only call us a perfect match. Xu Jinghua looked at Qi Wuji and said, didn't I tell you before, I'm a fortune teller. Believe it or not is up to you. However, once something happens, regret won't help. Princess consort of Qi, you secretly harbor other men and stay alone with a man in one courtyard. When we return today, I'll ask my father to impeach you. Regardless of your status as a government official's wife, your position as princess consort may not be secure. Upon hearing this, Qi Wuji lost all fear and immediately instructed the guards. Tie Qian and take him back. Xu Jinghua extended her hand to grasp the dangerous halt sword. Just as she was about to act, she heard Wenren Si's voice behind her. Man and woman being alone together? Sounds like you forgot there's someone like me around. Wenren Si was standing at the side of the room, in a secluded corner where no one noticed he was there. After taking a few steps, he stepped out of the blind spot and cast a dark gaze at Qi Wuji and Luo Qiuxian, exuding authority. You cannot take the person under my nose. Would you prefer to leave on your own volition, or should I have my people toss you out? Luo Qiuxian glanced cunningly, bowed respectfully within a moment, and greeted. Greetings, Your Highness, Qi Wang. I didn't know Your Highness was present. This is my fault for lack of courtesy, please do not blame me. However, this matter essentially pertains to private affairs of the Qi family. Perhaps it's beyond your purview? Someone. Wenren Si had no patience to listen to her talk anymore. He called his secret guards and commanded, take action. Qi Wuji was the first to be thrown out. The guards knew their strength well. The sound of his body hitting the wall was loud, but in fact, he was unharmed. After Qi Wuji painfully picked himself off the ground, another person soon followed next to him. All the servants of the Qi family were driven out. Only Luo Qiuxian remained because she was a woman, and the guards didn't forcibly handle her. Miss Luo, please go ahead. Pei Feng spoke expressionlessly from the front. Having no choice, Luo Qiuxian left reluctantly after Pei Feng escorted her out and closed the gate of the yard behind her. It was only now that Li Xiaoning came out of the house, looking somewhat guilty at Qian. Qian furrowed his brows and asked Xu Jinghua, did you really mean what you said earlier about the Qi family marrying into the Luo family, leading to a bad reputation? Of course. Qian was rather anxious. How could that be? Even if the Luo family runs into trouble, wouldn't people just feel sorry for the Qi family? Who knows, maybe the Qi family has done something else by then. Xu Jinghua herself didn't know exactly how things would turn out. She could only predict the results. Whatever, let them deal with it. It's not my concern anyway. Qian pursed his lips. When he had been driven out of the family, even his mother hadn't stood up for him. Despite his tough talk, Xu Jinghua saw through his facade and noticed his soft-heartedness. After all, Qian was indeed someone who valued feelings. It was clear that he wasn't cold-hearted. The matter regarding the chief magistrate of Jingzhou doesn't need to be rushed. Why don't you figure out a way to investigate Huanxiang Tower first? Huanxiang Tower had close ties with Lord Luo. If Li Xiaoning's actions alarmed Lord Luo and subsequently Huanxiang Tower, it could lead to undesirable consequences. All right, Li Xiaoning agreed. As Xu Jinghua thought there was nothing else to discuss, she prepared to leave. Before departing, she remembered something and said, if you truly find the marriage proposal burdensome, why don't you seek help from your father? My father. When Li Xiaoning mentioned his father, the coldness in his eyes deepened. Xu Jinghua nodded and replied, yes, he will help you. You consider it yourself, I'm leaving. She got up and left as if there were no one else worth her attention. Wenren Si chased after her with a serious expression. You're not waiting for me? You have long legs, you can walk fast. Xu Jinghua responded, though in truth, she never had the habit of calling on others. She was accustomed to being alone. The fleeting sense of dislike and disappointment that had appeared in Wenren Si instantly disappeared when Xu Jinghua glanced at him, as if realizing something. Don't fall for me. I don't like you. Although Chu Jingyue had never liked anyone, at first, when Wenren kept helping her, she hadn't given it much thought. But later, because of a joke she made, he really started learning embroidery. And today, his unusual behavior made it obvious even to her, should she be a fool. Her goal was immortality and enlightenment, a path destined for solitude. Once she confirmed that there were no more life treasures to seek in the capital, or once she found all the required ones, she would leave. Therefore, it was better to sever Wenren's expectations early rather than letting him become increasingly entangled. What did you say? Wenren froze in place, thinking he might have misheard. Chu Jingyue also stopped, turned around, and earnestly and solemnly declared, Wenren, I don't like you. You are very important to me, but only as someone who offers benefit. Offers benefit. Wenren felt as if his heart had been tightly clenched, making each breath painful. Still unwilling to give up, if she were truly devoid of emotion, why had she done so much for the Qi kingdom, and for him? Do you really have no feelings for me at all? Chapter 77, which is more absurd. Ever since that day outside Qingxiao Alley, when Chu Jingyue responded without hesitation to Wenren's inquiry with a no, Wenren had not returned to the mansion for many days. He spent all his time staying at the military camp, and even this morning came news that he was about to lead troops to eliminate bandits. Once Wenren leaves, it'll be much easier to deal with just Chu Jingyue. Within the Wei residence, Wei Cheng of the Diviner's Bureau sat in the main hall, with people from the bureau seated on both sides. Wei Cheng had waited for this opportunity for quite some time. Previously, Chu Jingyue had ruined his plans, first by destroying the temples he privately established, then disrupting a perfectly good assassination plan involving Qi Tianya, which ended in failure, resulting in the loss of one of his capable disciples. Even the Emperor's trust in the Diviner's Bureau wasn't what it used to be. He always referred to Chu Jingyue as the true divine maiden, and recently all his suggestions have been rejected, making it impossible to advance any other plans. Compared to a militarily powerful but powerless in magical arts Wenren, Chu Jingyue presented a far greater threat to the entire Diviner's Bureau. Easier to deal with? My Chong ghost has been captured. Master Wei should focus on how to save him instead. The speaker was dressed very differently from others, with naturally curly hair cascading down. Above his disheveled bangs rested a strange symbol, like an ancient spell or curse. As long as Chu Jingyue falls out of favor and into trouble, Li Xiaoning will definitely come to help. By then, saving the person would be much easier. Wei Cheng lightly tapped his fingers, his gaze filled with deep, calculated thoughts. How about you take action yourself? The poison charm your subjugated Chong ghost used isn't strong enough. Yours mustn't be weak either, Mr. Wu. At hearing Wu Hebai's name, his lips curved faintly, his affectionate peony eyes glittering with mockery as he said, Master Wei needn't try to provoke me. I intend to meet Chu Jingyue myself anyway. Hiding his emotions, Wei Cheng revealed only a calculating smile, saying, If Master Wu has no way against Chu Jingyue, I do have another scheme as backup. Well then, let's hear it. Inside Prince Qi's mansion, Wenren hadn't returned to the mansion for several days, already hinting to others something seemed amiss. Now claiming he would leave hastily to suppress bandits, directly leaving with his troops without returning to the mansion, further confirmed to everyone that he likely had a quarrel with Chu Jingyue. This made Empress Dowager the happiest. Fully aware that Chu Jingyue preferred quietness, she still invited a number of guests over to visit. Most were young juniors, not only those who enjoyed discussing poetry and words, but also those indulging in kite flying and kuju, ancient Chinese football. The garden was bustling with laughter and noise. People often interrupted Chu Jingyue at her quarters, seeking fortunes for love or career prospects. So noisy, Chu Jingyue could no longer stand it. Preparing to leave the mansion to find a place to avoid all this commotion. Just as she was about to pass through the back garden, Luo Qiuxian suddenly pointed at her and said, What I said is completely true. That day, she was certainly behaving intimately with Lord Qi's second son. Presumably, His Highness wanted to preserve his face, so did not react right away. In an instant, all eyes focused on Chu Jingyue, yet she paid no attention and continued walking outwards. Stop! What exactly is going on here? The old Empress Dowager demanded loudly, surprised to learn there could be such an event. A flicker of impatience flashed through Chu Jingyue's eyes. If you want to know so badly, go ask His Highness himself. That day, we went to visit together. Let's see whom the Empress Dowager believes. The old Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. This was a great opportunity to confront Chu Jingyue. For several days now, His Highness hasn't returned to the mansion. I thought this odd because he used to come back every day. After that outing with you, he never returned again. Clearly, something happened between the two of you. After finishing, the old Empress Dowager frowned deeply, stating, Someone, escort the princess down below. Tomorrow, I shall request a personal audience with Her Majesty the Queen, asking her to intervene on behalf of our Wen family. Such a promiscuous woman absolutely cannot remain within this mansion. You think you can enter the palace and lock me up? You don't deserve such power. Chu Jingyue coldly retorted, standing there radiating an air of arrogance. These tactics employed by House Qi were simply tiring to see again and again. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Even if you consider yourself extraordinary, how could you behave so disrespectfully? Luo Qiuxian seized the opportunity to attack, seeing that there were many warriors present to egg on the situation, urging, If you can leave today, wouldn't it mean we noble sons are utterly useless? Chu Jingyue took no notice of them, stepping outwards casually. Luo Qiuxian, holding herself up with a righteous demeanor, said, Please, all young masters and gentlemen, lend a hand, helping Empress Dowager gain justice. though in family has countless merits. This woman must not be allowed to belittle and humiliate us so easily. With a single sentence, she effortlessly incited the simpler-minded individuals to act first. So disrespectful to the elders, truly arrogant. You must be brought before the palace gates to request the emperor's judgment. When someone threw a punch at her, Chu Jingwei didn't bother dodging. Nan Feng and Fu Yu quickly appeared, unclear why the princess had angered everyone again. Princess, shall we inform the prince? Dark guards of One Ren protected Chu Jingwei, causing many to start doubting the earlier claims by Luo Qiuxian. If he had left the bodyguards behind to protect her, could there really have been a rift between them? Chu Jingwei lowered her gaze thoughtfully and said, no need. After pondering for a moment, she continued, you're all right. I admit I lack proper etiquette. Ever since my youth, the Marquis Mansion never treated me as an equal. Naturally, I am less knowledgeable about decorum compared to you. After her words, everyone finally remembered that Chu Jingwei was once seen as a deranged fool. How long had she truly been clear-headed? To compare her to those who have studied books and learned decorum over years would indeed be unfair. As one cultivating the Tao, I value inner tranquility. It is more than sufficient. Chu Jingwei's high ponytail swayed lightly in the wind, forming an invisible barrier around her that seemed to separate her from the others, giving her an aura of lonely aloofness and pure detachment. This made everyone feel that she was truly different from ordinary people. Chu Jingwei appeared even purer than the celestial maidens depicted in paintings. So, which do you believe? That Prince Qi's wife and I behaved ambiguously before him, or that I'm a homosexual? Qian, holding his folding fan, smiled warmly as he looked at everyone. Li Xiaoning coldly ignored everyone, eyes filled with aloof pride as he walked straight to Chu Jingwei. Would you spare a moment to visit the Li residence? My younger sister is unwell, and no ordinary doctor can diagnose her. All right. Chu Jingwei stepped outside, paused after walking a few steps, and turned to look at the crowd. I'm curious too. Which version of Qian's tale do you believe? With this question from both of them, the young lords and ladies were momentarily stumped. Initially, these two events hadn't been considered together. They believed both tales simultaneously. But now, doubt arose about both incidents. Neither seemed plausible. Chu Jingwei found their reaction amusing and actually chuckled lightly. She usually presented a cold demeanor to outsiders, but now her bright smile dimmed the brilliance of all the beauties in the courtyard. Her laughter was as delicate as pear blossoms and crabapple flowers, yet captivated far more than blooming peonies. However, such laughter was accompanied by a cutting remark. Pitiful how heavy those wooden heads on your necks are. It's quite a waste of energy. Chapter 78. Appearance reflects the heart. After Chu Jingwei finished speaking, she left with an air of disdain for all beings, making those who had momentarily thought her to be a fairy quickly retract their thoughts. What kind of fairy was she? Too arrogant. Luo Qiuxian led everyone to attack Chu Jingwei. It was only due to Qian's one sentence that the situation was diffused. Furthermore, others were even belittled and mocked by Chu Jingwei, which upset some people greatly. Miss Luo, you're not being too absurd, are you? Are you jealous that she can marry Prince Qi while you can only marry Qi Wuji? The man who had just acted against Chu Jingwei lost face and immediately started reproaching Luo Qiuxian. Jealous of her? Luo Qiuxian already felt irritated seeing Chu Jingwei walk away so arrogantly. Now being accused of jealousy made her so angry her vision turned black. The man relentlessly pursued. If it weren't for jealousy, how could you fabricate such stories about the consort of Prince Qi luring in a homosexual affair, and even manipulate us into using these as weapons against her? Truly despicable. People around nodded in agreement. As for Luo Qiuxian using baseless accusations for harm, it was bad enough that she also exploited them. There was also the elder concubine of the Qi, clearly too old to see clearly. In such incidents, she did not protect her own granddaughter-in-law, but believed instead in the lies of outsiders. It seemed staying within this Prince Qi's manor wouldn't be easy either. There are matters at home today. I will not stay any longer. I shall leave. Someone took the lead to leave, and gradually others followed suit and dispersed. Originally, they thought since the elder concubine extended the invitation, the mansion of Prince Qi wasn't usually open to visitors. Today was a good chance to experience something new. But this incident happened, and they were scolded by someone formerly considered crazy as having wooden brains. It was truly embarrassing. If they stayed any longer, they would become a laughingstock. Gradually, guests left. These juniors gave not half a bit of respect, which caused the elder concubine to become suddenly furious and pass out again. Quickly, the elder concubine has fainted. Nannies were thrown into chaos. Hastily, the estate physician was pulled into the celebration hall, with the matron present beside her. The doctor administered needles. Soon after, the elder concubine woke up, but lay on the bed unable to move, with a crooked mouth. What is going on here? Although the matron did not favor the elder concubine, when something happens to a person, one still needs to show concern. The physician replied, stroke caused by excessive anger. Fortunately, it's not too serious. With good care, there is potential for significant recovery. Furious, the elder concubine tried to speak, but realized her tongue was numb and senseless, emitting only sounds of woo-woo-ah-ah. The elder concubine must take care not to become angry again, else there will be severe consequences. The physician hurriedly advised. The elder concubine felt numbness all over her body, unable to speak, feeling both frustrated and regretful inside. Chu Jingwei had indeed warned her earlier, saying she should not get overly angry. Had she listened back then, perhaps nothing untoward would have happened today? Now the elder concubine is physically incapacitated, you must attend to her meticulously. If done well, I will reward you accordingly. If done poorly, despite how long you've worked in this princely household, you'll still be expelled. The matron sternly warned the servants, fearing they might mistreat the elder concubine. Auntie Mother, you rest well first. The matron bowed politely, but the elder concubine began to make sounds of as if wanting to say something more. She spent much effort, barely hearing the name Chu Jinghua. Is Auntie Mother asking for Jinghua to return? Very well, perhaps she knows of some treatment methods. The matron turned to send someone to Li residence for notification. Outside the celebration hall, mother and daughter of the Lu family were still waiting. How typical of Sister Jinghua to say she's not home at such an important time. Lu Siyu whispered urgently, shedding tears, seemingly worried about the elder concubine. The matron gave her a cold glance. The heart of Madame Lu ached for her daughter's injustice, and with a sarcastic tone said, "These days, it's hard to be a good person. Those who angered the elder concubine until she fell ill cannot be blamed even for a single word. Instead, those trying to be filial get blamed. Lady Lu, please be careful with your words." Chu Jinghua left the house early, and all the guests have departed. The elder aunt herself fell ill from her own anger. What does it have to do with anyone else? The matron's eyes gleamed with sharpness, and Madame Lu sniffed and turned away without another word. At this moment, Chu Jinghua had just arrived at Li residence. Standing at the gate were 3 or 4 individuals, led by a middle-aged woman adorned extravagantly with gold and silver jewelry. Beside her were a son and a daughter. Chu Jinghua glanced at them coolly. Is she your younger sister? No. Li Xiaoning responded icily, not even sparing them a glance as he said, my sister is in the back courtyard. Chu Jinghua silently followed. On the way, Li Xiaoning explained, that person before was a lady-in-waiting from the estate, and the 2 beside her are her children. Cruel and mean-faced looks, Chu Jinghua judged from appearances. Like one Rin Si, whose devilish arrogance naturally exuded an imperial presence, his every gesture carrying an aura of intimidation. Though inherently arrogant, despite his powerful bearing, he did not appear petty. Or like Li Xiaoning, who seemed cold-hearted and reclusive, though looking down on everyone, in truth, was not of a treacherous nature. This is what is known as appearance reflects the heart. The illegitimate younger brother and sister of Li Xiaoning might appear well-mannered and learned on the surface, but their calculating nature was evident in their eyes, suggesting they weren't easy to get along with. You are very accurate in your judgment, Li Xiaoning chuckled coldly, remembering how the rumors between him and Qian were all due to these 2 siblings. The Kong family came to rescind their engagement, while Li Shaozi took the opportunity to socialize with Ms. Kong, trying to replace him and marry into the Kong family. But what he didn't expect was that the Kong family rejected not only him, Li Xiaoning, but also the entire Li family. Chu Jinghua followed him to a refined courtyard in the back, where various flowers were planted. The sweet fragrance could be smelled from afar. The place radiated elegance and tranquility. I'll let you go in by yourself. I'm reluctant to enter, said Li Xiaoning, trusting her implicitly. Chu Jinghua went inside, finding a frail girl lying on a brocade bed, pale-lipped and devoid of energy, though still conscious. I'm a physician your brother brought here. Tell me when you first started feeling unwell and what you did that day. Miss Li Xian slowly sat up and recalled. 5 days ago, I began to feel a bit unwell. That day my 3rd elder sister and I went boating on the lake, and I accidentally fell in. Tell me your birth year and date. As Chu Jinghua placed her left hand on the girl's pulse, she used her right to calculate quickly. After a short while, she declared, you're not ill. You just have something in your body. Chu Jinghua stood up and scribbled a prescription on a piece of paper, then called Eugene outside. Go get the medicine, and bring some paper money back as well. Eugene hurried off, while Chu Jinghua turned to Li Xiaoning, saying, I'll need a clean dagger, a bowl of water, and some fine cloth for bandaging. Li Xiaoning personally went to prepare them, and Qian waited with her in the courtyard, fanning himself leisurely. How did you come out? I thought you would keep hiding in Qingxiao Alley. Chu Jinghua wondered if it was because the treasure he kept within his body had stayed too long, or if she herself felt guilty about taking it from him before. In any case, she found Qian particularly approachable and even initiated a conversation with him. Hiding for so long made it seem like I was actually ashamed to show my face. Now I realize, I've done nothing wrong. As for other people's views and gossip, let them think whatever they want. Since even Brother Xiaoning doesn't mind, there's really nothing I should fear. Qian seemed to suddenly have an epiphany, which greatly surprised Chu Jinghua. In the past, I always assumed everyone dismissed me as worthless mud, following others' judgments. Until yesterday, I realized that someone would disregard the rumors and believe in me without hesitation. Gratitude shone in Qian's eyes as he spoke earnestly, causing Chu Jinghua to slightly arch her brows and quietly take a sip of tea. It seemed like no one ever believed in her unconditionally. She was worse off than Qian. Chapter 79, Curse Technique. Chu Jinghua had all the things she needed ready, and she was just about to start treating Li Xianer when the commotion outside the courtyard distracted her. What is the young master doing? Even if Xianer isn't feeling well, there's no need to buy these ominous items in advance. The lady who greeted at the front door walked in gracefully. The daughter beside her frowned and said, and you brought so many men into our younger sister's yard. If it gets out, little sister's reputation will be ruined. Surely the Meng family would no longer want her, wouldn't they? Li Xiaoning cast a cold glance towards them. His lips lightly parted as he uttered with frost. What? Are you interested in Mengju? Upon hearing this, Li Miaoi's eyes flickered nervously. Li Xiaoning sneered mockingly. There truly are no 2 kinds of people in one house. What do you mean by that? Lady Qian looked displeased and said, now that the young master has returned home, Why not discuss your marriage with the Kong family? Why don't we let Li Shaozi marry? Li Xiaoning swept his gaze over his half-brother, displaying sheer disdain. Lady Qian heard this and felt extremely uncomfortable inside. She was eager for her son to climb high through marrying into the Kong family. How could their future political path suffer without such an esteemed father-in-law? Yet, unfortunately, Kong Jingya insisted on clinging to Li Xiaoning like fish eyes passing his pearls. Brother, since you've insisted on bringing second Master Qi back home, we have little to say about it. But bringing him into our younger sister's room, that seems improper, doesn't it? And this person, just now I noticed his suspicious behavior. Who exactly is he? Li Shaozi fixed his gaze on Eugene, who was still holding paper money, and scoffed. He can't possibly be some traveling swindler, can he? Earlier when entering the yard, Lady Qian and her group were more focused on Li Xiaoning and Qian, barely noticing that Eugene had entered with Chu Jinghua. Now, amidst scattered groups standing around in the yard, Eugene holding paper money caught everyone's eye. No matter who you are, leave our residence immediately, or we'll report you to the authorities. Li Shaozi challenged provocatively. Though speaking to Eugene, his gaze kept shifting to Li Xiaoning, clearly trying to create trouble for him. You're quite loud. Chu Jinghua opened the door and looked at everyone with evident displeasure. Lady Qian wore a mix of shock and concern, realizing Li Xiaoning indeed invited Princess Consort Qi to treat the illness. Even if you are Princess Consort Qi, are you suggesting we cannot speak freely in our own home? Li Miaoyi hurriedly interjected, seemingly eager to drive her away, and added, if you dislike noise, then return to Qi Wangfu to rest quietly. Chu Jinghua stared at her with a sardonic smirk, so eager for me to leave. Are you worried about something being discovered? Li Miaoyi's lack of sophistication showed instantly. Hearing this, guilt flickered uncontrollably in her eyes, but she forced herself to counter. You're rambling nonsense. One with a clear conscience fears no knocking doors. Since you think I'm spouting nonsense, why do you seem so frightened? Chu Jinghua's gaze was sharp and penetrating, as though seeing straight through someone's soul. Li Xiaoning's eyes grew colder. He originally suspected these people of being involved in his younger sister's severe illness. Now, with just a few words from Chu Jinghua, cracks in their facade revealed themselves, confirming almost undoubtedly that they had something to do with it, intensifying his inner fury. If Xian'er recovers, everything will naturally go smoothly. Should anything happen to her, I will settle both old and new grudges with you. Li Xiaoning had been a young judge for quite some time, handling cases and questioning criminals that most others couldn't, accumulating a certain ruthlessness. When his gaze darkened, it was like having a sharp blade pressed against one's throat, sending chills down anyone's spine. Lan Feng Fuyu, guard the entrance. Stop anyone attempting to barge in. Chu Jinghua instructed the hidden guards of Qi Wangfu, causing Lady Qian's attempts to stir up trouble to waver, knowing better than to push their luck. She turned and went inside, taking out an effective hand warmer and sprinkling some incense powder into it. What is this? Asked Li Xian'er weakly. Chu Jinghua used candlelight to burn a dagger while explaining. This ma fei xiang will dull your pain. We'll soon be making an incision on the soles of your feet, which might hurt a bit. Cut. Don't I just have a cold? Not exactly. Li Xian'er subconsciously pulled her feet closer in fear. Chu Jinghua helped her lean against the wall, extending her legs, using needles to seal acupoints to prevent her from moving. If you're afraid, hold on to the hand warmer. Chu Jinghua handed her the heater. Li Xian'er, biting her lip, nervously clutched the hand warmer tightly. Chu Jinghua moved a small stool, sat below the footrest, and placed a copper basin filled with water under Li Xian'er's protruding feet off the bed. As the sharp blade cut across, Li Xian'er's face paled from the intense pain, but bore it silently. Drops of blood fell, forming a steady line. Chu Jinghua quickly took the pre-prepared talisman papers and stuck them onto her forehead, chest, arms, abdomen, and knees respectively. Li Xian'er mysteriously felt a wave of chill coursing through her body. Moments later, she widened her eyes incredulously looking at her feet. The color of the blood deepened, gradually changing from bright red to dark red, until now it had started to drip black. What is that? Li Xian'er didn't even feel like it was blood. Chu Jinghua remained silent, focusing intently on her foot. After timing it perfectly, she suddenly pressed a pressure point and pulled hard with the other hand, yanking out a worm as long as her thumb. Li Xian'er felt both terrified and nauseous. Chu Jinghua repeated the same motion on her other foot, extracting another worm. Both worms were thrown into the water where they continued to faintly squirm. Li Xian'er dry-heaved twice, her face deathly pale from both losing too much blood and being scared. Setting the copper basin aside, Chu Jinghua took the herbs Eugene had bought, ground them into powder, and carefully bandaged her wounds with fine cloth. Drink some water. I've added salt, so it might taste a bit bitter. Chu Jinghua brought over the hand warmer and handed her a cup of tea. Li Xian'er's hands still trembled as she drank all the salty water, showing slight improvement afterward. How did those things get inside my body? Li Xian'er glanced at the copper basin before quickly averting her gaze in disgust. Chu Jinghua tore off the talisman paper from her forehead, where two faint black lines were visible. This is a curse technique involving witchcraft insects that summon evil spirits, which then inhabit the body through the insects. Chu Jinghua burned the talisman, her gaze cold and somber as she stared at the copper basin. Li Xian'er was utterly frightened. Evil spirits? Hadn't you fallen into the lake that day? Such a watery place hides filth and evil easily, and though the witchcraft insect hadn't fully developed yet, its own malevolent energy was enough to draw an evil spirit to your body. Li Xian'er's hand shook, almost dropping the teacup onto the bed. Chu Jinghua took out her silver needle. Observing her frail state, She comforted her gently. Don't worry. I've already resolved everything. You just need to rest well and drink a few more doses of medicine, and you'll recover completely. Thank you. Still afraid, Li Xian'er accepted as Chu Jingyue pondered for a moment and then retrieved a protective amulet from her pouch. Take this, it can ward off evil. With gratitude, Li Xian'er accepted the amulet with both hands, prompting Chu Jingyue to carry the copper basin out. She instantly splashed the dirty bloody water outside and said coldly, whoever bred these things will have them back. Chapter 80, The Mundane Heart Moves. Li Miao'er, seeing 2 bugs crawling towards her, screamed in terror. Qian Yinyang shouted even louder, what are you doing? Chu Jingyue coldly smiled and said, what are you afraid of? The water horse bug you raised yourself? Are you really worried it will kill its master? Li Miao'er's face turned white again and again. Watching the bug almost crawl to her face, her screams were like tearing through the clouds. Even if you are a consort princess, recklessly harming others like this, I must let our master lodge a complaint against you at the imperial court. As Qian Yinyang was making threats, she looked for something to crush that bug. Chu Jingyue reminded her, if a water horse bug nurtured by blood dies, the person feeding it will suffer greatly depleted qi and blood. After all, they carry yin energy. Do you think using yin spirits comes without any cost? Aunt, don't. Li Miao'er, upon hearing this, quickly grabbed her mother. The water horse bug swiftly crawled closer. Li Miao'er screamed, but didn't dare to swat it away herself. She could only beg tearfully, I'm sorry, consort princess, please save me. Seeing the bug bite into her skin and feed on her blood, Li Shaoqi hurriedly spoke, consort princess, whatever is decided within our family should be up to us alone. Your actions have been inappropriate. I just spilled a basin of water. Who would have known what was inside? Chu Jingyue sat down calmly, holding a cup of steaming tea, observing with indifference as if watching from afar. Li Shaoqi never thought she, looking so ethereal, could act so shamelessly, leaving him momentarily speechless. By now, Li Miao'er had nearly fainted with crying. Li Xiaoning, his eyes darkened slightly, softly asked, is there any way to resolve this? Indeed, he needed an explanation for harming his sister, but he couldn't let Chu Jingyue take the lead in this situation. If anything happened to Li Miao'er, even without clear evidence, people like Qian Yinyang would exploit rumors as weapons. She couldn't get dragged into their drama because of their family problems. Chu Jingyue rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. With a flick of her wrist, scalding tea splashed onto Li Miao'er's skin where the bugs were feeding. Li Miao'er screamed again from the pain, yet the 2 water horse bugs stiffened momentarily from the hot water and fell lifelessly to the ground. Li Miao'er held her wound that was bitten and scalded, while Qian Yinyang remembered Chu Jingyue's words and immediately shouted, you killed them. What about Miao'er's body? They're just temporarily unconscious, Chu Jingyue replied coldly. Find a container to keep them. Qian Yinyang instantly went to retrieve a container personally. This kind of matter wasn't something servants should know about. Li Shaoqi's eyes flickered slightly, then turned around and bowed. Elder brother, there might be some misunderstanding in this. Is there? We'll wait until father returns to make fair judgment. Li Xiaoning said disdainfully, and then ordered, bring the 3rd miss out and confine her temporarily in the woodshed. No one is allowed to visit her. Elder brother, Sister Miao'er might have been used by someone else. She has already been frightened and injured, and you want to lock her in the woodshed? Are you trying to drive her mad? Li Shaoqi shielded his own younger sister, confronting Li Xiaoning. Li Xiaoning walked over, looking down at them arrogantly. Whoever cherishes which sister matters most. All these years, it seems I've been too compassionate and lenient, resulting in you 2 repeatedly stepping over us. His voice was icy, causing Li Shaoqi to shiver involuntarily. Take 2nd young master down also. Place him under house arrest in his own quarters. Wait for father's return before deciding further. Li Xiaoning solemnly spoke. Soon afterward, the servants came in, pulling Li Shaoqi down and tying up Li Miao'er. Xiaoning, no matter what, they are your siblings. How can you treat them like this? Qian Yinyang arrived back with the container and saw both her children taken away, becoming anxious immediately. Li Xiaoning lowered his gaze, laughing coldly. Then how have you treated me and Xian'er? As they argued, Chu Jingyue started burning paper money to send the spirit from the water back. After finishing, she prepared to leave, and Qian Yinyang hurriedly stopped her. Princess Consort Qi, this bug. Don't you know how to nurture, but not how to counteract it? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow questioningly, her attitude clearly showing she didn't intend to care. With a mournful expression, Qian Yinyang kept silent, while Chu Jingyue only turned to Li Xiaoning, saying, your sister's medicine has been left ready for her. After taking it for several days, she'll recover. Take extra care with her foot injury. You can borrow the 4-wheeled chair from Water Cloud Medical Pavilion. Since Uncle Yunzhong became able to walk slowly, he grew more reluctant to use the 4-wheeled chair. Presumably, it would now be gathering dust in the corner of the medical pavilion. I'll go with you. Qian also stood up, returning to Qingxiao Lane. Because Li Xian'er had an incident, Li Xiaoning certainly had to stay home guarding her and didn't need to accompany anyone. As Chu Jingyue and Qian left, initially planning to visit a tavern, they were intercepted by people from Prince Qi's mansion right outside the Li residence. The Grand Dowager Consort suffered a stroke. The Great Consort requests your immediate return. Chu Jingyue was rather surprised. When she left, the person was still fine. Could it be that they got angry again? She had examined the old consort before, and it was indeed blood stasis. She shouldn't get too upset, otherwise, if the blood stasis bursts, it could be fatal. Let's drink another day. Qian waved his hand, planning to return home by himself. Chu Jingyue nodded and said, all right. But then she felt uneasy and said to Eugene, "You take Qian home. I'm not a weak woman." Qian was somewhat helpless. He always felt like Consort Qi was treating him like a child. The last time at Tianzhou building, it was exactly the same. Chu Jingyue calculated on her fingers. "Your recent destiny easily attracts villains, so you'd better pay more attention." Qian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "As you say." Chu Jingyue returned to her carriage and was slightly surprised when she pulled back the curtain. Wenren-Si was sitting inside, with a red clay stove warming tea in front of him, his face cold as if it would freeze. "Weren't you going to suppress bandits?" Chu Jingyue casually asked while sitting down. Wenren-Si sneered coldly. "If I hadn't stayed behind, how could I have seen such an interesting scene?" Chu Jingyue thought that he must have been secretly watching earlier and saw what she did at the Li residence, so she raised an eyebrow and laughed. Not bad, though it wasn't particularly exciting. She previously followed the path of cultivation strictly, rarely doing anything extra voluntarily, but today she acted emotionally for Li Xian'er's sake. Now, reflecting on it, it was somewhat meaningful. Punishing evildoers doesn't mean killing them is the only way to achieve satisfaction. Meanwhile, when Ren-Si was already irked at the sight of her laughing with Qi and seeing her usually serene face repeatedly showing smiles made the vinegar jar in his heart overturn. Was her kindness due to some benefit for herself? What about Qian? Qian had nothing, so he could only be useful as a person. At this thought, when Ren-Si's mood dropped greatly, there was a crack, and the teacup in his hand shattered. Even Chu Jingyue was startled, yet she showed no change on her face. Her tea-holding hand was not only red-hot but bleeding, with drops of blood falling along with the tea. "You? Did it splash?" Ren-Si unconsciously grabbed Chu Jingyue's arm, checking if the splashing hot tea had burned her. Chu Jingyue momentarily froze as she intended to care about him. Seeing that he didn't seem to notice his own injury, focusing only on the few spots where her arm was splashed, her thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Her usually clear thinking now tangled into a mess inside her mind, leaving her unable to react, and could only dully look at Ren-Si. Her heart beat fast. Chapter 81. Disguised entry into Huanxiang. Chu Jingyue withdrew her wrist, silently reciting the calming heart mantra. "You should look at your own wound first." She turned her head, her voice colder than usual. Chu Jingyue had met many handsome men in the past, and she was no stranger to admirers. Yet none of them had ever stirred even the slightest ripple in her heart, a heart that had severed all 7 emotions and 6 desires to cultivate the Wuqing path, the emotionless path. But Ren-Si seemed to be an exception. After Qian, Chu Jingyue thought it was the destiny treasure that made her feel something extra. Perhaps it wasn't Ren-Si that made her have slight fluctuations. Ren-Si threw all the broken porcelain pieces into the furnace, extinguishing the flickering fire and letting the blood from his hand continue to drip. Chu Jingyue's peripheral vision caught her frowning slightly. She took out her handkerchief and handed it over. "No need." Ren-Si coldly rejected her, moving his hand away like a petulant child. Chu Jingyue casually threw the handkerchief aside. "As you wish." The atmosphere around the two of them froze like ice. Fortunately, the carriage quickly arrived at the entrance of Prince Qi's mansion. Before it even stopped steadily, Chu Jingyue had already gotten up and gone out. "I'll go to Zishutang, Joyous Longevity Hall, first. Your prince is injured," Chu Jingyue said indifferently, and then pushed through the crowd to enter the mansion alone. Pei Feng worriedly lifted the curtain and saw the prince putting away something. But soon his attention was drawn to the blood seeping from his hand. "My lord, I will go find the estate physician for medicine." Ren-Si lowered his eyes deeply and said, "No need." He pulled out the jar of ointment Chu Jingyue had given him earlier, rubbed it gently with his hand, and there was an unusual touch of loneliness in his eyes. "There is something you must do personally." It seemed Ren-Si had decided on something. A faint melancholy appeared in his lowered eyes, making one's heart ache. Realizing the severed 7 emotions and 6 desires were being stirred again, Chu Jingyue's mood had plummeted to the extreme. To be so easily tempted and distracted from Taoist cultivation meant her skill had truly regressed. "The old dowager is suffering from a stroke due to excessive anger. Her whole body is numb. I have prescribed some medicine, but I fear it won't be very effective." The estate physician hurriedly explained the old dowager's condition to Chu Jingyue. Upon seeing her overly indifferent expression, he quietly shut his mouth. "Later, you can follow me inside and I'll teach you how to apply acupuncture." After a long pause, Chu Jingyue finally spoke. The estate physician was overjoyed. "Does the princess have any confidence in treating this illness? This disease cannot be completely cured, but we can try our best to treat it. How much sensation the old dowager can recover depends on her physical constitution." Chu Jingyue arrived at Zishutang. The nurse at the entrance let her in but blocked the estate physician. Since the princess can treat her, she should go in alone. Chu Jingyue glanced at her and asked in return, "What if I'm not in the mansion? Acupuncture is not something accomplished in a day. Besides, wouldn't the old dowager prefer not to see me every day?" The nurse paused for a moment and then allowed the estate physician to enter with her. On the bed, the old dowager looked at her return weakly. Because of the stiffness and paralysis, her face couldn't make any expressions, yet her eyes still revealed deep dissatisfaction, as if blaming Chu Jingyue for coming back too late. Chu Jingyue took out her silver needles, teaching the estate physician how to insert them while performing acupuncture herself. About a quarter of an hour passed before she finally spoke. "From now on, twice a day. I'll give you another prescription later. You should adjust the dosage according to her condition." The estate physician quickly thanked her. "Thank you, princess, for generously imparting your knowledge." Chu Jingyue gave a slight nod and left with her things. The estate physician also hurriedly followed to leave, but not far away, he found that Chu Jingyue seemed to be waiting for him. Afterwards, I'll give you a recipe for wound healing medicine. His Excellency has been fighting wars for years, so having more medical supplies ready in the mansion is always a good idea. Holding the dangerous stop sword, Chu Jingyue felt the urge to leave. Yet she could not help worrying about Wenren-Si. Even she didn't know whether the current concern was for the Destiny treasure or for that person. Yes. The estate physician felt strange, believing that these instructions from the princess were peculiar, as if she was about to leave immediately. Returning to Chija courtyard, Chu Jingyue didn't hear any news about Wenren-Si for a long time. Where is His Excellency? Shichuan replied softly. His Excellency just sent someone into the mansion to inquire about the old dowager's condition, then hurriedly led a group to ride out of the city. Chu Jingyue sat on the soft couch, absent-mindedly flipping a few coins in her hands. As the coin fell, Chu Jingyue stared at the hexagram lost in thought. Qian below, Gen above, initial 9. Danger ahead on this journey. She turned her gaze outside the window, as if struggling with something internally. Lanfeng. After a long silence, Chu Jingyue finally called softly, and a dark-clothed bodyguard appeared, bowing under the window. Go after Wenren-Si. If you encounter bandits during the eradication. She halted mid-sentence, then suddenly changed her mind. Never mind, go down. Given Wenren-Si's character, it was certainly impossible for him to stop midway. He was an experienced general who had been through countless battles. It was absurd to think he would not manage to overcome dangers. Frustrated and disoriented, Chu Jingyue sat in meditation and recited the calming mantra hundreds of times. However, as she continued chanting, the image that kept appearing in her mind was none other than Wenren-Si. The him with his shirt wide open in the carriage, the him in a fluster hiding embroidered clothes in the study, and the him who despite his own injuries still cared for her first. So annoying. Chu Jingyue was rarely overwhelmed by emotions clouding her mind. Shichuan, puzzled, entered the room and softly asked, My lady, did you call for me? No, I'm going out. If anyone comes looking for me, just say I am meditating and will see no one. Chu Jingyue scaled the wall and left. Rather than stay in the mansion thinking about useless matters, it was better to investigate Huanxiang Tower. If an overt investigation reveals nothing, wouldn't a covert one at least yield something? Chu Jingyue first detoured to the medical hall, borrowing a set of male clothing from Uncle Yun Boizhong. Shu Qing had specially applied makeup for her, transforming the originally ethereal Chu Jingyue into an androgynous figure with a touch of scholarly swordsman aura. Do you have somewhere to go? If not, I can accompany you. Yun Boizhong could walk slowly now, but could endure longer distances. Chu Jingyue waved her hand. I am going to Huanxiang Tower. If anything dangerous happens, I'd end up carrying you and running away. That's true. Yun Boizhong decided not to be a burden, but suddenly reacted, asking, You're going to a brothel? Chu Jingyue candidly replied, Yes, to investigate someone. She needed to uncover the identity of the master of the pavilion. There had not been much life treasure energy inside Huanxiang Tower on that day. The life treasure only possessed a faint trace on the master. This meant the master had come into contact with the life treasure, but had not had prolonged exposure. Yun Boizhong didn't know what he should warn her about. Chu Jingyue arched an eyebrow and said, I'll be careful. She wore a black bamboo hat and put on a common man's overcoat as she stepped out of the medical hall. Princess, would you care to borrow my sword for now? Fu Yu emerged, holding out his sword with both hands. Chu Jingyue then remembered that she often carried the dangerous stop sword, which might be recognized, so she immediately exchanged swords with Fu Yu. At this point, the sun hadn't yet set. In front of Huanxiang Tower, there were few people around. Chu Jingyue walked straight in, causing those who passed by to glance at her curiously. This young man looked as handsome as Pan and with a righteous air, yet seemed so eager to indulge in debauchery during broad daylight, truly showing that appearances can be deceiving. She arrived early, and even the attendants in Huanxiang Tower were somewhat surprised. Sir, we are not open yet. Would you like to take a stroll, or find somewhere to sit? It may take quite some time, the attendant politely said while bowing, though his eyes kept sizing her up. For some reason, the attendant felt the young sir in front of him resembled a lady. Chu Jingyue slightly lifted her hat brim, revealing a mischievous glint in her eyes that confused the attendant. She lowered her voice to sound more masculine, and said, No problem, I've got all the time in the world. Would you like a lady to accompany you? The attendant asked again. Chu Jingyue thought for a moment, took out a gold ingot from her purse, and said, Young master likes delicate and frail types. All right then. The attendant, seeing his pickiness when choosing, dismissed any suspicions, taking the gold ingot to find a girl. Chu Jingyue sat calmly in the central position below the stage, her leg crossed lazily leaning against the backrest, revealing a rebellious half-face. Fortunately, she had frequently visited pleasure quarters in her spare time before, otherwise, it would have been hard for her to infiltrate. Chapter 82. The Seductive Beauty Within the Walls. Are there already guests at this hour? Are you sure they're not spies sent by the authorities? In the room furthest on the second floor of Huanxiang Tower, the master of the pavilion who had previously kidnapped Chu Jingyue was lounging in a wide couch, with a beauty in his arms. Upon hearing the report from the servant, the master felt somewhat puzzled. Our subordinate has tested him. He indeed looks like a regular customer at Zhantai, being extremely extravagant. He came in and picked the central seat, which should be a wealthy young man from outside. Perhaps he's heard of our tower, and thus came by reputation. The master fed himself grapes with the beauty's hand, pondering for a long time before smiling and saying, Go meet him. If he is truly a noble son, then bring more business. The beauty lazily got up, but the servant hesitated. It might not work. Oh, the beauty, originally uninterested, arched an eyebrow and asked, why not? The servant hurriedly explained. That youngster said he wanted a frail and gentle girl. If he's willing to pay a high price, then invite all the girls. The master suddenly stood up, lips curled into a smile. I'll personally take a look. Chu Jingyue sat quietly, playing with her folding fan while looking down. Soon enough, quite a few girls walked out from the second floor, led by a madam who looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. Do you look unfamiliar, young sir? Are you from the capital city? The madam smiled as she descended, while the girls slowly followed. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her head, revealing half of her face, her gaze ignoring the madam and instead roaming over the girls. The master watched carefully from behind the curtain, indeed finding it not like a new visitor. May I inquire if you are visiting the capital for tourism or business? Seeing Chu Jingyue didn't answer, the madam cunningly asked again. Chu Jingyue coldly smirked as she tapped her fan, lifting her head to reveal her entire face, half-jokingly said, when doing business, just take the money. Asking too much is never beneficial. She turned and propped her cheek on one hand. Thankfully, Shu Qing's disguise skills were superb. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so bold. The master frowned slightly. This person definitely looked unfamiliar, yet there was a vague sense of familiarity, as if they had met before. The young sir is right. All our girls are here now. Which one do you prefer? The madam moved aside, letting Chu Jingyue have a clear view of all the girls' faces. Chu Jingyue seemed rather picky, looking back and forth before pulling out several gold ingots. I've heard that Huanxiang Tower is filled with beauties, each resembling celestial beings. Don't tell me you're underestimating my money and treating me perfunctorily. Seeing this, the madam quickly grinned and apologized. How could we dare? It's just that the youngster came too early. Some girls are still preparing. If none of these suit your fancy, you may wait. There will be even better ones soon. Bring another jug of wine. Chu Jingyue lowered her head again, resting against the wall with her sword. Immediately, the madam ordered someone to fetch the wine. Soon another batch of girls came out, but Chu Jingyue remained picky as she scrutinized them. Is that all? She pulled out several more gold coins, creating a dazzling golden display on the table, yet nothing satisfied her. These golds, naturally, the madam dared not to accept. Well, what kind of lady does the young sir exactly favor? The madam was at a loss. The master instructed her to probe whether there's any issue with this young sir aside. His eyesight was truly discerning. The delicate and frail type. Can't you understand? A flicker of impatience crossed Chu Jingyue's eyes as she rose to leave. Seems like the rumors aren't exaggerated after all. So-called top-tier establishment in the capital, not even comparable to where I'm from. Pretending to walk away, the master smirked and stepped out. Since the young sir likes the delicate and frail type, we certainly have them. However, that place isn't accessible to just anyone. Behind the brim of her hat, her eyes revealed a pleased glow, glad she had managed to draw him out. Huh, my family isn't known for anything else, only for its vast wealth. I heard beforehand that Huanxiang Tower differs from other brothels, but today, it seems pretty ordinary. Is this really good enough to let a rich lord like me enter? Chu Jingyue placed her hands across her chest, holding her sword close, acting arrogantly and disdainfully. The master calmed down inside. It seemed that someone really had revealed the wonders within Huanxiang Tower to him, hence he'd come by reputation. It seems we must show the young sir what Huanxiang Tower is truly capable of, lest our reputation suffers damage when you go out. Chu Jingyue pretended curiosity, as the madam respectfully bowed and said, Please follow us, young sir. The lord would like to see what you can offer. Following them casually, Chu Jingyue added, Take all the gold with you. If I'm satisfied, it's all yours. The madam led the way to the backyard, walking through curved corridors with pavilions and terraces. After about a stick of incense's time, they reached another building. This building was approximately 3 stories tall, but constructed like a short tower. Above the door plaque were 3 characters written. Xiao Jin Ku, Gold Wasting Den. Pushing the door open, round walls lined with doors greeted them. On the doors were posted various portraits of women that made one blush, some playing the qin, some blowing the flute, others dancing, all partially undressed. The young sir, please take a good look. The women here are all top-notch. As for what kind of top-notch, you'll have to experience it yourself. The madam spoke mysteriously. Chu Jingyue thought for a moment and pointed at a painting on the wall that looked delicate and gentle, saying, I like this one. Of course, there is no problem, but the gold coins you gave just barely cover the cost of revealing her identity by lifting the curtain and ringing the bell. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly. Reveal her. She showed a clear lack of regard for those gold coins, making the madam even more certain they were not fake. She immediately sent someone to lift the curtain and ring the bell. As the scroll was rolled up, a hidden door opened, and a slim young woman emerged slowly from the cramped space, standing blankly in the narrow corridor with a vacant gaze. So vacant? Are you trying to fool me? Chu Jingyue immediately said with dissatisfaction, lowering her tone. The madam quickly laughed and reassured. Young sir, please don't rush. The madam shook her bell, and the woman suddenly looked up, her eyes now filled with seductive charm as she softly locked gazes with Chu Jingyue. Jiaonu greets the young sir. Jiaonu's voice was crisp, her eyes both pure and alluring. Chu Jingyue slightly raised an eyebrow. The madam continued, If the young sir is satisfied, it will be 10 gold coins for a tea session. No wonder it's called the Gold Wasting Den. It does have some charm. Chu Jingyue directly tossed over a pouch of money, beckoning Jiaonu with her fingers. Come here, let me see what makes you special. After inspecting the pouch, The madam handed over the bell to Chu Jingyue and added, Jianu will lead the young sir to a private room. We won't disturb any further. Jianu descended gracefully using a hanging chain, her gait graceful and alluring. Young sir, please follow me. She led the way ahead. Chu Jingyue directly stepped forward and embraced her waist, eliciting a sweet laugh and a mild reprimand from Jianu. This scene remained observed silently by the pavilion master hidden away in a dark corner until Chu Jingyue left the gold-wasting Denver. He then withdrew his gaze. When the time comes, we will properly introduce the concept of a Buddha girl to the young sir. Chapter 83. The Buddha girl enters hell. Chu Jingyue was led by Jianu to a private room. Upon entering, Jianu obediently knelt beside her. Come here. Chu Jingyue placed her hand on Jianu and pulled her into her embrace, making gestures that seemed wanton as her hands continuously rubbed against Jianu's wrists. Her gaze flickered slightly, noticing a faint and subtle scar on Jianu's wrist. Close your eyes, Chu Jingyue whispered softly into Jianu's ear, and she instantly obeyed. With one hand, Chu Jingyue formed an incantation and lightly traced it from Jianu's face downward, finally stopping at her abdomen. Master. Jianu waited for a long time without feeling any further action from the person behind her, gently inquiring with a soft voice. Chu Jingyue lowered her eyes deeply, took out a talisman, and sealed the bell, causing the person in her arms to immediately stiffen and become Diru again. Chu Jingyue released Jianu and had her sit on the soft couch, while she herself stood in front of her, forming the gesture with both hands. Tai Shang Tai Xing. Adaptable changes never stop. Wisdom is bright and pure, heart spirit tranquil. Combined. She gave a low shout, and the previously dear Jianu gradually recovered clarity in her eyes. She no longer displayed the alluring charm induced by the bell, but instead revealed confusion and bewilderment. Jianu looked bewildered, seemingly still remembering what she had done while under control. Her eyes reflected despair, yet glimmered with hope as she gazed at Chu Jingyue. Please, master, save me. Chu Jingyue glanced at the bell and said softly. Time is limited. Answer my questions. Jianu nodded repeatedly. Where are you from? Do you know why you were controlled and how you ended up in Huanxiang Tower? Jianu lowered her eyebrows and bit her lips, responding with restraint. I am from Hanyu village in the outskirts of the capital. Last year, my mother and grandmother went to the mountain temple to burn incense. After they returned, they claimed that if I stayed in the temple for a few days, our family fortune would change. Afterward, I entered the temple, and that night, I passed out for some unknown reason. When I woke up, I found myself in a secret passage. The monks locked me inside a Buddha niche, and then I knew nothing else. Chu Jingyue slightly deepened her eyes. Are you referring to Tianji Temple? That's exactly it. Jianu unexpectedly looked up, surprised that he also knew about Tianji Temple. Chu Jingyue understood fully now. Tianji Temple was the temple investigated earlier. There was a Seihan array within its Buddha niches, along with her command treasure pressing the array. Ordinary people who enter the array would lose their souls and have their spirits burned, unable to be broken unless combined with another soul. Do you know about the presence of a parasite within your body? Chu Jingyue pressed her hand on her shoulder, detecting not just one parasitic insect inside her. Mentioning this, Jianu's entire face showed fear as she said with reddened eyes, I do. Chu Jingyue did not rush her, but waited until she calmed down. Then she heard Jianu continue. When I came to my senses again, I found myself in an unknown dark tower. Many women were confined there, and every day upon waking up, we would be shoved into stone coffins. They would place countless bugs inside the coffins, and then, at this point, Jianu visibly trembled out of fear. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and said, You don't need to recall anymore. I can't take you away today, but I will certainly come back for you. Hearing this, Jianu looked up filled with hope and then immediately knelt down, saying, Looking at you, Master, you do not seem like an ordinary person. If you could save others, please rescue the rest of the women as well. Chu Jingyue nodded and replied, Of course, I have ways to keep you conscious. Would you like to use them? Jianu shook her head after thinking about it, lowering her head sadly, and saying, Going deep into hell, staying conscious is worse than being dazed. I'll be back. Chu Jingyue needed to consider methods to remove the parasite and wait for Wen Renzi to return from his anti-bandit operations. Saving so many people couldn't be achieved by her alone. Even if she had to confront the situation directly, she would need more help. Do not cause harm due to rash actions where no one is saved, and only alerting the enemies, which might endanger these girls. People are coming. Chu Jingyue spoke in a low voice. I'm about to ring the bell. Jianu nodded and seemed to think of something, saying, Wait. In a hurry, she untied her hairband, letting it fall, scattering red hairpins all over the floor. Then she loosely undid her thin blouse and loosened her waistband, hanging loosely. Only then did she nod at Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and extended her hand to collect the talisman that sealed the bell. Gently ringing the bell, she heard it chime. She watched the person before her gradually become to her, like a swaying willow branch drawn into a painting and then stepping out anew. Master, time is up. A servant from Huanxiang Tower knocked on the door, and Chu Jingyue feigned displeasure, saying, Young master has not yet enjoyed enough. Master, if you like her, you may also buy her and take her home. The servant's voice was heard outside, and Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes, rising to open the door, saying, Come in and tell me more. The servant bowed his head while entering the room and casually noticed Jianu lying disheveled on the bed. He smirked, saying, If master fancies the Buddha girl from the gold pit, then it's destiny between you and Buddhism. You may invite the Buddha girl home to be kept quietly and entertained. Chu Jingyue played with the pendant around her waist and laughed lightly. Just a moment of smelling incense costs so much gold. Inviting her home might not be cheap at all. That's natural. 10,000 taels of gold can support one Buddha. Chu Jingyue maintained a calm expression, only glancing at Jianu with an evaluating look, as if calculating whether to spend the 10,000 taels of silver. The young master can take your time to decide. Do you want Jianu to continue the company or return to the front yard? It's fortunate that today is also the day for the girls in the tower to celebrate their first night with a customer. A flicker of interest lit up on Chu Jingyue's face. That's something I must have a good look at. She got up and was about to walk out, but after a few steps paused and thought. Make sure this girl is well taken care of for me. I will come back to take her when I leave. All right. The servant laughed cheerfully, knowing the tower would soon gain another 10,000 taels of gold. Chu Jingyue walked to the front yard, and by now compared to when she first arrived, quite a number of people had gathered there already. She found a secluded spot, and, enjoying the fruits on the table, seemed quite content just watching the spectacle. Chu Jingyue appeared composed and easygoing, but this greatly worried Lan Feng and Fu Yu who were secretly guarding outside. What should we do? It has been several hours since she went in, and it's almost dark, yet there's still no sign of the princess coming out. Lan Feng felt a headache coming on. The tight security at Huaxiang Tower had been warned about before. They couldn't easily get in without being detected. So he and Fu Yu could only wait outside, but waiting forever wasn't a solution. Should we go in and look? Fu Yu hesitated. He hadn't even set foot inside a brothel before. Lan Feng frowned. You go then. After some arguing and losing a rock-paper-scissors game, Fu Yu reluctantly changed his clothes and steeled himself to enter Huaxiang Tower. Such a handsome young man. Please come in and sit down for a moment. The flower maiden at the door pulled on Fu Yu, scaring him into hastily waving his hands. I'm here to find someone. The flower maiden giggled and pushed him inside, not forgetting to tease. Isn't everyone here looking for someone? With red cheeks, Fu Yu panicked as he rushed inside, and quickly spotted the prince disguised as the princess sitting leisurely drinking wine at a corner, seemingly comfortable. Hastily walking over, just as he was about to speak, he was startled by Chu Jingyue's cold side-eyed glance and swallowed hard. Young master, it's time to go home. Chu Jingyue played with the wine cup, a carefree smile tugging at her lips. Fu Yu realized in his eyes, the princess really carried a rogue-like air. No wonder she could blend in so long at Huaxiang Tower. Not in a hurry. Let's watch this show before leaving. Chu Jingyue tilted her chin up high, pretending to refer to the auction girl on stage. In reality, her peripheral vision was focused on the men bidding prices. Fu Yu turned around to look, instantly shocked. How did he end up here? Chapter 84, 10,000 gold contest for a comb. The person who was fiercely competing with others for the night with the maiden on stage was none other than Li Xiaoning's father. Fu Yu was greatly shocked. What had the Li family come to that Master Li could be here bidding as if nothing were amiss? Chu Jingyue smiled faintly, patted the empty stool beside him, and said, sit down and watch. Unsettled, Fu Yu sat down. Chu Jingyue tilted his chin slightly, gesturing towards another man wearing a mask. That's... Fu Yu vaguely felt familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. Chu Jingyue whispered, Master Luo. Fu Yu. Half of the bidders on this auction are high-ranking officials. Huaxiang Tower truly stands out. Fu Yu. When Master Luo bid 3,000 taels, Master Li had already stopped increasing his bid. It seemed like the deal was about to be settled when Chu Jingyue calmly interjected, 3,500 taels. Master Luo immediately glanced over, narrowing his eyes and upping the price, for 1,000 taels. For 1,500 taels. Master Luo's gaze grew dark as he weighed his financial assets in his mind and gritted his teeth, declaring, 5,000 taels. 5,500 taels. Chu Jingyue provocatively looked straight at him and spoke bluntly. This girl is beautiful, but you look close to 50 years old. Why ruin her youth for money? You should let her go. Hearing such an unrestrained statement from His Highness Wang Fei, Fu Yu nearly popped his eyes out. Was this really his cool, aloof fairy like Wang Fei? After hearing his remarks, Master Luo became even angrier inside, shouting, 6,000 taels. Chu Jingyue looked extremely arrogant at him, saying, 6,500 taels. 7,000 taels. Chu Jingyue gradually drove the price up to 9,500 taels. Everyone present turned their focus onto Master Luo, pondering whether he could afford more. Under the mask, sweat dripped down Master Luo's face. Reason told him to stop now, for 10,000 taels was no small amount. But in front of him was a pale-faced young man being both provocative and outrageous. Moreover, everyone around him was watching this spectacle unfold. If he retreated now, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? You should have given up sooner, Chu Jingyue mocked, curling her lips triumphantly. Provoked by these words, Master Luo slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, 10,000 taels. Once again, everyone focused on Chu Jingyue. She leaned casually against the chair back and said with great nonchalance, all yours then. His smirking eyes made Master Luo instantly realize he'd been played. Stretching lazily, Chu Jingyue remarked, congratulations, Master Luo, on securing yourself a beauty. I hope you enjoy your evening. This single sentence caused shock waves among all attendees. Could it be true that Master Luo, the magistrate of the capital district, just lavishly spent 10,000 taels in a brothel? Chu Jingyue, maintaining a carefree demeanor akin to a young nobleman, departed gracefully. Beside her, Fu Yu was so frightened that his palms were sweating. Master, Lord, wasn't that too risky? Revealing his identity like this, aren't you afraid of retribution? Panicked, Fu Yu kept urging the princess consort not to be reckless. Chu Jingwei gave a calm sideways glance, retorting, "Why should I fear? How many people here didn't already know his identity? They just pretended ignorance. The corruption between Huanxiang Tower and the district magistrate needs testing. Who exactly shields them, Master Luo or someone else? If tomorrow the matter doesn't escalate, then clearly Huanxiang Tower has managed to suppress the news, implying its connection with the capital district office. But if the incident does grow bigger, it shows that Huanxiang Tower doesn't rely heavily on the capital district magistrate, meaning he must have some other powerful backer." After leaving Huanxiang Tower, Chu Jingwei wandered through several alleys before reaching the medicine shop. Hastily removing makeup, she revealed her true self. "Suying, today you've done me a great favor." Chu Jingwei genuinely felt Suying was incredibly talented. Her skill with cosmetics was better than any human face mask. Suying, delighted to help, was startled upon hearing the latter half of Chu Jingyue's words, almost dropping the objects in her hands. How else could one visit a pleasure house without hassle? Particularly Huanxiang Tower, where the level of vigilance was extremely high. Qinglu, panicked and uneasy, Suying thought if the king ever found out, he would surely flay her alive. Nodding slightly, Chu Jingyue confirmed. "Yes, there I encountered a Buddha maiden." Her expression somewhat distant. Suying heard Chu Jingyue continue. "How are the Buddha maidens chosen?" Chu Jingyue remembered what those fake monks had said, that Suying and her group were failed Buddha maidens, and predicted she'd certainly become one successfully. "By appearance and physique," Suying responded, her complexion turning paler as bad memories surfaced. Chu Jingyue lightly patted her shoulder, suggesting, "If it makes you uncomfortable, don't dwell on it." No. Despite feeling deeply humiliated by those experiences, Suying insisted on remembering. She hoped whatever she shared could somehow aid Chu Jingyue. "It's all right, I'm fine." Shu Qing took a deep breath and continued. "There are dedicated people who inspect the women entering the Buddha niche. Someone as old as me would most likely be rejected. I remember those people saying that they don't only pick the beautiful or graceful ones, but also those with sturdy physiques. The failed Buddha maidens are mostly those whom they don't want." Chu Jingyue nodded slightly. "In a few days, I might have to come seek your help again to recreate today's makeup. It won't go wrong." Before the incident, Shu Qing specialized in applying makeup for others. When it came to cosmetics, she was incredibly skilled. Chu Jingyue returned her clothes to Yun Boizhong, and then walked back to the mansion under the moonlight. However, just before reaching the mansion, Chu Jingyue heard some rustling sounds, like the crawling of countless beetles. "Lady Wangfei, be careful." Lan Feng and Fu Yu appeared instantly, and within moments, they were surrounded by tens of thousands of insects. Chu Jingyue looked slightly disdainful. "How disgusting. Seems like Lady Wangfei isn't fond of my little pets." A figure emerged from the shadowed alley, walking slowly as the poison insects parted for him. Chu Jingyue lightly arched an eyebrow and said, "You've let so many out, soon you'll probably regret it." "Is Lady Wangfei this confident? My little pets are immune to all poisons, unburned by raging fire. There's nothing you can do against them." Wu Abai had absolute confidence in his poisonous insects. Chu Jingyue could handle wraiths, but that was merely because the wraith wasn't strong enough. You two moved further away. Chu Jingyue took half a step back, made a hand seal, and simultaneously sent Lan Feng and Fu Yu away. But just as the two were about to flee, a swarm of crows gathered in the air, forcefully blocking their path. The two could only retreat back to Chu Jingyue's side, frowning and asking, "Lady Wangfei, what do we do now?" "Hold on to the danger-stopping sword." After Chu Jingyue gave the instruction and saw that the two had already grasped the danger-stopping sword, a sound akin to something ethereal and sacred echoed from her voice. "Majestic celestial power, bring forth the spirit of fire. The three purified fires, burn ghosts and destroy forms." In an instant, a wave of fiery heat erupted around Chu Jingyue, causing the danger-stopping sword in Lan Feng and Fu Yu's hands to tremble ceaselessly. The swarm of poison insects surrounding them below turned into ash almost immediately. Wu Abai could hardly believe what he was seeing. Was she a celestial being? Chapter 85, The Scheme Comes to Light. "Can't fight him, let's go." Wu Abai left with a word and turned to run. Lan Feng and Fu Yu immediately looked at Chu Jingyue. Should we chase him? The prince had instructed them to follow the princess's actions, always following her commands. No need to chase. He just released some common plagues earlier, but there's no telling what else he has up his sleeve. If you guys chased him, you'd be at a disadvantage. Chu Jingyue herself wasn't afraid of insects. Not only did she know magic spells, but also her golden light charm would protect her against such creatures. However, normal people wouldn't stand a chance against those plagues. What was that move earlier? It was so powerful. Fu Yu was full of admiration for their princess. Chu Jingyue continued walking back toward her estate and said, "Fire god spell. Can I learn it?" Fu Yu's eyes were bright. He thought the spell seemed far more potent than martial arts. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and replied, "Learning spells is not difficult, but if one's vital energy is insufficient, carelessly reciting them could cost you your life." "Ah." Fu Yu silently swallowed. "Then perhaps I should not learn it after all." He finished speaking but couldn't help worry about Princess Chu Jingyue. Was she burning her own life force every time she used spells? "I'm different. I expend my own vital energy." Wu Abai had lost heavily and returned to Wei's mansion looking somewhat displeased. "It seems your plague techniques can do nothing to her," mocked Wei Chong, belittling Wu Abai as the so-called Wujiang plague sage who wasn't much use. Wu Abai smirked coldly. "It's true. I cannot harm her. But from what I observe, Chu Jingyue's skills are much more advanced than yours, Lord Wei." Wei Chong's expression instantly turned gloomy. Earlier, Lu Yun had mentioned Chu Jingyue's deep knowledge of spells and even suggested she could summon deities. He originally didn't believe it, dismissing Lu Yun's comments as excuses. But now, these recent setbacks all pointed to one thing. Chu Jingyue truly possessed certain abilities. Spells. That was the realm sought after by Taoist practitioners. How had Miss Chu, once merely deemed insane, managed to attain such skill? Seeing Wei Chong upset, Wu Hebai felt a tinge of satisfaction. This operation failing does not matter too much, but the next plan cannot tolerate any mistakes. Wei Chong coldly warned, I never expected Wu Hebai to subdue Chu Jingyue outright. Of course. With that, Wu Hebai turned and left, adding, I've already met the lady of your household. Wei Chong heard this and greed gleamed in his eyes again. I want Chu Jingyue captured alive. The next day, there was a major incident at the imperial court. An official accused Mr. Luo of the Capital Judicial Office of corruption and open debauchery, throwing thousands of gold coins on courtesans in a brothel. This event caused quite a stir, and the emperor ordered a strict investigation by the Supreme Court. Li Xiaoning, armed with an imperial decree, conducted searches, completely turning Luo's residence upside down. In the process, he naturally proceeded to investigate Huoxianglo by demanding account books, along with searching the entire premises. People can be handed over, so can the account books. But this search, may I ask Master Li, what reason do you have to conduct this search? The speaker was none other than the former captor of Chu Jingyue, the head of the secret society. Li Xiaoning squinted his eyes and asked, Who are you? I am Zhou Jixing, and my foster mother owns Huoxianglo. Li Xiaoning replied indifferently. We must inspect whether there are any unlawful activities at Huoxianglo. The Supreme Court investigates corruption, and Huoxianglo simply runs an open business. What's it got to do with us? If you wish to conduct the search, then please produce a warrant from the Ministry of Punishments. Zhou Jixing stood his ground respectfully, and Li Xiaoning considered for a moment before saying, We will take away the relevant women and the account books until the case is cleared. Huoxianglo shall be temporarily sealed off. Zhou Jixing wanted to argue further, but Li Xiaoning preemptively cut him off coldly. The officials from the Ministry of Punishments will personally place the seals themselves. With that, Li Xiaoning walked away. Master, what should we do now? The Madam of Huoxianglo worried anxiously, concerned about how to handle things inside the Golden Den if a thorough investigation indeed followed its closure. Zhou Jixing laughed confidently. A mere Supreme Court won't shut down our venue. Let the Ministry of Punishment seal it as they wish. We'll move our attendants to Gold Hole to watch over it. Yes. The Luo family affair happened suddenly, and after completing his assigned task at Huoxianglo under the Imperial Command, Li Xiaoning quickly sent word to Chu Jingyue through Qian. You're talking about the Luo family matter? Yes, I know. I did it. Chu Jingyue sat calmly in the courtyard of Qingxiao Lane, leisurely sipping tea. Qian, caught unprepared, his hand trembled slightly as he asked in astonishment, What did you say? You mean last night the person arguing with him was you? Li Xiaoning reacted swiftly, still carrying a tone of disbelief. Chu Jingyue found his surprised look amusing and arched a brow. At first, I just wanted to test how rich they really were. Turns out, they were quite wealthy. Your Highness, the Crown Princess, casually visits brothels and vies for courtesans. You truly surpass precedent, unprecedented. Before Qian could recover from his shock, Chu Jingyue reminded him, You should think about yourself. Last night, I suddenly tested and exposed Mr. Luo's past. Your family's misfortune will come even sooner. Qian froze, realizing he had forgotten about this crucial matter. His brows furrowed tightly as Chu Jingyue calmly sipped her tea and said, It's still not too late to go home. Normally outspoken, Qian now hesitated instead, seemingly torn between fear and desire to go. Li Xiaoning also urged him, If you don't go, you're sure to regret it. Qian abruptly stood up, briefly bowing to Chu Jingyue in gratitude before rushing off. By dismissing Qian, Do you want to say something to me alone? Li Xiaoning asked in a low voice. Chu Jingyue glanced at him disapprovingly. How can it be called dismissing? Li Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, unbothered by her tone. Chu Jingyue took a sip of tea and said, Your father was also competing for that woman last night. Li Xiaoning's face immediately darkened. Recalling the major incident at home yesterday, he had sent people to fetch his father to make a decision, but received a message saying he was dealing with an urgent matter. Turns out, that urgent matter was going to the brothel to fight over a courtesan. Li Xiaoning's face turned ashen. Chu Jingyue continued, Speaking of which, the woman has features somewhat similar to yours. May I ask, do you resemble your mother? Chu Jingyue had calculated earlier that Li Xiaoning's father harbored deep feelings, which didn't seem typical for concubines. Li Xiaoning naturally remembered this gossip, and he scoffed bitterly. He didn't cherish her when she was alive, keeping my mother in agony with a secondary wife until she passed away. Now, he suddenly becomes sentimental, likely just for show. In that case, regarding the Kong family's matter, I'll offer another way. Chu Jingyue initially wanted Li Xiaoning to talk to his father, who would undoubtedly handle it well. However, given Li Xiaoning's current evident disdain for his birth father, she didn't want to burden him further. Li Xiaoning looked up at her. What is it? You have a celestial mark on your lifeline. For those with such fates, whenever calamities or dangers arise, seeking religion or faith can transform misfortune into blessings. Li Xiaoning arched an eyebrow. You're suggesting I become a monk? Becoming a Taoist priest isn't bad, either. There aren't many taboos. All evil repelled, nothing prohibited. As they were talking, someone suddenly knocked urgently on the door outside. Is the young master here? The old master has fainted at home. Please return quickly to take charge of all matters. Chapter 86. The Li family has no descendants. Li Xiaoning was worried about his father's well-being, so he specially invited Chu Jingyue over. Unexpectedly, while she was taking the old man's pulse, adult Li faintly called out to Li Xiaoning, "What should we do with the young lady you brought back from the Huanxiang building?" Li Xiaoning remembered what Chu Jingyue had said, that the young woman bore some resemblance to him. He suddenly gave a cold laugh and said, "The process of investigation by the Dali Temple is always about these few steps. When officials frequenting brothels caused trouble, Mr. Luo was not the first case. In the past, when something like this happened, in order to save face for the court, they would always put all the blame on the woman, saying that it was their enticement that made the officials confused for a moment. This was the process that Li Xiaoning referred to." Mr. Li held his chest and said, "That woman has a tragic background. What happened yesterday wasn't voluntary for her. How can you handle it so rashly? Then according to father, how should I deal with it?" Li Xiaoning sat quietly at a distance, looking at his father leisurely. Adult Li hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't you secretly take her off the register of entertainers?" "Humph." Li Xiaoning gave an indifferent cold laugh. "A courtesan, yet you are so attached to her? Are you trying to pretend that I didn't know that last night you also fought with Luo Shishir for a prostitute?" There was a trace of guilt on Mr. Li's face, and Li Xiaoning looked displeased. "Lady Qian colluded with little sister Li Miao Miao to harm sister Qian. Tell me, how do you think this situation should be handled? How could this be possible? Little sister Miao Miao is the most obedient. Moreover, Lady Qian has always been fair. If sister Miao Miao really did something wrong, why would she cover up for her?" Adult Li seemed completely unconvinced, and Li Xiaoning's face grew even darker. "Fair. If you don't want to handle this matter, tomorrow I will report to His Majesty. Afterward, I will sever my ties with the Li family, set up a separate household with sister Qian, and let you two go crazy as you please." After finishing speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. This alarmed adult Li, who quickly sat up, any sign of frailty gone. "Xiaoning." Adult Li shouted anxiously but still sounded somewhat incredulous. "Are you sure it's Miao Miao who harmed sister Qian?" Li Xiaoning stared silently at him for a long time before slowly replying, "If that's the case, how would you like to deal with it? Harming one's own younger sister deserves punishment. Her mother covering up for her should be expelled from the house." As soon as he finished speaking, adult Li hastily protested, "No, at such a beautiful age, how can Miao Miao bear such harsh treatment? Moreover, your stepmother has managed our family affairs for many years, though without achievements. There were indeed hard work involved. Punishing her this way is indeed inappropriate. Miao Miao cannot receive corporal punishment, yet sister Qian, who is younger than her, must endure the suffering of poison. Father, do you have eyes only for one daughter?" Li Xiaoning smiled bitterly at him, and the icy coldness in his eyes shocked adult Li. "Well, since Crown Princess Qi is here today, let's follow whatever she says." Li Xiaoning suddenly turned toward Chu Jingyue, who was watching the spectacle with amusement, throwing the question her way. Chu Jingyue helplessly twisted her lips, but still took out a copper coin and tossed it casually. "Cannon below and Jin above, line 9-2. Dispersed running to opportunities, regret disappears." Chu Jingyue herself didn't expect this hexagram to appear. Seeing Li Xiaoning's look of confusion, she explained, "Hurry away from the dangerous place, run to the safe place, then regret will vanish." "This must be nonsense." Adult Li immediately refuted. Li Xiaoning smirked. "Looks like it's heaven's will. To relieve sister Qian's anger by giving Miao Miao a beating is fine by me. 15 strokes of the cane, 3 months under house arrest, and I'll find her a husband as soon as possible and send her off in marriage. As for managing the household, let sister Qian start learning. Are you satisfied?" Adult Li dared not truly sever ties with Li Xiaoning. He was after all currently the highest-ranking official in the Li family and had the brightest prospects. In that case, it shall be settled thus. However, the house arrest must take place on the estate and cannot leave until the end of the period. Aunt Qian will accompany her to personally care for her daughter, which may give her peace of mind. After saying this, Li Xiaoning called out to Chu Jingyue to leave. "I think your initial suggestion was good. Based on the hexagram, setting up a separate household seems safer." Chu Jingyue suggested based solely on the hexagram. Li Xiaoning looked towards the direction of the backyard and said, "Sister Qian having just a brother who is a deputy minister in the Ministry of Justice supporting her is far less advantageous than having the Holy Family. Were it not for Sister Qian, I wouldn't probably have wanted to stay in the capital city either. Their mother passed away when they were young, and their father favored the concubine and illegitimate siblings. On the contrary, the legitimate born ones often lacked food and clothes. Little brother Li benefited from his father paving the way for him tirelessly, whereas he himself had to take the imperial exams and climb from being a petty official. By utilizing every means and calculating his moves carefully, he finally became a deputy minister of justice at a young age. That day you divined, saying my father visiting the brothel was actually due to deep affection. I found it absurd at the time. He liked my mother, but also wasted her life, indulging his concubines and harming his wife, which ultimately killed my mother. She's been dead for many years, yet he continues to remember her. I find it truly disgusting." Li Xiaoning did not believe that Chu Jingyue's divination was incorrect. His father was indeed deeply in love. Despite favoring his concubines, mother remained the main wife, and every year on the anniversary of her death, he never forgot. He sought women who resembled his mother, intending only to reminisce about her, but he never once thought to treat her 2 children kindly. Earlier during the divination, another hexagram came up. Chu Jingyue spoke solemnly, lowering her voice. "The Li family has no descendants." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoning actually chuckled with satisfaction. This would be best. Chu Jingyue didn't linger any longer in the Li household, leaving after checking Xin'er's pulse. Li Xiaoning used Luo Shishir's case as an opportunity to investigate the accounts of Huanxiang building. The books appeared completely normal, showing no issues. But the more ordinary they seemed, the more Li Xiaoning felt there was something amiss. While Huanxiang building revealed nothing suspicious, quite a few items were uncovered from Mr. Luo's house. It was found that his embezzlement amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels, with countless wrongful cases under his belt and numerous unresolved mysteries involving him. Recently, citizens had even filed complaints to the Dali Temple accusing Luo Shishir of corruption, unfair trials, and violations of the law. Taking all these matters into account, Li Xiaoning believed execution was unavoidable. However, since the Qi family was also implicated, if the emperor got angry and decided to exterminate all related families, it would spell great trouble for the Qi family, possibly dragging Qian down with them. Thus, despite finishing the investigation, Li Xiaoning held back the matter, planning to personally visit Qingxiao Lane to inquire about the situation at Qian's home. Only then did he learn that Qian hadn't returned to Qingxiao Lane for several days. He immediately went to the Qi residence and found them adorned with lanterns, seemingly preparing for a wedding. Li Xiaoning didn't act rashly. Instead, he turned around and went to seek reinforcements at Prince Qi's mansion. In the northwest corner, where the livestock are kept, Chu Jingyue calculated before accompanying Li Xiaoning to search for people. They eventually found a bound and disheveled Qi in the stables, looking as if he'd been beaten. Li Xiaoning quickly went to help him up, while Chu Jingyue stood silently with her lips pressed tightly. That day, she had sent Qian away to spare Li Xiaoning embarrassment. Little did she know it would lead to his current misfortune. She lifted her sword, preparing to leave. Li Xiaoning hastily called out to her, "Where are you going?" To cause some trouble. Hearing this, Li Xiaoning could only sigh, surprised at how confidently someone could declare their intention to stir up trouble. "Don't go. I have a better plan." Chapter 87. Please invoke the spirit. Li Xiaoning's plan was to take Qian straight to his father. Expulsion. Qi father furrowed his brows, looking them both over with a full dose of disdain in his eyes. Li Xiaoning said indifferently, "Let me tell you, if today you don't expel Qian from the family, disaster will befall your clan. Do you believe it?" "Umph. Even the deputy director of the Blisu would believe such nonsense." Qi father sneered and derided. "If you want to take my son away, either bring 3,000 taels or forget about it." Family Qi really does have the spirit of literati. They are truly different from ordinary families, Li Xiaoning subtly ridiculed, implying that family Qi was selling their son, turning Qi father's face pale. Family Qi tried to call for people to drive them out, but Li Xiaoning calmly stated, "I've said it. If you don't expel Qian today, disaster will surely strike family Qi. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Chu Jingyue was hiding in the shadows, spotting the signal Li Xiaoning made, and immediately sighed. A person of semi-ascended rank like this still had to handle such trivial tasks. Chu Jingyue took a step back, stepping into the star positions, pinching her fingers into gestures, and murmuring solemnly. 5 emperors, 5 dragons, descending light riding wind, spreading moist blessings, assisting Thunder Lord. From the 5 lakes and 4 seas, water obeys its highest calling. Divine talisman orders you, invoke the spirits. Originally a bright sunny day, suddenly became filled with dark clouds, lightning flashes, and thunderous roars. With a sudden rumble, a bolt of lightning shot down, striking directly into the empty stable where Qian had been confined, igniting a fiery blaze. "Master, something's wrong. The stables at the back are on fire." Qi father's face immediately changed drastically, demanding, "Why aren't you quickly bringing people to extinguish the fire?" For a moment, chaos ensued within the Qi household. Only within the hall did Qi father look suspiciously toward Qian. Could it be? There really is impending calamity? Is this a divine sign? "People, please summon the elders of the Qi family," Master Qi commanded deeply. Then he added to Li Xiaoning, "As a child born out of wedlock, his behavior disgraces the Qi family. The Qi family naturally cannot acknowledge him." Master Qi still put on airs, unwilling for others to mistakenly think he feared any supposed calamity. However, Li Xiaoning didn't mind, giving Chu Jingyue another signal upon seeing him acquiesce. He had originally only asked Chu Jingyue if she could conjure a simple wind charm, not expecting her to call down a thunderbolt. This display was quite grand. The elders of the Qi family never held a good impression of Qian. Upon hearing that keeping Qian in the estate would bring calamity to the Qi household, they promptly expelled him from the family records. Since then, family Qi no longer recognized Qian. Throughout the entire process, Qian didn't say a single word. He came back initially because he still cherished some remnants of familial affection. He warned that something terrible was going to happen to the Luo family, advising against his elder brother marrying Miss Luo. Yet he hadn't finished speaking when his birth mother ordered his beating, after which they confined him in the stable, claiming they wanted him to watch as Qi Wuji advanced splendidly in life. His biological father seemed to feel dirty just by looking at him more, while his birth mother completely ignored him. Though both parents were alive, he lived an extraordinarily lonely existence. Instantaneously, Qian's once warm heart turned stone cold. In a daze, he numbly followed Li Xiaoning out of the residence. Around a corner, they saw Chu Jingyue sitting by the roadside, appearing utterly exhausted. "Are you alright?" Seeing Chu Jingyue's weakened state, even Li Xiaoning began to worry. Chu Jingyue nonchalantly waved her hand, saying, "No worries, I was simply curious to see how far I could go." Had she merely borrowed the wind, Chu Jingyue wouldn't have depleted her energy, but she summoned rain and thunder, precisely guiding the thunder to explode in the stable. She merely wanted to gauge how far her current body could withstand. Judging from now, the effect was satisfactory. We'll escort you home. Li Xiaoning offered his hand to support her, startling Fu Yu, who quickly stepped forward, extending his arm for Chu Jinghua to lean on. After all, this was their princess. They couldn't allow anyone to encroach upon her advantage. Chu Jinghua called down the thunder to test her endurance limit and ended up lying in bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, the capital city witnessed a seismic shift. Li Xiaoning presented the emperor with evidence of many years of corruption, disregard for human lives, and partiality due to bribery by the chief administrative officer of Jingzhou. Additionally, he submitted cases of wrongful conviction during his tenure, including unresolved mysteries akin to Tianji Temple case and hundreds of missing person cases that had been left uninvestigated. Not long ago, the Celestial Observatory declared that it was inappropriate to deal with officials at this time. Therefore, the emperor initially planned not to address this matter. However, the clear skies darkened abruptly, and thunder roared unexpectedly without warning. Coincidentally, the thunder struck precisely at Qi's residence, while Qi's family was preparing their marriage alliance with the Luo family. Consequently, the emperor became more convinced it was divine retribution and promptly issued an order to dismiss and confiscate their wealth. Due to the severity of the case, Li Xiaoning secretly investigated and delivered sealed memorials. Thus, while family Qi was joyfully celebrating a wedding banquet, palace officials suddenly arrived. Irrespective of the presence of guests, they caused a scene by grabbing people and seizing properties amidst panic and confusion. Upon news of such a significant event, despite Chu Jinghua not being fully recovered, she got up from bed to join the spectacle. It so happened that in the second-floor tea house opposite Qi's house, she found herself face-to-face with Li Xiaoning. What a coincidence! Chu Jinghua casually grabbed some melon seeds while enjoying a free tea session. Li Xiaoning quietly sipped his tea. Fortunately this time, when he went out, Chu Jinghua had the foresight to bring along attendants and maids, so as not to give rise to gossip. Shichuan at the door watched them sitting face-to-face enjoying the spectacle, her jaw almost dropping in astonishment. After all, in her mind, one possessed an ethereal, aloof demeanor unconcerned with worldly matters. The other was reclusive, cold, and uninvolved. It was already a marvel for these two to sit together, let alone come out spontaneously to enjoy the commotion. The commotion at the Qi household wasn't only attracting their attention. The Qis had plenty of guests present originally, some even attending due to respect for the Luos, leaving the entire hall without a single trace of laughter now as they watched the Ministry of Justice officers and the Imperial Guards in sheer terror. By His Majesty's order, Luo Shirshi has been found guilty of embezzlement and gross moral corruption. He is henceforth taken into custody by the Ministry of Justice, and his family will share the same punishment. Luo Qiuxian, who was about to enter the wedding ceremony, was shocked when she heard the news and immediately lifted her veil. Before she could ask any questions, she was seized by the Imperial Guards. As for the people from the Qi family, the officials from the Ministry of Justice were somewhat troubled. After all, the emperor did not mention the 9 families rule. Thus, the Qi family should not be implicated. However, this hesitation frightened Lord Qi, who hurriedly stepped forward, bowing politely to placate. Master, although my son was about to marry into the Luo family, we haven't yet performed the wedding rites, making the marriage null and void. You're right. Regarding how to handle the Qi family, I will report back to higher authorities, and it shall be decided by His Majesty. With that, the officers of the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard took away Luo Qiuxian and her maidservants and left, giving Lord Qi an internal sigh of relief as he silently praised that Li Xiaoning had indeed not deceived him. If he hadn't cut ties with Qian on that day, maybe today he would have also been implicated. He was just feeling self-congratulatory when he didn't notice that others were looking at their family with disdainful eyes. Within the tea house, Chu Jinghua held her tea, casually glancing sideways, and spoke softly. The calamity of the Qi family has arrived. Li Xiaoning nodded. The disaster of the Qi family shouldn't be because they were dragged down by the Luo family. Just as Chu Jinghua had foreseen earlier through a divination reading, the Qi family's reputation would be tarnished upon marrying into the Luo family. If the Luo family remained, the Qi family selling their own son to associate with them would be disgraceful for any literati. If the Luo family fell, the Qi family turning their back mercilessly would also earn scorn from literati alike. The outcome was sealed the moment the banquet commenced. If you can predict so accurately, did you foresee your own tribulations? Chapter 88, Possible Divorce. Chu Jinghua turned around at the sound. When Renzi was looking at her with a cold face. Aren't you supposed to be suppressing bandits? She was somewhat surprised that he had returned so quickly. When Renzi sat into the private room. How difficult can it be to suppress bandits? Is that so? Chu Jinghua squinted her eyes and reached out to grab his wrist, but was dodged by Wen Renzi. Li Xiaoning felt somewhat awkward in this situation, coughed lightly twice, and said, "The show is over, let's go. In that case, I will also dash. Sit down." When Renzi spoke deeply, then holding the teacup he no longer said anything. Li Xiaoning pressed her lips, thought for a while and intended to explain, "I just happened to meet the princess consort." When Renzi's expression became as cold as frost, sternly saying, "I did not suspect her." An eerie silence fell over the private room. Not long after, a sound from outside broke the awkward atmosphere. "Move aside. Some people say they saw Princess Consort Qi meeting strange men privately here. You prevented us from entering to check in every way possible. Could it be true?" The next moment, the door of the private room was kicked open violently. Mrs. Liu came rushing in like she was catching someone committing adultery. Upon seeing who was inside, she froze immediately. "My lord prince." Mrs. Liu was full of embarrassment as when Renzi took a sip of tea and calmly said, "Well, It's fine if outsiders make wild accusations against the princess consort. Why should Mrs. Lu join in such nonsense? When Renzi casually put down his teacup, that thump sounded like it hit Mrs. Lu straight in her heart, making her feel uneasy. I am only too concerned about the reputation of the princely manor being damaged. Of course, I believe in the princess consort. It's just that I dare to act this way to let others know. Princess consort Chi conducts herself uprightly. Mrs. Lu hurriedly tried to patch things up, when Renzi's face remained cold as he said, "Since Mrs. Lu has seen it with her own eyes, you may leave now. I will accompany the princess consort back home shortly." Yes. When Mrs. Lu made quite a fuss on the way in, it naturally attracted the curiosity of many onlookers. However, when they saw Prince Chi sitting in the private room, everyone immediately lost interest and left one after another. Chu Jinghua looked at him rather surprisingly. "How did you know she would come? Who do you think runs Chi Mansion?" When Renzi cast a cold gaze at Li Xiaoning, then added, "You can leave." Li Xiaoning, who originally planned to leave on her own, instead got arrogant this time and lifted the corner of her mouth while gripping the cup with one hand. "This private room was reserved by me. If anyone leaves, it should be you." When Renzi suddenly radiated an intimidating aura, as if his whole body was swept by a chilling and severe killing intent, Li Xiaoning didn't back down either, her proud demeanor not weakening by even half. Chu Jinghua silently finished the tea in her cup and stood up. "I'll go." Without hesitation, she walked away, and when Renzi didn't linger much longer, immediately following her out. Once both were on the same carriage, Chu Jinghua raised her eyebrows as soon as they were settled in the carriage. "Stop restraining yourself already." When Renzi stared at her unhappily, struggling to hold on before finally spitting out a mouthful of dark black blood. "Did you really have time to sit around leisurely after being poisoned?" Chu Jinghua pulled out a silver needle, raising her chin slightly, saying, "Take off your clothes." When Renzi pursed his lips, glaring away like a petulant child, yet his hands were quite obedient, slowly unbuttoning his coat and inner shirt. As his muscular physique revealed itself, Chu Jinghua maintained her composure and performed acupuncture for him. When Renzi subtly glanced at her with his peripheral vision, pondering for a long time before finally speaking, "I owe you a favor. If I plan anything, even if you don't stay in the mansion, you can ask for help anytime in the future. There's no need to confine yourself within the estate because of this." Chu Jinghua's hand paused slightly during the acupuncture, but soon returned to its usual composed state. "What do you mean? Given my successful suppression of the bandits, I can petition His Majesty to allow our divorce. In the future, you can meet whomever you want without having to consider proper etiquette." When Renzi bowed his head, letting the long lashes of his curl hide the loneliness and reluctance beneath, Chu Jinghua looked up at him and arched her lips, asking, "Whom exactly do you want me to meet?" When Renzi gave her an angry glance, was it necessary for him to blurt out that person's name? Was this a humiliation to him? Could the noble Prince Chi possibly lose out to a mere scholar? Prince, truly repaying kindness with enmity. Chu Jinghua chuckled lowly before proceeding to lift Renzi's sleeve. Despite Renzi allowing himself to be handled very cooperatively, his face remained cold like frost. "If I let you get what you wish for, then it turns out to be all my fault. The current emperor is over 40 years old and highly trusts his fate and deities. The moment you submit a request for divorce, the imperial edict to welcome a concubine into the palace will reach the Chu family right away. Isn't that a repayment of kindness with enmity?" Chu Jinghua wasn't sure why. She initially planned to leave after rescuing Jianu and the others. Yet, upon hearing Renzi tell her to go, she oddly wanted to stay a bit more. Hearing her words, Renzi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What she said was correct. After their last prayer ritual at Kidiangxia, the emperor clearly showed intentions towards her. However, at the time, her words about following heavenly decrees managed to deter him. If they were to divorce now, the emperor would certainly force her to enter the palace. Even though Chu Jinghua possessed countless strategies, her physical skills were indeed poor. It would be effortless to turn her into a bird in a cage. "It is indeed my oversight, my lord." When Renzi kept his lips pressed together, deliberately maintaining a distance from Chu Jinghua in speech. The current emperor is over 40, extremely believing in destiny and divine signs. You submit your plea for divorce, and the very next moment the decree welcoming a concubine into the palace will arrive at the Chu residence. Is this not returning favor with enmity? Chu Jinghua didn't know why, but originally, she intended to leave once she had saved Jianu and the others. But when she heard Renzi telling her to go, she somehow didn't want to leave. When Renzi listened to her words and couldn't help but reflect seriously, she was right. Last time, after the event at Tianyao Prey, the emperor had shown obvious intentions toward her, which she had skillfully deflected then with her talk about divine will. If they divorced now, the emperor would surely forcefully summon her into the palace. Despite Chu Jinghua's numerous tactics, her physical combat skills were genuinely weak, making it easy to turn her into a caged bird. Chu Jinghua smirked, then pulled out a dagger from Renzi's waist and dipped it into the wine. "Your Highness, bear with it." The sharp blade cut into the flesh, leaving Renzi pale-faced but still enduring the pain without uttering a sound. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and veins stood out prominently on his temples. His other hand gripped the cushion of the chair tightly, causing his knuckles to turn white. The piece of flesh that had been corroded by poison was carved out completely, and Chu Jinghua took a small porcelain bottle from her satchel. "Top-tier Mephisin. I didn't even dare use it for Li Xiaoning last time." This bottle of Mephisin was made using rare and valuable herbs, so Chu Jinghua originally kept it for emergencies. She was about to pour some on a fine cloth when a large hand stopped her. There's no need. Despite the paleness in his lips and despite the dizziness caused by pain, when Renzi insisted she keep it. You should save it for yourself. I can endure this little injury. I said we're going to use it, period. Chu Jingyue persisted, but when Renzi directly grabbed the medicine bottle, saying, I'll return it to you in a few days. He tucked the Mephisin away, making Chu Jingyue quite angry. Are you stupid not to use what's right there? Didn't you tell me not to fall in love? When Renzi suddenly threw out this sentence, leaving Chu Jingyue baffled. What does this have to do with taking the medicine? Don't be too nice to me. I might fall in love. After saying this, when Renzi closed his eyes to rest, one hand pressing firmly where he had stored the porcelain bottle, Chu Jingyue looked at him, dumbfounded and speechless. The woman who usually got nothing more than slightly annoyed actually felt a flicker of anger. Suit yourself if you want to refuse it, better die in pain. She turned her face away, but quietly tossed a mafe incense pellet into the burner in the carriage. In her heart, she criticized silently. Acting like a hero despite his weak constitution, good luck getting yourself killed. When she turned her back, when Renzi slightly opened his eyes and quietly watched her. Holding the porcelain bottle tightly, he gave an imperceptible smile. He assumed her irritation came from worrying about him. At least she also had moments when she cared enough to show emotion because of him. This wound was worth it after all. Chapter 89, Settlement. Chu Jingyue got off the carriage by herself again, walking hurriedly without even thinking of waiting for Wan Renzi behind. Pei Feng glanced and sneered at Wan Renzi, saying, Your Highness, why do you bother? You were injured because you received an urgent letter from the mansion and knew that the princess was in trouble. Instead of talking nonsense, why don't you go to a tea house to tell stories? Wan Renzi coldly shot him a glance. What's the point of bringing up such things? Pei Feng, disgruntled, shrunk his neck and closed his mouth quickly. Chu Jingyue had just walked to the gate when she was stopped by the guard. Princess, the Watercloud Medical Hall just sent a letter, which my lord ordered to deliver it directly into your hands. She took the letter and started reading while walking. The content said that her sachets were selling very well. Uncle Yunzhong wanted to know if there were any remaining goods available, as many customers were urging them to restock. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jingyue slowed down her pace and waited for Wan Renzi. Anything. Wan Renzi lowered his eyes to look at her. If not for something, she wouldn't have waited for him. Chu Jingyue nodded and handed over the letter, asking, How much silver is needed to rent a shop in the capital? Her initiative of showing him the letter pleased Wan Renzi deep inside. It depends on the location and also how large of a shop you want. Wan Renzi briefly skimmed through the letter before handing it back. After some thought, Chu Jingyue said, It would be best if it comes with a yard. I want those girls to live there. She liked tranquility. Though the girls she had saved from Tianji Temple were very obedient, they were more than 10 in number, bustling around the courtyard. Moreover, staying in the mansion, everyone regarded them as servants. Chu Jingyue hoped they could earn money by themselves and support themselves instead of taking orders from others. Wan Renzi pondered for a moment and said, Speaking of shops, the mansion has recently vacated a new one originally intended for opening a butcher shop. Your sachets can also be placed there. People from the mansion can sell them at the store. All you need to do is buy a courtyard so they can focus on embroidering sachets peacefully and avoid unnecessary troubles. Chu Jingyue was somewhat puzzled. Does it need to be this complicated? Wan Renzi patiently explained. These women are not as capable as you are in self-protection. They are beautiful but destitute. If they open a shop outside, they are bound to attract attention. Moreover, many commoners in the capital have seen their faces due to the previous incident at Tianji Temple, inevitably leading to gossip. He paused after speaking for a while and continued. Not everyone has your resolve, untroubled by rumors. You've indeed considered more thoroughly than me. Chu Jingyue couldn't help but admit. She was unable to fully integrate into society. Whether as a Taoist practitioner or as someone raised in the secluded court chambers, she had never truly engaged with the world. Even in Prince Chi's mansion, she always acted as she wished, never caring about anyone else's opinions or criticisms. In this aspect, her considerations were indeed less comprehensive than Wan Renzi's. There's also a suitable courtyard. There's still one for sale within Qingxiao Lane, where Qi and can help watch over occasionally. If you think it's acceptable, I'll arrange someone to handle it for you to save you the trouble. With ulterior motives unknown to others, Chu Jingyue didn't possess the acumen to read minds, naturally nodding in agreement. Thank you for the trouble. After concluding the discussion, Chu Jingyue was about to leave in a hurry once again. As he watched her almost leaving figure, Wan Renzi's eyes expressed a trace of grievance. She always accuses him of ingratitude, using him and then doubting him. Yet clearly, she too uses him and tosses him aside without even a smile. Chu Jingyue moved quickly, intending to return to the courtyard to discuss this matter with the young ladies. Upon hearing they were being allowed to move out of the princess's quarters, all the young ladies looked uneasy. You needn't worry about your livelihood. Pointing to the piles of sachets embroidered these days, Chu Jingyue said, The sachets you embroidered are extremely good. Your embroidery of bagua patterns and talismans is very skillful. Sachets aren't cheap, so you can earn some money. The newly purchased courtyard will definitely need renovations. During this period, you should learn more about making peace talismans in the mansion. Whether you sell them yourself or take them to the shop, it will eventually make you money. Chu Jingyue prepared a retreat plan for them. One of the younger ones looked timidly at her, cautiously asking, Princess, can we learn to draw talismans? Yes, drawing talismans isn't too difficult. Chu Jingyue didn't hold back. The little girl immediately pulled out a piece of white paper, full of inquiry. This is the talisman I drew according to what Princess drew. Chu Jingyue took a look, genuinely impressed. Other than some incorrect sequences, there's no problem. It's better than some charlatan's work. Chu Jingyue paused in thought, saying, if you're serious about learning to draw talismans, I can teach all of you. But remember, you must never deceive people with fake talismans. If you're not interested in these, under the name of the mansion, there are several estates where you can work. Regardless of what you choose, the mansion guarantees your safety. When Rin Si strode in, regardless of whether these girls were saved by Chu Jingyue, as long as they worked for the Wangfu, even if it was just sweeping or washing, the Yangfu would ensure the safety of everyone, regardless of status. In fact, the girls yearned to live outside too. But because of their past experiences, they dared not, nor knew if they could step out again. The princess and the prince not only gave them an opportunity, but also guaranteed their safety, filling the girls with hopeful smiles. Afterward, Chu Jingyue said nothing more. She wanted to quietly think of a way to enter Huanxiang Tower again, not only to save those women, but also to find the life treasure. When Rin Si still followed her into the room. How much of the 3,000 taels of gold that Princess Chongqing gave you earlier is left? Chu Jingyue, upon hearing this, pursed her lips. Do you lack money? Surely Wen Rin Si wouldn't be asking to borrow money from her. Wen Rin Si chuckled in exasperation. Of course I don't lack money, but I wonder if Princess's visit to Huanxiang Tower was satisfactory? Chu Jingyue rested her chin on her hand and said indifferently, remember before at Tianji Temple, when those monks kidnapped me to make me into a Buddha girl? Wen Rin Si furrowed his brow. You mean there are Buddha girls in Huanxiang Tower? There are, within the 3-story pagoda walls, over 100 Buddha girls, I saw them. Chu Jingyue spoke solemnly, her voice growing colder. The successful Buddha girls wait inside the pagoda wall for guests to pick them by flipping paintings and fetching bells, while the failed Buddha girls should be divided into 2 types. Chu Jingyue paused briefly before continuing. One type cannot be controlled by the soul-stealing formation. Like Shuqing and others, they are locked up and have their blood drained to produce special hallucinogenic incense for the temple to make money. The other type must be what I and Princess Chongqing saw on the day we were captured. They've also been bled but are left with disheveled hair and kept in one place. Wen Rin Si's eyes turned cold immediately as he asked, your point is that Huanxiang Tower is also making hallucinogenic incense? It shouldn't be. The last time I went to Huanxiang Tower, I didn't detect any scent of hallucinogenic incense. Moreover, although Shuqing and others were bled, they never took the heart-tying pill and thus were not under control. Those women not only had their blood drained, but all took the heart-tying pills. This kind of parasitic poison needs to be nurtured, otherwise, after a long time, the worms would enter the brain, causing the host to die. Chu Jingyue couldn't understand either. If Huanxiang Tower wanted to produce hallucinogenic incense, they could easily detoxify or use people who haven't been poisoned. They chose neither, instead spending enormous effort nurturing the parasite. Nurturing parasites? Chu Jingyue suddenly became sharp-eyed. I roughly know what Huanxiang Tower is trying to create. Chapter 90, Lady Lu's Demise. There is a kind of sorcery that nurtures the host with venomous creatures, evading myriad poisons, known as the poison-avoiding sorcery. It can protect against all earthly poisons. However, during its nurturing process, one must continually feed it various toxins. The host survives millions of kinds of poison to ensure its successful formation. Chu Jingyue had seen this sorcery before. Possessing it made one immune to all toxins, and once formed, it could function without remaining attached to its host, simply carried for effect. If so, we cannot delay further. We must investigate as soon as possible. This was no trivial matter. Every day they delayed investigating meant countless victims might suffer cruelly from poisoning. Should we attack directly? Chu Jingyue rose to take the Wei Ji sword. Wen Rin Si quickly blocked her. With only those few tricks? Who do you think you'll defeat? Chu Jingyue looked at him silently, her meaning clear. Don't I have you? Wen Rin Si held up his wrist, which was wrapped in thin cloth. I'm injured. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. The Imperial Court of Justice may be able to help. If not, we could ask the Emperor for reinforcements. Do you really want to hog more of the spotlight in front of the Emperor? Wen Rin Si chuckled. Chu Jingyue frowned. Then what do you suggest? Attack. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Wasn't this the same plan she proposed? Of course we can't attack openly. I just have one question. Why is the 3-story pagoda hidden inside the Xianglo Tower unknown to others? 3 stories weren't tall by pagoda standards, but would still be quite noticeable in the capital. There shouldn't be a tower built there that no one ever saw. Chu Jingyue had a sudden thought and immediately said, I'll go check. Don't rush off. Wait until night falls. Investigating near there during the day would attract too much attention. Chu Jingyue sat back down obediently and suddenly said, I've met a witch doctor. What does he look like? Wen Rin Si frowned, thinking about asking her to describe him roughly so the secret guards could start paying attention around the city discreetly. Chu Jingyue carefully considered this. Very handsome. Wen Rin Si. Perhaps his silence was deafening enough, so Chu Jingyue described the man in more detail. Curly hair tied into a wolf tail, 2 strands of curly hair reaching his eyebrows, and wearing a special headband with totem characters. Not an East Ting national. Wen Rin Si thought fast. Naturally curly hair and a preference for headbands. That makes him likely from Yujiang, where they specialize in venom and charms. Wen Rin Si immediately gave orders for the secret guards to pay attention while acting to see if there were any Yujiang people walking around in the capital. But his charm skills aren't great. Maybe he was testing my abilities. The last time we faced each other, he ran away after revealing himself. Chu Jingyue spoke casually, completely disregarding the man's skills. However, Wen Rin Si felt something wasn't right. Just for the test? Chu Jingyue turned her head and looked out the window, noticing it was still early, and then seeing Wen Rin Si prepare to leave in front of her, slightly furrowed her brows. I need to meditate. You should rest. Fine. When Ren-Si stood up, Chu Jinghua watched his pale face and reminded him, that medicine is really effective. No need. When Ren-Si, after leaving the door, placed a large hand on his chest. In his clothes, he clutched the medicine he snatched earlier. Since it was one of her treasured possessions, it should be properly preserved for her benefit. His minor injury wasn't worth mentioning. Chu Jinghua didn't know why he insisted on enduring, but she'd become restless just moments into meditation and went to the yard pharmacy. If it weren't for needing him to save someone else, she wouldn't bother specially preparing medicine for him. Chu Jinghua spent 3 to 4 hours in the medicine stove. As the night fell, before she prepared to sneak around Xianglo Tower, an incident occurred within the mansion. My lord, please save my mother. She suddenly fell ill. It seems she might not make it. Lu Xiyu rushed in, already crying as though she were a teary-eyed figure. Her entire body was shaking, full of fear as if something truly terrible had happened. Chu Jinghua took the freshly made powder and went straight to the Zishutang Hall. Lady Lu and Lu Xiyu had moved over long ago. However, when Chu Jinghua arrived, Lady Lu lay on the ground, her face contorted and her whole body twisted. She was already dead. Chu Jinghua could only shake her head at Lu Xiyu. Mother! Lu Xiyu lunged forward, pushing and shouting but receiving no response. She suddenly turned around and began to knock her head hard against the floor towards Chu Jinghua. Please, milady, save my mother. Surely you have a way, don't you? You must have a way. As Lu Xiyu cried and bowed her head, Chu Jinghua couldn't stop her, only watching as blood spread across her forehead. Chu Jinghua had no idea what to do, raising her eyes to look at Ren-Si. Suyu. When Ren-Si reached out and forcibly pulled Lu Xiyu off the ground. Restrain your grief. Lady Lu certainly did not die of illness. Consider carefully if anything unusual occurred prior to her death. Lu Xiyu's eyes were red and swollen. Upon hearing Ren-Si's words, she wiped her tears and recalled in detail, My mother. It's your fault. You're the one who killed my mother. She suddenly pointed at Chu Jinghua, shouting hoarsely. Today, ever since my mother returned, she kept saying that the princess and that she was doomed this time. It must have been you who killed her. See you. Think again about the other possibilities. It couldn't be the princess. She spent all afternoon with me, said Ren-Si, not believing Chu Jinghua would commit murder. She didn't possess a strong will to kill. Even when encountering those evil men at the temple, though her methods were somewhat ruthless, she never delivered fatal blows. Does His Royal Highness not believe me? I am sure that Chu Jinghua is the one who killed my mother. May I rot and die if what I say is wrong. Lu Xiyu, with her red eyes, clearly heard her mother constantly mentioning the princess, failure, and how she wouldn't survive after returning to their courtyard. Your Highness, today my mother stayed inside the mansion. Even if she went out, she only met the princess. Could someone else sneak into the mansion to murder her? Furthermore, before anything happened to my mother, I was talking with her in the house. Are you suspecting me of patricide? Lu Xiyu took deep breaths. Even if your Highness doesn't trust me, we can file an official report. Not only did I hear what my mother was saying, but many of the servants in the yard also heard. Report to the authorities? When Ren-Si frowned, concerned. This matter involved Chu Jinghua, and if they reported it, she would likely face constant summons by law enforcement. Could Wei Chong have set this up? How about it? Are you now willing to favor her so much that even justice won't be given to me? Don't forget, Qi Mansion owes our Lu family one life. Ignoring everything else, Lu Xiyu insisted on finding out the truth behind her mother's death. When Ren-Si pursed his lips and replied firmly, then let's report it. Chu Jinghua fixed her gaze on Lady Lu's corpse, feeling confused herself. During their meeting earlier, she hadn't noticed any abnormalities. Why had Lady Lu died so suddenly? Moreover, such a bizarre and twisted way of death. Her eyes wide open, her face full of fear. It was as though something scared her to death. One Ren-Si called Chu Jinghua out first, walking to a secluded place where he asked, is it related to some form of sorcery? Chu Jinghua slightly shook her head. I'm not sure. I just checked. There are no venomous insects in her body. But whether there were any before is unknown. Some types of venom exit the host's body automatically once the host dies. I'll arrange people to search for them. One Ren-Si looked at her with concern, adding, as the incident occurred in Qi Mansion, neither Jingzhou Prefecture nor the Dali Temple will investigate it. Probably only the Ministry of Punishments would take charge. You may end up suffering some hardship. No problem. Remember to find Uncle Zhong Yun and ask him to prepare several doses of herbs according to the recipe for the poison avoidance sachet. Place these in incense burners within this room and light them. If there really are any venomous creatures, even if they leave the body, they won't go far. This method can prevent them from appearing. Chu Jinghua watched Lu Xiyu sending someone to report the case and sighed. Tonight, it seems we won't be able to investigate the location of the Jinxia Denver. Chapter 91, Attack in the Cell. The Chiwangfu murder case was too big for the two under-magistrates of the Jingzhaofu to handle privately, so they directly reported it to the Ministry of Justice, which sent people overnight to retrieve Lady Lu's body. Sir, shouldn't you incarcerate the suspected murderer? Lady Lu Xiyu angrily spoke up. After asking around at the Shisho Hall, the constables from the Ministry of Justice found that many servants had heard the words Lady Lu said. But those words were too vague to determine Chu Jinghua as the killer. Therefore, the constables could only send more people back to consult further. Back and forth, until high hour, when the night curfew on the streets began, did the Ministry of Justice dare take action. My lord, a mysterious murder has occurred within the mansion. The Crown Prince, upon hearing this, is genuinely concerned and has ordered us to thoroughly investigate this matter. Since Consort Qi is suspected, the Ministry of Justice can only temporarily imprison her. But please rest assured, my lord, we will surely uphold justice for Consort Qi. The Undersecretary of the Ministry of Justice came personally late at night, speaking politely and respectfully, taking every consideration for the Qi Wangfu. Chu Jingyue calmly followed the constables out. She suddenly stopped, and the constables beside her worried she might not want to go anymore. Indeed, forcibly removing Consort Qi from the Qi Wangfu was something even they couldn't accomplish easily. This medicine is for you, 3 times a day. Chu Jingyue handed over the medicine. Wen Rinxi's heart stirred slightly. Were you making medicine all afternoon? Chu Jingyue nodded lightly. Secure the peril-stopping sword well. Wen Rinxi watched her leave while holding the medicine. Lady Lu Xinyu was still crying nearby. Seeing him look so earnestly, her eyes turned resentful. My lord, if Chu Jingyue is truly the murderer of my mother, would you favoritism? I wouldn't. Wen Rinxi gazed deeply, gripping the medicine jar tightly. She isn't the murderer. While Chu Jingyue was still in Qi Wangfu, the people from the Ministry of Justice didn't dare to put shackles on her. Once Pei Feng left, the door of Chu Jingyue's cell was opened. 2 female constables came in with long iron chains, saying, Consort Qi, forgive our rudeness. Afraid I'll run away? Chu Jingyue disliked being chained. Although she knew magic, she had no way to break such heavy chains. If she was locked, there'd be no chance to escape. One of the female constables smirked strangely in her eyes. She squatted down and grabbed Chu Jingyue's clothes, speaking with an abnormal tone. Our superior instructed us, since you have extraordinary skills, we must use extraordinary means. Because Chu Jingyue's collar was pulled, her face was almost nose to nose with the constable. With one upward glance, she saw strings in the constable's pupils. It was a bug charm. Her fingertips twitched slightly. However, another female constable suddenly moved forward, instantly grabbing her hands. What are you trying to do, Your Excellency? Both female constables were controlled by the same bug charm, and Chu Jingyue frowned. This kind of bug charm wasn't ordinary. It was difficult to counteract while already wary of its presence. She simply turned her head and stopped moving, allowing the 2 female constables to shackle the heavy chain around her wrists, connecting the other end of the chain to the iron ring on the wall. This way, Chu Jingyue could still move freely within the cell and wave her hands. However, since the chain was too heavy, she became too lazy to exert any effort. Even lifting her hand seemed exhausting. She closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, her legs stretched out casually crossed over each other, her mind going over everything that happened today. Lady Lu exposed adultery in daylight, an event widely talked about. What if Ren Renxi hadn't returned on time? If her alone time with Li Xiaoning had been discovered, everyone might have speculated an illicit affair between them. Would Lady Lu still die tonight in such a scenario? And then there was the worm charm. From the grudge charm raised in the Ningen Marquis manor, to the enthralling pill inside Huanxiang building, and even Lady Lu's death possibly due to worm charms. How could the Guizhou charm master's hands extend to the officials or marquises of Dongting? Unless there was a traitor within Dongting working inside out with him. Was the Ministry of Justice behind this? It probably wouldn't go that far. Could it be the Crown Prince? Chu Jingyue frowned slightly. It was such a hassle. With scattered thoughts, Chu Jingyue decided to simply stop thinking and rested her eyes. After some time, she soon heard rustling sounds around her, like small animals crawling. Chu Jingyue let out a cold chuckle. And you dare come here? You've become a prisoner, your hands are restrained. Surely you cannot practice your spells anymore, right? Yu Bai appeared outside the cell. The chains were personally selected by him, each weighing 20 caddies. Even if Chu Jingyue was strong, it would be impossible for her to hold up a 20-caddy iron chain with just wrist strength and still perform incantations and step through talismans. Cockroaches, mice, and strange bugs crawled toward Chu Jingyue from all directions. She propped one leg up and lazily rested her hands. All your charmed worms have been burned to ashes. You're resorting to using these creatures to scare people now. Consort Qi may have golden light protecting her insides, naturally repelling enchanted creatures. But if they're just regular animals? Yu Bai sneered. Just like dealing with Chu Jingyue's physical prowess, fighting her should involve simple methods. A venomous snake that itself is a charm versus a normal venomous snake merely controlled by a charm. The latter poses a greater threat to her. What can you do to me? Chu Jingyue responded calmly, her tone filled with arrogance. Yu Bai slightly furrowed his brows as he saw the insects and rodents stop near Chu Jingyue, seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Chu Jingyue smirked. Didn't your Chang ghost tell you how he was captured? The expression on Yu Bai's face changed. She still had tricks up her sleeve. I forgot. He truly has no way to inform you. Your method of communication has already been severed by me. Despite being a prisoner, Chu Jingyue appeared anything but disheveled. Instead, she was extraordinarily arrogant. The insects and pests around her seemed quite formidable. Young master of goo poison, I am curious about who you really are. Chu Jingyue pointed her finger, and the bugs in front of her immediately parted to the sides, as if avoiding something. Yu Bai felt a cold wind pass through, and the next moment, he found himself uncontrollably pressed against the prison door. Only then did Chu Jingyue stand up, gripping the chains with both hands to avoid putting the weight directly on her wrists. She walked to the cell door, lifting Yu Bai's chin with 2 fingers, forcing him to make eye contact. Tell me, what is your name? Yu Bai. Chu Jingyue slightly curled her lips. Did you create the Chanshin Dan, and who ordered you to do so? The pupils in Yu Bai's eyes resembled moonlight, scattered yet strangely radiant. Without hesitation, he began speaking. I created the Chanshin Dan. Ah. A pebble from the side struck him, causing Yu He Bai to fall unconscious instantly. With the control gone, the insects and pests scattered like birds or beasts, and within a blink, the prison became empty without a single insect left. Two female constables appeared quietly and carried away Yu He Bai. Chu Jingyue glanced toward the cell entrance, where a shadow loomed. However, from her angle, she couldn't see exactly where the person was. She turned back intending to sit down when the 5 Emperor spell coins on her wrist suddenly hummed loudly. Chu Jingyue quickly used the iron chain as a shield, but she was still shaken back several steps by the condensed Yin energy, resulting in excruciating pain at her wrist. The opponent also knew magic, but wasn't very skilled. As Chu Jingyue noticed the injury on her wrist, she decided to ignore it and started reciting a spell despite the pain, until she heard a dark, threatening voice. It seems that not only must your hands be bound, but these eyes of yours should not remain untouched either. Chapter 92, Annoying Temper. Suddenly, several people surged into the Lao, outside the prison. A female constable led them to open the prison door. These people appeared to be experts with substantial internal energy. Chu Jingyue's physical skills were not great to begin with, and she was burdened with 40 pounds of chains. After receiving a palm strike on her shoulder, her blood started to churn violently inside her body. Just as a black-clad person was about to stab Chu Jingyue's eyes with a dagger, there was a rumble behind her. A broadsword pierced straight through the wall, entering the body of the black-clad individual. In the next second, the wall crumbled, debris flew everywhere, and Chu Jingyue was pulled into someone's arms without even a speck of dust landing on her. Sorry for being late. Wenren's steady yet remorseful voice rang out, surprising Chu Jingyue slightly. Why did you come? If I hadn't come, they would have gouged out your eyes. Wenren flicked his broadsword, cutting 2 iron chains in half. He carried her back, retreating from the prison cell. Those black-clothed individuals seemed uninterested in pursuing them further. Let's withdraw. A voice spoke quietly from the shadows. Wenren didn't rush to chase after them, but looked down at the person in his arms instead, asking, Are you injured? I'm okay. Chu Jingyue said this, just before spitting out the blood that had been blocking her throat. Wenren felt guilty. He should have thought of it sooner. Even though the Ministry of Justice wanted to take her away, they should have waited until the next day to report it properly, carrying out an arrest in broad daylight. Not bringing her away during the night, especially when the Crown Prince himself had given the orders, should have been suspicious. Once Wenren realized something wasn't right, he rushed over, but still arrived too late to stop her injury. I'll take you back to the estate. Immediately, Wenren extended his hand to lift her up. Chu Jingyue evaded him, taking deep breaths. So many incidents happened at the ministry tonight. With me here, everything can be explained clearly. If I'm absent, they will twist facts to suit their purposes. Wenren looked at her deeply, saying firmly, I don't care what others think. It's your safety I'm responsible for. We can turn things around, Chu Jingyue responded. If the ministry acted so hastily during the night, arresting people with no clear investigation first and locking the crime-free princess consort Qi in shackles, not only causing my injury inside their cells, then the ministry has crossed the line. The death of Lady Lu must be investigated, but never by them. Before Wu Hebai arrived, Chu Jingyue had cast a divination already. She stepped deliberately into this trap to ensure such results. The Ministry of Justice could not use the death of Lady Lu as leverage against her, nor could they treat a human life as some vague matter. What if they return? What will you do? Wenren was uneasy and pressed his lips together before declaring, I will stay with you tonight. That's not prudent. Delay brings changes, Chu Jingyue dissented. It's fine. I'll let Pei Feng write our memorial for us and send it to the palace immediately tonight. Wenren supported her shoulders, gently transferring his healing inner force into her. It was only then Chu Jingyue noticed the faint scent of blood on him. I need to check your wound. Chu Jingyue reached out and grabbed his hand. Wenren pursed his lips, avoiding her inspection and switched hands to transfer his inner force instead. Chu Jingyue frowned. Stop acting rashly. Wenren obediently extended his injured hand to her. Upon unwrapping the fine cloth bandages, the wounds underneath revealed a severely split skin. Where's the medicine I gave you? Chu Jingyue asked, then shook her head. Forget it. Using medicine takes too long to stop the bleeding. She plucked a leaf and held it between 2 fingers, lifting it before her mouth to draw in a breath. Hand holds red dust treasure herb. Cutting mountain root, stops the bleeding. Child of Snow Mountain appears, halting blood at the pass. Follow orders quickly. The leaf covered the wound, truly stopping any more blood flow. Treat yourself. Seated on the steps nearby, Chu Jingyue remained technically within the premises of the ministry, albeit in its courtyard. Wenren sat beside her, passing her the medicine with his injured hand. I find it inconvenient to apply it myself. Can you help? I'm also not capable. Chu Jingyue smirked faintly, her gaze falling on her own broken wrist, used earlier to ward off negative energies. At once, Wenren picked her up and placed her in his lap. Are there any other injuries? Chu Jingyue struggled to get down, but found herself unable to do so despite being taller than average women. Wenren easily controlled her movement with his firm grip on her uninjured left shoulder. It hurts. Chu Jingyue knitted her brows slightly, and Wenren became anxious. I wasn't putting much force. I mean my right hand. Chu Jingyue withdrew her trapped hand from between them. Her wrist was already swollen and appeared to be seriously damaged. She had hidden her injuries intentionally before, not wanting others to know. You really leave me no words to say sometimes. All your talk is for nothing. Wenren shook his head helplessly. Chu Jingyue always liked handling things herself, unwilling to express any issues and choosing to hide her wounds rather than revealing them. Proud and stubborn, she knew how to ask for help regarding other people's matters, but when it came to her own affairs, she clammed up entirely. It was truly enough to make one lose their temper. Saying anything would merely expose vulnerabilities. Chu Jingyue let him hold her hand as she opened the ointment jar he had taken from her earlier. Carefully, she applied it to her wrist. The cooling balm relieved the pain swiftly. Wen Renzi stayed silent for a moment, then took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around her hand. You're the princess consort Qi now. If you still bear everything silently like you used to, dealing with all problems on your own, doesn't that mean I'm useless? Chu Jingyue quietly gazed at him, her heart skipping a beat as if lost in thought. While speaking, Wen Renzi carefully examined her hand again, seemingly checking whether there were any other injuries. He looked so earnest and devout. Chu Jingyue took a deep breath and withdrew her hand in a bit of a fluster, saying, "It's not real, anyway." Wen Renzi wanted to say that it could be real, but if he voiced this desire, he would likely get nothing but, "Stay within your bounds, we're just partners." Such words would hurt him deeply, and he simply didn't want to hear them. At least, as long as she hadn't said it. Wen Renzi could pretend he hadn't heard, continuing to immerse himself in the illusion. "I need to go down." Chu Jingyue called again, and reluctantly Wen Renzi released her, allowing her to step out of his embrace. She returned to her original spot, looking at the handkerchief for wrapping wounds that Wen Renzi had brought, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Isn't this my handkerchief? Is it surprising that I have your handkerchief?" Wen Renzi said this unconsciously before pressing his lips together and averting his gaze. This was the handkerchief Chu Jingyue left behind when he crushed a teacup in the carriage last time. At the moment, Wen Renzi was furious and refused stubbornly to bandage his wound, but afterward, he did keep the handkerchief close to him. Chu Jingyue rarely used handkerchiefs herself and couldn't remember which one this was. She blew aimlessly into her hand while idling away the time. Sitting side by side waiting for dawn, Wen Renzi also panicked when it became light. Chu Jingyue leaned back against Wen Renzi's legs, covered with his coat. Even so, due to multiple injuries on her body and the heavy night air, she developed a high fever. "I'll take you to the medical hall." Wen Renzi immediately scooped her up, disregarding any plans they might have had. Chu Jingyue held on to him, her throat already hoarse. She managed weakly to speak. "We've waited this far. Surely we can't destroy the final step now. Just wait a little longer. They are almost here." Chapter 93, The Emperor's Favoritism. Prince Qi's mansion submitted a memorial stating that the Ministry of Punishments had taken the princess to their prison at night, without conclusive evidence. Not only was she shackled, but her safety was also neglected. She was seriously injured during an attack inside the ministry's jail. However, due to her innocence being proven, the princess refused to leave the ministry, hoping for justice. She remained in the courtyard of the ministry's jail with Prince Qi by her side, hence his absence from the morning court session. This petition had already been delivered to the emperor's chambers early in the morning, and upon hearing it, the emperor was displeased. What are the officials at the Ministry of Punishments doing? How dare they treat the divine woman this way? During the morning court assembly, the emperor harshly reprimanded the Minister of Punishments. Is the Ministry of Punishments investigating cases so negligently now? How could thieves dare raid your prison at night? Are all of you just incompetent fools? Enraged, the emperor was deeply worried. If the divine woman were mistreated like this, wouldn't the gods think him an incapable emperor and punish him with divine wrath? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. This case will be handed over to the Grand Court for review, and the Ministry of Punishments is not to intervene. Sire, the Grand Court is currently investigating the Luo Shirshi case and has only Li Xiaoning. It might be beyond his capacity, said Kong, the Undersecretary of Personnel Department. Kong did not want Li Xiaoning to gain further favor from the emperor. Already, Li wasn't willing to marry his daughter, and if the royal favor continued, how would he dare look down on everyone and refuse even marriage alliances? The emperor then remembered that since the last president of the Grand Court had passed away, this position had remained vacant, entirely overseen by the young president Li Xiaoning. Sire, I believe it's inappropriate to transfer this case to the Grand Court. The Vice Minister of Punishments interjected. I've heard that the Princess Consort Qi and Li Xiaoning are very close. There might be suspicion of favoritism. However, the emperor paid attention only to the first part of his statement. The divine woman is close to Li Xiaoning? That's convenient. Starting today, Li Xiaoning will serve as the president of the Grand Court. As for the deputy position, let him choose someone within the court himself. Regarding the Luo Shirshi case, let the ministry decide on sentencing. Surely you can't fail at such simple tasks, right? With a wave of his hand, the emperor didn't wait for any opposition from the ministers, solidifying his decision. If you think Li Xiaoning may be biased, I'll have the imperial prison investigate the case collaboratively. Furious inwardly, Kong wanted to say more, but was silenced by a glance from the Minister of Punishments. It was evident that the emperor favored Princess Consort Qi. Regardless of whether or not she was responsible for the case, he wanted everyone to see her as innocent. Since the emperor made his stance clear, there was no point in complicating the investigation. Spreading slander through writings would be the best strategy. With his plan formed in mind, the Minister of Punishments was perfecting his approach when he heard the emperor add, the funds for renovating the Ministry of Punishments will come from Du Aijin's salary. Though discontented, Minister Du could only bow in acceptance. After the morning court concluded, the emperor ordered a eunuch to personally escort Princess Consort Qi back to her palace. Moreover, he dispatched 2 imperial physicians and instructed the empress to prepare some refined gifts as tokens of comfort. A grand entourage made its way to the Ministry of Punishments. only to find Princess Consort Qi burning with fever and somewhat delirious. The eunuch glanced meaningfully at Minister Du, causing a ripple of fear in him. Hurry! Quickly take Princess Consort Qi to the rest hall. Wen Renzi coldly raised his eyes. Unnecessary. Minister Du should focus on the investigation immediately. Seeing this, the eunuch approached hastily, gently explaining. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that the Qi Wangfu case shall be investigated by the Grand Court with the assistance of the Imperial Prison. The Princess Consort is allowed to return home to recuperate. Wen Renzi relaxed his countenance slightly. Then we thank His Majesty. The Emperor has sent 2 Imperial physicians, but it seems unsuitable to examine here. Your Highness, please. The eunuch tactfully hinted for Wen Renzi to leave, using Princess Consort Qi as leverage. Carrying her carefully in his arms, Wen Renzi stated, kindly accompany me, gentlemen. Naturally, the Imperial physicians hastened to follow. The Emperor had ordered Minister Du to personally deliver her back, and though unwilling, he complied, leading many passers-by to gather around and watch. Inside Qi Wangfu, preparations for a morning hall had already commenced because Lady Lu Suyu's father had once been kind to Qi Wangfu, and Tai Fu couldn't overlook this kindness. When Chu Jingyue was returned, Lu Suyu was kneeling beside the altar. Upon seeing the prince carrying her back with an entourage following behind, Lu Suyu asked, wasn't she in jail? The Emperor issued an edict stating that the case isn't clear yet and requires thorough investigation. Lady, do you have objections against the Emperor's decree? The eunuch coldly looked at her, unaware who Lu Suyu was. Lu Suyu glared but ultimately kept silent. Even the Emperor favored Chu Jingyue. Her mother must have died in despair. Kneeling again with hatred in her heart, Lu Suyu wondered why the murderer could still roam free. Could it simply be because she was the Princess Consort Qi? Then she'd cease to be Princess Consort Qi. She would certainly avenge her mother. In the Qijia courtyard, the Imperial physicians carefully examined Chu Jingyue's wrist injuries and sighed. Lady Qi's injuries this time are quite severe. Her wrist bone is fractured, and it will take about 100 days to recuperate. Although her internal injuries are not serious, her shoulder bone is injured, which is a tricky spot, so care must be taken to avoid aggravating it again. Ren Si-wen noted all of this, asking, when will the high fever subside? Once Lady Qi drinks the medicine, have the attendants closely monitor her. Once she sweats, the fever will dissipate, the physician replied. Ren Si-wen nodded and beckoned to Pei Feng. Pei Feng immediately came in with 2 heavy money pouches. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed physicians. The prince pays us salaries. Naturally, we must do our duty. The Imperial physicians declined humbly. Ren Si-wen glanced at them and said, it's a hot day today. Consider this as me treating you both to some tea. Since my wife isn't well, I won't escort you out. Hearing his words, the physicians had no choice but to accept the gesture without appearing ungrateful. They left with the 2 bags of silver, but were promptly summoned by the Emperor upon returning to the palace. How are the wounds of Lady Qi? The Emperor was reviewing memorials and did not even lift his eyes. One of the Imperial physicians responded, Lady Qi has suffered multiple injuries to her wrist bones and shoulder bones, along with internal damage. Moreover, she spent an entire night outside the Ministry of Punishment's jail, catching a chill. She is indeed very severely hurt. Bang! The Emperor slammed down his brush, splattering cinnabar ink everywhere on the scrolls. The names Wei Chong stood out amid the spilled ink marks. The astrologers had reported seeing ominous signs in the sky indicating an impending great drought in Dongting. Before the drought could come, the divine woman was injured first. It might signify divine retribution. The fools in the Ministry of Punishments. Even if they don't respect Chu Jingyue as a divine woman, surely they should understand whether they can afford to offend the Qi Wangfu. With Ren Si, when just back from battling bandits, they treat his consort like this. Are they trying to make the entire army lose heart? Enraged, the Emperor scattered the scrolls all over the ground. Sun Can, issue the order. Minister of Punishments Kong Wei is demoted to Master of Ceremonies, and Vice Minister of Punishments Rin Tong is reassigned as a junior official. An official who just returned bowed in acknowledgement outside, while the 2 Imperial physicians remained kneeling, exchanging glances subtly. This time, the Emperor was genuinely angry, having demoted 2 high-ranking officials at once. Lady Qi truly held significant sway. Chapter 94, Madame Tai's Thoughts. Just as Magistrate Kong arrived at the Ministry of Punishments and had barely settled into his chair, an imperial decree was issued. He looked at the person in front of him with disbelief. Supervisor Sun, the Emperor hadn't just yet mentioned severe punishment in court, so how can this be so sudden? Sun Can, holding a duster, replied. Magistrate, Prince Qi has just returned from eliminating bandits and hasn't even had time to submit his report. Magistrate Kong was suddenly struck with fear. He understood. The Emperor was placating Wen Renzi. A grand 2nd-rank minister was instantly demoted to a mere 4th-rank minor official, meaning his future career prospects would most likely end. Moreover, the Kong family would have to relocate entirely. Magistrate Kong harbored deep resentment, placing all blame on Chu Jingyue. When this news reached the Crown Prince, he too was shocked. Father, the Ministry of Punishments merely followed the law in detaining the suspects. Is your handling of the situation perhaps too harsh? The Crown Prince spoke cautiously. The Emperor frowned as he looked at him. I heard that last night you sent people to arrest suspects at Prince Qi's residence. The Crown Prince immediately knelt down. Father, I was truly acting out of kindness. I thought there were villains within Prince Qi's residence, believing Princess Qi might be falsely accused. She'd be safer at the ministry than staying in the Qi mansion. I never imagined there'd be traitors at the ministry. Foolish, the emperor scolded. Prince Chi's servants are former soldiers. Does the ministry compare to his mansion? You overestimate yourself. Father, you're absolutely right. It was my mistake not to think things through thoroughly. The crown prince kept his head down, inwardly thinking what kind of sorcery must Chu Jingyue have cast for father to care so deeply about her. You're no longer young either. Before, we considered Lady Luo as your bride-to-be, but now this marriage cannot happen. The emperor seemed somewhat troubled. If only he knew earlier how skilled Chu Jingyue was. He would have let her marry the crown prince instead of letting her slip into the hands of Wenren. Besides, the empress queen also favored Lady Luo for the crown prince's fiancée role, but now due to family issues, this alliance could not proceed either. This decision left the choice of crown princess quite challenging indeed. Endyang Festival is coming up soon. It's an important event, so this year, we will hold a banquet in Zhongyang Palace, inviting officials and nobles of rank 4 and above with their families. You should take this chance to consider potential candidates to see if anyone suits you. The Endyang Festival represents an auspicious middle position throughout the year with significance akin to flying dragon in the sky. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he always held great importance to this festival. Yes, this year, perhaps it's better if I organize the Endyang Festival? The crown prince politely asked. The emperor appeared surprised. In the past, you never liked such events. I admit to having ulterior motives. If I manage to do a good job organizing, I wish to seek a favor from your majesty. The crown prince answered honestly, piquing the emperor's curiosity. What favor do you seek? I hope your majesty may pardon some members of the Luo family. The emperor pondered deeply. He knows that the crown prince values emotions deeply, but the Luo family's crimes were too serious. Their women, despite avoiding exile, would still be sentenced to become courtesans. If you like someone from the Luo family, bring them back privately to the crown prince's palace. However, if you publicly plead for them because of these connections, people will surely protest. The emperor wasn't overly concerned about reputation, but he felt one Luo Qiujing wasn't worth showing leniency towards the whole Luo clan. The crown prince tightened his lips. I shall follow your majesty's instructions fully. This year's Endyang Festival feast. Then, you may organize. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, and the crown prince stood to leave. At the moment he turned around, a subtle smile played on the corner of his lips. Ever since Chu Jingyue returned to the estate, she remained feverish without improvement. Wenren stayed vigilantly by her bedside, both making sure she didn't kick off the blanket and frequently changing the damp cloth on her forehead. He hadn't left her side for a moment when Madame Tai came in. Sire, how is Jingyue? Is she feeling any better? Madame Tai worriedly inquired. Wenren shook his head. Her fever hasn't subsided. How could she fall so ill? This might take some time to get better. Why don't you rest for a bit? Let sisters like Shichuan watch over her. Madame Tai cared more about her son's well-being. Wenren pressed his lips together. Mother, why did you come here? Madame Tai hesitated, lowering her voice. Even though you feel for Jingyue, remember that Lady Lu just passed away and her remains are still at the Ministry of Punishments. Even if it's just an empty coffin, you should pay respects and burn incense. I'll go once her fever breaks. Wenren was still worried about Chu Jingyue. Ultimately, he blamed himself for failing to protect her from danger. Sir, tell me, have you developed feelings for her? Originally, they were just brought together by an edict arranging a ghost marriage. Madame Tai knows her son best. He wasn't the type to go to such lengths purely for gratitude, or else he and Lu Siyu would already be married. Yes, Wenren admitted candidly, but this time, my defense isn't driven by romantic sentiments. Lady Lu wasn't killed by Chu Jingyue. Even if I didn't harbor affection for her, I would have said the same. Chu Jingyue had a volatile temperament, lacked patience, and was proud, caring little for others' opinions. But she wouldn't easily harm anyone. I naturally believe her. But right now, you should console Siyu well. Her mother has just passed away, and now she is all alone in the world. You must let her know that the mansion is her support. Grandma Tai was still more worried about Siyu after all. She had watched her grow up before her eyes. How could she not feel pain for her? I'm not good at speaking, mother. Go comfort her. Wenren remained unmoved. Grandma Tai sighed. When will you go to the Ministry of Punishments to talk? If the coroner finishes examining the body, bring it back as soon as possible. It still needs to be buried. All right. Wenren agreed. Seeing his mother wanted to say something more, he asked again. Mother, is there anything else you want to say? Grandma Tai looked somewhat troubled. She glanced at Chu Jingyue, calling her son to the door, and whispered, since Chu Jingyue married into the mansion, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. First, your maternal grandfather passed away, then your grandmother fell seriously ill, and now Lady Lu. Mother, what do you want to say? Wenren's expression turned somewhat dark. In fact, he had already guessed what his mother would say. Grandma Tai bit her lips and said, do you think it might be because you and Jingyue are married in a ghost marriage that everything keeps going wrong? Mother, she herself is a Taoist. If there is anything wrong, she will naturally correct it. These incidents are not related to her. If we really have to talk about it, it can only be karma. Wenren used to be the one who believed least in karma. He still doesn't believe it now. The cause and effect he understands simply means that if you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences, just that. After hearing this, Grandma Tai sighed. If it benefits her, why would she correct it? Your maternal grandmother didn't like her. Then trouble occurred at the Earl's mansion. Your grandmother also didn't like her now? Lady Lu just started causing her trouble, and she died on the same day. Perhaps unintentionally, but wouldn't it be because she has an unusual fate? Grandma Tai still thought that what Lady Lu's mother-in-law from the Earl's mansion said today made sense. Maybe Chu Jingyue herself is a Ta Sui, making whoever displeases her suffer bad luck. If that's true, even if Chu Jingyue has great favors toward Qi family, she cannot stay in the mansion. It's too unsettling. Wen Rinci seemed to be pondering over something. Chu Jingyue woke up confused on the bed. Her consciousness was still a bit blurred, feeling so hot, she instinctively wanted to kick off the blanket. Seeing this, he immediately walked to the bedside and pressed down the corner of the blanket, saying solemnly, "Mother, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said today. Please don't mention it again in the future." Grandma Tai still wanted to persuade him not to fall too deeply. Chu Jingyue was obviously not someone an ordinary person could control. But then she heard Wen Rinci speak with a slight tone of loneliness. "She won't stay in the mansion forever, even if I want her to." Chapter 95, Little Whims After Falling Ill. When Wen Rinci reached this point, the grandmother couldn't say anything more and could only leave after giving a few more pieces of advice to go check on Lu Suyu. Chu Jingyue's fever subsided by night, and she also had a bit more spirit. Upon waking up, she mumbled that she wanted to bathe. "I'll have Shi-chun prepare the water for you early tomorrow morning. You can't wash tonight, or your improvement will be undone and it may worsen." There was a trace of fatigue in Wen Rinci's voice, but there was also a sigh of relief. Perhaps because she was still unwell, Chu Jingyue sounded unusually gentle and coquettish. "I'm already awake. I'm definitely fine now. I want to bathe. My whole body feels sticky and uncomfortable." Unable to resist her coquetry, yet with her health in mind, Wen Rinci still shook his head. "No." "Humph." Chu Jingyue appeared somewhat angry, pulling the quilt over her head and turning her back to him. Wen Rinci's lips curved upwards as he found her capricious behavior at this moment endearing. "Are you hungry? The small kitchen has been simmering chicken soup. Shall I ask Shi-chun to bring it over?" Wen Rinci softly consoled her, and from under the quilt came a muffled voice. "I don't want to eat. I want to bathe. If you don't eat, I'll just have it myself." Wen Rinci called out for Shi-chun, and before long, several maids brought in chicken soup and some fresh, fragrant light dishes. The small table beside the soft bed was fully occupied, and the room quickly filled with the aroma of food. Chu Jingyue hadn't eaten all day and was only given some medicine while she was unconscious. At first, she didn't feel hungry, but once the smell wafted in, she found herself unable to resist, and her stomach began to rumble. But Wen Rinci deliberately made a lot of noise, so Chu Jingyue threw off the quilt and sat up, pursing her lips ready to move. "Put on an outer robe." Wen Rinci immediately stood up, draping the outer robe hanging nearby onto her shoulders. "Do you want to eat anything else? I'll let the small kitchen prepare it right away." "These are enough." Chu Jingyue sat down on the couch and started drinking the chicken soup. As the warm broth flowed down, her body felt comfortable, and Chu Jingyue seemed to become more energetic. "I feel much better. Let's check the location of Zijinka tonight." Chu Jingyue was full of enthusiasm, having slept all day. Wen Rinci added more hot soup to her bowl, saying, "We're not going anywhere tonight. Go rest after eating." "I've lain down long enough." Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. If she lay down any longer, she would grow lice on her body. Wen Rinci paid no heed, and after filling Chu Jingyue's bowl, instructed Shi-chun to change the bedding. "Shi-chun, I want to bathe." Chu Jingyue continued drinking her soup, still wanting to cleanse herself. Shi-chun glanced at the prince before leaving quickly with the blankets. Seeing that Chu Jingyue was upset, Wen Rinci rarely saw her act spoiled like this, and his face lit up with amusement. "There's a natural hot spring pool in the southern part of the city. I'll take you there tomorrow," referring to an old hunting lodge which had later been rewarded to Wanren family as private property by the previous emperor when Wanren's maternal grandfather won a battle. Chu Jingyue showed no interest in the hot spring. "I just want to bathe." The case has already been transferred to the Dali Temple. Li Xiaoning even got promoted and became the chief judge of Dali Temple. Unable to persuade her, Wanren tried shifting her attention. Sure enough, Chu Jingyue swallowed the chicken piece and asked, "What about the Ministry of Justice?" The minister and deputy minister were demoted and reassigned to idle official positions. The Kong family is probably still busy packing things up, preparing to move out of the minister's residence. Wanren squinted his eyes. It's unclear why the emperor suddenly changed his mind. He previously just ordered Kong Wei to personally escort you back. On the contrary, I am more curious about what the Crown Prince plans to do. Without an order from the Crown Prince, the Ministry of Justice absolutely would not rashly take her away. The imperial physician said that your shoulders and wrists were badly injured. For the next few days, whatever you need done, you can instruct Shi-chun to do it. If you think there aren't enough people, I can get you a few more clever maids. Wanren filled her empty bowl again with soup. Chu Jingyue drank with one hand and shook her head. "No, it's not that bad. Must you insist on being so stubborn?" Wanren felt somewhat helpless. Chu Jingyue eyed him suspiciously. "It really isn't serious. Compared to the injuries she used to suffer catching fierce ghosts, these external wounds weren't worth mentioning. Back then, Inchi entered her eyes and she went blind for 3 months. Those 3 months were truly miserable." Hearing this, Wanren couldn't help but feel heartache and remembered the days she endured hardship in the Marquis mansion. He sighed. "In short, during these days, you should focus on recuperating and needn't handle everything yourself." But I still want to bathe." Chu Jingyue tilted her head and smiled. Heaven knows the moment she smiled, how much Wanren wanted to comply. Thankfully, he remained rational and still firmly shook his head. "You can't." Chu Jingyue looked dejected, slouching her shoulders and playing with the meat in her bowl, unwilling to eat further. "Are you full?" Wanren always felt that she hadn't eaten much, only drinking 2 or 3 bowls of soup. Chu Jingyue muttered, "I want to bathe." "You." Wanren didn't expect her to be so obstinate. He guessed that if she wasn't allowed to bathe tonight, there would be no peace for the entire evening. Do you really want to bathe that much? Wenrinci looked at her with a hint of concession in his eyes. Chu Jingyue's eyes immediately lit up as she nodded repeatedly. Is it okay? Wenrinci lost all rationality. How could he resist Chu Jingyue looking at him so expectantly and attentively? He immediately pursed his lips and softly called out, Shichuan, prepare some water. The princess wants to bathe. Place a few incense stoves in the bathing room to ensure it stays warm. Yes. Chu Jingyue thought this was troublesome. Wenrinci looked at her and added another crystal bun to her bowl. You can wait until tomorrow when it's warmer to bathe. Fine with the incense stove. Chu Jingyue took a bite of the crystal bun, deciding to follow his advice once because he had been so considerate in taking care of her. It took more than 2 hours for Chu Jingyue to finally clean herself thoroughly and get rid of the sticky sweat. Feeling refreshed, she wanted to return to the room. As soon as she opened the bathhouse door, she was wrapped tightly in a blanket. Why don't you walk through the house? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Wenrinci was worried she might not take the indoor route, so he stood waiting outside the door with the blanket. Wrapped up like a dumpling, Chu Jingyue struggled slightly and hurriedly said, I'll sweat again soon. Let me go. Not going to happen. Without hesitation, Wenrinci lifted her up. He only set her down after they entered the bedroom and then carefully folded up the blanket. Chu Jingyue glanced at him unhappily, but it was no longer the cold gaze from before. Can you still sleep? Wenrinci asked. If she could, he would let her sleep a bit longer. After a brief moment of consideration, Chu Jingyue nodded. After bathing, she felt exhausted and believed she could fall asleep. In that case, you sleep. I'll read a bit. Wenrinci dimmed the bright lamps inside, leaving only 2 faint oil lamps near the soft couch. He leaned lazily on the couch, his posture not formal, yet exuding an air of unbridled dominance. With the quiet sound of flipping pages, Chu Jingyue quickly fell asleep. Unlike the dizziness caused by the fever earlier, this time she slept soundly. Wenrinci occasionally glanced at her sleeping face while holding the book. He thought how wonderful it would be if things could always remain this way. Unfortunately, such intimate moments were always too brief. Prince, we have news from the front hall. Lady Lu fainted from crying while keeping vigil. Upon waking, she refused to leave. The elder lady asked you to go over and persuade her. Chapter 96. Qingxing and not drowned. Wenrinci was still a little worried about Chu Jingyue, but the old madam urged him in a hurry, so he could only get up gently and blow out the oil lamp carefully. Shichuan, you watch over the princess well. If anything happens, send someone to the front hall anytime. I will be back soon. Wenrinci reminded her earnestly. Shichuan bent down and replied, yes. He rushed to the front hall, but as soon as he left, Chu Jingyue woke up. She wasn't deeply asleep anyway, so once the sound of flipping pages stopped, she instinctively snapped out of her dream, checking if something happened around her. Princess? The prince went to the front hall. I'll stay with you and sleep. Shichuan sat by the bed. Chu Jingyue sat up. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Still, Shichuan saw that she probably wanted to talk and spoke first. I have never seen the prince this nervous about anyone else before. Aren't you nervous about the old madam too? Chu Jingyue was a little curious about Wenrinci and other people's eyes. Shichuan shook her head and whispered, to the old madam, it's respect and filial piety. The prince wouldn't be so flustered. When princess fever hadn't subsided during the day, the prince's eyes were full of worry and at a loss. But I won't stay in the mansion forever. Chu Jingyue looked down deeply, saying it seemed to emphasize to herself. She is someone who seeks immortality and answers from the divine, needing only to find her life treasure before ascending. Chu Jingyue did not want to be confined in noble families' courtyards, nor did she want to adhere to worldly etiquettes. The servant seemed to hear the prince say the same thing earlier today. Shichuan was a little confused. The prince was so good. Why wouldn't the princess stay? Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. Hearing this sentence, she should feel relieved. But there was an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She knew she might lose control. Pressing her fingertips into her palms, the merciless Taoist heart must not waver. I'm going out for a while. No need to follow me. Chu Jingyue got up and dressed properly. Her primary task right now was to quickly retrieve her life treasure. She feared that the longer she tangled with Wenrinci, the more unstable her Taoist heart would become. Princess, you've just improved a little. Your wounds still hurt. Shichuan tried to stop her. Chu Jingyue shook her head indifferently. It doesn't matter. These small wounds are no big deal. I'll go notify Wenrinci. She got up and walked out without looking for the danger stop sword, heading directly to the front hall. Shichuan chased after her, but dared not follow too closely, fearing the princess would send her back. Wenrinci hurried to the front hall. Lu Xiu, wearing mourning clothes, was crying with tears like rain on pear blossoms. She turned her head when she heard footsteps and, seeing Wenrinci coming, clenched her lips and cried even harder. I will send someone to guard the spirit tonight. You should go back and rest. Don't overwork yourself, Wenrinci advised faintly. Lu Xiu knelt in front of the altar and burned paper offerings, sobbing. My heart hurts. I don't want to go back. Even if I do, I can't sleep. I haven't made my mother happy yet, and now she's gone. Lu Xiu was genuinely sad at this moment. Her mother's greatest dream was for her to marry Wenrinci, or perhaps find some other good family, so she wouldn't have to endure being dependent on others any longer. Prince Chi's mansion was very good, and the people inside treated her and her mother well too. But after all, it wasn't their true home, which inevitably made them constrained and uneasy. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring her mother away, and then her mother passed away. Thinking about this, Lu Xiu cried even more violently. Wenrinci also knelt in front of the altar, burning paper offerings, feeling very sorry for Lady Lu's death. The incident happened within Prince Chi's mansion after all, and Lu's father died, saving his own father king. He couldn't even take care of Lu's family members. Now there's only me left alone in this world, with no more family. Lu Xiyu choked on her sobs, thinking of her father who had passed away long ago and her mother's appearance in life. Don't. Wen Renxi turned around intending to console her, but Lu Xiyu had already thrown herself into his arms, holding onto his shirt and crying bitterly. Faced with such a scene, Wen Renxi wasn't sure whether he should push her away or not, and he froze for a moment until he caught sight of Chu Jingyue, clad in white, out of the corner of his eye. Only then did he come back to himself. Why did you come out? Wen Renxi supported Lu Xiyu, standing up to welcome her. Were you not sleeping? Chu Jingyue pressed her lips, looking at the ancestral hall, took 3 sticks of incense herself. Since one has entered the ancestral hall, the deceased takes precedence. There is no reason not to pay respects. Just as she was about to light the incense, Lu Xiyu became emotionally charged and pushed her hard. You murderer! You don't deserve to offer incense for my mother. This push accidentally pulled at the wound on Chu Jingyue's shoulder, making her frown slightly and coldly say, her death has nothing to do with me. Lu Xiyu's eyes carried madness. Of course you won't admit it. Who would admit to killing someone? Let you think whatever you want. Chu Jingyue still wanted to burn incense, but suddenly 2 out of the 3 sticks in her hand broke. Her expression slightly changed, almost instantly turning her head to look at Lu Xiyu. You may encounter mortal danger recently. Be careful. Chu Jingyue bit her lips. 2 sticks of incense that she had offered to Mrs. Lu broke, indicating her only daughter would face misfortune. 2 short, 1 long, a sign of imminent death. Humph. Could it be that you're the one trying to silence me before I kill you? Lu Xiyu glared at her in hatred and didn't believe a word she said. She rarely went out on ordinary days, let alone made any enemies. What danger could possibly threaten her life? The only one who wanted her dead was Chu Jingyue, wasn't it? Because of the complaint she filed against her at the yamen? The root of your misfortune truly lies with your mother. Perhaps she really had something to do with the murderer. I've already warned you. You'd better watch yourself. Chu Jingyue placed the incense stick aside and walked straight toward the exit. Wen Renxi stepped forward to block her path. Where are you going? To take care of business. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. She intended to find the location of the gold-consuming hollow and see if there were any mysterious or secret formations causing even the 3-story pagoda in the capital to remain invisible. Before Wen Renxi could voice his disapproval, Chu Jingyue continued. What I said earlier wasn't an empty threat. You should worry more about her safety instead. With that, she left, her tone becoming even colder and prouder than before. Wen Renxi's eyes carried a hint of desolation. Indeed, she was cutest when she was still sick, but now that she'd recovered, she quickly returned to this maddening demeanor. I'll assign a few guards for you in the next few days. Wen Renxi still made a move as if he was ready to chase after her. Lu Xiyu's eyes flickered slightly. Clutching her mourning clothes, she whispered softly, Your Highness, I'm afraid. There will be guards around you. Wen Renxi grew anxious and took another step toward the door. Lu Xiyu hurriedly pulled him back. Won't your Highness stay by my side? I trust no one else but you. Wen Renxi found himself caught between 2 difficult choices. On one hand was the daughter of a benefactor who had just lost her mother and stood all alone, while on the other hand was his beloved, injured yet stubbornly determined. Trusting him is better than trusting the judicial department. Li Xiaoning appeared opportunely and became the person breaking the deadlock. Behind him, they carried the coffin. As they arrived at the ancestral hall entrance, he said, The coroner has finished the examination, so we are bringing the body back, Miss Lu. Would you like to take one last look? Lu Xiyu's attention was drawn away. Li Xiaoning glanced at Wen Renxi and mouthed silently. Why aren't you rushing to follow her? Without further delay, Wen Renxi immediately quickened his steps and left. At this moment, Lu Xiyu's mind was entirely focused on seeing her mother again, so she didn't attempt to stop him. May I ask magistrately, what was the result of the autopsy? Lu Xiyu's hands trembled slightly, as though she dared not lift the white cloth covering the body. Li Xiaoning narrowed his eyes and replied, Madame Lu was indeed frightened to death, but someone tampered with her beforehand. Chapter 97. The correct use of the fengxi array. The coroner from the Dasu examined the body and found that the deceased had been ingesting a hallucinogenic drug for a long time before death. Not only that, the coroner also discovered traces of insect damage on your mother's internal organs, suspected to be caused by goo insects. Li Xiaoning explained, and Lu Xiyu tightly clenched her hands. Does this mean, officially, that the princess isn't the murderer? The Dasu still needs to investigate further, but does Miss Lu really think Princess Chi would be the murderer? Lu Xiyu immediately glared and said, Why can't she be? How do you know she doesn't have a Buddha's mouth but a snake's heart? She just knows how to pretend. The Dalisu will definitely get to the bottom of this. After ordering the body to be taken away, Li Xiaoning turned and was about to leave. Lu Xiyu asked worriedly, If the murderer is truly Chu Jingyue, will you give justice to my mother as promised? Rest assured. Li Xiaoning left calmly. He was clear that Chu Jingyue wouldn't be the murderer. If she were someone who held grudges, the first one to run into trouble should be the one family mansion. How could she allow the Chu family to remain unscathed until now? So naturally, he would thoroughly investigate this matter to prove Chu Jingyue's innocence. Based on memory, Chu Jingyue walked to near Huanxiang Tower. After circling the street once, she indeed couldn't see the location of Zhaijinku. Although Zhaijinku was a short tower, it was still taller than ordinary shops and mansions. How come it wasn't visible? 9 stars in smooth motion, primordial state hesitant, with the power of moonlight, primordial essence scattered. Chu Jingyue ascended to a rooftop, forming hand seals with one hand and dispersing primordial essence. After a while, she recited again. Ascend purple microcosm, eyes golden. Whoosh. As Chu Jingyue recited the spell, there was suddenly the sound of hidden weapons flying past from behind. The dart hit metal with a clang, and when Renzi appeared behind her, his broadsword in hand, stern and imposing. Recently, someone has been keeping an eye on you. Be cautious about everything, when Renzi whispered. Clearly, a group of people wanted her dead, yet she seemed unconcerned. Chu Jingyue bit her lips. I've seen it. Someone used the Qimen Dunjia to hide Zai Jingku. Qimen Dunjia? Divination art. When Renzi frowned. According to records in the family's registry, many ancestors studied this book but achieved little success. Not exactly. It's more like a book of numerology, Chu Jingyue corrected him. When Renzi still didn't understand. No matter how it's concealed, the short tower must still be taller than surrounding objects. Unless it becomes invisible, Chu Jingyue thought confidently. Even though her spell wasn't complete, she already knew where Zai Jingku was located. This was thanks to Wen Renzi. The dart blocked by his broadsword should have fallen to the ground, but disappeared instead. She instantly understood that someone was using the Qimen Dunjia to create an illusion. Anyone who entered this array would not necessarily see or hear reality. Let's go. Chu Jingyue leaped off the roof. Now that she had confirmed the location of Zai Jingku, they could directly raid it. If the ambushers are from Huanxiang Tower, then your move today will alert them prematurely. When Renzi frowned worriedly. Even if troops arrived immediately, the opponents might transfer people. So, please take me back afterward. Chu Jingyue spoke softly, so softly that when Renzi almost thought he misheard. However, soon, he understood what Chu Jingyue meant. On their way back, they encountered an attack. Those people only targeted Chu Jingyue lethally, trying their best to delay Wen Renzi and prevent him from helping. It was hard for one person to fight multiple foes. The opponents fought recklessly, making it impossible for Wen Renzi to assist. Chu Jingyue was injured, and he helplessly watched as a sword pierced through her. Confirmed death, withdraw. The assassins left one after another. Wen Renzi panicked completely and threw down his sword to examine Chu Jingyue. Touching her nose, he felt no breath at all. Her pulse seemed to have stopped as well. When Renzi tensed up inside, he forgot everything Chu Jingyue had just said. In a hurry, he carried her back to the residence. His expression remained grim throughout the journey, brimming with murderous intent. Using his inner strength continuously, he protected her heart pulse. My lord, what's wrong with Princess? Pei Feng was shocked. This was the only time he hadn't gone along, and something had already happened. Carrying Chu Jingyue back into the room, blood stained his clothes, but the bleeding had already stopped. Summon all the royal physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Yes. What yes? How old are those royal physicians? Why bother them in the middle of the night? Chu Jingyue's voice sounded from the bed. When Renzi and Pei Feng both looked at her, disbelief clearly written on their faces. The blood is gone. Pei Feng was immediately covered in goosebumps. Just moments ago, the princess had been covered in blood. Chu Jingyue lightly laughed as she scrutinized Wen Renzi. Wen Renzi immediately hid his trembling hands, but Chu Jingyue had already seen. Scared to the point of shaking his hands uncontrollably. How pitiful. I said it already, what you see may not necessarily be the truth. The Qimen Dunjia combined with the concealment array is enough to deceive them, isn't it? Although Chu Jingyue's attempt at dispelling barriers was incomplete, she had earlier utilized moonlight energy to scatter her vital essence. Seizing this opportunity, she set up the array so that anyone who approached at that moment automatically entered her domain. Her apparent stabbing death was merely an illusion, enhanced by the art of breath sealing for added realism. Even when Renzi believed she had died, naturally, others wouldn't suspect anything. When Renzi was slightly annoyed but also relieved a few moments later. Fortunately, it was just an illusion, just a false image. I saw someone whose eyes turned red just now. Chu Jingyue glanced sideways to tease him. Given Wen Renzi's somber silence all along, it would more convincingly make others believe she was indeed in trouble. Pei Feng had already stepped out after the princess explained everything to the emperor's consort. Now, only the two of them remained inside the room. When Renzi looked intently at her, as Chu Jingyue crossed her arms and thought back to the earlier events. Tomorrow I'll let Shu Qing help me disguise. I will openly enter Huanxiang Tower, and you can be the outside support. Those who could guard near Huanxiang Tower late at night would only be their people. If she returned unscathed tonight, Huanxiang Tower would surely relocate under cover of darkness. But since she was dead in front of everyone, the killers would have no reason to suspect her, although, just in case they became overly cautious, she needed to investigate further first. This is too dangerous. I'll find another way. When Renzi disagreed. Even if Chu Jingyue hadn't been injured tonight, the wounds on her shoulder and wrist were genuine. Chu Jingyue looked at him coldly. Those girls have been infected with goo insects. If they plan to fight until the bitter end, can you save them? It wasn't that she didn't trust Wen Renzi's abilities. Rather, only she could personally remove the goo curse, which others simply couldn't do. Wen Renzi's thin lips were tightly sealed for a long time before sighing. Let Fuyu accompany you, and take this thing with you. This was Wen Renzi's bedroom. He stood up and took a whistle from the drawer of his desk. If the situation becomes urgent, use this signal, and I will immediately storm in with reinforcements. Holding the whistle, Chu Jingyue smiled faintly and said, don't underestimate me too much. But anyway, I'll keep this. She didn't mean much by taking it. If she refused, she guessed Wen Renzi wouldn't be able to rest assured. Don't risk your life next time. Normally, Wen Renzi's commanding tone held a note of earnest pleading. Chu Jingyue glanced at him. I have many ways to protect myself. Why should I be afraid? Even that day at the Ministry of Punishments, when Renzi did not arrive in time, those people could not have taken her life. As for being injured, it's common. Chu Jingyue seemed nonchalant, yet when Renzi appeared deeply troubled and focused, saying, I'm scared. Chapter 98, The Ancient Well's Ripples. The moment when Renzi said, I'm afraid, Chu Jingyue's Taoist heart was disrupted. He had never said he was afraid while killing enemies, and he had never said he was afraid in the face of cunning plots. Even when they were trapped in the Fengshi formation for 7 days, almost buried alive, Renzi did not fear climbing out of the coffin. But now there was something he feared. He feared that Chu Jingyue would really get into trouble. Chu Jingyue had practiced the way of no emotion for many years, her Taoist heart steady like still water in an ancient well. Even if chaotic stones were thrown in, she could remain unperturbed. Yet Renzi's 2 words made ripples form 10,000 times within her heart. I know you have lofty ambitions, things you want to do. You won't be confined to the inner courtyard of the mansion. I've never wanted to force you to stay. I only wish that you take care of everything. The treachery of human hearts is far more terrible than ghosts and demons. Renzi spoke solemnly, expressing all at once what he had wanted to say for a long time. Chu Jingyue, who had always been able to steady her heart, momentarily revealed a flicker of confusion and disarray in her eyes. She didn't know how to respond. I'm tired, I need to rest. Chu Jingyue hastily turned over and covered herself with the quilt. The person by her side still hadn't moved, and she just realized she was in his room. Her face flushed bright red. She quickly threw off the quilt and tried to stand up. Never mind, you sleep here, I'll go to the study. Renzi sighed, got up, and blew out the candle. Chu Jingyue lay in bed holding onto the quilt, unable to shake the image of Renzi with red eyes, trembling hands, yet still firmly holding her and bringing her back to the mansion. Why can't the fencing array seal all 5 senses too? Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and blamed the array. But deep down, she knew the fault wasn't with the array. It was the mistake of a Taoist cultivator unable to guard their own heart. Chu Jingyue spent a sleepless night. A Taoist whose heart is shattered is akin to severing their own path of cultivation, unless she cuts off emotions and desires again. But, sigh. Chu Jingyue let out a faint sigh, got up, washed up, and applied medicine to herself. Step by step, though her Taoist heart may not be stable, it wouldn't affect her sorcery. Her original strength recovered long ago cannot compare with the place where she first cultivated. Let's just leave it as it is. Chu Jingyue went to find Shu Qing to apply makeup for her, then changed into newly tailored male clothing. Black robes dotted with red, elegant, and sprinkled with charm. Fuyu, glancing sideways from beside her, couldn't help but exclaim. The princess seemed like a completely different person. At this moment, she no longer looked like a celestial maiden with ethereal air, but rather like one of those extravagant nobles. They waited until the afternoon before Chu Jingyue led Fuyu to Huanxiang Tower. The last time she came here was when she entered Jinxing Cave. None of the attendants in the tower would fail to recognize her. They eagerly greeted her upon arrival. The madam approached personally. Would you like to pick a tender young girl today? Here. Naturally, one could not refer to oneself as tender servant. Chu Jingyue casually threw a bag of gold coins. Of course. Today I also intend to take her with me, though there's no rush. Just let her come out and drink a few cups with me. All right, sir. I'll send someone to call her right away. The madam found Chu Jingyue a private chamber, and she sat drinking tea in the room. Suddenly, Fuyu quickly walked to the bed and violently pulled open the curtain. There's someone unconscious under here. Fuyu pulled the person out. Although they weren't fully awake, they instinctively resisted. Their moves, though weak, were all fatal blows. They've been drugged, yet can still forcefully resist. This person has deep internal power. Whispering, Fuyu frowned. There's someone hidden in the room. Could Huanxiang Tower be behind it? It's unclear. Put them back first. Let's remain unchanged to meet any change. Chu Jingyue also didn't understand. Was this person hiding themselves, or was it someone hidden by Huanxiang Tower? If it was Huanxiang Tower who hid this person, why bring her here? Chu Jingyue prepared for the possibility of being discovered. Soon, a knock on the door came. The madam entered with the maiden, and also the owner arrived. I heard that sir wishes to buy this young maid, the owner slowly said. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows. Is there anything inappropriate about that? Sir has not come for a long time. I thought you wouldn't come anymore. The owner stared at Chu Jingyue's wrist, as if studying something. Chu Jingyue calmly held up her injured hand which was wrapped up and laughed. The last time, arguing over someone in the tower caused some commotion when it reached home. I had to endure some complaints. Is that so? The owner seemed unconvinced, stepped closer to the table, and placed a hand on Chu Jingyue's wounded shoulder. It seems your household rules are quite strict. Who would have thought that you would come today to buy a Buddhist girl? What difference does it make? 10,000 gold pieces can buy happiness, and this is just a matter of a few days' fun. What? Are you worried I can't afford it? Chu Jingyue arched her eyebrows, her eyes filled with defiance and arrogance. Zhou Jixing's thoughts wavered slightly, applying a bit more pressure. Chu Jingyue immediately cast an angry glance downward and then raised her eyes. What exactly do you mean by this? Zhou Jixing, harboring suspicions, quickly withdrew his hand and apologized with a smile. Apologies. Being engaged in rough work all year, I have no control over my strength. Did I hurt you, sir? Hurt? What hurt? Am I the type to fear pain? Chu Jingyue's arrogance was accompanied by obstinacy, clearly pinched in pain but pretending otherwise. This instead reassured Zhou Jixing. If he were truly Chu Jingyue in disguise, even with extraordinary self-control, the sudden pain would have been unbearable. Looking at his appearance, it was clear that he was a precious young master who had been pampered since childhood and had never endured hardships or pain. Sir, don't take it to heart. My adopted son is always like this, lacking control when he applies force. Please don't be angry. Later, I'll let my charming maid serve you well. The madam handed over the bell and smiled flatteringly. Only now did Chu Jingyue show a hint of good color, waving her hand. Don't disturb my peace. The madam and the owner left, and Chu Jingyue's face instantly turned pale, leaning against the chair back, her gaze deeply looking toward the bed. Could it be that this person was specially left by Huanxiang Tower for surveillance? Though poisoned by a tranquilizing drug, there was still some consciousness. You go out, don't disturb me. Chu Jingyue raised her chin, signaling Fu Yu to go out and investigate the situation. Fu Yu nodded but also had some concerns. Chu Jingyue pointed to the antidote sachet on her waist, signaling him to relax. Thus, Fu Yu went out, and during this time, Chu Jingyue didn't rush to release the control over the maiden with the bell, instead continuing the performance. Fortunately, Fu Yu returned shortly after. This person probably broke into Huanxiang Tower. I just took a look around, and there were many signs of struggle in various areas of the building. Numerous blade marks matched the curved sword on his body. Fu Yu dragged the person out, and just as the maiden was about to cry out in shock, Chu Jingyue immediately released her from the bell's control. She looked shocked at Chu Jingyue and the person dragged out, suddenly saying, "He is actually here. Do you know him?" Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows. How could the maiden know him? The maiden cautiously glanced outside the door, lowering her voice. This person broke in during Huanxiang Tower's closure 2 days ago. He seemed to be searching for someone and even entered the place where gold is sold. However, Huanxiang Tower has many skilled experts, and he was heavily injured while outnumbered. Chu Jingyue clicked her tongue. After being drugged, he still dared to hide in one of Huanxiang Tower's elegant rooms. Quite the guts. He appears to be an old acquaintance of the owner. Chapter 99. Disciple of Xianyun Mountain. The young woman didn't know much, only able to deduce that the man and the pavilion master were acquainted from their conversation when he had burst in. Chu Jingyue thought for a moment before giving him an antidote pill. In no time, the man's consciousness became clearer, and he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar people around him, he showed signs of alertness. But when he saw the young woman was awake, he looked puzzled, even somewhat excited. Are you the Buddha girl from the Xiangjin Hollow? Why are you awake? The man frowned. All women inside Xiangjin Hollow were controlled. They could not be awakened. The young woman lowered her head, too afraid to answer. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The man remained silent, seemingly unwilling to respond. Chu Jingyue calmly said, "An exchange of information is fair game for all." The man glanced over at the young woman again and then replied, "I'm looking for a woman with a lotus-shaped birthmark behind her ear." "Big Sister Qinglian?" the young woman exclaimed. The man anxiously asked, "Have you seen her? Do you know where she is now?" Sister Qinglian was one of the earliest Buddha girls. She was bought by a very powerful person. When the young woman arrived, Sister Qinglian had already become a Buddha girl. Sister Qinglian is different from us. When the bells rang, she couldn't control her own body. Not just her, all the previous Buddha girls were like that. Chu Jingyue's expression darkened, realizing that at the time, the parasites weren't yet fully capable of controlling their hosts. "Now can you tell me why you're awake?" Ming Qingrong clearly cared deeply about this matter. The young woman looked at Chu Jingyue, who bluntly said, "I can dispel curses." Ming Qingrong understood, then turned back to the young woman and asked, "Do you remember what the person who bought Qinglian looked like?" "I haven't seen them, but I do know that person spent 10,000 taels of gold to buy Sister Qinglian. When they came to pick her up, the pavilion master treated the guest with great respect." Ming Qingrong frowned. Regardless of circumstances, he must find Qinglian. Chu Jingyue propped her face on her hand and casually asked, "What relationship do you have with Zhou Jixing? Are you two acquaintances?" Ming Qingrong seemed to be recalling something as he answered, "Zhou Jixing and I used to be from the same village, and together we entered Xianyun Mountain to learn Taoist methods." Chu Jingyue nodded understandingly. "That explains why you could break into Xiangjin Hollow. There was an array outside Xiangjin Hollow, so unless someone led the way or one knew some mystical techniques, ordinary people could never enter." Ming Qingrong agreed. Chu Jingyue continued, "Still, if it's a sect following Taoist principles, why would they secretly operate a brothel? The path of inquiry is tedious and uneventful, so Zhou often sneaked down the mountain to frequent brothels. Many years ago, a master of Xianyun Mountain betrayed the sect because of his obsession with visiting brothels, so there's a strict rule that once any disciple steps foot into a brothel, they will lose their cultivation abilities and be expelled." Ming Qingrong seemed slightly regretful. Zhou Jixing was talented, excelling particularly quickly in esoteric studies and 5-element 8 trigrams, which earned him the favor of the elders. But once he got into a fight in a brothel and was recognized as a Xianyun Mountain disciple, he had his cultivation arts revoked. Chu Jingyue laughed coldly. "Xianyun Mountain surely isn't just a simple Taoist sect, is it?" Ming Qingrong pressed his lips together, reluctant to elaborate further on matters concerning his sect. Chu Jingyue also did not ask anymore, but instead planned her next steps carefully in her mind. One Renzi had already gone out to muster troops in the suburbs, and this matter was bound to soon reach the emperor's attention. "Your Majesty, I heard Prince Qi has Sanju mobilized troops to enter the capital. This is a major crime," reported Grand Counselor Mao hurriedly as he entered the palace. The emperor casually waved his hand. "I am aware of this. Let Prince Qi investigate this brothel. There's no harm in allowing him to continue." Recently, the Dali Temple reported that gunpowder was found in a vacant courtyard near the brothel. Who knows what those officials and patrol guards have been doing? It's alarming that such things could be hidden within the city. Your Majesty, Prince Chi's actions defy regulations. If he wanted to investigate businesses, he should consult the Ministry of Revenue. By stepping beyond his designated role, it goes against established rules. Furthermore, why bring troops into the capital merely to investigate a brothel? Perhaps he has ulterior motives. The Emperor's face suddenly darkened as he reflected silently for a while, then commanded, "Call Wei Chong over." Soon, Wei Chong arrived at the Yangshin Hall. Have there been any abnormal celestial phenomena recently? The Emperor held a jade bead between his fingers, his eyes half closed. Wei Chong bowed respectfully and said, "Last night, I observed the heavens, and indeed, I witnessed a significant event." The Emperor opened his eyes, prompting Wei Chong to continue. Prince Chi's household will soon hold a funeral. Is the death of a mere individual in the Chi household considered a grand event? The Emperor was displeased. Earlier during the court session, there was some contention regarding whose responsibility it was to review the case involving Prince Chi's household. Wei Chong shook his head, explaining, "Your Majesty, the impending funeral in Prince Chi's household pertains to its principal member. It may be an important female figure within Prince Chi's residence." Hearing this, the Emperor's expression shifted drastically. Could it be the Divine Maiden? Your Majesty, the patrol guards confirmed last night that Princess Consort Chi was stabbed and wounded in an assassination attempt, and Prince Chi personally carried her home. The Counselor-in-Chief interjected again, deepening the Emperor's suspicion. Could it be that Prince Chi brought troops into the city as a cover for other plans? Summon Yin Chuan from the inner prison department, the Emperor said solemnly, having already made up his mind on what to do. Outside the Huanxiang building, Wen Renxi's troops were ready. Just as Chu Jingyue was about to move, an unexpected turn occurred. The Emperor has decreed that the gunpowder case will be handed over to the inner prison department. Prince Chi can send your soldiers back. The speaker rode a tall horse, holding the imperial order, cold and stern. Wen Renxi furrowed his brows slightly. Normally, if the Emperor had reviewed the memorial and agreed to allow him to mobilize troops, there shouldn't be a change of mind unless someone else had said something to the Emperor. In the private room upstairs, Chu Jingyue also became grave upon witnessing this scene. Without the team led by Wen Renxi forcing their way in, they would likely fail to seize control of Huanxiang building or evacuate the many women trapped inside. What should we do now? Fuyu was considering whether he should persuade the princess to return. Once the inner prison department arrived, things would become difficult to handle. Chu Jingyue's eyes shifted subtly as she looked at Ming Qingrong. Would you like to cooperate? What are you planning to do? Ming Qingrong's eyes filled with caution. Chu Jingyue smirked and said, since the inner prison department is here, they'll surely want to investigate methodically. But if someone creates a disturbance outside and reports that Huanxiang building hides some secrets, the inner prison department will have no choice but to come inside for investigation. Ming Qingrong frowned. That's all? Even if they search, with the intricate mechanisms set up inside, what can they find? Just breaking a simple illusion will suffice. Chu Jingyue cast her gaze deeply. Once the secret lair of the brothel was exposed before everyone's eyes, whether it was the inner prison department or anyone else, they would have to keep investigating regardless. And her request for Ming Qingrong to go out was merely to buy herself some time. Afterward, I'll assist you in finding your sister. As soon as Chu Jingyue said these words, Ming Qingrong froze. He hadn't mentioned his name to her, nor had he spoken about looking for his sister. How did she know? Upon thinking that she could dispel curses, Ming Qingrong felt a bit conflicted inside. Could she possibly be one of Zhou Jixing's people, luring him into a trap? I'll go. The young woman saw his hesitation and took the initiative to stand up, saying, I'll pretend to be under control when I go out. Once I reach the entrance, I'll cry for help. Ming Qingrong looked at her with slight confusion as she deeply bowed to Chu Jingyue, saying, Please do your utmost to rescue these sisters from dire straits. Chapter 100. Primordial Spirit Qi can break 10,000 formations. Relax. Chu Jingyue glanced at the door and said, Fuyu, you go with her. You must ensure her safety. Fuyu was not at ease letting Chu Jingyue take risks alone, but neither could he stand by and watch someone defenseless and unable to protect themselves walk into danger. I will escort her out and immediately return to regroup with you. Chu Jingyue nodded as she watched him leave with the young lady. She leaned against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. As for Ming Qingrong, she had already left him behind. Can you dismantle formations? Ming Qingrong furrowed his brows. Zhou Jixing's mastery of formation arts is unmatched in the Xianyun Mountain. Chu Jingyue remained focused on the outside while answering. There are two ways to break a formation. One is to find its weak points and destroy it through the design itself. Ming Qingrong nodded. This was indeed the most common method to break formations. What's the other way? Chu Jingyue opened the door. With vast spiritual energy, force your way through it. The hall of the Huanxiang building was already in an uproar, allowing her to sneak away from her private room and swiftly head toward the back courtyard. Ming Qingrong was still pondering her words. How could one possibly use spirit power to break a formation? Curiosity got the better of him, and he quickly followed. Chu Jingyue had arrived at the waterside pavilion. Everything appeared normal, with no sign of the infamous brothel. However, she could feel the essence of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams contained within. The young Taoist from Xianyun Mountain, watch carefully now. The primordial spirit Qi can break any array in the world. Her fingers lightly brushed the 2 Wudi Mingzhou coins on her wrist, generating a boundless amount of spiritual power. Heaven and earth naturally scatter impure forces. Myriad mysteries dissolve, returning to their true shapes. She exclaimed softly, and Ming Qingrong felt a surge of intense spiritual energy rising around them. Then, the hidden Jin Kuxiu slowly revealed itself. Outside the Huanxiang building, as soon as the young lady stepped out, she cried out for help, begging for assistance from the people outside. Seeing this, the madam immediately ordered that she be dragged back inside, but when Ren Si intervened, drawing his sword alongside his soldiers, Yan Chuan also prepared to enter and conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jixing, upon seeing the girl shout, immediately realized something was amiss. Just as the madam was still defending herself, the inner prison office officers suddenly pointed to one side of the Huanxiang building, shouting fearfully, "Master, look! There's a pagoda over there. Men, search inch by inch. Bring out anyone suspicious." Wen Rensi insisted on ensuring Chu Jingyue's safety, as well as that of the girls trapped inside the Jin Kuxiu. The inner prison office usually relied on torture during investigations. If Yin Chuan managed to lead away those victims first, they were likely to suffer more. Moreover, Wen Rensi simply didn't trust Yin Chuan. Prince Qi, matters regarding searches should be handled by our office. The emperor has already decreed that Prince Qi returns his troops to camp. Yin Chuan, with a gloomy face, waved to his men, signaling them to proceed with the check. Wen Rensi gave him a casual glance. Since my people have already arrived, we see no reason to sit idly by. If you, Magistrate Yin, harbor any discontent, you're welcome to report this to the emperor. Seeing this, Yin Chuan held his tongue. Wen Rensi had always been stubborn. Instead of arguing further, he decided to investigate the strange pagoda. Suddenly, a Buddhist pagoda appeared, truly bizarre. Notify the crown prince of this matter immediately, and make sure he devises a plan to deal with it. Zhou Jixing dispatched a man while heading toward the Jin Kuxiu himself. By this time, Chu Jingyue was already inside the pagoda, freeing all the women from their enchantments. But the door won't open. Ming Qingrong tried pushing it. I specifically left the door slightly ajar when I entered, so it shouldn't be locked unless Zhou Jixing has come. One of the women sniffed and asked, "What's this smell? It's quite pungent." Chu Jingyue fixed her gaze on the tightly shut door. "It's oil for fire." Looking around, she noticed liquid seeping down from the top of the pagoda tower along the walls and pillars. The candles embedded in the walls ignited faster when meeting the oil, and before long, they started burning the hanging scrolls and curtains. "This door is on fire too." Ming Qingrong could feel the heat in his palm. "He wants to burn us alive here." The women panicked. They looked up at the narrow windows high above and exchanged looks. "We don't know who you are, sir, but since you freed us from our predicament, dying might be worth it for us. We'd like to help you escape. Please climb over us and get out quickly." Chu Jingyue watched silently as many of the women gathered near the wall, preparing to stack themselves to create a human ladder. Deep emotions welled up in her heart, but after suppressing her myriad thoughts, she calmly spoke. "It's unnecessary. There's another way." The group stared at her in surprise. Chu Jingyue paced around on the ground floor, stopping at a particular brick. With a gentle push, she lifted it up. "There's a tunnel underneath." She spoke calmly, then continued, "I'll scout ahead. Follow me down quickly." Inside the tunnel, it was rather spacious, but the closer Chu Jingyue moved inward, the stronger the reaction became from the 2 Wudi Mingzhou coins in her hands. It seemed the third life treasure was close. Chu Jingyue felt a trace of joy in her heart, and her steps quickened. At this moment, above ground, Wen Rensi and Yin Chuan had arrived at the location where the fire had broken out. "Hurry up and put out the fire." Yin Chuan furrowed his brows. He wanted to see what was hidden in the tower that shouldn't be seen. However, Wen Rensi didn't intend to send anyone to help. If Chu Jingyue and the women were still inside the tower, even if Chu Jingyue wouldn't panic, the other women should have cried for help. The current silence in the tower could only mean that Chu Jingyue had already taken them away. "Why is there a tower here, and why did it catch on fire?" Yin Chuan asked coldly as he looked at Zhou Jixing. Zhou Jixing calmly bowed, saying, "This place is called the Tongtian Tower, normally protected by divine spirits, so others can't see it. But someone intruded earlier, disturbing the deities, causing the tower to appear and catch fire." Deliberately mystifying. Yin Chuan didn't believe a word of it, but he realized such an explanation probably wasn't meant for him anyway. If the emperor heard these words, he would undoubtedly believe them fully. Considering this, Yin Chuan glanced over at Wen Rensi. Defying the emperor's orders while being accused of offending the deities, Prince Qi was likely doomed. Not long after, another group of men arrived at Huanxiang building. It was none other than the crown prince, Wang Quni. Prince Qi brought troops into the city without authorization and arbitrarily interfered with the inner prison office's matters. Is he dissatisfied with his current position as general? Wang Quni's face was grim. To him, a dead Wen Rensi was far more useful than a living one. As long as Wen Rensi lived, military power would remain firmly in the hands of this pure minister, which certainly wouldn't benefit his ascension to power. "Our prince suspects Huanxiang building has ties to the gunpowder case from before, hence we came to investigate. Does the crown prince have any objections?" Wen Rensi's voice carried no hint of fear. The crown prince let out a mocking laugh. "Investigations are naturally handled by the Ministry of Justice or the Dali Temple. Even if Prince Qi distrusts the Ministry of Justice, does he not trust the Dali Temple? Your Highness, Prince Qi abuses his authority and forcibly searches Huanxiang building. Though we may be a brothel, we've gone through official procedures to gain approval. Please, Your Highness, defend us commoners against Prince Qi." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jixing knelt down. The crown prince smirked and ordered, "Take Prince Qi into custody. Perhaps you should capture the one kneeling first." Chapter 101, Strife in the Hall. Chu Jingyue, at some point unknown to anyone, had already appeared on the side wall. The disguise on her face had mostly worn off due to the wet cloth she used to cover her mouth and nose earlier. She had simply washed it all off before coming over. Wan Quni looked over with contempt, but was struck by her plain, yet strikingly beautiful countenance. How could someone be so breathtaking? Chu Jingyue. Zhou Jixing stared in disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to have died? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. She did not recognize the crown prince, and thus paid him no heed. Her cold gaze swept past, and then settled on Yin Xuan. Earlier, I rescued dozens of women from within the tower. I cannot hand them over to your internal prison office, so for now, they will be sent to the Ministry of Justice to await the emperor's decision. Zhou Jixing's complexion darkened, yet he steadied his composure, lifting his head to confront Chu Jingyue. These are official courtesans, properly recorded by the Ministry of Revenue. You set fires and abducted people intending to frame us law-abiding citizens. Law-abiding citizens. Chu Jingyue cut him off with disdain, holding a ledger and smirking. Do you know where I found this thing? As soon as Zhou Jixing saw what she held, his face grew grim, filled with intent to kill. Suddenly, a broadsword rested upon his shoulder, when Renzi scrutinizing him from above. Since we have evidence, let it be handed over to this crown prince. This matter will be investigated thoroughly by my people. Wan Quni slightly moved his jaw, signaling his men to immediately move closer. However, Chu Jingyue stowed away the ledger. Even if it must be handed over, it should go through the internal prison office. But beforehand, can the internal prison office temporarily shut down Xianglo and thoroughly investigate here? Of course. Yin Xuan waved a hand, though currently, the men he brought were insufficient. He had no choice but to turn around and bow to Wen Renzi. I humbly asked Prince Qi to lend us troops. Wen Renzi glanced at Pei Feng, instructing him to cooperate with Yin Xuan's operation. He then walked towards the base of the wall. Can't come down. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and decisively leapt down onto the outer wall, looking at the group of women waiting for her behind. To some of you, I've removed the insect parasites inside you. For others, I dare not tamper with those insects. If the poisons remain in your bodies for too long, and the parasites leave, the toxins will spread uncontrollably, and even gods would struggle to save you. Just before, Chu Jingyue went through a secret tunnel and arrived at another hidden house. There, in 4 or 5 rooms, many women were detained. Some were being eaten alive by poisonous insects, others had just been poisoned, and still others were about to be experimented on. Additionally, she retrieved her third life treasure there, which had transformed into one of the 5 Emperor's bright curse coins, maintaining an array. When she reclaimed her treasure, the array confining the imprisoned women disappeared as well. I'll try my best to formulate antidotes for you, don't worry. Chu Jingyue's calm tone inspired a sense of firmness and reliability. The soldiers took the rescued women to the Ministry of Justice. In the meantime, further searches of Xianglo uncovered many more women who were still under control, precisely the ones Chu Jingyue and Chongqing had seen earlier. Wen Renzi, come over. Chu Jingyue called out, and Wen Renzi immediately approached, asking, what is it? She handed him the roster and said, you will enter the palace shortly. Personally deliver this roster, and remember what I'm about to say. Wen Renzi seriously bent over and inclined his ear to listen, a scene observed by Wan Quni from afar, prompting him to muse. With the scandal of Xianglo exposed, Chu Jingyue had also successfully saved the women. Now, it was time for her to return to her mansion to recuperate. Wen Renzi, carrying the roster, proceeded to enter the palace. After seeing the emperor, his first action was to offer an apology. The emperor had just learned of the unexpected appearance of a pagoda in the capital city, which caught fire, implicating Wen Renzi. He was dissatisfied already. Prince Qi refused to heed advice and conducted a forced search. What results have been obtained? The emperor frowned sternly, looking for an excuse to explode. Wen Renzi presented the book, saying, inside the Xianglo, there have been continuous atrocities against innocent women used in various transactions. The ledger contains the names of high-ranking officials who purchased prostitutes with significant sums of money, including. He paused mid-sentence and gave a sidelong glance at the crown prince who was also present. At a single glance, the emperor spotted familiar names, causing him inward rage but outward restraint. His expression turned somber as he flipped through the pages coldly. The price of purchasing a single prostitute amounted to hundreds of thousands, yet several of these purchasers were like Luo Shishir, high-ranking officials. Where did all this money come from? Enraged, the emperor slammed the ledger heavily and shouted, absurd. This is absolutely absurd. Wen Renzi bowed deeply, saying, Your Majesty, every woman involved in this trafficking has been afflicted with insects that render them obedient and incapable of independent thought or action. If mischievous individuals were to exploit these women, wouldn't our Dongting kingdom collapse in an instant? The emperor immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was indeed a vicious method. If such events were ever to unfold, none could imagine that people controlled for years could commit any other act. This matter was calculated by my wife, and she informed me that if we don't apprehend them all today, there will be boundless disasters in the future. Therefore, I rashly brought troops to the scene, and the memorial also stated that I intended to search for criminals. Wen Renzi remained respectful but unyielding, and at this point, the emperor had nothing else to say. There was no way he could still focus on the disobedience to his order when Wen Renzi was clearly accomplishing something significant. My wife has another matter for me to convey to your majesty. Upon hearing that Chu Jingyue had something to say, the emperor immediately perked up, sitting a little straighter. Wen Renzi pressed his lips together and said, The niche Buddha maidens are shocking. Under the guise of Buddhism, they commit despicable acts. This is a grave fault of the Son of Heaven. Outrageous. The Crown Prince was the first to reprimand. It's just a minor case. How can it possibly be the Emperor's mistake? Wenrenzi turned his head with an authoritative gaze. For years under the Emperor's nose, the Fragrant Tower has been conducting such business, cruelly harming countless people to make their lives worse than death. There are numerous officials profiteering from their corruption while your Majesty remains unaware. How can this be without fault? The Son of Heaven is infallible. Wan Quni was still arguing, but Wenrenzi paid him no heed, instead looking at the Emperor. Please, your Majesty, deal with this matter properly. Initially upset about Qi Huang disobeying his decree and disturbing the Buddhist pagoda, the Emperor began to feel uneasy when Wenrenzi spoke earnestly, wondering if perhaps these words came from the divine maiden herself. Surely Wenrenzi wouldn't be capable of saying such things otherwise. Your Majesty, first there were abductions carried out by Tianji Temple, then secret transactions between Dark Fragrance Tower and multiple high-ranking officials, attempting to undermine the very foundation of our nation. This must be thoroughly investigated. Wenrenzi spoke again, and the Emperor stared at those registers, pretending to sip tea while dragging out time. Many civil ministers were implicated in the registers, not only involving officers of the 6 ministries, but also almost every official in the prefecture had ties with Dark Fragrance Tower. Recently, even the magistrate shamelessly competed for courtesans, exactly as Qi Huang had stated, trembling the foundations of the nation. But if an investigation were to proceed, removing so many officials would surely throw the court into chaos. Your Majesty, news comes from outside the palace. Princess Qi invoked the rain deity to extinguish the fire and even summoned lightning to strike down that pagoda. Chapter 102. The Snake Curse Revives the Dead. What? Who did you say? The Emperor was greatly shocked. Wasn't Chu Jinghua struck by a sword and already dead? Your Majesty, it is Princess Consort Qi, Chu Jinghua. The Emperor's mind was suddenly flooded with thoughts, and he immediately decided to trust Chu Jinghua. He didn't know what that pagoda was for, but Chu Jinghua could summon gods. Who does Prince Qi think should investigate this case? Wan Quni immediately became solemn in his gaze and respectfully replied, Father Emperor, how about? This case is shocking to the world. To let the commoners know your Majesty takes this seriously, the inner prison office must thoroughly investigate. Wenrenzi cut off the Crown Prince's words mercilessly. The Emperor similarly ignored the Crown Prince and nodded. I will follow your advice. This case will be handed over to the inner prison office for thorough investigation. Your Majesty, I also wish to request a few days off. My wife was injured at the Ministry of Justice some time ago, and today she personally went to Huixiang Tower to save people. She may need proper rest. Wenrenzi took the opportunity to propose leave, and the Emperor did not object, even adding, there have been no wars recently. Prince Qi can stay home peacefully. If there are any urgent matters, I will call for you. Thank you for your Majesty's consideration. Wenrenzi turned to leave, but did not leave right away. He waited for Yin Chuan to come out as if he had something to say to him. Yin Chuan furrowed his brows slightly. I thought Prince Qi would personally investigate this case. I am a general, not a detective. Wenrenzi's expression was serious, then added, if the women are interrogated by the inner prison office, don't be too harsh on them. They were painstakingly saved by our princess consort. Yin Chuan was confused. Is Prince Qi just going to mention this? Or what? Wenrenzi glanced at the Crown Prince who had just come out. The notebook must be kept well by the inner prison office. After saying that, he left. Wan Quni glared at him with a sinister look. Chu Jinghua returned to the mansion, and Lu Suyu was still keeping vigil in the front hall. This time, she directly ignored the memorial hall and bypassed it. Seeing this, Lu Suyu felt even more aggrieved and hurriedly stood up to chase her. Shouldn't you pay respects to my mother? Didn't you stop me from offering incense? Chu Jinghua raised an eyebrow. Indeed, once someone is stimulated, they tend to go mad easily. Lu Suyu glared hatefully at her. Chu Jinghua didn't care and was about to turn around and leave. Don't go. For some reason, Lu Suyu stopped her, though she wasn't sure why herself. Chu Jinghua looked down at her wrist and coldly said, let go. No, aren't you guilty? You can't even enter my mother's memorial hall. I tell you, her body has already been brought back. You. Before Lu Suyu could finish speaking, there was a loud noise inside the memorial hall, and the coffin lid was suddenly thrown open. Mother. Lu Suyu was not scared at all, thinking maybe her mother was like the prince, never having truly died. Excited, she moved forward only to see a stiff corpse rising straight out of the coffin. It's a ghost. The maids nearby screamed in terror. Chu Jinghua shouted at once. Close the mansion gates. The gates of the mansion closed hastily, and Lu Suyu approached in a daze. Mother, are you alive, right? She's dead, and already under someone else's control. Chu Jinghua made hand seals while forming an array. Before it was completed, Lu Suyu spun around and pushed her. Already wounded and after summoning rain and lightning earlier, Chu Jinghua was feeling weak and stumbled backward. Upon seeing this, Lan Fengfu, hiding in the shadows, immediately appeared. Princess Consort, are you okay? I'm fine. The two of you check nearby. The person controlling the corpse must be nearby. Steadying herself, Chu Jinghua glared at Lu Suyu and continued. It's daytime now. Even with dark clouds blocking the sun, the yang energy is heavy enough to burn those spirits left guarding your mother's soul. If you keep stopping me, she'll never reincarnate. Hearing this, Lu Suyu paused, filled with doubt looking at her. Are you deceiving me? You can choose not to believe me, but think about it. Since ancient times, has anyone ever exposed their loved one's corpses outside? Chu Jinghua held a talisman paper in her hand. Lu Suyu momentarily regained some rationality. Watching the gray face and bloodless corpse, which had already been examined by a forensic expert, it was indeed impossible for it to revive. Go ahead. Lu Suyu turned her head, and Chu Jingyue immediately stepped forward, ready to paste a talisman on the corpse. Daughter. The corpse suddenly spoke, and Lu Suyu widened her eyes, turning around disbelievingly before rushing over. Mother, you're really not dead, right? Lu Suyu rushed to the coffin, but suddenly, a black shadow emerged from Lady Lu's stomach. Before Lu Suyu could react clearly, Chu Jingyue swiftly grabbed her and, with her other hand, pulled out a jade hairpin, pinning the black shadow onto a wooden pillar. The corpse collapsed heavily, and Lu Suyu was still stunned. She instinctively turned to look at the pillar and saw a black snake nailed onto it with strange tooth-like features. This is a mature snake charm, which can parasitize in a living human body. It takes 3 years to cause death, and within these 3 years, the person being parasitized can be controlled. Chu Jingyue pulled out the blackwood golden-laid hairpin, and the little snake that was dead fell limply to the ground. The target this time was you. As Chu Jingyue's indifferent voice echoed, Lu Suyu's entire body broke out in goosebumps. How did it get inside my mother's corpse? I've been guarding her spirit all these days. Lu Suyu was terrified, even casting fearful glances at the coffin. Chu Jingyue set fire to the snake charm to burn it, and asked, could it have been harboring inside your mother's body for some time already? Was incense burned in the joyful longevity hall? Incense, yes, there was incense. Lu Suyu recalled that Renzi had taken herbs to fumigate both inside and outside the joyful longevity hall. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows. If this were the case, it should indicate there were no charm insects in the joyful longevity hall. Therefore, it appeared that Mrs. Lu indeed had harbored a charm in her body when she died, but it must not have been fully formed yet. Then how exactly did she die? Our Lady, we only found him lurking near the manor. Fu Yu and Lan Feng returned, bringing along a man Chu Jingyue recognized. How is it you? Ming Qingrong struggled with some confusion and anger mixed on his face. I just wanted to see if I could meet you. I want you to help me. Let him go then. Someone who doesn't even master Qimeng Duanjiao well would be even less capable of mastering witchcraft. It wasn't that Chu Jingyue looked down on Ming Qingrong, but anyone skilled in witchcraft would carry some related objects. However, last time, Fu Yu checked thoroughly, and there wasn't anything suspicious on him. Witchcraft. Ming Qingrong glanced around, catching sight of the still burning remains of the snake charm, and immediately wrinkled his nose in disdain. How could such things exist in the capital city? What do you mean by that? Chu Jingyue gave him a questioning look. Ming Qingrong frowned. In the early years, an incident occurred near the Xianyun mountain where a snake charm consumed people. Zhou Jixing was still in the sect back then, and it was after that event he developed a penchant for visiting brothels. Snake charm consuming people, Zhou Jixing. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you know Zhou Jixing's birth date and hour? Ming Qingrong nodded, recollecting and speaking out Zhou Jixing's 8 characters. Chu Jingyue calculated on her fingers, and her gaze grew cold. Committing unspeakable evil, yet still having a way to survive. Chapter 103. Intrigue within the Crown Prince's manor. The Buddhist pagoda case at the Huanxiang Tower was tightly concealed from the public. The common folk only knew something had happened at Huanxiang Tower, but weren't clear about the specifics. In the eyes of the people, a tower had appeared out of nowhere, and then was mysteriously struck by lightning and shattered. Chu Jingyue, after having calculated Zhou Jixing's destiny, didn't concern herself with the matter anymore, and Ming Qingrong approached her for help in finding his missing sister. However, before Chu Jingyue could make any calculations, when Renzi returned. You should change your medicine. When Renzi looked at her and noticed that Chu Jingyue's wrist was slightly swollen. Frowning, he asked, how did you get it? Chu Jingyue glanced at Lu Siyu and said, the death of Lady Lu is related to a goo insect. Just now, a snake goo emerged from her body. Since the coroner didn't find it during the autopsy, this means the goo entered her on the day you returned. When Renzi asked someone to attend to Ming Qingrong while inviting her to the backyard, saying as they walked, would this kind of goo be able to kill someone before forming? It wouldn't. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. She couldn't figure out how Lady Lu died either. Chu Jingyue, Lu Siyu suddenly called out, turning Chu Jingyue around to hear her say, Li Xiaoning told me my mother was scared to death. Scared to death? Chu Jingyue wondered why she would die of fear. When Renzi gently patted her uninjured shoulder and looked at Lu Siyu. Regardless, you need to conserve your energy to catch the murderer of your mother. I will have the morning hall redecorated properly. You should go rest first. Lu Siyu didn't respond further. She wasn't sure whether she should trust Chu Jingyue or not. After changing her medicine, Chu Jingyue went to Renzi's adjacent courtyard. The birth date and full name of your sister. Chu Jingyue sat under a tree in the yard, while Shi Chun already came over with a teapot. Having obtained the 8 characters of Ming Qinglian's birth date, Chu Jingyue quickly gave him an answer. It lies to the east. Overlapping trigrams with 2 repeated contrigrams represent danger. Ming Qingrong nervously chimed in, understanding the divination himself, knowing the 3rd line of the conhexagram represents peril in all movements. Chu Jingyue nodded, but this is also good news, proving your sister is still alive. If she were no longer among the living, it wouldn't result in a danger hexagram. Ming Qingrong's expression grew complicated. Is this supposed to comfort me? Just telling it like it is. Having completed the divination, Chu Jingyue got up to head back to her own courtyard for rest. Giving money to Shi Chun is fine. I'm going to sleep. These past few days had been truly exhausting, so she needed to recharge. Ming Qingrong pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket. It was his last coin. I would also like to inquire about a more specific location. The direction of east is too vague. Whether it's the eastern part of the city or outside the city is uncertain. The east of the imperial city. Chu Jinghua hadn't gone far yet and could answer his question. Ming Qingrong's face turned grim. The east of the imperial city? That meant the East Palace? Could it be his sister was inside the East Palace? The Crown Prince's mansion. When Renzi voiced solemnly, Ming Qingrong frowned, so certain. Not just anyone can enter the East Palace. If the Crown Prince truly kept a female monk there, she would only be housed within the Crown Prince's mansion. It seemed that the book Chu Jinghua had found was incomplete after all. Someone as prestigious as the Crown Prince wouldn't be documented by Zhou Jixing in the ledger. This indirectly confirmed what everyone had suspected. The Crown Prince might very well be the backing force behind the Huanxiang Tower. The Dragon Boat Festival is approaching. The Crown Prince will stay in the East Palace for a long time. If you want to rescue her, you can only take advantage of these few days. When Renzi gave a reminder, and Ming Qingrong looked at him with great gratitude. In the following days, the Grand Court and the Internal Justice Office were busily investigating their respective cases, one dealing with the death of Lady Lu, and the other concerning the Huanxiang Tower incident. When Li Xiaoning visited the mansion again, Chu Jinghua was leisurely lounging in a tree, enjoying dappled sunlight, while holding fresh fruits recently delivered from the countryside. So relaxed, Li Xiaoning casually seated himself in front of her, lifting the teapot on the table and pouring himself a cup of tea. Chu Jinghua tossed him an apple and asked, "Are you looking for me?" "I am investigating the case of Lady Lu, discovering that she frequently visited one place before her death." Li Xiaoning sipped his tea, teasing, "Guess where?" Chu Jinghua, with her eyes half closed, lazily replied, "A fortune-telling place." "I actually want to learn fortune-telling from you now. My tireless efforts aren't as useful as your simple guess." Li Xiaoning sighed helplessly. Chu Jinghua seriously gazed at him. "Even if you learn, you won't reach my current level. Environment differs." Chu Jinghua wasn't looking down on him. It was just a fact of life. Some people spend their entire lives trying and never fully grasp the secrets of celestial matters. "Today, I intend to take some people to investigate at Wuxiang Hall. Do you want to come along?" Li Xiaoning didn't take much offense to her comment. Chu Jinghua had every reason to be aloof. Chu Jinghua sat up, holding the fruit in her arms. Before she could speak, she heard an unpleased voice beside her. "Why can't I go?" "Who invited you?" Li Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, knowing that taking Renzi went to Wuxiang Hall would definitely yield nothing. When Renzi looked displeased, "Why can't I go? Are you planning to protect her with your mediocre skills?" Li Xiaoning's face darkened. He truly had no rebuttal for that remark. Chu Jinghua smirked and said, "Let's all go then. We're going there to cause a scene anyway." She got up to change her clothes. After thinking for a moment, when Renzi followed her into the room upon seeing Li Xiaoning's elegant white attire. "What are you doing here?" Chu Jinghua asked him. When Renzi pursed his lips, pretending it was by accident as he walked over to the wardrobe and pulled out a dress that was red on top and black below. "This matches your hairpin perfectly," when Renzi handed the outfit to her, then turned away in apparent nonchalance, though he subtly observed her from the corner of his eye to see if she'd wear it. Chu Jinghua didn't particularly care what she wore. She liked vibrant dresses too. Since when Renzi chose so straightforwardly, she had no reason to decline. When she came out dressed, when Renzi had changed as well. Similarly in red and black, it gave off an especially imposing aura on him, radiating an air of supreme confidence. Li Xiaoning glanced at him and immediately sneered. Immature. When Renzi gave a cold snort, but seemed rather satisfied. As the three were about to leave, the matron came face to face with them, observing Chu Jinghua walking between the two men, and asked with a slight frown, "Are you leaving again?" "We need to assist in the investigation," when Renzi replied first. The matron paused for a moment and said, "If you're investigating, why not bring Suyu along as well? She has been exhausted from guarding the shrine these past few days. Now that Lady Lu has been buried, she should have some rest." When Renzi refused politely, how could the matron not hear the underlying tone? She sighed with sympathy and said, "I was just thinking that you could take her out for a walk. She's been lackluster lately. Being a child raised under my care, how can I not be worried?" Before when Renzi could furrow his brows, Lu Suyu's voice came from behind. "Since it's about investigating my mother's case, and Chu Jinghua, who is suspected to be related, will go, naturally. I, the aggrieved party, should also go." Lu Suyu slowly stepped forward, ignoring when Renzi and Chu Jinghua, and instead looking at Li Xiaoning to ask, "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Chapter 104. Pure Een female born on the 10th spirit day. "Fine, then go ahead." Li Xiaoning didn't care if they brought one more person along. Lu Suyu followed them out wearing her plain clothes, which gave rise to new thoughts in the mind of grandmother. The Li family was also not a bad choice. However, at present, Siyu must mourn for 3 years, and it's unknown whether his family would be willing to wait. Sitting in his own carriage, Li Xiaoning watched Lu Siyu climb aboard the prince's carriage. "Hold on to this." Ren Rensi specially had soft cushions prepared for Chu Jinghua to cushion her shoulders, so as not to get jostled by the carriage ride. Lu Siyu bit her lips and looked away, unwilling to see it. She felt ultimately unfulfilled in her heart. Ever since childhood, she had liked Ren Rensi, who treated her well with due respect, but what she wanted was his care. Unable to help herself, Lu Siyu glanced sideways at Chu Jinghua. She indeed looked beautiful, elegant and spirited, like the most dazzling and eye-catching flower among thousands. And herself. Destiny is predestined by heaven. Trying to defy fate isn't impossible, but most people meet a tragic end. Chu Jinghua opened her mouth without opening her eyes, speaking indifferently. Lu Siyu's heart leapt. How did she know what she was thinking? What is destiny? Lu Xiyu countered. Only then did Chu Jingyue slightly raise her eyes. If you do not force change through sacrifice, then naturally butterflies and flowers will come your way. That is fate. Lu Xiyu paused and thought. Would someone actually come to her? She didn't believe that. You certainly speak easily from your position of privilege. Lu Xiyu turned her head away, thinking how Chu Jingyue, with her excellent lineage, good fortune, and beauty, could so casually say that people would naturally come to her. What about her? What did she have? Now she didn't even have her mother anymore. Alone like a floating duckweed, she believed in nothing about fate or connection. She only trusted her own schemes. Chu Jingyue merely glanced briefly at her fleeting emotions, shook her head lightly, and closed her eyes. Good words are hard to persuade those who stubbornly refuse them, and she had said her piece. The carriage soon arrived at a secluded alley where a sign hung outside reading Wuxiang Hall. At the entrance, white lanterns hung, leading uninformed passersby to think it was related to mourning. The Ministry of Justice is investigating a case. Open up. Li Xiaoning knocked on the door, and someone quickly came to open it, yet acted arrogantly. The master inside is helping someone dissipate negative energy. Please wait a moment. The doorman didn't step aside and blocked the entrance. Wait here outside. Li Xiaoning cast a contemptuous glance at him. The doorman lifted his chin proudly and arrogantly said, even princes and nobles have to wait outside when they come. Is that so? Ren Si pushed aside the curtain to exit the carriage. His slim tall frame almost reached the height of the doorway. The doorman gave him a suspicious look, and Ren Si coldly replied, if I insist on going in, what then? The doorman didn't recognize Ren Si, but upon hearing him call himself prince, his arrogant demeanor disappeared instantly. His lips pressed tightly as he hesitated before saying, let me report to the master. How can one still claim to help others dispel misfortune while their own aura is shrouded with evil energies? Chu Jingyue got off the carriage too and went straight inside, ignoring the doorman completely. The doorman, for some strange reason, dared not extend his hand to stop her just now, as though something made him inexplicably fearful. Walking into the courtyard, Chu Jingyue observed everything here designed to gather and suppress ominous energies. Forgive me for not greeting our esteemed guests earlier. I humbly hope for your understanding. A black-robed woman emerged from inside the house, her voice seductive but her face unseen because she was fully covered. Chu Jingyue looked at her once and said directly, a living person drawing in evil spirits? Born under the 10th spirit day, a pure female life essence. The woman stiffened for a second, then coyly laughed. No wonder you're Princess Qi. You truly possess some real skills. Who exactly? The honorable adults came here to investigate the case. Anything you wish to investigate or inquire about, I shall answer truthfully. The woman interrupted Chu Jingyue's question, pretending as though she hadn't heard it at all. Chu Jingyue retracted her gaze and let her eyes sweep around the yard. Do you know Lady Lu from Princess Qi's mansion? The woman grinned faintly. I know her. She used to come here often to have her daughter's marriage fate calculated. Lu Xiyu immediately felt a lump forming in her throat, and Li Xiaoning asked again. Did she just come here to calculate the marriage fate? So many times. What else could there be? She didn't just come to calculate the marriage fate. Chu Jingyue suddenly interjected, causing the woman's expression hidden beneath the black robes to turn serious. Chu Jingyue stepped into the room. In the pitch-dark space stood many shelves holding numerous lanterns representing destinies. She walked around the shelves a few rounds before abruptly stopping in front of a shelf tucked in the deepest corner. Will you tell me yourself? Or should I take action? The woman tightly pursed her lips. It couldn't possibly be a coincidence that she walked to this particular shelf. Could it be that she knew something? What connection does this place have with Tianji Temple? Chu Jingyue opened her mouth indifferently and tilted her head to ask. The woman flickered her eyes. The incense we use is purchased from Tianji Temple. Why go there? Besides, hasn't Tianji Temple been demolished for days already? Chu Jingyue extended her hand and picked up a lantern of destiny. The woman didn't stop her as she said, I heard that the incense from Tianji Temple can soothe spirits, and many high-ranking families use it, so I bought some extra. Who went to buy it? Chu Jingyue asked again. The woman hesitated slightly. Naturally, I went to buy it myself. Could you really leave this door? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow before continuing. If you insist it was you who bought it, then I'll have to let the Ministry of Justice take you in for questioning. How could the Ministry of Justice just randomly arrest people for buying incense? The woman's tone already carried a hint of unease. She felt completely exposed in front of Chu Jingyue. Of course, it's to cooperate with the investigation. Chu Jingyue exchanged a glance with Li Xiaoning. Li Xiaoning immediately said, that's correct. It concerns two cases related to Tianji Temple and Princess Qi's mansion. If you persistently claim that you bought the incense, then I have no choice but to ask you to come with us for questioning. The woman furrowed her brows, glancing sideways as if waiting for someone in the side room. Chu Jingyue reached out to touch the shelf. By the way, there isn't only one method for investigation. I can also question spirits. The woman's complexion changed entirely. Was it possible she had spiritual powers? Luo Yi, you must answer truthfully to the questions from the Ministry of Justice. The door to the side room creaked open, and an elderly man with white hair leaned on his cane, hobbling forward with blurred vision, seemingly unable to see clearly. Chu Jingyue's gaze fell on him, subconsciously frowning. This malevolent aura. The person who bought the incense is one of our odd job workers here. He said the incense from Tianji Temple was excellent, so we've been using it ever since. Li Xiaoning raised his eyebrows, asking, what's his name? Where does he live? As he questioned, the old man slowly approached Chu Jingyue. Every destiny lantern here has an owner. If Princess Qi wishes to take them away, it would disturb the souls. Were they lit by the people before they passed away? Chu Jinghua countered. The old man slowly nodded. Indeed, every destiny lantern here was personally lit by the deceased while they were still alive. Chu Jinghua narrowed her eyes slightly, and Lu Xiyu quickly caught on. Is this my mother's destiny lantern, right? She nodded as Lu Xiyu grabbed the lantern. Since it's my mother's, it should rightfully be mine. No, Chu Jinghua sharply interrupted. The old man smiled kindly. A daughter missing her mother, Princess Qi, should understand. Chu Jinghua coldly stared at him, but his next words made her change expression. But Princess Qi practices the path of Wuqing, no emotions. Lacking understanding of human desires is quite normal. Chapter 105, Many Doubts. Chu Jinghua scrutinized the elder. This person appeared to have deep knowledge too, identifying her cultivation school at a glance. Judging by this, the mystic formations and rituals in the courtyard could only have been arranged by him. I don't know how to investigate a case, so I will not interfere. Lu Xiyu carried the lamp of fate and hurried away. Chu Jinghua was about to stop her when the old man chuckled and said, The ruthless Tao heart is broken. Many years of cultivation wasted in an instant. It's truly regrettable. What do you mean? Wen Renxi asked coldly, Ruthless Tao heart? Could he be saying Chu Jinghua has moved emotionally? The old man smiled but said nothing. Chu Jinghua slightly turned back and glanced at him with curved lips. It's not worth regretting. Everyone has their own future. Instead of worrying about me, why not worry more about yourself? Have we finished asking questions? Are we leaving? Li Xiaoning walked over, similarly examining the elder while frowning slightly. Chu Jinghua nodded. The array here gathered too much shy energy. To break it, she would need to wait until she was fully recovered to have absolute confidence. As the three left the Wuxiang Hall, the old man let out a few strange laughs. The little girl actually wants to break my formation. How can a yellow-haired child compare after decades of my cultivation? The woman removed her black robe, the pale skin on her arms faintly hiding dark qi as she worriedly looked toward the door. Didn't you say she cultivates the ruthless Tao? A person who cultivates the ruthless Tao has only two goals in life, cultivation and immortality. They are indifferent observers of everything else, never getting entangled in karmic causality. Clearly, this young miss fails to achieve that. So, what is there to worry about? The elder exuded confidence. In his eyes, Chu Jinghua was merely average. Indeed, she did possess some real skills, but compared to the decades of mysticism he had practiced, hers were as vastly different as heaven and earth. What is the ruthless Tao? As soon as they exited Wuxiang Hall, Wen Renxi couldn't help but ask. Chu Jinghua said indifferently. The Tao that severs the 7 emotions and 6 desires and cultivates a ruthlessly emotionless heart. Wen Renxi pursed her lips. Does it also include killing one's father, mother, husband, son, relatives, and friends? Chu Jinghua looked at Wen Renxi with a calmness like an ancient pond. Anything contrary to the principles of heaven and earth, there is no one I cannot kill. Wen Renxi's gaze grew complicated, unsure what to say. The ruthless Tao sect indeed isn't considered a mainstream Taoist sect, even dismissed by mainstream Taoism as unworthy for cultivation. Chu Jinghua lowered her gaze. When her soul was incomplete and her true self absent, she naturally lacked emotions. Thus she could only cultivate the ruthless Tao. She had no choice. After cultivating this Tao, Chu Jinghua had never felt anything amiss, believing it as half a step towards becoming immortal. She quietly swallowed the rest of her words and simply said, Never mind, I'm tired. Wen Renxi lightly nodded and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Chu Jinghua boarded the carriage, but he didn't get in. I'll go search for people with Li Xiaoning. You go back to the residence and rest. Chu Jinghua indifferently replied, her chest inexplicably feeling heavy. In the past, when people learned she cultivated the ruthless Tao, they would fear her too. Fearing that if anyone displeased her, she might cast curses, fearing that she would kill recklessly without restraint. Looking now, Wen Renxi was like those others, thinking those practicing the ruthless Tao were genuinely cold-blooded. He, like them, feared her. But cultivating the ruthless Tao only severed affection and love. It cultivated an emotionless heart, but didn't mean discarding humanity. To Dali Temple. The carriage made a turn straight toward the prison of Dali Temple. Chu Jinghua originally intended to visit the women led by Jiaonong, but upon arriving, these people weren't in the cell. Director Li settled them in the rear yard of the Dali Temple, claiming they weren't criminals and naturally didn't need to be locked up. If her ladyship wishes to go, this subordinate will guide you. Chu Jinghua lightly nodded, unexpected from Li Xiaoning's care. Upon arriving at the rear yard, she encountered a familiar face. Qian, are you returning to serve in the Dali Temple? Qian was gripping a scroll, teaching attentively to dozens of women who listened intently below. Upon Chu Jinghua's shout, Qian and the women all turned to look at her. Why have you come? To take their pulses. Chu Jinghua immediately sat beside the girls and began by taking the pulse of Jiaonu. Qian put down the book and said, Every day, Water Cloud Medicine Hall sends someone to check on them. I also have matters I wish to inquire about. Chu Jinghua turned to Jiaonong and other women. When you were at Huanxiang Tower, did you hear any useful information? Regarding the poison given to you, what did they say? The group of women pondered deeply, among whom one hesitated. I think I vaguely heard them talking once. That time, a sister couldn't survive the venomous insect devouring. They mentioned it was really unfortunate since they were just one step away from refining medicine again. Refining medicine? Are you sure it was refining medicine? Chu Jinghua frowned. Wasn't it raising parasites? Or did they want to refine medicine? I'm certain. They clearly spoke of refining medicine. Chu Jingyue gazed into the distance, pondering. What kind of medicine requires using humans to cultivate pests and administering multiple doses of poison before it can be refined? I saw them standing in front of a stone coffin, dragging a sister who had just died, and saying that this time they were about to succeed in refining the medicine. Another woman spoke up, continuing to recall. At that time, they seemed to be holding a piece of paper in their hands. Someone nearby added, "We all have that paper. It would be stuck on the coffin when we were locked inside." Chu Jingyue grew more and more confused as she listened. What exactly was Huanxiang Tower trying to accomplish? Speaking of this, follow me for a moment. Qian suddenly spoke. Chu Jingyue followed him into the scroll pavilion of Dali Temple. Qian skillfully took out a case file. I've been helping Li Xiaoning organize the case files of Dali Temple these few days, and I found something quite bizarre. Qian opened the file, and Chu Jingyue focused intently, frowning slightly. There is an inexplicable case in the capital prefecture. A village of over 100 people has completely disappeared, turning into an empty village overnight. This matter being extremely peculiar, some constables were dispatched to investigate, but none have returned. Being a significant matter, I discussed with the prefect for several days and finally decided to report it to His Majesty. His Majesty was greatly shocked and specially dispatched the Inner Jail Bureau to investigate. Yet 9 out of 10 experts from the Bureau never returned. Only one went insane. This case remains unresolved. This is a case from over 20 years ago. It was also from that time onward that the Emperor began to strongly believe in deities. Chu Jingyue stared at the name of the village written on the file, her fingers brushing against it. Has no one ever gone back to that village since then? Unknown. Since Dali Temple has already classified this as an unsolved case, there wouldn't be any further records. Moreover, those who know about this matter, the former chief of Dali Temple has already passed away, and the capital prefect isn't expected to live long either. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. The former chief was killed so that the emperor could sentence the women in Tianji Temple, and the latter, because of my temporary whim in exposing his real identity in a brothel, his past crimes were consequently revealed. It didn't seem like there was much connection between these two incidents. There's something about Luo Shirshi that you definitely don't know. Qian copied this page of the file and, lowering his voice, said, Rumors say that the crown prince has been deeply in love with the direct daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qiujing. He hasn't established a crown princess after many years precisely because he's waiting for her. Chu Jingyue didn't understand the connection here. Qian gave a hint. If the Luo family falls, the crown prince can smoothly discard Luo Qiujing. Simultaneously, the surviving members of the Luo family wouldn't hold grudges against the crown prince. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows. Could qi and speculation possibly hold water? Chapter 106. As real as illusory. Chu Jingyue stayed for a long time in the backyard of the Dali Temple, and when she came out, she thought about going to the inner prison office. Did you find any clues? When Rinxi had been waiting at the door, Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. How did you come here? I went back to the mansion, but the gatekeeper said you didn't return. I figured you must have come here. When Rinxi sighed. You're still injured, you should rest more. It's almost healed. Chu Jingyue was unconcerned. She still felt complicated emotions towards Wen Rinxi whenever she saw him. She couldn't deny the ripples her heart stirred upon seeing him, yet she didn't want to feel dejected either. Emotions can sway one's thoughts. Thus the practice of the emotionless path requires severing all affections, being indifferent, and focusing solely on cultivation and becoming immortal. You should focus on recuperating properly. Wen Rinxi gestured for her to get into the carriage. Once it began moving, he remained silent for a while before speaking again. I don't know much about Taoist sects or their practices, nor do I think there's anything wrong with what you cultivate. Chu Jingyue looked at him, quite surprised. Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be? Wen Rinxi was puzzled. I keep to my righteous path, and always act accordingly. Isn't there an old saying, if your conscience is clear, you have nothing to fear from ghostly apparitions? A gentle light appeared on Chu Jingyue's cold face, and she laughed softly, different from any previous smile. Her joy stemmed genuinely from within, as if finally someone could understand her, and she felt glad. To my understanding, the words of the elder today are merely aimed at shaking your conviction. Though Wen Rinxi did not comprehend the way of cultivation, he tried his best to understand her. You needn't listen to him. Even in practicing emotionlessness, emotions exist. There are countless paths in this world, and none of them should look the same. Listening to these words, Chu Jingyue fell into deep contemplation. Even in being emotionless, emotions exist. Yes, cutting off the 7 passions and 6 desires does not mean cutting off human nature, which has inherent warmth. Chu Jingyue vaguely seemed to have perceived something profound, and the coin on her wrist responded similarly. An immense surge of spiritual energy flowed unceasingly into her body. And at that moment, Wen Rinxi only felt her ethereal aura become even stronger. He stared intently, lost in a single thought. If she truly attains enlightenment and ascends to immortality, he would carve a jade statue of her to worship at home, achieving an illusion of never parting from her. But as he gazed, he sensed something amiss. Chu Jingyue's expression grew increasingly pained. Jingyue. Wen Rinxi stepped forward to support her. Unbeknownst to him, a power emanated from his chest, flowing toward Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue's mind became muddled, her consciousness blurred. Dazedly, she found herself seemingly standing inside the residence of Marquis Chu, facing a familiar ancient well. She staggered over to the well's edge, bent down, and peered in, seeing someone identical to her reflected in its water. Suddenly, the figure in the well opened its eyes and reached out, trying to pull her down. Under the mandate of heaven, Enduring calamities. Fragmented souls seek the Tao hard to ascend. Only by harmonizing yin and yang can one return. Spirit united. Overcoming hardships, seeking deities and questioning the Tao easily leads to transcendence. Earthly sufferings reveal no true gods. Hearing these two lines, Chu Jingyue offered no resistance and let herself fall into the well. But, Jingyue, the sound of worried calls brought Chu Jingyue back to awareness. Perplexed, she lifted her head. I need to go to the Marquis house. All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Wenrenci exhaled in relief and pulled out a handkerchief. What happened just now? Chu Jingyue wiped the fine sweat off her forehead. She wasn't sure either. It had all seemed real, as though she'd personally experienced it. But neither she nor her original self possessed such memories. No, those two phrases. At least her original self must have truly heard one of them. Who said it? An absurd idea emerged in Chu Jingyue's mind. That night after returning to the mansion, Chu Jingyue struggled to sleep. Whether lying down or meditating, whenever she closed her eyes, those words would echo. Earthly suffering reveals no true gods. Wenrenci, are you asleep? Chu Jingyue knocked on Wenrenci's bedroom door late that night in the adjacent courtyard. The man who had already fallen asleep nearly snapped awake instantly, sat up, and rubbed his eyes as he spoke. I'm awake. In that case, I'm coming in. Chu Jingyue entered the room without hesitation, and Wenrenci quickly got up, fumbling with his robe as he lounged lazily on the couch, casually picking up a book. Are you busy? Chu Jingyue didn't pay much attention to what book he was holding, wondering if she might be disturbing him. Wenrenci cleared his throat quietly and threw the book aside carelessly. Not at all, just passing the time. Chu Jingyue sat opposite him and asked, what do you think counts as human suffering? Huh? Wenrenci was startled. Was this really the topic they were discussing in the middle of the night? Chu Jingyue seriously looked at him, and Wenrenci, suppressing his usual playfulness, became solemn. Starving corpses piled up on the ground, exhausted remains accumulating over bones, that's human suffering. Famine and flooding, cold waves and high temperatures, those are human sufferings too. When rulers lack clarity and officials are unjust, that is also human suffering. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows tightly. Human suffering reveals no true gods. Could it be a great event was about to occur in the world? Was the dream like reality trying to guide her through tribulations? Impossible. You can only truly understand by experiencing for yourself. The pains of humanity have always been perceived and felt directly to comprehend their meaning. Wenrenci spoke softly, and Chu Jingyue nodded, seemingly recalling something before asking again. Are the women inside the incense tower of the Tianji temple also considered a form of human suffering? Of course, they deserve much better lives. Chu Jingyue gradually understood, yet still not fully. It appeared that to grasp the true meanings of those two phrases, she needed to first realize what human suffering really meant. I should go back. Chu Jingyue rose and returned to the neighboring courtyard. Wenrenci dumbfoundedly stared at the window where her retreating figure disappeared, now completely sleepless. So she came in the middle of the night just to discuss the subject of human suffering? He pressed his lips together and stood up, pacing back and forth. Payphone, go with me to the study to find some books. Compared to Wenrenci's restless night, Chu Jingyue's state after returning was quite calm, allowing her to fall asleep quickly. She didn't wake up until early morning the next day, when Shichuan immediately entered carrying a bowl of noodle soup. Is this breakfast? Chu Jingyue was somewhat surprised since the small kitchen usually prepares more than a dozen dishes daily. Why so simple today? Shichuan pursed her lips slightly, lowering her voice. Lady Wang, please try and see if it suits your taste. The warm broth flowed into her mouth, salty and aromatic, warming her stomach. Chu Jingyue had never been picky about food anyway, and even less so with noodles which were not bad either, eating them joyfully and heartily. Seeing this, Shichuan smiled lightly and turned to sneak out. Guard Pei, please convey my message to His Highness. The princess likes it very much. Pei Feng happily nodded, but as soon as he turned around, another voice rang out. Please help me express my thanks as well. It's delicious. Chapter 107, The Corpse in the Well. How do you know it's my doing? Wenrenci, having accepted Xia's thanks, no longer hesitated and came over personally. There was half a bowl of noodles left in the bowl. Chu Jingyue took a sip of the soup and said. Shichuan carried the noodles over and stared expectantly. It wasn't hard to guess. Wenrenci smirked slightly, full of joy in his eyes. Chu Jingyue, feeling full after eating, got up and rinsed her mouth, then said, we are going to the Marquis mansion today. I've already sent someone to deliver our calling card early this morning, and the gifts are also prepared. Wenrenci always thought things through thoroughly. Even though Chu Jingyue didn't have any affection for the Chu family, he still made sure there were no flaws that could be criticized. Chu Jingyue didn't care too much about these things, and with Wenrenci taking care of them, she was at ease. The two of them arrived at Chu Hofu by carriage. Except for Marquis Chu who had to attend an early court session, everyone else had been waiting at home since early. Lady Chu was looking forward with great anticipation, which made Chu Tianqing feel very uncomfortable inside. Does mother really expect eldest sister to come back so much? Chu Tianqing's gaze was filled with resentment. The last time, when their mother favored Chu Jingyue in the prince's mansion, it caused her plans to fail. Upon hearing this, Lady Chu pressed her lips together and shook her head, saying, I am merely hoping that the prince will come visit. Of course, Chu Tianqing didn't believe her. Chu Jingyue was her biological daughter. How could a mother not love her own child? Thinking about this, Chu Tianqing gave Auntie a gentle look. As soon as Chu Jingyue and Wenrenci entered, Lady Chu hadn't moved yet, but Auntie Sun already twisted her waist coquettishly and went forward. The prince has come. Please take a seat, Auntie Sun said while pulling Chu Tianqing along, urging her. Why don't you lead the way? There's no need. Wen Rinci had cold eyes. Outside, he was always one who kept others at arm's length, his face like mist-shrouded mountains, making people feel he was aloof and unapproachable. Chu Jingyue scanned the front hall and spoke plainly. I'm going to the backyard. What does the elder sister mean? You just got home and won't even stay to sit down. Chu Tianqing maintained the dignity of the eldest daughter, somewhat reproaching her lack of respect. Chu Jingyue disliked arguing verbally, but when Rin Si frowned deeply, what? Can the princess consort not walk around freely upon returning to her parental home? Is it that the Chus don't consider her as one of their own? This statement was rather serious, magnified. It implied that the Marquis mansion looked down on this marriage alliance with the prince's manor. Auntie Sun quickly laughed and approached, saying, What nonsense is this, my lord? In the past, Miss Jingyue didn't favor our house, but now that she comes back willingly, we are certainly delighted. Why did she dislike it? Shouldn't everyone here understand that well enough? The Chus haven't shown Chu Jingyue the respect she deserved, thus naturally, when Rin Si didn't regard them highly either. Auntie Sun was rebuffed, but didn't dare to flare up, only smiling awkwardly. If the elder miss wants to stroll around, let her go. But since many places at home are being renovated recently, she might get lost. It would be better if Tianqing goes along to show her the way, allowing the two sisters to chat. Chu Jingyue paid no attention to this matter. She had already gone toward the backyard following her memory. After pondering for a moment, Lady Chu followed, and naturally, Auntie Sun wouldn't fall behind. Wen Rinci couldn't truly turn away his mother-in-law, so he silently allowed everyone to follow. Following her memory, Chu Jingyue sought out the closed-off courtyard. The wooden door here had long fallen into disrepair, its signboard faded. Tall, winding weeds grew up the walls of the yard. Chu Jingyue pushed the gate slightly, discovering that despite its decrepit state, it remained locked. Pei Feng, open the door. Wen Rinci gave instructions without her needing to say anything. Auntie Sun's pupils shrank immediately, rushing forward to dissuade him. Here, sealed for decades, inside is overgrown with weeds and may have snakes or insects. My lord, your body is precious, such a filthy and chaotic place. How can it deserve your step? It should have been locked for 13 years. Chu Jingyue touched the lock, saying, I lived here until I was 3. Then Marquis Chu threw me into the well. Auntie Sun's complexion stiffened, and Wen Rinci's voice deepened as he ordered, break the door. Pei Feng promptly stepped forward, asking Chu Jingyue to step back, and kicked the door with one foot. The old wooden door shattered onto the ground. Pei Feng drew his sword, and slashed a path through the grass that reached halfway up a person. Chu Jingyue stepped through the grass and entered, finding the well before walking far. A stone was pressed on top of the well. Chu Jingyue pointed and said, Move it. No. Auntie Sun hurriedly tried to stop her, and Chu Jingyue turned back to look at her with a mysterious expression. What are you afraid of? Auntie Sun stuttered and failed to form a single sentence, while Chu Tianqing didn't understand and was unaware what was wrong with this well. Lady Chu turned her head, tears in her eyes. Moonchild, are you still resenting your father? Not at all. Chu Jingyue's tone was light and very calm. I don't hate anyone. Even though Chu Jingyue currently found it difficult to suppress the ripples rising in her heart for Wen Rinci, she still easily felt softness and compassion towards unrelated people. But for feelings like hatred or anger, she could remain completely stable. No one was worth her anger. No one was worth her hatred. What is your intention then? Lady Chu was somewhat confused, looking up at her with even more pain in her eyes. Her lack of willingness to hate clearly showed that she had no affection left for the Chu family. Chu Jingyue didn't want to explain, only looking at Pei Feng again. Move it. Without delay, Pei Feng acted, despite Auntie Sun still trying to stop him, but it was futile. The large stone was pushed aside, and an ominous stench emanated from the well water. The pungent smell was so overwhelming that Pei Feng immediately turned his head and vomited. Even Chu Jingyue's complexion worsened. Don't go near. Wen Rinci's sharp sense of smell picked up something amiss as soon as Pei Feng revealed a slight gap in the stone. He quickly moved to Chu Jingyue's side. In that moment, he pulled Chu Jingyue back, while stepping forward himself to peek into the water. There was obviously a person submerged inside the well, its form distorted, seeming like it hadn't been dead for too long. A truly terrifying sight. What is this? Wen Rinci had seen battlefields. His mental fortitude allowed him to remain composed even after witnessing such a scene. Chu Jingyue attempted to look again, but was stopped by him. There's a body in there. It's better if you don't look. Chu Jingyue slightly nodded, realizing that the scene resembling her dream that day was indeed a premonition guiding her somehow. Does no one know anything about this? Wen Rinci cast a cold glance, filled with suspicion, toward Auntie Sun. Auntie Sun went weak in the knees and immediately responded. It was some days ago when we caught one of the home mansion's servants being dishonest. We intended to sell him off, but he became despondent and threw himself into the well. By the time we found out, the person was already. Why wasn't the body retrieved? Wen Rinci didn't trust Auntie Sun's explanation. She averted her eyes, her pupils shifting rapidly. We did intend to retrieve it, but no one was willing to come and take the corpse out. You're lying. Chu Jingyue interjected sharply, her gaze sweeping the surroundings where an array had already been formed. Using the souls and resentful spirits of the deceased, along with the 5 elements, it could be transformed into a powerful source of good fortune. Chu Jingyue drew her Wei Ji sword in calm composure, inserting it lightly into the muddy ground. The blade emitted a faint glow, causing the surrounding plants to start withering outwardly. Sinister girl, how dare you not stop immediately? Chapter 108. Prisoner Corpse Change of Fortune. Lord Chu hurriedly arrived, with a middle-aged man by his side wearing a brand new Taoist robe. Chu Jingyue glanced at the dust whisk held by the man, and surmised this should be the Lang Dashi once mentioned by Lady Chu. Master, quickly stop her. Lord Chu called out anxiously. Just as when Ren Si was about to make a move, Chu Jingyue smirked. I wonder how you plan to stop me. Upon hearing this, Master Lang felt an inexplicable fear rise in his heart. But the fear passed quickly. He immediately set up the dust whisk and made a gesture with one hand. Suddenly, strong winds blew all around. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows slightly. You still have some minor ability after all. Master Lang pointed his finger and roared. Break. A fierce wind rushed towards Chu Jingyue, yet before it could reach her, it dissipated on its own. Leaves stirred and drifted down, while Chu Jingyue stood unmoved, watching Lang Sun with a faint smile. Let you see what real wind charm looks like. As Chu Jingyue finished speaking, surrounding weeds swayed continuously, as if they might be pulled out from the ground any time. The dilapidated door frame creaked, and a hurricane arose blowing only towards Lang Sun, seemingly trying to blow him away. Lord Chu never expected that his daughter would have such profound knowledge of Taoist arts. Hastily, he lowered his stance. Dear daughter, let's have a calm talk. Pull your sword first. Chu Jingyue glared at him coldly. Using someone else's life to plot your family fortune. Do you think you can suppress such wicked fate? Lord Chu's gaze deepened, but his expression remained humble. Dear daughter, I had my reasons. Chu Jingyue did not react. She stopped the wind charm, yet the spiritual force in her sword did not diminish even a little. Seeing this, Lord Chu became extremely anxious and pushed Lady Chu. Still don't beg her? Do you want to watch the whole residence fall into ruin? Lady Chu was at a loss. However, Lord Chu grabbed her and forced her to kneel down. I and your mother are begging you. Please stop. Eldest sister, how can you endure watching your mother kneel? Chu Tianqing seized the opportunity to criticize. One Ren Si fixed his gaze deeply. Pei Feng, help Lady Ho get up. This is our internal matter. We hope His Royal Highness does not interfere. Lord Chu truly became anxious as he said. When Ren Si didn't care at all, he said, I am Chu Jingyue's husband. Naturally, I can interfere. Lord Chu saw this, suddenly pulled Lady Chu up, and in the next second harshly pushed her out. Lady Chu lost balance and was about to fall onto Chu Jingyue's sword, her eyes filled with terror, while Lord Chu appeared self-assured. Yet, none of them thought that Chu Jingyue still remained unmoved, maintaining her spiritual force for breaking the formation. Rebellious daughter. Lord Chu finally became completely anxious. Lady Chu also closed her eyes despondently. She simply had no time to adjust her posture. But she did not collide. Wen Ren Si held her shoulder with one hand, supporting Lady Chu. Pei Feng, go report to the authorities. Wen Ren Si harbored absolutely no good feelings toward the Chu family. At this moment, he detested them to the extreme. Monster, Master Lang was correct. You were born a monster. You actually watched your own mother die, without flinching. Having exhausted all means, Lord Chu could only shout at Chu Jingyue in anger as the luck-turning array shattered before his eyes. The green grass, flourishing moments ago across the yard like a jungle, immediately withered and fell when the array broke, akin to the dead silence before winter came. Chu Jingyue put away her sword. It's you who wanted her dead. If I knew then what I know now, I should have strangled you to death back then. Lord Chu's eyes were red, almost mad. Chu Jingyue has been suppressing his fortune ever since she was born. You tried to kill me. Chu Jingyue stated calmly, pointing at Lang Sun. He was just preventing you. Lord Chu did not expect that she would know this incident. Suddenly, he glared furiously at Lady Chu. Was it all because you told her? Perhaps there is something else that you might find even more infuriating. Chu Jingyue focused on Lang Sun. The day I destroyed the formation when I returned home from the marriage, it was also a luck-changing array. Before Lord Chu could rebuttal, he realized what she meant and froze on the spot. What? Lord, do not listen to her nonsense. That was an array to restrain her killing aura. After she destroyed it, the mansion was overwhelmed by the evil spirit. Lang Sun was also frantic now. Chu Jingyue laughed coldly. Restraining the killing aura? A joke. Lady Chu couldn't believe and turned back to ask. So what exactly happened? Lang Sun did not let you kill me because he wanted to steal my destiny, transferring all my blessings throughout my life to Chu Tianqing. Chu Jingyue spoke indifferently. Chu Tianqing immediately screamed. You're talking nonsense. I was known as the most auspicious woman in Beijing since I was born. So where is your good fortune then? Chu Jingyue counter-asked lightly. Didn't it disappear on the day I returned from my marriage? Chu Tianqing clenched her fists tightly, feeling immense fear inside her heart. She couldn't bear to have everything revert back to the beginning. She was the favored legitimate daughter of the Chu family, and that would forever be the case. Lang Sun probably never expected that after he had manipulated my fate for 13 years, all it could amount to was a temporary borrowing. Chu Jingyue's eyes gleamed with disdain. Although her soul and true self were separated, they had a tight connection. A soul without a true body cannot reach enlightenment, and yet her true body inherited the celestial connection from her cultivation, ensuring she remained alive despite mistreatment over the years. No one could truly harm her. You want to recognize someone else's daughter as your own? I don't oppose that. I also didn't intend to interfere in Chu family affairs. Chu Jingyue turned coldly aside, her peripheral vision catching sight of an ancient well. But for your selfish desires, you treat human lives like grass, sever their lives, imprison their corpses, drain their souls, and now you want them not to ascend to a better place. Such evil deserves punishment. With a flick of the Weiji sword, Lord Chu trembled in fear. Everyone could feel how serious she was. Aren't we your biological parents? How dare you kill us? Lord Chu glared. This act would lead to death penalty, a crime too severe for her to dare commit. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. There's nothing I wouldn't do. I'm merely enforcing justice. Lord Chu's legs went limp while Wen Ren-Si frowned beside him, unable to help but wrinkle his brow. If today Chu Jingyue killed people, there were too many in the Marquis household. The news would surely spread. The world would care little about what happened according to the rules or comprehend anything about formations and karmic rebirth. They would only slander Chu Jingyue, claiming that she, for the sake of a thief who committed suicide, had harmed her own parents and siblings. Wen Ren-Si's gaze deepened, absolutely not allowing her to make her move. Jingyue, suddenly pressing against his heart, he forced himself to speak in pain. Please first help me leave. Chu Jingyue hadn't expected him to fake injury, assuming it was due to her prior reckless use of spiritual power that stirred the treasure within his body. Thus, she immediately sheathed her sword and approached Wen Ren-Si to support him. Are you in much pain? Wen Ren-Si slightly nodded, walking outward with unstable steps. Take me back to my residence first. Leave the matter here to be dealt with by the constables of the provincial government. Chu Jingyue gave a cold stare to all of them, lowering her gaze even more towards Lang Sun. You've done wicked things aplenty. Proceed at your own risk. Lord Chu never thought that Wen Ren-Si would break the deadlock at last. Only after they left did he anxiously look towards Lang Sun. Master Lang, what shall we do now? Lang Sun waved his hand indifferently, signaling him not to panic. Since we now have time, send people out immediately to spread the word. It was the steward of the Marquis estate who stole and then took his own life. After finishing, Lang Sun glanced at Lady Chu. Princess Chi returned home visiting her mother and discovered the corpse accidentally. Lady Marquis has fallen ill with shock. As long as everyone outside knew that the bodies in the Chu-Ho's household belonged to thievery, no matter what Chu Jingyue planned to do, the prince's household would certainly not allow her to act. Even if she disregarded her reputation, the Wang's house still needed it. This is an excellent plan. Lord Chu immediately laughed cheerfully, completely neglecting the issue of the changing fortune array. Regardless whether the event was true or false, having already offended Chu Jingyue deeply, his only hope lay in trusting Lang Sun. Otherwise the Marquis residence would truly lose all prospects. There is still one more matter needing Lord Marquis' swift decision. Lang Sun spoke again. Lord Chu gestured for him to continue. A ruthless gleam flashed across Lang Sun's eyes. Chu Jingyue has profound knowledge of Taoist methods. If we don't remove her, the Marquis estate will surely fall. Everything rests on Master's shoulders. Chapter 109, Challenge. Are you deceiving me? After Chu Jingyue helped Wen Ren-Si onto the carriage, the originally weak person immediately returned to normal. She was about to leave again. Let me explain. Wen Ren-Si pulled her back, but didn't dare to apply much force. No matter what happens, it cannot be you who kills your father and sister. Chu Jingyue turned around. You're still afraid. I am indeed afraid. As Wen Ren-Si finished speaking, the person in front of him lowered their eyes. Although there was no obvious expression on their face, he could still see a trace of loneliness. He felt tense in his heart and quickly added, I'm afraid that you'll be despised by the world and will bear an eternal curse for those unworthy people. Only then did Chu Jingyue look up again. Is that all? Pei Feng has already reported it to the authorities. In your view, this is a grave matter, one that violates the laws of heaven. Wen Ren-Si pulled her back and made her sit down. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. Of course. I know you have a sense of justice, but worldly matters are always murky and dark, Wen Ren-Si patiently explained. Even commoners or fellow servants, upon hearing that you killed your father for someone, would only scold you as disrespectful and disloyal. Chu Jingyue couldn't understand. Does it mean that just because he's from a humble background, he can be allowed to die unjustly and even be denied rebirth and enlightenment? Of course not, but all you can do is save his soul. There was some helplessness in Wen Ren-Si's eyes. The law of Dongting cannot bring justice for him. You can fight for it, but shouldn't fight in such a way. Chu Jingyue frowned. Then what should I do? Even if we can't make them pay with a life for a life, we can plot slowly and gradually undermine their foundation. When they have nothing left to stand on, then we can strike fatally. Wen Ren-Si had already formed a plan in his mind. I will handle this matter. Just remember, no matter what, you mustn't do it yourself. Even in emergencies, you should act secretly. Chu Jingyue finally understood. She had to kill quietly. The world can't tolerate people with stains in their eyes. They now call you a goddess. But if you make even the slightest mistake, they will immediately drag you off the pedestal and into the mud pit. Chu Jingyue spoke indifferently. I don't care what others think of me. You may disregard others' opinions, but I care. I don't want them to misunderstand you. Wen Ren-Si's voice was deep. He truly didn't want that. Every action of Chu Jingyue's could be called righteous. Though she didn't understand the suffering of the world, she knew how to rescue others from captivity. Chu Jingyue wanted to say something, but hesitated. Her eyes were somewhat anxious, avoiding Wen Ren-Si's gaze as she said, Let's eat at the Tianjiao Tower. I'm hungry. Wen Ren-Si chuckled lightly. All right. But actually, he wasn't very hungry. The scene he witnessed at the Marquis' mansion left him without appetite for a while. Chu Jingyue ate happily, indulging in fish and meat without any restraint. She was eating when she suddenly remembered something. Take me to the inner prison office later. I want to find someone. Wen Ren-Si nodded. All right. Who do you want to find? A familiar voice came from the doorway, as Yin Chuan showed up uninvited. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. thinking it might save time. However, when Ren Si seemed less pleased, he finally had a chance to spend more time with Chu Jinghua, so why would anyone come to disturb? Yin Chuan, under when Ren Si's accusatory gaze, sat opposite him. Chu Jinghua paid no attention to the issue and asked directly, "Do you know about the incident in Yongling village 20 years ago?" Yin Chuan froze momentarily, plunged into painful memories. Chu Jinghua narrowed her eyes. He knew. "I don't know." Yin Chuan pretended to stay calm and reached for the teacup, trying to suppress his emotions. Chu Jinghua tilted her head. "Aren't you curious about the truth behind that event?" The teacup paused by his lips, but the tea stayed there long before entering his mouth. Yin Chuan looked like he was lost in thought, as if pondering over something. Chu Jinghua kept eating vegetables. "Where others cannot go, I might be able to go. Where others can't see through, I perhaps can." Yin Chuan finally reacted, turning to her slowly. "Can Wang Fei be so confident? In all humility, when it comes to mystic arts in this world, I dare to claim myself as a deity." Such confident and arrogant words threw Yin Chuan into contemplation again. When Ren Si beside him slightly furrowed his eyebrows. What happened? Why was Yin Chuan, called the living Yama, so distracted from the start? What a haughty young girl. A sneer came from outside the private room. What kind of god exists in this world? Chu Jinghua didn't respond to that remark, but heard another voice. "Young lady, come out and spar with me." "Not interested." Chu Jinghua replied indifferently. The man laughed arrogantly. "Afraid to show your skills after bragging?" Chu Jinghua still intended to ignore him, until she noticed Yin Chuan's scrutinizing eyes. Pondering on the mysterious disappearance of an entire village 20 years ago, she stood up. She was really interested in knowing more about this case and wanted to extract some information from Yin Chuan's mouth. The door of the private room opened, revealing a man outside, holding a fortune-telling banner. He had a long beard and would stroke it while speaking. "What do you want to compare?" Chu Jinghua raised her eyebrows. "Fortune-telling, physiognomy, divination, incense reading, or perhaps array diagrams and 8 trigrams." Startled by her lengthy list, the man stuttered for a moment before finally replying. "Just fortune-telling. How do we compare?" Chu Jinghua asked again. With confidence, the man spoke up. "We'll randomly pick someone from the crowd for fortune-telling, and see who's more accurate." Chu Jinghua smirked lightly. "All right, let's start." She didn't make any moves, but simply watched as the man dragged a person over, first asking about their birth date and time, then querying what they did at various stages of life. He kept questioning and talking, leaving the person nodding repeatedly in awe. "See? I'm accurate, right?" The man tilted his chin proudly. "Just now, you took this person's birth information but refused to read their fortune. Could it be that you were secretly learning my skills?" Chu Jinghua curled her lips with disdain. "Learning your skills." The light remark delivered an unmistakable message that she didn't take him seriously at all. Inside the room, Yin Chuan poured himself another cup of tea. Prince Chi never believed in these superstitious things in the past. One Ren Si gazed deeply, his eyes always fixed on Chu Jinghua. "But I trust her." Outside the private room, Chu Jinghua crossed her arms, leaning casually against the doorframe with an air of unconcern and elegance. She lifted her gaze, full of cold arrogance. This person suffered a serious illness in childhood, and there was a death in their family in the same year, possibly a sibling of the same generation. 2 years ago, he married, and had a child in the same year. Moreover, the money used for the marriage and child raising likely came from selling a daughter in the family. It must have been arranged for him. The man who had his fortune told immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. Everyone nearby could clearly tell Chu Jinghua was spot on. 1 year ago, his wife conceived but couldn't keep the pregnancy. The fetus should have been a well-formed baby girl. Chu Jinghua continued, calculating on her fingers. It was discarded in the wastewater bucket. The man's face turned pale. Chu Jinghua tilting her head slightly and saying, "Your family has probably been praying to Buddha lately, hasn't it? But praying is useless. If you want peace in the future, send your daughter away safely." "Thank you so much, master." The man fell to his knees gratefully and kowtowed twice. Little did anyone know that for the entire past year, the man and his wife were tormented by nightmares every night, often dreaming that their deceased daughter had come back for revenge. Business hadn't been smooth, and their originally prosperous shop gradually lost customers. They had always suspected it was related to the loss of the female infant back then, hence they specifically went to burn incense and pray to Buddha. Chu Jinghua hadn't even asked a single word, yet still narrated the events almost entirely accurately, confirming that the methods she suggested were undoubtedly effective. Overcome with gratitude, the man left. At that moment, the bearded man with the fortune-telling flag suddenly said, No, that doesn't count. As you wish. Anyway, I only read fortunes once. If you insist on challenging me further, just consider yourself the winner." Chu Jinghua turned back inside, having originally only wanted Yin Chuan to witness her capabilities. As for verbal disputes, she never paid attention to them. "You're surely scared." The bearded man was still shouting when Ren Si suddenly stood up and walked to the doorway. A glance from his eyes instantly silenced the yelling man, who muttered quietly, "Let's practice our arts again tomorrow." Chu Jinghua ignored it and simply looked at Yin Chuan. "Now can Mr. Yin talk about the incident in Yongling village 20 years ago?" Yin Chuan sighed. Back then, ghosts were haunting Yongling village. Chapter 110, Sand Ghost. 20 years ago, the villagers of Yongling village disappeared overnight without a trace. The Nayu department sent out 10 people. Only one returned, and it was my master. Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. After returning, his master became mentally unstable, babbling incoherently. He kept shouting that there were ghosts. Chu Jinghua frowned. So you concluded that there were ghosts in Yongling village? Among the 10 from the Nayu department, all are highly skilled experts. Have you heard of the dead man's grave, Consort Qi? Yin Chuan held his teacup, seeing her shake her head. He tugged at his sleeve, revealing a brand on his arm, a clearly visible grave character. The dead man's grave originally had an elegant name, Huiyu Zai Yuan. Each year, the Zhao family of Taisho would select 100 children with excellent potential to teach them martial arts. After 3 years, they would send them into the dead man's grave, which is full of traps as well as wolves, tigers, and leopards. 100 people were given only one portion of grain in the end. Those who survived would become shadow guards for the emperor or join the Nayu department. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. So among the 9 who vanished in Yongling village, they all came from the dead man's grave. In principle, their combat strength should be quite high. With such outstanding individuals resulting in 9 deaths and 1 madness, my master occasionally scribbled with his pen, the content of the drawings also being very strange, full of people being devoured. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. Is your master still alive? Yan Chuan lightly nodded. In recent years, he has been much more normal, but he still locks himself inside the house and cannot enter dark places. He has to light oil lamps day and night. All right, I understand. Chu Jingyue casually tossed the teacup in her hand and stood up, saying, Director Yin, take your time drinking, I'm leaving. Aren't you going to ask about anything else? Yin Chuan felt strange. She tried hard to make him believe her, yet after asking just a few questions, she stopped. Chu Jingyue shrugged ambiguously. This is enough. On the way back, when Rin Si thought for a moment, I think Yin Chuan's words today cannot be fully trusted. How could it be so coincidental that there happens to be an overly competitive fortune teller at Tianzhao Tower? Rest assured, I'm not stupid. Chu Jingyue closed her eyes and leaned against the carriage wall. Even without opening her eyes, one could see the air of strategic planning around her. It's just unclear whether it's Yin Chuan wanting me to investigate the events of that year, or someone else wants me to visit Yongling village. One Rin Si glanced at her. If there truly is something in Yongling village, then probably no one would want you to go there unless they intend to kill you. Chu Jingyue faintly smiled. Anyone who wants to kill me doesn't have the ability, yet. She reached out to stroke the 3 treasure items in her hand. The more treasure items she found, the more spell techniques she could use. Just like the other day at Ho's mansion, she broke the array without needing to chant incantations or borrow divine power. Send someone to inquire about the whereabouts of Yongling village. Regardless of what happens, I will take a look. Upon hearing this, when Rin Si looked somewhat worried but eventually nodded in agreement. The carriage continued on its journey. However, before reaching the Wang's residence, it was stopped. Greetings to Prince Qi and Princess Qi. Princess Chongqing wishes to invite Princess Qi for a discussion at her residence. Chu Jingyue arched an eyebrow. Did Chongqing come because something happened? One Rin Si understood her meaning and gave instructions. Change the route. Chongqing had been waiting in the main hall, rushing out excitedly upon seeing their arrival. You've finally come. Chongqing anxiously approached, saying, Xueqi seems a bit off lately. Chu Jingyue asked, what happened? Ever since he regained consciousness, he was fine at first, but these past 2 days, he keeps sneaking around, eating dirt. Chongqing couldn't wait to express her anxiety. Chu Jingyue curiously asked, eating dirt? Yes, grabbing dirt and shoving it into his mouth. I feel like he's possessed. Chu Jingyue considered this for a moment. Following Chongqing, they walked towards the rear courtyard, where they immediately saw several people unable to restrain Xueqi, who was crouching in the flower bed digging up soil and shoveling it into his mouth. Xueqi. Chongqing rushed forward in a hurry to pull him, but Xueqi, seemingly devoid of reason, threw her off. Chu Jingyue steadied her. Leave it to me. Chongqing nodded worriedly, and Chu Jingyue immediately affixed a talisman. Xueqi violently struggled, emitting eerie growls, while Chu Jingyue stared coldly. Whoever you little ghost are, don't be disrespectful in front of me. Xueqi's body stiffened immediately. Chu Jingyue firmly grabbed his shoulder, pulling him forcefully around, forcing a face-to-face confrontation. Don't blame me for not warning you. Get out of his body. Chu Jingyue said coldly, as if looking at Xueqi, yet simultaneously gazing through him to another presence. Chongqing was beside herself with worry, nearly crumpling her handkerchief. Xueqi tilted his head, remaining stunned for a moment, followed by emitting a peculiar laugh from his mouth. With just you? Ha ha. Chu Jingyue rolled her eyes, swiftly forming a hand seal, striking directly at Xueqi's face without uttering a word. Xueqi tilted his head back, mouth wide open, emitting guttural sounds that sent chills down everyone's spines. Is he okay? Chongqing was full of concern. She had seen Xueqi in his high-spirited moments, and now seeing him tormented to a half-human, half-ghost state, her heart couldn't help but feel some pain and pity. Chu Jingyue's expression remained indifferent. He's fine. Roar. Xueqi suddenly raised his head and roared, sending a gust of wind mixed with sand directly toward Chu Jingyue. One Rin Si instinctively drew his sword to block it, and managed to do so. Not bad for blocking. Chu Jingyue patted his shoulder, though even without the block, she wouldn't have been affected anyway. One Rin Si glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Was that a compliment? Of course. Chu Jingyue made a hand seal with one hand, bent down, and maneuvered past one Rin Si, then stepped on Xueqi's leg, and used the palm of her sealing hand to press against his mouth. Xueqi's eyes flashed briefly with clarity as Chu Jingyue silently recited a spell through the hand seal. Underneath her grasp, Xueqi's eyes widened as sounds emerged from him despite being covered. Girl, your cultivation path has not been easy. If you dare ruin my plans again, I will surely cut off your celestial way forever. Hearing this, Chu Jinghua couldn't help but sneer. With what? A coward hiding in the shadows afraid to come out? Planning to wear me down with your pitiful lifespan? It seemed these words angered the other party, causing Xueqi's resistance to intensify all of a sudden. One Ren Si moved forward upon seeing this and used his formidable inner strength to lock Xueqi's movements from behind. Chu Jinghua chanted the spell once more, and in an instant, a black mist shot out of Xueqi's five senses. It's too late now to try and run. Chu Jinghua slapped her Weiji sword, causing the slender blade to fly out of its sheath and sever the black mist with a single strike. The sand within the black mist fell straight down, choking Changqing beside them, forcing her to cover her face with her handkerchief. What is this thing? Chu Jinghua looked at the pile of sand from the corner of her eye and explained. A sand ghost, an evil spirit cultivated through earth element magic spells. It can kill imperceptibly. Within 3 months of being possessed by a sand ghost, a person dies immediately, their body filled with sand, effectively becoming a sand soil man. Changqing was shocked. How could such sorcery still exist? It's dark arts, Chu Jinghua replied. But if someone went through the trouble of cultivating a sand ghost, why would they attach it to Xueqi? Chapter 111. Midnight, the inner prison department. Could it be because your martial arts skills are weak and you're close to the princess? Ren Si furrowed his brow in speculation. Xueqi was the martial arts champion. His skills were beyond doubt. Moreover, if something happened to Chu Jinghua at the princess's residence, the most serious consequence would be punishment for Xueqi. The emperor would naturally shield Princess Changqing and suppress the matter. Who could be so malicious? Changqing stomped her feet in anger, finding it completely unacceptable. Chu Jinghua smirked. Before something happened to Xueqi, who exactly did you take him to meet? Let me think. Changqing recalled carefully. I took him to meet my aunt, crown prince brother, and third elder brother. Ren Si was somewhat exasperated. Given Xueqi's special status, how could you have taken him to meet so many people? Changqing hurriedly explained. Crown prince brother and third elder brother wanted to meet Xueqi on their own initiative. However, crown prince brother probably didn't know Xueqi's identity. He only came to inspect how the guards in my mansion were being trained that day and compared his own guards with mine. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinghua's eyes flickered slightly. Guard comparison? The third elder brother heard from somewhere that I had recently acquired new guards and was closely interacting with them every day, so he came to investigate the situation. Changqing bit her lips and added, but it couldn't be someone sneaking into the princess's residence and doing such things, right? I don't believe crown prince and third elder brother could use me to harm others. Who knows? Chu Jinghua shrugged and set up a special array in the princess's residence. Such malevolent forces won't be able to enter again in the future. That's excellent, said Changqing happily, hugging her. In a moment, I'll have someone deposit more silver for you at the money house. Thank you. Chu Jinghua didn't refuse wealth, nor would she push it away. After finishing their task, neither she nor Ren Si stayed long at the princess's residence, but returned to the mansion of the king. Your Highness, just now, an official named Yin from the inner prison department sent a small box of gold coins, along with a message. A guard outside the door bowed respectfully and continued after lifting the chest. It has been confirmed that the accounts of Huanxiang building were checked by the emperor, who found out that Lady Qi paid for information from her own pocket, and thus sent this money back. Chu Jinghua relaxed. Take this to Qijia courtyard for me. Yes. Ren Si glanced at the chest. Did you spend all this money at Huanxiang building? No. Chu Jinghua paused mid-step, wondering if the emperor had given more than necessary. The royal family was certainly affluent. She waited patiently back at Qijia courtyard until the chest arrived. As soon as it did, Ren Si attempted to open it to check its contents. I'll do it. Chu Jinghua intercepted him, fearing hidden mechanisms within the box. Only she knew how to deal with such traps. Upon opening it, there was neither poisonous fog nor concealed arrows, only a single letter inside. Midnight. Meet at the rear gate of the inner prison department. At the bottom was the emblem of the inner prison department, an iron pillar coiled by a python and entwined with chains, symbolizing the preference for using corporal punishment in investigation. Yin Chuan. Chu Jinghua, gazing at the additional gold coins in the box, pursed her lips and said, take out my share, seal the rest along with this letter for safekeeping. You're going tonight? Ren Si asked, full of suspicion. Not really. Chu Jinghua answered lightly. Ren Si wasn't convinced. Could she really not go? In reality, of course, she couldn't. Chu Jinghua was curious about Yongling village. The disappearance of over 100 people was suspicious enough. And almost all the top investigators from the inner prison department had been lost in that incident. The biggest beneficiary, upon deep reflection, was the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, which gained sudden prominence 20 years ago before the emperor and developed significant power rapidly thereafter. So there might be some secrets connecting the Astronomical Bureau with Yongling village. When it reached midnight, even in bustling Kyoto, the streets grew quiet. An occasional breeze brought sounds of random objects colliding in the empty streets. Chu Jinghua walked slowly in her dark robe, sword in hand. But as she went on, she got lost. This Jimancy map is quite sketchy, Chu Jinghua commented disdainfully, looking at the crossroad ahead, unsure of which way to turn. She sighed, ready to give up and draw a talisman for guidance when someone said behind her, right. Come down. Chu Jinghua put away her map, while turning toward Fu Yu emerging from the shadows. Was Ren Si the one who sent you? She had deliberately avoided attention when leaving the mansion. Unless Ren Si had told those guarding outside that she planned to leave at midnight, these two wouldn't have followed. The Duke worried about you, but since you didn't want him to come along, we decided to trail you instead. Fu Yu scratched his head. In his mind, the Duchess was far more powerful than they were. Their presence was mainly for minor protection and passing messages in case anything happened. Chu Jingyue looked down. Indeed, she hadn't wanted Ren Ren Si to accompany her. Even though she realized there were indescribable feelings toward Ren Ren Si, she hadn't yet decided how to face him or address their relationship. Since you're already here, lead the way then. Based on Fu Yu's earlier directions, Chu Jingyue realized that Wen Ren Si must have told them where she was going. This worked out better anyway. It saved her the trouble. How come it feels so eerie around here? As they approached the inner prison department, Fu Yu felt the wind turning icy cold. It can't be just my wild imagination, right? It isn't. Chu Jingyue glanced at the inner prison department, enveloped in ghostly miasma. People who die unnaturally, regardless of whether they are evildoers or not, produce emotions such as regret and hatred when they pass. Over time, these accumulated emotions form Yin energy. Fu Yu edged closer to Lan Feng. Though he found the Duchess more reliable, he didn't dare violate protocol. There's no need to worry, Chu Jingyue said. The Yin energy stays concentrated here because there's a heavy amount of malevolent qi, and secondly, these spirits dislike living beings, or rather those who remain unharmed. They prefer individuals tormented near death. These words did little to comfort Fu Yu. What do you mean by how they like? Vivid images of vengeful spirits devouring live humans filled Fu Yu's mind, making him even more terrified. Chu Jingyue gave him a sidelong glance. You'll see once you go inside. I'd rather not. Fu Yu shrank back nervously while stealing a look at Lan Feng. In his mind, even Lan Feng should be afraid. The trio soon arrived at the rear courtyard of the inner prison department, where the narrow alleys were plunged into pitch darkness. Come with me. Yin Chuan emerged from the shadow, slightly opening the rear gate. After brief consideration, Chu Jingyue handed the Lingzhu gemstone to Fu Yu. Keep this. Warily grasping the gemstone, Fu Yu asked, still looking at Lan Feng, and what about him? What will happen to him? Chu Jingyue looked at Lan Feng with a spark of interest in her eyes. No need to worry about him. His heart is strong. As Chu Jingyue followed Yin Chuan into the yard, Fu Yu clutched the gemstone and threw a strange look at Lan Feng. What did Her Majesty say just now? Calling me a coward? He wasn't the least bit timid. He had been scared by the Duchess. Lan Feng crossed his arms, leaning casually against a short wall, completely at ease. Is it not true? Chapter 112. Yin Chuan's real purpose. I think you should want to meet the only survivor from back then. Yin Chuan led him to a secluded house that was lit, and Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. You seem very eager. Are you so concerned about what happened back then? Hearing that Princess Qi is a skilled physician, I also hope that you can treat my master somewhat. Yin Chuan knocked on the door, and a muffled response came from inside before he pushed the door open. Master, I brought the Princess Qi I mentioned to you earlier. Chu Jingyue stepped in just one step, standing at the entrance, observing the elderly man standing inside, who looked to be in his 50s. He appeared extremely old, with a long beard, indicating he hadn't tended to it for many years. His gaze was focused, but not on what was in front of him. Rather, it seemed as if he were lost in his own world. Master, she is Princess Qi. Yin Chuan repeated softly. The elderly man slowly raised his head, his gaze assessing Chu Jingyue, inspecting her from head to toe, which made her instinctively cross her arms over her chest and glare at him. With this movement, the 3-5 Emperor's bright curse coin strung with a red rope around Chu Jingyue's wrist became visible. Yin Chuan's master immediately turned pale and stumbled backward, shaking his hand as he pointed at Chu Jingyue. She's come. She's come. There's a ghost. Don't come closer. Go away. Don't approach, you cursed thing. Chu Jingyue glanced down. Had he reacted this strongly because the people tampering in the village back then wore similar wrist ropes? Princess Qi, perhaps we should ask you to step out for a moment, Yin Chuan said sheepishly, looking back. Chu Jingyue scoffed and stepped forward instead, saying, since I'm here, I don't plan on wasting my trip. She opened her needle pouch and, seeing Yin Chuan frozen beside her, commanded, what are you waiting for? Hold him down. You. Yin Chuan held down his master, asking worriedly, what do you plan to do? Now you ask. Chu Jingyue found him interesting, curious yet obedient to instructions. She inserted silver needles into specific acupoints following the 13 ghost gates technique. The person who had been panicked and disoriented gradually calmed down. Has your master always been like this? Or only when encountering me? Chu Jingyue asked calmly, squatting on the ground. Yin Chuan slowly let go, afraid to press down any further. He was like this earlier, but in recent years, I've only seen him react this way upon meeting you. Chu Jingyue glanced down, realizing the issue was likely tied to the wrist rope. Old sir, have you ever seen me? Chu Jingyue took advantage of Yin Chuan's master being somewhat lucid to quickly ask. Duan Dingshan. Yin Chuan's master carefully studied her. No, but I've seen the string on your wrist. Suddenly, a flute sounded outside the courtyard, and Chu Jingyue nearly sprang up to check. But the person behind her who still had silver needles stuck in them suddenly got up too. Halt. Chu Jingyue swiftly recited a spell, hearing rustling outside. She realized there were more charms at work. There's no end to this. Although the charm couldn't harm her, Chu Jingyue formed a hand seal, only to find Yin Chuan suddenly sealing her acupuncture points. You. Before losing consciousness, Chu Jingyue saw Yin Chuan's conflicted expression. Wu Habai jumped down from the roof, walking into the room and carrying her away from Yin Chuan's hands. I need to take her out of the capital tonight, but there's something that might be troubling news for you. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow, and Wu Hebai glanced outside the courtyard. The two people she came with, my efforts failed to silence them completely. It seems she left them with some item. My creatures fear them deeply. I'll handle it. Yin Chuan frowned, determined to silence them to prevent Ren Si from knowing Chu Jingyue's disappearance was connected to him. Take care of it soon. Wu Hebai didn't care much whether Yin Chuan succeeded or not, leaving with Chu Jingyue right away. Outside, Lan Feng watched the Yama prison guards surrounded by insect charms, but seeing no movement from the princess, he called out sharply, "It's bad. The princess is in trouble. Let's go inside and check." Fu Yu, once hearing Chu Jingyue was in danger, cared neither for charms nor ghosts. As the two prepared to rush in, Yin Chuan, hiding his face under a straw hat, suppressed his voice and muttered, "Goodbye, gentlemen." Fu Yu and Lan Feng exchanged glances, determined to clearly see the identity of this man no matter what. They quickly engaged in fierce combat. Yin Chuan, after all, was the current head of Yama prison, far surpassing Fu Yu and Lan Feng in martial skill. After dozens of exchanges, Fu Yu and Lan Feng both fell gravely injured. A talisman chain? Yin Chuan squatted down, his blade pressing near Fu Yu, trying to take the concealed spirit pearl from his chest. Fu Yu coughed blood, clinging fiercely to the concealed spirit pearl. "This belongs to the princess. Do you even deserve to touch it?" "Humph." Yin Chuan nudged Fu Yu's face with the edge of his blade. "Planning to stop me like this?" Fu Yu gritted his teeth, glaring ferociously as he summoned his last strength to lift his hand. Yin Chuan didn't expect that after being beaten half to death, he could still struggle and knock off his own fighting hat, revealing a face full of murderous intent. "So it's you." Fu Yu gave a cold laugh. "You're as good as dead." Yin Chuan's expression changed instantly. Raising his hand, he plunged the knife deep into Fu Yu's body. The blade cut through the concealed spirit pearl nestled in his chest, causing the pearl to shatter and scatter all over the ground. Fu Yu spat another mouthful of blood, his eyes already blurred, but he continued to reach out, gripping Yin Chuan's shirt tightly with all his remaining strength. "Run." Fu Yu slightly turned his head towards Lan Feng, even this minor movement consuming the last of his strength. Lan Feng struggled up with red eyes. Yin Chuan's gaze hardened, and he pulled out the knife, ready to sever Fu Yu's arm. Shoo! An arrow shot through the air, narrowly missing him as Ren Si appeared on horseback. An arrow knocked, and ready for a second shot. "My lord, the princess is in trouble," Lan Feng said, also spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ren Si ordered calmly, "Take Lan Feng back." Immediately, two hidden guards jumped out from behind Ren Si, who used the stirrup to leap high into the air. The dark golden long blade flew through the sky, landing steadily in Ren Si's grasp as he swung it powerfully down at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan met the blow forcefully with his own blade, his whole arm shaking and tingling from the impact. "I'll take this arm tonight." Ren Si, with raw brute force, pushed Yin Chuan back by several meters before slicing off his left arm. Pei Feng had already arrived with others to carry away Fu Yu, while Ren Si wiped the blood from his blade, showing no concern for Yin Chuan's life or death as he carefully picked up the scattered pearls from the ground. "My lord, we can collect these later. Let's not delay," Pei Feng reminded him. Sighing deeply, Ren Si handed the pearls over to Pei Feng. "Go to the clinic and look after Fu Yu and Lan Feng." "Yes, my lord." As Ren Si leaped back onto his horse to gallop to the palace under the cover of darkness, a silk pouch embroidered with a crescent moon rested snugly in his embrace. "Tonight's mission may bring unforeseen changes. You need to arrive at the internal prison office shortly before midnight. I will be fine, but you must follow the plan laid out below." Ren Si took a deep breath, knowing everything was planned, yet still requiring him to risk it all. May everything end safely. Chapter 113, A Grand Chess Game. When Ren Si entered the palace late at night, waking up the emperor, who was sleeping soundly. The emperor, still half asleep and somewhat annoyed, looked at Ren Si. "What is the matter for you to come to the palace so late, my lord?" He narrowed his eyes as if to say, "You better have a good reason." "Worship your majesty. Just before midnight tonight my wife noticed an ominous presence coming from the direction of the internal prison department. She went there in the middle of the night to investigate, only to find it had been infiltrated by a wicked plague, which we have already dealt with. However, my wife has been struck down by some foul play before leaving this letter for me." When Ren Si took out an unopened letter, on its face was written a line of elegant characters. "If I do not return, please bring this letter to his majesty immediately, O prince." Upon hearing this, the emperor straightened up instantly and tore open the letter to read it seriously. His expression grew increasingly grave, and by the end, he was utterly furious. Goodness, when the great drought disaster is approaching, how could someone be harboring such devious intentions, abducting the divine maiden and shaking our national foundation? The emperor stood up abruptly and paced back and forth while holding the letter. After a moment he looked at Ren Si. "According to Prince Chi's view, who would have done such a thing as kidnapping the divine maiden? Your majesty, considering natural disasters, I can't think of anyone who would want her harmed. It seems no one benefits from the Eastern nation's misfortune being upon us all." Ren Si's gaze was calm, showing no emotion as if he truly didn't know. "If it's caused by human error, recently Jingyue uncovered the false monks of the Tianji temple, then helped solve the mystery hidden within the Huanxiang Tower, rescuing more than dozens of people and cutting off their criminal operation chain. It might be retaliation." The emperor narrowed his eyes at him. "Prince Chi believes that behind Huanxiang Tower lies another true villain? Your majesty, on the original register are numerous officials from the court, and most of them are high-ranking ones. They should be flattered and carefully attended by the brothel side." After Ren Si finished speaking, Seeing that the emperor had no reaction, he continued. But the matter of Officer Luo shows that they don't care whether high-ranking officials' identities get exposed or not, behaving in such a way that fears no revenge. There must be a bigger force backing them. The emperor frowned deeply. Do you suspect Crown Prince? Previously, the list was delivered into the palace. Both Crown Prince and Prince Qi were present. Chu Jingyue disguised herself and sneaked into the Huanyang Tower. It was natural for Prince Qi to urgently respond. Then why was Crown Prince present? Moreover, the emperor already knew Wen Rinxi suspected Crown Prince back then, let alone Chu Jingyue getting injured was also related to Crown Prince ordering arrests during the dead of night. Subject dare not. Wen Rinxi bowed, saying dare not, rather than have not. How could the emperor not understand the undertone? Just at this time, a message came from outside the palace. Report to His Majesty. A servant comes to report that there is a fire outbreak in the Crown Prince's residence. The emperor's eyes immediately darkened. What is the situation? It's just a fire starting in an unoccupied house in the back courtyard. The firefighting team has gone there. But the messenger reported it seems burglars intruded, and what items have been stolen are temporarily unknown. The emperor tightly gripped the letter. In the letter, Chu Jingyue had explained that a fire in the east this night signified bad omen, and there was but one way to ward it off. Prince Qi, by imperial decree, go out of the palace now and take the imperial edict to open the city gate. Wen Rinxi did not understand, so the emperor immediately handed over the letter in his hand. Take a look yourself. Your Majesty, if you are reading this letter now, it proves someone is attempting to disrupt the nation's stability. The drought disaster is imminent, and even the Astronomical Bureau may fail to call the rain. Only I can request a deity's descent. However, Your Majesty needn't worry too much. Although the drought will be a great calamity, yet before us stands another maleficence you need to be careful of. A fire encountered tonight in the east position signifies soldiers lost their way and used the fire to distinguish directions, therefore causing infernal fires that startled all. If you want to avoid this disaster, let Wen Rinxi change into military attire, ride a horse out of the city, mobilize troops westward. Being a heavenly general incarnated, the Yin army will naturally follow him voluntarily. I understand. I'll leave the palace immediately. Wen Rinxi bowed. Though unsure what Chu Jingyue intended him to do outside the city, he obeyed. The safety of my beloved minister concerns me, thus I dispatch a company of elite guards for you. Wen Rinxi bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. It was clear it wasn't his security, but the emperor's that was at stake. This old fox. Wen Rinxi returned to the mansion after leaving the palace to change into military clothing. When he reached the backyard, he found something moving at Qixia courtyard. With caution, he approached to investigate, only to discover a person hiding in the medicinal lodge. Wen Rinxi stepped forward with his blade, and the person from the medical cottage appeared first, saying, It's me. Ming Qingrong? How did you end up in Prince Qi's mansion? Ming Qingrong glanced inside the medical hut, pursed her lips, and took out a letter to give to him. Upon examining the handwriting on the letter, it was evident that it was another one penned by Chu Jingyue. Just how many letters did she write tonight? Did you manage to rescue the person? Wen Rinxi asked, his brows knitting together, now understanding why Chu Jingyue didn't let her tag along tonight. She had everything planned secretly. Ming Qingrong nodded and said, I need to bring her out of the city with all of you. Only tonight under Wen Rinxi's possession of the imperial edict, there would be no inspection when leaving the city gates. Wen Rinxi quickly brought a set of dark guard uniforms and called Shichuan. You take Shichuan and your sister to the Shuiyun Medical Hall to find Shuqing. Have her help alter your sister's appearance as soon as possible so she can't be recognized. The more inconspicuous, the better. Ming Qingrong nodded, quickly changed into disguise, and left through a side gate with them. Wen Rinxi, on the other hand, leisurely changed into military uniform and exited through the front hall. My dark guards are severely injured. I need to visit the medical hall first to check on their condition. As Wen Rinxi stepped out of the estate gate, he informed the captain of the Yulin guards accompanying him. I will follow to ensure your highness's safety. Wen Rinxi gracefully mounted his horse and controlled it to proceed at a measured pace, giving no hint of urgency. Upon arriving at the medical hall, Uncle Yun Boizhong opened the door. You've come just in time. Fu Yu is seriously injured, but we're missing an ingredient that I don't have here. However, there is some in the outskirts of the capital. Wen Rinxi glanced at the Yulin guard and asked, Would you mind if I bring a carriage along? Of course not. We are merely following orders to protect His Highness. Whatever His Highness decides to do is entirely up to him. Though they said this, when the people from the medical hall were carrying Fu Yu onto the carriage, the Yulin guard sent someone specifically to assist. While helping, they casually checked Fu Yu's pulse, only calming down once confirming the severity of the injuries. Shichuan, you two attend to Fu Yu. Be careful on the road, and if the carriage jolts, tell the driver to slow down. Wen Rinxi gave instructions without changing expression, and Shichuan nodded in acknowledgement. The Yulin guard looked at the two maidservants dressed in disguise and asked, Let them care for the patient? There are also some in our Yulin guard who know medical skills. These two are personal maidservants to the princess. They've learned some methods for caring for the injured under her tutelage. However, if there's anyone knowledgeable among the Yulin guard, that would be even better. Wen Rinxi responded nonchalantly, prompting the Yulin guard captain to laugh immediately. Since they've been trained by the princess, my people wouldn't dare show off their mediocre skills before such expertise. In fact, none of the people in his squad actually had medical knowledge. It was merely an offhand remark to test something. If they really sent someone to spy inside the carriage, he feared exposing his team and arousing Wen Rinxi's suspicion. Very well then, let's get moving. Chapter 114, Yongling Village Puppet Master. When Chu Jingyue woke up again, The sky outside was already light as fish belly, but the surrounding area was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard, not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. She looked around and realized she was in a woodshed. From the damp pile of firewood, an earthy smell mixed with blood wafted up. Awake! A soft laugh came from above. Wu Habai sat on a roof beam, one leg bent casually while the other dangled. In his arms, he held her Weiji sword. Chu Jingyue could clearly see the embroidered emblem of Wujang on the side of his brocade boot, the very symbol that Wen Rinci had once shown her. You're Wujang's person. Wu Habai gave a faint chuckle. People shouldn't be too clever for their own good. Like you being stupid? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. Wu Habai looked down at her. Are you really so confident? Why would someone use insects to trap me instead of using ropes? That's stupid, Chu Jingyue sneered. Wu Habai jumped down, holding the Weiji sword, his expression cryptic. The real stupidity is thinking others are so foolish. Chu Jingyue swung her hand and unleashed a seemingly simple strike, yet it made Wu Habai feel a warmth rising in his chest. Quickly, she leaped through the window and fled the room. Wu Habai clutched his chest but smiled triumphantly. If you go out there, you'll die. She stood in the middle of the village road, observing Wu Habai inside, who didn't seem eager to chase after her. She frowned slightly. The entire village was as still as a dead pool. Taking a few steps forward, Chu Jingyue saw a toppled stone tablet at the entrance. On it were 3 bold characters, Yongling Village. Her lips curled almost imperceptibly. Sure enough, this place harbored secrets. What excited her most was the searing heat emanating from her wrist. Here lies treasures of life force, more than just one. Tap, tap, tap. An originally deathly silent village now echoed with dragging footsteps. Sounds of moving straw, pushing crates, and opening cellars filled the air. Chu Jingyue carefully prepared herself, and then observed something bizarre. A variety of people contorted as they appeared from different corners, some crawling, some clutching necks, others with severed arms. Their worn clothes suggested years of use. Chu Jingyue held her breath, concentrating, and at the moment she concealed her presence, those people froze. So that's how it is. Realizing what had happened, Chu Jingyue now understood the situation fully. It made sense why they wanted her in Yongling Village but allowed Yin Chuan to test her intentions during daylight rather than confirm them outright, arranging this spectacle by night. It turned out within Yongling Village, the so-called villagers were all human puppets. Turning her head, Chu Jingyue spotted signs of Wu Habai's disappearance inside the house. She smirked. Now that I'm here, it seems my only choice is to drag someone down with me. She swiftly returned to the room where Wu Habai had imprisoned her, tapping her fingers lightly and shattering the seal concealing his presence. Wu Habai's energy signature reappeared. Crossing her arms, Chu Jingyue glanced at him, completely ignoring the surrounding human puppets closing in outside. Wu Habai couldn't believe Chu Jingyue managed to break the concealment array. The concealment spell isn't something anyone knows easily. Yin Chuan was forced to be a pawn and abandoned, so there's no need for surprise there. But if even you are merely a discardable piece, I do wonder about the real plans of whoever sent you. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes, and her words left doubts simmering in Wu Habai's mind. Who exactly is the disposable piece? Chu Jingyue sneered. You right? Whoever sent you to kill me could have been straightforward. Why not simply let either you or Yin Chuan finish me off when I was unconscious? Instead, they chose to bring me here to Yongling Village and set up a concealment array for you, supposedly as protection against the puppets. When Wu Habai realized she also knew the concealment technique, his suspicions grew further. This was far from coincidental. It appears it's not me these puppets will silence. It's you who's next. Chu Jingyue watched with amusement as Wu Habai frowned deeply. Divide and conquer? If you don't trust me, fine. I'll leave. As Chu Jingyue opened the door, she found the house entirely surrounded by human puppets, leaving no gaps for escape. Wu Habai's eyes widened in shock. Hey, they can eat people. It astounded him. These human puppets actually avoided Chu Jingyue after she stepped out, as though she possessed awareness. How could puppets act consciously? They had been dead for countless years. Before he could dwell longer on his shock, the puppets started swarming into the house. Chu Jingyue watched coldly from the side, her lips curling into a slight smile as she observed Wu Habai flying back onto the beams to evade them. Panic filled his gaze as he gazed out the window. Just wait a little longer. Just a bit longer and summon. Chu Jingyue exclaimed softly, causing the Weiji sword to instantly fly out of Wu Habai's arms toward her, drawn by some invisible connection. Where the Weiji sword passed, the human puppets scattered one after another. And without the protection of the Weiji sword, the human puppets under Wu Habai's feet began to pile up like a wall and leap toward him. Chu Jingyue. Wu Habai shouted loudly. He did not want to be eaten alive by these human puppets. Chu Jingyue stood aside, smiling at him with no intention to help. Shouldn't you as a cultivator be more compassionate? Wu Habai kicked hard at the puppets trying to climb up close to him, but it was hardly effective. Puppets are not humans. They lack perception and only know to blindly search for living people to devour. Even if one puppet fell, another quickly climbed up. Chu Jingyue remained indifferent. You're right. I practiced the path of Wu Qing. Wu Habai cursed in his heart. Seeing that the puppets had already grabbed his foot, he knew that if this continued, he would be eaten before the sun rose. I can tell you who sent me. Wu Habai yelled, presenting his bargaining chip. Chu Jingyue pretended to think, then raised an eyebrow and said, I'm a practitioner skilled in divination. I can figure it out myself. Wu Habai was breaking in a sweat, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Some puppet had started biting. Once the smell of blood spread, it would only further excite the puppets below. I can tell you the origins of Yongling Village. Chu Jingyue curved her lips slightly. But I don't trust you, since you know my weakness. I feel it would be better for you to die. Wu Abai had already been dragged down a bit by the puppets below. He could even feel the flesh being torn off his leg. With his last strength, he clutched onto the roof beam and gritted his teeth. I have the Shixing Goo parasite, and I can give you the mother goo. The Shixing Goo is indeed a fine thing, Chu Jingyue said slowly, and it was impossible to tell whether she was truly interested or not. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Wu Habai's cheeks, and he was almost completely drained of strength from the unbearable pain. What more do you want? I'll do whatever you say. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. I want you to shut your mouth. Dead for sure. That was the last thought flashing through Wu Habai's mind as the pain overwhelmed him and he lost his grip. But just before his eyes closed, he vaguely glimpsed a radiant moonlight flash. He seemed as if he really saw God. Chapter 115, Private Execution Ground. Wu Abai didn't expect that he would still see the rising sun. He opened his eyes and subconsciously tried to get up, but winced in pain due to a sharp sensation in his leg. He carefully propped himself up with his arms. His injured leg had already been bandaged, and there was a strong smell of medicinal herbs. Where did you get these herbs in this isolated village? Wu Habai looked at Chu Jingyue sitting on one knee on a millstone. At this moment, her posture holding her sword seemed exceptionally elegant. Chu Jingyue glanced sideways at him indifferently. What's going on with the human puppets in the Yongling village? Wu Habai, with his pale lips tightly closed, looked at the now empty village as the sun rose again, and then lowered his gaze, saying, Do you know about the immortality elixir? Go on, Chu Jingyue said indifferently. Wu Habai tilted his head. At least give me some water. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows, took off the bamboo cylinder around her waist, and threw it to him. Wu Habai drank to his heart's content, wiped his mouth, and said, I don't know much about Yongling village either, but I do know that years ago, Wei Chong refined a batch of immortality elixirs here, and these human puppets were also kept by him. You mean Wei Chong's attempt to refine immortality elixir failed, and they became beings whose souls remained despite their deaths, always controlled by Wei Chong? Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows. She suddenly remembered the women found in the Xianglo who were controlled by the Tianxin pills. And those Buddhist women were also regularly fed various poisons. Was this similar to refining the immortality elixir? I didn't say that, but it's almost the same. Wu Habai, looking at his own leg, grinned and said, This old man Wei Chong is not a good person. How could he harm me? If you make deals with tigers, you should expect today's consequences. Chu Jingyue stood up. Since Wu Habai was awake, she no longer needed to watch over him. She had come here for another very important matter. Hey, don't leave. You can't leave me here, right? Wu Habai started to panic. The Yongling village had neither preceding nor succeeding villages nearby. The surrounding area for dozens of kilometers was desolate. With one leg injured, if he stayed here alone, there would only be two ways out for him. Either crawl out until he exhausts himself to death, or wait until nightfall when he might be torn apart alive by those human puppets. Afraid of death? Chu Jingyue's gaze was icy cold. Wu Habai grimaced. Who isn't afraid of dying? It's true, someone as wicked as you won't have a good end after death. Chu Jingyue raised her hand and drew out the Weiji sword, throwing it directly. Wu Habai got scared and hurriedly tried to dodge, but heard a clink. The blade slanted into the soil beside him. Wait. After finishing her words, Chu Jingyue left. Wu Habai quickly reminded her. You can't go deeper into the center of the village. Do you know that once upon a time, 9 experts from the inner jail office perished here? They all came during the day. Just take care of yourself first. Whether we will leave today is uncertain. Chu Jingyue held an empty scabbard and went further into the village. It wasn't that she didn't know. Merely entering the village had already led to encountering more than 100 human puppets. Going deeper would certainly be more dangerous. But she must go. When her master Yin Chuan saw the coins on her wrist, he reacted intensely. She thus suspected that the 5 Emperor's Ming spell coins might be here. And when she truly stood inside the Yongling village, the call of her destiny treasure was particularly strong. But her destiny treasure was suppressed by an eerie force, so she had to investigate what exactly was happening. Wu Habai inspected the Weiji sword. Surprisingly, he was incredibly hoping that Chu Jingyue would return safely. He didn't want to die here, even less wanted to turn into a monstrous limbless carcass after death. Chu Jingyue spent approximately 15 minutes, and the mist before her eyes became thicker and thicker. Faintly, she could see a place that resembled a shrine where the mist was thickest. Within the white fog, candlelights flickered, and Chu Jingyue could hear whispers in her ears. Hurry over here. I'm waiting for you ahead. Come on, your destination lies ahead. Chu Jingyue's gaze turned serious, and she immediately left. She decided to bring the Weiji sword along, as the ghostly chi here had become a presence capable of confusing the mind. She wouldn't be easily confused, but since she was unclear about what lay within the white fog, it was better to be safe. Upon seeing Chu Jingyue return, Wu Habai let out a long sigh of relief. She walked over and pulled out the Weiji sword, asking, Have you been here before? No, no one dares to enter this place normally. This is considered Wei Chong's private execution ground. Wu Habai rubbed his stomach, helplessly looking at her. Aren't you hungry? I can practice abstaining from food. Chu Jingyue remained expressionless. She truly had no issues going several days without eating. Relying on yuan-chi circulation could sustain her for quite some time. Wu Habai's face fell. I can't. Hunger, starving 3 days won't kill you. Chu Jingyue lost herself in thought. A private execution ground? That meant the number of human puppets here was unknown. Moreover, just as Wu Habai mentioned, The human puppets of the 9 members of the inner jail office might also be somewhere in the village. You don't want to run away with a burden, do you? Wu Habai's face, which had an exotic flair, exhibited another kind of charm when it showed wake. If ordinary women saw this, they would surely feel compassionate and sympathize with him. But unfortunately, he was dealing with Chu Jingyue. You can die here, I won't. Chu Jingyue's tone was icy cold, piercing Wu Habai's heart like an ice pick. It was unexpected that Chu Jingyue could speak such a cold, ruthless statement. At this moment, he really believed that her cultivation of the emotionless path might not have been a lie. There is some dry food in the carriage outside. You wouldn't expect me to crawl all the way there to fetch it, would you? Wu Habai pursed his lips, saying it was outside the village. Actually, it was quite far from Yongling village. Otherwise, he could have easily gone back to the carriage and left this wretched place. Chu Jingyue glanced at him sideways. You didn't mention that earlier. Were you afraid I would leave? Wouldn't you? Wu Habai asked tentatively, uncertain himself, feeling that Chu Jingyue seemed capable of anything. Chu Jingyue stood up and laughed coldly. That's uncertain. You must come back. I can tell you something about the prince's mansion. Wu Habai gritted his teeth. It was all Wei Chang's fault, making him suffer so much and be degraded to this extent. Just wait. Chu Jingyue found Wu Habai surprisingly smart. Yesterday, under such urgent circumstances, he hadn't used this information as a bargaining chip, but rather gambled on her saving people and kept this ace up his sleeve. The reckless gambler had indeed made the right bet. The recent turmoil in the prince's mansion originated from the curse, and she truly wanted to know why Wu Habai killed Lady Lu. When she reached the foot of the mountain, perhaps due to the terrifying legends surrounding Yongling village, the carriage remained parked by the roadside, untouched, its contents completely intact. She carried the bundle back into the mountains, only to find Wu Habai struggling desperately to crawl out. He was saying something, but she heard nothing. Chu Jingyue looked around. She finally seemed to understand what these mists were. Meanwhile, Wu Habai continued crawling strenuously, shouting desperately, "Save me!" Chapter 116. Using the village as an array. Chu Jingyue raised her hands, and the Wei Ji sword pierced through the fog, landing steadily in her grasp. Stop climbing. You're really in a sorry state. She stepped forward, her gaze falling on the 9 figures slowly approaching from behind Wu Habai. These 9 individuals were in a pitiful state, some with large parts of their faces missing, others having lost an arm, and still others walking like normal people despite having only one leg. Chu Jingyue ignored them, crouched down, and slashed her fingertip, squeezing out a few drops of blood to draw a horizontal line over Wu Habai's eyes. 10,000 things returned to the way. The mind is pure and clear. Wu Habai instantly felt a sense of ease throughout his body. His unease dissipated, and his 5 senses became much sharper. What's going on? Chu Jingyue pulled him up. The fog is toxic. It weakens human senses, provoking latent fears and anxieties. Regardless of what kind of master comes here, they'll unconsciously be poisoned. If they stay too long, mutual killing is possible. Wu Habai was shocked. So those experts might have killed each other? Not sure. Chu Jingyue looked down at her 5 Emperor's bright spell coin. If Master Yin Chuan truly saw what was hers, then could she? Thinking about this, Chu Jingyue turned around, grabbing Wu Habai to retreat toward the village's exterior. Can't be serious, you're also afraid of them? Wu Habai bit his lips, thinking this situation must end badly then. If you say another word, I'll throw you in there. Chu Jingyue lowered her brows seriously, indicating she needed to wait a bit longer. The two quickly withdrew from Yongling village. But strangely, this pervasive white mist seemed blocked off, spreading only as far as the village entrance without leaking any further. Figures flickered momentarily within the mist before vanishing into the haze again. A barrier? Wu Habai was astonished. He had only heard of such barriers, but never thought they would actually exist. Chu Jingyue shook her head. No, just a type of array. The whole village serves as an array. The poison mist and mannequins cannot leave the Qi Min Dunjia. Once outside, the poison dissipates. The mannequins become real. Whatever should be will be. What do you mean? Wu Habai didn't understand. Chu Jingyue glanced sideways at him, throwing a package of dried provisions towards him. You'll know tonight. Hold on. We're still waiting until night? We've escaped already, so why not? Why not just rush down the mountain? Chu Jingyue gave him a cold look. How naive are you? Haven't I said that it's necessary for you to die here? Can I leave? Can you? Why can't I? Wu Habai hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly turned to look downhill. Judging by Wei Chang's intentions, weren't informants or assassins likely arranged already along the road back to the capital? Realizing after a moment, why must I be killed? Who did you ask? Chu Jingyue got up to examine the arrangements outside the village. She noticed earlier that something was off about the stone steel at the village entrance. Wu Habai quietly nibbled on the dry rations while keeping an eye on her, inspecting the steel. I'm curious about how you ignited fire against my 10,000 insects last time. He couldn't make sense of it yet. How Chu Jingyue started fire seemingly out of thin air. Keep wondering. Chu Jingyue focused entirely on checking the steel, discovering some clues already. On the surface, the steel bore only the 3 characters of Yongling village. But within the grooves of these 3 words lay winding, incomprehensible curses. It seems this is indeed one of the entrances to the array. Having grasped this, Chu Jingyue moved to rest under a tree, closing her eyes while seemingly ignoring all Wu Habai's chatter. As night gradually fell, the white mist in Yongling village increased instead of diminishing. Chu Jingyue opened her eyes calmly, causing Wu Habai beside her to feel uneasy. Are you really going inside? Chu Jingyue tossed him 2 talisman papers. Breathe slowly. I'm uncertain if the man puppets will burst out soon. Wu Habai immediately tensed up his expression. So it's safest to stick with you, right? Perhaps. Wu Habai took the talismans, but also leaned on a wooden stick he'd found during the day, limping behind Chu Jinghua. In such a ghostly place, following her was best. Chu Jinghua didn't drive him away either, but rather initiated conversation first. Did you kill Lady Lu? Sort of, Wu Habai admitted freely. Her death does have a lot to do with you. Chu Jinghua cast a glance at him, prompting Wu Habai to quickly explain. The original plan was to harm you. When Wen Rin left the capital, you and Li Xiaoning were close. Wei Chong instructed me to get close to Lady Lu, hinting that she investigate infidelity. After ruining your reputation, her demise ensured you wouldn't be able to defend yourself, no matter what. A failed scheme. Chu Jingyuan narrowed her eyes. If the plan had succeeded, it indeed would have been troublesome. Wu Habai appeared somewhat disheartened. Yeah, who knew Wen Ren would return early to Beijing, defusing the crisis? If that's the case, why still kill Lady Lu? A hint of frost emanated from Chu Jingyue's eyes. Wu Habai truly feared that she might change her mind and throw him into the pile of mannequins, so he hastily said, "This is beyond our control. I only planted a charm inside her body to try and ambush you when the time was right, but I didn't expect her to light an illusion incense." Illusion incense? The one previously made by Tianji Temple. Chu Jingyuan narrowed her eyes. Was it why Lady Lu was frightened to death? Wu Habai nodded. Yes, that kind of incense could indeed cause terrifying hallucinations. Who would have thought she had such a small heart? My charm hadn't matured yet, and she already died from fright. Chu Jingyue's gaze turned colder upon hearing his casual tone. Do you believe that? That you will die because of a charm? Chu Jingyue countered. Wu Habai first paused, then laughed. If you say I'll be eaten by the mannequins, I might believe that. Die from a charm? Do you even know who I am? Not important. Chu Jingyue didn't continue with this line of conversation, but instead raised her eyes. Everywhere was enveloped in thick fog. A large number of human puppets reappeared. Chu Jingyue immediately grabbed Wu Habai's shoulder, used force to leap onto the roof. Purple Star Yellow Book, named Grand Mystery. With the moonlight's glow, dissolve the veil of toxic mist. Wu Habai actually saw as if there was moonlight scattering, and the village head, previously obscured by white mist, gradually became clearly visible before their eyes. But it would have been better if they hadn't become visible. Hundreds of unconscious man puppets below them emitted strange sounds in the houses, trying their best to climb up. Especially the high-level human puppet experts from the Netherworld Prison Division were approaching too. They could even fly. Can you handle this? Wu Habai moved backward a bit, doing his best to appear not overly alarmed. Chu Jingyue still remained composed, raising her right arm, positioning the 5 Emperor's bright spell coin at eye level. Night travelers, 7 wicked demon souls. 9 ghosts conspire together, thousands of devils gather. 3 out of 5 emperors, all under my command. When I move, they move. When I stop, they halt. Any defiance will be met with 10,000 ghosts hanging. Wu Habai silently criticized her internally, wondering what use reciting such a long incantation served. However, the next second, he was once again startled. The more than 100 frenzied, unconscious human puppets actually stopped moving, standing still in place, as if waiting for orders. Wu Habai was overjoyed, but Chu Jingyue wore a frosty expression. Sure enough, Master Yin Chuan initially saw something real, other directional coins of the 5 Emperor's bright spell coin. Chapter 117. Her ace in the hole is me. Chu Jingyue leaped down from the roof, and the puppet people stepped aside for her. Wu Habai had barely managed to steady himself. Seeing her walk far ahead, he quickly followed after. Are you looking for something? Wu Habai wasn't foolish. Chu Jingyue clearly had many chances to leave, but she never intended to go. Instead, she seemed obstinately determined to head deeper into the village as if she was seeking something specific. Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Chu Jingyue's expression turned cold. If what Master Yin Chuan saw years ago was truly the 5 Emperor's bright curse coins, that would mean her fate treasure wasn't transformed into a magical artifact simply by being endorsed by the Heavenly Tao. It could likely be that the Heavenly Tao was guiding her to find lost artifacts. She carefully reviewed the positions of several fate treasures. Below the Tianji Temple, within the Wantang Pavilion, these 2 treasures had sparked major bloodbaths. So, could the one inside Qi Yin's body really be a coincidence? And the one at Renren Xi's heart? The more Chu Jingyue thought about it, the more she felt uneasy. Her steps became more hurried, leaving Wu Habai limping behind with his stick, trying hard to keep up. I can't keep up. Can you slow down a little? Wu Habai felt utterly helpless. Did this person care at all whether he lived or died? Chu Jingyue ignored him, continuing until they reached the spot where she'd been during the day, a mist-covered winding path hidden beneath dense fog. At this moment, it appeared vividly before them. At the end of the path stood an ancient yet not overly decrepit shrine. Under the night sky, the flickering candlelight inside could be seen clearly. Oh, strangely eerie footsteps came from behind them. Wu Habai turned back alertly, widening his eyes. Those 9 human puppets from the inner jail department followed us here. Has your curse spell worn off? It won't. Chu Jingyue remained calm, while observing them turn around. The 9 human puppets walked past them without any action, then formed a line blocking the winding road, just as Chu Jingyue had vaguely noticed them do in the morning's fog. Do they want to prevent you from entering? Wu Habai asked curiously. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. You go ahead. Me? No way. Wu Habai took a step backward. This was a clear attempt to use him as bait. He wasn't stupid. Chu Jingyue placed her sword on his good leg. If you don't listen to me now, you'll regret it later. How can you be crueler than Wei Chong? Wu Habai was stunned. Practicing a ruthless path didn't give anyone a pass to be this inhumane, did it? Chu Jingyue only stared at him dispassionately, leaving no room for negotiation. Wu Habai gritted his teeth. All right, I'll go. He hobbled forward, and the 9 puppet humans raised their hands again and roared angrily. Stop! Chu Jingyue grabbed hold of Wu Habai's shoulder. They're blocking every living soul attempting to pass. What? Wu Habai blinked, glancing toward the shrine behind them. Guarding its secrets? Chu Jingyue shook her head. Not necessarily. When a person dies with deep resentment, such hatred lingers around their corpses. It's clear these individuals retain their resentment, and this sentiment has grown powerful enough to act autonomously. Wu Habai still didn't quite understand. So it seems they're worried someone might accidentally intrude, Chu Jingyue continued, which suggests that whatever's inside the shrine must pose grave danger to living beings. Wu Habai struggled to believe that. It all sounded too otherworldly. In fact, this is the case. A clapping sound echoed behind them. A man slowly approached, flanked by dozens of assassin-clad individuals. This man was familiar to Chu Jingyue, the doorkeeper of the Wuxiang Hall. Chu Jingyue squinted. Is there some connection between the Wuxiang Hall and this place? The man smiled. Ever since these 9 individuals died here and became human puppets, they've been stopping others from passing. We've always tried to figure out why. Queen Consort Qi was indeed talented. You just aren't competent enough, Chu Jingyue sneered, not out of contempt for their skills, but disdain for their malevolent methods. Creating human puppets from living people was an unforgivable evil. Isn't it you who relies on those artifacts to become so arrogant? If you cooperated and handed over the 5 Emperor's bright curse coins willingly, I'd spare you swiftly. Chu Jingyue rotated her wrist. Do you think you deserve it? Wu Habai beside her turned pale. He whispered anxiously. Please, must you challenge everything? Don't you realize the disadvantageous position we are in? The man chuckled amiably. He's right. With your abilities, how do you expect to deal with so many assassins? Who said I intend to confront you? Chu Jingyue smirked smugly. Rather, you're trapped. The man stayed cautious, glancing around for signs of anomalies, but found nothing unusual. Still, he asked, you aren't thinking of using those human puppets, are you? I'm different from you, Chu Jingyue replied. Even though she possessed control over puppets, she wouldn't resort to such despicable means to subdue others. After all, human puppets were merely broken souls locked within bodies. Their natural reaction when sensing life force was to instinctively seize it to achieve reincarnation. The man's eyes turned fierce upon hearing this. What makes you so high and mighty? In the end, you also rely on magical artifacts. Once your artifact is gone, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. Chu Jingyue slowly untied the red string with her hand. Then take a good look at just how I'm being arrogant. She confidently flung the red string with the 5 Emperor's bright curse coins behind her. The man immediately gave orders. Retrieve it, kill Wu Habai, and capture Chu Jingyue alive. You. Wu Habai's face changed. Are you also one of Wei Chong's people? Chu Jingyue glanced slightly toward him. Dogs fighting amongst themselves. Wu Habai didn't have time for banter now, staring gravely at the man. The man smirked. There's nothing to be done, isn't it? Given your special identity, you must die. If I can't handle her, I can surely handle you too. Wu Habai pulled out a bamboo flute from behind his waist, glaringly serious. As the flute music began to play, the man merely watched with a mocking smile. After playing for a while, Wu Habai realized something was amiss. Didn't I tell you there's an array here? Chu Jingyue's eyes also carried a hint of disdain. Wasn't he only thinking clearly when he negotiated with her? The man clapped his hands. Still, the Queen Consort Qi has extensive knowledge. No birds will pass through here, nor any insects enter, rendering your poisons useless. Wu Habai turned back in shock. If my control over poisons isn't your weakness, then what is it? He had always assumed Chu Jingyue was so composed because she relied on his ability to control poisons, which gave her confidence. Since she knew his poisons would be ineffective, her arrogance might as well come purely from self-assurance. Her ace in the hole is naturally me, the king. From a distance, when Ren Xi's voice resonated powerfully, Wu Habai was astonished. Even the doorkeeper of Wuxiang Hall turned back in shock. Hoofbeats echoed from the village entrance. The ground trembled slightly. It wasn't long before a cavalry galloped swiftly onto the scene. One Ren Xi reined in his horse with one hand, holding a knife in the other, his eyebrows furrowed, gaze icy cold. Subdue them all. Chapter 118. If there is no way to ascend the heavens today. Within a few rounds, the doorboy of Wuxiang Hall and the killers he brought were all captured alive. Wu Hegbai survived the ambush and smirked lightly. What kind of assassins? Nothing special. The doorboy glared at Wen Ren Xi with dissatisfaction. You brought troops out of the camp without permission. Aren't you afraid the emperor will blame you? Who told you that I brought troops out? Wen Ren Xi had already dismounted from his horse and walked over to Chu Jingyue. The only ones he brought out were the secret guards of the mansion. I've come to take you home. Wen Ren Xi's tone softened. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly, her eyes lighting up. Perfect timing. You planned this well. When Wu Hegbai heard these words, he almost instantly felt terrified. Were the people sent by Wei Chong to intercept them also within her expectations? When Ren Xi glanced sideways at Wu Hegbai, should we take him back as well? No, find a place to hide him. Chu Jingyue looked at Wu Hegbai and said, you owe me a life. Wu Hegbai pursed his lips. I know. Isn't your life worth more than 2 pieces of information? Chu Jingyue stared deeply. Seeing his nod, she continued. Hide well, unless you want all of Wujin to disappear from the world. Wu Hegbai's pupils shrank. laughing bitterly. No need to threaten me like that, right? Moreover, I know Wei Chong wants to kill me, so of course I would. His words suddenly stopped, realizing something, looking at Chu Jingyue in disbelief. Chu Jingyue, do you really intend to go inside? Behind her, the doorboy bound up looked at her evilly. I'm curious about what you will turn into. Wu Hegbai was somewhat worried too. If 9 people have been here guarding it for 20 years without dispersing, there must truly be peril. One Ren-Si bit his lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately turned away, saying, somebody, take him out. Hey, let me look some more. Wu Hegbai didn't want to leave, also curious about what lay deep inside. Chu Jingyue, holding the Wei Ji sword, looked towards one Ren-Si. Will you come in with me? With this precious treasure in possession, her confidence grew. There was slight joy in one Ren-Si's expression, and he lifted his foot to move forward. The human puppet still attempted to block them. Chu Jingyue took out talisman paper and quickly restrained them. After guarding for so long, it's time for you all to rest. Even with the talismans, those 9 were still struggling constantly. Their attachment is too deep, can't keep them contained for long. I have to act fast. After Chu Jingyue spoke, her steps quickened, and soon they reached a scene that sent chills down their spines. Just as they arrived at the temple gates, the sealed doors opened on their own despite there being no wind. Ghostly wails and howls began to resonate through the village. Faint cries of sorrow could be heard among them. Come and replace me. Come and replace me. Are these ghosts? One Ren-Si asked tentatively. Even though he'd encountered bizarre things before in the Earl's mansion, he still found it incredible. Chu Jingyue nodded then shook her head. The souls trapped here simply couldn't reincarnate. Why? Holding the Wei Ji sword, Chu Jingyue instructed one Ren-Si to stay put. I'll enter and find out. She ventured alone inside, unsure of what awaited within, so she didn't let one Ren-Si follow her. One of them had to remain outside, just in case. As soon as Chu Jingyue stepped inside, the temple doors slammed shut. The lights of candles inside went out one by one. Cold winds ravaged wildly, but were unable to get near Chu Jingyue and became increasingly restless. Chu Jingyue completely ignored the chaotic remnants of spirits and proceeded to the center of the hall where several sealed clay jars were placed. They didn't look too old, not like they had been sitting there for 20 years. She used her sword to lift the seal cover, and a human head abruptly appeared. A jar containing a human head? Chu Jingyue retreated quickly, but the lidless jar had shattered, the human head flying up suddenly. With bulging eyes and a wide mouth, it lunged towards her. Very soon, all the clay jars broke one after another, and the bells hanging inside rang incessantly. Without hesitation, Chu Jingyue kicked open the temple door, but instead of seeing one Ren-Si waiting for her, a similarly grimacing, gaping-mouthed puppet man stood in his place. The puppet rushed closer. Chu Jingyue pointed her long sword at it. Stay back. The puppet indeed froze in place. Chu Jingyue took a deep breath, cutting her finger to place a drop of blood between her eyebrows. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was clear and steady. The flying human heads and terrifying puppets disappeared from her sight. All that remained was one Ren-Si, full of anxiety and unease. She chuckled softly. Fortunately, it was you who came over. One Ren-Si was confused, but hearing this sentence made him happy, his heart rate accelerating slightly. What did you see? One Ren-Si stayed put, following her instructions. Chu Jingyue squeezed out another drop of blood, stepping forward to imprint it on one Ren-Si's brow. This red, that suits you perfectly. Despite having time for jests, one Ren-Si wasn't as tense anymore. It suits you very well. One Ren-Si also gazed at the red dot on her forehead, feeling warm inside. Chu Jingyue glanced back and pointed to the altar table in the shrine. All the earthenware jars there were indeed shattered, with only human heads standing neatly above them. One Ren-Si's tender expression suddenly turned serious and stern. Human head jars. After death, a cursed clay jar is used to store the head separately from the body, separating the corpse from the soul, trapping the person's soul nearby, preventing the reunion of heavenly and earthly souls, which results in no rebirth after death. And these human head jars here carry poisonous gas that induces hallucinations. One Ren-Si frowned. Does one have to enter to be poisoned? Not just that. The toxic mist originally lingered everywhere here, but I've broken it. The toxins that affected me came from the mouths of those human heads, which are the source of the toxic mist, cultivating poison through corpses. Chu Jingyue clasped her hands together and mumbled an incantation. One Ren-Si thought she was conducting a posthumous salvation ritual until he saw the red string she had discarded earlier find its way back to her. And now 2 additional copper coins hung on it. Heavenly mysteries of earth and sky, origin of myriad chi, divine talisman orders, proclaiming to all 9 heavens. Summon true fire of Taiyin, guide residual souls to ascend. After Chu Jingyue finished reciting the spell, the shrine crumbled with a thunderous crash. Faintly glowing sparks surged up abruptly, enveloping the entire shrine in flame. Let's go, we should still see off those people. Chu Jingyue turned around, knowing once the shrine burned completely, the fire would extinguish itself, so there was no worry about spreading elsewhere. As the 2 walked out, the doorboy couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at her. How could you possibly? Wu Hegbai, looking at the flames, felt excited. Chu Jingyue was indeed able to summon fire. As the shrine ignited, the 9 puppets bound by talismans finally ceased their struggles. Their corpses slowly fell to the ground, quickly ossifying. Take them back. Send them to the inner prison division, and let Yan Chuan deal with them as he wishes. These 9 people, relying on strong willpower, suppressed their instincts for consuming the living while staying as broken bodies guarding this place, became unknown heroes for 20 years. Chu Jingyue held great respect for them. Yet, she also knew, once their willpower dissipates, their residual souls would forever vanish. Every person puppet in the village had a path to rebirth, except for them. Chu Jingyue deeply bowed towards the 9 skeletal remains, feeling somewhat frustrated inside. If there is no way to ascend the heavens today, will there be heroic spirits emerging in the future? Chapter 119, Seeking a Regret-Free Life. Chu Jingyue tightly gripped the assembled 5 Emperor's Talisman coins and asked Wenren Si to take everyone away. He, along with several shadow guards, stayed far away, watching Chu Jingyue enveloped in moonlight. Heaven and Earth mystic sect, heed my call. 5 Emperors oversee, 10,000 gods converge. With my vital essence, I form a heavenly ladder. Let my decree reach heaven directly. Should any obstacles arise, employ the thunder. Chu Jingyue forcibly erected the heavenly ladder, using the spiritual power of the 5 Emperor's Talisman coins to protect the tattered souls thread by thread, helping them ascend the 9 heavens. When the heavenly ladder dispersed, Chu Jingyue was retaliated upon by the spiritual backlash. Dark clouds covered the sun, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Wenren Si wasn't quite sure what had happened. All he saw was Chu Jingyue suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, retreating a few steps as if physically drained, collapsing to the ground. In a rush, he moved toward her but heard her urgently commanding him not to come closer. This time, Wenren Si did not listen to her. Chu Jingyue could only watch helplessly as he stepped into an invisible barrier visible only to herself. The next moment, a colossal thunderbolt struck down, and she tried to move forward to block it, only to be held securely in Wenren Si's arms. Not wanting to risk anything, she hurriedly gathered all available magical tools she could use to withstand the incoming lightning strike. However, this bolt of lightning didn't strike accurately. Instead, it slammed far away, burning a tree black and crisp. Wenren Si gazed at the pitch-black broken stump, then looked back at Chu Jingyue with apparent inquiry. Could it be that the thunder was intended for her, hence why she previously stopped him from coming closer? Chu Jingyue pressed one hand against his chest, sighing in relief. Every fateful treasure carries a hint of the heavenly Tao's intent. Just moments before, Chu Jingyue had forcefully used the spiritual energy of the 5 Emperor's Talisman coins and strands of the Tao's intent to gather the souls of the 9 people who were supposed to disperse, sending them up to heaven. This caused the heavenly punishment for going against fate. When Wenren Si rushed over, the thunderous penalty hesitated and misfired due to his presence. Thus, the unfortunate tree took the hit instead. Lifting her head, Chu Jingyue also noticed the astonishment in Wenren Si's eyes. Do you realize how close you were to being struck by lightning? Wenren Si's lips pursed slightly as he gently ruffled her hair. Didn't it miss? And even if it hadn't, I'm taller, so I would have managed to shield you. Idiot. Though fearful of losing him just then, Chu Jingyue realized she didn't care about anything else, only protecting his safety. Her hand swept across Wenren Si's chest, circling through his side to embrace him. Wenren Si remained unfazed when faced with the lightning earlier, yet his body stiffened momentarily, lingering stunned on the spot now. Good thing nothing happened to us. Chu Jingyue lowered her gaze, intending to say, thankfully nothing happened to you. She anticipated drawing down the heavenly punishment and had dispersed everyone accordingly. But she never thought Wenren Si would approach. After being stunned for a long while, Wenren Si carefully tightened his hold on her. We're going home. Speaking softly, he felt immense joy as she nodded in response, and immediately picked her up horizontally, brimming with delight. I have never been this happy for myself as I am today. While Wenren Si often found joy in victories on the battlefield, such pure heartfelt happiness originating purely from within was a first. Chu Jingyue held onto his neck, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Yet, I must still tell you not to become emotionally attached to me. Even though, her heart has already involuntarily shifted, stirred towards the Tao of affection. Wenren Si smiled faintly, without a trace of displeasure. In life, many people pray for peace, for love, for fulfillment, for descendants filling their halls. But I only seek one thing, a regret-free existence. Chu Jingyue raised her eyes silently, and looked at him. They showed calm waters, yet carried unspoken confusion. Regret-free? Have you ever heard a phrase? Lowering his tone, this intimate address he'd quietly recited countless times within himself. Curious, Chu Jingyue watched him continue. 100 battles later, the general may die. The warrior returns after 10 years. Perhaps someday, I will perish in battle. I merely wish that no regrets remain, unspoken affections unwritten. Otherwise, that is where sorrow truly lies. You won't die in battle, Chu Jingyue said with utmost sincerity. Wenren Si arched an eyebrow teasingly asking, have you calculated such an outcome? Not yet, but as long as she lived, she vowed to ensure he'd conquer every fight, leading an auspicious life. Chu Jingyue focused her eyes on the 5 Emperor's Talisman coins in her hand. She once stubbornly pursued the path of immortality through cultivation and seeking ascension, guided by heaven's Tao, believing that was her ultimate purpose. Now, she thought otherwise. If the 14 fated treasures bring disaster or calamity to the world, she would act in accordance with heaven's will, retrieve these treasures, and restore peace to humanity. Even if they weren't calamitous, the goal she sought was no longer immortality and becoming a celestial being. Instead, she pursued purifying the turbid, clarifying the origins, and eliminating evil entirely. I still like catching ghosts, Chu Jingyue mumbled quietly, almost as if talking to herself. Hearing this, Wenren Si grinned. From now on, when you catch ghosts, I'll handle the aftermath. How about that? Is the Prince Chi willing to believe in spirits now? Chu Jingyue joked lightheartedly. Wenren Si raised an eyebrow. I still don't believe in ghosts and spirits, but I believe in you. He said this without lowering his voice, so the shadow guards nearby who were collecting the remains heard it crystal clear. They chuckled secretly, making Chu Jingyue's face flush red instantly. She turned her head and nestled into his embrace, revealing a touch of girlish charm for the first time. Wenren Si was in high spirits, and even looked a few degrees more favorably at Wu Hebai, who had taken Chu Jingyue away, which was initially against his wishes. He even swapped out the decrepit earthen courtyard he originally intended to give him for a fresh, elegant one. Wenren Si was going to enter the palace first to inform on behalf of Chu Jingyue about the events in Yongling village, while she, carrying the bones of the 9 people, went to the internal prison department. Yin Chuan, upon seeing Chu Jingyue return safely, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He shifted his body to hide the side where his arm was missing. Chu Jingyue glanced at him, her expression turning somewhat grave. I've already left something for Fuyu, thinking you would understand. Yin Chuan had indeed considered later that Chu Jingyue might have foreseen that day's trap. Otherwise, how could she entrust the bead of her talisman to a shadow guard? But it was all just conjecture. It wasn't until hearing Chu Jingyue's words that he dared confirm. It was indeed her strategic planning. I conceived ill intentions first, so I can't blame others. You don't need to worry that I'll bear a grudge against Wenren Si. Yin Chuan pressed his lips together. When he initially agreed to that matter, it was an act of helplessness, but his sudden murderous intent to silence them was his own doing. Faced with such an outcome, he had no complaints. I'm not here to dwell on those past issues. On the way back, Chu Jingyue already knew that Fuyu was safe. If not, she wouldn't be this relaxed. By throwing herself into the plan and letting Fuyu suffer serious injuries, leaving Lanfeng wounded as well, she felt enough guilt already. Yin Chuan looked at her in confusion. Then what are you here for? Chu Jingyue stepped aside, signaling him to look at the plank carts behind her. All the plank carts were covered with thick white cloth. Yin Chuan suspected the truth in his heart, but turned his head toward Chu Jingyue, waiting for her answer to match his speculation. The 9 senior members from the internal prison department. I've brought them back. Chapter 120, Beneficiary. Yin Chuan looked at the card in disbelief. Chu Jingyue saw him lost in thought, curious, but did not ask further. When she turned to leave, she saw Li Xiaoning and Qian coming. Before entering the capital, we received news that Prince Qi was worried about you. Li Xiaoning briefly explained why he and Qian had appeared. Chu Jingyue nodded. I just happened to have something to discuss with both of you. Let's go to the Water Cloud Medical Hall. Before she left, she glanced at Yin Chuan again, slightly narrowing her eyes. His destiny has changed. It's no wonder he reacted like this. Qian sighed. Seeing Chu Jingyue look curiously over, he continued in a low voice. One of the 9 men was Yin Chuan's father. Chu Jingyue was puzzled. Doesn't the Internal Hell Division select children for their contests? Qian nodded. That's correct. But the Internal Hell Division is the most trusted by the Emperor. Therefore, there's an unwritten rule that each year when the Internal Hell Division trains new members, the next generation must inherit from the previous one. Chu Jingyue paused for a moment. So, it means everyone in the Internal Hell Division has to send their offspring to the graveyard of death, and if they fail, then they try again until success. As long as one can take over, it's enough. However, if there's never anyone able to take over, then indeed, as you said, they keep trying until someone succeeds. Chu Jingyue twitched the corner of her mouth. Doesn't the Emperor realize that the Internal Hell Division is the easiest group to rebel? You don't even raise a dog like this, forcing people to keep having children and sending their kids to hell. Shoo. Qian was startled and hurriedly hushed her, looking around to ensure no one had heard their conversation before heaving a sigh of relief. Princess, you should be more careful. Yin Chuan is truly pitiable. He took charge of the Internal Hell Division at 7 years old. In these past 7 years, the power of the Internal Hell Division has sharply declined. The Emperor doesn't seem to value them as much as before, and outsiders all say he isn't up to the task. Li Xiaoning sighed, noting that all top-level experts from the previous generation of the Internal Hell Division perished except for his master, who returned but was practically useless. Alone at 7 years old, Yin Chuan struggled within the Internal Hell Division for 7 long years before finally rising above it. You mean after Master Yan's team of 10 couldn't manage the Internal Hell Division anymore, a 7-year-old child became its leader? Chu Jingyue felt something was amiss. Li Xiaoning hummed in agreement. The specifics I'm not entirely clear on, but I later heard some random discussions. I know. Qian, who was a year younger than Li Xiaoning, quickly joined in, walking to Chu Jingyue's other side and speaking softly. After seeing the records, I thoroughly investigated what happened in the Internal Hell Division back then. Chu Jingyue gave him an approving glance as Qian continued. Back then, the Emperor believed Yongling village harbored bad omen, fearing Master Yin brought back evil spirits, thus instructed the Department of Astrology to perform rituals for 3 whole months. It was also the Department of Astrology who advised the Emperor, stating Yin Chuan was an extraordinary talent with an excellent destiny, capable of controlling evil forces, making him suitable to lead the Internal Hell Division. A flash of enlightenment struck Chu Jingyue. Using Yongling village to exterminate the experts of the Internal Hell Division, followed by taking control through young children. indirectly managing the internal Hell division while using this event to showcase the skills of the Department of Astrology, allowing the Emperor to completely trust the art of Taoism and the entire Department of Astrology. With such analysis, naturally, the Department of Astrology benefited the most. Moreover, Yongling Village became a private execution ground for Wei Chong, where enemies were sent and dealt with swiftly, providing extra puppets. Truly, Wei Chong has committed grave sins. Qian was astonished hearing this. What are puppets? Puppets are. Before Chu Jingyue finished her sentence, a man stepped forward to block their path. Young Master Qi, my lord and madam request your return to the residence. I have severed ties with the Qi family. Qian tried to bypass the person and walk away. The man bowed deeply again. Even if young Master Qi is heartless, how could you watch your own birth mother pass away without paying her a last visit? What? Qian turned back in shock. What's wrong with my mother? The concubine is gravely ill, nearing the end, so we come to request young Master Qi return for her last moments, fulfilling your filial duty. Qian clenched his fists, struggling internally. In the past, when he returned home to reason with them, he was tied up and beaten by his official mother and locked in the stable. His birth mother paid no attention to him, as if he had never existed as her son. Yet the grace of giving birth is difficult to repay. Caught between two hard choices, Qian unconsciously looked at Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows. All affairs of the world, as long as you're clear about the worst outcome and can bear it, can follow your desires freely. Qian bit his lips and then said, I'll be right back. He hurried off towards the Qi estate. Li Xiaoning opened his folding fan. I bet trouble will still find him. You learned fortune-telling now. Chu Jingyue tilted her gaze with a hint of teasing. Li Xiaoning found it strange. Somehow, Chu Jingyue seemed to have gained more humanity upon returning. The her of the past, even when she was face-to-face with someone, made them feel as if she were too ethereal and far out of reach. Perhaps I don't know fortune-telling, but if the Qi family truly wanted him because his mother is critically ill, why would they treat him so kindly at first? That term second young master clearly indicates they want him to resolve some issue. Li Xiaoning, with a casual swing of his folding fan, remained detached and composed. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. Since you think so clearly, why didn't you stop him just now? What would stopping him accomplish? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would certainly overthink things later. Should anything happen to his birth mother, Qian would only blame himself. It's better to let him go since Lady Wang is here today. Nothing bad will happen to him. Li Xiaoning was very calm, while Chu Jingyue glanced at him. Are you so sure I'll help? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't dare say this. But in Qian's case, though I don't know why, your attitude toward him does seem different. As both Qian's good friend and someone who was close to Chu Jingyue, he naturally noticed that Chu Jingyue seemed quite attentive towards Qian, and even occasionally when Ren Xi's gaze would flicker to him differently. Chu Jingyue lowered her eyes. After all, I stabbed him once before. Maybe not. Li Xiaoning looked at her meaningfully. After all, back then, it was to save Qian's life. Though the method was rough, it was indeed effective. Li Xiaoning had already guessed something, his gaze dropping to the copper plates on her wrist. There were now 5. When Chu Jingyue saw him looking, she said, it does have some relation. Actually, the matter I intended to discuss with you today is related to this. No problem, I was just speculating. Li Xiaoning merely speculated without wanting to confirm. Whatever it was, Chu Jingyue treated Qian differently, and that was a good thing for Qian. Not everyone could win her favor, like Yin Chuan, whose arm had been dangling for half the day. The two followed at a distance to the Qi residence, and behind them in an alleyway, someone was quietly watching them. Chu, Jing, Yu. Chapter 121, Right and Wrong. Qian returned to Qi Manor and went to the backyard to see his birth mother. Didn't you say you were sick? Qian noticed her face, though somewhat tired, did not appear to be severely ill, so he let out a sigh of relief but couldn't help but furrow his brows. What is the Qi family up to now? With the current troubles in the Qi family, surely you wouldn't just sit by and do nothing, would you? Du concubine spoke softly. Qian raised an eyebrow. What happened to the Qi family? On the day your brother married Luo Qiuxian, there was an accident. Though it didn't implicate the Qi family's reputation is getting worse. On the day of Qi Wujia's wedding, the mishap involving Luo Qiuxian left many people in the capital who had come for the wedding on behalf of the Luo family clearly seeing how the Qi family hastily distanced themselves. Not long ago, due to matters in the Ministry of Punishments, the emperor hastened the Dalif temple to close the Luo family's case. Adult males of the Luo family were either executed or exiled, and the women became official prostitutes. However, there was one condition. If a Luo woman was already married, she would be considered an outsider and not implicated. The eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qiuqing, was supposed to enter the crown prince's mansion soon, a matter everyone understood privately. Li Xiaoning, being smooth-talking, sent people to inquire at the crown prince's palace and arrange for her passage. With this arrangement, the Luo family reached out to the Qi family, as Luo Qiuxian and Qi Wujia were only missing the wedding vows. If the Qi family recognized her as their daughter-in-law, perhaps with a request from the crown prince, saving another daughter would not be difficult. To this end, Luo Qiuqing even brought forth all the family assets that hadn't been confiscated, hoping the Qi family would accept Luo Qiuxian as a member. She also promised that Luo Qiuxian wouldn't stay in the position of the main wife for long. After some time passed, the Luo family would make other arrangements for her, ensuring no trouble for the Qi family. The Luo family lowered their pride significantly, and Qi Wujia expressed willingness to recognize her, but Qi the elder refused. He did not offer any respect to the Luo family in his rejection. The Luo family has committed corruption, neglected common people, and such behavior does not fit marrying into the Qi family. My son and Luo Qiuxian may have exchanged gifts, but they haven't completed the wedding ceremony, so the marriage doesn't count. The reply from Qi the elder was very righteous, clearly refusing to collude with the Luo family. This response initially earned praise from the common folk, impressing scholars who believe the Qi family acted correctly. However, recently, storytellers in various tea houses across the capital began telling tales about scholars flattering those in power, forming alliances through marriage, and then turning their backs when things go wrong. The theaters also composed plays based on similar stories, performed with great enthusiasm. Later, someone linked these tales to the marriage affairs between the Du and Luo families. Many clapped, thinking it made perfect sense. Lately, rumors are circulating outside saying the Qi family benefited greatly from the Luo family. Regardless of how much others looked down on the Luo family, or how reckless Luo demonstrated, the Qi family truly reaped substantial benefits. Their actions now can thus be deemed as ungrateful betrayal. Seeing his stepmother full of grievance, Qian arched an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't that true?" His words had barely finished when many people surged into the room, shouting, "What truth?" The Luo family oppressing civilians without regard for national law, falsifying facts, committing fraud, does cutting ties with them constitute a mistake? Qi the elder questioned with great anger, while Qi's mother similarly cast an unsatisfied glance toward Qian. Qian smirked coldly while looking at his father, saying, "The Luo family helped promote you in rank, and sought office for Qi Wujia. How many matters big or small were resolved by the Luo family for the Qi family? I seem to recall 6 months ago, your nephew killing a farmer. Wasn't that also something the Luo family covered up? Anyone could say the Luo family deserved what they got, but is it right for those who benefited to criticize?" Qian didn't think the Luo family was correct, but the Qi family was certainly wrong in this matter. Luo Qiuxian wholeheartedly admired Qi Wujia. Even with her elder sister entering the Eastern Palace, she never looked down on the Qi family. Her devotion made Qi Wujia quite arrogant later. Yet now, when the Qi family could save the girl, they should, out of gratitude. Even if they don't help, it wouldn't be too significant. But instead, the Qi family suddenly remembered the integrity of scholars and refused to extend help. Not only refusing aid, they took advantage of denigrating the Luo family to display their own righteousness. Truly laughable. What do you know? Father Qi, having his facade exposed, angrily raised his hand in frustration. Mother Qi quickly held him back, forcing a smile while speaking to Qian. What you said is all correct. We did handle this improperly. At that time, we were intimidated by the scale of the issues surrounding the Luo family. It was a matter of extermination. Who dared bet? Qian's gaze shifted towards his legal mother before turning to look at his birth mother, who remained silent and bowed her head humbly. His heart felt desolate. His father had never treated him as his own son, and the respect Mother Qi showed him with pleasant tones was only because she needed something from him, compelled by circumstances to lower herself despite everything else. He could have ignored all of this, except for one thing. His birth mother remained silent at this moment, unwilling to utter even a single word of persuasion. He truly pitied himself. Now Li Xiaoning is in high favor with His Majesty. I've also heard that you're getting close to the crown princess of Qi Wan. If you could leverage their influence, perhaps it might help Father Qi alleviate the current crisis. These days, people were criticizing the Qi family behind their backs. No one dared inquire about Qi Wujia's marriage, fearing their daughters would suffer if they ended up marrying into the Qi family. After all, who could guarantee endless success in life? If they found a decent match, even during hard times, they wouldn't face cold glares or ridicule. The officials were shrewder than monkeys. When they married their daughters into the Qi family, they couldn't rely on the Qi household's influence during their own prosperity, nor when they were down on their luck. Thus, who would dare to marry their daughters into the Qi family? With the Qi family's reputation declining day by day, Qi Wujia couldn't even find a wife from a humble background. Only then did Father Qi and Mother Qi become anxious. They wanted to bring Qian back, let him introduce Qi Wujia around, so he could gain favor with Crown Princess Qi Wang, and make arranging marriages easier for the Qi family. When you barged into the Li residence and forced them to admit it was their son who made a mistake, what kind of expression did you have? Do you think Li Xiaoning forgets grudges easily? Chu Jingyue, crouched on the roof nearby, looked up at Li Xiaoning beside her after hearing this sentence. So you remember grudges? Li Xiaoning responded somewhat helplessly. Do I look like someone who does? No, you appear indifferent. If not, how could Li Miao have suffered so much at home? Everyone saw Li Xiaoning differently. In Chu Jingyue's eyes, Li Xiaoning was aloof and lacked emotion. To have someone like Qian as his close friend must have started before his current character was formed. Bound by gratitude for saving his life, and later drawn together by shared hardships from rumors and gossip, that's why they became friends. If he were really vengeful, that mother and son duo in the Li family would have long been reduced to nothing but bones in the soil. I can't tell whether you understand me, or are just incredibly perceptive. Li Xiaoning felt admiration deep within. There weren't many in this world who understood him, and among those few, Qian was one, and Chu Jingyue another. As the two chatted on the rooftop, they still paid attention to the conversation happening inside. Yet, it seemed no one noticed that behind them, a person stood silently watching them with a piercing gaze. Chapter 122. Qi Wuji is merely a playboy. Of course, it's because of my divine calculations. Chu Jingyue indeed judged Li Xiaoning based on his life destiny and facial features. The saying, appearance mirrors the heart, isn't just empty talk. Li Xiaoning wasn't surprised by this response. Behind him, Wen Rinci pressed her lips together to suppress her slightly lifted mouth corner. Inside the room, Lady Qi was still persuading Qian. The reputation of the Qi family is excellent. How could you remain unscathed? She took a step forward, trying to pull Qian's hand, but he dodged. She awkwardly rubbed her hands and said, "If you are willing to help, your father and I have already agreed to place you under my name. In the future, you will be the second young master born into the Qi household." Qian glanced at his own biological mother, who acted as if this matter had nothing to do with her. He felt an extreme sense of sorrow in his heart. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and rejected her coldly again. "Since my name has already been removed that day, I have no further relationship with the Qi family." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave when Mr. Qi immediately glanced behind him, and the servants rushed out, surrounding him. "You've already had your chance. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame us for being ruthless." Mr. Qi waved his hand, and several servants immediately stepped forward to pin down Qian. Li Xiaoning got up and wanted to go down, but Chu Jingyue held him back. "Let's see what their next move is. What can they possibly do by capturing me? My life isn't worth much anyway." When Qian said this, he was still looking at his birth mother. Lady Du finally showed some reaction. There was a hint of pain in her look, but she quickly lowered her head again. Qian felt utterly disheartened, sneering coldly. "The dignity of literati and scholarly families is truly a joke. What did you say?" Mr. Qi lost his temper out of anger and shame, but was still restraining himself. Qian had completely broken down with this family and everyone around him. Struggling, he shouted loudly, "You pride yourself on having read so many books, thinking highly of yourself. But in my view, you all flatter those in high places and disdain the lowly, fawning over others when there's profit to gain and discarding them once it's not beneficial. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. How dare you?" Mr. Qi, having been exposed by his least valued son, lost control of his temper and slapped him right away. Qian's head was struck sideways, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He licked it, and, smirking faintly, looked up and said, "The decline of the Qi family is inevitable, but everything that happens is what you deserve." "You're just talking nonsense now," Mr. Qi said coldly while looking at him. "I've already sought help from a great expert, trading a miraculous art. Using the blood and flesh of my own son to activate the array can allow the Qi household to make a comeback. Thus, it won't be in vain for me to have borne you this useless offspring." Qian no longer cared about his own outcome. From the moment he saw his own mother timidly lower her head, he had given up everything. Since even his birth mother treated him like grass, what meaning was there in this life? "Father!" Qi Wuji suddenly burst into the courtyard. "Father, please let Qian leave. I'll try to find a way to handle matters related to the Qi family." Originally, Li Xiaoning and Chu Jingyue had already prepared to intervene. Seeing this scene, both quietly retreated. Lady Qi's expression changed immediately, rushing forward to try to drag away Qi Wuji, but he broke free. "Father, your son has made a decision. I will take Qiuxian away and leave the capital city with her. This way, we can silence all external gossip, and the Qi family will no longer be questioned for ingratitude. We can also preserve the dignity of the literary men of the Qi family. Please, father, allow this." "Nonsense," Mr. Qi scolded. "Do you know your identity? You are the legitimate eldest son of the Qi family." Qi Wuji knelt on the ground, bowed his head sincerely, and said, "I am the legitimate eldest son of the Qi family, and I should shoulder the responsibility of our family. However, the misfortunes of the Qi family originated from me, and thus it should come to an end with me." Qi Wuji now deeply regretted why he didn't listen to Qian's words back then or firmly stick to his thoughts and insist on rescuing Qiuxian. Because of his engagement, the Qi residents had fallen into disgrace, and he had betrayed Qiuxian. He didn't want to drag anyone else down anymore. "Get up," Mr. Qi scoffed coldly and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Go back to your courtyard." Qi Wuji resolutely raised his head. "Father, that charlatan said that to use the bloodlines of the Qi family, one must cut meat and sever bones, burying their flesh and bones in every corner of the Qi family residence. I heard all of your discussions, and I won't let you do this. Does it depend on you to decide?" Mr. Qi's eyes turned icy. There was already a hint of obsession in them. Sacrificing one unimportant son would allow the Qi family to obtain fame and power. What was wrong with that? "Father, how could you expect me to live day and night in a place filled with the blood, flesh, and bones of my brothers?" Qi Wuji couldn't believe and asked in return. In his eyes, his father was well-learned and very kind to him. He had never thought that his father would make such a decision. When Qian heard the mention of brotherly bonds, he paused slightly in astonishment and glanced over. Qi Wuji remained steadfast on his knees. "Even if the Qi family rises to prominence, what does it matter? I may dislike Qian and despise his lowly origins and scandalous affairs with Li Xiaoning, but if this means I can calmly enjoy a future and wealth bought by his brutal death, then I'd rather live in poverty forever." Qian stood there stunned for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. "Is this just an act put on for my benefit?" Qi Wuji ignored him, maintaining steady eye contact with their father. Mr. Qi frowned deeply and immediately gave orders. "Bring the young master back in and ensure he doesn't step out of the room." "Father!" Qi Wuji was shocked and anxious, unable to believe that his words still couldn't sway his father's resolve. He looked toward his mother helplessly, but Lady Qi nervously avoided his honest gaze. Just as the servants were about to grab him, Qi Wuji abruptly stood up and shoved aside the servant restraining Qian Run. Still somewhat dazed, Qian hesitated, only for Qi Wuji to forcefully pull him away. "That swindler is already in the house. I'm not lying to you. Since you know I am here, where do you think you can run to?" A 50-something-year-old white-haired elder appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Despite his otherworldly demeanor, there was something deeply unsettling about him. Most notably, his eyes exuded a sinister darkness. "Wuji, come here." Mr. Qi spoke, then bowed respectfully to the elder. "Master Fan, the one on the right is our offering." The elder looked at Qian with apparent satisfaction, and his eyes gleamed with twisted greed. He instinctively swallowed hard, making even Li Xiaoning cringe from afar. This man has ill intentions. He values Qian's unique life destiny. Chu Jingyue stated plainly, seeing through the real motive immediately. Li Xiaoning raised an eyebrow. Destiny? What exactly does he want to do? There are many evil practitioners who use feng shui formations. They select people whose life destinies align perfectly with theirs, using parts of their bodies to create artifacts or talismans, ensuring eternal wealth and safety for those who set up these formations. Under the guise of helping the Qi family, he's actually setting up a live feng shui formation for himself. Chapter 123, Extermination of Evil. Master Qi, rest assured, the rest can be left to me. Taoist Fan pulled out a few objects shaped like nails from his bosom, while Master Qi Wuji instinctively shielded Qian behind him. He guessed that the opponent wouldn't dare to harm this young Master Qi of the Qi family. Find a chance to run quickly later. Qi Wuji leaned over and whispered in a low voice. Taoist Fan sneered and casually threw the nails without hesitation. Qi Wuji's face had already turned pale, but he still stood firm in front of Qian. But Qian pulled him away. "I don't want to owe you anything. You're insane." Qi Wuji fell on the ground and paid no attention to his abrasions. He tried to get up anxiously to stop it. Qian closed his eyes wearily. Perhaps dying would also be a kind of release. He didn't need to drag anyone down anymore, nor did he have to see the Qi household. "I'm waiting for your story. It's not good to try committing suicide like this." Chu Jingyue's voice came from the roof. An invisible force seemed to radiate from Qian's face, repelling all the nails. She leaped gracefully, and Li Xiaoning landed steadily as well, picking up those nails. Taoist Fan's complexion slightly changed. Other members of the Qi family felt tense, except Qi Wuji, who sighed with relief. "Seems they are just ordinary nails." Li Xiaoning inspected them and found no anomalies, but he cautiously handed them over to Chu Jingyue anyway. Without even taking them, Chu Jingyue said, "It might be unknown how many living human decorations have been made using these things." After her words, Li Xiaoning immediately let go of the nails, his eyes full of disgust. Fan Taoist narrowed his eyes. "Are you a Taoist too? Since we share the same source, I hope Miss won't meddle in others' affairs. I have excellent feng shui artifacts, which I could gift you some. Are you qualified to call yourself a Taoist?" Chu Jingyue coldly glanced at him and said, "Today, you won't take Qian away. Not only will I leave you here, I'll take your life too." This man excels in making feng shui artifacts, mostly using live humans. Chu Jingyue naturally cannot tolerate such behavior. What a big talker. Fan Taoist got ready, and the wind direction around began to change. Chu Jingyue gave a light look at the nearby rustling trees, and just with that one glance, the wind died down. "Your inferior skills aren't worth showing off in front of me." Chu Jingyue was so disinterested that she even gestured towards Li Xiaoning with her eyes. Li Xiaoning opened his fan and used internal strength to flick it out. Fan Taoist instantly started setting an array, yet no matter what he did, the array and spell lost effectiveness and could not be used at all. Only then did he unbelievably turn to Chu Jingyue. "What kind of person are you?" "The person prepared to kill you." Chu Jingyue drew her celestial blade, its blade pointing skyward, seemingly capable of summoning thunderbolts. Such an image caused Master Qi's pupils to contract. Was the thunder summoned on the day of removing Qian's name actually summoned by Chu Jingyue? That's enough. Chu Jingyue's formation was completed, and there were signs of thunder gathering in the sky. Upon seeing this, Fan Taoist immediately feared and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Immortal lady, spare my life. Please spare me." "Spare your life?" Chu Jingyue was already standing before him, her long sword swiping upwards and causing the bag hanging on his waist to fall to the ground, revealing quite a few small objects inside. There were bone rings, bronze bells made from human eyes, and various items crafted from human body parts, making people feel nauseous upon sight. With slight success in your spells, instead of walking the righteous path, you practiced malevolent techniques and harmed innocent people, deserving death countless times. The moment Chu Jingyue lowered her sword, an invisible bolt of lightning struck down. Fan Taoist scrambled to his feet trying to flee, but the lightning accurately struck him, turning his entire body pitch black as he fell straight down. Chu Jingyue put her sword back, watching the pile of human decorations burning, not bothering to intervene further. "We're leaving." She looked at Qian and Li Xiaoning, and then glared at those unwilling to accept their fate. Excessive greed leads to failure of all schemes. If one refuses to repent, dire consequences follow continuously. She walked out of the house, where when Ren Si was already waiting for her outside. "How did you know I was in Master Qi's residence?" Chu Jingyue was somewhat surprised. Both Fu Yulan and Feng had been injured, and now she had no undercover guards by her side. When Ren Si arched an eyebrow, "I followed. When you were on the roof, I had already arrived." He glanced at Master Qi's place, lowering his voice to ask, "Just now there was quite a scene. Do we need to clean up?" "We do." Chu Jingyue didn't hesitate, recounting what happened with Fan Taoist. "In recent days, this person has been staying at Master Qi's place. There may be plenty of evidence to be found." When Ren Si nodded and looked at Li Xiaoning, "You're best suited to handle this task." "All right." Li Xiaoning agreed, closing his fan and lightly tapping it in his hand. "Shall we return to Shuiyun Medical Hall?" "Yes, I still have things to ask." Thus, Li Xiaoning could only borrow assistance from Wen Renxi and send someone to notify the officials to investigate the Qi mansion. They then headed toward the Shuiyun Medical Hall. Old Master Zhong currently walked as if he were a normal person again. Seeing Chu Jingyue arrive, he greeted her with a beaming smile. You're recovering well. How about your sister? Chu Jingyue walked to the backyard and immediately saw Xu Qing sitting with Yun Shui Ran. The two women were quietly yet excitedly discussing which family's cosmetics were better. Princess Qi. When Yun Shui Ran noticed Chu Jingyue coming, she stood up in surprise and walked a few steps forward, performing a deep bow. I was sick earlier and had no chance to personally thank you, Princess. I deeply thank you for saving my life. There's no need to be so formal. Chu Jingyue helped her up. Your brother has already paid me. Yun Shui Ran smiled. Both you and my brother saved me. No amount of gold or silver could match such a great favor. Chu Jingyue smirked as she began checking Yun Shui Ran's pulse. You're also recovering well, but you should still continue taking restorative medicines. I'll give you a gentle prescription soon. Thank you, Princess Qi. Yun Shui Ran thanked her again. Uncle Yun stepped forward and said, Go prepare 2 pots of tea. I want to check on Fuyu first. Chu Jingyue asked Li Xiaoning and Qian to sit for a while. She chose this place to discuss things mainly because she wanted to examine Fuyu's injuries first. Fuyu had been lying in the medical hall these past few days. His injuries were severe. On that day, Yin Chuan's sword nearly took his life. Princess, I'm fine, Fuyu said from his bed. That day, if it weren't for your spirit pearl protecting me, I would have surely died if the blade went any deeper. Fuyu still couldn't get up and could only remain lying down. Next to him, Uncle Yun pulled out a piece of square cloth containing the pearl he had extracted from Fuyu's body. The pearl inside his body was intact until it broke after being removed. That's not surprising, Chu Jingyue replied, accepting the cloth. It wrapped around the now shattered fragments of the spirit pearl. Fuyu spoke regretfully. It's all because I wasn't strong enough to beat Yin Chuan and ended up damaging your treasure, Princess. The pearl is meant to protect its wearer. That day, I foresaw danger ahead and didn't insist on keeping you at the palace, which was my fault. Chu Jingyue hadn't anticipated how ruthless Yin Chuan would be. Fortunately, the spirit pearl was one of her personally cultivated treasures, infused with her spiritual energy. The force that blocked the knife that day wasn't entirely due to the pearl itself, but more because of the Taoist energies stored within it. Moved by the words, Fuyu silently felt gratitude. Although the princess mentioned that she knew there would be peril that day, Fuyu understood that even if she had warned them, neither he nor Lan Feng would have stayed behind. As undercover guards, their duty was to die for their lord if necessary. For her to willingly use such an important item for someone like him, Fuyu considered himself fortunate. Whether it was the king or the princess, they were rare masters indeed, worthy of admiration. Princess, in the future, I will climb mountains covered in blades for you. No, such things only exist in the 18 hells of the underworld. Chu Jingyue quickly interrupted him. Fuyu laughed. Right, you'll surely achieve enlightenment and become immortal someday, Princess. Chu Jingyue pulled out a bottle of healing medicine from her spatial pouch. As she heard those words, her thoughts momentarily wandered, and she forgot to apply the medicine into her hand. If she completed her celestial guidance and ascended, what would Wen Renxi do? Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to gather merit. The concept of divine lovers might not be too bad, but if not, well, perhaps all she could aim for was a sense of peace without regrets. She then refocused her attention on treating Fuyu. Chapter 124. The person who initiated the plot. After Chu Jingyue finished observing Fuyu and Lan Feng, she went to the courtyard to find Li Xiaoning, who was drinking tea. Back when Qian was severely injured while saving you, wasn't it because you were investigating a case? What kind of case was it? Li Xiaoning furrowed his brows as he recalled, saying, At the time, the villagers said there were thieves. Bodies kept disappearing from the nearby mass grave area. The Jizhao office wouldn't look into it. So the Dali Temple took over the case and sent me and Qian to check on the situation. Chu Jingyue's eyes dimmed. So what did you find out? One doesn't even know whose bodies are being dumped in places like those mass graves. There are countless dismembered limbs. It's just going through the motions, trying to ease the minds of the villagers. Li Xiaoning calmly fanned himself with his fan. As he waved it, he himself began to realize something was off. Could it really be strange? He had originally thought that the attack on him and Qian was simply due to encountering mountain bandits. But since Chu Jingyue asked about it, it meant she believed their initial attack was not that simple. Where exactly did you get attacked? Chu Jingyue asked again. Li Xiaoning pondered for a moment and replied. In the forest near the mass grave area. I remember at the time there was fog. At that time, the mountains were filled with such thick fog that several meters away, one couldn't see the path clearly. My brother Li Xiaoning and I walked together when suddenly a group of men in black leapt out. Qian remembered it rather clearly, and Li Xiaoning, seeing her expression become heavy, also tried his best to recall the details of the incident. It truly led him to discover some unusual places. Come to think of it, that mountain was chosen by the Sighting Supervision Bureau for Crown Prince Qi as a tomb site. Chu Jingyue looked up abruptly. You mean the Sighting Supervision Bureau chose the mountain where you were attacked to be Wen Renxi's burial ground? Wen Renxi had previously been indifferent to these matters, only chatting idly with Yunbo Zhong about Fuyu's injuries and asking about news related to Ming Qingrong's siblings. Hearing his name mentioned, he subconsciously turned to look. That's right. It was even brought up by the deceased Dali Temple minister. Li Xiaoning looked down. Back then, the Dali Temple minister curiously probed me, asking if there was a mass burial area near the mountain, later commenting how a burial place next to dead people's pile couldn't possibly be considered a prime feng shui spot. Instead, It seemed more like suppression. Chu Jingyue let out a cold laugh and said, "What he said does make sense." Qian was shocked. Could it be that the Sighting Supervision Bureau wanted to use the mass grave area to suppress Crown Prince Qi's soul? Close, but not quite accurate. Chu Jingyue took a sip of tea and glanced at Wen Ren-Si, who was walking over, stating, "It's using his soul to suppress the negative energy of the mass grave." This caught everyone's curiosity in the courtyard, but Chu Jingyue didn't hold back, speaking frankly. He has the fate of a star general trapped to death. The Sighting Supervision Bureau probably fears divine retribution or karmic consequences, and thus chose the location near the most ghost-infested mass grave. By using the power of those tormented spirits, they pull on his 3 souls, preventing him from reincarnating. But not all souls within a mass grave area can produce resentment, questioned Qian, still partially understanding in his mind that vengeful ghosts should be created from wrongful deaths generating grudges. Mostly true. Generally, the bodies of capital criminals are thrown into mass graves. If someone collects the body, it usually won't end up there. Therefore, the ones in mass graves either have incomplete bodies, died of murder, or have no one claiming them. Under such circumstances, very resentful souls tend to form. Especially for those executed criminals, they easily become resentful souls after death. Due to their incomplete remains, their spirits can only linger around the mass graves, waiting until agents lead other souls who die naturally or unexpectedly, then guide them out. All of this left everyone puzzled, so Chu Jingyue summed it up. In short, if Wen Ren-Si were buried there after dying, that place would have acted as an active formation. The resentment would cover Wen Ren-Si's star general soul energy, making his spirit imperceptible to gods and ghosts alike, simultaneously letting his merit guard the land and prevent agents from sensing the dead souls there. I understand now. That place would serve as the best location for nurturing a soul, inaccessible to heaven above, unconnected to the underworld below. It is truly a living hell here on earth, correct? Li Xiaoning swung his folding fan, never imagining that Wen Ren-Si's death could have been so useful. Lucky enough, he didn't pass away before. Chu Jingyue nodded. That's right. But human plans fall short of heavenly wants. The inevitable death set up for Wen Ren-Si failed. There was a suspicion she hadn't voiced yet. What actually called her back wasn't Wen Ren-Si's destined death, but the initiation of this death setup by Qian. Before the Sighting Supervision Bureau planned to use Wen Ren-Si as the array I to activate the live formation, what might have been placed at the array I could very well be the 5 Emperor's Bright Spell coin within Qian's body. However, when Li Xiaoning and Qian entered the mountain to investigate the mass grave area, their 2 fates, a Huagai star and a Tian nobility fate, disturbed the array. Therefore, the Sighting Supervision Bureau sent assassins. Had it been Li Xiaoning who got hurt instead, subsequent events might not have unfolded. But it was Qian who got injured. As the most precious Tiani noble with a valuable destiny, the 5 Emperor's Bright Spell coin automatically entered his body, extending his life. Therefore, the formation without its array I became ineffective, but the Imperial Astronomical Bureau wouldn't know about such treasures. They would only believe that there was an issue with the feng shui of the place. Thus, they considered Wen Ren-Si's destiny and planned out the subsequent assassination as well as the concealment formation. Chu Jingyue roughly understood now. The 14-word prophecy she received upon ascending indeed pointed to her path of becoming a celestial being. What she needed to do was to resolve the calamities caused by the treasure. Disasters came after the treasure's appearance, leading to her soul being separated and receiving guidance for ascension. More or less figured it out. I'll go then. Chu Jingyue stood up gracefully, while others got up to see her off. Only Qian hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Chu Jingyue glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Qi Wuji isn't someone who can't be saved. As for Luo Qiuxian, she isn't a person of great evil either, but Luo Shirshi is guilty of bribery and corruption. He even allows and protects those who commit wrongdoings. Although Luo Qiuxian might not be aware, she greatly benefits from his actions. This means she cannot lead a life of wealth and comfort, but will instead endure hardships. Qian looked at her with a hint of excitement. Chu Jingyue already knew what he wanted to ask, so she continued. Do what you wish to do. Let everything take its natural course. I understand. Qian bit his lips. He had a rough idea of what he should do. Wen Ren-Si watching this exchange felt somewhat jealous deep inside. He appeared quite sour all the way until they boarded the carriage. Chu Jingyue didn't ask further, which made Wen Ren-Si find everything around him annoying. Even when the carriage shook slightly, he used it as an excuse to comment on pay phone. How did you suddenly start sulking? Chu Jingyue realized something was off with him only after he criticized pay phone. Wen Ren-Si noticed that she finally paid attention to him. His lips curved into a slight smile but quickly suppressed it, feigning dissatisfaction, saying, You seem too familiar with Qian. Even if he doesn't speak, you know exactly what he will ask or what he wants. And for no apparent reason, you are always perceptive of his emotional changes. Chu Jingyue found his accusatory tone amusing. She suppressed a laugh and asked, Are you bothered by it? Wen Ren-Si originally intended to say that of course he was bothered, but after reconsidering, thought that it would be too embarrassing to lose face. So, he gave a cold snort while still maintaining the dignity of a prince, declaring, Of course I am not bothered. Is that so? Chu Jingyue liked seeing his stubborn side and teasing him even more. Holding the sword in her hand, she said, Qian has a warm and refined personality. He is gentle and kind-hearted. She sneakily observed Wen Ren-Si from the corner of her eyes. With each compliment she gave, his face turned darker, making her burst out laughing. Seeing that he was about to get truly angry, Chu Jinghua patted him like petting a puppy, saying, I won't tease you anymore. It's not that hard to understand Qian. His feelings are all written on his face anyway. Besides, he once wounded me with a sword, and she deliberately paused, creating suspense. Wenrinzi's curiosity was fully aroused. Fearing that she would reveal some kind of affection toward Qian, his body tensed up, asking with slight nervousness, besides what? Besides, the bond between us also began because of him. Chapter 125, The Emperor's Suspicion. A single remark from Chu Jinghua made Wenrinzi extremely pleased. Even as he stepped out of the carriage, his mood was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Seeing his contented expression, Chu Jinghua couldn't help but feel happy as well. Pei Feng, who was folding up the footstool, found it strange and muttered to himself. Of course His Royal Highness would be glad after hearing some consoling words, but it's unusual for Her Highness the Princess Consort to change her demeanor like this. Wenrinzi and Chu Jinghua walked side by side back to their residence, their laughter stinging Lu Siru, who had been waiting in the front yard. Lu Siru felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Having just lost her mother, these two were so jubilant. Why? She suppressed her emotions and greeted them with a gentle tone. Your Highness, you're finally back. Madame Tai is worried about you. When Wenrinzi saw her, his own emotions were affected. He realized that displaying such joy before Lu Siru wasn't proper, so he reined in his feelings and said, You've worked hard recently. If you want to relax, go to the account office and withdraw some extra silver coins. Don't deny yourself what you need. After all, Lu Siru had been raised in the mansion since she was young. Wenrinzi truly regarded her as a half-sister and showed genuine care toward her. But Lu Siru misunderstood him. Just moments ago, he had seemed so delighted, yet seeing her erased all trace of happiness. Was he so tired of her presence? With lowered eyes to hide her displeasure, she softly replied, Silk understands. In fact, there is one thing I wish to ask of your Highness. At that moment, the lady of the household, seated in the main hall, also stepped out and added, You should persuade her. This child insists that, as she is mourning, staying in the Wangfu mansion isn't appropriate, and thus wishes to move out. Unacceptable. Wenrinzi firmly opposed the idea. With the recent passing of Lady Lu, allowing Lu Siru to move out alone now would seem heartless on behalf of the mansion. Not only that, letting her live outside alone could pose security risks. Upon hearing Wenrinzi's disagreement, Lu Siru's heart flickered with joy despite herself. Though her mind was set, she was determined to move out regardless. I know both grandmother and your Highness care for me, but being here in the Wangfu, I often recall my mother's days among us alive. It pains me. Lu Siru spoke with teary eyes, pretending to miss her late mother. Wenrinzi pressed his lips together. Faced with this, it became difficult for him to insist on keeping her there forcefully. Our vast estate can provide you a new place to reside within its walls if you desire a change. But living independently outside is something I genuinely cannot condone. Even the lady of the household maintained her stance against Lu Siru moving out alone. In a low voice, Lu Siru pleaded, I will only stay briefly outside. If grandmother worries, I could move to our countryside manor. Staying here in the Wangfu causes me sleepless nights constantly. Upon hearing this, the lady frowned deeply, considering carefully before replying. If going to the countryside estate works, there are people watching over there. That would bring me some peace of mind. In that case, we shall prepare one of our country mansions for her stay. It'll be good for her spirit to take a break, Wenrinzi said indifferently. Lu Siru immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, your Highness, for your understanding. Wenrinzi nodded slowly and respectfully greeted the elder woman. Mother, Jinghua and I have traveled far and need rest. Quickly, go rest then. The lady waved them off, unaware of what exactly Chu Jinghua had endured during these days, but not eager to probe further at the moment. As the couple left, Lu Siru whispered to herself, Their bond seems closer than ever. Even their terms of endearment sound more intimate. It was only upon her mentioning that the lady noticed that earlier, their son Si had called Chu by her given name, Jinghua, and Chu accepted it silently. Seeing signs of improvement in their relationship, perhaps the day of grandchildren wasn't far. Though internally gratified, the lady of the household still maintained composure as she clasped Lu Siru's hand and assured her, Rest easy, our Chi Wangfu will certainly find you a suitable husband. No one will let you suffer or bear hardships, and the Wangfu will always stand behind you. Thank you, grandmother. Lu Siru complied with a graceful bow, but privately dismissed the promise of arranged marriages to mediocre scholars. Rather than accepting any belittling from the Qi mansion, wouldn't it be better for her to secure a more advantageous position on her own? Meanwhile, inside the palace, the emperor was deep in thought regarding what Wenrinzi had reported earlier. Chu Jinghua had journeyed to Yongling village, unraveling the 20-year-old cold case there. More remarkably, she'd recovered the remains of 9 individuals who'd been kept in the inner prison. Wenrinzi also mentioned that someone in Yongling village was using human dolls and feeding on live humans to convert them into puppets. The emperor's uneasiness grew. Whoever was behind the activities in Yongling village clearly harbored malicious intent. And, reflecting on the events, the very person who originally suggested relocating the villagers surrounding Yongling village and sealing off the area had been Wei Chong. Just as he mused, the eunuch Sun Can entered holding a brocade box. Your Majesty, these are today's medicinal pills produced by the Astrological Bureau. Set it down, commanded the emperor with disinterest, merely glancing at the object before speaking. Sun Can felt puzzled. In the past, the emperor would surely urge him to send up the pills hastily, but why not today? 2 more days, and it'll be the Duanwu festival, right? The emperor was reviewing memorials without even glancing at the pills. Sun Quan bent down and said, "Yes, this Duanwu festival. The crown prince has been very busy, truly working hard. The crown prince is considerate." The emperor stopped his pen, paused for a moment, and said, "I heard that the crown prince brought Miss Luo of the Luo family back to the crown prince's residence." Sun Quan nodded. "The crown prince values feelings and righteousness, just like your majesty. This child values feelings too much, just like the third prince." The emperor shook his head slightly, then couldn't help but ask a couple of questions about the third prince. "Has the third prince's health improved lately?" The Imperial Medical Institute has been carefully nurturing him. The emperor's thoughts stirred. Pondering for a moment, he got the idea. That night, upon hearing that the emperor had come to the harem, the empress was happily waiting when her servant came to report that the emperor had gone to consort Chen's courtyard, mother of the third prince. The empress was extremely displeased. Why did the emperor suddenly go to that sickly one's palace? "I heard from the eunuch that in the daytime the emperor suddenly asked about the third prince's health. Perhaps it was because of this matter." The empress laughed coldly. "That mother and son are really good at staying alive. After being ill for so long they can still hang on. Madam, calm down. Now our crown prince organizes the grand banquet for the Duanwu festival, gaining much favor from his majesty. A mere third prince isn't worth being your majesty's big concern. Rather, the fifth prince Wan Jinke should be watched closely. Recently, he's been praised by the instructors on the training ground again." The empress's face darkened. The young fifth prince Wan Jinke already excelled both in literature and martial arts, compared with Wan Chengzhou, who was always ill. Indeed, he was the one to watch out for. The empress swung her Buddhist beads in her hand, already having an idea in her mind. This year during the Duanwu festival, His Majesty originally intended to select a crown princess for Prince Yi. But as a mother, I cannot show partiality. I must also properly select suitable candidates for the third and fifth princes. These two princes are both old enough now. Someone needs to take care of their household affairs. Chapter 126, Borix Pills. The next morning, Prince Qi's mansion received a letter from the palace, saying concubine Chen wanted to invite Chu Jingyue to visit and examine the health of the third prince. Third prince. I remember Chongqing admires his elder brother, the third prince. Chu Jingyue also remembered him. Chongqing had even suggested that she divorce Wen Renxi and marry this third prince. Wen Renxi frowned when he heard about the third prince. That third prince has congenital weakness. With so many imperial physicians in the palace, why send for you? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow at him. Are you worried I might decide to divorce you after seeing him? How could that be? Wen Renxi said it with some uneasiness. Indeed, Prince Wan Qingzhou's character was good, and his temperament as gentle and refined as Chongqing had described. Wen Renxi did care somewhat about the situation. I want to know who put the sand demon inside Xueqi. Chu Jingyue still remembered the matter of the sand demon. The sorcerer who cultivated a sand demon would have more profound skills than the master fan whom they encountered previously at House Qi. Wen Renxi nodded. In that case, I'll go into the palace with you. I should report yesterday's incident at House Qi to His Majesty. Good. After finishing their breakfast, the two entered the palace together, one going to see the emperor, the other heading to the harem. Chu Jingyue being a woman, visiting the residence of the prince wouldn't do well for her reputation. So, the third prince had waited early in concubine Chen's palace. By this time, even Princess Chongqing was present, greeting Chu Jingyue happily upon seeing her arrive. I'm glad you're all right, said Chongqing, revealing princess-level knowledge regarding certain matters. Being aware of issues related to the internal prison department, she had been worried about Chu Jingyue. How did you come to? Chu Jingyue allowed herself to be led by Chongqing's arm and didn't reject her enthusiasm. Chongqing whispered, I need to know about Xueqi. I assumed you would ask something anyway. Chu Jingyue replied softly. She knew whether or not the third prince had ever dealt with sand demons just by looking. Concubine Chen greeted Chu Jingyue with no extra expressions but politely welcomed her inside. I still need to explain my son's condition thoroughly to Princess Consort Qi. Please follow me. Chongqing, both confused and anxious, said, Your Excellency Chen, Lady Qi is very skilled in medicine. Let her check the pulse of elder brother directly. She desperately wanted to find out about the sand demon, feeling that what Chen was doing was meaningless. Concubine Chen smiled lightly. Since there's distinction between men and women, I'd better tell the situation first. Leading Chu Jingyue into an inner chamber, Concubine Chen retrieved a brocade box, glanced outside cautiously, and whispered carefully, Please take a look for us. Is there anything wrong with these pills? Chu Jingyue took out the brown pill without suspicion, breaking it down and sniffing the powder underneath her nose. She furrowed her brows slightly, dissolved some powder in water, and watched. There is a trace amount of borix in the pill. Occasionally taking it doesn't cause any problems. It's just ordinary nourishing pills. However, beware of long-term use because accumulated borix over time can turn toxic. Chen's eyes shrank with fear as she asked, if taken for a long time, what symptoms would appear? Loss of appetite, abdominal bloating after eating, occasional upper abdominal dull pain, lower abdominal cramping, etc. Chu Jingyue glanced at Chen. For supplementation, regular medicinal formulas will do. Though this pill might temporarily make one feel better, it is ultimately harmful to the body. Don't continue using it. Could you please examine my son's pulse then? Quickly gathering up the brocade box, Concubine Chen suddenly added, If these pills have been consumed for a long time, how do we counteract it? Could you provide a prescription? Yes. Chu Jingyue hadn't thought much, assuming the request was merely for Chen's personal use. She proceeded to examine the third prince's pulse and prescribed 2 formulas. Older brother, Since moving out of the palace, we siblings rarely see each other. Now since Jingyue is here today, let's take a walk in the Imperial Garden, shall we? Chongqing still thought about Xueqi and hoped to get the third prince alone, where Chu Jingyue could easily inquire further. Prince Wanchengzhou always indulged his younger sister, thus responding readily, fine. The three left concubine Shen's palace at the same time. Chun happily agreed, busily collecting the brocade box and the prescription. Send someone to invite His Majesty. If anyone asks, say it concerns the third prince. As Chun hurriedly went to summon the emperor, Chu Jingyue and the others had already arrived at the Imperial Garden. Chongqing deliberately chose a secluded area and kept gesturing secretly to Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue shook her head at her, though she didn't rush to speak. Instead, the third prince felt the location was rather private, considering there was Princess Consort Qi nearby. It wasn't proper for him to be too close to them, so he intentionally quickened his pace to distance himself by several steps. Seeing her brother remain meticulous as ever, Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, did you notice anything? He hasn't dealt with the sand demon, but his weakness indeed relates to malevolent energy. Chu Jingyue looked deeply into her thoughts. However, this kind of malevolent energy more resembled the outcome of a geomancy and array setup. Hearing this, Chongqing became a little anxious. Then what should we do? Could you help third brother? I need to know about the feng shui arrangement where he usually stays. It's hard for me to jump to conclusions right now. Chu Jingyue consoled her by patting her hand and said, don't worry too much. Haven't I already prescribed medicine for him? It can last for some time. Good then. If we have to inspect the layout in his mansion, though? Chongqing felt uneasy as Prince Wanchengzhou's residence was still inside the palace, and since he was not married, there wasn't any proper reason to invite other women into his estate. What could they do about this? Don't rush. Let's think carefully. If there is no other way. Chu Jingyue smirked faintly, indicating that she might just have Qing Shu dress up as a man again for her help. That wouldn't be too hard after all. She whispered her plan to Chongqing, who thus calmed down a bit. The three were walking when Crown Prince happened to walk over from ahead. Chu Jingyue scanned him quickly, shifting her attention to the person beside the Crown Prince, and tugged at Chongqing's sleeve, asking softly, who's the one following the Crown Prince? That guy. Chongqing squinted to take a good look before whispering back. Crown Prince's reading companion, the young grandson of Grand Tutor Zhang Shuoming. Chu Jingyue's eyes darkened. The sand demon is his. What? Chongqing was startled and lost control of her voice, drawing the attention of both Third Prince and Crown Prince, who were greeting each other nearby. Realizing her slip-up, Chongqing quickly covered up, saying, you mean Crown Prince Qi actually bowed his head in apology to you? I must have heard wrong. It was instinctive for her to come up with something shocking enough to justify her earlier reaction so that others would find her response plausible. Chu Jingyue slightly pursed her lips. The lie was too clumsy. Crown Prince approached with a curious smile and asked, sister, what on earth were you so surprised about just now? Something about Crown Prince Qi and an apology. Though Crown Prince questioned Chongqing, his gaze occasionally flickered towards Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue could fabricate lies easily, but certainly not anything involving herself directly. At that moment, she struggled to come up with a quick fix for Chongqing's words. On the other hand, Chongqing hadn't expected the Crown Prince to press her further. Her stammering only made her glance towards Chu Jingyue, silently seeking approval for whether or not to say something. In reality, she was urgently seeking Chu Jingyue's help to come up with a plausible excuse. Why don't we leave discussions of such embarrassing topics to the ladies' chambers? The apologies between a king and his wife may sound odd, yet are private affairs nonetheless. Your Highness shows too much curiosity in matters like this. Chapter 127. Chongqing's Wisdom. Wan Qunyi gave Ren Renzi a quick glance, and their auras clashed. The Crown Prince was completely defeated. After only 2 looks, he shifted his gaze with insufficient confidence. It's my fault for being abrupt. Madam, are you done speaking with the princess? If so, shall we return to our residence? Renzi asked gently, accompanied by an expression of guilt, giving the impression of someone who made a mistake and is carefully making amends. Let's go back. Chu Jingyue glanced again at Crown Prince Zhang Shuoming before walking away with Renzi towards the palace gates. Wait for me. It's been ages since I last visited you. Chongqing hurriedly followed them. She always loved to play, which is why she hadn't married yet, but had already requested to leave the palace to her own estate. The third prince smiled indulgently and advised her gently, don't run so fast. Third brother, aren't you also leaving the palace? There seems to be a market fair today. Will we have time to visit it? Can you come along? Chongqing finished her plea with a pitiful look at Chu Jingyue. Will you come too? I've prepared a feast at the princess's residence for you. Wanchengzhou still maintained a light smile on his lips. All right, I'll accompany you this time. But since we've troubled Princess Qi's consort to check pulses, and it's nearly noon, how about inviting the consort and Prince Qi to dine with us in my quarters? Recently, I found an excellent chef from Jiangnan. That's perfect. I've been craving Jiangnan cuisine lately. Chongqing happily jumped up, then turned to Chu Jingyue. Jingyue, have you tried Jiangnan dishes? They're truly delicious. Chu Jingyue didn't rush to respond, instead tossing the question over to Renzi. Renzi was skeptical. If she didn't want to go, she usually refused outright. Could it be? Under such circumstances, refusal would be inappropriate. Renzi accepted on her behalf, glancing subtly at Chu Jingyue to judge whether her decision was right or not. Unfortunately, Chu Jingyue's face remained calm, showing no preference either way, leaving him feeling uneasy. Chongqing clapped happily and suddenly remembered something. She immediately looked at Wan Qunyi. Big brother Crown Prince, would you like to join us? We could stroll through the market after dinner. Wan Qunyi pursed his lips as though considering something, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. Never mind. I need to visit mother after lunch. Let your third brother accompany you. He said nothing more, turning around slightly and sizing up Chu Jingyue again. Seeing that she still showed little reaction, his heart filled with worry. All right, then we'll go first. Chongqing waved cheerfully at the crown prince and dragged Chu Jingyue forward with a happy demeanor. Prince 3 and Rin Si walked side by side, continuing to offer each other the right of way. Wan Qunyi turned around, his back facing them, and his expression instantly darkened. Suaming, go to the astronomical office. Wan Qunyi frowned deeply, clearly worried. Zhang Suaming bowed respectfully in agreement, but asked in confusion. Everything today seemed to be following princess's whims. Can Chu Jingyue detect anything strange? That day when she summoned lightning was witnessed by this prince himself. Her abilities are certainly not exaggerated. Even if Wan Chengzhou hasn't noticed anything unusual, there's still a chance Chu Jingyue might discover something upon entering Chang'e Palace. We should notify Master Wei as soon as possible, just in case. Wan Qunyi twirled the jade pendant around his waist, feeling extremely uneasy. He couldn't understand why Empress Chun had thought of letting Chu Jingyue examine Wan Chengzhou. Zhang Suaming recognized the prince's anxiety and saluted immediately. I will head to the astronomical office now. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Wan Qunyi waved his hand dismissively, watching Zhang Suaming rush off. Still restless, he decided he needed to find out the situation from his mother sooner rather than later. Chu Jingyue naturally arrived at the residence of the third prince, Chang'e Palace. Even without entering, she could see a black-red aura swirling around from afar, an omen of misfortune. As she stepped into Chang'e Palace, Chu Jingyue wrinkled her brows even more. Only then did Rin Si confirm. She had intended to come to the third prince's palace all along, but without allowing the crown prince to notice. What's wrong? Is there anything strange here? Chongqing's expression also became serious the moment she entered. Only Wan Chengzhou remained clueless, though his reaction was swift. Could there be something unusual in my palace? Do you like vines? Chu Jingyue glanced at the vines growing freely on the walls around, which gave a serene and leisurely atmosphere. Wan Chengzhou was a bit puzzled but still replied lightly. Originally, I didn't care much for them, but a few grew well, and my servants suggested it would be a pity to get rid of them, so they stayed. Chu Jingyue nodded, refraining from saying more, then continued moving further inside, her eyes observing every detail in the courtyard. The third prince felt a vague sense of foreboding. Even the emperor had said Consort Qi was truly a divine maiden with some supernatural powers, so could it be that there really was something strange in his palace? With that in mind, Wan Chengzhou extended his hand and gestured an invitation. I recently acquired some interesting items, all hanging inside my chambers. I guess Chongqing will like them. Why don't you go pick a couple to take back to your residence? That's just perfect. Chongqing nodded enthusiastically. She had been looking for an excuse to bring Chu Jingyue into the third prince's bedroom for a closer look. Chu Jingyue walked and observed, occasionally catching sight of certain places where her eyes would dim slightly. The subtle changes were not noticeable unless someone paid close attention, except Rin Si. Is there something wrong here? Chu Jingyue gave a slight nod. Everything is problematic. Is there an array as well? Rin Si now knew a bit more, though still half comprehending everything. Chu Jingyue shook her head slightly. It's not exactly an array, but almost. It's a common feng shui formation that exploits the taboos of the 5 elements. Those who live within such a feng shui array will often encounter illness or misfortune. Rin Si understood at heart, but didn't ask further as palace attendants passed by occasionally. The area of the prince's mansion wasn't large. It didn't take long before everyone reached the main hall. Tung Xiang, go prepare a pot of new tea, the third prince said softly to the maid standing guard at the door. Tung Xiang bowed and, before leaving, glanced at Chu Jingyue for a moment longer. Chu Jingyue slightly narrowed her eyes and, seeing no unnecessary outsiders around, spoke. Your Highness' ailment does indeed have something to do with this feng shui formation. The entire mansion is riddled with feng shui taboo decorations. Though Wan Chengzhou had mentally prepared for it, upon hearing Chu Jingyue say this, his heart suddenly tightened. Is there any way to counteract it? The simplest way is to move somewhere else. Chu Jingyue pulled down the wind chime hanging on the doorframe of the bedroom. Don't hang things carelessly on doors. Wan Chengzhou pressed his lips together. For an unmarried prince, wanting to leave the palace to build a residence was extremely difficult unless he was named a royal duke. You should go directly to see His Majesty today. After today, it might be hard to mention this again. Chu Jingyue lightly calculated, confirming he indeed had the signs of breaking the deadlock today. I understand. Wan Chengzhou grew serious, taking Chu Jingyue's words as no jest. He may not believe in metaphysics as much as his father did, yet he certainly wasn't entirely skeptical either. I'll give you a talisman, hopefully you won't need to use it. Chu Jingyue took out a very unique talisman paper, resembling a small figure. She dripped a bit of blood onto it, and it appeared as if the little figure had gained a pair of eyes. Wan Chengzhou cherished it like a precious treasure, carefully tucking the talisman paper near his person. Rin Si stole another glance and couldn't tell if he felt sour, but there was definitely some discomfort. With a wife so capable, Prince Qi is truly fortunate. Wan Chengzhou smiled, bowing respectfully. Rin Si's gloomy gaze instantly brightened up. Wan Chengzhou suppressed his laughter by pressing his lips together, never expecting Prince Qi, usually unsmiling, stern, and distant, to have someone he cared about so deeply, someone who would even feel jealous, truly a rare thing. Wan Qunyi rushed to the Emperor's palace and received some information as well. Since Chu Jingyue has entered the invalid prince's courtyard, We must be prepared that she might discover something. On the Dragon Boat Festival the day after tomorrow, I will devise a plan to ensure she can no longer make any comeback. You have my word, your imperial son. Chapter 128, The Substitute Symbol. After listening to Chu Jingyue's words, Wan Qingzhou didn't accompany Chongqing outside the palace. Instead, he directly went to see his father, the emperor. Coincidentally, the emperor was in Consort Qin's quarters. When Wan Qingzhou entered, he saw his father with an ashen face, clearly suppressing his anger, which made him hesitate. However, after much consideration, he still decided to try what Chu Jingyue had suggested. Even if it didn't work, at most, he'd only receive a few scolding words. Father, Wan Qingzhou bowed. There is something I wish to request. The emperor had just learned that the pills were poisoned and was in a very irritable mood. Hearing Wan Qingzhou speak therefore irritated him further. He raised his head and asked, "What is it?" "Today, I invited Prince Qi and Princess Qi to dine with me in my palace. During the meal, Princess Qi mentioned that the feng shui of my palace does not suit me. Therefore, I want to ask father's permission to move out of the palace and set up my own household. Perhaps this could improve my health somewhat." Wan Qingzhou spoke slowly and did not repeat everything Chu Jingyue had said, making the emperor think it was his own decision to leave the palace, avoiding any suspicion that Prince Qi and Princess Qi might be plotting against him. The emperor gave no immediate response. He knew that his son always spoke subtly. The fact that he would say such a thing probably meant that Princess Qi told him his prolonged illness was due to the feng shui of the palace. Thinking about the borax-laced pills again, he became even angrier. However, seeing Wan Qingzhou still kneeling, he calmed himself and said, "You're no longer young. If you wish to leave the palace, go ahead. Since you feel the feng shui of the Chongqing Hall is not good, stay temporarily in your mother's palace for a few days until your new house is ready." "Thank you, father." Wan Qingzhou bowed deeply, wisely chose not to bother his father further, and turned to leave. With a solemn expression, the emperor gripped the medicine in his hand. "I will send a royal physician to supervise the preparation of your medicine from now on, which will be boiled inside your palace." "Understood." Consort Qin stood up and bowed respectfully. The emperor pressed his hand, adding, "Chengzhou is old enough to get married. On the Dragon Boat Festival, when there will be a grand banquet held in the palace, make sure you look carefully for an appropriate bride for him." "Yes." Consort Qin answered softly as usual. After the emperor left, he returned to the imperial study. On the way, he casually asked an attendant by his side, "Sun Can, what do you think of Wei Chong?" Master Wei is incredibly wise and strategic, foreseeing every move within his plans. His divine strategies are far beyond my comprehension. Sun Can bowed and whispered. The emperor's eyes flickered. "Divine strategies? What about Princess Qi?" the emperor asked again. Sun Can paused, then smiled. "Princess Qi has a celestial grace. She saved Prince Qi from death, stabilized the foundation of the nation, unraveled mysterious mysteries, and even brought back officials from the inner prison office who had vanished decades ago without a trace. Such abilities truly make her seem like a goddess descending to assist your majesty." The case of Yongling Village 20 years ago, wasn't Wei Chong appointed to the astrological bureau around that time? The emperor thought deeply, recalling many coincidences that had occurred back then. "Yes, it was your majesty who invited him." Memories long buried slowly surfaced. The emperor recalled how he had felt uneasy after 9 skilled agents of the inner prison office never returned, so he invited Wei Chong to conduct rituals there. Apparently, it was Wei Chong who proposed, when Yin Chuan was still a child, to appoint him as the leader of the inner prison office, saying he could suppress evil forces. When the inner prison office was invaded by demonic forces, Princess Qi was negligent on duty that day. Wasn't Master Yan's arm injured then? An idea suddenly struck the emperor, connecting these events together. Sun Can lowered his gaze quickly and replied, "Yes, but Master Yan has never explained how the injury happened. You shall make a trip outside the palace tomorrow on my behalf. Lady Shichuan, this is no trivial matter. It's already late. Why hasn't the princess left yet? Please go inside and urge her." Because the next day was the Dragon Boat Festival, the matriarch wanted Chu Jingyue, who had never attended a court feast before, to be reminded of some rules. She also sent Nurse Zhao early in the morning to invite Chu. However, despite waiting for half an hour from the first light of dawn to full daylight, Nurse Zhao hadn't heard a single sound indicating movement inside the room. Shichuan whispered, "Please return for now, nurse. If the princess rises, I will certainly inform her to visit the matriarch." The prince specifically instructed that unless it is urgent, the princess should not be disturbed. Nurse Zhao had heard this repeatedly throughout the morning, but she couldn't leave and sighed, continuing to wait. In reality, Chu Jingyue was not sleeping inside. She sat cross-legged on the bed, her hands forming a seal, while holding a cloth doll covered in talisman paper. Inside the open mouth of the doll was a concealed spirit pearl. The pearl already showed prominent cracks, and the expression on the little figure drawn on the talisman paper seemed more grotesque. This was the substitute symbol she gave to Prince Wan Qingzhou yesterday. She originally thought it wouldn't be used so soon, but unexpectedly, during the night, the concealed spirit pearl stained with her blood began showing tiny fissures. Such signs indicated that Wan Qingzhou was in trouble, so Chu Jingyue immediately sat in meditation all night, using the hidden spirit pearl and talisman paper as mediums to help him resist the Yin energy. People outside had no idea what was happening inside the room, nor did any servant dare to look through the window improperly. All old Mother Zhao could do was anxiously wait. Just then, news came from the front hall that someone from the palace had arrived, and the matriarch was urging the princess to come out right away. "Oh my goodness, someone's already here from the palace. Please go get the princess. Old Mother Zhao became even more anxious, but Shi Chun continued to firmly block her, saying, if the princess wakes up, she will naturally come out. No, you can't neglect a visitor from the palace. If you're afraid of being scolded by His Highness, I'll personally wake up the princess. If anyone's angry, let His Highness blame me. Mother Zhao had taken great care of the young Wenren-Si under the matriarch's guidance. In the past, whenever Wenren-Si or Pei Feng made mistakes, Mother Zhao always gave them strict lessons, which is why she wasn't overly worried about offending the prince. Shi Chun saw the old nurse intending to burst into the chamber and hurried forward, blocking the doorway. Please give the princess a little more time. She specifically said not to disturb her rest. What time is it? Why does she still need rest? How will the princess explain to the matriarch if she doesn't appear? Old Mother Zhao also felt urgent, fearing the matriarch might be disrespected in the front hall. As they were struggling, Mother Zhao trying to break in and Shi Chun trying to hold her off, the matriarch appeared at the Qijia courtyard with Sun Can. What's going on? Wasn't the palace informed that the princess would arrive? Where is she? The matriarch frowned, wondering if she had perhaps not risen yet. Old Mother Zhao was worried that the matriarch would incur criticism and hastened to explain. I've been waiting since before dawn, but Shi Chun insists that we cannot disturb the princess's sleep, refusing to call her up regardless. The matriarch remained unperturbed, slightly nodding and apologizing to Sun Can. We truly embarrass ourselves in front of Master Sun. After finishing this, she immediately turned to Shi Chun and demanded loudly, go wake the princess up. Shi Chun pursed her lips tightly, clutching a note left by Chu Jingyu earlier. It read, even if the sky collapses, don't let anyone disturb me. With determination, she knelt down resolutely and declared, the princess has ordered us not to disturb her rest. Sun Can raised an eyebrow faintly, while the matriarch cast a deep glance at her granddaughter-in-law and snapped coldly, nonsense. Guard, drag Shi Chun away. Chapter 129, Inquiry in the Palace. Hold on. When Ren_Si had just returned from the training ground, he originally wanted to visit Chu Jinghua, but happened to witness everything that was going on at Qijia courtyard. The grand lady saw him return and, although still somewhat displeased, managed to suppress her temper and said, you've returned just in time. Go inside and take a look. What time is it now? Why haven't you gotten up yet? One Ren_Si walked into the courtyard and asked Shi Chun, is the consort resting? The consort has instructed that she must not be disturbed no matter what happens. Shi Chun felt relieved upon seeing the prince's return. With the prince here, she believed she would be safe. One Ren_Si lightly nodded and politely said to Sun Can, Public, your journey here must have been very tiring. Why don't you have a cup of tea? Sun Can realized something, then immediately smiled. No problem, I'll just wait here. Seeing that someone was taking charge, although the grand lady was dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't plan to participate anymore. After we finish discussing official business, let Chu Jinghua come to my quarters. One Ren_Si acknowledged and waited with Sun Can. In fact, this time I've been ordered to come mainly to ask the consort about matters concerning the inner prison office and Yongling village. Sun Can thought asking anyone was fine. He could complete his mission as long as he reported back, especially since he would get credible answers from two people. Does His Majesty wish to inquire about Lord Yin Chuan's injury? One Ren_Si invited him to sit in the courtyard, and they spoke face to face while Shi Chun came over with hot tea. Sun Can took the teacup. Yin Chuan refuses to say anything, but the inner prison commander losing an arm is a significant event. My actions wounded Yin Chuan's arm for conspiring with bandits to kidnap the consort. Breaking one arm and stopping there already shows mercy. When Ren_Si replied frankly, but deliberately omitted the part about Fu Yu and Lan Feng's injuries. Sun Can echoed in agreement. That's natural. However, could Yin Chuan's collusion with the bandits to kidnap Princess Qi be related to the case of Yongling village? It needs to be asked of him. Nevertheless, the consort did wake up in Yongling village and witnessed many strange occurrences. When Ren_Si took a sip of tea, casually divulging information about the puppet men, he only mentioned what he personally witnessed. Puppet men, human head jars, and how those 9 members of the inner prison office protected the jars even after death, preventing anyone from approaching them. As for Wu Hebai and Gao Qi, the young servant from Wuxiang Hall, when Ren_Si didn't mention them. The captured assassins had all died on their way back. Gao Qi fell ill and remained unconscious in bed, showing no signs of waking. According to what Wu Hebai had said at the time, these individuals all had parasites in their bodies which triggered their deaths once activated. Gao Qi survived with barely a breath left, thanks to timely rescue by Chu Jinghua and Wu Hebai. Sun Can listened in amazement. After a lengthy conversation, Chu Jinghua finally came out. Looking for me? Chu Jinghua remembered Sun Can, a eunuch from the palace. Sun Can stood up and paid his respects. This lowly servant, Sun Can, pays respects to Princess Qi. Today I've come to the mansion per orders to inquire of the consort about matters involving Yin Chuan and Yongling village. Hadn't one Ren_Si already informed His Majesty about Yongling village? Chu Jinghua wondered aloud. It seemed odd. Sun Can maintained his courteous demeanor, saying, His Majesty wishes for more detailed accounts. Chu Jinghua lowered her eyes, roughly understanding what the emperor wished to know. The puppet men of Yongling village were created through alchemy. Their bodies remained incorruptible after death and moved according to commands. They cannot be exposed to sunlight during the day, remaining within toxic mists. Once the mists dissipate, the puppets will gradually transform into their dead form, indistinguishable from corpses. Sun Can was quite shocked and surprised, asking further. Do you happen to know if there's a way to counteract the strangeness of Yongling Village? The array has been broken. On that day, when lightning struck Yongling Village, we obtained a fine thunderstruck tree. I carved talismans with this wood, capable of suppressing all evil spirits. Chu Jingwei responded calmly. She then turned to Shichun and asked, "Is there any food to eat? I'm hungry. If so, I won't disturb much longer." Having obtained the answers he needed, Sun Can bowed and prepared to leave. Chu Jingwei stopped him momentarily, stating, "Regarding the frail health of Crown Prince San, His Majesty may wish to investigate the Astronomical Bureau. Last night, someone tried to harm Crown Prince San. I fought them in spirit combat. Presumably, this person should now bear heavy wounds." Hearing this, Sun Can hesitated for a moment before reacting and bowing again. "I shall return to the palace immediately and report this to His Majesty." After sending off Sun Can, Chu Jingwei returned to prepare for washing and eating breakfast. When Rin_SI approached with concern, asking, "Is everything alright? You mean the spiritual duel?" Sitting in front of the dressing mirror, Chu Jingwei adjusted her appearance and said, "It's fine. If I hadn't used the substitute talisman as a medium, I would have dealt with them much sooner." Yesterday, Chu Jingwei virtually utilized the body double doll and talismans as intermediaries, driving away evil spirits from Crown Prince San from afar. This caused repeated delays until she resolved the issue. The opponent used another form of remote curse magic. All malevolent spells, once broken, suffer severe backlash. Hence, Chu Jingwei urged Sun Can to relay the message, advising the emperor to act quickly. In a couple more days, once the opponent recovers slightly, there might be no apparent evidence left. "I'll accompany you to the elder lady's courtyard later." Rin Si sat down. He had already eaten before heading to the training grounds this morning, so although he wasn't very hungry now, he still wanted to have a meal with Jingwei. "What are we going there for? What happened again?" Jingwei looked down, calculating. Shichuan happened to bring over the meal just then and softly said, "Nothing major. However, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, and the palace will host a grand banquet." The elder lady thought it wise to teach the consort proper etiquette so as not to make a social faux pas. Such a bother. Is attending the grand banquet really necessary? Jingwei ate while expressing reluctance to go to crowded occasions like that. Rin Si apologized with regret. "Sorry, as the consort of Prince Qi, skipping such an occasion would be improper." Jingwei sighed heavily. "Then you might as well find another consort who can handle these kinds of things." She said it offhandedly since she didn't attach much importance to her title or status. She simply meant that Rin Si could find someone else to handle various banquets under the pretense of being the princess consort. However, this suggestion tasted different in Rin Si's ears. "If I really find a new consort, won't you feel jealous?" Rin Si stirred the porridge in his bowl. No matter how sweet-smelling it was, he suddenly lost his appetite. Jingwei continued thinking, feeling that if it were all just for show, what did she have to be jealous about? So, she replied casually, "Not at all." Rin Si glanced up at her with a hint of discontent and melancholy, then suddenly picked up the bowl and finished the porridge and sighed in one breath. Though he intended to slam the bowl back on the table, he merely thought better of it. "I'm done eating. I'll wait for you at the elder lady's courtyard first." Rin Si stormed off, yet slowed his steps as if waiting for something. Confused, Jingwei turned her head and looked up at Shichuan beside her. "What's wrong with him?" Shichuan sighed helplessly. "My lady, has anyone ever asked their own husband to find another wife? That's why the prince is upset after hearing what you said." Jingwei blinked, took a moment to connect the dots, and couldn't help but chuckle after understanding. Childish. Chapter 130, The Envy of All. After eating, Chu Jingwei went to Grand Lady's courtyard, where a teaching wet nurse was already waiting. "I've already told mother. It's just a banquet after all. You don't need to learn those complicated rules, and during the Duanwu festival, there's no need to wear formal attire. You can wear whatever you want." When Rin Si had come early and already discussed in detail with Grand Lady, Chu Jingwei felt relaxed, enjoying a rare day with nothing much to do except accompany Rin Si throughout the afternoon. Even though it was the Duanwu festival, the officials still had to participate in an early morning court session first. Chu Jingwei didn't rush to get up, but waited until the appropriate time before asking Shichuan to help her dress. Previously, Chu Jingwei usually simply tied her hair into a Taoist-style knot or high ponytail, but today she didn't want to be too unconventional. Shichuan worked busily for a while, and then Chu Jingwei boarded the Wangfu carriage to head for the palace. On the way, there were many carriages carrying the family members of officials arriving one after another. In groups of 3 or 5, they headed toward the banquet venue. When Chu Jingwei arrived at the place inside the palace where carriages could no longer proceed, she saw Rin Si wearing a purple dragon robe official uniform with black golden cloud embroidered boots, standing there quietly, yet exuding noble grace. This spot was where the wives and children of officials would disembark from their carriages. Only a few officials waited here for their spouses and children, and Rin Si was one of them. As soon as Chu Jingwei peeked out of the carriage, she caught Rin Si's unblinking gaze, his eyes filled with admiration beyond words. This was the only time Chu Jingwei had elegantly dressed up apart from the occasion of her supposed marriage to a deceased person. Adorned with a lily hairstyle, gold hairpins, silver earrings, jade pendants, and a refined flower hairpin, she looked both luxurious and weighty, but without a trace of vulgarity. What was even more astonishing was her face, lightly powdered. Contrary to her usual demeanor of seeming distant like a flower on a high peak, she now exuded a quality akin to a dignified celestial goddess, subtly emanating elegance under the enhancement of the hairdo. "Am I presentable?" Chu Jingwei glanced at him, noticing how he was almost mesmerized, and nimbly stepped down from the carriage. her skirt swaying gracefully. She wasn't wearing her usual outfit embroidered with symbols representing the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, but rather an extremely harmonious snow blue crescent cloud brocade dress that perfectly complemented Wenren's look, giving off a sense of impeccable decorum. "You are presentable." Wenren's heart resonated with his words as he extended his arm for her to hold on to, adding half-jokingly, "If I'd known how heavenly you'd appear, I might have declined the invitation on your behalf." Chu Jinghua chuckled softly. "It's not as exaggerated as what you say." The two walked along chatting amiably, drawing envious glances from other official consorts. It wasn't every day that men, let alone men like Wenren, took the extra step to wait specifically at the palace entrance. Not many men were this deeply affectionate and gentle, especially since Wenren usually presented himself coldly to outsiders, making this stark contrast truly enviable. Just as they continued walking, a soft voice called out behind them, "Yuer." Wenren and Chu Jinghua turned back to see Home Madam nearby, followed by Chu Tianqing. Chu Jinghua nodded slightly, but didn't bother to say anything further, continuing forward. Beneath Chu Tianqing's eyes flickered hatred and jealousy, though due to her current identity, she dared not speak rashly. "Mother, why don't you go talk to elder sister? What if she exposes my true identity? Everything in Home Manor will be ruined." Chu Tianqing urged Home Madam, thinking that this location was indeed part of the royal route and surrounded by numerous consorts. Chu Jinghua wouldn't dare to confront her mother here. If Chu Jinghua did challenge her mother in public, it would suit Chu Tianqing's intentions well. Home Madam slightly nodded, quickly advancing, catching up to Chu Jinghua. "Yuer," Home Madam called again, seeing Chu Jinghua turn her gaze, which carried a hint of curiosity. She continued, "Tianqing has been in the Home Manor for over 10 years. Her identity. I've said it already. You all may do as you please, and I have no interest in interfering," replied Chu Jinghua indifferently. To her, the people of Home Manor were far less close than those of Qi Wangfu. Home Madam's heart twisted painfully, lowering her voice to ask faintly, "Will you blame me?" "No," Chu Jinghua answered decisively, her gaze remaining calm when she looked at her. This made Home Madam feel even more pain. Wasn't this gaze similar to how one would look at an outsider unrelated to them? She truly wouldn't blame her or harbor any grudges. To Chu Jinghua, neither the Ho residence nor her own birth mother really mattered. "Sister, father and mother have missed you so much. Since you married into the Wangfu, it seems like you've severed ties with your maternal home, causing genuine sadness to our parents." Chu Tianqing deliberately raised her voice just as more passersby approached. Feeling troubled, Chu Jinghua was about to leave, but Wenren stood firm, expression solemn, saying, "If Lord Ho could abandon the idea of exchanging brides and acknowledge Jinghua as the princess consort of Qi, instead of trying to replace her into the Ho household, this king wouldn't mind letting Jinghua visit Home Manor." In one sentence, Wenren allowed everyone to understand the underlying circumstances. Lord Chu is certainly favoring one side, choosing the eldest daughter during the arranged ghost marriage and wanting to switch to the second daughter when Prince Qi recovers. Isn't that exactly right? Now they're trying to pin the blame on the princess consort for refusing to return. If it were me, I wouldn't care if a prince tried stopping me. I wouldn't return even if permitted. The prince treats his consort so well. The surrounding murmurs were soft, yet they cut into Chu Tianqing's ears like knives. Chu Tianqing, growing furious, retorted quickly, "What does your highness mean? When did father plan to switch the engagement?" She spoke with an air of righteousness, but Wenren sneered coldly. "Don't you know yourself? Earlier, during the Qi Wangfu banquet, you caused a commotion in the mansion without considering Jinghua's dignity. I didn't blame you back then for her sake. Now, you should know when to stop." Wenren's words struck hard. The passing consorts all looked at Chu Tianqing and whispered among themselves. Every scene unfolding made Chu Tianqing feel humiliated, her face alternating between red and pale. "Let's go," Wenren declared, his purpose achieved, signaling for Chu Jinghua to leave. Throughout this exchange, he subtly conveyed a message to everyone. It was his choice not to let Chu Jinghua return to her natal home, nor to associate frequently with them anymore. Thus, no one blamed Chu Jinghua for being ungrateful. Instead, they sympathized with her fate. Married off while young and considered foolish, she became someone's sacrificial bride only to finally have a turn of luck, but even then her family tried to exploit her success. How pitiful. Chu Jinghua herself remained indifferent and merely teased Wenren. Even a general must engage in verbal sparring? Even as a general, I won't allow anyone to harm my wife's reputation through mere words. If they try to destroy your name with a few sentences, don't blame me for fighting fire with fire. Wenren spoke with conviction, clearly unbothered by engaging in such discourse with a woman. Right and wrong should never be divided by gender. Then my dear husband should protect me well in the future. This princess consort truly has no intention to engage in meaningless arguments, Chu Jinghua said with a playful tone. However, upon hearing her address him as husband, Wenren nearly lost control over his legs, feeling overjoyed. He strutted proudly, his face beaming with happiness and pride. His demeanor radiated arrogance comparable to when he had won his first great battle, returning victorious. Behind their backs, Chu Tianqing watched enviously and jealously. She still couldn't understand why she, who had better cultivation and knowledge than Chu Jinghua, didn't deserve such a fulfilling life. It was so unfair. Chapter 131, Love by Association. The banquet was held at Hua Jiaoqi Terrace. The main hall was divided into the central hall and two side halls on the east and west. There were no partitions between the side halls and the central hall. Seating arrangements were made according to officials' ranks, and those who could sit in the main hall were generally people with high positions and great power. When Wen Renzi and Chu Jingyu entered the central hall, many princes and ministers along with their families had already taken their seats. The Wen family was a non-imperial clan granted by the founding emperor. In such banquets, they always sat at the first seat to the right of the emperor, facing the imperial family. At banquets like this that allow officials to bring their families, there are usually at least 5 designated seats. However, for Qi Wang's residence, only Wen Renzi and Chu Jingyu showed up, leaving the space behind them looking rather empty. This is so boring. Chu Jingyu fiddled with a small white jade wine cup on the table. It was the size of her palm, pure white without a single flaw. She idly moved it back and forth with her fingertips to pass the time. Wen Renzi was busy socializing and couldn't pay much attention to her. Seeing that she looked uninterested, he quietly said, "Wait for me a little while." Chu Jingyu continued playing with the wine cup, glancing around at the people in the hall. After a few rounds of observation, these individuals' fortunes became clear to her. After a bit of time, Wen Renzi hadn't returned, but instead, Li Xiaoning, Qian, and Li Xianer came over. "Prince Qi is worried you might be bored, so he asked us to come over and keep you company." Qian gently spoke, though sitting below the principal seat made him feel somewhat uneasy. Upon seeing them come over, Chu Jingyu also moved to the family table behind the main one and said to Li Xianer, "Come here, let me check your pulse." "Thank you, princess." Li Xianer sat down, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Xiaoning poured tea for everyone and then whispered, "Yesterday, His Majesty dismissed an official from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau for a completely absurd reason." "What?" Chu Jingyu asked, then told Li Xianer, "Your health has improved significantly, but you're still somewhat deficient in vital energy. Go to the Shuiyun Medical Hall later and get a prescription for tonifying qi." After they finished speaking, Li Xiaoning continued in a low voice. The reason for the dismissal was because the official, due to illness, had requested leave. His Majesty then declared that if one is not well, one should rest properly, so he was dismissed and sent home. Chu Jingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, showing no great surprise as if it was something she had expected. Li Xiaoning took a sip of tea. "Could it possibly have something to do with you?" Chu Jingyu smiled without answering, concealing her thoughts beneath her lowered eyelids. Yesterday, the person intending to attack the third prince wasn't weak. Initially, she thought Wei Chong himself might be the one directly involved, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be merely an official of the Astronomical Bureau. It seemed the Astronomical Bureau was not to be underestimated. Before long, the emperor came from the rear hall. According to the usual rules, the emperor and empress would directly ascend the higher seating areas from both sides of the stage. Currently, the empress had already ascended, but there was still no sign of the emperor. All gazes scanned about, only to see the emperor heading towards the Qi family's family seating area. "Your servant greets your majesty." Li Xiaoning was the first to react, grabbing Qian and Li Xianer beside him and reminding them to bow respectfully. Chu Jingyu naturally stood up as well, slightly nodding to the emperor in greeting. "I didn't expect the consort of Prince Qi to be so close to Minister Li." The emperor chuckled and spoke, a phrase that left everyone puzzled. It sounded as if the emperor was trying to make casual conversation by talking aimlessly. But some people felt the emperor might consider that Chu Jingyu, as the consort of Prince Qi, associating too closely with men outside the palace during the banquet, which might reflect poorly on her conduct. Therefore, saying this was akin to warning her. Many cases were reviewed by Li Xiaoning. Moreover, the harmony between military stars and scholarly talents brings fortune to Dongting. Chu Jingyu replied faintly, her calm tone making others instinctively worry for her. This was after all a conversation with the emperor. The emperor listened to this statement, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. "Since today marks Consort Qi's first participation in the imperial banquet, I fear she may find it dull. If so, Minister Li and the rest can stay here to keep her company." After finishing, the emperor shifted his gaze to Qi Un and Li Xianer, asking, "Who are these two?" Replying to your majesty, "She is my younger sister Li Xianer, and this person." When mentioning Qian, Li Xiaoning hesitated, unsure how to introduce him. Was he a constable from the Dali Temple? Bringing a constable to the royal feast might invite criticism. And if introduced as the second young master of the Qi family, it would imply publicly announcing that Qi and had agreed to return to the family. "A helper of mine. In the Yongling village case, it was him who discovered abnormalities in the documents and approached me." Chu Jingyu cut in. She knew linking Yongling village and Qian might bring him some trouble, but relatively speaking, it also brought advantages. "He seems to be meticulous." The emperor nodded satisfactorily. "Qian, surnamed Qi, could he be the son of Assistant Minister Qi Jingjia?" Qian quickly responded respectfully. "Reporting to your majesty, this humble person is indeed the son of Qi Jingjia, but I no longer consider myself part of the Qi family." Hearing this, the emperor showed interest and sat down, asking directly, "What happened?" When Chu Jingyu saw that he had sat down, she did so as well, casually pushing a dish of melon seeds towards him. When the dish of melon seeds reached in front of the emperor, he was momentarily startled, but then burst out laughing heartily, and extremely naturally started eating the melon seeds with Chu Jingyu. Such a scene left all officials utterly shocked. In past banquets, before the feast began, the emperor would always give a long speech. Now, with the time almost up, he was actually sitting at the family table with several junior officials eating melon seeds? It was truly incomprehensible. Qian wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. He certainly couldn't tell the emperor it was because Chu Jingyu had cast a divination predicting the end of the engagement between Qi family and Luo family, leading to his falling out with his own family. It seemed wrong when said aloud. This matter is rather simple. Initially, I injured Qian, thus getting acquainted with him and meeting his elder brother. Upon seeing that his elder brother's fate foretold disaster, a calamity brought by romance, I gave him a warning. However, Qi family took no notice and confined him at home under abuse, resulting later in divine retribution being visited upon them, and Qi family expelling him from their records. Upon hearing of divine retribution, the emperor sat up straight, clearly showing great interest in this matter. Chu Jingyu held a melon seed, subtly glancing at Li Xiaoning. Li Xiaoning immediately caught on, speaking, "Your Majesty, your servant previously submitted a memorial concerning the matter of witchcraft within the Qi family. Is that so? There was such an event." The emperor expressed doubt. He didn't recall Li Xiaoning submitting any memorial recently. Li Xiaoning explained the affair involving Master Fan, and Chu Jingyu continued, saying, "The methods practiced by that person violated the laws of heaven, and he has already been struck into pieces by lightning." After these two matters were explained, the emperor became even more convinced of Chu Jingyu's abilities, favorably regarding those who associated closely with her. "I remember you have yet to find a suitable person to succeed as Deputy Chief Justice of the Dali Temple. According to my judgment, Qian would be fitting." How could Li Xiaoning fail to understand what the emperor was implying? He promptly bowed deeply in thanks. "Your subject gives thanks to your Majesty." "Qi Minister, how can you not thank His Grace for his favor? From tomorrow onward, you will be the Deputy Chief Justice of the Dali Temple." Sun Quan prompted from the side. It was only then that Qian came to realization, somewhat stunned. "Am I really going to be the Deputy Chief Justice of the Dali Temple? Isn't this far too casual? If Wei Chong can determine posthumous affairs for Prince Qi, then procuring an official position for you is nothing difficult." Chu Jingyu calmly sipped tea. The emperor trusted the Taoist ways excessively, such that whenever matters of mysticism arose, he wouldn't think independently at all. If he could trust Wei Chong without reservation back then, he would also obediently follow her advice, someone who could supposedly summon deities. Beside them, Li Xianer looked at her with admiration. Previously, in her eyes, her brother had been the most capable person. Now, she thought the princess consort was the best. Only when one Ren Si returned did he sense something was amiss. Why did it feel like everyone was looking at them from all directions? Could it be that they were all awed by the consort's presence? That wouldn't do. Look back. All of them look back. Chapter 132, The Emperor's Dissatisfaction. Originally, most officials were merely curious about what Chu Jingyu had said to make the emperor so delighted that others kept bowing and kneeling. But unexpectedly, they received a cold glare from Prince Qi. When Renzi, who was already battle-hardened and exuded an aura of sternness, made those officials shrink back in fear, not daring to look again. When Renzi, seeing fewer scrutinizing eyes, turned contentedly to gently pour tea for Chu Jingyu with a tender gaze. "Princess Qi, what did you say to His Majesty earlier?" The emperor seems very pleased. The empress also wanted to probe. The emperor had originally been smiling until he suddenly remembered how the crown prince had repeatedly caused trouble for Chu Jingyu, instantly causing his smile to fade. "Where is Consort Chen today?" The emperor looked around. "Today, I also intended to select a consort for the third prince. Send someone to summon Consort Chen." Upon hearing this, the empress's expression momentarily stiffened but quickly returned to a smile. "This is excellent, but ultimately it's a grand banquet for ministers. In ancient times, only a noble consort could exceptionally attend. If Consort Chen comes, officials will likely start discussing it." The emperor waved his hand indifferently and said, "It's fine. Consort Chen has served in the palace for many years and has children. With the impending marriage of the third prince, Consort Chen's rank should indeed be promoted." "Your Majesty." The empress maintained her composure, though her fingernails nearly pierced her palm from frustration. The emperor nodded. "Her new title shall be Xian. What do you think, Empress? Since it is your Majesty's idea, it must be good." The empress bowed her head. The anger in her eyes was barely restrained. Seeing the empress had no objections, the emperor turned and said, "Sun Quan, go invite Consort Chen here." "No, she should now be called Xian Noble Consort." "Yes." Sun Quan turned to leave and spared a glance at Chu Jingyu before departing. It appeared the emperor truly took great pride in Princess Qi, as not only had the friends close to her gained rapid promotions, but even consorts somewhat related to her could ascend through association. Though the emperor was internally satisfied, the empress struggled greatly to suppress her emotions. Xian Noble Consort. The title Xian, granted by the emperor to Consort Jin Lan. Was he implying the empress herself was not virtuous enough? Not long after, the mother of the third prince, newly promoted to noble consort Xian, arrived, and the imperial banquet officially began. The emperor naturally started with some opening words, followed by the palace staff serving dishes and performances starting. There were also opportunities for the sons and daughters of various official families to recite poetry and display their talents. "Chengzhou, is there anyone you fancy?" The emperor asked the third prince first. The officials held their breath in anticipation, as did the young ladies hoping to marry the third prince. Wan Chengzhou stood up and replied, "I am truly frail in body, and the matter of marriage need not be urgent. Once destiny aligns, there will naturally be someone I like." With these words, he clearly stated he didn't favor anyone. The emperor was not overly concerned either, shifting his focus to Chongqing instead. "Chongqing, living alone in the princess mansion is not a sustainable arrangement. Today, your father wishes to arrange a marriage for you. What do you think of Mr. Zhang, the tutor's son? He grew up beside the crown prince, well-versed in literature and of sound character." Upon hearing it was Zhang Shuaming, Chongqing immediately tensed up. How could she forget this man dabbled in dark practices? "Father, I also want to wait for my destiny like third brother. Chongqing politely declined as well. The emperor shook his head. Your third brother is a man and needs to nurture his body. Waiting is fine for him. But you are a princess. What else are you waiting for? Realizing the emperor was determined to finalize a marriage today, Chongqing hastily replied, Father, it's not that I don't want to marry. I do wish to get married. But the Qi Wangfei once calculated this for me. She said I shouldn't rush into it. To find a good husband, one must have patience. At this, the emperor turned toward Chu Jingyue with great interest. Is this true? Indeed, your majesty needn't worry about Princess Chongqing's marriage too soon. There will definitely be results within a year, and the suitor will neither be an official nor a merchant. Chu Jingyue responded calmly, while Chongqing quickly added, Father, you see, I'm right, don't I? Moreover, didn't father previously hope I would find a military officer? Why now do you want to introduce a scholar to your daughter? This reminded the emperor. Previously, Wei Chong calculated that if Chongqing married a military official, the nation's fortunes would improve. And just a few days ago, someone from the Ministry of Divination visited him, saying the princess should marry a scholar, which happened to coincide with the crown prince recommending Zhang Xuaming, whom the emperor found quite agreeable and decided to act as matchmaker. But considering this now, wasn't the ministry contradicting itself? Very well then. You love to play around anyway. Getting married early might not be such a good thing after all. Let things run their course. The emperor now harbored dissatisfaction towards the Ministry of Divination, believing they intended to manipulate Chongqing for something. The crown prince maintained a blank expression holding his wine cup, but if one observed closely, one could see his veins protruding from exertion. Your Majesty, Princess Qi of Qi Wang has always carried the illustrious name of a divine maiden. If such a beautiful festival could feature her dancing, surely it would bring blessings and protection. The queen, with a beaming smile, made a suggestion that the emperor also found quite reasonable. However, instead of rashly issuing an order, he turned his gaze toward Chu Jingyue. Your Majesty, Wang Fei is already a married woman. Asking her to dance in public at the palace banquet might not be appropriate. When Rinshir's eyes slightly darkened. Although his face did not show much emotion, everyone could sense his dissatisfaction. The emperor immediately turned to look at the queen. Prince Qi is right. What you just said was indeed somewhat out of line. I was merely thinking that the divine maiden dancing would surely please the heavens, not intending anything else. It was my oversight for not considering Prince Qi's unwillingness to let the Wangfei dance for blessings. In one sentence, the queen shifted the matter onto Wen Renshir, portraying him as selfishly refusing to pray for the country's well-being and placing a heavy burden on him. Wen Renshir didn't seem to care much about this accusation, but Chu Jingyue gave a nonchalant laugh. Queen, you truly know how to make things difficult. Who in the whole capital doesn't know I was unruly before marriage? The hose house only locked me up, never teaching any etiquette, let alone arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If I can recognize a few characters or understand some esoteric techniques, it's because heaven took pity on me, giving me means to survive. How would Queen think of asking me to dance for blessings? Chu Jingyue's calm gaze pierced through the queen. With these words, the emperor immediately associated them with the possibility that all the actions taken by Princess Qi Wang might have been divinely guided. Asking her to dance, wouldn't that be a great disrespect to the deities? She shouldn't dance, absolutely not. Yet, the queen's dignity still needed consideration. Since Miss Chu from the Chu family couldn't perform the dance, perhaps another could step forward. I remember that Lord Chu has another daughter who is also very blessed. Does she know how to dance? For blessing, any of the two daughters of the Chu household performing should be equally effective. The emperor spoke thus, leaving Chu Tianqing no choice but to agree if she wished to avoid being seen as someone who refuses to pray for the nation's good. However, Chu Tianqing was more than willing to dance. She stood up immediately, moving gracefully forward. To be able to pray for the country's prosperity is my honor. Chu Tianqing first paid her respects, then gracefully extended her water sleeves, her elegant figure beginning a gentle, fluid dance in tune with the music. Yet beneath the lingering harmonious sounds of the orchestra, subtle rustling echoed throughout the palace, easily missed by most. Chapter 133. Snake Tide enters the hall. Chu Tian's dance was exceptionally beautiful, even surpassing the court dancers. Everyone watched with great interest, including Wen Renxi. Chu Jingyue glanced at him, and immediately Wen Renxi turned around and whispered, I feel something is off. Did you notice? Chu Jingyue also felt something amiss. The scent in the hall was strange. Wen Renxi nodded. Noble young ladies usually specialize in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even if they don't like these, they focus on needlework. They disdain singing and dancing, let alone noble daughters from humble origins. Chu Tian's has not only seriously studied dance, but performs it beautifully. Very strange indeed. Chu Jingyue paused for a moment and realized that the two of them were talking about different things. It's not surprising, is it? Chu Tian's isn't truly the legitimate daughter of the Marquis household. If she wants to learn something, she can, and should already be well arranged. Chu Jingyue glanced sideways at her and thought for a long while before asking again, is her dancing really that good? Wen Renxi had been pondering Chu Tian's background, but upon hearing this question, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice inside. He leaned over and softly asked, jealous? Immature. Chu Jingyue turned her head, but unconsciously her eyes drifted toward Chu Tian's graceful movements. Indeed, her dancing was remarkable. Even when Chu Jingyue visited Huanxiang Tower earlier, the dancing girls there seemed less refined compared to Chu Tian's. Huanxiang Tower. Lang Sun. Dancing girls. Ming Qingrong told me once that many years ago, a Taoist priest from Xinyan Mountain, was expelled from his sect due to frequent visits to brothels. Unless something extremely wrong happened, the word expelled wouldn't have been used lightly, would it? Chu Jingyue somehow associated this with the fortune-changing formations laid out in the marquis residence and the puppet-controlling sorcery. Are these things related? We could go straight and ask him. Wenrinci didn't know much about Taoist matters either. Perhaps in their view visiting brothels was considered a grave sin. Chu Jingyue gave a slight nod. Then suddenly Wenrinci realized that since she didn't find Chu Tian's identity unusual, what exactly did seem odd to her? Wenrinci quickly questioned, and Chu Jingyue sniffed, saying, "The fragrance in the hall feels strange. This incense is far too peculiar." Fragrance. Wenrinci smelled it too and found it similar to an excessive use of powder and rouge. It stung. Frowning, he instinctively looked around, just in time to spot a red snake perfectly blending with the large pillar of the hall. It was flicking its tongue as if preparing to leap down and attack. That snake's trajectory was particularly aimed at Chu Jingyue. Instantly, Wenrinci shouted, "Don't move." Startled, the musician stopped playing immediately, and Chu Tian's froze in place. While everyone wondered what had happened, Wenrinci threw a white jade wine cup in response. Both the red snake and the wine glass landed together, causing Chu Tian's to scream in fright. "My goodness, there's more of them. Help! Where are all these snakes coming from?" Chu Jingyue smelled an increasingly intense aroma, and looking up, she noticed a tide of snakes rushing in from all sides outside the palace. "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor!" Sun Quan shouted loudly as the outer guards were already bitten and fell unconscious. Without hesitation, Chu Jingyue stood up and said to Wenrinci, "You protect his majesty, leave this place to me." "Be careful," Wenrinci said without further words. He snatched a sword from one of the guards and quickly moved next to the emperor. Wherever Chu Jingyue went, the snake swarms instinctively retreated. She reached the middle of the carpet and saw disordered traces of perfume. "Come out with me." Chu Jingyue grabbed Chu Tian's with one hand and pulled the carpet with the other. True to form, the swarm of snakes followed them outside, leaving only a few scattered snakes inside, which were swiftly dealt with. Chu Jingyue stood on the central platform, surrounded by countless serpents. Chu Tian's, trembling in fear, clutched onto her hand while multiple snakes attempted to crawl onto her. "Why aren't they climbing onto you? Are these your creations?" Chu Tian's demanded, kicking her legs violently. Chu Jingyue cast a glance at her and tossed the blood-drenched carpet aside, commanding, "Take off your shoes and throw them over there. How dare you let me stand barefoot in public? How will I get married now?" Chu Tian's complained. Chu Jingyue indifferently replied, "Do as you please. The snakes are chasing the scent from your shoes. You're certainly welcome to keep wearing them." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's instantly removed her shoes and kicked them onto the carpet. The flood of snakes rushed toward the pile, their overwhelming numbers making the sight spine-chilling. Purple Violet's yellow scripture, known as Tai Xian, with my name, invoke the South Ming fire, ignite. Chu Jingyue ignited merely the blood-soaked carpet and embroidered shoes, lifeless objects. Yet, with the burning South Ming fire, the snakes no longer bunched together. Instead, they crawled to the outside perimeter encircling the flames. Chu Jingyue raised her head and looked at Wenrinci, who stayed close to the emperor outside the hall despite being chased by the snakes, shouting, "Fetch a few gunny sacks." Sun Quan immediately went to fetch the gunny sacks, and soon enough, they were brought over. Chu Jingyue waded through the snake crowd, grabbing them one by one with her bare hands. Whenever she saw a snake with special and attractive colors, she would pick it up to examine closely. All the civil and military officials in the hall were now standing on the steps, watching Chu Jingyue sift through the snakes as though she were selecting items. They couldn't help but feel admiration mixed with fear. "This one's good," Chu Jingyue said as she found a snake whose body was as white as jade, small and delicate, nearly suffocated under other snakes. Chu Jingyue then looked up at Wenrinci and asked, "Do you have your money pouch?" After being forced to settle a bill once before, Wenrinci always carried a money pouch with him. He emptied the coins from it and threw an empty bag to Chu Jingyue. Satisfied, Chu Jingyue placed the little snake inside and hung the bag at her waist, then lifted the bag and said, "The rest can be handled by the guards. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't scatter or attack anyone." Nanming fire isn't limited to burning dead objects. It just so happens that Chu Jingyue only wanted to burn dead objects. Naturally, these snakes wouldn't run rampant. In total, all the snakes were gathered into 6 tightly knotted gunny sacks. Enraged, the emperor shouted, "Such absurdity has occurred within the imperial palace. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." "Not hard to investigate," Chu Jingyue replied casually. She had been helping to hold the bags open not because she was particularly kind-hearted, but because none of the guards dared to touch the sacks. After all, each sack contained dozens of snakes, which was daunting for anyone. Seated on the steps and rubbing her arms, Chu Jingyue turned sideways to the emperor and said, "There's no way so many snakes could have been brought in by someone entering the palace today. They must have been captured days ago. Moreover, the species vary widely, suggesting they were collected from different places. Some are even venomous." Having finished speaking, Chu Jingyue suddenly stood and ran back into the hall where the red snake still lay unconscious. She stuffed this one into the money pouch too and explained, "These 2 species are excellent, and they're not native to this region. They seem to be specially bred and possess potent toxins. One bite could be lethal." The emperor's face grew increasingly grave, and the empress similarly remained shaken as she asked, "Could these snakes have come here on their own? There might be someone here who practices witchcraft." Chapter 134. The reward must not be meager. After the empress finished speaking, Chu Jingyue instantly understood. This was aimed at her. Chu Jingyue chuckled lowly. The incense used to lure the snakes was spread on the carpet and was sprinkled before Chu Tianqing danced. If we were to investigate, it wouldn't be that hard. Sun Can, go and investigate immediately. The emperor ordered in a solemn voice. The empress immediately said, Your Majesty, catching so many snakes is beyond human capability. Since Princess Chi has such extraordinary abilities, perhaps what? Chu Jingyue interrupted her words. Is the empress implying that these snakes were lured by me? The empress deepened her gaze. Who else among those present could have the ability to attract so many snakes? Since the empress has asked, then why don't I divine on the spot? Chu Jingyue looked steadfastly at her. The empress was immediately made uneasy by this look. Before today, she would definitely have had Chu Jingyue perform a divination. But she had just witnessed Chu Jingyue's abilities, which far surpassed those of the astrological bureau. Letting her divine now might reveal the truth. Isn't that just letting you talk to yourself? That's enough. The emperor turned back, dissatisfied. By now, he had already guessed what had happened. Yet, the empress was still the empress. Even with such a big issue, one couldn't outright let the civil and military officials know that it was due to the empress' bold intentions that snakes were brought into the banquet, completely disregarding the lives and deaths of all the officials present. Princess Chi drove away the snakes today and deserves a reward from me. The emperor turned and entered the hall. Others once again sat down in fear and anxiety. Everyone looked around instinctively when they sat down, fearing a snake might unexpectedly crawl out and bite them. Bestow Princess Chi, Chu Jingyue, the title of first-rank town guard lady. Reward her with 1,000 taels of gold, a fief of 5,000 households, and 2 chests of precious silver and gold utensils. After the emperor finished speaking, he looked toward Chu Jingyue and asked, Does Princess Chi wish for anything else? Chu Jingyue really thought about it seriously, stood up, and bowed, saying, All other things are external possessions. But I hope His Majesty allows me to bring some guards wherever I go, like today's event. Should something similar happen again, my guards could surely assist me better. Permitted. The emperor waved his hand and declared, As for external possessions, the court shall also bestow them. Regarding the matter of the guards, I specially grant 4 divine maiden attendant orders today. With this order, one can freely enter and leave any place, including the imperial palace, without needing to unload their weapons. After the emperor said this, everyone in the hall was astonished. Even the empress seemed unable to sit calmly. Your Majesty, this goes against the rules. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. This matter is of great importance. If someone with ill intentions steals this token and infiltrates the palace intending to harm you, how should we deal with it? However, the emperor had already been impressed by Chu Jingyue's southern brightness celestial fire spell earlier. At this moment, how could he listen to anyone else? He ignored the dissenting voices and continued to look at Chu Jingyue with fiery admiration in his eyes. For tokens that allow entry into the palace are indeed somewhat excessive. Perhaps, Your Majesty could mark one of the 4 tokens as special for smooth palace entry. After Chu Jingyue said this, the emperor immediately nodded. Agreed, Princess Chi's suggestion is excellent. The emperor had already arranged for people to design the appearance of the divine maiden attendant order, requiring that it be completed within 3 days. The subsequent banquet proceeded rather quietly. By the time it ended, Chu Jingyue was surrounded by many congratulatory people. You handle this, I'll leave first. Chu Jingyue quickly departed, leaving Ren Rensi to socialize. Ren Rensi helplessly shook his head and thanked each official. The events of today were truly absurd. Li Xiaoning held his folding fan, stating that inviting snakes to a banquet had never been heard of before. Chu Jingyue pulled out the little white snake from her money bag, sitting on the side steps, poking its head. If there had been 100 assassins today, I wouldn't have had much recourse. But apart from humans, I actually don't have many weaknesses. One can only say that those who wanted to harm her didn't fully understand her capabilities, assuming that as long as it wasn't a spirit charm, she would be powerless. Unbeknownst to them, she simply lacked effective methods against normal people. Today, I must thank you. Qian approached with a smile at the corner of his eyes. To become Deputy Chief Justice all of a sudden, he was truly the lucky one. Be prepared. There will be people who question the legitimacy of your appointment, Chu Jingyue warned. Qian softly said, Let them say whatever they want. Rumors have been flying for years beforehand. Whatever they say later won't affect me anymore. I'll just focus on doing my duty. Good to hear that you've understood. Chu Jingyue remained seated waiting when Chongqing ran over. You're really amazing. So many snakes, yet you weren't afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Snakes couldn't possibly match human cruelty. Chu Jingyue laughed faintly, her gaze landing on Crown Prince Wang Quni, who came along with Chu Tianqing beside him. Wang Quni walked over and looked at the small snake in her hand, saying, Princess Chi seems to have a fondness for this snake. It's not that I particularly like them, but these 2 should be the most valuable among all those snakes. Since someone wants to harm me, I should make them bleed in return. Chu Jingyue casually shook the little white snake, which immediately curled around her wrist obediently and stayed still. Wang Quni's pupils contracted slightly. This prince is curious. Does anything near Consort Chi become gentle and obedient? Not really. Chu Jingyue glanced at Chu Tianqing beside him. She isn't, and making her take off her shoes is a real hassle. Today, it was supposed to be your turn to dance, and I just saved you from trouble, yet you still criticize me? Chu Tianqing looked down with a pout, looking pitiful. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. Why I don't dance is because I don't want to. It's also because I can't. If you blame anyone, blame your father. Though she indeed didn't want to go, Chu Jingyue still sounded righteous. Chu Tianqing took a glance at the crown prince and didn't retort as usual. It was rare for the crown prince to show any interest in her, so there was no need to ruin her good marriage prospects because of Chu Jingyue. Lord Chu truly has two excellent daughters. Wang Quni lowered his gaze briefly at Chu Tianqing. Chu Jingyue crossed her arms behind her back. Li Xiaoning and Qian, standing behind her, could see her fingers quickly calculating something. Jingyue. Ren Renzi stepped out from the hall, calling Chu Jingyue first, then addressing the crown prince. Your Highness is here too. Wang Quni's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and Ren Renzi continued. It's getting late. I will take my wife home first. I also need to return to the crown prince palace. I'll leave the palace together with you too. Wang Quni was determined to learn more about Chu Jingyue. All today's incidents happened simply because they underestimated her strength. Chu Jingyue implied meaningfully. Prince, it's better if you keep your distance. These snakes can follow scents and distinguish people. If they bite you, how could I bear the responsibility? These two are extremely venomous. The crown prince glanced at her with his eyes half lowered, unsure what Chu Jingyue meant. Could it be that she knew where the snakes came from? Chapter 135, Side Consorts. After Chu Jingyue and Wen Renzi returned to the mansion, not long after the imperial decree for granting titles and rewards arrived, delivered personally by Sun Quan. His Majesty knows that the princess consort of Qi dislikes complicated ceremonies the most, so the usual procedures were omitted. He only asked the princess consort to take a look at these rewards to see if she likes them. Sun Quan respectfully handed over the imperial decree, but instead of directly giving it to Chu Jingyue, he gave it to Pei Feng. The palace attendants systematically opened one box after another. Sun Quan smiled and said, these boxes are specially selected best quality dark red sandalwood. Even the lock clasps are made of gold. Laboring troubles you to express my thanks to His Majesty on my behalf. In these rewards alone, gold and silver filled several chests, and the number of gold hairpins, silver jewelry, and jade bracelets was astonishing. There were also silk fabrics and cloth from all regions, dazzling to the eye. His Majesty also mentioned concerns about whether the embroidery maids in the prince's residence would be too busy, so he has allocated a group of excellent embroidery maids from the Department of Embroidery. It seems they are worth keeping. Sun Quan glanced at Wen Renzi when he said this. Wen Renzi understood his implications immediately, so he quickly instructed, prepare a special embroidery garden in the backyard. The specific arrangement inside can be decided by the embroidery maids themselves. The prince's affection for the princess consort truly makes them a celestial couple. Sun Quan paid his compliments as expected, then added, I have no other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. It wouldn't be good to let master work hard for nothing. Chu Jingyue suddenly spoke up. In the next second, several palace attendants behind Wen Renzi approached with more than a dozen bulging money bags. These are our princess consort's gratitude presented in tea gifts. Sun Quan hastily refused, saying, this is unacceptable. It's too extravagant. There's no problem. It's from Prince Qi anyway. Chu Jingyue replied confidently. Wen Renzi chuckled while looking at her, and then seriously told Sun Quan, please accept it, master. Today the princess consort received such honors from His Majesty. She is genuinely delighted, and this joy should be shared. So we will share the princess blessings too. Sun Quan accepted the tray without further ado, handing it over to the palace attendants and guards behind him. Chu Jingyue then took a few sachets from Shichun. These sachets with protective and exorcistic qualities please deliver to His Majesty on my behalf. If His Majesty finds the fabric unsuitable for his imperial robe, perhaps some material could be sent to the residence, or I can send someone to the palace to make adjustments. I assure you I will personally relay this to His Majesty. Sun Quan carefully accepted the sachets, being exceptionally cautious. Chu Jingyue pulled out another unobtrusive small sachet. This is a gift for you, master. I thank you for your hints regarding today's matter of Qian. This surely humbles me. Despite his words, Sun Quan didn't hesitate and readily accepted the small sachet. Shichun deliberately chose this sachet because it provided similar protective qualities without crossing any protocol boundaries compared to His Majesty's. With great happiness, Sun Quan left with his entourage. Wen Renzi then had Pei Feng personally take charge of sending all these rewards to Qijia Courtyard. Establish a storage room near Qijia Courtyard, where everything related to you will be stored. It'll be your private treasury guarded by soldiers daily. As Wen Renzi discussed with her, Chu Jingyue found it very reasonable. On the contrary, the Grand Dame already picked up the imperial decree, incredulously saying, so just like that, she becomes a first-rank national lady? You see, throughout history in one family, only their ancestor who fought alongside the founding emperor had his wife barely bestowed the title of national lady. That happened when there were no more accolades to give to the Wangfu himself, so his wife received the title as reward. Chu Jingyue, however, became the town guardian lady based on her own merits, gaining the rank through an official commendation first. Some people insist on pushing credit toward me. What can I do? Chu Jingyue stroked the little snake hidden in the money pouch, feeling she indeed needed to thank the Empress. Leaving aside how many rewards were obtained today, merely securing those two rare snakes was already an immense gain. The red one was named the ruby-crested chicken snake, its whole body blood red like jade, with a crest on its head that made it highly venomous, and notably more belligerent and vengeful than average snakes. The white one was named illusionary white jade snake, entirely translucent and crystal clear like white jade. When motionless, it might easily be mistaken for an ornament. Its toxicity was less potent than the ruby-crested chicken snake, yet the toxic mist it sprayed could cause hallucinations, leading one to die slowly within those illusions. These snake species were particularly rare, and on the hall earlier, the entire snake swarm was evidently serving as a cover for the attack led by the ruby-crested chicken snake. Even for her, if caught off guard and bitten by the crested chicken snake, death would be instantaneous. Chu Jinghua fed those two snakes continuously that day. Snakes inherently possess spirit. After feeding them pills from her bag of chaos, these little creatures naturally acknowledged her as their master. Young one, you must not attack people carelessly, understood? Chu Jinghua poked at the crest atop the ruby-crested chicken snake's head gently, her expression soft with light-hearted smiles. The white jade snake had coiled itself onto the table, assuming the guise of an ornament. Early the next morning, several major announcements emerged from the palace. The first matter was the crown prince's marriage, not only selecting the crown princess, but even choosing a side consort and concubine. Your Highness, you would never guess who the candidates for the Eastern Palace are. Fuyu had just recovered a bit, and upon hearing some news, couldn't wait to come back and tell Chu Jinghua. Chu Jinghua was sitting on the veranda feeding Hong Yu and Bai Yu. Is Chu Tiance one of them? Is she going to be the crown princess? Yesterday, the crown prince left the palace with Chu Tiance, and when she danced, his eyes were fixed on her. Could you have guessed that? But she isn't the crown princess. She's going to be the side consort. Fuyu wanted to get closer to speak, but seeing those two snakes made him hesitant. After feeding the two snakes, Chu Jinghua waved her hand, letting them go inside to play. Then she stood up and walked toward Fuyu, the direct daughter of the Marquis of Chu. Is not going to be the crown princess? Then who is? Your Highness should ask who the concubine is. Chu Jinghua looked confused. Who is it? It's Miss Lu Siyu, Ms. Lu. Ah. Chu Jinghua was truly a bit surprised. Even Fuyu didn't expect to see astonishment on the princess's face. He said smugly and proudly in a low voice. I was also very surprised by this news, so I investigated again to confirm. Indeed, it's Miss Lu. However, since Miss Lu is still observing mourning rituals, the crown prince's side intends to bring her into the residence first. All formalities will be omitted, allowing her to complete her mourning period. Wang Fei, the elder lady has asked you to go to the front courtyard. Miss Lu has returned, along with relatives from the Lu family, and they wish to discuss matters regarding the dowry. It was Zhao Mama who came to deliver the message again. Chu Jinghua thought for a moment, then looked at Shichuan. Where did Ren Si go today? Whenever Ren Si went out early in the morning, whether it was for court or to the military camp, he always informed Shichuan where he was going, so Chu Jinghua would know his whereabouts. If there was something urgent, she would know where to send someone to find him. The king went to the imperial court today. Chu Jinghua glanced at the time and said, he should be back soon. Fuyu, go welcome him. Yes. Chu Jinghua rose and headed towards the front courtyard. Since she was still the Wang Fei, she needed to take care of matters that fell under her responsibility. But concerning Lu Siyu's issues, she genuinely did not want to meddle at all. It was simply too troublesome. The Lu family sent Ms. Lu's aunt, also the older sister of General Lu who died while shielding the king. The old servant noticed she wasn't easy to deal with. Your Highness needs to be prepared mentally, Zhao Mamo advised. Chapter 136, Asking for Dowry. Chu Jinghua arrived in the front hall, where 7 or 8 people were seated outside the Wang's residence, including Lu Siyu. Can't you just take charge of everything inside the Wang's household? Siyu has grown up under your care. The preparation and quantity of her dowry can simply be determined by your word. The woman speaking was Lu Siyu's aunt. The aunt barely glanced at Chu Jinghua before turning away indifferently, judging her to be stingy due to her plain attire. The matriarch chuckled lightly and said, it's not that simple. Although I currently manage affairs within the Wang's mansion, Jinghua is after all the legitimate mistress of this household, and she deserves to be informed of any major expenditures. The matriarch had already figured it out. Chu Jinghua now enjoyed much favor with the emperor, and with her help, both internally and externally, the Qi Wang's household could support itself. In the past, Wen Renzi endured numerous intrigues from the civil and military officials, and even His Majesty showed less concern about the Wang household. However, with Chu Jinghua around now, Wen Renzi fares much better in court politics. Qi Wang's status is better than ever. Therefore, Wang should give the proper respect to his Wang Fei. Jinghua, I've prepared a list of dowries. Would you please check if it is appropriate? The matriarch smiled warmly and had an attendant hand over the list. Before Chu Jinghua could grab the list, the aunt quickly rose to snatch it first. The matriarch's face darkened slightly, but seeing that Chu Jinghua wasn't upset, she said nothing more. The aunt perused the list critically and frowned. Is that all? Isn't that enough? The matriarch raised her gaze lightly, speaking with a measured tone. This dowry was prepared as if for a direct daughter-in-law, ranging from large items such as wedding robes, bedding, and pearwood carved beds, to smaller details like silk handkerchiefs, jade jewelry, and hairpins. Everything was ready, whether useful or not. Not to mention the inclusion of several farmland estates and cash reserves. The elder lady, please don't try to fool us. My brother once saved the life of the old king. Siyu lost her father early and recently also lost her mother. Her sister-in-law was in good health, yet suddenly passed away in the Wang's mansion. Now only Siyu remains. Surely the dowry ought to be grander to bolster her confidence. The aunt thrust the dowry list back into the attendant's hands, obviously unsatisfied. Chu Jinghua then scanned the list casually and said, the Qilin figurine should not be brought. It might harm her fortune. Items for children shouldn't be prepared either, as they could affect her pregnancy. Why haven't you noted this down yet? The matriarch glanced at the attendant nearby and urged her to record. Chu Jinghua skimmed over the document rapidly again, adding, we shouldn't prepare the shoes either. Wait. The aunt interrupted hurriedly, showing signs of impatience. So many restrictions mean Qi Huang Palace may be too stingy. Chu Jingyue gave her a brief look. Other things could replace these. Even if turned into gold or silver, it'd still be better than bringing these objects. Hearing the word cash, the aunt's expression softened slightly. But the matriarch noticed something amiss. She held her teacup, asking Chu Jingyue. Speaking of which, there's another matter. Since Siyu is still in mourning, her dowry should avoid the pure red colors and lean towards slightly darker shades. Is that acceptable? Not quite suitable. However, the items can be directly sent to the Crown Prince's palace, recorded under her name without passing through her hands. Chu Jingyue provided a solution. The matriarch smirked, showing satisfaction in her eyes. Indeed, since Siyu will be living in the Crown Prince's residence, sending the goods directly there after registering them officially would make no difference. How could this be allowed? The aunt jumped to her feet immediately, looking flustered. We need to inspect those items. The matriarch smiled faintly, replying, Siyu doesn't have many relatives now. You're right to want to examine the dowry and supplement what's lacking, but Mrs. Liu, you must understand something. Her gaze shifted to Chu Jingyue, continuing. Our Jingyue has incredible abilities, excelling in fortune-telling and divination on par with the official celestial observatory. Even the emperor recognizes her as a reincarnation of a divine maiden. So what? The aunt appeared confused. What did that have to do with anything? The matriarch remained calm, explaining, since Siyu is still in mourning, there are many taboos. Let Jingyue determine which items might bring bad luck or violate prohibitions, so we won't include them. This way, even if you attempt to add items later, wouldn't you inadvertently harm Siyu? After saying this, the matriarch looked at Lu Siyu, questioning, Siyu, what do you think? Naturally reasonable, Lu Siyu replied obediently. Actually, Lu Siyu didn't care much about the dowry's size or quantity. It was her aunt insisting on pressing for it, undoubtedly intending to provide for the marriages of her sons and daughters at home. Lu Siyu was already unhappy to use her own dowry to subsidize the betrothal gifts for her family. Hearing the matriarch speak this way made her very pleased. If her abundant dowry were delivered directly to the Crown Prince's residence, surely the Crown Prince would see her in a different light. These are all trivial. The aunt's eyes glinted as she thought of other ideas. I heard that yesterday, the emperor showered rewards like flowing water into the Wang residence, but none seemed to be on Siyu's dowry list. The elder lady grew increasingly discontent. This family was simply too greedy. Even though General Liu died saving the old lord, for so many years, the mansion had supported his wife and daughter, even tacitly allowing Lady Liu to aid her maternal and paternal relatives. Was there anything else they lacked? Thinking about Siyu's pitiable state, the Wang estate had prepared her dowry equivalent to a direct daughter-in-law's share, yet these people still complained, sizing up Chu Jingyue's rewards. Perhaps Lady Liu is unclear. Yesterday those rewards were exclusively given to Jingyue by His Majesty, already locked away in her private treasury, unrelated to the Wang residence. The elder lady continued to speak amicably. The aunt disagreed and said, Is the Queen Consort Qi's private treasury not also part of the Qi mansion? What can't be used from it? By my opinion, you should take out some of the emperor's gifts for Siyu to bring along. It would save face for her after all. Her rank is low, only a concubine with the crown princess and side consort above her. The aunt added quickly to avoid Chu Jingyue dissenting. Queen Consort Qi surely isn't that stingy, right? It's not that the Queen Consort is stingy, but that Lord Qi deems it unnecessary. When Renzi entered the hall in a purple dragon pattern robe, bowing respectfully to the elder lady, first before looking at the Lius. If Siyu feels there's anything lacking, the Wang residence will naturally provide it. When Renzi glanced once at Lu Siyu, confirming she was doing fine lately without any abnormalities, then sat next to Chu Jingyue. The matter is mine to handle. If you dislike being here, go back and rest. Your guests are still waiting. I've already had Pei Feng take them to the main courtyard. Chu Jingyue hesitated slightly, nodded to the elder lady before leaving. Lu Siyu's uncle saw this and could not help but scold. That's utterly disrespectful. When Renzi cast a cold look, startling him speechless. He quickly lowered his head pretending to drink tea. After Chu Jingyue exited the main hall, Fuyu stood guard outside. My lady, Yin Chuan has arrived. Chapter 137, One Stone, Three Birds. Chu Jingyue entertained Yin Chuan in one Renzi's yard. Looking at his single arm, she pursed her lips slightly. There's no need to feel sorry. Since I chose to scheme against you back then, whatever consequences are my own fault. Yin Chuan opened up calmly. For him, the purpose he aimed for had already been achieved. The fog over Yongling village had finally cleared up, and Chu Jingyue had even brought back the remains of his father and uncles. That was enough. You shouldn't think too much about it. I just find you very impressive. Despite losing an arm, your body has recovered so quickly. Chu Jingyue was indeed surprised. Last time when they transported the remains, though Yin Chuan still looked somewhat weak, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. Keep in mind, her stay in Yongling village was only a few days, including the round-trip journey, which did not exceed 10 days. Chu Jingyue suspected that he might have used some special method to forcibly make himself look normal. Talent, that's all. Yin Chuan wasn't being obscure, but rather since he was young, his wounds healed extremely fast. For others who would need 3 to 5 days to recover from similar injuries, he could be fine within 1 day. Precisely because of this, he managed to fight his way out of the deadly battlefield, although truly speaking, in terms of martial arts, he wasn't considered a master. Chu Jingyue nodded faintly. What brings you here? First, I came to inquire about the situation in Yongling village. Second, to tell you Zhou Jixing has escaped. Chu Jingyue chuckled coldly. Although it's not entirely unexpected, letting someone escape so easily from the internal prison office makes your guard seem quite mediocre. Zhou Jixing escaped on the day you were taken away. I believe someone took advantage of the chaos, achieving 3 goals with 1 move. Yanchuan spoke seriously as Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. How so? 1. Using my urgent desire to uncover the truth about Yongling village to work inside and out with others to abduct you. 2. Taking advantage of the chaos to rescue Zhou Jixing imprisoned in the internal prison office. And 3. Chu Jingyue had already understood, weakening the strength of the internal prison office. Whether you're injured or not, if a major criminal escapes, you're inescapably guilty. Plus, since my disappearance was due to you, if I die in Yongling village, you wouldn't last long either. Yanchuan had been thinking about this matter for several days. However, what astonished him was, did Chu Jingyue know all along? If you see things so clearly, why didn't you inform me about the thief who kidnapped you? Yanchuan was somewhat confused. Chu Jingyue crossed her arms, calmly saying, my original intention was to go to Yongling village anyway. Seeking you was merely playing along with the plan, testing whether you were part of their side. Or perhaps you outsmarted me. Yanchuan helplessly smiled. It turned out he'd been caught in her scheme from the beginning. Still, there was one thing he didn't understand. Did you also anticipate your secret guard getting hurt? When Yanchuan asked this, he glanced at Fu Yu. Fu Yu immediately frowned, adopting a posture that resisted any instigation. I guessed it, but I didn't expect you to kill people to cover up. Fortunately, when Rin Si arrived in time, Chu Jingyue nearly played a wrong move, almost costing Fu Yu and Lan Feng dearly. That's why after returning, she hadn't even gone back to the mansion. After delivering the remains and resolving the Qi family's matters, she hurriedly went to see Fu Yu. Then did you predict who made me invite you out? Yanchuan continued testing her. Chu Jingyue sipped her tea, answering evasively. In Yongling village, I discovered a secret you might find more interesting. What? Yanchuan frowned. Chu Jingyue curved her lips. Yongling village is actually where human puppets are cultivated. Your father, including other predecessors, all became human puppets. Moreover, they likely weren't killed by these puppets. There's a significant chance they killed each other due to illusions, hence why your teacher's madness. She left it hanging, yet Yanchuan had already fully understood. His teacher was very likely the last survivor after slaughtering everyone else, and thus couldn't withstand the shock, going mad. What are human puppets? Who is cultivating them? And what about illusions? Yanchuan anxiously inquired. Chu Jingyue casually poured out the tea from her cup. The falling oracle patterns caused her eyes to narrow slightly. Wanna know? Let me be blunt. You harmed me earlier under someone's instructions, and I am well aware. How can I possibly tell if your current questioning is for the truth of past events, or just another ploy to sound me out? Upon hearing this, Yanchuan's gaze also fell on those watermarks. He couldn't quite decipher them, but instinctively felt there must be a connection between these water traces and Chu Jingyue's words. I only care about the truth of the past. Whoever reveals the truth, that's whose side I will take. Yanchuan spoke resolutely. Chu Jingyue lightly arched her eyebrows. That simply won't do. I obviously cannot trust you. Yanchuan furrowed his brows. Then what do you want? Simple. I want you to voluntarily confess before the emperor. Inform him who orchestrated your cooperation to catch me and bring me to Yongling village. Chu Jingyue lowered her eyes. Everyone in the Judicial Astronomical Bureau followed Wei Chong's orders, and Wei Chong kept devising plans against her and when Rin Si again and again. If she doesn't show him some colors, he might really start thinking she fears him. Yanchuan was immediately put in a difficult position. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I simply don't know who this person is. I just have suspicions. There's no problem with that. You just need to clearly explain who you contacted and how they pressured or tempted you. Chu Jingyue was actually more satisfied that he didn't know. Many things once directly confronted tend to easily be covered up. But if one lets doubt fester in someone's heart, that doubt will take root and sprout like a seed. Yanchuan instantly understood her meaning. She wanted to attack the emperor's heart, making him guess himself who wanted to harm the goddess he held dear and who had made a fuss after the village massacre. Do you have confidence? Yanchuan was still somewhat uneasy. My master only has me now. Relax. As long as you don't have extra thoughts and say what I've taught you, both you and your master will be safe. Otherwise, your lives might be in danger. As he watched, Chu Jingyue began counting on her fingers, openly showing that she had figured something out. You certainly don't have to believe me. This psychological warfare, with or without you, is almost performed anyway. The only loss would be yours. Chu Jingyue faintly curved her lips and poured herself another cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Yanchuan paused, then suddenly chuckled. The psychological tactics of Princess Qi are truly flawless. She used psychology on him as well, aiming at his knowledge that he dared not gamble, dared not bet with his master's life. Yanchuan now thoroughly admired her, simultaneously holding the teacup and offering a toast with tea in lieu of wine. I'll follow Princess Qi's words. If my master can retire intact this time, if Yanchuan survives, I'll willingly serve you faithfully in the future. Yanchuan drained the tea with one hand in one breath, then stood up and said, if it comes to a deadlock, I hope Princess Qi can let me know the truth before I die. All right, I accept. Chu Jingyue finished her tea, thus accepting his request. Yanchuan nodded, turned around, and left. Fu Yu asked worriedly, Princess, can we trust his words? Not important. After he leaves the mansion today, there are only two paths. Either he does what he promised me, leading to survival, or else it's a dead end. Chapter 138, Lu Siyu's planning. When Yanchuan left, the people from the Lu family just happened to leave as well. Lu Siyu glanced at Yanchuan, feeling suspicious in her heart. What was he doing at the mansion? And why did he speak privately with Chu Jingyue for so long? Truly, once a person leaves, everything cools. If your mother were still alive, how could the mansion only provide such a meager dowry? They are indeed stingy. Lady Lu's aunt was dissatisfied in her heart. She had originally intended to take advantage of Lu Siyu's marriage and secure part of her dowry for her own son. Unexpectedly, with just a few words, Grand Lady Lu sent the dowry list directly to the official office and even arranged to deliver the dowry straight to the Crown Prince's residence. How could she possibly gain any benefit from this? It was truly a wasted trip. Who can blame you? The King of Qi is truly miserly. As soon as you mentioned wanting the rewards that the Princess Consort of Qi received yesterday, he outright said that it belonged to her, bestowed by the Emperor, and couldn't be casually given away. It's obvious he didn't want to give it to you. The son of Lady Lu's aunt also chimed in, casting a deep look of disdain towards Lu Siyu. He looked down on his cousin immensely. She was associating with the Crown Prince even while still in mourning, which was certainly immodest. Lu Siyu took a deep breath and quietly said, "My mother and I living in the mansion are merely dependent on others' kindness. To be able to live without worry about food or clothing is already fortunate. You're too naive." Lady Lu's aunt appeared to be thoroughly disappointed. If only you had caused a bit more commotion earlier, there might have been more benefits. How could Lu Siyu not know what they were thinking? Lowering her eyes, she feigned weakness. "Aunt, you don't understand. The Princess Consort of Qi is extraordinarily domineering. She even caused the old matron of the estate to suffer a stroke. What she sets as rules, others dare not refute. Just seeing that Princess Consort of Qi makes me annoyed," said the daughter of Lady Lu's aunt while biting her lips. Because of the ghost marriage, the Qi Wangfu family is now related to hers, and yet she still acts so arrogantly. Lady Lu's aunt turned her eyes slightly, then pulled her daughter over, saying, "Siyu, you're about to enter the Crown Prince's palace soon. Without someone around to care for you, that won't do. These days let your elder sister stay by your side. Helping with your wedding dress would be good." "I don't need that, aunt. I'm moving to the Crown Prince's separate residence from the countryside soon, where there will be maids to attend to me." Lu Siyu declined politely. Hearing about the Crown Prince's private residence, Lady Lu's aunt became even happier inside. "Even then, you need relatives nearby to support you. My dear, people may talk because of your marriage during mourning. Having an outsider around means they wouldn't dare gossip excessively. They'd fear being laughed at." Lady Lu was forceful, and Lu Siyu had no choice but to follow along. Indeed, she needed the support of her birth family. Moreover, she hoped her mother's remains could finally be laid to rest in the Lu ancestral cemetery, so she complied with their wishes. That day, Lu Siyu intentionally arranged to meet the Crown Prince. Briskly dressed up like a blooming branch, Lu Ruby could hardly wait to accompany Lu Siyu in her room, stitching her wedding dress. Prince Wankuni entered, pushing open the door, frowning slightly upon noticing there was another person present. "Are these your handmaids?" Prince Wankuni eyed them with displeasure, irritated by recent events regarding the imperial banquet. During the imperial banquet, not only did his father elevate Consort Chen to the rank of concubine Xian, he later appointed Wan Chengzhou, who was chronically ill, as a royal prince. Furthermore, his father handed over the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces to concubine Xian and allowed Wan Chengzhou to join the cabinet for learning state affairs. Although the king did not explicitly mention the snake disaster, Prince Wankuni always felt that his father had some knowledge and was using this move to warn him and his empress mother, making him extremely troubled. The response, "For your highness." The answer is, little female is actually Lu Ruby, Siyu's cousin. Lu Ruby pinched her throat to sound sweetly coy, causing further annoyance to the Crown Prince. Unaware, Lu Ruby continued to lower her head shyly and added, "Mother worried that Siyu's new quarters after her marriage might be too lonely, so she decided to send me to keep her company. Just taking in a concubine. Why need all this fuss if no formal ceremonies are being held?" The Crown Prince coldly interrupted, sternly ordered, "Somebody, take her out." Upon lifting her head to say more, the servants already arrived to lead Lu Ruby away. Throughout, Lu Siyu remained demure, lowering her gaze and pretending not to hear Lu Ruby calling out to her. After Lu Ruby was dragged away far enough, Lu Siyu opened her mouth innocently. "Your Highness, please forgive me. It is simply that I am powerless and dare not defy my family's intentions. It wasn't my intention to bring outsiders here." "No matter, this humble prince understands your situation." The Crown Prince sighed deeply, looking at Lu Siyu in her mourning attire, finding her all the more pitiable. He stepped forward, embraced her slim waist, and kissed her ear gently. "Why have you come to see this humble prince?" "Your Highness, I have something very important to tell you." Lu Siyu cooed softly. Her coy demeanor made the Crown Prince itch with anticipation, and he grabbed her, pushing her onto the bed. "Let's talk about it later." Lu Siyu was hesitant to discuss matters during mourning, but didn't wish to dampen the Crown Prince's mood. Seeing him get excited, she immediately began speaking. "I saw Yin Chuan today at Qi Wangfu." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince immediately became serious. "Who did you see?" "Yin Chuan, the Darun from the inner prison department." Lu Siyu let out a breath of relief and continued, rising as she spoke. Yin Chuan spoke privately with Chu Jingyue for quite some time. When he left, his expression was solemn, as if deep in thought about something. The latter part was entirely fabricated by Lu Siyu. Yin Chuan usually had a cold demeanor and rarely showed any emotion. If she didn't make it sound more serious, she feared that His Highness might think she troubled him for trivial matters. The Crown Prince quickly stood up, pondering for a moment before saying, "This humble prince will visit again when I find time." "Yes." With that, the Crown Prince hurriedly left. Lu Siyu took a deep breath, finally calming her uneasiness. She knew very well that before entering the Crown Prince's residence, she shouldn't get too close to him. If she lost his interest, her stay at the Crown Prince's residence would merely mean switching places to depend on others' kindness. She needed to dangle her bait as much as possible while staying outside and prove herself useful so that when she finally entered, she could firmly establish her footing. It seemed she must pay more visits to the palace in the near future. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghua lay on the soft couch tossing coins. Previously, the divination results never changed. Every attempt yielded the same outcome. But this time, when she performed the divination again, the results shifted. Chu Jinghua faintly smiled. It's done. Finally, I can rest easy. Wen Rinxi, who sat nearby reading a scroll, noticed her joy and asked, "Is it about Yin Chuan?" "Yes, by now. Someone must have received the message and can't wait to go before the emperor to explain themselves." Chu Jinghua planned meticulously. Everything done earlier was just the groundwork. Now the seeds were about to blossom into fruit. What if the emperor believes their words? Wen Rinxi questioned. He already had an idea, but simply wanted to engage Chu Jinghua in conversation. Chu Jinghua put away the copper coins, her eyes filled with confidence. The emperor won't believe them. From the moment he allowed Consort Chun to bring the pill request to me, he already began doubting. All subsequent events only reinforce his suspicions that Wei Tsong harbors ill intentions, especially regarding the snake disaster during the palace banquet, a grave mistake by the empress. Though the emperor prefers not to thoroughly investigate it, Wei Tsong is still destined to bear the blame solidly. This time, the Observatory Bureau is bound to shed some blood if they want to settle things peacefully. Chapter 139, Yin Chuan's Transfer. The emperor first saw Wei Chong at night, and the next day, he saw Yin Chuan. Only when no one else was left in the imperial study did the emperor call Sun Can to speak. Last night, Wei Chong came to me first, saying that there would be someone framing him. Today, Yin Chuan said that Wei Chong had ordered him to collude with bandits to kidnap the crown princess of Qi. Based on what you've seen, whose words are true? Sun Can bowed low, hesitatingly saying, "This servant does not know, but your majesty is wise and valiant, so your heart must already have the answer." The empress has long resided deep within the palace. Even if she could send people out to capture snakes, how could she find two venomous snakes that even the crown princess of Qi thought were excellent? Not long ago, Li Xiaoning also submitted a memorial, saying that the previous case in the prince's mansion was nearly solved. It was caused by those who manipulate poisons. The emperor became more convinced that something was off about Wei Chong, especially regarding the matter of the puppets in Yongling village. Who else could it have been besides Wei Chong? Unfortunately, Chu Jinghua is just a woman, so she cannot serve as an official in court, and looking at her, she wouldn't even care for such a position. Still, I do indeed wish to leave the position of director of the Astronomical Bureau for her. The emperor sighed. Although he now knew Wei Chong's intentions were questionable, he couldn't dismiss him immediately. Wei Chong had served as director of the Astronomical Bureau for so long, and his network of relationships spread far and wide. It was intricate and impossible to sever. If confronted directly, there was fear that he might do something drastic. Sun Can, draft an edict for me. The emperor paused for a moment before forming his plan. Yin Chuan, the chief of the Internal Prison Bureau, neglected his duties and allowed prisoners to escape. Therefore, I hereby revoke his title as chief of the Internal Prison Bureau and appoint him as Minister of Justice instead. The rank of Minister of Justice was second grade. However, for Yin Chuan, this was actually a demotion. After all, the Internal Prison Bureau answered directly to the emperor and didn't need to take orders from others. When the decree was issued, all officials were puzzled. The head of the Internal Prison Bureau wasn't easy to replace, and Yin Chuan had merely allowed a prisoner to escape. Why punish him so harshly? After learning of this news, Wei Chong finally put down the worries that had hung over his heart. It seemed the emperor still trusted him. Yin Chuan must have mentioned the kidnapping being related to the Astronomical Bureau, and after hearing this, the emperor dismissed him from the Internal Prison Bureau in anger. Yin Chuan gained much sympathy, but he himself wasn't particularly bothered. He had lost an arm, and managing the Internal Prison Bureau was already more than he could handle. Minister of Justice was a civil post that required less physical action. It was actually a favorable position for him. It seems His Majesty wishes to stabilize Wei Chong, Chu Jinghua said while holding a wine glass, with Li Xiaoning and Qian seated opposite her. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan was also at the prince's mansion. What about dismantling his power base next? Qian asked, furrowing his brows. From Tianji Temple to Huanshe Tower, and later including Yongling Village, these cases all seemed connected to Wei Chong. With such disregard for human life, Qian felt that Wei Chong must be hiding some grand conspiracy behind him. Yes, but all officials within the Astronomical Bureau hold special positions and rarely interact with you normally. It will probably be difficult to dismantle them effectively. Chu Jinghua planned to start from inside the Astronomical Bureau, but after pondering, it seemed like there weren't many opportunities to make a move. That's not too hard. Don't forget, I still have someone under my control. Li Xiaoning took a sip of wine. The poison master captured earlier by Chu Jinghua was still imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Chu Jinghua also knew who he referred to. Thinking about this, she slightly frowned. I still haven't figured out why Wei Chong wanted to kill Wu Hebai. Perhaps because he is from Wujiang. When Rinxi walked in from the neighboring room, having just finished military matters, everyone looked over suddenly. Yin Chuan then spoke up. Wujiang's terrain is perilous, and the Wujiang people rarely leave their mountains. They've always lived in peace with Dongting without interfering with each other. But what if there's really a legendary elixir of immortality within Wujiang? Recently, When Renzi carefully considered the connections between the cases from Tianji Temple to Yongling Village, he discovered that all three locations shared one commonality. They all involved large numbers of deaths. And Tianji Temple produced phantasm smells and age-stealing bracelets. Huanshe Tower created passion-inducing pills and antidote potions. And in Yongling Village, there were numerous puppet humans. If we consider the timeline, it began with the appearance of puppet humans, followed by phantasm smells and age-stealing bracelets, and concluded with the production of passion-inducing pills. Jinghua, regardless of whether the elixir of immortality exists or not, the age-stealing bracelet is certainly successful. If age-stealing bracelets were mass-produced and sold, wouldn't the ones capable of extending their lifespan be considered near immortal? Wen Renzi's words reminded Chu Jinghua. The age-stealing bracelet, though intended for those nearing death, was undoubtedly successful. Furthermore, if the people whose lives were stolen were then processed into puppet humans, the emperor won't easily move against Wei Chong, but that doesn't mean others in the Astronomical Bureau won't face retribution. Let's empty the Astronomical Bureau, and once Wei Chong panics, we'll clearly see who in the court supports him. Li Xiaoning swayed his folding fan, faintly smirking. A plan had obviously formed in his mind. Let you two handle this. Chu Jinghua wasn't fond of these schemes and power struggles. She had already expended considerable mental energy setting up strategies to alienate the emperor and Wei Chong, leaving her utterly exhausted. She was more exhausted from catching ghosts. Stop thinking. The weather is great today. Why don't we take a walk in the suburbs? The flowers are blooming beautifully in the countryside now, and some fruits have ripened. When Renzi suggested they go out for a stroll, he truly didn't want Chu Jinghua to calculate everything all day long. He felt tired just watching her. All right, Chu Jinghua indeed wanted to get out and take a walk. In the past, she was dedicated solely to cultivating herself for transcendence and immortality. Then she became obsessed with finding her true identity and fate-bound treasure. Nowadays, she simply wished to enjoy life and its culture better. If you two don't have any plans, why not join us? You can also invite your sister. I noticed that she gets along well with Yuer, when Renzi added. He remembered how Chu Jinghua and Li Xiaoning got along during the last palace banquet. Then let's also invite Chongqing. Chu Jinghua proposed. Wen Renzi thought for a moment and said, I'll invite more people so as not to tarnish the reputation of the princess and Miss Li. I won't be able to join. I've just taken over the Ministry of Punishments, and there's a lot of official business to deal with. Yin Chuan had no interest in going out either. Li Xiaoning originally didn't want to go either, but seeing Qi Yin's eager expression, he decided a day off wouldn't hurt. Since all the cases the Great Court of Justice needed to resolve were already underway, there was nothing pressing at the moment. Wen Renzi sent someone to distribute the invitations and coincidentally encountered Lu Suyu returning to the mansion. Upon hearing about the countryside trip, she expressed her desire to come along as well. Chu Jingyuan never cared much about such things, so when Renzi didn't say anything more, he thought bringing Lu Suyu would be fine, avoiding gossip regarding her impending entry into the Crown Prince's residence. At least, with the support of the mansion, even if others found it inappropriate, they wouldn't dare say anything more. The trip to the country estate was spur of the moment, but fortunately, the invitations were sent early, and many were keen to strengthen ties with Princess Qi and Chu Jinghua. Even those with other engagements found excuses to make time. The estate was not far from the outskirts of the capital. By the time everyone arrived, it was close to noon, perfect for walking around and having lunch together. The procession from Princess Qi's estate moved neither too quickly nor too slowly. Even when overtaken by others, they weren't worried. Sitting inside the carriage, when Renzi glanced at Chu Jinghua and whispered with a smile, "In a bit, we'll slip away from them, and I'll introduce you to someone." Chapter 140, A Difficult Choice. The person Wen Renzi was talking about was Ming Qingrong, who had been sent out of the capital city earlier by Chu Jingyua's arrangements. After leaving the capital with his sister Ming Qinglian, they hadn't traveled far, but instead stayed at Wen Renzi's estate on the outskirts of the city for recuperation. "Princess of Qi, you've come just in time. Could you please check on Qinglian? Ever since I brought her out of the Crown Prince's palace, she has been dazed every day. No matter what we ask her to do, it requires a bell command. Moreover, I followed your method and even blocked the bells with talismans, yet it remains ineffective." Ming Qingrong hastily invited her inside. If it weren't for his deep concern for his sister, he would have already gone into the city to seek out Chu Jingyua at the Qi mansion. Chu Jingyua entered and examined Ming Qinglian, finding her condition somewhat different from other women controlled by the Tian Exine Dan. As she continued diagnosing, her frown deepened, making Ming Qingrong increasingly uneasy. "What's the verdict?" Chu Jingyua gently released Ming Qinglian's wrist and sighed. "Her poison has seeped into her very bones. I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left." How could this be? Ming Qingrong couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his sister, whom he had worked so hard to find and bring back. He refused to accept this reality, and fell to his knees with a heavy thud, beseeching her. "You are more skilled than any Taoist mystic I've ever met. Please, save her. She's only 16. Chu Jingyua pursed her lips and helplessly explained. "All I can do is temporarily seal the poison in her body, allowing her to regain self-awareness and remain clear-headed like a normal person, sparing her from pain. However, doing so will accelerate her death." Ming Qingrong remained kneeling, his head hanging helplessly. "Or perhaps let her choose her own path?" Chu Jingyua took out a talisman. "With my abilities, I can only give her moments of clarity." Ming Qingrong clenched his fists tightly, ultimately muttering in resignation, "I beg you, Your Highness." Chu Jingyua quickly placed the talisman on Ming Qinglian's forehead and then channeled the power of the 5 Emperor's Ming charm coins, reciting an incantation. 3 souls and 7 spirits. Return to restore life. Exterminate ghosts and demons. Invoke 1,000 souls. Ascend to the Great Supreme. Merge with the sun. Follow the divine order. Evil spirits, be gone. With the invocation of the soul awakening spell along with the power of the 5 Emperor's charm coins, the talisman fluttered slightly, and Ming Qinglian's eyes gradually regained clarity. Seeing that Ming Qinglian instinctively reached to remove the talisman, Chu Jingyue hurriedly warned her, "Don't take it off." Ming Qinglian paused, looking around at the unfamiliar people in the room, before spotting her brother still kneeling on the ground. She rushed over and bent down to support him. "Brother, what's going on?" Ming Qingrong tried to speak, but found himself unable to tell her the brutal truth, that she wouldn't live much longer. Chu Jingyue glanced at them and interjected, "You're poisoned with an extremely potent toxin, and your days are numbered. You have 2 choices now. One is to continue being controlled by the soul-controlling bell. I can provide some remedies. You might live another 2 or 3 years, though during that time you'll regularly endure excruciating bouts of bone-destroying agony, but you'll be largely unconscious throughout and may not fully feel the suffering." Ming Qinglian stood stunned, pondering Chu Jingyue's words. "Alternatively, I can suppress the poison, restoring your awareness and allowing you to function normally without discomfort, but your lifespan might only last about half a year. Once the poison erupts, it will rapidly lead to your demise. However, I assure you that before your end, you won't suffer, and your consciousness will stay intact." Every word Chu Jingyue spoke pierced through Ming Qingrong's heart. His face, when he looked up, was already red-rimmed with streaming tears. "It's my fault, brother. I wasn't quick enough to save you." Ming Qinglian shook her head. Despite her lost periods of consciousness, she vividly remembered everything that had happened. The inhuman abuse endured at Huanxiang Tower, being treated like a pet at the Crown Prince's palace. She'd lost her dignity long ago. "Brother, if it weren't for you, I would have spent my whole life being manipulated and abused by others. I might not even know when I would die, and afterward, I'd be discarded like a broken rag in some forgotten corner." Ming Qinglian helped her brother to his feet and softly said, "I understand my choice may seem cruel to you, brother, but I want to spend these last days freely and happily. I want to return to being Ming Qinglian again." She also wished to spend more time with her brother, but she didn't want to remain a mindless puppet. She wanted him to remember her at her best, and to know that her departure would not be filled with anguish. "All right." Ming Qingrong managed to utter the single word with all his strength. Ming Qinglian turned and respectfully curtsied to Chu Jingyue. "I've made my decision. Everything rests in your hands, Mississippi." Chu Jingyue did not remove the talisman, but directly retrieved a silver needle infused with spiritual energy. She sealed the poison within Ming Qinglian's internal organs entirely, including those controlling her thoughts. This act suppressed the poison temporarily, but allowed the infestation to circulate unchecked among her vital organs, speeding its consumption of her host. "This talisman, keep it. For the next 6 months, you must always be by her side. Once she begins to weaken, you need to place this talisman on her. With this charm in place, it will ensure your sister remains whole." Chu Jingyue seemed to also realize that her words were too straightforward and cruel, but after hesitating for just a moment, she still spoke them out. Ming Qingrong took the talisman paper with trembling hands and heavily said, "Thank you." Wan Renzi furrowed his brows. Originally, he had brought Chu Jingyue here, so she would have a chance to inquire about the traitor from Xianyan Mountain. However, it didn't seem like a good time for questioning now. Although Ming Qingrong was deeply saddened, he realized that Chu Jingyue must have come for another reason. He then asked, "Did Princess Qi come here for something?" "I want to ask you about the person who betrayed his sect on Xianyan Mountain. He shouldn't have merely gone to. Shall we talk about this outside?" Wan Renzi suddenly interrupted her. Ming Qingrong gratefully glanced at him before saying to his sister, "Rest for a while. I'll come back to accompany you after finishing talking with the princess." Ming Qinglian nodded obediently. She also needed some time to calm herself down. The 3 of them left the house and sat in the yard. Ming Qingrong finally opened his mouth. That master uncle's visit to a brothel was trivial, and Xianyan Mountain expelled him mainly because he not only consorted with prostitutes, but also stole forbidden books from the mountain gate. "Forbidden books?" Ming Qingrong nodded. "All are related to Taoist curse techniques. Over the centuries, Xianyan Mountain has passed down an uncountable number of Taoist books, but some books can lead people to develop evil desires. These are classified as forbidden and sealed away, including the corpse imprisonment array for fortune exchange. Do you know the name of the person before he entered the sect?" Chu Jingyue already had a guess in her heart. Ming Qingrong frowned, recalling for a long time before uncertainly saying, "It seems he was surnamed Lang, named Lang Sun." As soon as Chu Jingyue finished speaking, Ming Qingrong immediately nodded. "Yes, it's Lang Sun. Indeed, it's him." Ming Qingrong curiously asked, "Could it be that the princess has met him?" "It's more than just meeting him." Chu Jingyue sneered. Her own good fortune was transferred by his array. Chu Jingyue took a deep breath, glancing toward the direction inside the house, and dismissed the thought she had just conceived. Forget it. Let their brother-sister reunion proceed smoothly. After all, they only have half a year together. It would be better to take things slow. One Lang Sun isn't much of anything. Wei Chong is what truly matters. By the way, someone once mentioned that when Lang Sun took that courtesan away, the woman was already pregnant. If that child grew up successfully, they should be about 16 or 17 years old now. Chapter 141, A Trap in the Mountains. Chu Jingyue and Wan Renzi didn't stay long before leaving. They also wanted to give more private time to Ming Qingrong and his sister. Before leaving, Wen Rinxi specially instructed Pei Feng to leave more money so that the two siblings would not be too destitute. By the time Chu Jingwei arrived at the inn, lunch was ready, and she just caught it in time for eating. The meals at the farm couldn't match the refinement of those at the mansion, but they had their own unique charm. Chu Jingwei actually ate a great deal. Let's take a walk to help digest. There's a mulberry field on the mountain, and the fruits should have ripened by now. Wen Rinxi still wanted her to walk around a bit more to relax. Chu Jingwei was digesting as they walked, though the effect wasn't very good. By the time they reached the mulberry fields, she had eaten quite a bit again. If you like, I can have the farm send some more mulberries to the mansion. Wen Rinxi smiled, fearing that she might eat too much. Chu Jingwei sat on a rock to rest, and nodded. All right. Just as the two were talking, Lu Xiu came up. My lord, there is something Xiu wishes to discuss with you privately. Lu Xiu twisted her handkerchief as if there was something difficult to say. Chu Jingwei immediately stood up and said, I'll go for a walk myself. Wen Rinxi didn't want her to go and frowned as he thought of ways to refuse. Chu Jingwei waved her hand, showing no interest in these matters. I won't go too far, don't worry. Since she said that, Wen Rinxi didn't know what else to say. What do you want to say? He looked at Lu Xiu, urging her to speak quickly. Lu Xiu bit her lips, lowering her head pitifully. My lord, I want to explain. It's not that I don't follow the mourning period, but the crown prince is simply too insistent, and I cannot refuse him. Moreover, my aunt said that if I want my mother buried in the family tomb, the only way is to marry soon. If the crown prince makes trouble for you, you can come to me. Even for the matter of entering the family tomb, with me in charge, the Lu family will not dare to say much. Wen Rinxi continued frowning, knowing well that marrying during a mourning period was a great disrespect. This would result in Lu Xiu being criticized all her life and unable to stand straight among people. Lu Xiu looked up with tears. Thanks to the grandmother and your highness for treating me kindly over the years, which has caused you enough trouble already. Now, since your highness has just married, how could Xiu dare to bring my family affairs into your concern? Xiu, I always consider you as my younger sister. You shouldn't be so polite to me. Wen Rinxi rubbed his temples awkwardly. The Lu family indeed owed the Wangfu a great favor. Wen Rinxi never forgot this, and Lu Xiu had grown up in the Wangfu from childhood. His mother and grandmother were cared for by the women of Lu family while he was on expeditions, and he remembered all these kindnesses. What he disliked was that his mother and grandmother always wanted him to take Lu Xiu as his concubine. In his heart, Lu Xiu was his younger sister who deserved someone capable to make her the chief wife, rather than merely a concubine. The other day, Minister Li found me and told me that my mother's case was closed. It turned out the poison master used hallucinatory incense to kill my mother. I've misunderstood her highness, and please convey my apologies to her on my behalf. Lu Xiu spoke softly, and Wen Rinxi nodded without saying much about this topic. Instead, he said, if you are treated badly in the Crown Prince's palace, I will still protect you. The Crown Prince. Lu Xiu hesitated for a moment, and then said quietly, even though I'm still in mourning, the Crown Prince is willing to welcome me into his residence. I think he cares for me somewhat genuinely. Wen Rinxi wanted to persuade her. People like the Crown Prince often change lovers frequently, and previously there had been Ming Qinglian, who was kept as a nun in the mansion. How could he be sincere? But after careful consideration, saying such words served no real purpose. If Lu Xiu truly didn't want this, she wouldn't care about so many things and certainly would seek help from the Wangfu. Since she has decided to marry even within the mourning period, whatever he says now is meaningless. Whatever makes you happy is fine. Wen Rinxi's eyes glanced towards the direction where Chu Jingwei had gone. He was already starting to feel uneasy. Although Fu Yu and Lan Feng were still following them, their injuries hadn't healed yet. If anything happens, if there's nothing else, I will leave first. You should hurry down the mountain to avoid encountering snakes or insects. Wen Rinxi turned to leave. Lu Xiu quickly called out, there is one more thing. My mother left a lot of things at the Wangfu during her lifetime. Can I take them all away? Yes. Wen Rinxi answered hastily. But even so, Lu Xiu was trying to stop him from leaving and kept finding random topics to talk about. Chu Jingwei wandered aimlessly in the mountains and met a little girl, who looked about 6 or 7 years old and was crying hard. Big sister, my sister was bitten by a poisonous insect and is almost dying. Could you help me? The little girl couldn't stop shedding tears and pointed at another young girl lying by a nearby tree. Chu Jingwei quickly walked over, squatted by the tree to check the girl's wound. Suddenly, the little girl behind her let out an ah and tumbled down the slope. Lan Feng, go check it out. Chu Jingwei frowned. The slope was steep, and if that child rolled down, it might get injured. Lan Feng said somewhat uneasily. Shouldn't we let Fu Yu go instead? I'll stay. No, you go. Chu Jingwei frowned and bent down to check the pulse of the girl before her. Fu Yu also appeared. Most of the nearby farmers are from the Wangfu's estate. Nothing should happen, right? Indeed, she has been bitten by a venomous insect. Chu Jingwei pulled up her sleeve. The girl's skin was rather dark yellow, and there were calluses on her hands. Obviously someone who works hard regularly. Fu Yu squatted down and asked, what should we do then? Normally, if there is a venomous creature nearby, medicinal herbs can be found around too. First, I will seal the meridians with silver needles, then go find some herbs. You stay here to ensure no further incidents occur. Chu Jingwei took out the silver needles. Fu Yu seemed somewhat against it, saying, why don't we wait for Lan Feng to come back? The poison waits for no one. We don't have time to wait for him. Chu Jingwei got up to search for the herbs. Fu Yu guarded the young girl, standing beside the steep hillside, shouting downward. Lan Feng, did you find the child? There was no reply from Lanfeng for a long time, which set off an alarm in Fuyu's heart. Something was wrong. He immediately wanted to find the princess consort, but as he turned around, several figures leapt out from the bushes and surrounded him. Chu Jingyue quickly located the medicinal herbs. But when she returned to the tree, the little girl was already awake, and Fuyu was nowhere to be seen. The little girl clutched her arm and said to Chu Jingyue, "Sister, that big brother just went down to look for my sister, and I think something happened to them." Chu Jingyue stepped forward with a deep gaze and handed the herbal medicine to the girl, telling her to chew it and apply it crushed onto her wound. Jingyue. Wenrinci finally hurried over and shouted from afar. Just as Chu Jingyue stood up, the girl behind her suddenly stood too, a dagger now pressing against her neck. "Don't come any closer, or I will kill her," the girl warned. Wenrinci immediately stopped, glaring coldly at her. "Please leave, Your Highness. If any spies or soldiers are seen near the estate, I guarantee that Princess Consort Chi's head will be hung at the village entrance." Chapter 142, Volunteering to join the plot. Wenrinci's feet didn't move. He could tell that the girl couldn't do kung fu, and with Chu Jingyue's skills, it wouldn't be difficult for her to break free. "You go first," Chu Jingyue said, allowing him to leave first. Wenrinci frowned, and Chu Jingyue repeated, "Go first. Calm the others down and make sure they all get back safely. After all, it was Prince Chi's invitation that brought them here." The little girl behind Chu Jingyue chuckled softly. Prince Chi's consort is indeed considerate. Wenrinci took a deep breath to calm himself. Chu Jingyue glanced at him meaningfully, and he let out a knowing sigh before leaving. "Make sure I see Fu Yu and Lan Feng alive," Chu Jingyue murmured. The girl still laughed. "Of course, after all, we need the consort to continue cooperating." She bore the poison wound on her arm as she took out a rope to bind Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. "You can put off tying me for now, I won't run. But if you don't treat your arm soon, it will be ruined." The girl hesitated. "Do you still have the time to worry about me?" "Why not worry? The medicine has already been collected. Not using it would be a waste," Chu Jingyue said calmly, as if he didn't regard her as the person trying to harm him. The girl bit her lips and, after pondering for a moment, decided to take the medicine first. Chu Jingyue sat waiting beside her and instructed, "Chew it more finely. It would be better to wrap it tightly with a strip of cloth." "Do you always show mercy to your enemies?" "I'm the one who's harming you," the girl asked in bewilderment while tearing the cloth. Chu Jingyue looked at her indifferently. "Both you and your younger sister should be children from the farmers' households in the estate. Your younger sister drew away a guard at the cost of rolling down the hillside, which is full of broken branches and stones. No one knows what might happen rolling down like that." A flicker of pain crossed the girl's eyes, and Chu Jingyue continued, "The toxicity of the insect biting you is also very strong. If not handled carefully, losing an arm or even life is possible. Unless neither of you were coerced, I doubt you'd risk so much for someone else, right?" The girl's silence confirmed that Chu Jingyue's words weren't wrong. "So why should I make things hard for you? Save one if I can save one." Chu Jingyue explained his behavior. After bandaging herself up, the girl picked up the rope again, saying, "I'll tie you now." "All right." Chu Jingyue compliantly extended her hands. Though the girl felt some compassion inside, she still tied Chu Jingyue's wrists tightly. After all, those people said, if she didn't do it well, the lives of several families wouldn't be safe. Chu Jingyue didn't care how tight the ropes were. After being bound, she followed the girl down the mountain, winding through desolate paths into a dilapidated courtyard far from the village. In the dark, damp earth house, Fuyu had his hands tied behind his back and his mouth gagged with a cloth. Seeing Chu Jingyue being brought in, his eyes showed anger and worry. Lan Feng was similarly tied up, but unconscious. "Princess Consort Chi, long time no see." From another room, Zhou Jixing walked out smiling. "Didn't expect me to escape from the internal prison department, did you?" Zhou Jixing narrowly dodged the rope and yanked Chu Jingyue violently towards himself. Staggering, Chu Jingyue's shoulder was seized by Zhou Jixing when she approached him. "You're too capable. I must be cautious," Zhou Jixing apologized. His hand holding Chu Jingyue's shoulder squeezed powerfully. It seemed like her shoulder was fractured. Chu Jingyue's face turned pale instantly, yet she made no sound. "You're as tough as ever. No wonder my earlier probing at Xianglo went unnoticed." Zhou Jixing released her, sat down on a bench, propped his leg up, and lifted his chin arrogantly, eyeing her satisfactorily. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows. "That's only because you're stupid. You haven't realized your situation yet, and you dare provoke me?" Zhou Jixing sneered. "Your covert guard suffered setbacks at Yin Chuan's hands previously. I wonder if he can endure torture." "You can try." Chu Jingyue faintly curved her lips. "If you want to ask me anything." Zhou Jixing slightly turned his head, squinted his eyes, and suddenly smiled. "Do you know what I want to ask?" "I don't know. But if you've gone to such great lengths to capture me alive and say so much nonsense, it proves there's something you want to know, doesn't it?" Although Chu Jingyue spoke confidently, there were things she didn't fully understand. Why was Zhou Jixing hiding in the farmhouses of Qi Wang's estate? And why was he planning so quickly after learning of her arrival? Even if she tried to explain, the place could merely be one of Zhou Jixing's bases, but looking at the little girl's reaction earlier, it didn't quite seem like it. Clever people never end well. Zhou Jixing's eyes were dark as he focused on Chu Jingyue's wrist. Chu Jingyue snorted coldly. "People who talk too much die early. I didn't expect Consort Chi to be so articulate." Zhou Jixing clearly lost his patience and pulled Chu Jingyue in front of him again. "How did the fire at Xiajinka happen that day? Where did the rain and thunder come from?" Zhou Jixing had encountered many Taoist masters, but he had never seen anyone who could summon rain or thunder at will. He was very curious about what methods Chu Jingyue possessed. If I told you I'm a deity, would you believe me? Chu Jingyue asked seriously, yet with a hint of jest. Zhou Jixing really thought about it for a moment, unsure whether her words were true or false. Since you're a real deity, then summon the rain again, and let loose another bolt of lightning. Zhou Jixing stopped pondering. Whether her words were true or not could be easily verified. Chu Jingyue faintly curved her lips. I could do it again, only if you dare to untie me. Her question made Zhou Jixing hesitate. If she were lying, it wouldn't matter because his men already surrounded the place, making it impossible for Chu Jingyue to escape. But what if she was telling the truth? Untying her would essentially be letting a tiger back into the wild. Ho ho, Master said you might not be able to handle Chu Jingyue. Looks like Master was right. A deep, aged laugh came from outside the door. Chu Jingyue turned her head to see that it was the elder from Wuxiang Hall who arrived. Chu Jingyue's gaze slightly deepened. This elder was someone who truly understood some mysteries. She remembered he was the only person who saw through that she practiced the Wuqing Dak, unemotional path. She can summon deities, but it's all thanks to a Taoist treasure. The elder pointed to her wrist. The 5 Emperor's Ming curse coins are uppermost treasures of Taoism. Zhou Jixing immediately smirked. So that's how it is. He reached out and forcefully yanked the 5 Emperor's Ming curse coins off her wrist, holding them and examining them playfully. They look like nothing more than 5 ordinary copper coins. Regular Taoists use Ming curse coins cast during the reigns of wise emperors throughout history. But these 5 coins of consort Qi represent the ancient 5 emperors. Chu Jingyue glanced sideways at him. Old man, you sure know a lot, Chu Jingyue remarked dryly. The old man chuckled greedily at the 5 Emperor's Ming curse coins, and then spoke seriously with an admonishing tone. Young girl, just wearing the 5 Emperor's Ming curse coins on your body without suppressing their power properly. It's reckless. Chapter 143, The Mysterious Door Array. Chu Jingyue calmly looked at him, her face still pale from the wound on her shoulder, but her eyes were incredibly calm. Whether you can suppress it or not, won't you know once you hold it? Zhou Jixing slightly furrowed his brows while weighing the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, wondering if there was some hidden secret in this copper coin and red string. But the old man couldn't hear anymore. Excitedly stepping forward, he smiled and said, Give me the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin. Gone master, let this item remain in my custody first. We'll decide after the official has seen it. Zhou Jixing didn't quite want to give it to him, not because he also wanted to covet the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin. After all, he wasn't a magician, just a Taoist priest skilled in the mysterious door array, so this object would be useless for him. He injured Chu Jingyue, yet didn't have full confidence in being able to imprison her, which was why he had asked Elder Xian to come for support. If Chu Jingyue had tampered with the red rope, and something happened to Gon Master due to the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, Zhou Jixing couldn't guarantee that Chu Jingyue wouldn't escape. What do you mean? I came here solely for the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin. Last time at Wuxiang Hall, the elder had already set his sights on the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, but back then there were less than 5 coins, so he hadn't rushed to grab them. Now, however, all 5 Emperor's bright curse coins were present, and yet Zhou Jixing still refused to give them over. Gon Master, it's not that I won't give this thing to you. I just hope you can wait a bit longer, at least until our plan succeeds. Zhou Jixing continued gripping the red string. Lord Wei wanted to interrogate Chu Jingyue, wanting to know from her how she managed to break the puppet formation, and also why she could command wind and rain, invoking lightning to dispel evil spirits. To say it was merely due to a small handstring, Zhou Jixing found that hard to believe. Using the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin as a reward, I'm curious who would be so generous, Chu Jingyue asked lightly and curiously. Zhou Jixing glanced aside. This thing isn't very useful for me anyway. Yes, it is indeed useless for you. Chu Jingyue remained calm, knowing that Zhou Jixing was a mystic of Xianyun Mountain, yet still agreeing with him. Already distrustful, upon hearing her words, Zhou Jixing furrowed his brows, subconsciously looking at Gon Xian's reaction, noticing the fleeting glimmer of calculation in his eyes, thinking things might turn bad. What Zhou Jixing missed, Gon Xian understood clearly. Zhou Jixing didn't need the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, but there was someone behind him, and they too were a mystic. In the hands of a mystic, the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin was equivalent to a divine artifact, capable of adjusting the Earth's primordial qi. This was something an ordinary mystic would struggle to achieve even after practicing for hundreds of years. Today, either you give me the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, or you'll taste what an old man like me can do. Gon Xian's clouded pupils gleamed with ferocity. With the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin in his possession, why worry about not extending one's lifespan? Chu Jingyue turned her head towards Zhou Jixing again. You should just give the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin to him. This man specializes in witchcraft. If you get caught in his witchcraft trap, even if you don't die, you will certainly lose some skin. Remember, it's you who wants to capture me, not him. Zhou Jixing's eyes grew cold, fully aware that Chu Jingyue was sowing discord, but he still had to guard against it. Her insistent urging to hand over the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin must surely indicate a deception. The girl is right. I only want the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin. Give it to me, and I'll help you look into people. Don't give it to me, and you'll die, whether she escapes or not. I don't care. Gon Xian was also driven mad by the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, completely ignoring what Chu Jingyue said at the moment. Refuse, and your little life might not be safe, Chu Jingyue spoke softly. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Jixing pursed his lips and threw the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin over. Even without Gon Xian, If he can't knock out Chu Jingyue, he can still imprison her. Gan Xian excitedly caught the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, and Chu Jingyue faintly curled the corner of her lips, watching Zhou Jixing with a half-smiling gaze. Once given, you won't be able to keep me here any longer. As soon as Chu Jingyue finished speaking, Zhou Jixing's expression immediately changed, rising to try to knock her out. But it was already too late. Upon receiving the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin, Gan Xian eagerly tested the legendary Supreme Daoist treasure, utilizing the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin to absorb an immense amount of heavenly, earthly, solar, and lunar essence. As the essence surged in, Chu Jingyue used her body as an array, silently reciting the protective golden light spell in her heart, rendering Zhou Jixing unable to approach her. If you don't retract your abilities, I'll kill him. Zhou Jixing drew his sword, pointing it at Fuyu. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow lightly. How do you think, between this surge of natural essence, you can still best me? A fiery spell burned away the rope around her hands, as Chu Jingyue deftly caught the owner-recognized Wei Ji sword. With her left hand holding the sword, she gracefully spun it into a floral formation. Instinctively dodging, Zhou Jixing realized that the sword wasn't aimed at him, but rather cut the ropes binding Lan Feng. Lan Feng had woken up long ago, but remained pretending to be unconscious, fearing that if she moved, she'd become a burden to the princess. Lan Feng sprang up and fought with Zhou Jixing, while Chu Jingyue quickly untied Fuyu. At this moment, Zhou Jixing's men also surrounded them. The room was too narrow, so Chu Jingyue shouted, "Let's go outside first." Fuyu broke the window first. Lan Feng didn't waste time fighting with Zhou Jixing either. The three of them ran into the yard where Chu Jingyue continued to move with an eerie and mysterious footwork. Strategic Gate of Chimen Duanjia, arise. Chu Jingyue stood firmly, and beneath her feet the 8 trigrams began rotating. Centered on the courtyard, the surrounding rocks and trees were all incorporated into the array. Follow me. Chu Jingyue called out to Fuyu and Lan Feng, urging them to stay close. Simultaneously, she waved her hand and the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin flew away from Gan Xian, landing steadily in her palm. With both Gan Xian and Zhou Jixing present, her Chimen Duanjiao array wouldn't last long, and she needed to leave as soon as possible. Chu Jingyue and the other two headed straight down the mountain. Meanwhile, she pulled out the whistle arrow that had always hung around her neck and shot it towards the sky. Wenren-Si, who had just escorted various young ladies and gentlemen away, originally intended to let his guards disguise themselves as farmers and infiltrate the village for a covert encirclement. Upon seeing 2 streaks of fire shooting into the sky, he immediately ordered, "Pei Feng, let everyone support us on the mountain." Wenren-Si spurred his horse forward, while Pei Feng followed closely after transmitting the command. Gan Xian watched angrily as the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin flew out of his hand. When he rushed out of the door, he found the scenery in front of him somewhat strange. All insect calls and bird songs had vanished. He quickly realized that he was inside an array. Zhou Jixing's subordinates were already lost within the array. The path appeared to be at the courtyard entrance, but they kept going round and round, unable to find their way out. Even climbing over the wall led them to endless repetition. Some of his impatient subordinates began chopping around chaotically in the array, not only failing to break it, but injuring their own people. "Everyone, stop moving." Zhou Jixing snapped irritably, "Follow me." This temporarily set up Chimen Duanjiao array was very profound. Even he had to carefully look for the life gate. Gan Xian had been trying to dismantle the array when he saw Zhou Jixing skillfully finding the life gate, and the initial steps were correct, making his anger flare up. "You still dare to say you have no ulterior motive towards the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin?" Chapter 144. The first person to dominate the world. "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Jixing saw that the formation inside the Chimen Duanjia suddenly changed its central point, and he was immediately furious. He was about to chase out. "You've ruined my plans, and you still think you can leave alive?" Gan Xian lost the 5 Emperor's Ming spell coins and wanted to take revenge in a mad manner. Zhou Jixing watched helplessly as his subordinates stepped into the death gate one by one, and with a grim face said, "I'm a Taoist priest. If I really knew the use of the 5 Emperor's Ming spell coins, would I need your help? Would I even need you today?" These 2 sentences calmed Gan Xian down a bit. Immediately, Zhou Jixing said, "If Chu Jingyue escapes, your 5 Emperor's Ming spell coins will be gone for real." Humph. Gan Xian angrily huffed, and then broke the Chimen Duanjia formation. Zhou Jixing chased out with relief, but before he went down the mountain, he saw Wenren-Si riding toward him with a group of people following behind. All the efforts of today have gone up in smoke. Zhou Jixing gritted his teeth. How could Chu Jingyue escape so easily? He turned and ran back into the mountain. Since Wenren-Si had come, there was no longer any need for him to chase. Gan Xian was also a bit dissatisfied. With the 5 Emperor's Ming spell coins already in hand, the girl managed to take them back. The next time they meet, he must kill her first. "Let's go." Zhou Jixing didn't forget to call Gan Xian. Gan Xian limped slightly, but also followed into the mountain. "Yue, how are you?" Wenren-Si quickly dismounted and hurriedly approached Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue frowned and said, "Nothing serious. The princess is injured," Fuyu reminded from the side, pointing to his own right shoulder, indicating where she was hurt. Wenren-Si immediately said, "Let's go back home." "No, there is something else to handle." Chu Jingyue turned and walked back up the mountain. Wenren-Si had no choice but to follow, sending people to search and bring out the girl who bound Chu Jingyue and her younger sister. The young girl kept her lips sealed without saying a word. Chu Jingyue only looked at her once before walking to the well in the yard and opening the well cover. "You can just give an order if you want me to do something." Wen Renzi pulled her gently, somewhat worried about her injuries. Chu Jinghua pointed at the well. There are people below. Wen Renzi waved his hand, and several guards immediately descended the well, finding 7 or 8 bound people inside, untying them and bringing them out. I'm sorry. The young girl fell directly to her knees and said, all that happened today is my fault. Blame me if you must. Chu Jinghua squinted her eyes and said, take the money and leave this place. Go as far as possible and never come back. The young girl was startled. You won't kill me? I've said it. I don't blame you. Chu Jinghua indeed did not blame her. She too had been coerced. It was truly a helpless action. And she glanced at the little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old, furrowing her brows slightly. Teach her well and guide her on the righteous path, Chu Jinghua reminded once. The young girl looked puzzled and wanted to ask more, but Chu Jinghua didn't want to say more. Talking too much would taint causality. Just remember my words. Chu Jinghua finished speaking and looked at Wen Renzi. Wen Renzi immediately understood her meaning and said, leave 2 people to escort them out. Thank you, Princess Chi. The young girl knelt down and bowed deeply. Only then did Chu Jinghua walk down the mountain. Wen Renzi held her hand and said, are you holding on all right? Let me carry you. No need. How are the others? Wen Renzi whispered, sent them back under the excuse that it's getting late, but we'll have to invite them again in a few days since all this trouble was for nothing. It's fine. Chu Jinghua sucked in a breath. Her shoulder pained greatly. Wen Renzi immediately carried her horizontally, his actions very gentle, carefully avoiding her wounds, and spoke firmly. Don't overexert yourself. Next time, whoever finds me, whatever the matter, you must not go alone. This outing was originally a spur-of-the-moment decision. I didn't expect there would be an ambush here. Chu Jinghua had to admit that this time she had miscalculated. Thinking she wouldn't encounter any danger due to a sudden whim led to a lack of vigilance. The matter of Lu Suyu. Henceforth, I will no longer meddle. Wen Renzi's face was dark. He wasn't foolish. Lu Suyu delayed in such a way, saying she had no knowledge at all. He didn't believe it. He prepared rich dowry for Lu Suyu, treating it as repaying kindness. Even if others thought him ungrateful, he would absolutely not let Chu Jinghua fall into danger because of her again. It doesn't matter. Whether Gan Xian, Zhou Jixing, or Wei Chong hiding in the shadows and never having confronted me openly, the 3 of them standing together cannot harm me. In terms of magic, Chu Jinghua was utterly confident. Her treasures were all divine instruments, recognized their master long ago. Not mentioning this, just speaking of her Taoist arts across the world, she dominates the earth. No one could match her. If we talk about skills, you are quite inadequate. You've shown your abilities several times, and Wei Chong is not a fool. How could he not put in effort in this aspect? Wen Renzi was not at all worried about her fighting with them. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinghua gave a light laugh. Then I can only tie you to my side. This sentence sounded like celestial music to Wen Renzi's ears. He curved his lips and restrained his laughter, saying, as I wish. The carriage was parked outside the village. Wen Renzi carefully helped her into the carriage and, seeing her pale face, said worriedly, let me take a look at your wound. What's there to see? Can you treat it? Chu Jinghua thought that if she endured it, going back to the capital and reaching Watercloud Medical Hall would be fine. Wen Renzi pursed his lips. I'll help you bandage it simply so that the uneven mountain road won't worsen your injury. Just as he finished speaking, the carriage bounced violently as if on cue. Chu Jinghua lost her balance and tumbled around inside. If Wen Renzi hadn't acted quickly to support her, she might have really been injured worse. All right. Chu Jinghua didn't insist and loosened her sash. The originally tight clothes came off, and with a casual tug, one of her shoulders was revealed. What should have been an intimate scene was met by Wen Renzi's clear and determined gaze. He tore a strip of cloth from his own clothes and gently passed it under her arm. Lean over a bit. Wen Renzi encircled her in front of him and asked Chu Jinghua to lean closer into his arms. Chu Jinghua leaned over, able to hear his strong heartbeat without tilting her head. It was quick and rapid. Wen Renzi's large hands tied the cloth behind her back. Chu Jinghua listened to his heartbeat and, for the first time, completely ignored the life treasure at his heart, involuntarily blushing. Done. Wen Renzi stabilized her arm and wound, straightening up to stand, but was held back by her other hand gripping the collar of his robe. Chu Jinghua knew her face was bright red now. She felt embarrassed and held onto him so that he wouldn't get up. But this made Wen Renzi even happier. He protected her with one hand, and a faint smile graced his lips. If you keep holding like this, your face might redden even more. Chapter 145, Conspiracy Rises Again. Chu Jinghua was injured but did not make a fuss. After returning to the capital city, she quietly went to the Shuiyuan Medical Hall. Since her injury was on her shoulder, Yunshuren applied the medicine and bandaged it. Zhou Jixing returned to Lord Wei's mansion without having completed his mission and recounted the process, causing Wei Chong's face to darken entirely. One Taoist, one witch, and they can't even deal with a little girl. Annoyance flickered in Wei Chong's eyes. This had been the single opportunity he had carefully calculated through divination, yet it had slipped through their fingers just like that. Zhou Jixing bit his lips and remained silent. The matter was originally not his fault. It was Gan Xian insisting on needing the 5 Emperor's curse coin, or else how would Chu Jinghua have had the chance to escape? Why needlessly lose your temper, Lord Wei? The 5 Emperor's curse coin is something I am determined to get. She's merely an inexperienced young girl. Just wait for my good news. Gan Xian also knew this mistake was his, and such wording could be considered his explanation to Wei Chong. Wei Chong replied disdainfully with a cold laugh. You think you've got everything under control? Chu Jinghua has been to the Wuxiang Hall. This time, You went out of your way to provoke her. You're fixated on getting the 5 Emperor's curse coin, but you might as well consider what you plan to do with the pure maiden. Gan Xian frowned slightly, realizing that Wei Chong had pointed something out. The last time Chu Jinghua had immediately discerned Xie Yu's origin, but no further actions had been taken since then. Was she waiting for an opportune moment, or did she consider it irrelevant? The pure yang day is almost here. Perhaps it presents an opportunity. A calculating glint flashed across Wei Chong's eyes. Gan Xian asked, what does Lord Wei plan to do? Zhou Jixing already wounded her, and the pure yang day is coming up soon. It's a rare opportunity. Let the pure Yin woman summon the malevolent spirits, ideally making a big commotion. There's no way she will sit idly by. Wei Chong said darkly. Chu Jingyue's existence was already threatening his standing. He felt that the emperor now relied less on the astronomical office than before. He had to find a way to kill her. Without her, Wen Ren-Si was nothing. Since he could use the concealment formation to kill him once, he could definitely do it again. And what if she's injured? With the 5 Emperor's curse coin, it doesn't matter how much malevolent energy she attracts, she'll remain unharmed. Gan Xian thought Wei Chong's idea too naive. It seems that Wei Chong still didn't understand Chu Jingyue's true capabilities. Wei Chong laughed coldly. The 5 Emperor's curse coin is useful in the hands of a sorcerer, but what about in the hands of an ordinary person? Just follow my orders and act accordingly. If successful, the 5 Emperor's curse coin will belong to you. Gan Xian's cloudy pupils flickered, and he stood up smiling. Lord Wei, please rest assured. Everything will be done as per your instructions. If there's nothing more, I will return to prepare. Thank you, Master Gan. Wei Chong's mood improved. He personally instructed someone to escort Gan Xian away. Zhou Jixing waited at the door until Gan Xian was far gone, then turned and spoke. Master, I personally witnessed the power of the 5 Emperor's curse coin. Would giving it to him. What does Gan Xian know? The 5 Emperor's curse coin is a supreme Taoist treasure, naturally imbued with righteous energy. He's a wicked witch doctor. He may have the fortune to obtain it, but not the lifespan to enjoy it. A look of everything being under his control appeared on Wei Chong's face. Zhou Jixing hurriedly smiled and bowed his head. Master has knowledge spanning both past and present. I admire you greatly. You don't need to worry about the next step. Once Wen Ren-Si finds you, it won't be safe for you to show up near the capital. Wei Chong lightly tapped his fingertips on the table, seemingly pondering something. Zhou Jixing hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, I've recently developed a new formula for an elixir. Take it and leave the city tonight. Find a distant village and test whether this potion works. Wei Chong pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and added earnestly, make sure all villagers are kept within sight. Don't let anyone escape. Kill them all if necessary. I understand. Zhou Jixing's mind calmed a bit, concealing his joy as he respectfully took the prescription. He had thought this botched job would irritate Master Wei and make Master doubt his competence. But it looked like Master Wei still trusted him enough to give him such an important task. Though dissatisfied with this incident, Wei Chong knew Zhou Jixing's meticulous nature and mastery of esoteric arts and ruthless hand were best suited for helping him try out the potion. Elixir for eternal life. This was the drug he had long dreamed of. For over 20 years, he had been experimenting with this formula. The earlier trials conducted in Yongling village were his first attempt and also the most successful so far. People indeed reached a form of immortality, albeit in death. So year after year, he continued to modify the formula, testing different variations. After successfully borrowing the life force bracelet, he devised another recipe called heart-binding pill. Unfortunately, the heart-binding pill was not a success. It clouded people's minds and rapidly shortened their lifespans. However, during the trials of the heart-binding pill, Wei Chong noticed that the heavier the toxicity, the less likely the host seemed to develop symptoms. Thus, he created a new formula, hoping this one would succeed this time around. With Chu Jingyue's injury, Wen Ren-Si was worried about Shi Chun taking care of her alone and sent a group of maids to assist. She was being constantly supported when standing, having people rushing to serve her every need. It felt like she only needed to open her mouth, and someone would feed her. Chu Jingyue wasn't used to such treatment, so later on, she just spent every day with Fuyu and the others up on the roof. It was perfectly timed as the May sun was warm without being too bright. After Wen Ren-Si learned about this arrangement, he said nothing extra but had them add blankets and pillows onto the roof, so Chu Jingyue wouldn't be uncomfortable while soaking up the sun. Madam, Princess Chongqing has arrived with Prince Rong. Shichuan softly reported from below, urging her subtly to come down. Chu Jingyue slowly sat up, and happened to catch sight of Chongqing coming near the yard. She slightly raised an eyebrow toward the person following beside Chongqing. She's brought Xueqi along. Had something gone wrong again? Chu Jingyue jumped down in one leap, startling Shichuan, who immediately went forward to support her and carefully examined if her shoulder had been jarred. I'm fine. I know my limits. Chu Jingyue indicated her not to worry, yet Shichuan didn't trust her words and insisted on a proper check before calming down. Chongqing had seen her jump down from a distance and couldn't wait to lift her skirt and run over. Jingyue, I've come to visit you. How did you bring Xueqi? Have you encountered trouble again? Chu Jingyue glanced at Xueqi briefly, though his demeanor suggested nothing unusual. Chongqing shook her head, replying, he is now my personal bodyguard. Oh, Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. Seeing Chongqing blush a little, she decided against asking any further questions. Third Prince Wan Chengzhou walked briskly into view, his pace exuding calmness and grace even as he hurried. Stepping into the courtyard, he performed a slight bow. I pay my respects to Princess Qi. Isn't that backward? You're a prince, and you're bowing to me. Though Chu Jingyue made this light-hearted comment, she didn't forget to return his courtesy with a nod. Wan Shengzhou laughed. Princess Qi's family saved my life, and naturally deserves my respect. You look much better, Chu Jingyue noted after observing him for a moment. Away from the geomancy trap, his health seemed significantly improved. Wan Shengzhou nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. I'm still drinking the medicinal soup prescribed by the madam each day. Not only does it give me energy, it also enhances my spirit. I'll change your prescription shortly. Chu Jingyue beckoned him forward to check his pulse first. By her side, Chongqing tugged gently at her arm, saying, Don't rush to inspect third brother's condition yet. He actually came today with another matter to ask for your help. Curious, Chu Jingyue turned her attention fully to Wan Shengzhou, who then directly explained. I have a cousin, a martial arts practitioner. He was previously robust and strong. But starting a few days ago, he began complaining of constant dizziness and weakness in all he does. Not only that, at night, he often experiences vivid dreams filled with bizarre and terrifying scenes. When I visited him yesterday, he looked entirely drained, gaunt, and emaciated. Our grandfather summoned many physicians, but none found anything particular. However, one doctor suggested he might have fallen under some kind of supernatural influence. Chapter 146, Pure Een Woman Attracts Evil. I'll make a trip then. Chu Jingyue turned to fetch the Wei Ji sword, but Fuyu had already appeared with the sword in hand. This time, I will follow too. Shi Chun stepped forward as well, leading a maid beside her. Chu Jingyue furrowed her brows. There were too many people. Shi Chun was unusually assertive. The princess said that if Lady Chu's wounds aren't healed yet, he would only be able to take personal leave to come back and accompany her. Let's go then. Chu Jingyue sighed. She had been injured many times before, almost making it a regular occurrence, so she didn't even care about this minor wound. However, when Ren Si was extremely worried. Every day after court or from the training ground, he would ask and check on her. The flow of supplements piled up like mountains and seas. Chongqing stared at her for a long while before quietly saying, You seem different towards when Ren Si recently. Am I? Chu Jingyue tilted her head. It didn't seem like she had changed at all. Chongqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, in the past, you wouldn't have cared what he did. Chu Jingyue slightly paused. Chongqing sighed again by her side. Alas, I wanted you to be my third sister-in-law. It seems there is no hope now. Chongqing, do not speak recklessly. Wan Shengzhou gently admonished. Words like these shouldn't be spoken lightly. What if they get out and the prince gets misunderstood? Chongqing shrugged. It's not the first time I've said this, even when Ren Si has heard it. Wan Shengzhou felt helpless, bowing to Chu Jingyue. I apologize. Chongqing has always spoken without thought due to being spoiled. She is right. When Ren Si has indeed heard this, we don't mind. Chu Jingyue also thought that there was nothing to worry about with such words. Chongqing stuck out her chin. See? Even Jingyue doesn't mind. What a pity though, if only I'd introduced you to my elder brother earlier. Chu Jingyue faintly smiled. As soon as they left the mansion, she ran into another acquaintance. Qian, are you looking for me? Chu Jingyue noticed that he was heading towards the Wang mansion gate, so she called out from afar. Qian hurriedly approached. Do you have some time recently? I want to ask for your help. What's the matter? Chu Jingyue was somewhat confused. Was he in trouble as well? Qian took a deep breath and spoke bluntly. It's about my brother. He's fallen ill recently. It looks like he's been drained of his yang energy. Wan Shengzhou looked over alertly, and Chu Jingyue also frowned slightly. All right, come with me. Qian inexplicably got onto Prince Rong's carriage. Chu Jingyue and Chongqing shared one carriage. While the carriage was moving, Chongqing leaned her head on her hand, watching Xue Qi through the window seam, completely absorbed. Chu Jingyue scrutinized her and suddenly asked, Do you like him? No way. Chongqing quickly shifted her gaze shyly, denying it, yet her expression fully betrayed her feelings. Chu Jingyue thought for a moment. You're a princess, he's just a commoner. According to royal protocol, it's probably impossible for him to marry you. Why do even you say things like that? Chongqing pouted. She thought Chu Jingyue was the person who wouldn't say something like this. Chu Jingyue shook her head. I'm just asking, since it's destined to end in vain, why bother wasting emotion? How can you tell if you don't try? Moreover, should everything require an outcome? Chongqing lowered her head, gripping the handkerchief, biting her lips, and continued. I don't know if thinking this way is right. Chu Jingyue curved her lips slightly. Maybe you're right. Life is too short, like a white horse passing through a gap. If we demand results for everything, it becomes too difficult and exhausting. She suddenly felt a sense of release inside her heart, a kind of release for herself. It wasn't easy cultivating in her previous life. Her entire life was occupied with ghost busting and demon catching cultivation. With no family or close friends, lovers, since the start of her enlightenment, she had severed all emotions and desires, focusing solely on ascending to heaven. Now living once more, perhaps she could also attempt to walk down a different path. Chongqing, if you want your wish to come true, I can help you. Chu Jingyue cast a glance out of the carriage window. Chongqing's face turned red and immediately shook her head. Let me think more. Soon, the carriage arrived in front of the Jin household. Chu Jingyue was somewhat puzzled. Chongqing seemed to notice her question and softly said, The Empress Consort's maiden surname was Jin. The Empress made some arrangements when she became concubine and changed her title to Chun. Chu Jingyue nodded and followed the third prince into the Jin household. There were quite a few people welcoming them at the Jin household. They all greeted Chu Jingyue politely. Lady Chu driving away snakes during the palace banquet had made her name famous. The people of the Jin household saw her as if she was a living deity. Lady, please save my son. Jin's mother was anxious, pinning all her hopes on Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue slightly nodded. I will do my utmost. The young lord of the Jin household lay listless in bed, pale and frail, looking worse than a refugee. At just a glance, Chu Jingyue could see dark clouds swirling around him. Has the young Lord Jin been anywhere recently? Chu Jingyue asked while pulling out a talisman paper. Lady Jin paused, then said, he has always kept himself clean and does not wander around outside. Except for his daily duties, he usually only goes to the training ground. Chu Jingyue's eyes darkened. Do you know about the Wu Xiangtang? Wu Xiangtang. Lady Jin pressed her lips together and quickly said, I do know about it. I went there a few days ago. Indeed, when Chu Jingyue saw young Lord Jin, she felt that the negative energy in this room was very strong, just like the one emanating from the pure Yin woman of the Wu Xiangtang. So she tested it out with her question and found that she was indeed correct. Lady Jin, being astute, noticed the slight change in Chu Jingyue's gaze. She hastily explained, I heard that Wu Xiangtang is known for their accurate fortune-telling, so I thought of having my son's romantic future predicted. I left his date and time of birth. She suddenly snapped her fingers. Oh yes, the woman also gave me an embroidered sachet. Lady Jin had someone bring out the sachet. Chu Jingyue first dispelled the evil energy from young Lord Jin, then stood up to write a prescription. Lady Wang, here's the sachet she gave me that day. Chu Jingyue took it in hand, opened it, and inside was a blood-stained talisman paper. I will later make a neutralizing talisman for him to carry at all times. Pairing it with the medicinal herbs to replenish his energy should help him recover soon. Chu Jingyue called Eugene over since all her tools were usually managed by him. For cases like these where people clearly came seeking her help, Eugene would follow along even without being summoned. Eugene entered the room, set up the yellow talisman paper and cinnabar ink for her, and then asked, would you need the 8 trigram money bag? Chu Jingyue glanced at Lady Jin, who seemed a little confused. Eugene explained directly, these are specially embroidered pouches made by artisans designed to ward off evil spirits and neutralize negative energies. If filled with herbs, they can even repel poison. We want them, no matter the cost. Lady Jin immediately had someone fetch silver upon hearing it could neutralize negative energy. Chu Jingyue finished making the talisman after waiting for the ink to dry, folded it into the shape of a blessing charm, and handed it to Eugene. Find a mountain ghost copper coin pouch. Qian waited until she was done before quietly pulling her aside and saying, my brother has the same symptoms too. Chapter 147. This entry named Jinshin. After leaving the Jin residence, Chu Jingyue followed Qi in to meet his older brother. She originally thought they were heading to the Qi residence, but as they walked, she realized it wasn't the way to the Qi family home. Since that incident last time, he moved out of the Qi residence. Chu Jingyue lightly nodded, not expecting Qi Wuji to be somewhat honorable. This small courtyard was a bit remote. Qian pushed the door open and was rather surprised to see Luo Qiuxian washing clothes in the yard. Luo Qiuxian looked up, and seeing Chu Jingyue now more regal than before, jealousy and even hatred could not be concealed in her eyes. Though Chu Jingyue's disguised entry into the Huanxiang Tower wasn't widely publicized, many people still knew about it, including Luo Qiuxian. She certainly knew that the person who revealed her father's true identity at Huanxiang Tower was Chu Jingyue. Because of Chu Jingyue, the Luo family suffered beheadings, exiles, and demotions to become courtesans. Such an ending made it impossible for Luo Qiuxian not to hate her. Facing Luo Qiuxian's overt hatred, Chu Jingyue remained calm and composed, as if completely unaffected by her emotions. Qian pursed his lips. He didn't ask why Luo Qiuxian was there, but looked somewhat awkwardly at Chu Jingyue. He genuinely hadn't expected Luo Qiuxian to be here. Chu Jingyue calmly entered the house. Despite the overwhelming hatred in Luo Qiuxian's heart, she still cared about Qi Wuji. Abandoning the laundry in her hands, she hastily wiped them off and stayed guard by the bedroom door. The symptoms are indeed the same as Mr. Jin's. Chu Jingyue skillfully warded off evil influences, drew talismans, and prescribed a treatment plan. Qi Wuji's illness wasn't as severe as Mr. Jin's, and he could still speak for himself. Thank you, Consort Qi. Have you been to Wuxiang Hall? Chu Jingyue asked straightforwardly. I have. Qi Wuji lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. Since witnessing Chu Jingyue's abilities, he had come to fully believe in fortune-telling and mystical practices. He wanted to save Luo Qiuxian, but he remembered Qi An's warning. They couldn't be together. Thus, after much deliberation, upon hearing that Wuxiang Hall was most skilled in divination and mystic arts, he went there. Qian hadn't expected his older brother to think this way, and he felt somewhat guilty for not clarifying things earlier. This medicine should be taken 3 times a day. Chu Jingyue wrote out the prescription and left it on the table. It seemed necessary for her to visit Wuxiang Hall. It was clear that neither Mr. Jin nor Qi Wuji were the only victims. Without addressing the root cause, she wouldn't be able to cure everyone just by herself. As Chu Jingyue was about to leave, Qi Wuji urgently got excited and rose. Lady consort, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Chu Jingyue turned around, eyeing him curiously. Qi Wuji pursed his lips and instructed Qi An to close the door first, leaving only Fu Yu and Qi Chun in the room. I'm bold enough to ask Lady Consort for another reading. Am I and Qiuxian well suited for each other? Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows, surprised that Qi Wuji would want to ask about this. What did Wuxiang Hall tell you? Qi Wuji pursed his lips again. If one cuts off their own future to secure another's, it is deemed not worth it. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly, then simply sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. But you still brought her out, So how important are these results to you? I. Qi Wuji hesitated, unsure of his own thoughts. Wu Xianghao had suggested being with Qiuxian would ruin his prospects, yet he still brought her out. Follow your heart. Don't question the future. Chu Jingyue murmured, finishing her tea. As she splashed the remaining tea onto the ground, a peculiar pattern formed, causing her to slightly raise her brows. Earth below and thunder above. Hexagram 62E. Rest and renew. Auspicious. Qi Wuji froze in place while Chu Jingyue had already stood up and was heading out. Outside, Luo Qiuxian was eavesdropping and didn't have time to hide, thus being spotted right away by Chu Jingyue. A trace of embarrassment flickered across her face, but Chu Jingyue paid no heed, continuing her conversation with Qi Un as she walked out. Your brother's issue isn't serious. You can keep or discard the pouch as you wish. Have brother you prepare one. I feel more reassured knowing it's there. Now holding the position of undersecretary at the Grand Council Court, Qi Un's salary was much higher than when he was a constable, so he certainly wouldn't mind spending money on his brother. Chu Jingyue. Luo Qiuxian called out sharply, frowning as she stepped forward, glancing momentarily at the people around her. After some hesitation, she asked, Am I bringing trouble to Qi Wuji? Your 8 characters match fairly well. Chu Jingyue's answer was extremely vague, prompting Luo Qiuxian to furrow her brows. You know that's not what I'm asking. Do you know what you're asking? Why not speak more plainly? Chu Jingyue countered, making Luo Qiuxian clench her teeth in anger. Chu Jingyue must be doing this intentionally. Then I'll be direct. Will my family matters drag his family into trouble? Chu Jingyue nodded. Haven't they already affected him? Luo Qiuxian suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. I know I've caused him trouble in the past, but I want to know about the future. You misunderstand. Chu Jingyue responded coolly with 3 words, leaving Luo Qiuxian momentarily stunned. Chu Jingyue calmly said, What has implicated the Qi family is the Luo family, not you. What has been implicated is also the Qi family, not Qi Wuji. Hearing this, Luo Qiuxian was confused. What's the difference? There's a difference. The Luo family's wrongdoing stems from your father abusing his power for personal gain and being corrupt, leading to numerous unjust deaths. You at most benefit from his privileges and bear his responsibilities. The calamity befalling the Qi family is due to the lack of virtue among its upper ranks. The Luo family's matters were merely like the east wind that fanned the flames. Its root lies in their hypocritical nature. Chu Jingyue thought she had made her point very clear, but seeing Luo Qiuxian still looking puzzled and bewildered, she sighed and shook her head helplessly. Take your time to think about it. As for what you want to ask me, it's better to ask Qi Wuji instead. Chu Jingyue didn't wish to say more. Since Qi Wuji was no longer at the Qi residence and Luo Qiuxian wasn't officially tied to the Luo family, both of them had already stepped out of the karma-bound situation caused by the Luo clan. Saying too much might produce adverse effects. A soothsayer's single word could often change many things, so she generally refrained from saying too much. But when it came to marriage affairs, keeping quiet was common practice, whereas other issues Chu Jingyue still deemed necessary to give some hints about. Qian, do you have someone in mind recently? Chu Jingyue asked him with a sideways glance. Qian shook his head, not yet. If there is someone, you should propose as soon as possible, because soon you will face serious mourning obligations, and there won't be any opportunity to change your mind. Upon hearing this, Qian's heart suddenly felt uneasy. After a moment, he smiled bitterly. If I say I'm only surprised but not worried, would you think I'm too heartless? No. Cause and effect exist in all forms of relationships, whether they be familial, romantic, or friendly. No matter which path you choose, I wouldn't find it surprising. Chu Jingyue softly replied. Qian looked at her seriously and asked, Why? You are kind-hearted, emotional, and resolute, so whatever choice you make is understandable. Chu Jingyue honestly answered. Qian slightly smiled, looking down. In the past, I only thought Xiao Ning understood me in the world. Now having another soulmate is my fortune. Listening to these words, Chu Jingyue slightly lowered her eyes. Qian seemed to know what she was thinking about, and added, Your Highness sees through everything, yet there's something even you can't quite grasp. What is it? Chu Jingyue asked earnestly. Qian knowingly smiled and said, Emotions, be it familial, friendship, or romance, are inescapable connections between people. This is what your Highness cannot fully understand, am I right? Chu Jingyue implicitly agreed, her gaze lost in deep thought and exploration. Qian continued, This seemingly unsolvable emotion actually just needs one stroke to resolve. That stroke is called sincerity. Chapter 148, Intimacy. Qian's words had made their mark on Chu Jingyue. Her mind was consumed with how she would explain the matter of the life treasure to Wenren-Si. Tell him that her decision to stay in the Ongfu back then was all because of the life treasure within him? Chu Jingyue suddenly felt that this was one thing that probably didn't need to be said at all for the rest of her life. Life treasures often brought calamity, but so far, the one within Wenren-Si hadn't really triggered any trouble. Alas, for the first time, Chu Jingyue experienced what it was like to have a troubled mind. When there was no solution in sight for a problem, indeed, one's heart became unsettled. I've heard you sigh many times today. Is the matter of the Wuxiang Hall very troublesome? Wenren-Si was dealing with official business when he noticed her sigh again and naturally had to show concern. Chu Jingyue came back to her senses. Not too bad, I'll resolve this tonight. You mentioned before that finding someone with a pure female image on a 10-spirit day is extremely rare. Won't it be difficult to deal with? Wenren-Si was somewhat worried. Chu Jingyue sat cross-legged on the soft couch. Her arms rested on the square table as one hand supported her face while the other idly fiddled with a small object. Indeed, for regular Taoist priests or sorcerers, it is not easy to handle such cases. Wen Rinci became interested and hastily finished the tasks at hand. Then he moved closer and asked, "Can you explain further? A person with the pure Yin female life pattern has an exceptionally heavy Yin energy. If supplemented by a formation, its killing qi can silently take someone's life. Therefore, common Taoists usually wait until the pure Yang day to act against such people." Wen Rinci frowned slightly. Pure Yang day? Yes, a few days later will be the pure Yang day. In principle, someone who knows how to use the pure Yin female pattern shouldn't be unaware that pure Yang day suppresses it. Yet, the Wuxiang Hall still acts so openly before this day. I suspect they have some other intentions. Chu Jingyue stroked the 5 Emperor's bright spell coin in her hand. It might well be Gan Xian deliberately luring her into a trap for the coin. So you're planning to move early? Wen Rinci furrowed his brow. Indeed, after listening to her explanation, acting earlier seemed to be the best option. Chu Jingyue nodded lightly. That's correct. Whether considering preventing more casualties or avoiding the conspiracy of the pure Yang day, acting ahead is the most suitable choice. But you, Wen Rinci was still concerned as she wasn't fully recovered from her injuries yet. Chu Jingyue gave a light smile and said casually, I said before that ordinary Taoist priests choose to act on the pure Yang day, but I'm not an ordinary sorcerer. Recalling the words she said in the carriage the other day about being the topmost in magic arts, Wen Rinci was now slightly reassured. Still, I do need your help that day. Chu Jingyue was confident, yet not arrogant. With the Wuxiang Hall making such a loud display, there was no guarantee everything would go perfectly according to plan. Thus, Chu Jingyue needed Wen Rinci's assistance as a precaution. What do you want me to do? Wen Rinci's eyes sparkled with joy. Every time she asked for his help, he felt incredibly delighted. Chu Jingyue spoke softly, and Wen Rinci kept nodding in agreement. Wen Rinci immediately called for Pei Feng to make preparations. After watching him finish assigning tasks, Chu Jingyue hesitated, lips pressed together. Is there something else? Wen Rinci somehow felt Chu Jingyue was acting rather strange today. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and tentatively asked, If one day I need something that may harm you, would you? I don't mind. After a moment of thought, Wen Rinci said, I can roughly guess that your staying in the Wangfu must have been for another purpose. Chu Jingyue widened her eyes slightly, seemingly unsure what to say next. You err. What you learn and practice are things beyond common understanding. I know you have your own goals. If you don't wish to disclose them, I will not press you. Wen Rinci smiled, and his deep eyes shimmered with star-like points. I have said from the beginning that I will give my utmost to find what you desire, even if it were my own life. Listening to these words, Chu Jingyue felt her heart pound like thunder. She suddenly realized she was the despicable one, entering the Wangfu for the life treasure and now unable even to tell him the truth. A flash of impulse crossed her eyes, and she wanted to seize the moment to reveal everything about the life treasure. But as she opened her mouth, Wen Rinci suddenly leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss across the table. The last time was when Chu Jingyue was critically injured, and amidst the confusion, she kissed him passionately. This time it was Wen Rinci taking the initiative, full of tender love and emotion. No, there was worry in Chu Jingyue's eyes. She remembered how kissing him caused her to absorb the essence of the life treasure inside him. Wen Rinci could certainly feel the faint pain radiating from his heart, but he cherished holding on to this softness even more. He moved the square table aside, encircled Chu Jingyue's head with one hand, and whispered in her ear, Isn't it finally my turn to let loose a little? Wen Rinci's voice was earnest, and his gaze burning yet pitiful. Chu Jingyue eventually softened her heart, lowered her eyes, and silently permitted his actions. Wen Rinci curved his lips into a smile and kissed her again. Both of them were deeply moved by their emotions, and Chu Jingyue also indulged herself in a rare moment. The curtain slowly descended, bringing down not only the layer of gauze, but also her restless heart that had never found a home. The candlelight flickered and danced throughout the night, occasionally crackling as if in response. The next day, Shichuan, as usual, was carrying water into the room. Before she stepped into the bedroom, she saw clothes scattered on the ground and immediately blushed, quickly turning around to leave. Shichuan waited outside the door and picked up her embroidery to pass the time, unable to suppress her joy for the prince and princess. She was smiling when suddenly there was a bang from inside the bedroom, followed by the prince's muffled groan of pain. She wanted to rush in and ask if everything was all right, but recalling the clothes scattered all over the floor earlier, she resisted the urge. Where? Wen Rinci sat on the ground, still rubbing his waist in distress. This was the third time he'd been kicked out of bed. Out of the 3 nights he'd slept beside her, each time he ended up being kicked off. Chu Jingyue was completely bare, covered only halfway by a blanket. Her expression remained cold and aloof, making her look every bit like an elegant immortal. You deserve it, Chu Jingyue said icily, lifting the blanket to get up and dress, but as soon as she stood up, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to kneel down. Wen Rinci hurriedly went to support her and received a fierce glare from Chu Jingyue. Yesterday, she tried to warn him they had work to do at night, but he wouldn't stop himself, continuing recklessly. Thinking about this, Chu Jingyue felt extremely annoyed. Wen Rinci also realized how out of control he'd been last night. You can punish me as you like later. Go back to lie down. I'll ask Shichuan to prepare some water. Wen Rinci quickly tidied up the mess on the floor, instructed Shichuan to prepare bathing water in the side hall, and then arranged for breakfast. He was busy moving in and out of the rooms, hardly daring to look at Chu Jingyue, fearing he might hear something cruel from her lips. After all, what he did last night was truly excessive, to the point where she fainted. This morning, when Chu Jingyue woke up, her calm demeanor made him somewhat anxious. When the water was ready, Chu Jingyue put on a robe and went to bathe in the adjacent room. As warm water covered her body, she noticed spots of red marks all over her skin, her eyes unusually clear. Her relationship with Wenren-Si wasn't because of a sudden impulse. She knew exactly what she had done. But Wenren-Si was really, Chu Jingyue looked down and saw a faint golden mark floating between her chest and injured shoulder blade. What is this? Chapter 149. Can't seize, must spit out. Chu Jingyue faintly felt that the curse mark on her chest was related to last night's events, but she couldn't figure out the details, so she simply stopped pondering. Originally, she had planned to go to the Wuxiang Hall last night, but was delayed. Thus, she could only act during the day. Under the guise of an investigation by the Dali Temple, Chu Jingyue sealed off the entire alleyway and burst into the Wuxiang Hall, indeed catching them off guard. After an investigation by the Dali Temple, it has been determined that today's multiple violent incidents in the capital are all related to the Wuxiang Hall. Therefore, we have come to inspect. Li Xiaoning waved his hand, and the people from the Dali Temple immediately surrounded the courtyard. Lin Lu still wore a black robe covering herself. She stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Do you have any evidence, sir? Li Xiaoning looked at Chu Jingyue, who glanced deeply at Lin Lu. You shouldn't be able to leave this yard, right? Lin Lu's figure momentarily froze, and she slightly turned her head without saying a word. It doesn't matter anyway. I will help you get out of here. The dangerous cease sword stood on the ground. Chu Jingyue placed both hands on it. The aura of righteousness slightly dispersed. A familiar spiritual force made her slightly lose focus for a moment. There was actually an essence of destiny treasure here too. Chu Jingyue thought briefly and wanted to use the power of the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin to also attract the destiny treasure hidden inside the Wuxiang Hall. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed throughout the yard, followed by swirling dust on the ground. Immediately after, Chu Jingyue's face darkened slightly. All of you exit. Li Xiaoning reacted the fastest, extending his hand to guide all the constables outside the gate. Fu Yu and Lan Feng retreated a little and stood guard on the roofs further away. Around Chu Jingyue, ghostly laughter reverberated as the scenery dramatically changed before her eyes. The small courtyard became a place of nightly ghosts roaming. The wandering soul ghosts were like they wanted to rip Chu Jingyue apart alive. Yet, Chu Jingyue remained completely still, coldly watching the scene unfold, unperturbed. In the shadows, Gan Xian clenched his teeth, realizing he would need a more powerful magical artifact. He began chanting his spell, and the scenery before Chu Jingyue shifted again. A sinister environment suddenly transformed into one like a misty fairyland, with ethereal music endlessly resounding in the ears. Chu Jingyue, your Taoist powers are complete. You just need to abandon your desires to ascend and become a deity. Chu Jingyue heard the voice, and lightly curled her lips, swaying the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin in her hand. Are you referring to this, or something else as my desire? Gan Xian frowned in deep concentration. Last time he used the Bagua mirror to peek, Chu Jingyue's ruthless Taoist heart had already broken. It seemed emotions had arisen within her. Thus, in her heart, so-called desires should be Wenren-Si. But if he said that, wouldn't he fail to obtain the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin? Gan Xian was somewhat reluctant. After pondering, he said, all things of the mortal world should be put down. Whether you can become a deity depends entirely on your own enlightenment. Oh, Chu Jingyue gave a nonchalant response. After replying, she remained as steadfast as a mountain. Gan Xian grew anxious. Why didn't she move yet? Have you considered carefully? Gan Xian pressed further, while Chu Jingyue began loosening her hand bindings. Are you sure you still want the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin? Upon hearing this, the body of Gan Xian hiding in the shadows clearly stiffened. Did she see through him? Chu Jingyue flung the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin. You cannot take it away from me, and everything else must be handed over to me. Gan Xian immediately activated the formation. However, the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin appeared to be stuck in midair. The swirling energy covered Chu Jingyue. Spiritual recognition, divine flags and ghost banners, heed my command. Collect. With her single command, 2 flags flew out automatically, and the scene around Chu Jingyue instantly returned to normal. Impossible. Gan Xian was greatly shocked. Following his incredulous voice, Chu Jingyue had already retrieved the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin and was holding the divine flag and ghost banner in her hands. Here you go. Chu Jingyue tossed them outwards. Fu Yu and Lan Feng leaped into action, each catching one of the flags. Chu Jingyue did not withdraw her spiritual energy. She herself was also surprised since there was still a trace of the destiny treasure in the courtyard. Was there actually 3 destiny treasures hidden in the Wuxiang Hall? No wonder Gan Xian could half comprehend celestial fate and also discern her own Taoist prowess. You stole my magic tool, and you shall die today without a doubt. Gan Xian was furious. Not only did he fail to snatch the 5 Emperors Mingzhou coin, but he lost 2 magic tools instead. He stepped out from the shadow and pushed Lin Lu out as an array's eye point. The array formed with Shaki rushing towards Chu Jingyue, as if attempting to tear her limb by limb. Facing it calmly, Chu Jingyue silently recited the golden light charm for protection. Seeing Lin Lu painfully look at her, she roughly understood the situation. Save me. Lin Lu reached out pleading for help. She was a pure Yin female, inherently prone to attracting Shaki, and Gan Xian even utilized her as the array's eye point. All the attracted Shaki was almost completely borne by her, the overwhelming pressure making her unable to catch her breath. Woman, do you think you can escape? Upon seeing Lin Lu pleading Chu Jingyue for rescue, Gan Xian's anger surged even more. He approached and heavily kicked Lin Lu, causing her to spit blood. Lin Lu's eyes became cloudy, and the exposed skin aged at an alarming rate. Still, she extended her hand, pleadingly looking at Chu Jingyue. I did not volunteer. Please save me, Your Highness. All right. Chu Jingyue raised her hand and drew out the sea sword, cutting through the air with precision, severing most of the shaki around Lin Lu. This shaki had been sucking Lin Lu's life force to enhance its own power. Ganxian continued to manipulate the shaki, but this time Chu Jingyue dealt a severe blow. The blade cut across her palm. Blood gushed and dripped onto the ground as Chu Jingyue used her blood to invoke a talisman, intoning in a strong voice. Bright energy nurtures essence. Inner refining leads to the heart of Dan. Light reflects and unites. Divine truth comes seeking. By my blood spirit, evil is destroyed. The three heavens' true law obeys my words. A wave of red-tinged golden light swept through like wind and scattered the shaki, breaking Ganxian's formation and causing him to be fiercely backfired upon, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Jingyue wasn't going to let him off, and plunged the sword forward. With one swift motion, it pierced his heart. Chu Jingyue formed a single-hand seal, shouting loudly, "Break!" Countless dark miasmas erupted from his body, and even Lin Lu let out a sigh of relief. The stone steel in the courtyard exploded suddenly. Ganxian still couldn't believe what happened. How could he have been so easily defeated by an immature girl? In defiance, Ganxian fell, while Chu Jingyue retracted her sword and wiped the blood with a handkerchief, keeping her gaze on the remnants of the shattered steel. There's a bagua mirror there, which was used by him to trap me. Lin Lu staggered up, her skin restored to normal, no longer appearing old and emaciated. She looked at Chu Jingyue gratefully and retrieved the bagua mirror from the steel. Chu Jingyue's eyes darkened slightly. Indeed, this was another destiny treasure that bore the mark of her character. Now 8 out of her 9 treasures were retrieved, including the one within One Rin Ci's body, that made 9 altogether. Only 5 more remained. Take away the corpse. Chu Jingyue called out, promptingly shouting to bring in 2 constables. He glanced at Ganxian sprawled on the ground, telling the constables nearby. The Dali Temple investigated, but this person refused to cooperate and got killed accidentally during the struggle. Did you get that? Yes, sir. We remember. The clever constables nodded quickly. They carried the body out. Lin Lu quietly observed the shelves inside the room and whispered. The fate lamp taken by Lu Suyu wasn't the one lit for Lady Lu when she was alive. It was a corpse incense poison that would make people seriously ill if left burning long-term. However, a very few individuals wouldn't be affected. Ganxian seemed to be helping someone find those who aren't influenced by the corpse incense poison. Chapter 150, Medical Pavilion Incident. Even if you were instigated by others, you must bear the consequences of your own actions. Li Xiaoning spoke solemnly, implying that he was about to take her away. Lin Lu looked somewhat dazed at the courtyard gate. Can I leave here? Yes, but probably what awaits you is no more than another cage, Li Xiaoning said indifferently, completely unconcerned about how much his words might hurt Lin Lu. Lin Lu lowered her eyes gloomily. Chu Jingyue glanced at her. Only a few years after all. Most of the sins will be borne by Ganxian. As for you being possessed by someone else's sin, it might actually be good for you to stay in jail for a few years. Lin Lu understood clearly. Perhaps in this world, there were not just one person like Ganxian who would exploit her purine body to arrange an array. Even if she gained freedom, she might still be captured by someone. In this light, staying in the Dali Temple prison was indeed the best choice. But the Dali Temple only needs Lin Lu in prison, and outsiders also only need Lin Lu in prison. Chu Jingyue said something meaningful. Lin Lu was stunned. Your meaning is? I can't. She didn't dare to say what she had in mind. She was afraid that once spoken out, it would turn out to be just wishful thinking. Lin Lu has 2 characters belonging to the Yin Wood and Yin Water phenomena, which do not suit your 8 characters. How about changing your name to Longxi? Upon hearing this, Lin Lu was overjoyed and immediately knelt down and said, Longxi will always be under the princess's command from now on. Since you've committed evil, you must make amends. Redemption is not limited to becoming a prisoner alone. Right now, due to the calamities you've attracted, many people's lives are in danger. Not many people know how to use talismans. I need your cooperation with the medical clinic to treat patients. Chu Jingyue wasn't overly soft-hearted or kind either. Rather, compared to letting her go to jail, saving lives was more important. Many people in the city were seriously ill due to the Sha energy. Even though she had broken the array, those people were still affected by the Sha energy, needing it removed. The Shueiyun Medical Pavilion could only write prescriptions. To dispel the Sha energy required manpower, and she couldn't handle it alone. Longxi agrees willingly. Longxi's eyes shone with happiness as the freedom she desired was finally within reach. Chu Jingyue helped her up and looked at Li Xiaoning. I need a notice from the Dali Temple stating the toxic nature of the Destiny Lamps, and guide those who recently fell critically ill after visiting Wuxiang Hall to the Shueiyun Medical Pavilion for treatment. After Chu Jingyue explained, Li Xiaoning nodded. Understood. Wuxiang Hall was completely sealed off. After leaving, Chu Jingyue headed directly to the Shueiyun Medical Pavilion. She left the prescription at the pavilion. The process of creating the exorcising talisman didn't require specific teaching. Longxi only needed to watch twice to learn it. On the same day, the Dali Temple released the announcement, stating that Wuxiang Hall had used methods to harm people, and many people queued up at the Shueiyun Medical Pavilion waiting for treatment. Suddenly, many patients came, so Yun Boizhong hurriedly cleaned up the second floor, yet even then they were too busy, with many people still coming every day asking for medicine. Moreover, many of these people were not wealthy, even impoverished. Unable to afford the medicine cost, they could only squat outside picking up discarded drug residues. Yun Boizhong had continuously reduced his medicine prices, yet for many, it was still too expensive. At this time, the pharmaceutical shops that previously smeared the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion dropped their drug prices to the lowest, and many people, having received the prescriptions, went to the medical hall on the next street to buy medicine. In this way, the prescription ended up in Mr. Jia's hands. His family's medical hall set up the signboard of driving out evil spirits and claimed it was cheaper than the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion. In no time, many people rushed to Mr. Jia's medical hall for treatment, although Yun Boizhong had warned them. However, those patients accused him of being greedy and making unjust profit. Why don't these people listen to advice? We might as well tell them that the exorcism talisman is the most important. Longxi was rather impatient and wanted to reveal the truth. Yun Boizhong stopped her immediately. No, the princess has repeatedly warned not to let anyone see your process of using the exorcism talisman. It's not because we are afraid everyone will become superstitious. More importantly, it is because she wants to keep you hidden. Moreover, those who go elsewhere with the prescription have already gone through the exorcism process. The medical halls specifically named by the Dali Temple are still trusted by the common people, so they come to the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion first for treatment. Without knowing the exorcism process, when they find the prescription too expensive, they head to Mr. Jia's Medical Pavilion. If Mr. Jia's medicine works without issues, people can be cured. Yun Boizhong does not care much about whose pocket the money goes into. He worries the most about the medicine. He knows best about the prices of those medicinal materials. His medical hall offers the lowest price already. If someone can offer even lower prices, what kind of good medicine could that be? Being fake would be considered fine. But this concern turned out to be correct. Within days, problems arose in Mr. Jia's medical hall. It's Ms. Shuqing's letter. Shichuan got a letter addressed to the princess from the door servant boys. Looking at the signature, it was written by Shuqing. She quickly handed it over to the princess. After Chu Jingyue opened and read it, she realized the medical hall had encountered some trouble. Going out? So urgent. When Renzi had just finished morning court session, noticing her hurrying steps, he was curious about what had happened. Chu Jingyue nodded and said, Mr. Jia's medical hall stole the prescription, used fake medicine to confuse people, and it caused fatalities. As a result, many people rushed to the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion, blaming Yun Boizhong for not telling the truth. I'll let Pei Feng take a group of guards there. Wan Renzi waved his hand. It would be better to bring some people along. He had met Yun Boizhong a few times. Indeed, Yun Boizhong was a true gentleman with upright character. If he knew beforehand that the medicine in the rival medical hall was problematic, it would be impossible for him not to give a warning. However, things turned out this way, so either someone framed him or the unreasonable people were causing trouble. It's fine, you go ahead with the men, horseback will be faster. Chu Jingyue showed rare signs of urgency. If her shoulder wound hadn't been healing, she would have ridden too. Alright, don't worry, take care of your injury. Wan Renzi reminded her, also instructing Shichuan to look after the princess. Wan Renzi rode his horse and led people there first. After listening for a while, he understood the whole story. The main troublemakers were two families who sought treatment at Mr. Jia's medical hall, and their relatives died despite medical help. Even worse, these two families had never visited the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion for treatment. They simply heard that the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion advised patients not to believe cheap medicine, so they blamed Yun Boizhong for not reminding them. Pei Feng, step forward and separate them. Wan Renzi rode slowly toward the scene. To have Chu Jingyue come all the way here for such an issue made his heart ache. As the guards entered, the two families in mourning robes felt considerably nervous. Seeing that Wan Renzi had arrived, they became hesitant to speak. What is all this racket? The notice from Dali Temple was clear enough. Anyone suffering severe illness after visiting Wuxiang Hall must immediately seek treatment at the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion. Was it ever mentioned that another medical hall could treat them? Wan Renzi dismounted from his horse, radiating an intimidating presence. Those two families actually knew that this incident wasn't Yun Boizhong's fault. However, their homes were very poor and couldn't even afford 2 coffins, so they came to make trouble, hoping that the Shuiyun Medical Pavilion, which previously treated so many patients, must have made a lot of money, and they intended to extort it. My lord, forgive us. We are really in dire straits. With Mr. Jia's medical hall sealed off, no one has compensated us. How can we leave our loved ones exposed in the wilderness? We had no choice but to resort to such measures. Terrified, the two families knelt down and begged for mercy. Yun Boizhong sighed helplessly. If they had directly stated their difficulties, he would naturally have helped as much as he could. Making such a fuss and alarming the prince and princess made him feel very apologetic. Pei Feng, give them some silver coins. Wan Renzi didn't want the disturbance to continue any longer, lest it upset Chu Jingyue. By settling the matter financially, things could quiet down earlier and provide some peace to the clinic, where there were still many patients. Speaking of this, the government's supervision has failed. How appropriate is it to make the prince pay? From today onward, I will cover the expenses for those seriously ill due to Wuxiang Hall, including both treatment and burial costs. Chapter 151, Drunken Pear Palace. Wan Qingzhou's appearance made all the troublemakers disperse. This incident could have been either minor or major, but after Duke Rong stepped in, it became a significant event. The Wuxiang Hall used evil methods to harm people, which Chu Jingyue handled quietly. However, due to the greed of one pharmacy, the matter was pushed to the forefront of public attention. Where there is death, there is unrest. Wan Qingzhou personally paid out of his own pocket to cover the deficits of Shuiyun Pharmacy and compensated those harmed by the evil techniques. Anyone who fell ill because of the evil magic did not have to spend their own money for treatment. and those who couldn't afford burial were laid to rest properly. For a time, the reputation of Duke Rong rose greatly, making the crown prince increasingly restless. The crown prince sought Wei Chong's advice, but Wei Chong himself was already troubled. He had intended to use the pure Yin girl against Chu Jinghua, but unexpectedly Chu Jinghua did not follow the expected script. She acted ahead of the pure Yang Day, completely disrupting his plans, and even Gan Xian lost his life. Now, Duke Rong had again gained popular support, and even the emperor knew about this matter. The emperor continuously praised Duke Rong and handed over the year's tax matters for him to handle. Not just the crown prince was worried, Wei Chong was also deeply troubled. This time you've done a great job. Is there any reward you desire? The emperor summoned Wan Qingzhou. He had previously only thought that this son of his was knowledgeable, but frail. He hadn't realized that he too was decisive. I feel ashamed, your majesty. If we were to talk about merits, it is Queen Consort Qi who truly deserves credit. She solved the problem while injured and provided a method to save people. I merely contributed some money, so it's inappropriate to claim merit. Wan Qingzhou spoke gently, and the emperor nodded continuously. Queen Consort Qi indeed deserves much credit, but I have yet to decide on what to bestow as a reward. Chu Jinghua is currently a first-ranked national lady. Speaking strictly of her status, she already ranks higher than Qin Wang Renxi, who inherited the title. It seemed almost impossible to further reward her. After pondering for a moment, Wan Qingzhou said, Father Emperor, I actually have a suggestion. Speak. The emperor immediately showed interest. Was there possibly a better reward than gold and silver? Wan Qingzhou smiled. Queen Consort Qi was injured during her last outing when assassins attacked. Presumably, she didn't get to fully enjoy herself. Now that Drunken Pear Palace has its finest scenery, why doesn't Father Emperor order her to go play at the palace with Duke Qi? The emperor contemplated deeply, and Wan Qingzhou lowered his voice respectfully. I've heard recently that Queen Consort Qi and Duke Qi seem quite affectionate. If Father Emperor gives them an opportunity to deepen their feelings now, Queen Consort Qi would be extremely pleased. Is this true? The emperor was somewhat surprised. Chu Jinghua always appeared cold-faced and aloof. Although her marriage to Wen Renxi was arranged by imperial decree, it had never seemed obvious that they had good feelings for each other. On the contrary, Wen Renxi seemed to care for her very much. Whenever she was sick or hurt, he would take leave to stay home and accompany her. I heard that this time Queen Consort Qi got injured protecting two of Duke Qi's bodyguards. Furthermore, I clearly saw Queen Consort Qi looking at Duke Qi with a different gaze. Since Wan Qingzhou put it like that, the emperor naturally had no doubts and immediately decreed, then let it be according to your words. Let those in the palace be attentive. Queen Consort Qi dislikes crowded noise, and whoever makes her unhappy will risk losing their heads. Yes, I understand. Wan Qingzhou bowed and prepared to leave. The emperor thought for a moment and said, send a few royal chefs over, and take care of any preparations needed. Recently, several neighboring small countries have shown unusual activities. It's uncertain if we'll need Duke Qi to lead troops out soon. I understand. When Chu Jinghua received the letter from Wan Qingzhou, her eyes brightened slightly. Shouldn't this be more than just going to play? When Renxi felt something was off. If it were purely for amusement, why bother with such elaborate arrangements? Her insistence that Wan Qingzhou find a way for her to go to the palace must have meant she had another purpose. I want to retrieve something. Chu Jinghua now possessed many precious items, and she vaguely sensed the location of the remaining ones. After careful consideration, she figured out that the nearest one was precisely located in the palace. The Drunken Pear Palace was filled with the sweet fragrance of pear blossoms. With a gentle breeze, a cascade of petals danced in the air. Wow, I've never seen such a beautiful scene of petals floating before. Shi Chun excitedly reached out to catch the petals. The leading housekeeper of the palace initially frowned. It wasn't proper for a servant to speak without the master giving permission first. However, seeing that both Duke Qi and Queen Consort Qi didn't say anything, she naturally hid her displeasure and instead wore a pleasant smile. If you like the pear blossoms, lady, you can take some back. But remember, do try not to visit the pear tree garden between the hours of Yin, and Mao. Why is that? Shi Chun was curious. Could there be something special about visiting the pear tree garden during these times? The maid looked at Wen Renxi and Chu Jinghua, seeing that they still didn't have much of a reaction, so she boldly continued. Ever since I came to this palace, I've noticed that every time it hits the hour of Yin, there are lightning and thunder in the sky, but no rain. This continues until the end of the hour of Mao. Shi Chun exclaimed. Is there such a strange phenomenon? How long have you been here at the palace? It's been over 10 years, said the maid. Seeing that Duke Qi and his consort showed no intention of interrupting or stopping her, she kept chatting with Shi Chun. Shi Chun was surprised. I thought you were in charge of managing the palace. Only more than 10 years. It seems like you should have had the chance to return to the capital. Returning to the capital isn't as good as staying in the palace. Although it's strange, nothing bad has happened all these years. Many pear trees here were struck by lightning, though. Shortly afterward, Taoist priests would come to collect them. The maid became even more excited as if discussing something unusual. Do you know about the Taoist priests from Xianyan Mountain? They often come here and buy those would hit by lightning at high prices. Isn't this place far from Xianyan Mountain? Chu Jinghua finally asked. Certainly not close. The maid immediately answered respectfully. According to those Taoist priests who buy the wood, they're all roaming Taoists. Did you know anything strange happening in the palace before you came? Chu Jinghua curiously asked. Based on her speculation, wherever the fated treasures fell, disasters would ensue. Therefore, she assumed that there wouldn't just be one treasure lying quietly here, simply scaring people with lightning. This, The maid appeared troubled, seemingly knowing something but afraid to say it. Wen Rinci immediately pulled out a complete silver ingot from his money pouch. Mama, just tell us what you know. The princess enjoys hearing these strange stories. If I tell you, please just treat it as a story. The maid couldn't resist the temptation of the silver, respectfully took the money with both hands, and was ready to start speaking. There happened to be a pavilion nearby, so everyone went inside. Chu Jingyue disregarded issues of seniority and propriety, letting the maid and Shi Chun sit down. The maid was greatly honored and quickly cleared her throat before whispering. Before I came here, I heard that the former staff responsible for cleaning and maintaining the palace were all beaten to death. Chapter 152, 5 Thunder's Omen. According to what the old nursemaid said, before she arrived at the palace retreat, that year the emperor brought his favorite concubine here for sightseeing. However, they did not stay long. The emperor returned to the palace, and before he left, he ordered all the staff in the retreat to be beaten to death, including that favored concubine. But these are just guesses others spread out. The only thing this old servant knows is that all the staff members in the current retreat came from that same batch. Chu Jingyue slightly raised her eyebrows. All killed. If one were to talk about cruel emperors, there were quite a few throughout history, but they would not incur heavenly punishment just by killing a group of palace servants. Because those who can ascend the throne have been endowed with royal fortune. Every action they take is either to prolong their fortune or wear it down. Apparently, the present emperor was doing the latter. As such, when she once observed the celestial phenomena and calculated his fate, this emperor's Polaris star was already dim, and his royal fortune was nearly depleted. Being able to attract the extraordinary phenomenon of a life treasure suggests that there are other matters tied to this place. Chu Jingyue fell into deep thought and didn't focus much on other things. She got up and walked outside. Wen Rinci looked at Shichuan and then followed her. Shichuan hurriedly grabbed 2 hairpins and stuffed them into the old nursemaid's hands. I've noted down all your reminders, milady. Our princess has an unusual temperament and doesn't like too many people around making noise. During this time, please take good care of me. Even though the old nursemaid usually stayed in the empty retreat, she understood human relations well. She knew that Shichuan meant that Princess Qi wanted her to personally care for her, without interference from others. If there was anything needed while staying at the retreat, they should seek her help. The young lady is truly kind. Even without these hairpins, we as servants will always give our best effort to take care. The third prince instructed us many times. Everyone knows Princess Qi dislikes crowds and noise. This statement was meant to give Shichuan reassurance so she could relax. Shichuan nodded, not intending to chase after her masters, instead chatting further with the old nursemaid about other topics. Chu Jingyue entered the pear orchard next. It was hard to spot any abnormalities in this place. The flowers here really bloom splendidly. There isn't another tree with such dense blossoms throughout the capital city. Wen Rinci marveled at the beauty of the snow-like pear blossoms in front of him. It's truly a pity not to share a small drink in such a beautiful place. Wen Rinci sent Pei Feng to fetch wine. Chu Jingyue touched the pear tree, her gaze slightly turning serious. The pear blossoms here indeed bloom beautifully. Perhaps it's because of different nourishment. Wen Rinci hesitated momentarily, then arched his eyebrows in surprise. You mean the people who were beaten to death? Hard to say. Let's see tonight. Chu Jingyue wanted to see if thunder would come during the early morning hours between midnight and sunrise. If real thunder arrived, it would confirm her suspicions. Her words were vague, but when Rinci understood some of it, gazing at the yard full of pear blossoms, he found it no longer pleasant. Even when Pei Feng fetched the wine, he couldn't drink and had the secret guards take it away instead. The place where Chu Jingyue and Wen Rinci were staying was far from the pear garden. Nevertheless, petals would still drift in through open windows. She sat by the window waiting, occasionally placing petals blown in by the breeze into her book. You should sleep first. I'll wake you up at any time. Wen Rinci, freshly bathed, his black hair falling softly, added a hint of tenderness to his otherwise severe face. Chu Jingyue shook her head. I won't be able to sleep. She wouldn't rest until she uncovered the truth behind the life treasure omen. Propped up on one hand, she appeared exceptionally gentle under the candlelight. Moved by the scene, Wen Rinci walked over, scooped her up, and placed her on his lap. Then how about we do something else to pass the time? What do you think of the current emperor? Chu Jingyue ignored his proposal. Wen Rinci frowned, carefully pondering. When the emperor was still crowned prince, my father supported him. Later, when I took charge of Prince Qi's mansion, I never understood my father's choices. My mother then explained that the crown prince back then was indeed benevolent and virtuous. Benevolent? Chu Jingyue lightly arched an eyebrow. In her eyes, the emperor certainly couldn't match this description. Wen Rinci nodded. Although benevolent, he lacked initiative. The late emperor was domineering, and the empress dowager made decisions decisively, leaving little room for dissent. As a result, the emperor followed rigid rules during his childhood, doing exactly as the previous emperor commanded and seeking advice from his mother whenever he was uncertain. So after the passing of the late emperor and empress dowager, the emperor solely trusted Wei Chang's words? Chu Jingyue gazed deeply, tilting her head towards the sky. Come to think of it, it was strange. Around the Polaris star were 2 stars shining even brighter. The Polaris star was initially closer to another star, and now it moved farther away. The previously dim Polaris star started to brighten again. She originally thought these 2 stars represented Wei Chong and Wen Rinci respectively. Now it seems, these 2 stars actually symbolized Wei Chong and herself. Since the emperor trusts her and follows her correct advice, Polaris regains its brightness. You err, the emperor now listens to you more. but these are not the most important things at the moment. Wen Rinci tightened his arms around her. Chu Jinghua looked outside and said, maybe it's just wandering ghosts passing by. Are you sure you can handle it? What wandering ghosts? You know I don't believe in those. Wen Rinci picked her up directly and placed her inside the soft bed. The words Chu Jinghua had just spoken were merely a tease, and she was now cooperating with him. But Wen Rinci had one problem. He often lost control, going on endlessly once they started. As lightning flashed and thunder roared outside, Wen Rinci still lingered, reluctant to let go. How about we leave it for tomorrow? No. Chu Jinghua sat up, kicked Wen Rinci off the bed, quickly washed herself, then stepped out with her hair still slightly damp. Wen Rinci sighed as he sat on the ground. How many times had he been kicked off the bed already? He thought that maybe he should add more blankets on the floor to avoid hurting himself when he fell. Though Wen Rinci just let out a sigh, he didn't delay long before dressing properly and coming out. Indeed, the entire palace retreat was filled with flashes of lightning and thunderous roars, looking like rain would come anytime soon. Chu Jinghua followed the path to the tallest celestial observation tower of the retreat. Standing there, one could clearly feel that almost every bolt of lightning aimed for the pear orchard. Could it really be as you said? Wen Rinci's eyes darkened. Did they indeed bury the executed people under the pear trees back then? There wasn't much surprise in Chu Jinghua's eyes. If the Yin energy here wasn't so strong, the Five Thunders order wouldn't have appeared here, causing years of constant thunder without reason. However, once the life treasure activates due to external factors, it requires spiritual power to restore it to normal. Since the Five Thunders order hadn't been found here, this place had kept on thundering all these years. Or perhaps someone deliberately caused the area to keep flashing with lightning. You wait for me back at the room. Chu Jinghua had descended from the tower. She intended to retrieve the Five Thunders order. If a day more compatible with the Five Thunders order arrived, one bolt of lightning might set the entire palace retreat on fire. Anyway, no matter how heavy the Yin energy is, after years of being struck by the Five Thunders order, it should have been dissipated by now. Even a 10,000-year-old ghost king couldn't withstand periodic strikes from the Five Thunders order. Chu Jinghua entered the pear orchard alone, coincidentally encountering an old nursemaid patrolling during the night. The nursemaid cautiously followed her. She personally witnessed Chu Jinghua digging something token-like out of the soil, after which the sound of thunder in the sky abruptly ceased. The nursemaid was greatly shocked. Could the strange phenomena over these past years have been because of that little tablet? If Princess Qi took it away, doesn't that mean there will be no more thunderstorms hitting Wood here in the future? How could that be allowed? Chapter 153, Exploiting the Topic. After Chu Jinghua obtained the Five Thunder Order, the abnormal celestial phenomena in the palace finally subsided. But what surprised her even more was that the life force aura of her faded treasure didn't weaken at all. Let's sleep first. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Wen Rinci had already prepared the bed and urged her to go to sleep. Chu Jinghua thought for a moment and realized she wouldn't be able to figure anything out while lying awake. She took off her outer robe and went to bed. Wen Rinci immediately squeezed in and held her tightly in his arms. Chu Jinghua instinctively pushed him away. We need to sleep. I will. I won't move around. Wen Rinci's breathing was steady, and he really did hold her still without making any moves. Chu Jinghua puckered her lips, found a comfortable position in his arms, and felt too lazy to kick him off anymore. The next morning, a nurse led people carrying breakfast towards the door. Shichuan was sitting on the veranda outside, blocking their way with a bright smile. Please stop here, nurse. The prince and princess haven't woken up yet. What time is it now? Still not awake? It must have been last night. The nurse glanced inside. Shichuan chuckled softly. As servants, we shouldn't discuss matters concerning our masters. Please wait a little longer, nurse. The nurse laughed together with Shichuan as they sat down. Seeing Shichuan holding some embroidery, the nurse moved closer to inspect it. What are you embroidering? Your work is truly exquisite. Just practicing. I learned a few techniques from the seamstresses in the palace. Even though the nurse continued to make polite conversation on the surface, she was already cursing internally, growing increasingly anxious. Shichuan's embroidery obviously resembled patterns like the Bagua diagram. The nurse had wanted to use this topic to inquire about the origins of Princess Qi, but unexpectedly, Shichuan ignored her attempts completely. She either genuinely knew nothing or was pretending to know nothing. Not long after, the door to the room opened, and Wen Rinci had already washed and dressed. He quietly closed the door and slightly furrowed his brow seeing the group gathered at the entrance. Shichuan, take the meal inside and place it on the table in the hall. Don't disturb the princess. She hasn't risen yet. Wen Rinci gave this calm instruction, prompting the nurse to quickly offer help. I'll come assist as well. There's no need. Wen Rinci coldly responded, then returned to the room, leaving the door open for Shichuan. Shichuan turned back to comfort the nurse. The prince always cares deeply for the princess. I am accustomed to serving the princess, so domestic matters usually require no interference from others. Don't blame me, just leave the food, and I'll bring it in slowly. Suppressing her inner anxiety, the nurse put on an empathetic smile. They say capable people often bear more burdens. You've worked hard. This is my duty, Shichuan said as she carried the food inside. The nurse lingered in the courtyard, walking around while peeking stealthily. Shichuan carefully placed each dish into the room, giving a slight signal to an attendant nearby. Seizing the opportunity, the attendant quickly followed inside with the dish. Startled, Shichuan refrained from saying anything since scolding was inappropriate indoors. Though cautious, the attendant wasn't as meticulous as Shichuan, unaware of how loud the noise should remain to avoid waking Chu Jinghua. Thus, when she set the dish down, A soft clink between the plate and bowl roused Chu Jingwei, who instinctively sat up alert. Wen Renzi was reading, and upon seeing her eyes filled with vigilance, he frowned and looked at those in the hall. What's going on? Didn't I say you were to bring the food in alone? Upon Wen Renzi's icy gaze, Shichuan hurriedly knelt down and explained, Your Highness, I was doing it alone originally, but she followed in. Afraid of disturbing the princess, I didn't speak up. My lord, please forgive me. I merely thought it would be too slow for her to do it alone, so I offered assistance. I apologize if I disturbed the princess. Please forgive me, my lord. Shichuan's kneeling was mostly formalities. She knew neither the prince nor the princess would punish her. But the other maid truly feared the punishment, shaking uncontrollably as she knelt down. With one glance at Chu Jingwei, who appeared to be rubbing her eyes as if she hadn't slept enough, Wen Renzi frowned. Being overly smart has its consequences. Drag her out and give her 10 lashes as a warning. Closing his book, Wen Renzi leaned forward and whispered gently, Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Outside, the maid's desperate cries were grating, but Chu Jingwei shook her head. No, I intend to walk around the palace today. The life energy of her fated treasure grew instead of weakening. She needed to find out exactly what was happening. Perhaps the Five Thunder Order had suppressed more than just the energy around the pear orchard over the years. Chu Jingwei got up and headed to wash. The maid continued to knock her head pleadingly on the floor. Please show mercy, my lady. I only intended to help, unintentionally disturbing you. Please let me off this once. The order was given by me. What good does it do to beg her? Wen Renzi had walked out of the bedroom into the hall, coldly observing the begging maid. The nurse outside also gathered courage to enter, attempting to mediate. Your Highness, this girl is young and unknowing. You, being someone of such noble status, why stoop to quarrel with her? Are you the head nurse here? Wen Renzi asked with a cool look. The nurse's heart was uneasy as she answered, Yes. You failed to restrain your subordinates and disregarded my orders, acting on your own accord and offending me. Since you feel sympathy for her, let this punishment be served by you instead. Along with your own share, that makes 15 lashes. Wen Renzi said indifferently, and the nurse's face instantly changed color. My lord, this old servant. This is indeed the Emperor's retreat palace, but since His Majesty has granted us the privilege to be here, you should follow my instructions. Or would you prefer to report this matter back to the palace and leave it to the Emperor to decide? The nurse immediately knelt down, saying, What the prince says is true. It is this old servant's poor management. The prince's punishment is deserved. Shichuan, you go supervise. Wen Renzi waved his hand, then began serving porridge to Chu Jingwei with a gentle demeanor. The nurse left with a grim expression while Shichuan consoled her along the way. Truly, it is difficult for you, nurse. The princess is the one closest to the prince's heart. Disturbing the princess is more severe than offending the prince himself. It's also my fault for poor supervision, allowing that girl to act on her own and intrude. The nurse lamented quietly, wondering how Chu Jingwei could wake up so easily from such a slight noise. If she were to endure 15 lashes, she wouldn't be able to walk for days. What was to be done? Shichuan originally thought about looking the other way. Everyone in the retreat palace had good relationships, so they probably wouldn't seriously punish her. But unexpectedly, during the actual execution, the two nurses struck harder than ever, as if they were competing with each other. The screams of pain echoed. Blood appeared after just a few strikes. By the time the 15th lash was finished, Nurse Lee seemed half dead, her head drooping listlessly and her clothes stained with large patches of blood. Is there a doctor at the retreat palace? Shichuan couldn't help but ask, the prince's intention being only a minor punishment to serve as a lesson, no one expecting others from the retreat palace to show such mercilessness. There's no need for the young lady to worry. We will find a doctor for Nurse Lee. The two executing nurses laughed while talking, and Shichuan slightly moved her eyes before nodding. Then I'll leave it to you. Something didn't feel right. She decided she needed to find an opportunity to pry into what was happening. Chapter 154. The Crown Prince Arrives. Princess, princess. Shichuan hurried back, panting and flustered, with no sign of her usual calm demeanor. Her commotion startled the servants who were sweeping in the courtyard. Wasn't it said that the princess preferred silence? What is it? Chu Jingwei was about to leave. Shichuan caught her breath, pulled her inside, took a quick sip of tea, and said, I've heard some very strange news. Chu Jingwei raised an eyebrow, stopped in her tracks, and sat down instead, asking, What's the matter? Shichuan caught 2 deep breaths before spilling the news. She had originally been curious about the feud between Auntie Lee and the 2 executioners, but upon further inquiry, she discovered that Auntie Lee had secretly done many harmful deeds. They said that there was once a Taoist from Xianyun Mountain who wanted lightning-struck bones, preferably from children struck by lightning whose leg or arm bones were then removed. So Auntie Lee actually went out looking for children, sneaking them away, bringing them back, and tying them to trees to wait for lightning strikes. Is there any evidence? Chu Jingwei was also somewhat shocked. Lightning-struck wood was the best material for creating magical treasures, but she had never heard of lightning-struck bones. Shichuan shook her head. The 2 nannies said they witnessed it firsthand, and told no one until today, when they spoke to me. Chu Jingwei furrowed her brows as Shichuan whispered again. They said they've heard the princess's name and believe you would know they're not lying. True or false, we'll see tonight. Chu Jingwei focused her gaze. It seemed necessary to visit the pear orchard tonight. I've also found out something else, added Shichuan, drinking another sip of tea. Apparently, nearby villagers often talk about bodies being dumped at the chaotic burial ground. Chaotic burial ground? Bodies being dumped? Chu Jingwei suspected something amiss. She remembered that when Li Xiaoning and Qi Yin were still bailiffs, they investigated a case of bodies being dumped at a chaotic burial ground. Why was there another one here? That's correct. Not only the chaotic burial ground, even newly buried graves are dug up, no matter how many people guard them. The next morning, the graves have been silently disturbed. Chu Jinghua thought for a moment, standing up again and saying, "Let's go take a walk." "Do you think it's what?" When Ren asked. Chu Jinghua replied while walking out. "You almost got buried once, and Wei Chong suggested choosing a tomb site for you. Nearby that place was a chaotic burial ground where bodies were frequently dumped. What use could that be?" When Ren didn't quite understand, Chu Jinghua continued, "If you had been buried, that place would have become a soul-nourishing array, but the array was broken by Qi Yin. Qi Yin took away the 5 Emperor's curse coins, forcing Wei Chong to use Wen Ren with the Celestial Star Destiny to activate the soul-nourishing array, which resulted in her being summoned back. So do you think there's another soul-nourishing array here?" When Ren reflected, Chu Jinghua shook her head. "It doesn't seem so. If there really were a soul-nourishing array, I should have sensed it. Unless..." She froze after finishing, because there was only one scenario where she couldn't sense the presence of a soul-nourishing array. That would mean the formation was complete, with a life treasure serving as its core, masking all other presences, allowing her to only sense the aura of the life treasure and not the existence of the soul-nourishing array. If this were indeed the case, perhaps the Five Thunder Decree wasn't just splitting air. As the three were heading towards the nearby village, they encountered a large and noisy group approaching. The royal army leading the way. They're from the palace. When Ren frowned tightly. Why would the royal guards come now? And judging by their appearance, behind them were carriages. Could it be someone else coming to the imperial villa? No sooner had Wen Ren finished thinking this, when a horse quickly galloped forward, stirring up dust as Wan Shengzhou reached Wen Ren and Chu Jinghua first. Unusual phenomena occurred at the Drunken Pair Imperial Villa, and the astronomical office suggested we princes come to check it out. The crown prince has also arrived. Wan Shengzhou seemed rather helpless. He still had loads of official business to attend to, yet he was sent here to inspect the strange occurrences. It shouldn't be that simple. What happened in the palace while I was away? Wan Shengzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Nothing significant." Oh, there was one incident. Previously, during the Duanwu Festival Palace banquet, the snake swarm needed investigation, but the case eventually went nowhere. However, since then, the emperor began deliberately distancing himself from the empress, transferring the authority to manage the 6 palaces to the honorable consort Xian. Recently, the empress suddenly began sleep-talking late at night, reportedly sounding much like Empress Dowager was possessed. Father Emperor summoned the astronomical office into the palace the next day. Then came the news of unusual phenomena at the Drunken Pair Imperial Villa, and Wei Chong said that it would be best if the crown prince came, supposedly to offer worship. Chu Jinghua raised an eyebrow. Worship? There hasn't been any news of temples around here. Of course, it's for worshipping you. Why else insist on coming to the villa? Father Emperor feared offending you, so he specially invited both me and Chongqing. Wan Qingzhou looked at the carriages following the royal army. Among them was Chongqing. As they were talking, the crown prince's carriage also arrived. The luxurious carriage slowly came to a stop, and the crown prince stepped out with Willow Siyu and Chu Tiantian following shortly after. The expressions on their faces were noticeably complicated when they saw Chu Jinghua. Has the side concubine ceremony been held? Chu Jinghua was curious. Willow Siyu was taken as a concubine, while she herself was in deep mourning, so the ceremony was done quietly at the crown prince's mansion. Chu Tiantian seemed not to have held a ceremony either, which made her travel with the crown prince feel somewhat strange. Whether it was held or not, the crown prince and I have already pledged our lives together. Besides, my departure this time was known to my parents. Chu Tiantian raised her chin confidently, and Chu Jinghua narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh, please go ahead then. Chu Jinghua moved aside, and Wan Quni looked down at her from above. How about inviting Prince Qi and his consort along? The country road is dusty, and it wouldn't be good if both of you ended up covered in gray. The crown prince makes a valid point, Wen Ren smirked. In that case, would your highness mind waiting for us to leave first? I'm sure you can afford the wait. Wen Ren pulled Chu Jinghua straight past them. Wan Quni hadn't expected him to say that, and he froze momentarily. By the time he reacted, Wen Ren had already walked past the carriage with Chu Jinghua. Your highness, Prince Qi certainly didn't give you much face. It's unfair to make all of us wait for just 2 people. Chu Tiantian pouted, seemingly upset on behalf of Wan Quni. Prince Qi is the only heir of the Wen family, and the princess consort is well loved by his majesty. What the crown prince yielded to was not Prince Qi or his consort, but the founding general of the dynasty and the emperor's favor. Willow Siyu spoke softly, which indeed improved the crown prince's mood significantly, mainly because it gave him an excuse to let it go. After all, what could Prince Qi do if he didn't give him face? Wouldn't the emperor get angry if Prince Qi were disrespected? Especially considering there's Chu Jinghua now beside Prince Qi. Even without her, if he disrespected Prince Qi, the emperor would be furious. They still need to rely on Wen Ren to guard the borders. Chu Jinghua walked along the procession of carriages. After exchanging greetings with Chongqing, at the end of the line, she caught a glimpse of a heavily curtained carriage out of the corner of her eye. So, it was a case of building a bright road to deceive, while secretly advancing another plan. Chapter 155, Trouble Arises Within. Lang Sun has arrived. After passing by the group, Chu Jinghua casually spoke. Ren Si's eyes darkened slightly. Deal with him. If Wei Chong can send Lang Sun at this moment, it means there is something here he does not want me to discover, or simply wants him to have a showdown with me. Chu Jingyue could still only sense the aura of the fate treasure, unable to pinpoint its more accurate location. She wasn't sure if this time the fate treasure had turned into a magical artifact, but she knew that its power must be greater than the 5 Emperor's bright curse coin. Otherwise, there would be no reason she couldn't call it back. Do you have any confidence? Rensi was still somewhat worried. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly. What do you think? Just one Lang's son. I managed to wound him once across Eugene, so I can hurt him again and again. In their few direct confrontations, Chu Jingyue had always been on top. You should still be cautious. If the opponent knows they are inferior to you yet still dare to come, it's because they've prepared everything thoroughly. Rensi thought for a moment, instructing Pei Feng to make arrangements. They needed to remain cautious nonetheless. Chu Jingyue's weakness lay in her body techniques, and they had to avoid being outwitted there. Chu Jingyue wandered around nearby. The people in the village didn't seem to be numerous, and even after wandering for a long time, she didn't bump into anyone. They eventually returned to the traveling palace. By then, Crown Prince and the others had already settled down, and Chongqing, upon learning she had returned, came to find her happily. Chu Jingyue frowned unconsciously when she first saw Chongqing. Chongqing looked puzzled. Is there anything wrong with me? Your forehead looks black. Calamity is coming. Chu Jingyue focused her gaze. When she last saw Chongqing inside the carriage, nothing seemed amiss. Why did the ominous signs appear all of a sudden? Quick, do you have any peace talismans? Chongqing herself also started to panic. She had unwavering faith in Chu Jingyue's abilities. Chu Jingyue considered, handing over the jadewood hairpin she still wore with her. Wear this. Chongqing regarded it as a treasure, eagerly inserting the hairpin into her hair, but still feeling insecure, so she hugged Chu Jingyue and said, how about I sleep with you during this period? No. Rensi spoke up first. He and Yuer were finally getting closer, so such opportunities were hard to come by. Chongqing stomped her feet in frustration. You're so stingy. Rensi paid no attention, fine with being called stingy. He never intended to forcibly keep Chu Jingyue by his side. If she chose to seek broader horizons in the future, he would never hold her back. Therefore, he cherished every moment spent with Chu Jingyue dearly. I'll let Eugene follow you. He's learned a few tricks from me. Chu Jingyue often took Eugene along on ghost hunting and breaking evil deeds, teaching him privately. Though his skills weren't high, he could buy them some time if things happened. All right. Chongqing still felt uneasy. Can you calculate what I should be mindful of? Chu Jingyue genuinely performed divination for her. Earth, wood, 3 stones, water, fire leading the way. This indicates someone is determined to kill you. Chongqing instantly became angry. Don't let me find out who intends to harm me. Trouble arises within. Beware of the people around you. After contemplating deeply, Chongqing decided to return to her courtyard. Perhaps staying indoors wouldn't cause trouble? Chu Jingyue still had concerns, while Rensi rarely saw her with such an expression. Is it serious? This calamity befell Chongqing after arriving at the traveling palace. I just cannot figure out why. Rensi fell into deep thought. Could it be the Crown Prince? It doesn't seem likely. If the Crown Prince had ulterior motives, I should have noticed during our meeting inside the carriage. Unable to think through the matter, Chu Jingyue kept performing divinations, but the results remained unchanged. It wasn't until nightfall that Chu Jingyue still hadn't figured out exactly what was going on. It was late in the night when Xueqi, covered in blood, broke into the palace where Chu Jingyue resided. Chongqing was taken away by a group of people with strange movements. They don't seem like living beings, yet they bleed. Xueqi managed to escape by risking his life, and Chu Jingyue, who was already feeling restless, hadn't slept. When Xueqi arrived, she immediately stood up and moved towards the door. Where's Eugene? He's with Princess. Chu Jingyue slightly nodded, swiftly walking outside. She continuously calculated the direction and hurried along quickly. Soon enough, she caught up with the group. The members of the group appeared to be locals, their walking motions incredibly slow and orderly. Chongqing and Eugene were surrounded in the center. Due to the protective talismans on Eugene, the people couldn't get too close and merely gradually forced them to follow. However, what was peculiar was that even as Eugene drew talismans under their watchful eyes, they didn't intervene, as though completely oblivious. There's something odd. We'd better follow first. Chu Jingyue did not rush to rescue. Her companion, Xueqi, however, showed impatience. Chu Jingyue glanced at him. Don't worry. Chongqing has the jadewood hairpin on her head. Whether man or ghost, as long as they carry Qi or Qi, they won't be able to harm her. What if neither of the 2 scenarios you mentioned happens? Xueqi appeared calm, but his eyes betrayed his growing anxiety. Chu Jingyue slightly curled her lips. If neither happens, aren't there still one Rensi in you? With your skills, handling 100 shouldn't be a problem, right? Xueqi hesitated for a moment and gradually calmed down. They stealthily followed Chongqing and the villagers into the village. The place, deserted during the day, was now brightly lit with lanterns. Chongqing and Eugene were taken to a temple where a fierce-looking stone statue was enshrined. May the mountain god protect us. May the mountain god protect us. When Rensi looked puzzled, what are they praying for? They're not praying for themselves. It's the person controlling them who's praying. And what they're praying for isn't protection. Do you remember the soul-cultivating formation I told you about? Chu Jingyue spoke indifferently, and when Rensi nodded slightly, she continued. The soul-cultivating formation cultivates Qi and Qi. A normal person in such an environment for too long will develop hysteria. They'll see things they shouldn't, and yet doubt whether what they saw is real. Seeing things they shouldn't? When Rensi thought back to what he'd seen at his grandfather's house, finding it quite bizarre, Xueqi anxiously said, someone wants to drive the princess insane? It's not that simple. Someone wants to use Princess Chongqing's identity for something. If she dies by evil magic at the traveling palace, who do you think would be the prime suspect? Xueqi pondered seriously, while Chu Jingwei answered herself. It's obviously me. How could that be? The princess is closest to you. Xueqi didn't believe it, so he had never considered this possibility. Chu Jingwei raised an eyebrow. But outsiders only know that. Besides me, no one else here knows these magical arts. Lang Sun probably came with Chu Tianqing, so the outside world doesn't even know of his existence or how many strange occurrences have happened around here. All they know is, after Princess Chongqing came to find Chu Jingwei at the traveling palace, the princess died. So, the biggest suspects would be her and Wen Rinci. And since Wen Rinci does not know any magical arts, the first person to be questioned will naturally be her. Chu Jingwei couldn't help but feel puzzled. This method has been tried once and failed, yet someone still wanted to use it again. Chapter 156, The 100 Ghosts Binding Spirit Array. When Chu Jingwei truly entered the village with the group, she discovered that her suspicions were true. You mustn't go any further. The instant Chu Jingwei approached the temple, she realized all her spiritual powers were being suppressed. At the same time, she noticed something hidden to the side of the temple, an offering. What's wrong? Wen Rinci looked at her warily, detecting the gravity on her face. Chu Jingwei pressed her lips together and said, on the surface, this is a soul-nourishing array, but beneath it lies another array. It's called the 100 Ghosts Binding Spirit Array. Although Wen Rinci didn't understand the ways of magic, the name alone told him it wasn't good for Chu Jingwei. What should we do? Wen Rinci remained calm despite the situation. Chu Jingwei paused, her eyes clouding over. Take Chongqing out first. The second array won't affect you. While the first one may just be an illusionary technique, it does exist in reality. We can't stay here long. Don't worry about me. Her hands made seals, forcibly suppressing the zombie-like villagers surrounding Chongqing. Without hesitation, Xueqi rushed in and brought Chongqing out immediately, while Eugene closely followed behind. Wen Rinci frowned. I can take you out. No one can leave. Lang Sun suddenly appeared on the roof of the temple, watching Chu Jingwei with excited agitation. Surprisingly, the people who had previously been restrained by Chu Jingwei broke free and began running outside. Use the sword, make them go out first. Chu Jingwei was currently unable to move. The 100 Ghosts Binding Spirit Array was an extremely tyrannical form of black magic. Despite its name suggesting ghosts, it actually involved living individuals not yet dead, but partially under ghostly influence. Their essence would continuously draw from the array's energy, causing mutual strain. Each step Chu Jingwei attempted would burden her with the souls of these people, thus consuming even more of her own spiritual energy. Therefore, she chose to stay still, preventing her spiritual power from leaking out. In doing so, the living dead around her remained motionless as well. Wen Rinci unsheathed her sword, Weiji, wielding moves expansive and forceful, reminiscent of his sword techniques. Xueqi took the opportunity to escape with Chongqing and Eugene. However, Wen Rinci came back after leaving. It seems that His Royal Highness Qi has indeed fallen for you. So much the better. Today, both of you will be buried here. Lang Sun burst into laughter. A celestial general and emeritus Taoist, opening the soul-nourishing array, truly couldn't have asked for a better scenario. Though Chu Jingwei stood unmoving, her demeanor remained calm. So confident, huh? Can you really escape from this array? Lang Sun sounded confident, but inwardly he harbored doubts. Was there some hidden backup plan? Attack. Kill them immediately. Lang Sun urged hastily. With a swing of Wen Rinci's long sword, his stance radiated the air of holding firm against a multitude. As a general and not a spellcaster, Wen Rinci himself possessed an inherent ferocious aura. The binding effect of the 100 Ghost Spirit Array was ineffective on him, instead causing the evil spirits within to fear him. Even Lang Sun noted that though Chu Jingwei was bound by the spirit binding array, the walking dead dared not harm her. Thus, the situation reached a deadlock. If prolonged, the conditions could shift. Go release those things from the village, and separate them no matter what. Lang Sun grew anxious. He no longer wanted to prolong the conflict. Not long after, Wen Rinci observed more people coming out of their houses, moving stiffly with lifeless eyes, advancing mindlessly. They differed slightly from those already encircling them. These people in the village don't even count as living dead. They're still alive and retain some semblance of awareness. Lang Sun mocked again. He doubted whether Wen Rinci could bring himself to kill such innocent people. If Wen Rinci hesitated to act, these controlled individuals wouldn't feel pain or faint, but would endlessly execute his commands. Chu Jingwei looked at Wen Rinci and silently mouthed the word Tai. Wen Rinci understood immediately, but felt a bit concerned. This seemed like a ploy meant to lure him away. There's no choice. Chu Jingwei clearly knew that unless Wen Rinci could slaughter the still conscious villagers, they had to adopt this approach. A fleeting ruthlessness crossed Wen Rinci's heart, but Chu Jingwei's steady gaze quieted his inner turmoil. I'll hurry back. Wen Rinci thought about killing everyone outright. He couldn't allow Chu Jingwei to remain in danger. However, in the end, he couldn't bear to. The villagers had suffered enough misfortune. If he slaughtered an entire village because of personal feelings, how would that differ from the villains themselves? Seeing Wen Rinci luring the group of villagers away, Lang Sun smirked smugly. That's why Prince Qi is Prince Qi. No matter what, he will never abandon his principles for your sake. Only those who stick to their principles can protect everything. Those who give and lose everything in the end. What a regretful mistake it is. Chu Jingwei's words carried profound meaning, but unfortunately, Lang Sun refused to listen. He only looked smugly at Chu Jingyue as he descended from the roof. I didn't actually want to kill you. If only you had remained foolish and obediently exchanged your destiny with Qing'er, you would have been spared. Is Chu Tianqing your daughter? Chu Jingyue asked calmly. What about that woman from the pleasure house? Lang Sun's expression darkened, appearing rather ruthless. Chu Jingyue smirked. Let me calculate. You owe a debt in the capital. You brought her there. Once she gave birth, you killed her. Being too good at calculations isn't always a good thing, Lang Sun said cruelly as he unsheathed his sword, intending to attack personally. Chu Jingyue looked up at the moon growing brighter in the sky and lightly raised an eyebrow. Seems heaven has not abandoned me yet. Regardless of what Chu Jingyue said, Lang Sun lifted his sword, but surprisingly, it halted before her and couldn't pierce through. The instant the moon appeared, Chu Jingyue activated her protective golden light spell. Lang Sun's complexion changed slightly. You can still? Do you know what the 100 Ghosts Binding Spirit Array fears most? Chu Jingyue had been pondering this earlier. If Lang Sun knew how to set up the 100 Ghosts Binding Spirit Array, then he should have already deployed it when she broke the Destiny Exchange Array back at the Marquis residence. Back then, he failed to stop her, which proved that he didn't know how to cast the Binding Spirit Array back then. It was more likely someone else set it up and allowed him to merely control it. In that case, all the Thunder Talismans from all those years could very well have targeted this particular Binding Spirit Array. At the same time she used the Golden Light spell, Chu Jingyue suppressed the effects of the Binding Array on herself and immediately threw out the Thunder Talisman. Purple Dawn Scripture, called Taixian, by my command, let the thunder be summoned. Instantly above Chu Jingyue, lightning roared, using this split second to break free from the suppressing force of the Binding Spirit Array by leaping backwards. Lang Sun hadn't expected her escape, so in his frustration, he coldly laughed. Do you really think you can get away? His expression shifted to one of satisfaction, though forcing Wen Renzi to leave wasn't done through action by the undead, but around Chu Jingyue, shadows arose, and a large number of assassins rushed towards her. Given her lack of dexterity in movement, after a few exchanges, she fell into disadvantage, ultimately struck down heavily by a palm strike. As she steadied herself, blood gushed from her mouth. Chu Jingyue, regardless of how formidable your Taoist abilities are, you will die here today, he declared. Chapter 157, The Imperial Bell and the Three Purities. Chu Jingyue was surrounded by assassins. Lang Sun held his sword, but truly did not want to kill her. At this point, I don't mind telling you, there were celestial omens even before your birth. I originally just wanted to deceive Lord Chu into killing his son, then have Qing'er take your place. But I didn't expect another omen when you were 3 years old. Your madness notwithstanding, your fortune surpassed all expectations. For 13 whole years, I've been unable to fully transfer your good fortune to Qing. Chu Jingyue bent slightly, pressing her hand to her chest, and raised her eyes to look at him coldly. Were all the troubles the mansion faced before my birth your machinations? Exactly, said Lang Sun proudly. Men are all the same. They can't resist the temptation of promotions and titles, a little persuasion, and they believe everything. Chu Jingyue laughed bitterly without replying. Lang Sun stepped forward, using the tip of his sword to lift her chin. I really don't want to kill you. I also want my Qing'er to live a good life forever. However, there's no choice now. Your life will be used as a stepping stone for me. As Lang Sun prepared to strike, the sword was stopped once again. This time, it wasn't Chu Jingyue's golden light mantra blocking the sword, but a massive golden glow rising slowly from beneath her feet. The golden light encased Chu Jingyue like a great bell. Stunned, Lang Sun retreated as the assassins, unable to see the golden glow, wondered why he hesitated. Master, an assassin inquired. Seeing Lang Sun frozen, they exchanged glances and prepared to act. Chu Jingyue stood firm, unmoving. One assassin leapt forward but was thrown back by a sudden surge of energy. How could she possibly possess such strong inner strength? Seeing this turn of events, the other assassins moved quickly to assist. Yet they too met the same fate, thrown off as though struck by an unseen force. Everyone thought this power came from Chu Jingyue herself, but only Lang Sun could see that it was the spiritual light of a protective talisman surrounding her. The supreme mastery of Taoism allows one to do as they please. Lang Sun, every cause has its consequence, and this time, you can't escape. Chu Jingyue made a seal with one hand while holding an impression with the other. From the ground emerged an ancient bronze-colored imperial bell. With a touch, it resonated, its clear ring echoing through the night, causing even the villagers who had lost their minds and attacked Wen Renzi to stop in their tracks. The Bell of the Three Purities, borrowing from the moon's light, invokes the celestial venerable Yuan Shi, the supreme Lord Lingbao, and the grand Lord Taishang Laojun. Holding the Emperor's bell, fire surges for thousands of miles, the 8 directions resound. With each invocation by Chu Jingyue, a section resembling a mountain on top of the imperial bell illuminated one end. After the third invocation, all 3 artifacts converged, amplifying the bell's power. Following her chants, a torrent of flames rose, accompanied by jingling sounds, burning the temple dedicated to the 100 ghosts to ashes. Lang Sun sustained grave injuries in the process. The assassins surrounding Chu Jingyue were terrified by her display. She was deeply skilled, but if she could command wind, summon rain, and lay down explosive fires, how could they possibly fight against her? Karma will come back around. Evil deeds today will find their retribution tomorrow. Chu Jingyue cast a glance over the assassins, who knelt begging for mercy. Goddess, spare our lives. We're forced into this. I won't kill you, nor will I save you. Go. Chu Jingyue focused on the heavily injured Lang Sun. You've done countless evil deeds over the years, imprisoning corpses to exchange fortunes, leaving no room for mercy. Want to fight? Let's see. Lang Sun felt cornered. At this point, he had nowhere else to go but push ahead. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. Lang Sun stirred up black winds around them. Soul-severing array. Chu Jingyue smirked. Draining the essence and spirit of the living to increase your own strength. This valley will be your burial site. Lang Sun gritted his teeth and continued chanting his spells. Chu Jingyue swung the imperial bell, invoking her treasure. 3 purities and 5 emperors, hear my call. Eradicate the malevolent and evil. Swiftly heed my summons. When Lang Sun's formation was complete, thunder rumbled across the sky, echoing endlessly within the valley. As the echoes reverberated, streaks of lightning struck repeatedly in the valley, instantly engulfing Lang Sun in fire. The dark aura he'd gathered dissipated. The controlled villagers regained consciousness upon hearing the thunder, snapping out of their trance as soon as the sound ceased. Wen Renzi sighed in relief. No longer would he need to continue tying ropes. By this time, Chongqing returned to the palace, already leading the royal guards to attack. Seeing those kneeling assassins, she showed no mercy. Tie them all up for Princess Mi. Wen Renzi arrived almost simultaneously with the royal guards. What remained of the mountain temple was just burnt with chips. Whether Lang Sun died in the flames or from the lightning, no one knew. Several lightning bolts struck the cliffs of the valley, and falling rocks buried the fire, along with Lang Sun. How could this happen? Chu Jingyue slightly furrowed her brows. The feng shui here had suddenly changed. Had she overlooked something? Suddenly, Wen Renzi groaned behind her. Supporting himself with the Wei Ji sword stuck into the ground, he knelt on one knee, his hand pressing against his chest, showing extreme pain. Chu Jingyue immediately reacted, turning around and rushing over. She squatted down, her hands holding his face, ignoring that there were many people around, and directly kissed him. Wow! Chongqing was so excited, she almost screamed. Before she could take a closer look, a big hand covered her eyes. Don't peek. Chongqing grabbed his arm urgently. Xueqi, let me see. Let me see. The royal guards reacted quickly and turned their backs, only leaving Chongqing, who was almost crying in frustration. How could Chu Jingyue kiss someone willingly? Xueqi was truly too mean. Seems Wei Chong still has one more trick up his sleeve. Chu Jingyue mobilized the spiritual energy of the treasure inside Wen Renzi's body, using the kiss to transfer a protective charm and set a golden light mantra for him. Wen Renzi felt much better, but still pressed his chest, furrowing his brow and asking, what happened? Lang Sun's corpse is used to supplement the array, transforming the soul-nourishing array into an evil array. People who fit the 8 characters near the array will unintentionally activate it. Normal people won't notice it. A few steps in the array filled with malevolent energy will suck out all their blood essence, turning them into dry corpses silently dying here. Chu Jingyue looked grim. Lang Sun might have been sent here from the beginning to die, perhaps without even knowing it himself. They lured her into the village and the valley not to use the villagers to trap her, but because this place was chosen as Lang Sun's burial site. What about me? Wen Renzi was puzzled. He seemed to have no other sensations except the sharp pain just now. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows at him. It's fortunate you came in first. The life treasure within Wen Renzi had already coexisted with him for a long time, protecting its master when he faced danger. That was the case with the previous breath-sealing array, and it was the same this time. But the life treasure could merely extend the time he would survive. If she hadn't come to rescue him, he would still die. Wen Renzi didn't understand the meaning of her words, but he didn't need to. Is this place really that sinister? Don't you believe? Chu Jingyue arched her eyebrows. If she'd known better, she would have let him suffer longer. Wen Renzi shook his head hastily. I do believe. Then how should we deal with this place? It's easy to break the array. I'm just worried that Wei Chong has other tricks. I underestimated him before. Chapter 158, Puppet Marionettes. It's done. Chu Jingyue truly didn't disappoint me. Inside the Wei Manor, Wei Chong looked at the 2 puppet dolls in front of him. One had a broken body with visible burnt traces, and the other looked like a female doll faintly covered in a layer of black qi. Congratulations to Master. Now that the Master has acquired the Sha Qi puppet, the Crown Prince's side will be easier to control. Wei Chong sighed. If Lang Sun had succeeded, killing Chu Jingyue would have been more useful than this puppet. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant, relying on some forbidden techniques he learned and thinking he could kill Chu Jingyue. Still, Master is wise for making dual preparations. Wei Chong sneered coldly. Lang Sun's life or death wasn't important to him. He wasn't someone from the Astronomical Bureau and yet managed to bring trouble to Chu Jingyue. So far, it looked like Wei Chong had the upper hand in this matter. What progress has Zhou Jixing made? Asked Wei Chong solemnly. His disciple quickly replied. A letter came last night. Among the animals used for testing the medicine, almost none survived. It seems we still need to adjust the prescription. Tell him to find more people to test it, infants, youths, adults to elders, try across all age groups. Wei Chong grew restless. How come they couldn't refine the elixir of immortality? Which step was wrong? After Chu Jingyue broke the formation in the valley and checked it over finding no hidden dangers, she returned to the temporary palace. Chongqing still had much to say to Chu Jingyue, but Wen Renzi didn't want the 2 of them chatting too much in the evening. Though he didn't want that to happen, Wen Renzi was still kicked out of the house that night. Wen Renzi stared at the closed door, grinding his molars so hard they might break. Looking at Xueqi who was still lingering in the yard, he muttered somewhat angrily. You can't even take her back. It was as if he hadn't written useless across his face already. Xueqi, unperturbed, retorted, I'm just an ordinary civilian. What can I do? There was underlying meaning in his words, and how could Wen Si fail to hear it? Chongqing isn't the kind to worship high status and disdain lower ones. If she likes you as the person you are. Being a guard is enough. Xueqi bit his lips. Years ago, when the emperor commanded him to become the princess consort, he refused arrogantly in his youth and resigned, leaving the capital in anger. He never thought that his dishonorable departure would subject Chongqing to so many gossips. Later, when he fell into someone's machinations and was controlled as a puppet, he never imagined he'd regain his freedom one day. And the one who set him free was Chongqing. When Chu Jingyue was struggling herself that night, she managed to extract him from among the puppets and took him along. He knew all this happened because Chongqing recognized him. Afterward, while recovering in the princess mansion, Chongqing took especially good care of him. It was then he realized she, the heaven-born daughter, had always felt indebted to him. Choosing him as a prince consort years ago was not her own intention, and she kept feeling guilty about ruining his promising future. Much later, when he wasn't feeling well, Chongqing worried more than anyone else, hurriedly asking Chu Jingyue for help. Learning that there were sand devils being cultivated inside his body, she became furious, cursing for days, and subsequently distanced herself from the crown prince. She said, that surname Zhang person has no enmity with you. Why does he cultivate sand devils inside your body? That day, only the crown prince brother and the third elder brother visited. Who else but him could have harmed you? With righteous indignation, Chongqing was more enraged than he, the actual victim, which led Xueqi to begin regretting his youthful arrogance. To be a guard is fine. On the day the princess gets married, you can still escort her. Wen Si crossed his arms, practically venting all his foul temper on Xueqi because he couldn't share a room with Chu Jingyue anymore. It wasn't entirely venting, but rather an attempt to prod Xueqi into making a decision faster so he could hurry up and claim Chongqing. Given Chongqing's character, she indeed needed someone like Xueqi who seemed straightforward and resolute. Otherwise, if she married someone manipulative like the Grand Princess, considering Chongqing's pure nature, the result wouldn't be ideal. Even if I married her, isn't the prince also guarding outside the door like me? Xueqi crossed his arms too, unwilling to concede. This sentence hit right in the middle of Wen Si's heart. Failing to incite Xueqi successfully, but causing himself to jump around in frustration instead. Who wants to guard? I'm going to sleep. With a cold humph, Wen Si turned to leave, but looped around and continued guarding. Fu Yu and Lan Feng watched helplessly. Prince, there's us guarding the courtyard. There won't be any trouble. Don't worry about me. When Wen Si touched his lips absently, he knew why Chu Jingyue did what she did. It must have been to save him. But he couldn't help replaying the memory. As long as he didn't think about the reasons behind it, what remained was Chu Jingyue kissing him publicly in front of everyone. When Wen Si chuckled involuntarily, Fu Yu shook his head slightly. The prince has fallen victim to love poison. No saving him now. Early the next morning, the crown prince led troops to surround the palace where Chu Jingyue stayed. One of my advisors went missing last night. To prevent any foul play, I am searching the palace. The crown prince appeared infuriated, followed by a nervous Chu Tianqing nearby. Chu Tianqing, though anxious, did not show any signs of grief. Chu Jingyue suspected that she might not even know her own origins. Could the advisor you mentioned be Lang's son? Chu Jingyue asked with a neutral tone. The crown prince didn't expect her to bring it up so straightforwardly. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, yes. Isn't he the retainer of the Marquis estate? Chu Jingyue's voice remained calm, almost as if she were questioning the crown prince in authority. The crown prince also didn't react immediately, just instinctively giving his prepared excuse. Tianqing will soon become the secondary consort of the crown prince's mansion. Why would it be inappropriate for Master Lang to become an advisor there? There's nothing wrong with that. I just wanted to inform your highness, you don't need to look for him anymore. Chu Jingyue said indifferently, maintaining a peaceful tone. I've already killed him. Chu Tianqing was utterly shocked, her eyes widening as if they might pop out. You killed him? Lang Sun harmed people with evil formations. Divine punishment struck him down with thunder and fire. Chu Jingyue didn't feel remorse for taking his life. If she hadn't acted, more innocent lives would have been lost through his hands. Earlier at the Marquis estate, Chu Jingyue had no intention of letting him go. If not for Wen Si's refusal for her to bear the name of a father killer, Lang Sun would have already died back then. You still shouldn't have killed him. He is supposed to be an advisor for the crown prince's mansion. If he committed wrongs, you should have first informed the crown prince and then discussed the appropriate punishment. Chu Tianqing shouted loudly, as she still relied on Master Lang to help improve her fortune. The crown prince's gaze darkened as well. Even though you are the consort of the Qi King, you cannot act without regard for human life. This prince will. What exactly will you do? Wen Si approached, giving the crown prince a cold stare. Last night, this king already submitted a memorial to his majesty informing him about the entire matter, and his majesty's reply is already here. Does the crown prince wish to defy his majesty's decision and act on his own accord? The crown prince clenched his fists tightly, surprised that Wen Si had moved first. Isn't he usually the one who dislikes constant reporting? Why now does he suddenly bother to report everything beforehand? The reason for your visit today isn't to worship the gods, right? This king is about to take my wife back to the capital. If the crown prince doesn't perform the worship now, there may be no further chance. Chapter 159, Repenting for Father. Wan Quni gritted his teeth and respectfully bowed to Chu Jingyue. There was no other reason. It was simply because this time his father, the emperor, had sent him here to pay respects to the divine maiden and dispel unusual phenomena. The crown prince originally planned to use this opportunity to search Chu Jingyue's palace. However, he didn't expect to embarrass himself publicly, so his anger swelled. Prince, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. After saying this, Chu Jingyue started walking away. Chu Tianxing paused momentarily and stepped forward to ask, "You killed Lang's son, but where is his body?" "At the rockfall in the valley." Chu Jingyue did not hide anything. The primary reason was that with the celestial thunder and earth fire combined with falling rocks, Lang's son's remains might not have been preserved. Hence, she wasn't worried about others using his corpse as a puppet. Near Drunken Pear Palace, there were neither anomalies nor any signs of spirit treasures. So, Chu Jingyue returned to the capital city. She hadn't been back at the estate long when Lord and Lady Chu arrived. "Is it true you killed Lang's son?" Lord Chu asked with bloodshot eyes, seemingly brimming with hatred. Chu Jingyue calmly looked at him. "Not only that, I've also requested repentance on behalf of the Chu family in Wen Rinxi's memorial to the throne. As soon as I return to the capital today, the imperial edict of punishment will reach the Marquis mansion." What are you saying?" Lord Chu exclaimed in shock, unable to believe she would dare to do such a thing. Chu Jingyue sat calmly in her chair, sipping tea nonchalantly. "I'm merely saying your reckoning has come. Chu Jingyue, you're my own daughter. What good does it do you if the Marquis mansion falls? Without your maternal family to rely on, you will surely regret it later." Lord Chu almost passed out from fury. "I don't need a maternal family," Chu Jingyue responded coldly. "I've said it before, the evil you've done deserves punishment. Now Lang's son has met his end through annihilation of both his body and soul. How can you alone remain untouched?" Lord Chu froze suddenly. "You say Lang's son is dead?" "Not only dead, but also scattered without a trace," Chu Jingyue replied as she placed down her teacup and raised her eyes to look at him dispassionately. "I didn't act directly, letting the emperor handle things by himself. And yet, allowing you to live is already the greatest concession I could make. If it weren't for Wen Rinxi's insistence that she couldn't commit patricide, she would have acted that day and wouldn't have waited until now. Using imprisoned corpses for fortune alteration warrants death. Do you really want to condemn me to death just for a servant? Insanity, you're truly insane. I should have killed you back then." Lord Chu glared at her, his hatred intertwining with rage. "That's correct. I am indeed mad." Chu Jingyue smirked slightly. "Prince Qi, just look at how she can treat the Marquis mansion so harshly for just a servant. And in the future, she won't let the Wang's residence run smoothly either." Lord Chu turned to attack Wen Rinxi's heart, who silently stared at the floor without responding. Master Lang prophesied, "She is an omen of disaster. Look, since she married into the Wang mansion, how many calamities has it encountered? Even the elder Empress Dowager has fallen ill. Prince Qi, carefully consider. Chu Jingyue will inevitably be the ruin of all of you." Lord Chu shouted loudly, while Lady Chu rose to support him. "Let's go home first. You're like a broom star yourself. Get away from me. It's all because of you giving birth to this ominous star." Lord Chu pushed Lady Chu away and almost hit his head against the table corner. Lady Chu felt deeply wronged and instinctively looked towards Chu Jingyue, finding her expression completely indifferent, which caused a stabbing pain in her heart. "Someone, escort Lord and Lady Ho back home." Wen Rinxi called out solemnly. A few guards and maids immediately entered to guide them out. While leaving, Lord Chu continued yelling, prompting Wen Rinxi to narrow his eyes thoughtfully. "Did you believe what he said?" Chu Jingyue asked. Wen Rinxi shook his head. "I only trust what I see. You've indeed seen the disasters happening at the mansion, the illness of the elder Empress Dowager, etc." Chu Jingyue stood up, unsure whether Wen Rinxi had truly taken her father's words to heart or not. But she took them seriously. She would indeed be the cause of Wen Rinxi's demise. The life treasure within Wen Rinxi's body had grown symbiotically with him. She didn't know what consequences would arise if it were forcibly removed. But if it wasn't removed, each life treasure seemed capable of stirring up natural disasters and human misfortunes. She wasn't confident leaving this life treasure inside Wen Rinxi. So far, 14 life treasures had already been recovered, 12 in total, plus the one within Wen Rinxi's body, now making 13. Only one remained. Wen Rinxi rushed out, pulling on her arm and somewhat puzzled stated, "His words truly did not bother me. I suspected various issues at the mansion in the past, but now I trust you. And what if I truly sought your life?" Chu Jingyue lifted her gaze, earnestly looking at him. Wen Rinxi hesitated, unsure how to respond. To give himself? But he wasn't just Wen Rinxi. He was also Prince Qi of Qi Mansion, bearing the reputation of an entire house. He was also the last remaining heir of the Wen clan, carrying their legacy and protecting their realm. Chu Jingyue smiled with a hint of relief. "I know you bear many burdens. If you really did what I suggested, I'd think less of you instead." Wen Rinxi was supposed to be this way, his love restrained yet feng, indulgent yet rational. Even though she was praising him, Wen Rinxi still felt guilty. He claimed he loved her, but what he gave far fell short of what she did. "Princess Wang, the Dowager says she feels a bit dizzy and wants you to check her pulse. She thinks it might be due to being too tired lately." Lady Zhao came respectfully to invite her. Chu Jingyue nodded and followed her in. Wen Rinxi's thin lips pressed lightly together. He needed to find out what exactly about himself that Chu Jingyue needed. She said it was his life, but he didn't think that was right. If so, why did she bother to save him multiple times before? Wen Rinxi placed his hand on his chest, inadvertently recalling the time Chu Jingyue stabbed Prince Qi with a sword. One of the 5 copper coins she wore had come from Prince Qi's body. Could it be? When Chu Jingyue arrived at the dowager's courtyard, upon entering, she noticed that the dowager had rosy cheeks. Apart from some worry and sorrow in her eyes, there were no other abnormalities. Dowager, is there something you need? Chu Jingyue asked directly. The dowager nodded. I want to talk to you, please sit down. Chu Jingyue sat on the soft couch. Lady Zhao served pastries and tea before clearing everyone out of the room and closing the door. When I was 7, begging on the streets, it was one Rin-Si's mother who took me back. Miss Zhongrugan was very gentle. If her servants wanted to learn to read, she would teach them. If they admired poetry and antithetical couplets, she would also teach them. Even when I liked wielding swords and spears, she would teach me. She said that living means doing what you like, and knowing what we want to do is already remarkable. Therefore, she tried her best to fulfill our desires. Mentioning Zhongrugan, the dowager was full of gentleness and respect. I never figured out why such a good person would die young. Do you know? Before she passed, she only saw me. She begged me to live well, and to take care of her only child. Chu Jingyue saw her red-rimmed eyes, and continued for her. So you chose to become the second wife of the late Wang Fei, using your legitimate position to take care of one Rin-Si. That's right. If it were just the last words of Miss Rugan asking me to look after her child, as time went by, no one would remember or recognize my duty. And if the Wang Fei was forced to remarry another wife, I would have no qualifications to care for Siggy. So, I told the late Wang Fei that I would become his second wife, and Siggy must be taken care of by me. It seemed like the late Wang Fei had already discussed it with her beforehand, because he agreed readily. I naturally moved into the mansion and raised that little baby boy into a man standing tall under heaven. Chu Jingyue looked at her seriously. The dowager wouldn't suddenly reminisce with her unless there was something important she wanted to say. Jingyue, you are a good child. In the past, I misunderstood you, which shows how shallow I can be. The dowager poured a cup of tea. Before Chu Jingyue could shake her head to indicate it didn't matter, she saw the dowager rise and kneel down holding the teacup. I implore you to leave Siggy. Chapter 160, Begging on Knees. I heard everything you just said. No matter what, I won't let him get hurt at all. I beg you to leave Seer alone. His past has been too painful. He likes you now, but if you hurt him again, how sorrowful will his heart be? Chu Jingyue stood up and tried to help her up, but the grandmother-in-law stubbornly refused to rise and instead held the teacup. You shouldn't blame Seer. It's because this mother is too selfish. A long pain is not as good as a short one. Instead of dragging things on between you two, we should sever the relationship now. The grandmother-in-law, as an observer, thought Chu Jingyue's heart was too cold. She didn't respect the emperor or her father, let alone have any kind of affection. Therefore, she believed that when Rin-Si would definitely be hurt. Rather than entangling too deeply and finding it hard to separate, she'd rather take this opportunity to be the bad guy. What if I don't want to? Chu Jingyue asked lightly. She herself hadn't even figured out what to do yet, but the grandmother-in-law had already made choices for her. Leaving when Rin-Si? There was also some reluctance in her heart, and she was not fully reassured. What if someone harms him when she leaves? The grandmother-in-law pressed her lips together with determination. You know, for Seer, I can sacrifice my own life. Chu Jingyue understood. The thoughts of the grandmother-in-law were already crystal clear. If she didn't leave, the grandmother-in-law would die to make her point. Like the previous incident of poisoning to frame her, this time it's a straightforward plan. She wanted to exchange her death so that Chu Jingyue and Wen Rin-Si couldn't stay together. If Chu Jingyue did not leave, then even if she stayed behind, there would forever be a life between Chu Jingyue and Wen Rin-Si. A life of the stepmother who raised him with much hardship. The world's clearest plans are always hardest to resolve. Stand up, Chu Jingyue opened with resignation and accepted the teacup from her hands, drinking it all in one gulp before placing the now empty teacup back on the table. By drinking the tea, it meant agreeing to her request. Chu Jingyue didn't care if she got up or not and walked straight out. That night, when Rin-Si went to Chi's house as usual, but this time, he couldn't even enter and received a closed-door greeting. What's wrong with Princess Consort? When Rin-Si asked Shi-chun by the door. Shi-chun shook her head. She wasn't sure either. Since Princess Consort came back, she's been inside the house. She must be busy with something. Likely, Wen Rin-Si agreed since she returned from Zueili Palace with many things. Although he didn't know what use they would be, they were obviously important items that required some time to deal with. Let's wait for her then. When Rin-Si sat down under the porch intending to wait, Shi-chun quickly said, Your Highness, why don't you go back to the main courtyard first? It's late at night, and if you catch a cold, I won't know how to explain myself. No problem. The night isn't very deep yet. You go back first, I'll keep vigil here for a while. When Rin-Si waved his hand, sitting on the corridor without being idle and read a military book. Shi-chun failed to persuade him, so she could only seek Pei Feng, who, alas, also dared not dissuade him. As the night grew deeper, Chu Jingyue finally emerged from the house, carrying a small bundle on her back. Wen Rin-Si had fallen sound asleep, and the door opening didn't wake him up. Pei Feng, come over. Chu Jingyue called out. Pei Feng immediately stepped forward guarding the courtyard gate. Seeing the princess consort carrying items, he became anxious. Princess consort, where? You send Wen Rin-Si back, and don't forget about Fu Yulan Feng. Make sure they don't catch a cold sleeping on the roof. Chu Jingyue said calmly, showing concern. Pei Feng scratched his head anxiously. Princess consort, where are you going? Has Lord Wen displeased you again? Tell him that I'll return after finding the spirit pearl string. After hearing this, Pei Feng instantly felt relieved. It was simply an outing on errand. I understand, Princess consort. But wouldn't it be safer to bring along some secret guards? No need. Though puzzled, Pei Feng said little. Didn't Princess Consort say she'd be back? Grandma Tai and Aunt Zhao secretly followed her all the way. When they saw her leave through the back gate, Grandma Tai breathed a long sigh of relief. Grandma Tai, actually, I think Princess Consort just has a cold face, Aunt Zhao frowned. Her heart didn't really hope Chu Jingwei would leave. Grandma Tai shook her head. Emperor has decreed, depriving the title of Wenyong Marquis family, demoting Duke Chu to commoner, exiled 600 miles south. What kind of person can be so heartless to their own parents? But previously, the princess consort in the Marquis household was indeed wronged. Aunt Zhao still thought that the event could not be blamed on Princess Consort. Grandma Tai sighed. Even if wronged again, she should not treat her parents like this. The grace of birth and upbringing surpasses heaven. Aunt Zhao hesitated to say more. Grandma Tai walked back. Anyway, now she's gone. I can feel a bit calmer. After some time, we'll select a decent and dignified concubine for Seer. Grandma Tai had no choice. Chu Jingwei was the first-rank princess consort with an official decree. Divorce in the prince's residence was naturally impossible. Actually, solely based on her identity, Grandma Tai should have treated her well. This was glory for the prince's residence. But she was Chu Jingwei, and the elder lady believed herself to not be someone swayed by material benefits. Nothing shone brighter than Seer's happiness. For now, she would just drive her away. Once this incident faded with time, she would claim that Chu Jingwei left on her own, and then she could arrange a suitable princess consort for Seer. The elder lady thought her plan flawless. However, when Rin Si woke up the next day, something felt distinctly off. Wasn't I waiting for the princess consort last night? How did I end up back here? Rin Si massaged his temple, realizing he had slept far too deeply. Pei Feng approached, still laughing heartily. Last night, the princess consort went out to attend to some matters. She asked me to escort you back. Go out to attend to matters? Where are Lan Feng and Fu Yu? Pei Feng continued unperturbed. They also fell asleep. The princess consort specifically said she wouldn't take any secret guards along. You're usually smart. How come you made such a foolish mistake this time? Rin Si hastily got up, throwing on an outer robe as he rushed to the neighboring courtyard. As Pei Feng hurried after him in an attempt to justify himself. How am I being foolish? The princess consort said she'd return once His Highness had strung together the spirit pearls. Shouldn't she be back today? 108 spirit pearls correspond to the heavenly trigram and earthly fiend stars. Rin Si sighed heavily, a mixture of frustration, anger, and reluctance welling up within him. He didn't want to scold, so he merely stepped into the room, where an empty bedroom awaited him. But the makeup table did indeed display a box of pearls. See? I wasn't lying. Pei Feng eagerly dragged over a chair. Rin Si cast a deep glance, quickly counting them. One is missing. Pei Feng immediately dropped to his knees to search. I made sure the windows and doors were tightly shut last night. It shouldn't have been lost. Could your highness have miscounted? He knelt and recounted each one meticulously. Rin Si also listened intently, hoping for Pei Feng's laughter mocking his supposed miscount. However, Pei Feng's count confirmed what Rin Si feared. There were only 107 pearls. There should be 108 spirit pearls, representing the Tiangang Disha and all-star constellations revolving in harmony. The pearl lost is the head pearl. It's unique and irreplaceable. This is her way of telling me not to look for her, Rin Si concluded. Chapter 161. Departure from the capital to Yunzhou. Chu Jingyuan not only left the mansion, but also the capital. Miss, up ahead is Xianyun Mountain, Eugene said while driving the carriage. Although he didn't know why Chu Jingyue had left the mansion, he simply followed her instructions. Chu Jingyue sat inside the carriage, lightly flicking the string of zangling beads that hung around her neck down to her clavicle. She softly said, let's find a place to rest. We will climb and visit tomorrow. All right. Xianyun Mountain was the first great gateway in Dongting. Its reputation spread across the seas, with many visitors coming daily, making the city at the foot of Xianyun Mountain quite prosperous. Eugene chose the best inn and booked 2 rooms with the character Tian. He initially intended to get Chu Jingyue a good room and find something simple for himself, but Chu Jingyue insisted their rooms should be next to each other so she could quickly reach him if needed. Thus, Eugene also stayed very comfortably during this journey. Chu Jingyue had money, and along the way, she gave no shortage of fortune-telling sessions, both walking and earning as she went. Eugene carried the food upstairs. Miss, I heard earlier that it seems like it might rain tomorrow. Perhaps we should wait until the weather improves before we go. It's better to act sooner rather than later. If it wasn't already too late tonight, I would have climbed up during the night. Not counting the life treasure within one Rin Si's body, she now only lacked one more life treasure to retrieve. With the help of the remaining life treasures, after numerous divinations and calculations, Chu Jingyue determined that the last life treasure was located on Xianyun Mountain. I might have time to visit the old house soon. It's not far from here. Yunbo Zhong entered upon knocking. Xianyun Mountain was near Yunzhou, which was also a border city of Dongting country. When Chu Jingyue left the mansion, apart from withdrawing silver from the money house, she also went to the apothecary shop to collect some herbs for self-healing along the road. Yunbo Zhong, upon learning about her plan to head toward Yunzhou, decided to come along as well under the pretense of visiting home. In truth, he was concerned about Chu Jingyue's health since her multiple injuries were still unhealed, especially her shoulder wounds and internal organ damage by assassins. Even though she possessed medical skills, stewing medicine throughout the journey would be challenging, prompting Yunbo Zhong to join personally. Chu Jingyue was the benefactor of Yunbo Zhong and his sister, so accompanying her seemed entirely fitting. Unable to dissuade Yunbo Zhong, Chu Jingyue simply let him tag along. Yun Bozhong expressed his desire to return to the old house, and Chu Jingyue calculated with a finger snap, shaking her head saying, "The sky isn't too dark yet today, let's go now." Now. Yun Bozhong was slightly surprised. "So urgent? Have you divined something?" Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. "Let's settle some unfinished business." "My unfinished business?" Yun Bozhong became thoroughly confused. He rarely made enemies, and even when the Yun family was wealthy, they treated people kindly. What kind of grudge could there possibly be? Chu Jingyue did not respond, but slowly ate her meal. Eugene, however, finished his rice quickly. "Mr. Yun, you'll understand after eating and heading over." "That's true." Yun Bozhong sat down and ate steadily. Eugene ate fast, because he was eager to harness the carriage and prepare for things they might need on the road. Chu Jingyue was not picky about travel conditions. Whatever Eugene prepared, she used. But Eugene always remembered to buy yellow talisman paper every time they arrived at a new place. Who wouldn't want to purchase talisman paper when their mist tended to meddle in any unusual happenings wherever they passed through? Eugene is getting increasingly skillful at drawing talismans. "Last night, he drew me a sleep-inducing charm, and I slept extremely peacefully," Yun Bozhong chuckled. Chu Jingyue put down her chopsticks, nodding. "He has insight. In a while, I plan to teach him how to set up formations." "Have you not been worried about leaving the capital for so long?" Yun Bozhong asked in a low voice. Chu Jingyue shook her head. "No one in the capital can harm when Ren Si." Yun Bozhong subtly raised his eyebrows, deciding not to press further on this subject. "Back in the capital, Your Highness, intelligence reports." Pei Feng held a letter rushing into the study. Since the departure of the princess, the prince not only stopped visiting Qijia courtyard but even his own quarters, spending all days either lodged in the military camp or sleeping in the study. When Ren Si was dealing with military affairs, hearing that there was news, his eyes lit up. "Is there any word of the princess?" Pei Feng bit his lip, carefully shaking his head. Immediately, when Ren Si's eyes dimmed, asking coldly, "Then what is it?" He didn't even want to open the letter. Pei Feng had to take a look instead, frowning afterward. "The report says Wu Hebai disappeared." "Disappeared?" One Ren Si paused writing, surprised by the timing. Just as Chu Jingyue left the capital, Wu Hebai vanished. Could there be any connection between them? Pei Feng nodded. "It says 5 days ago he suddenly left where he was staying, and all shadow agents responsible for following him lost his trail. Search for him first." One Ren Si thought deeply for a moment, then abruptly said, "Prepare my horse. I must visit Qingxiao Alley." Pei Feng immediately set out preparations. The grand lady watched as when Ren Si hastily left the mansion, furrowing her eyebrows tightly. These past few days, although Ren Si appears to be fine, he no longer wishes to return to the mansion. Old Lady Zhao glanced at her and consoled. The sudden departure of the princess has surely caused much sorrow in the heart of the prince. Every time he returns to the mansion, he recalls their past, which is why he no longer wishes to come back. After some time, when his longing fades, everything will be as before. I hope it really turns out that way. The elder matriarch clutched a handkerchief, uncertain if her actions were right. But even if Ren Si hated him for it, she had no regrets. As long as Ren Si didn't lose her life over love, nothing else mattered. "Do you think we should choose someone from the Zhong family or from the late Grand Princess's natal family for the secondary consort's position?" The elder matriarch considered carefully. Though the title was secondary consort, it would eventually fill the vacancy left by the princess. After all, the elder matriarch did not wish to grant this honor to just any other family. "Madam, there are very few proper ladies among the daughters of the Zhong family who know how to behave gracefully. And as for those from the old Grand Princess's family, they have long fallen from prominence and might not be able to take on such an important role." Old Lady Zhao believed the current princess was perfectly suited. Though her personality was somewhat aloof, her presence alone could command respect. Most of the other noble women were after the wealth and prestige of the Qi mansion and not genuinely interested in treating the prince well. They all sought only to elevate their own statuses. The elder matriarch sighed. "How could I not understand these things? But given our long-standing matrimonial alliance, it cannot break during my lifetime. Madam, according to this servant's humble opinion, rushing this matter isn't wise. Right now, the prince is deeply missing his wife. If anyone suggests bringing another young lady into the mansion, it'll only make him resentful." As old Lady Zhao continued to persuade her, the elder matriarch shook her head. "Hesitation cost us the chance to take Silk Jade as the secondary consort earlier, and now we cannot afford to delay again. I'll start screening and discreetly invite suitable candidates to visit the mansion without explicitly mentioning this to Ren Si." Old Lady Zhao sighed helplessly. The elder matriarch had been bound by the late princess's final words all her life. Her countless thoughts were neither for herself nor for Ren Si, but solely to justify her commitment to the late princess. If this continued, everyone would end up unhappy. Chapter 162. A mother and son full of malice. On that night, Chu Jingyue first went to his old house with Yun Bozhong. However, the house was not as dilapidated as they had imagined, and it even seemed that someone still lived there. It's normal for a house to be sold after so many years. Yun Bozhong consoled himself. Chu Jingyue crossed her arms, seemingly leading the way deliberately. Yun Bozhong subconsciously followed. At a turn, they saw someone who had just returned in a carriage and was getting down from it. A wheelchair was pushed down from the carriage. When Yun Bozhong recognized the person clearly, he was completely shocked. But their position was quite hidden, so the other party also saw Yun Bozhong. "Bozhong? Are you Bozhong?" A woman who looked to be around 40 approached him with surprise. Yun Bozhong stared at the elegantly dressed woman before him, thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Aunt Ma?" "Yes." Yes, you child can still recognize me. While Yun Boizhong chatted with Aunt Ma, Chu Jinghua stood some distance away from Eugene. Eugene frowned slightly. Though that woman appears looking, she is actually always looking at Mr. Yun's legs. She is observing very carefully. Chu Jinghua appreciated this point. Eugene then glanced at the man in the wheelchair. There's a hint of malice in his eyes. After Aunt Ma's enthusiastic inquiries, she sighed. Back when you siblings left Yunzhou, this place was seized for debt and sold. I figured since it was always the Yun family's old house, so I bought the mansion. Indeed, the grain business in Yunzhou has been thriving these recent years. Yun Boizhong said calmly. Aunt Ma and her cousin were originally just farmers. They might even have to rely on the Yun family when the harvest was bad. In the blink of an eye, they not only had money but managed to buy such a large estate from the Yun family. Yun Boizhong already had doubts about this. It's your good-fortuned cousin meeting an old man who was very capable, teaching some money-making skills. Aunt Ma turned around and saw Chu Jinghua, her eyes lighting up immediately. What a beautiful young lady. Could she be your wife? Hearing this, Yun Boizhong quickly waved his hands. No, she is. I am his friend. Chu Jinghua answered. Aunt Ma directly walked to Chu Jinghua's side. Good girl, truly pretty. Where are you from? My family is from the capital city. Chu Jinghua replied faintly. Aunt Ma couldn't be happier. Hearing that a girl comes from the capital means she must be extraordinary. Look at me. Too happy to forget inviting you in. Come, let's go inside and talk. Aunt Ma greeted them warmly, letting Yun Boizhong go inside first. She, however, went to push her son's wheelchair, bending over to ask softly. Did you see that girl? How is she? Do you like her? Cousin Ma lasciviously examined Chu Jinghua's figure, laughing licentiously. Mother, let's keep her. All right, since Yun Boizhong delivered himself here, we'll lock him up properly this time. It won't take long before you can walk again. Aunt Ma patted her son's shoulder with a self-satisfied grin. At the front, Chu Jinghua slightly smirked. Yun Boizhong found the old house completely different from his memory, thoroughly renovated, oozing with luxury everywhere. Inside the main hall lay a bright red carpet, dazzling golden plaques, vermilion lacquered columns, all signs of immense wealth. While chatting casually with Aunt Ma, Yun Boizhong noticed her gaze always flitting back and forth to inspect Chu Jinghua. The more she saw this girl, the more satisfied she became. So exquisite and mesmerizing that it made one unable to look away. If she were to become her daughter-in-law, she would surely boast about it for half a lifetime. Little cousin, didn't I once give you a painting? Do you remember? Cousin Ma suddenly mentioned the painting. Yun Boizhong cast his gaze downward, concealing his thoughts, then raised his eyes again filled with regret. Of course, unfortunately, a fire broke out in my shop recently, burning down the whole building. That painting wasn't saved either. Cousin Ma clenched his teeth tightly and laughed. That is indeed regrettable, but it's not a big deal. I'll paint another one for you. So, Brother Ma has gone through a lot of trouble. Yun Boizhong gave a slight bow as a sign of gratitude. With tea in hand, Yun Boizhong suddenly said, actually, talking about the fire incident turns out to be somewhat turning misfortune into fortune. After finishing his words, both my auntie and cousin Ma felt tense inside. I hired a highly skilled doctor, and surprisingly, my leg ailment was healed. My auntie froze for a while, then remembered to ask, you have a leg ailment? The last time we met, you seemed fine. No point talking about it. Yun Boizhong glanced at his cousin's leg, signaling that he considered discussing further inappropriate, so he stopped bringing up the matter. My auntie and cousin Ma also wished he wouldn't say anything else further, fearing he might connect the leg condition with the painting. As topics shifted, they chatted about other things. Chu Jinghua calculated the timing. Seeing the darkening sky, she got up and said, it's late. We need to head back to our inn. Oh, why stay at an inn? Just staying here directly would be much better. Why waste money? My auntie stood up and enthusiastically suggested. Chu Jinghua coldly said, it doesn't matter. I have plenty of silver coins. Our luggage is at the inn. We must go back. Yun Boizhong stood up to bow as he spoke. Auntie, we've disturbed you for long enough today. It's getting late, so we will take our leave. As Chu Jinghua said this, her cousin became anxious watching them. Mother, why let them go like that? It's not far from here. Let them go if they want to. If they have no guard against us, it's all the better for our plans. Aunt Ma's eyes flickered with calculation. The cousin slammed his fists forcefully on the wheelchair. This boy Yun Boizhong really has good luck. One fire breaks the witch spell. When he was young, his legs wouldn't function, but thankfully, a master advised him to use a painting which allowed him to stand up again. Of course, he knew that after this, Yun Boizhong would never walk again. But what did it have to do with him? As long as he could walk, that was fine. That master once told him that the most feared element by the painting was fire. Otherwise, even tearing it apart wouldn't break the spell. However, it turned out that Yun Boizhong had such good luck, and exactly due to the burning house, he unintentionally broke the spell. Mother, do you think Yun Boizhong truly knows nothing about the painting? The cousin had some doubts in his heart. If he didn't know, wouldn't he have deliberately mentioned it? If he knows and sees us living in the old house, how could he not hate us? I don't believe he could pretend so well. Aunt Ma responded harshly. The cousin stared at his own legs, then angrily pounded the wheelchair again. Mother, I want to get up fast. I don't want to sit in this broken chair for another day. Don't worry, I'll go find some people right away. In the night, we'll quietly sneak into the inn. Not only will your legs recover, but you'll also have a beautiful bride. That girl is pretty enough to be the pride of the entire Yunzhou. Just wait for the day when you'll shine in front of your friends. Aunt Ma patted her son's shoulder gently, knowing full well that her son had an impatient nature. But she too felt somewhat urgent, because if Yun Boizhong left tomorrow, things might become difficult to handle. The sorcery requires blood ties to work effectively, and among those who meet these conditions, the easiest target is Yun Boizhong. Without father or mother, and having only a younger sister. Still young, Yun Boizhong surely didn't know anything about witch spells. He would bear the disasters for her son throughout his life. I can hardly wait. Tonight, I want to go into the bridal chamber with that girl. Chapter 163, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. In the dead of night, the inn was silent. It's these two rooms. A man guided several black-clothed individuals upstairs. We've added some sleeping draft to the tea tonight. The people in the inn are all asleep, but you need to be quick. Ma Tsuinyang smiled as she said, rest assured, once my son gets married, I'll surely give you a big red envelope. Ma Tsuinyang had long held power within the city, thriving on the spells she'd learned. Divide and conquer, take both of them back. As for that stable hand, kill him. Ma Tsuinyang instructed the black-clad men. Immediately, they scattered, 2 breaking into Chu Jingyue's room, 3 heading toward Yun Boizhong's room. Who are you? How dare? Aunt Ma. Although somewhat surprised, Yun Boizhong wasn't entirely shocked by Ma Tsuinyang's audacity to break into the inn at night. You're actually awake. Ma Tsuinyang was also surprised since, despite not drinking the inn's prepared tea, there should have been incense causing unconsciousness. Yun Boizhong frowned. Aunt Ma, what do you mean? What do I mean? There's no point hiding it from you. You don't actually have a leg ailment. It was me using some methods to transfer my son's illness onto you. Ma Tsuinyang felt secure knowing her people were inside and outside the inn. Even if Yun Boizhong now wielded some authority, it only extended to the capital. In Yunzhou, this isolated place far from the emperor's reach, bribing officials would resolve everything. When your cousin sought help from us years ago, the Yun family welcomed us wholeheartedly. When we left, didn't we receive gold, silver, silk, and grain in abundance? She ranted. You're ungrateful and utterly devoid of morals. Rage churned deep within Yun Boizhong. Had they not used dark methods to paralyze him, his younger sister wouldn't have been swindled while trying to raise funds to cure him, ultimately meeting a tragic end. The root of all this stemmed from Ma Tsuinyang and her son's greed. Ungrateful? What kind of benevolence and righteousness are you talking about? That was just your way of flaunting wealth and showing off. Ma Tsuinyang sneered. She still bore resentment over the days of dependency, finding them humiliating and unforgettable. Why did the Yun family deserve so much wealth? It's merely due to their ancestors' prosperity. It's not extraordinary. Ma Tsuinyang muttered under her breath. And I forgot to mention, Ma Tsuinyang went on, smiling maliciously. The money to buy your home was obtained through your younger sister's body. I deceived her, telling her the crown prince was selecting consorts and she'd receive money upon joining her. Yun Boizhong struggled to suppress his anger, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ma Tsuinyang waved dismissively. Yun Shuirin was ungrateful. Though esteemed personages had shown interest in her, she stubbornly tried to escape. She should have died of illness years ago. I'm sure you're disappointed, but Shuirin is perfectly healthy now. Heaven has treated her kindly, even erasing those painful memories. Chu Jingyue appeared casually at the doorway, wielding the perilous sword. Startled, Ma Tsuinyang turned back. How? Worried, she anxiously looked behind herself, only for Chu Jingyue to smirk. You're looking for those 2 in black cloaks? I've already bound them. Yun Boizhong glanced towards her, concerned. Chu Jingyue knew some martial arts, but the limited space in the room made it hard to maneuver. Moreover, she had injuries. Do not underestimate you, young lady. Ma Tsuinyang squinted suspiciously, realizing this girl was more capable than anticipated. She initially assumed Chu Jingyue merely mimicked a noblewoman playing a swordsman for fun. Casually leaning against the doorframe, Chu Jingyue questioned, who was the high-ranking official who initially took an interest in Yun Shuirin? Caught off guard, Ma Tsuinyang paused momentarily before laughing. Why does it matter to you? Her mind raced rapidly before replying with feigned amusement. Is Shuirin reconsidering, or are you trying to climb higher socially? I don't care for your nonsense. Just answer my question. Chu Jingyue's tone remained cold and indifferent. Ma Tsuinyang chuckled disdainfully, but before she could retort further, Chu Jingyue suddenly moved, pressing a blade against her neck. I forgot to tell you, Chu Jingyue warned calmly. I'm a Taoist priestess who knows sorcery. If you refuse to answer me alive, I can extract it from you after death. Yun Boizhong exchanged glances with Eugene, feeling something odd about her demeanor. It wasn't only Yun Boizhong who sensed this shift. Eugene noticed as well, recalling how the young lady acted when rescuing him from the marquis residence. Her eyes carried a chilling indifference, completely lacking any patience. Ma Tsuinyang could feel her neck being slightly cut, fear rising within her. He is Hu Pin, the current magistrate of Yunzhou. Chu Jingyue retracted her sword and said to Eugene, take some immobilization talismans. Tie up these people first. We'll report to the authorities early tomorrow morning. Miss, reporting this person to the authorities might not work. This woman likely has ties with the magistrate's office, Eugene whispered quietly. Chu Jingyue, with one hand leaning against the doorframe and her expression as frosty as ever, said, didn't the emperor give us a token? At least it can buy us some time. If he dares to release them, I'll dare to call in troops. I understand. The 3 black-clothed individuals, upon hearing that their companions had been captured, subconsciously assumed Chu Jingyue was an expert and thus didn't resist much when Eugene's group tied them up. This night will be tough for you too. Yun Boizhong, guard these people. Eugene, bring out the person from my room and then guard the house. Chu Jingyue ordered as she started walking away. Eugene hurriedly followed. Miss, are you okay? Eugene asked worriedly. I'm fine. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. She couldn't explain how suddenly unwell she'd felt. as if she were about to faint. Seeing her condition, Eugene didn't ask further questions, quickly took the person out of the room, and stationed himself at the inn's entrance. As soon as the room was empty, Chu Jingyue collapsed on the bed, losing consciousness. Bearing the mandate of heaven, enduring trials and tribulations, fragmented souls find difficulty ascending to heaven unless yin and yang intersect. May they return. Soul unified, suffering endured. Seeking divine guidance is easier for immortality, yet no true gods exist amidst human suffering. Chu Jingyue shook her head. Why were these words appearing again? When she slowly opened her eyes, she realized this wasn't the inn anymore. She stood alone atop a city wall. Below her lay dismembered corpses and piles of dry carcasses everywhere. The air reeked of decay, and not a single living soul remained in sight except for her. The treasures of fate have all gathered. Whether to become immortal or divine depends entirely on your choice. Chu Jingyue paused momentarily, then furrowed her brow. It's impossible for all the treasures of fate to gather. Did I receive that golden light imprint? Instinctively, she moved to check her chest, but once again lost consciousness. When her awareness returned abruptly, she realized she was still in the inn. Rushing to examine the gold mark that had appeared on her chest, she only managed a glance before experiencing intense pain. Through gritted teeth, Chu Jingyue could make out the symbol. It was Ren Si's treasure of fate, the celestial curse seal. And now, with the celestial curse seal returning to its rightful place within his body, the excruciating pain meant he was gouging out his heart. Chapter 164, Directly Taking the Life Treasure. Chu Jingyue only felt a brief pain, and the heavenly curse mark on her chest fully emerged. This was the sign of her life treasure returning in another way. She sat there somewhat restlessly, unclear about what exactly had happened in the capital city. Logically, if Ren Si were in the prince's mansion, no one would be able to hurt him, let alone extract his life treasure. Could it be that he wasn't at the mansion? But if he had been injured, wouldn't someone have brought him back? It didn't make sense. Chu Jingyue couldn't figure it out. After informing Eugene that he could rest, she continued to think, but still found no clues. Of course, she couldn't possibly know that Ren Si himself had asked someone to extract his life treasure. There is indeed something. Pei Feng handed medicine to the family doctor while taking away the thin imprint resembling gold foil. How's His Highness the Prince? The family doctor and the military doctor were both present, stitching Ren Si's wound. The family doctor didn't speak, but the military doctor said with some blame, General, you've acted too impulsively this time. Fortunately, this piece of gold foil isn't close to your heart, otherwise, your life might not have been spared. Guard Pei, don't worry, once the stitches are healed, it will take half a month for full recovery. Pei Feng paused in thought, then suddenly said, wait a moment. He hurried to the study, flipping things around until he quickly found a small jar and rushed it back. However, when Pei Feng returned, Lady Grandmother had already rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. You dare to do such a thing? Lady Grandmother looked at the blood water in the basin and Ren Si's newly stitched wound, immediately bursting with uncontrollable anger. The two doctors quickly bowed, saying, Lady Grandmother, this is what the prince commanded us to do. Lady Grandmother didn't believe them and ordered someone to drag them down and beat them to death. Pei Feng rushed into the room, first handing over the jar to the two doctors. This is the medicine that the princess consort left for His Highness the Prince before. The prince didn't want to use it because he thought it was very good. Please check whether you can use it. After speaking, Pei Feng turned around and bowed respectfully to Lady Grandmother, politely explaining, as the Lady Grandmother knows, this is indeed what His Highness the Prince instructed them to do. CC, the prince said that you, Lady Grandmother, probably heard the conversation between the princess consort and him that day, which was why you sent her away. Pei Feng bent over respectfully, his words courteous but his tone rather plain. Lady Grandmother pursed her lips. So what if I did? Is he threatening me now? Is he trying to force me to invite Chu Jingyue back by using this method? Not at all. The prince merely resigned himself to fate. Lady Grandmother was startled. To what kind of fate? To the shared fate between the prince and his princess consort. The prince has always known that the princess consort stayed in the prince's residence with ulterior motives. Later, when the princess consort glanced at this object fewer times, the prince assumed she wanted to stay willingly. But now the princess consort has left, and the prince believes everything is destined. Since he promised her his life-saving grace before, he must repay it. Naturally, the prince intends to fulfill that promise. Lady Grandmother's face remained stunned. Repaying life with life? The prince is unharmed. He simply extracted something that didn't belong to him. Back then, the princess consort chose to stay precisely because of this item. Now, as the item is returned, from now on, the prince and princess consort shall have no further entanglements. Isn't that what you wish for, Lady Grandmother? Speechless, Lady Grandmother could do nothing as Ren Si slowly regained consciousness at this moment. He turned his head and saw Lady Grandmother with red eyes staring at him. Lady Grandmother, I'm fine. Fine, that's good. At this point, Lady Grandmother didn't know what else to say. Ren Si looked at Pei Feng. Is it retrieved? It's retrieved. Pei Feng immediately passed the bloody gold foil to him. Ren Si took it in his hand. In fact, back then, she could have done the same as she did with Qian, cut it out with a single sword strike. She didn't do so then just because she was afraid it would cost my life. She has always been thinking for me. CC, there may be an edge but not destiny between you two. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. Mother, I never expected her to stay with me forever. I only hoped for more days together. Even just one more day, that would suffice. Ren Si gazed straight into Lady Grandmother's eyes. His humble words pierced her heart. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine her proudest son would say such things. As of today, I won't temporarily return to the prince's mansion. Even though Wenren-si was dressing to leave, Lady Grandmother hastily stopped him. Your injury. It's fine. Wounds on the battlefield are much worse than this. Wenren-si departed directly, and Lady Grandmother dared not stop him lest she aggravate his condition. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as he walked away. Nanny, do you think I did something wrong? Tears welled in Lady Grandmother's eyes. She never imagined Cece would feel this deeply for Chu Jinghua. Mistress Zhao sighed. My Lady Grandmother, you indeed have been too obstinate. Seated inside the carriage, Wenren-si tightly gripped the jar of medicine left behind by Chu Jinghua, finally having to use it. Highness, where should we go? Wenren-si lowered his gaze, looking at the red thread bound around his wrist, adorned with just one bead. Head north to Yunzhou. He always felt that Chu Jinghua taking only the pearls symbolizing the Beichen position was more than just telling him that since he couldn't complete the set of Zangling pearls, she wouldn't return. It must have another meaning. And during his daytime visit to Qingshao Alley, he almost confirmed that there was something inside him that Chu Jinghua needed, just like Qian. Besides, he had learned from Li Xiaoning that there was unrest again at the Yunzhou border. This was a good opportunity to test his hypothesis and verify whether the Beichen pearl was merely his overthinking. Meanwhile, he could take advantage of the travel time to recuperate so that upon reaching the frontier, he would be ready to defend Yunzhou. If he found Chu Jinghua, he would return both the gold foil and the pearl. If not, guarding Yunzhou for the rest of his life wasn't such a bad choice. Wenren-si suffered a severe injury and left the mansion? Excellent. Wei Chong was genuinely pleased upon hearing this news. First came Chu Jinghua's departure from the capital, now followed by Wenren-si's severe injuries. A golden chance indeed. Should I send someone to intercept Wenren-si on the road? Wei Chong pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Wenren-si will surely take most of his secret guards with him on leaving the capital. Besides, we don't know if Chu Jinghua left anything life-saving for him. Rather than risking an ambush, it's better to seize his weakness. Chu Jinghua? But Chu Jinghua isn't easy to capture. Wei Chong's disciple wore a worried expression. If capturing Chu Jinghua were easy, they wouldn't still be waiting until today. Wei Chong shot his disciple a look filled with frustration. Idiot. Apart from Chu Jinghua, isn't there also the Grand Dowager Duchess of Prince Chi's mansion? The favor bestowed surpasses birth ties. By controlling the Dowager Duchess, how could Wenren-si possibly disobey us? At that point, ordering him to die would merely require a word. The disciple's eyes gleamed with excitement. Once Wenren-si is dead, no one can stop Master's grand cause. But what about that Chu Jinghua? Her? Even if she possesses godlike powers, she cannot escape the control of the 13 puppet cities in Yunzhou. She may handle the dead, but how could she deal calmly with all the living people across 13 entire cities? I simply don't believe she can slaughter them without exhausting herself. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Wei Chong's excited face as he declared, I won't let anyone else hinder my path to immortality ever again. Chapter 165, Fire Knees Formation. The authorities sent someone to arrest Aunt Ma, and it was the governor who personally led the men. Your subordinate did not know that Consort Chi had arrived. This lowly official failed to prevent this thief from offending your highness. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. Chu Jinghua glanced at him sharply. Are you Hu Pin? Does her highness know my name? Hu Pin seemed somewhat surprised. Chu Jinghua pointed at Aunt Ma. She said so. Ah, I see. Suspicion arose in Hu Pin's mind. Could it be that Wenren-si never mentioned his own affairs to her? Upon reflection, Wenren-si was aloof and cold. So how would he casually talk about his past with others? Even to the consort, a princess married under imperial command, she was merely a formal wife, perhaps barely tolerable to him. I have other matters today, criminal or not. I entrust her to you, adult Hu. But I've heard that she is an old acquaintance of yours. When I return after handling my affairs, she shouldn't suddenly disappear from the prison, right? Hu Pin quickly bowed. Of course not. Lady Qi held the emperor's decree with the imperial seal engraved on it. Which kind of token can possibly bear the imperial seal? It was equivalent to granting Chu Jinghua the emperor's authority, and he wasn't foolish enough to leave himself open to leverage by Chu Jinghua because of a mere woman. That's good then. After saying this, Chu Jinghua left with her entourage. There was no time to delay her important business today. Even the celestial curse mark had already appeared on her body. Now only the final life treasure from Xianyun Mountain remained, and then she could gather all the treasures. As for what she saw in her coma the other day, were they illusions, or? Chu Jinghua didn't ponder further. Regardless, she must first retrieve the life treasure. Xianyun Mountain was divided into two parts. The front was a Taoist temple for welcoming pilgrims, and the back was where disciples of Xianyun practiced. In the bustling courtyard filled with numerous pilgrims, Chu Jinghua wandered around. The Taoists of Xianyun Mountain are far inferior to those of Wuyin Dao. They're Taoists, just frequent brothels. While Chu Jinghua was strolling around, she noticed a commotion ahead. When she approached to look, she saw someone had disrupted the scene at Xianyun Mountain. If you folks from Xianyun Mountain don't believe us, we can duel. Divination, geomancy, spiritual questioning, formation setting, anything you're good at, you choose. Chu Jinghua was puzzled. What is this Wuyin Dao? Miss, I've just learned that Wuyin Dao is a new Taoist sect that emerged recently. It exclusively enrolls lay disciples. Rumor has it that their school is quite powerful. After Eugene finished investigating, Chu Jinghua chose a good vantage point and asked, do you think they will take up the challenge? If they don't, with so many pilgrims present, people might assume they're truly not as strong as Wuyin Dao. Chu Jinghua smirked faintly. But even if they do, they're not a match for those disciples of Wu Yin Dao. Huh? Why's that? Eugene was surprised. Xianyun Mountain was a major sect. How could it lose in such a contest? Chu Jingwei reclined against the stone railing and replied, those Wu Yin Dao Taoists have black marks on their yin tang, between the eyebrows. There are ghost spirits behind them, indicating they've practiced incantations. But isn't it true that Taoist practices specifically counteract those dark forces? Chu Jingwei shook her head. The formations practiced at Xianyun Mountain are too gentle. Any more advanced formations they possess are forbidden arts. Just look at Lang Sun. Without incantation techniques, they're utterly useless. Seeing their call to arms accepted by the Xianyun Mountain disciples, the scenario unfolded just as Chu Jingwei had foreseen, with the latter steadily being outmatched. Whispers rippled through the crowd of onlookers, leaving the young novice Taoists unsure of what to do. Let me deal with all of you. Eugene abruptly stepped forward, his movements stiff, almost appearing too nervous. The opposing Taoist raised an eyebrow. And who might you be? My name is Ming Qingrong from Xianyun Mountain, Eugene falsely announced. The junior monks of Xianyun Mountain weren't sure if it was true, but they'd certainly heard of Qingrong Ming. They felt a bit relieved, since Ming's senior brother was famously skilled, capable of restoring pride for them. What shall we compare? Eugene gave a polite bow. Anything you wish. Really? The opponent hadn't expected him to be so overconfident, paused briefly, smiled. Then let's compete using formations. Eugene, appearing rather troubled, responded, formation? What? Can't you do it? The group of Taoists from Xianyun Mountain grew anxious. It was said that Elder Ming excelled in martial skills, but fell short in array knowledge. How dare he challenge arrays? Not that I can't. It's just I'm afraid you won't. The opposing side burst into laughter. Fine, let's see who actually falters. As the opposing Taoists gathered their energy, Eugene started moving automatically, losing control over himself. He could vaguely sense a force between his fingers, forming a formation on the ground upon a gesture. Meanwhile, the opponents also erected their formation, inserting several small flags into the ground. Only those inside the array could perceive the marvelous sights within. This was the Chi-Chi Blade Array, targeting desires within the heart. Once desire arises, one would be severely injured silently by the blade formation. And the one Eugene created was devil-breaking array? How? How could it be discernible? In the competition of formations, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. The first round was undoubtedly won by Eugene. As Eugene continued to rack up victories, it wasn't until a bearded Taoist appeared that Chu Jingwei began to feel a bit uneasy. The opponent placed a wooden carving about the height of a person and quickly planted flags around it. Come out. Chu Jingwei darted forward and shoved Eugene away from the center of the array before watching the adversary with cold eyes. Ah, a pretty girl has arrived. If you want to die, it's none of my business. The formation spread extremely wide, pulling in quite a number of incense-burning pilgrims. Even Eugene, who had been pushed aside, hadn't fully escaped its reach. All those trapped within could hear cries and wails, mournful yet resentful, making them shiver. What kind of array is this? Eugene rubbed his arms. He'd already torn off the talisman that had been stuck to him. That controlling talisman severely restricted his movement. The Fire Nemesis Array. Chu Jingwei replied calmly. It traps live people inside water-filled containers, cooking them alive until only their bones remain. It then creates graves for their corpses so their evil souls can move along with the graves. That's the Fire Nemesis Array, or simply called Bone Array. The bearded Taoist clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. The young lady seems knowledgeable. Isn't this an art considered blasphemous towards gods and playful with spirits? Don't you know that laying the bone array will cut your young lifespan? Chu Jingwei narrowed her eyes. The person in front of her didn't look like someone whose young life would end soon. Blasphemy towards gods and spirits? I am the god myself. What fear do I have? With a wave of both hands, eerie laughter erupted as many pilgrims were frightened into kneeling and pleading for mercy. Chu Jingwei drew her Weiji sword and deployed 5 Emperor's Bright spell coins to form a golden light barrier to protect the pilgrims. How convenient. I just happen to like killing gods. As the formation was formed, Wu Lei Order had responded. As Chu Jingwei channeled her spiritual energy, it shot out first, splitting a bolt of lightning. A white-haired Taoist who was treating people in a village near Yunzhou suddenly sensed something and immediately rejoiced. Wonderful. Help is finally here. Chapter 166. All killed. Chu Jingwei didn't exert much effort to severely wound the bearded Taoist, and casually had Eugene bind him. How dare you bind someone in public? Chu Jingwei calmly took out the goddess order. The Emperor's decree. I am taking this man away. You may file a complaint wherever you wish. By heaven's command, longevity and prosperity forever endure. These 8 large characters were printed on the back of the goddess order. On the front was a carving of the goddess image along with a small imperial seal. The Taoists immediately had no words to say. Miss, why didn't you just kill him with a thunderbolt earlier? According to reason, he deserves death 100 times for creating a skeleton array, doesn't he? Eugene was somewhat puzzled. In the past, Chu Jingwei would have surely killed the person outright, like she did with Lang Sun. Chu Jingwei raised her eyebrows. A skeleton array is itself a taboo art. Even if I don't intervene, theoretically he will meet an evil end anyway. Eugene frowned. But he doesn't look like someone who is about to suffer. The bearded Taoist was still laughing provocatively. Chu Jingwei looked down at him. There must be some earth god protecting him. If his divine protection is shattered, then things should naturally unfold accordingly. Before her words ended, the bearded Taoist's face had already changed color. Chu Jingwei was never one to talk unnecessarily. So when she brought the person to a deserted place behind the mountain, she crushed the person's divine protection with one palm. No, it can't be possible. The bearded Taoist was already panicking. How could there be anyone in this world who could destroy divine protection with one palm? How many times have you used this skeleton array? Calculating from this, your lifespan probably won't be enough to cover it all, right? Chu Jinghua looked down at him from above. As she watched, he quickly aged, going mad and shouting wildly. You watch over him. Once he dies, use a Thunderfire talisman on him. Don't let him soil this sacred land. Chu Jinghua's tone was very calm. Eugene nodded and kept watch over the bearded Taoist. The nearby Taoists of Xianyun Mountain were stunned. They didn't know what to say to Chu Jinghua. I came to search for something, but it seems that it isn't currently on Xianyun Mountain. Chu Jinghua slightly furrowed her brows. Since coming to Xianyun Mountain, she had been walking around everywhere without sensing the presence of her destiny treasure. But the aura of the treasure was definitely there, meaning someone had taken it away, likely someone who resided long-term on Xianyun Mountain. Do you know what you're referring to? An elder Taoist stepped forward to host. Chu Jinghua shook her head. I also don't know what it might be. Destiny treasures can turn into magical tools, but what they become, she herself isn't sure either. Just as she couldn't have imagined that Qian would carry within him the 5 Emperor's bright spell coins, or that Renzi had the heavenly curse seal in his heart. The Taoist was perplexed. How could he help her find it? Chu Jinghua calculated another divination, raising her eyebrows slightly. Can I stay here? This thing will come back looking for me. Oh, of course you can. The Taoist was also confused, but since Chu Jinghua wanted to stay, they naturally welcomed her. It was a good opportunity to learn Taoist techniques from her. The bearded Taoist went mad, turning within moments from 30-something years old into an elderly person, hitting and scratching himself until he choked himself to death. Eugene followed orders and placed a Thunderfire talisman on him. Immediately, the talisman paper burned up and turned to ashes in a short while. The crowd of Taoists marveled at this spectacle, yet couldn't help but comment. This talisman has enormous power and should not be allowed to spread. So those who are capable have already learned it. Chu Jinghua spoke faintly. All the Taoists blushed slightly. The eldest among them said, we can't let evil people learn it to harm others either. I would like to take a look at Xianyun Mountain's library, do you mind? Chu Jinghua politely asked. They hesitated briefly before replying awkwardly. You need to wait until the master returns. All right. That day, Chu Jinghua settled down on Xianyun Mountain, and news of the martial arts competition on Xianyun Mountain spread quickly. The Taoists from the Wuyun sect were defeated, and one was captured. Hu Pin sat in a spacious chair, sipping tea while calculating something. Yes, it said that the captured Taoist used some sort of skeleton array, which frightened many pilgrims. Fortunately, a goddess descended, and it's rumored that this goddess can even invoke heavenly lightning. Hu Pin sneered coldly. Goddess? There are no gods or goddesses in this world. They're merely Taoist tricks. Right now, that woman has already settled down on Xianyun Mountain, and many lay disciples of the Wuyun sect have gathered at the foot of the mountain to go up and ask for the person. Hu Pin thought for a moment, then curled his lips. Let them go then. When the people rebel, even the emperor cannot stop them. The woman of the Ma family claims she only mentioned that the official likes Yun Shui Ran, nothing else. What should we do with her? Kill her, lest she really speak out. Hu Pin felt deep down that this Ma family woman must not have just revealed a little bit, but seeing Chu Jinghua's reaction, she didn't seem to know anything significant. Previously, he assumed Renzi was dead, so whether this Ma lived or not didn't matter. But now Renzi is alive, and there always seems to be a war looming at the border. After much deliberation, he could only console himself, believing that the Ma family had known better than to say too much in order to prevent someone from exposing how he had lured away young girls under Renzi's name years ago. It would be best to kill them early. According to that woman, Yin Shui Ran's brother has also returned this time. What do you think, sir? Hu Pin's face changed repeatedly. Could it be that Master Yin Bozhong hadn't told Chu Jinghua about his sister? Perhaps it is precisely because of this matter that the consort of Prince Qi left the capital alone. The subordinate seriously pondered and reached this conclusion. Hu Pin was restless, his eyes hardening as he said, then we will kill everyone who knows about this matter. Wait, send them all to Jinping village. Didn't official Zhou say there weren't enough people recently? He chuckled in relief, and his subordinate immediately flattered. You are indeed thorough in your considerations. I have already shown great mercy by allowing them to live until now. Tell these people not to attempt an escape. If they run, I will implicate their families. A fierce smirk appeared in Hu Pin's eyes. What good did following Renzi bring? It was far better to be a governor now, far from the emperor. In Yunzhou, he could do whatever he wanted. This was the life he desired. At the same time, the imperial city was also seething with hidden currents. Wei Cheng hastily sent men to break into the Prince Qi's mansion to capture people during the night. Unfortunately, the hidden guards left in Prince Qi's mansion were all highly skilled, so the assassins never returned. Unwilling to give up, he ordered his disciples to use dark magic. However, upon reaching the gates of Prince Qi's mansion, they were all stopped. The matriarch was summoned to the front courtyard, watching helplessly as walking corpses surrounded the exterior of Prince Qi's mansion, frightening everyone speechless. Those mannequins tried to invade the Prince Qi's mansion, but were blocked as soon as they approached the gate. An invisible silver-white golden light flashed, keeping all of them outside. It was then the necromancers realized the entire mansion of Prince Qi was covered by an exorcism array. Especially at the gates of the mansion, a streak of golden blood made any malevolent force unable to cross the threshold. Chu Jinghua again. Wei Cheng's disciple sighed in regret. That streak of golden blood couldn't be wiped off even with water unless the array itself was broken. But how easy would it be to break a formation laid by Chu Jinghua? Perhaps it was best to return and discuss with the master. The matriarch remained stunned for a long while before coming to her senses, asking, "So Chu Jinghua set up an infallible formation before she left?" Chapter 167. The Fatal Triad of Divination. The Grand Dowager never expected Chu Jinghua to leave behind an array at the prince's mansion. After Wei Chang's men left, she sat in the main hall feeling a complex mix of emotions. Ren Si could discern someone's heart, which meant he must have guessed what Chu Jinghua intended to do long ago. She had acted on her own and forced Chu Jinghua to leave, yet Chu still tried to protect the mansion as she departed. Perhaps it was me who was wrong all along. The Grand Dowager felt she had failed Ren Si and the former princess consort. Although Ren Si had pleaded with her before, she arrogantly disregarded his feelings under the guise of being for the best and drove away the one he loved. The Grand Dowager covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down, while Mother Zhao beside her didn't know how to comfort her. Grand Dowager, this servant found a letter while tidying up the room. It was left by the princess consort. Shichuan suddenly appeared, and the Grand Dowager looked up, wiping away her tears. "Is it for the prince?" "It says, to be opened only by Grand Dowager." Shichuan handed over the letter respectfully. Losing her usual composure, the Grand Dowager hurriedly rose, walked over, and tore open the envelope. "Grand Dowager, by the time you read this letter, Ren Si should already have left the prince's mansion. It is perilous in the capital city, but there is one more thing I wish to entrust to you. Fuyu possesses a token that can grant access into the palace, but right now, you are the only one in the capital capable of mobilizing troops from outside the city." Chu Jinghua wrote 2 lengthy pieces in the letter. As the Grand Dowager read further, her expression grew increasingly serious until her countenance was stern by the end. Chu Jinghua may appear disinterested and indifferent to worldly affairs, but she truly has the welfare of the world at heart. Her virtue makes me deeply admire her. Respect flickered in the Grand Dowager's eyes. She repeatedly read the letter, memorized its contents, then set fire to it. Outside the Xianyun mountain, all the incensed guests had long since departed these past few days. The lay disciples of Waiando were blockading the mountain's entrance, demanding justice against Chu Jinghua. Xianyun mountain remained closed, appearing determined to shield Chu Jinghua. 3 days we've been blockading, so what shall we do now? Asked Uncle Yunzhong, looking worried toward Chu Jinghua. Chu Jinghua paid no heed to the group outside the mountain, but turned her gaze instead toward Patriarch Wang, asking, "When will your patriarch return?" He should be returning soon," replied Wang. Chu Jinghua frowned seriously. "Write out the birth data of your patriarch. Hand it over to me immediately." She had to perform some divinations. Recently, the geomantic energy around Xianyun mountain had changed subtly, foreshadowing trouble. That would not be appropriate, hesitated one Taoist, as revealing one's birth date wasn't something lightly done, especially not to a mystic whose abilities remained unfathomable. Chu Jinghua became slightly impatient, glaring coldly. "Or do you deem yourselves skilled enough to determine your master's situation yourselves? Perhaps if you dare attempt it, I might see." This. The group of Taoists hesitated. Clearly, they weren't willing to take such a risk themselves either. Chu Jinghua snorted coldly. "You cannot perform the calculations yourselves, yet when I try to assist, you resist. If your patriarch encounters harm due to your delay, you all may forever live with regret. Master Wang, if she wanted to harm us, wouldn't she have done so earlier? What purpose does delaying serve?" added Uncle Yunzhong, trying to reason. The elder Master Wang considered carefully for a moment, then reluctantly jotted down their patriarch's birth information. Chu Jinghua promptly used Wu Di Ming Zhou coins to divine the future. After viewing the results, the assembled Taoists' expressions turned somber. She performed 3 divinations, each yielding a fatal outcome. "We can't stay here any longer. We need to go down the mountain immediately." Some of the disciples began to grow restless, ready to rush off and find their patriarch. Chu Jinghua stood up and said, "I'm coming too. But what about the people of Waiando? They're lay practitioners with no skills in sorcery. We can't just hurt them, can we?" Master Wang appeared quite troubled. Chu Jinghua paused thoughtfully and responded, "Since they're capable of becoming lay disciples, it indicates their deep belief in the Tao. Hence, there must be a way to persuade them to leave." As the first person to descend the mountain, Chu Jinghua also became the first confronted by the lay disciples of Waiando. "Hand over our senior brother, right? You must release him. And if you refuse, none of you will step 1 foot out of this mountain." Chu Jinghua coldly observed them and said, "That little bearded man. He's nothing but ashes now." "What? You killed him?" Infuriated, the lay disciples cried out. However, Chu Jinghua wasted no words, directly sending a wave of earth fire toward them. Such a show of power startled them into silence. He created living corpse graves using human lives and attempted to harness infernal flames, but was consumed by his own malevolent energies. A just punishment. "I did not kill him," Chu Jinghua stated coolly. "Instead of blindly accusing me, you ought to seek genuine masters who can help lift the curses affecting you." "What? What kind of curses?" One of the disciples saw Chu Jinghua's ability and started doubting his faith. Chu Jinghua arched an eyebrow. Waiando teaches witchcraft and other arts that damage karma or moral merit, but they themselves don't bear the karmic consequences. So who then bears the sin? Haven't some of you experienced inexplicable illnesses or fatal accidents without cause? This statement sent panic rippling through the group of lay disciples. Among them, some really had died suddenly, while others, once healthy, were now bedridden. They had only just met Chu Jingyue, yet she could so easily reveal these truths, proving that she was no ordinary person. Then, how can we resolve this curse? Someone asked in panic. Chu Jingyue thought for a moment and said, find genuine Taoist masters. She glanced at the Taoists from Xianyan Mountain who had straightened their stances upon being addressed. Exorcising witchcraft curses is our specialty. Did you hear that? You should go to Xianyan Mountain right away. After saying this, Chu Jingyue prepared to leave. But some remained obstinate, asking, I don't trust them. I trust only you. I have no time now. Chu Jingyue was indeed more concerned about the fate of the sect's leader. Every divination foretold a dead end, leaving not a hint of life remaining. She couldn't understand it. How could the head of a sect, also skilled as a sorcerer, possibly be in such dire straits without even a trace of hope? But no, there's nothing more important than saving lives. You must stay here and save me. One continued to argue unreasonably, prompting Chu Jingyue to casually slap a talisman on him. Wait inside the mountain then. These people tried to stop her, but Eugene had already brought 3 horses over. Miss, let's leave first since we're already in a rush. Don't worry if the Taoists fall behind. That works. Though all of these people were cursed, they weren't suffering the most severe consequences. Besides, Chu Jingyue knew a faster and more effective method. If she could gather the necessary treasures for life force magic, she could directly confront the 5 concealed Dao sect. Once the array used for the witchcraft was dismantled, those under the curse would naturally recover. The 3 mounted their horses and left, leaving the rest to approach the Taoists of Xianyan Mountain. In this way, send a few to chase after Chu Jingyue, and the rest bring these victims back up the mountain. Wang Daosheng commanded with authority, managing to control the situation effectively. Hu Pin, originally intending to watch the commotion unfold, now sneered from the shadows. No wonder you could resurrect one Rin Si. You truly possess some talent. She cannot be allowed to leave Yunzhou alive. If she survives, my days of comfort will be gone. Hu Pin analyzed clearly that Wei Chong, despite his skills, would surely not stand a chance against Chu Jingyue. He wasn't overly concerned about who was stronger between the two in battle, but rather appreciated the benefits of Wei Chong's survival to himself. Send word along the road to alert the bandits. Intercept and kill Chu Jingyue. Chapter 168, Separate Ways. Stop following me. Chu Jingyue stopped abruptly while pulling on the hemp rope, walked to the post station for a cup of tea, and borrowed pen and paper to write a scroll. Eugene and Yun Boizhong were both confused and asked, is there something wrong? Hold this token and the scroll. Once you reach Zhangzhou, continue your next step based on the contents of the scroll. Chu Jingyue handed the scroll to Yun Boizhong. Both thought she had other plans, so they didn't think too much about it. Eugene, however, asked, will you be safe by yourself? Should we return to Yunzhou and call up some reinforcements? It's unnecessary. I have everything figured out. Chu Jingyue finished her teacup in one gulp, mounted her horse, and reminded them again. Don't open the scroll until you reach Zhangzhou. Yun Boizhong nodded, rest assured. Of course, Chu Jingyue trusted him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him the scroll. After Yun Boizhong and Eugene watched her leave alone, they did not waste time and set off quickly along another route toward Zhangzhou. When they reached Zhangzhou, Eugene couldn't help but say impatiently, let's open the scroll first. Something feels off. Yun Boizhong took out the scroll. Eugene said quietly, all the way here, I've been thinking, why must we wait until Zhangzhou to open the scroll, and why did Chu give it specifically to you? Yun Boizhong didn't understand at first, but he started opening it quickly. As soon as he saw the note inside, his face immediately changed. Chu Jingyue wrote that the road ahead would be dangerous with only a slim chance of survival. But if we could arrive at Zhangzhou and wait 3 days here, she might be saved by a benefactor. If no such benefactor appears within those 3 days, we are supposed to head straight back to the capital and absolutely mustn't act recklessly or turn back to Yunzhou. Yun Boizhong pursed his lips. If Chu Jingyue had said this from the beginning, either he or Eugene would surely have insisted to accompany her. Knowing how perilous the journey ahead was, she still sent both of them away. Part of her reasoning was survival, but another reason was clearly her not wanting to involve either of them. I knew it, Eugene said. If it were under normal circumstances, Miss would never have entrusted the scroll to me. But she anticipated that I might break my promise out of worry and open the scroll prematurely, thus possibly turning back to find her. So she gave the scroll to you instead. Being a man of virtue, once Yun Boizhong accepted a task, he would keep his word. He had promised not to open the scroll until they arrived at Zhangzhou, and so, he absolutely wouldn't open it. Eugene regretted now that he should have opened the scroll halfway there, because if he had gone back to catch her then, he probably could have made it in time. At this point, it was almost impossible to trace her whereabouts anymore. All we can do now is wait here and hope that the Taoists from Xianyan Mountain can be useful. Yun Boizhong pocketed the note and the scroll and looked in the direction of the city gates, asking, shall we enter the city and wait? To avoid missing the benefactor Miss spoke of, you keep an eye on the east gate from within the inn, and I'll stay here at this gate. Eugene slightly frowned, perhaps realizing that Chu Jingyue specifically required both of them because their presence could ensure better monitoring of the gates. Otherwise, guarding 2 city gates alone would indeed easily result in missing important moments. Do you plan to stay here? Are you sure about that? Yun Boizhong worried, seeing that Eugene had no intention of staying in an inn. It was far too risky to wait outside like this. Eugene shook his head. No problem. It's summer after all, nights won't be too cold. Don't worry. The two had managed to travel unimpeded all the way to Zhangzhou, but things weren't going so smoothly for Chu Jingyue. On her journey, she encountered many highwaymen blocking her path. At the start, The ones she met weren't very skilled, so she could handle them with her own abilities. But as time went on, the bandits became more formidable. Some were skilled fighters, others expert trap layers, and still others relied on sheer numbers. It was akin to fighting through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals for Chu Jingwei, and new injuries piled upon old ones. Just as she was approaching the place indicated by the divination, she came across a tough opponent. "Are you Chu Jingwei?" The man standing in her way held a broad machete. He was extremely muscular, his face covered in coarse flesh, looking ferocious even at a glance. Behind him stood a group of people, some comparing portraits to see who it was, saying, "Second Chief, it looks like it's her. Somebody has placed a bounty on your life. We originally thought this was just some girl our brethren on the previous mountain could handle, but I didn't expect you to make it all the way to me." He planted his long blade into the ground, smiling lecherously. "We brothers have waited quite a bit for you. It hasn't been in vain. If you don't stop me now, you might live a few more days. If you do, you won't survive today," Chu Jingwei said calmly, as if stating a simple fact. The second chief laughed even more wildly. "Do you really think you can take me down today? Ha ha ha. Brothers, did you hear that?" The group of bandits cheered and hooted loudly. Without hesitation, Chu Jingwei dismounted her horse. The second chief didn't intend to get personally involved himself, waving his hand and commanding, "Capture her. Let the men enjoy themselves first, then chop off her head and send it to Yunzhou to complete the task." "Was it Hu Pin who sent you to intercept and kill me?" Chu Jingwei arched an eyebrow. She hadn't made any enemies in Yunzhou, and the only one capable of commanding all the bandits along the way would definitely be someone in a high position. Other than Hu Pin, she couldn't think of anyone else. "Little miss, if you flatter us nicely, I'll tell you who sent us," said one of them with a lecherous smile as he approached her. Chu Jingwei didn't waste any more words and immediately drew her Wei Ji sword to strike first. These bandits were much more skilled than the previous ones, and Chu Jingwei was fighting against many at once. Barely managing to hold her own, she occasionally gained the upper hand thanks to her years of fighting experience. Seeing that they couldn't take down such a small woman for so long, the second chief's pride took a hit. He shouted angrily, "You bunch of fools, step aside." He swung his blade fiercely through the air, unleashing internal power so strong that even some of his men who didn't move out of the way fast enough were thrown off their feet. Chu Jingwei held up her long sword horizontally, golden light forming around her as she intercepted the strike. Still, she was shaken and her hands went numb. Turning her head, she spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'll warn you, if you take 3 more steps, you'll die without fail." Chu Jingwei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, remaining calm. The second chief lifted his weapon arrogantly and sneered. "Do you know my reputation in the Jianghu? For many years now, not just little women like you, but also countless martial arts experts have met their end under my blade." 3 steps. Just as he finished speaking, he had taken exactly 3 steps. He caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing beside him and didn't have time to react before feeling a sharp pain around his neck. The second chief turned to see a red snake coiled around his neck. Where did this beast come from? Ugh, eh? Before the second chief could grab the snake, he collapsed in agony on the ground, his life slipping away within moments. Chu Jingwei softly whistled. The red jade rooster snake swiftly climbed back to her side, slithering up her arm to rest on her shoulder, flicking its tongue as if searching for its next prey. Who would have thought that besides Wuzhang's people, there are others who master the art of beast control? But truly unfortunate for you, it is me you've met. Chapter 169, Divine Troops Descend from the Sky. The person who was addressed as Big Chief, Chu Jingwei recognized by his attire, was likely another man from Wujiang. The moment he stepped out, the ruby-crested snake backed off slightly, evidently not in an attacking stance anymore. Chu Jingwei's cold eyes scanned him. He smiled. "Wei Cheng said your mastery of the witchcraft of Wu Habai cannot affect you. I, on the other hand, am curious to see for myself." "Then try it yourself." As she spoke, many insects and ants emerged from the mountainside, but they only surrounded Chu Jingwei and dared not attack. But the opponent seemed unsurprised and still laughed with full confidence. Chu Jingwei observed him warily. He gently raised an eyebrow. "You should beware behind you instead." Silently, a figure appeared from behind her, striking fiercely. Quickly dodging, Chu Jingwei fought back, yet she noticed from the corner of her eye that the big chief placed a bug into the mouth of the already deceased second chief. She wanted to break free and stop him, but unfortunately, the one wrestling with her possessed remarkable martial arts skills. Chu Jingwei soon found herself at a disadvantage, and shortly after, the supposedly dead second chief suddenly stood up again. The resurrection bug can only make those who just died temporarily come back to life for half an hour, but it should be more than enough to deal with you. Chu Jingwei's gaze deepened. Indeed, while she could prevent any harm from the insect-induced spells, those infected by them were still capable of coming close to her. With 2 highly skilled opponents pressuring her, Chu Jingwei managed to seize an opportunity amidst the predicament, pulling out silver needles to strike key acupoints in the second chief's body. The originally agile second chief suddenly stopped moving. As Chu Jingwei had to evade attacks from the other side, she turned around and slapped a fixation charm onto the enemy's chest, but such paper charms are only effective on humans, not animals. A bird controlled by the charm came flying to snatch the talisman away. However, all Chu Jingwei needed was a brief respite. Chu Jingwei then took out the 3 purities bells of the emperor and shook it. One sound dispels all evil. 13 needles of ghost gates were perfectly aligned. When the bells of the 3 purities sounded, the bugs inside the second chief abruptly perished, causing him to fall directly to the ground. The big chief narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder even Wu Habai fell under her hands. This woman truly had some skills. Another individual unfettered by the fixed body charm immediately attacked Chu Jinghua. Shaking his head, the big chief said, "Let's go together. With me here, those two little snakes of hers won't dare move recklessly." He no longer wished to waste time. Delay would bring change. Other bandits joined the fray, and Chu Jinghua instantly couldn't hold her own against them. So much so that she considered using her magical array method. Just when she was about to set up the array, two arrows flew through the air from afar, piercing straight through the hearts of the two individuals closest to Chu Jinghua. Hoofbeats grew louder. Soon, several mounted warriors appeared before everyone's eyes. "Madam, I have arrived late," said Fu Yu. Fu Yu and Lan Feng leaped deftly from their saddles and landed beside Chu Jinghua, shielding her. Pei Feng quickly followed, presenting her with a box. His Highness wasn't sure if this item would aid Madam, thus sent it ahead. "Where is Wen Ren-si?" Chu Jinghua asked, looking behind her with some anticipation. Pei Feng murmured softly, "His Highness has rushed to Yunzhou." Chu Jinghua opened the box to find a thin sheet of gold foil. The moment it touched her skin, it dissolved into invisible light, completely merging into her body. Thus, the heavenly curse mark fully returned. Madam may continue her journey with Fu Yu and Lan Feng. "Here, allow me to take care of things," Pei Feng said deeply, knowing well Chu Jinghua had other affairs to attend to. Chu Jinghua pursed her lips and replied, "I will deal with him. Hand the rest over to you." After all, there was one who knew how to use poison, so despite her urgency, Chu Jinghua did not wish for Pei Feng and his men to risk danger. With Pei Feng and the Dark Guards, those bandits were clearly no match. Even the Wujiang man was now being severely overwhelmed by Chu Jinghua. When he was captured, he still carried a look of defiance. "It was only luck on your part." Chu Jinghua gave him a disdainful look, hooking a faint smile. Perhaps so. She had already calculated that this journey would involve peril. Her chance lay within Zhanzhou. In Zhanzhou, where she knew no one, she easily deduced from the departure of Wen Ren-si's treasure that it would be around the time he reached Zhanzhou. Therefore, Chu Jinghua let Uncle Yun Boizhong and Eugene leave, partly to protect them, but also as a backup strategy for her contingency plan. She was not someone to easily abandon chances in the face of a deadly situation. The captives left to Pei Feng and his team, while Chu Jinghua continued onward with Fu Yu and Lan Feng. Meanwhile, Wen Ren-si did not linger long in Zhanzhou, heading straight to Yunzhou. His first action upon arrival was to visit the government office in Yunzhou. Having stationed himself there for years, though he had suffered defeat, his soldiers understood, unlike the common people who scolded him, he'd been sabotaged. The betrayal of the military advisor led to Wen Ren-si sustaining severe wounds and eventually passing away. However, none of the developments in the capital city reached Yunzhou. The soldiers in Yunzhou all lamented for Wen Ren-si, while the newly appointed general was incompetent. In just a few short months, the Yunzhou border had been invaded multiple times, leaving the common people in great suffering. Though these soldiers harbored resentment, they were merely ordinary troops and could do nothing about it. Therefore, when the secret guards around Wen Ren-si called upon reinforcements with the token of the Longfu ducal mansion, these soldiers resolutely chose to follow. Wen Ren-si sat on the main hall of the prefecture office, the gates tightly closed, surrounded by many soldiers outside. Hu Ping only knew someone had come from the capital, but not who, and as he wondered what business they had, he entered the main hall and saw Wen Ren-si. His expression immediately darkened. "General, it's been a long time," Hu Ping spoke first. With a cold face, Wen Ren-si raised his gaze and looked at him arrogantly. "I almost didn't get to see you again. Hearing the news of General's demise, I was deeply saddened. Now seeing you return unharmed, I am genuinely overjoyed," Hu Ping said while bowing, though he himself was uncertain whether Wen Ren-si had known back then that it was he who had harmed him. Wen Ren-si smirked, but remained silent. After some contemplation, Hu Ping asked again, "May I know why you're here?" "You'll understand once you meet this person." Wen Ren-si's voice trailed off, and then two figures emerged from behind. Hu Ping's pupils contracted slightly. It was actually Uncle Yun Boizhong and Chu Jinghua's little servant. If Yun Boizhong could now be seen alongside Wen Ren-si, then it meant they were all aware of what had happened those years ago. "Guards!" Immediately flipping his demeanor, Hu Ping prepared to call out for his men. Wen Ren-si sneered disdainfully. "Indeed, it's time to bring them in." But the ones who appeared were not Hu Ping's subordinates. Instead, a group of bandits brought in by the royal guards. "All mountain bandits along Yunzhou have already been wiped out during my arrival, including the private army you've kept. They're all locked up now. Whom else would you wish to see?" Hu Ping's complexion turned extremely ghastly. For all his painstaking efforts and careful planning over so many days in Yunzhou, he had still failed to hold up against Wen Ren-si's single-handed effort. Grinding his teeth for a moment, Hu Ping suddenly laughed. "So what if that is true? So what if you've eradicated the bandits? Can you be certain that Chu Jinghua will surely make it back even if she has reached Jinping village?" Chapter 170, Bewitched, Plague. After several more days of travel, Chu Jinghua finally arrived at Jinping village. "Something's off." Chu Jinghua looked at the entire village and suddenly furrowed her brows, saying, "You must go back immediately. There is a plague in this village." With that, she took out a veil from her bundle, folding it into several layers to cover her mouth and nose. "Lady Wang, what will you do?" Fu Yu looked at her full of concern. Chu Jinghua calmly replied, "I'll be fine. Go ahead and leave." She walked alone into the village while Fu Yu and Lan Feng exchanged glances, contemplating. "You go back to report. I'll stay here just in case Lady Wang needs someone to attend to her." Lan Feng grew up with Fu Yu and was naturally worried. "I'll stay, you go back." You're just a mute, and you don't know how to read Lady Wang's expressions either. Just go already. Fu Yu pushed him away. Take care on your way back. Lan Feng hesitated as he rode away on his horse, while Fu Yu shouted their decision toward Chu Jingyue, who hadn't gone too far yet. At the edge of the village, Chu Jingyue planted a banner flag and told Fu Yu to guard the area so that no one would pass beyond the flag. Miss, please leave. Go away, there's a plague here. The first household they encountered had someone peeking through the door crack, shouting desperately at them. Chu Jingyue thought for a moment, then asked, have you seen a Taoist priest? He should be rather old. Yes, he's at the house ahead where a flag is planted. The villager pointed out the direction but kept urging her to leave. After thanking him, Chu Jingyue continued her walk towards the deeper parts of the village, soon spotting the flagged courtyard mentioned. Inside the yard, there was loud crying. It seemed a relative had passed away due to illness. I told you we should have left with our grandchildren. You refused, wanting to stay with our son, and now look, sending an elder to bury a younger one. Are you satisfied? Entering the yard, Chu Jingyue saw an elderly couple grieving beside a middle-aged man who had recently passed away, sobbing uncontrollably like two people drowned in tears. Furrowing her brow, Chu Jingyue looked at the old couple's expressions and reminded them, don't get too close to the body. You can also catch the disease. How many people left in the village haven't caught the disease? Who cares anymore? The old lady glared at her unhappily. Chu Jingyue lowered her gaze, explaining softly, even if you've been infected, some cases are severe while others are mild. Mild cases are treatable, but if the disease progresses too far, there's nothing that can be done. Treat? Even the Taoist priest has caught the disease. Who could possibly cure us? Upon hearing these words, Chu Jingyue immediately entered the house. Inside, the venerable priest lay disheveled in a damp and suffocating room, filled with the pungent smell of medicinal herbs. It's you. You finally come. Thank goodness. The priest's voice was hoarse, almost devoid of strength. Chu Jingyue stepped forward to check his pulse, but the priest quickly stopped her. Don't get near me. I'm beyond help, but perhaps you're not. I've placed your fuchin, broom-like tool, on the large willow tree in the village. It's originally yours. You should take it back. Why do you know why I came? Chu Jingyue whispered her question. The priest smiled faintly and said, I've devoted my whole life to studying the arts of divination. Years ago, when I obtained the fuchun, my spiritual insight opened instantly. I once foretold a catastrophic disaster that would befall the world, and its source is here. I rushed here only to find that fate was already sealed, and there was nothing I could do alone. Recently, the fuchun suddenly started reacting, and I realized the destined savior was coming. Chu Jingyue remembered the visions she'd seen. Would the whole city indeed end in silence? Regardless of whether I made a wrong prediction or whatever the case may be, since you've come, there must be a way to save the people here. Accompanying the fuchun is the master order of Xianyun Mountain. If you manage to leave, kindly find a talented successor for the sect on my behalf. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. What if I choose not to bother? Then give the master order to my junior brother. Ignoring the priest's protests, Chu Jingyue frowned as she moved closer and extended her hand to check his pulse. I have no interest in inheriting your mess. Deal with it yourself. My situation. If you hadn't carried the fuchun with you all along, you wouldn't have fallen into such trouble. Yet because of frequent contact with the fuchun, this epidemic can't really harm you. Aren't you a Taoist priest? Can't you tell the difference between poisoning and bewitchment? Chu Jingyue's words stunned the priest. He wasn't poisoned but bewitched. The feng shui layout of this village is very sinister. We'll discuss details once you've recovered. Chu Jingyue summoned divine flags and ghost banners, planting them at the entrance. Earth is square, heaven is round. Rules in 9 chapters. Divine flags and ghost banners protect the health of this place. The priest suddenly felt much lighter, bewildered. If it's not a disease, then why are so many people affected? They have indeed contracted the plague, but you, priest, haven't. This village is heavily infested with malevolent energy within the complex array of the Qi Min Dunjia technique. This is the death gate. The sickness inside accumulates negative energy, attracting ghosts to enter and consume the moral virtues and powers of priests, making it seem like all diseases have taken hold. In reality, it's merely too much evil energy. Chu Jingyue pushed open the window. When I came in, I observed a person who died of illness. There were many red and black spots on their body. It doesn't seem like an ordinary plague. Have you made any discoveries while being here for so long? It's strange indeed. The plague in this place is something never heard of. Infected people don't show many symptoms at first, but once it takes hold, they start vomiting incessantly. Moreover, it spreads incredibly fast, yet it doesn't kill instantly. Chu Jingyue grew serious. Doesn't kill quickly, yet spreads extremely fast. She suddenly remembered what the elderly couple at the door had said earlier. If anyone carrying the disease left the village, wouldn't that spread the plague to other places? This is precisely my concern. The Taoist priest coughed heavily, and Chu Jingyue pressed her lips together. I should find someone to examine their pulse and get the exact situation. It seemed Fu Yu not leaving had been a good decision. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to spread this news. She went out to check the pulses of the elderly couple, and the priest also followed, saying, previously, I could only provide medicine to stop diarrhea, but there was no way to cure it. Do you remember who the first infected person was? Chu Jingyue asked. The elderly couple pointed towards a house at the end of the village, saying, that old woman from that family. She was the first to fall ill and die. Chu Jingyue decided to find Fu Yu first, and let him try to spread the message. Before she had walked far, the elderly couple chased after her, shouting. Before the old woman fell ill, some strange people visited her home. She said they were friends of her grandson-in-law. The man looked handsome and spoke with an elegant air, but his companions didn't seem trustworthy. They often came in and out of the village during that period, and shortly after, the old woman died. Chu Jingyue glanced at the terrain. The family's house was right by a key geographical point. If poison had been transmitted through water, it wasn't impossible. It appeared that this plague had been deliberately caused, but anyone doing such a thing would likely have a purpose. What was the purpose behind all this? Was there anything else she hadn't noticed? Chapter 171. Return to the capital. Chu Jingyue went to the end of the village to find that family. Before she even entered, she smelled a strong stench of decay. Looking through the window, she realized there were no survivors left inside. The scene Chu Jingyue saw during the return of the celestial curse mark seemed to haunt her like a nightmare. She stayed in the village treating people, letting Fuyu be responsible for delivering the medicine. Prescriptions were being written one after another, and villagers all came to collect their medicine. Later, Taoist priests from Mount Xinyun stayed behind to assist as well, while Chu Jingyue, during her spare time, would also occasionally cast fortunes. But what puzzled her was that she couldn't divine anything at all. Chu Jingyue had only once encountered a situation where she divined nothing, which was when she previously sought her true form and destined treasure. Despite her worries, the villagers gradually improved with her continuous medication changes. Finally, no more deaths occurred in the village. Young and strong individuals started recovering. Jinping village seemed to have finally seen the mist disperse. The next steps are yours now. I need to return to the capital. Chu Jingyue still thought about the people who had left Jinping village earlier. If they carried the epidemic out, many more would suffer. Her goal was to return to the capital as soon as possible and present the remedy to the emperor so he could distribute it among various prefectures for preparedness. Your grace is something we will never forget. The people of Jinping village, realizing Chu Jingyue was leaving, sent nearly everyone who could walk to see her off. Before she left, Chu Jingyue left a large sum of money with the Taoist priest, worried the cost of future medicines might not suffice. When Renzi personally came to escort her, Chu Jingyue sat leaning back in the carriage, still preoccupied with heavy thoughts. You seem tense ever since you left Jinping village. When Renzi noticed her change in mood, regaining her composure, Chu Jingyue asked him, "How's your wound?" When Renzi smiled, adjusting his collar slightly. "Or why don't you check it yourself?" Saying he wanted her to inspect it herself, she indeed started undoing his clothing. The knife wound on Wen Renzi's chest had scabbed over. After inspecting it, Chu Jingyue advised, "Still be careful in the coming days. The wound isn't shallow. It can easily reopen. Since you're done looking, would you mind telling me what has been occupying your mind lately?" Wen Renzi casually spread his clothes wide open, showing much of his upper body, partially covering below his abdomen. Chu Jingyue glanced at him briefly, then withdrew her gaze and pressed her lips closed without a word. "Never mind, I won't push you." Wen Renzi sighed, fully aware of her stubborn nature. If she didn't want to say something, no amount of probing would uncover it. "The day you retrieved the celestial curse mark, I dreamt of a city where its people were plagued with misfortune, and I was possibly the savior." Chu Jingyue softly spoke up, surprising Wen Renzi for a moment, not because of the content, but because she actually chose to speak of it. Throughout this whole journey, Chu Jingyue had never mentioned anything related to what she pursued. Wen Renzi's features softened just slightly, a faint smile emerging before focusing back on the meaning of her words, immediately growing serious again. "Are you worried about the epidemic spreading from Jinping village?" Wen Renzi was quick to understand what troubled her. Chu Jingyue nodded and said, "When I was in the village, I tried to locate the origin of the outbreak. But when I arrived, the entire family was already dead." She did not know the cause of the outbreak and felt there was an eerie quality about it. After some thought, Wen Renzi replied, "Earlier, you instructed Fu Yu to send letters, and I've heard from both Yunzhou and Zhangzhou. No herb shops reported cases of nonstop diarrhea. Could it be that these people never reached larger cities? If it's confined to small villages, it might be even more dangerous." Chu Jingyue rubbed her temples gently. "I'll dispatch couriers first to inform the capital, considering this matter's significance. We'll send several orders from the emperor with your divine maiden's order, announcing a search for anyone with symptoms of the plague. We will gallop back to the capital swiftly. Should the epidemic truly have spread, the emperor must be informed." Chu Jingyue agreed. There's no other way. Given her current inability to calculate anything, there wasn't a better solution than this plan. Even though they rushed back by horse, it took them nearly a month to return to the capital. As soon as they entered the city, Li Xiaoning paid them a visit. The holy son of Yujiang cursed the crown prince, intending to assassinate the emperor. The emperor is furious and plans to send troops to attack Yujiang. Because Prince Qi is absent, the crown prince requested imperial permission to command the army. Li Xiaoning quickly recounted the event, making Chu Jingyue pause for a long moment. The holy son of Yujiang? Manipulating the crown prince to attempt assassination. You remember that detoxifying sachet you gave to the emperor earlier? That very sachet kept his majesty unharmed. The crown prince was carrying poison, and all palace members died, except the emperor and eunuch Sun Kansas. Li Xiaoning looked towards Wen Renzi, half smiling, and continued, "Do you think it's coincidental that despite the emperor being attacked, and Prince Qi impulsively leaving the capital, the emperor didn't direct his wrath toward the Qi royal house?" Wen Renzi calmly drank his tea. "The presence of the princess in the mansion is my good fortune." In the past, Wen Renzi would have surely dismissed this notion. How could he allow himself to hide behind a woman? But now, he had let go of such pride. Without Chu Jingyue, the Qi mansion would have fallen long ago. His stubbornness wouldn't change anything. It was better to just follow her advice. Listening to one's wife would bring smooth sailing and no disasters, a more effective path than seeking blessings or praying to Buddha. News of your return to the capital came days ago. I estimate it won't be long before the palace sends word. You should prepare yourselves. Thinking about it, there are too many flaws in Yu Jiang's holy son coming to Dongting. I suspect Wei Chong might have another scheme. Chu Jinghua nodded. Wei Chong's strength lies in never acting personally. He raises suspicions but ensures there's no evidence. Even if I wish to confront him, I need to catch him red-handed with undeniable proof. Not long after C left the capital, the Qi mansion was attacked. It was only because of the array you left behind that it held. Grandmother entered from outside. She had heard every word of their previous conversation. Chu Jinghua had once again unknowingly saved the mansion, leading grandmother to feel nothing but guilt and no longer harbor any resentment. Still, Chu Jinghua felt somewhat uneasy around her, remembering how she initially promised to leave, yet later still sought help through divination. Sorry, I broke my promise. Chu Jinghua spoke openly. I truly couldn't fulfill your request. The bond between me and Wenren C isn't something even heaven can sever. Hearing these words, Wenren C's eyes gleamed with delight. Grandmother also looked gratified yet slightly embarrassed. Don't say such things. It was wrong of me before, and I hope you don't hold it against me. Chu Jinghua shook her head, showing she didn't bear any grudge. Relieved, grandmother quickly stepped forward to take her hand. Dear child, you've endured much recently. Let's talk about the attack on the mansion first. Chu Jinghua still carried a weight in her heart. Now that all the life treasures were collected, she remained uncertain about what awaited her. Grandmother nodded and immediately related the events of the attack that day. As they discussed, someone soon came with news. The palace had sent an envoy. Prince Qi, Princess Qi, His Majesty requests you to come to the palace at once. Chapter 172, The Emperor Bows. Chu Jinghua and Wenren C arrived at the palace, where the emperor personally greeted them. In front of everyone, he bowed to Chu Jinghua. Thanks to the divine woman's foresight, my life has been saved once again. Some days ago, the crown prince, under the pretense of the empress's birthday, had lured the emperor to her palace. The previous incident involving a snake invasion during a palace banquet remained unresolved, and the empress didn't mention it either. Instead, she spoke softly, which made the emperor relent. When the empress mentioned the late empress dowager, the emperor recalled past memories and thus overlooked the snake incident, allowing the empress to regain his favor. During the time the crown prince was poisoning people, the emperor was in the empress's palace. All the servants were poisoned to death, but the empress, having been closer to the emperor these past few days, carried some antidote on her body that saved her life. Although she survived, she could only hang on by the grace of medication. Because of this, when the crown prince claimed he was manipulated by others, the emperor believed him. But whenever the emperor recalled seeing a servant die from poison right before his eyes, he still felt slightly uneasy. Upon hearing that Chu Jinghua and Wenren C had returned to the capital, the emperor immediately dispatched Sun Qin to invite them. He couldn't feel at ease until Chu Jinghua came. As for Wei Chong, since learning that the elixir shortened one's lifespan, the emperor no longer trusted him much, and the authority of the astronomical bureau also diminished. It is the emperor's own boundless good fortune, Chu Jinghua said politely. The emperor didn't take this statement too seriously, but it still comforted him. He invited Chu Jinghua into the hall, walking as he spoke. The crown prince claims he was controlled by the holy child of Wujiang. The holy child used Chu Tianqing to poison the crown prince. Since this matter concerns the Chu family, I have yet to make any decisions. How this issue should be handled depends entirely on your majesty, Chu Jinghua said calmly. The emperor wasn't surprised, but she followed up with another remark. This matter is similar to the snake invasion at the banquet. The final outcome can only depend on how your majesty decides. The emperor looked confused. What do you mean, divine woman? Do you truly believe the holy child of Wujiang controls the crown prince? The emperor's expression immediately grew serious. For several days, he had indeed harbored doubts, but lately, there have been quite a number of witchcraft incidents in the capital. If it's not due to Wujiang's ambitious people, then what could it be? Chu Jinghua didn't reply, but Wenren C spoke up. Does your majesty need me to lead troops to Wujiang? You? The emperor shook his head. I've heard you are still injured. You don't have to go. Moreover, Yunzhou needs your stabilization. If not for this matter in the capital, I would have already sent someone to instruct you to remain stationed in Yunzhou. Chu Jinghua narrowed her eyes slightly. So is your majesty planning to let the crown prince go? Do you know if the crown prince has a foolproof plan to deal with Wujiang? After all, it's Wujiang. If they use witchcraft to attack, the casualties will likely be significant. The emperor smiled and said, Divine woman, don't worry about this. The crown prince presented a detox pill, which can prevent 100 beasts from coming near, making it highly effective against Wujiang's poisons. Can your majesty show it to me? The emperor quickly instructed Sun Qin to fetch it. When Chu Jinghua saw the pill, a flash of coldness passed through her eyes. Is there anything wrong? Chu Jinghua crushed the pill into powder, revealing a small black bug nestled in its center. The emperor's complexion changed instantly. What is this? It's a charm. Doesn't your majesty remember Xinxiang building and its brothel? Their Buddhist women ate this drug, which controlled their minds completely. After Chu Jinghua finished speaking, the emperor became furious. Someone dared to swap out the detox pills. Your majesty, has the holy child of Wujiang been found? Wenren C saw that Chu Jinghua's expression was somewhat off, clearly unimpressed with the emperor, and so shifted the topic. The emperor didn't think much of it, shaking his head. No, but the portraits have been distributed throughout the provinces. As long as he remains in Dongting Kingdom, he won't escape. Your Majesty, whoever swapped out the pills must know that the Crown Prince intended to present the pills. The Crown Prince's premise of offering the pills was that they were preparing to attack Wujiang, meaning that the person who switched the pills knew about the Crown Prince's poisoning, knew he was manipulated by others, and also knew that the Crown Prince planned to offer the pills to command the army. The Emperor fell silent, his expression growing serious. I know this matter is suspicious, but if we could conquer Wujiang, it wouldn't be without benefits for Dongting Kingdom. The Emperor sat down, his eyes betraying weariness and age. He couldn't bear to carefully investigate the snake invasion incident earlier, and now how could he abandon this current matter? Your Majesty, if Dongting Kingdom soldiers consume these charms, then what difference does it make if this vast country is as fragile as paper? When Renzi opened coldly, the Emperor looked somewhat defeated. Should I place the Crown Prince under house arrest? Your Majesty makes the decision yourself. Chu Jingyue looked at him calmly. Now that I've discovered Qinshin Dan, I naturally won't let such things happen. As for Dongting Kingdom's future, it's merely the natural course of events. I don't wish to meddle. After Chu Jingyue finished speaking, she didn't say anything more and seemed ready to leave. The Emperor hastily stood up. Please allow me a few days. I need to think it through carefully. In the meantime, I kindly ask that the divine woman not leave the capital. Chu Jingyue nodded. I won't leave the capital, but there is something I need your Majesty to do. She gestured for Wenren-Si to explain on her behalf, and Wenren-Si relayed the information about the plague in Jinping village along with Chu Jingyue's concerns. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression became even more solemn. I assure you, I will draft an imperial decree immediately and send it to all provincial offices. The medicinal formula will certainly be delivered to every prefecture. The Emperor was also eager to handle other issues first. After all, the Crown Prince was his own flesh and blood, and the Emperor wasn't a cruel or merciless person. Asking him to scheme against his own son decisively was simply something he couldn't bring himself to do. Before leaving, Chu Jingyue examined the Emperor's pulse, confirming that he was indeed fine. She then visited the Empress. While examining the Empress's pulse, Chu Jingyue noticed venomous resentment lurking in her eyes. Why didn't you die outside? Chu Jingyue looked at her calmly. Your Majesty, are you going to stop pretending? Anyway, with poison deep in your lungs, does it matter whether you pretend or not? The Empress was filled with bitterness. She should have never been poisoned. But Chu Jingyue had given the Emperor an antidote sachet, which made him immune to the poison, leading the Empress to walk into the hall, where she ultimately succumbed to the poison herself. Cause and effect, Your Majesty. Your retribution is coming. Are you afraid? Chu Jingyue's gaze was as still as the water of an ancient well, yet it sent shivers down the Empress's spine. What kind of retribution? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow slightly. So many snakes were transported into the palace. How could no one know about it? But somehow, the news has been completely suppressed, implying that the queen must have shed some blood already. And what about the snake invasion during the banquet before? No one was bitten to death then, but what about earlier incidents? The Empress looked at her with terror, still unable to understand how Chu Jingyue could know every little detail so clearly. I am the Empress, the mother of the nation. Even if I've killed a few people, so what? Chu Jingyue shook her head lightly. Cause and effect doesn't consider status or power, regardless of being the queen or even the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? What about him? Tell me, what will happen to the Crown Prince? Chapter 173, Wujiang Holy Sun. Chu Jingyue still prescribed medicine for the Empress, but when she left the palace, she told Wenren-Si. The Empress is about to die. She herself was very puzzled. Regarding the matters of the life treasure and the plague, including herself, she could not figure anything out. But when she saw the Empress, she could still calculate the fate. The Empress had tied herself up in her own cocoon and reaped what she had sown, and it all began with the snake tide. Just as Wenren-Si was about to reply, Sun Quan suddenly caught up. Your Royal Highness, your Ladyship, His Majesty has ordered me to escort you two out of the palace. Their conversation had to be stopped there, but this matter itself Chu Jingyue didn't intend to discuss much further, so it didn't matter. I have here a portrait of the Wujiang Holy Sun. Your Royal Highness and your Ladyship can take a look. Sun Quan pulled out a folded portrait. When Chu Jingyue opened it, she looked quite surprised towards Wenren-Si. The portrait depicted none other than Wu Habai. Wenren-Si remained expressionless, quietly took the portrait, folded it back, and put it away. Please convey to His Majesty that hesitating will only bring chaos. Yes. After they got on the carriage after leaving the palace, Chu Jingyue then spoke. It seems that they originally intended to kill Wu Habai in Yongling village for this purpose. If Wu Habai had truly died in Yongling village at that time, then using an array to turn him into a puppet would make the assassination appear more convincing and genuine. Wenren-Si frowned. Wu Habai disappeared shortly after you left the capital. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes and still couldn't calculate anything. I've already sent people to search for him. Wu Habai's appearance is very distinct, so finding him shouldn't be difficult. Wenren-Si could see that she was somewhat troubled and quickly consoled her. Chu Jingyue pondered. He should have left on his own, but I did tell him that if he doesn't hide well, the entire Wujiang clan would disappear. Wenren-Si frowned. Isn't that a threat? No. I calculated for him before, and if he doesn't hide, something indeed would happen to the Wujiang clan, which means we can't stop the Emperor from sending troops to Wujiang. Chu Jingyue's expression became serious, meaning that the Crown Prince's plan might succeed, and every soldier heading to Wujiang would carry a Qinshin Dan, heartbond pill. This doesn't add up either. Does the Crown Prince need a non-living but obedient army, or is he attacking Wujiang? Wen Rinci found a logical inconsistency. If the crown prince aimed for the former, then nothing disastrous would happen to Wujiang, meaning her previous divination might not be applicable right now, or it wasn't relevant to this situation. They were indeed planning to use heart-bond pills, controlling soldiers similarly to how they controlled Buddhist girls. If it's the latter case, one must consider what in Wujiang warrants an attack. Charm spells. It's heard that Wujiang excels in using charms and beasts. If mastered, the crown prince's power would grow significantly, and Wei Chong seemed always to research medicine. Both the charm-controlled Buddhist women and puppets stemmed from drugs. Chu Jingyue thought aloud, while Wen Rinci felt her logic made sense. Wujiang territory is surrounded by steep mountains and contains many rare herbs. Perhaps that's precisely what attracted their attention. My previous prediction, if Wu Habai hadn't hidden properly, would lead to the disappearance of the Wujiang clan, at least from the outward appearance. Wen Rinci rubbed his temples. Our urgent task is to find Wu Habai? No, we should first try to replace the heart-bond pills and prevent these soldiers from being controlled. Little did Chu Jingyue and Wen Rinci know that even as they planned to covertly replace the pills, the epidemic had already reached the capital. Ninglan County is also suffering from drought, compounded by the plague. Rumors say several villages have perished entirely. The news only reached the capital after it became impossible to hide. Grandmother said this and patted her chest. The event was simply too terrifying. After returning early from morning court sessions, Wen Rinci also wore a grim expression. The emperor decreed that you personally go to Ninglan County to deal with the plague, allowing me to lead troops along. That means they want to send us away. Chu Jingyue lowered her gaze and asked, is there any news about the heart-bond pills? It's rumored they're stored in the crown prince's residence. The crown prince's place is now heavily guarded, making it hard to investigate. I'll have my secret guards attempt tonight. Good, nodded Chu Jingyue, then asked again, when does his majesty wish us to set off? He says that since you are experienced in treating epidemics, preparing necessary supplies first would suffice. Chu Jingyue agreed. We'll reconnoiter the crown prince's residence tonight and depart tomorrow. We cannot linger long. Meanwhile, someone will ride ahead to Ninglan County and deliver the prescription as quickly as possible. The prescription delivery is already arranged. Chu Jingyue replied affirmatively, thought for a moment, and said, I will go to Shuiyun Pharmacy first to prepare some herbs for tomorrow's departure. When going to Shuiyun Pharmacy, Wen Rinci did not follow her. He also needed to settle everything in preparation for his time away from the capital. Your Highness, Lord Rong has arrived, Pei Feng said from outside, and when Rinci unexpectedly stood up, why did he come? Pei Feng shook his head. There had been no visiting card passed beforehand, so he didn't know the reason for his arrival. Lord Rong was sitting in the main hall. Seeing Wen Rinci come, he hurriedly stood up and walked over. Prince Qi, with the plague at Ning Wang's place, your majesty has sent you there, but I always feel something will happen in the capital. How could you think that? Wen Rinci counter-questioned. Lord Rong furrowed his brows and seriously said, today, when I went to the palace to see Mother Consort, I heard that the Empress's condition is getting worse. The Crown Prince was deeply saddened by this news and vowed to flatten Wujiang. But regarding the matter of the Wujiang Holy Son, it's all hearsay, without clear evidence. Only the Crown Prince's word stands. Wen Rinci looked at him. Do you suspect the Crown Prince has a conspiracy? Right now, what kind of conspiracy the Crown Prince has may not be important. But has Prince Qi considered this? If our Emperor truly encounters misfortune, the Crown Prince ascends the throne, and given the involvement of Chu Tianqing, who allegedly colluded with the Wujiang Holy Son, wouldn't it be easy then to pin charges on Princess Qi, or have your army rights stripped away? After Lord Rong finished speaking, Prince Qi faintly curled his lips. I understand. If the country lacks capable warriors, how can it establish its foundation? The assassination plot is full of holes, yet whether successful or not, the other party's conspiracy has already succeeded. Lord Rong continued. Wen Rinci raised an eyebrow. How do you say that? You are being sent away to treat the plague. The Crown Prince personally leads troops to trample Wujiang. You're taking part of the soldiers, and the Crown Prince also leaving would naturally take another part. In the capital, only the Imperial Guard remains, and if something happens within their ranks, who could stop it? Wen Rinci's eyes darkened slightly. The Crown Prince was merely a pawn. The true intention of whoever held the chess piece was to target the whole Dongting kingdom. Taking advantage of the time when internal troubles plagued Dongting was indeed a well-calculated move. I also heard from Mother Consort that Wei Chong once poisoned the Emperor, and the Crown Prince has always been close to Wei Chong. So, Prince Qi must eliminate Wei Chong first if he wishes to leave the capital. Otherwise, Dongting Kingdom would face endless consequences. Chapter 174. Night Raid on the Crown Prince's Mansion. That night, a few shadowy guards infiltrated the Crown Prince's mansion. Chu Jingyue was still at the medical hall organizing herbs, and even Chongqing was helping out there. I don't have much else to offer in terms of help. All I can do is organize the herbs and contribute money. Though Princess Chongqing was royalty, she deeply cared for her people. She was particularly concerned about the epidemic at Ninglan Mansion, fearing that supplies would not be sufficient. Chu Jingyue said, the capital will still need your assistance. The herbs will likely fall short. Rest assured, just send word if anything arises, replied Chongqing as she helped bundle the herbs. As she bundled, she suddenly mused, you wouldn't know how troubled I am now. I really want to claim my fief and move there, never returning to the capital again. What happened? Chu Jingyue inquired. Chongqing secretly glanced at Xueqi who was nearby, and whispered, it's all because of the arranged marriage with the Zhang family. My father, the emperor, has already agreed to drop it. Yet the Zhangs are still unhappy. Zhang Shuo frequently comes to the princess residence, and I can't stand it. Zhang Shuo could summon sand demons and had harmed Xueqi before. Chongqing was capable of restraining herself and not killing him, yet he dared to keep trying to visit. At the mention of Zhang Shuo, Chu Jingyue's movements slowed down slightly, asking, "Does Zhang Shuo wish to marry you?" "Not necessarily. I think he's trying to continue harming Xueqi. I have no idea what Xueqi did to offend him." Chongqing puffed her cheeks angrily. Chu Jingyue calmed down and thoughtfully asked, "Isn't everything you own originally given to you by the emperor?" "How could that be?" Chongqing smirked proudly, replying, "My mother's family runs mines. Otherwise, relying only on the monthly salary and silver allowance of a princess, could I possibly give you 3,000 taels of gold?" After finishing her sentence, Chongqing herself froze, startled as she stared at Chu Jingyue. "Do you mean that Zhang Shuo might actually be after my mother's family in their mines?" "That's hard to say, but it makes little sense for him to target Xueqi after all. Xueqi had always been under control. If Zhang Shuo wanted something, he should have done it earlier instead of making such an effort now to manipulate him. Before this, they merely used Xueqi as an ordinary puppet. Chu Jingyue sensed that this matter wasn't simple. But more importantly, Zhang Shuo himself seemed increasingly complicated. Zhang Shuo served as the crown prince's companion in studies and also practiced forbidden arts like controlling sand demons. "I have to leave for a while." Chu Jingyue suddenly put down the herbal package and turned to walk away. Chongqing quickly chased after her. "What's wrong? Do you need any help?" "No. I'm going to the crown prince's mansion, but I might need his help." Chu Jingyue pointed to Xueqi. Chongqing immediately turned to look at him, saying, "Follow her and do whatever she asks." "All right." Xueqi nodded, grabbing his spear to follow her out. Chongqing hurriedly shouted back, "Just be careful." Xueqi gave a strong nod. Chu Jingyue smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Anyone I borrow from you, I will ensure returns safely." Chongqing blushed from embarrassment, muttering, "Take care of yourself too." "Sure." Chu Jingyue took Xueqi straight toward the crown prince's mansion. She suddenly remembered that the crown prince would not have gone unprepared, especially knowing she had returned to the capital. The empress probably wouldn't have left the crown prince without some warning either. So, Zhang Mingxua was very likely at the crown prince's mansion already, which might put the infiltrating shadowy guards in danger. The crown prince's mansion was heavily guarded. The shadowy guards and Xueqi could slip in easily, but Chu Jingyue couldn't. Chu Jingyue crouched in the corner of the wall, regretting that she hadn't practiced light stepping techniques properly back then. After a while, Xueqi came out. "I don't know the way." "You?" For the first time, Chu Jingyue found herself at a loss for words. Xueqi frowned, just about to speak when Chu Jingyue suddenly pulled him aside and delivered a palm strike into empty space behind him. A cloud of sand scattered and disappeared instantly, seemingly swept away by the wind. "What was that?" Xueqi asked curiously. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow. "A sand ghost. Aren't sand ghosts made by humans? Isn't this just normal sand?" Chu Jingyue squeezed the sand in her hand, sneering. "Using ghost-controlling spells to manipulate sand is what creates a sand ghost. You were previously possessed by one. How did it find me?" Xueqi frowned, unaware that something had been lurking behind him. Chu Jingyue whispered quietly, "Since you've been possessed before, it followed your residual scent. However, that works to our advantage." Her lips curled upward slightly. As long as she had a trace of the sand ghost, she could uncover the situation within the crown prince's mansion. Chu Jingyue chanted a spell under her breath. A moment later, she declared, "I know where the people are." "I don't." Xueqi pursed her lips. She realized Chu Jingyue couldn't get inside once again. Chu Jingyue sighed helplessly. "I'll figure out a way to go inside. Should I divert the guards?" Chu Jingyue shook her head, holding the sand in her hand confidently, saying, "Let them take care of it." As soon as she finished speaking, the small amount of sand in her hand began to solidify, gradually forming a human-like figure. Xueqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. As Chu Jingyue stuck a talisman, the shadowy figure swayed and quickly moved away, not long after luring away a group of guards. The two took the opportunity to scale into the crown prince's mansion. Following Chu Jingyue as she navigated east and west through the corridors, Xueqi soon arrived with her at the rear courtyard. A group of guards passed by, and the two immediately hid inside a nearby courtyard that looked abandoned and overgrown. Chu Jingyue. Suddenly, from the seemingly abandoned yard came a woman's voice, startling not only Xueqi but even Chu Jingyue herself. Looking back, Chu Jingyue was also surprised. "Willow Siyu." Willow Siyu was dressed worse than a maid in the crown prince's mansion. After a brief glance, Chu Jingyue asked, "Has the crown prince mistreated you?" Willow Siyu stood there for a moment, bewildered. She didn't understand why Chu Jingyue, seeing her in such a pitiful state, wasn't here to mock or gloat, towering above her triumphantly to remind her of the folly of her choices. Why would Chu Jingyue care about her? No. Willow Siyu stubbornly denied it, refusing to admit that she was merely a pawn used by the crown prince. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and whispered softly, "If not, then fine. Why have you trespassed into the crown prince's mansion?" Willow Siyu questioned. Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and replied, "To look for someone or something." "Pills." Willow Siyu ventured to ask, prompting Chu Jingyue to turn around and look at her. "Have you seen them?" Chu Jingyue nodded while Xueqi grew increasingly confused. "Why are you telling her?" "The sand ghost has already seen you. There's no point hiding anything anymore. It's better the crown prince knows I've come rather than knowing that you've come." Chu Jingyue spoke calmly, leaving both Xueqi and Willow Siyu feeling a complex mix of emotions. Xueqi didn't understand how she could appear so composed, be it revealing their mission to someone else or speaking frankly about her origins. Willow Siu didn't understand why Chu Jingyue showed no other emotions upon seeing her, like the past actions Willow Siu had taken against Chu Jingyue never mattered at all. Just standing there? Have you seen large quantities of pills or elixirs before? Chapter 175, Burning the Crown Prince's Mansion. You're quite good at calculating, aren't you? Why don't you calculate yourself? Lu Siu pouted and didn't want to deal with her anymore. Chu Jingyue decided not to ask her anymore and focused on finding those hidden guards first. If you don't want to stay in the Crown Prince's mansion, I can take you out today. Chu Jingyue said this to Lu Siu before she prepared to leave. Lu Siu quickly grabbed her. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking either. Why are you so determined to enter the Crown Prince's mansion? Seeing that Lu Siu was ready to block her from leaving until everything was explained, Chu Jingyue glanced at Xueqi and instructed him to follow the Sand Ghost guidance first while she stayed behind to talk with Lu Siu. Lu Siu laughed coldly. What do you know? If it weren't for you, I would eventually marry into the Wang's mansion and no longer have to live a cautious life of watching others' moods. Hasn't anyone given you a hard time in the Crown Prince's mansion? Chu Jingyue countered. Her words clearly struck a chord with Lu Siu. She almost entered the Crown Prince's mansion at the same time as Chu Tianqing. She danced beautifully, attracting the Crown Prince's attention and making him forget about Lu Siu gradually. And there were indeed many women in the Crown Prince's mansion, more than the flowers in the garden. Even those who were slightly favored could humiliate her, sympathizing with her openly in front of the Crown Prince when they talked about how pitiful she was after losing her mother so recently and having to adjust to an unfamiliar life in the mansion. However, secretly, they all scolded her for lacking propriety, having taken another man as concubine during her mourning period. Lu Siu lived in constant fear, especially ever since Lang Sun's death in Drunken Pear Palace. Chu Tianqing had been extremely heartbroken, causing the Crown Prince to give her his full attention. Filled with resentment, Chu Tianqing took out all her frustrations on Lu Siu. She isolated her in this desolate side house. Even servants ignored her completely. Lu Siu regretted now. If she hadn't left the Wang's mansion, she might have at least lived better than this. Now, her reputation was ruined, and merely surviving had become a luxury. How could Chu Jingyue possibly understand any of this? Do you not hate me? Lu Siu couldn't figure it out. Whenever she thought back to the days at the Wang mansion in her forgotten secluded courtyard, she remembered doing so much wrong to Chu Jingyue. The slander at Tianji Temple, false accusations at the Wang's mansion. Openly or covertly, she had caused many problems, yet Chu Jingyue didn't seem to hate her at all. There's nothing worth hating. Chu Jingyue answered truthfully. She had bigger goals in mind, more important things to focus on. All people are transient guests in life. Love or hatred didn't matter much to her. Lu Siu looked at her dumbfounded, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. If only I could be as carefree as you. She didn't even know what she was truly striving for in her life. Desires control people throughout their lives. When you lost your father at a young age, all you and Mrs. Lu wanted was a place to stay. The Wang's mansion offered shelter, and then you started longing for wealth and honor forever, wanting never to live dependently again. As desires expand, they dictate every step and decision you make. You may seem calm on the outside, but internally driven madly by them. Chu Jingyue spoke calmly. Lu Siu looking bitter. Yes, you make it sound simple, but how does one avoid being controlled by these desires? It's not easy. That's why most people succumb to their desires. Holding on to principles becomes the way to preserve one's true self. In the past, you were driven by desire, but now you can try to control it. Lu Siu stood still, thinking, could she control her own desires? If you want to leave today, come see me later. I think the commotion I'm going to cause in the Crown Prince's mansion won't be too small. It should be easy for you to find me. Chu Jingyue waved goodbye. She still had to find Xueqi, the directionally challenged one, lest he end up lost in the Crown Prince's mansion, which would make it impossible for her to explain herself to He Changqing. Lu Siu had never engaged in such profound reflection. She sat on the stone mill in the courtyard, pondering what she should do next. As for Chu Jingyue, she found not only Xueqi but also the hidden guards trapped in an array. Hordes of sand ghosts seemed ready to engulf the guards, but Chu Jingyue thrust the Weiji sword forward, scattering them instantly. I've heard long ago about the mighty Taoist powers of Princess Qi. Today, I'd like to learn a thing or two. Zhang Mingxua smiled, surrounded by layers of sandstones, the scene bizarre. Chu Jingyue lifted her chin slightly. You? Not qualified. Perhaps if Wei Chong came, we might have something to discuss. Princess Qi wants to duel my master? Afraid there won't be that chance. Zhang Mingxua kept his smile. Chu Jingyue rubbed her ears. I've heard that many times. Many say I don't have a chance, but they ended up dying earlier than me. Zhang Mingxua raised his hand. Suddenly the whole yard lit up with torches. Numerous imperial guards aimed arrows at Chu Jingyue. I wonder if Princess Qi's Taoist powers can withstand hundreds of arrows flying towards her. Zhang Mingxua moved to the side of the imperial guards, the sands following underfoot. The hidden guards protected Chu Jingyue from behind. Could this knight please take our consort away first? Our lord will surely give great rewards. Xueqi looked at Chu Jingyue, asking for her thoughts. Chu Jingyue twirled the Weiji sword, using it like a spinning top on her palm while playing with it, and said in a casual tone, if I wanted to leave, none of them could stop me. But now I've decided, since I haven't found what I was looking for, let's just burn the place down. The Wulei order flew out, unleashing streaks of lightning that struck fear into all present. Any archer daring to make a move would instantly see lightning strike before their eyes. This paralyzed the imperial guards, as Chu Jingyue then addressed the servants of the crown prince's mansion. You have enough time for an incense stick to burn to gather your masters. None knew exactly what Chu Jingyue intended to do, yet they followed the call and gathered the important people from different courtyards. Clear out. Zhang Mingshuo remained within the lightning formation. Seeing no one dared to act among the soldiers, he snatched a bow and arrow, aiming directly at Chu Jingyue. As soon as he made the first move, others would follow suit. Chu Jingyue gazed at him indifferently. Zhang Mingshuo hardened his gaze, releasing the bowstring immediately. Unfortunately, this arrow had no chance to reach Chu Jingyue, shattered midair by a bolt of heavenly thunder. Following this, a second lightning bolt ruthlessly struck Zhang Mingshuo. Chu Jingyue raised her brows slightly, saying coolly, "You cultivate sand ghosts, which should be judged after death. Yet, you dared to provoke under my 5 thunder command. Inviting wrath through malevolent energies, seeking death willingly leaves you unsalvageable. Sand ghosts require souls to manifest. Hence when the 5 thunder command appeared, it did not initially attack Zhang Mingshuo. But once he initiated combat, the righteous force in the 5 thunder command quickly detected the evil energy, unleashing continuous strikes against Zhang Mingshuo until dispersing the evil force entirely. Seeing celestial lightning chasing Zhang Mingshuo, the other soldiers assumed he must have been punished for attempting to harm Chu Jingyue, making them even more hesitant to act. Bow and arrows dropped from trembling hands. With 1 incense burnt time elapsed, and confirming nobody else remained in the crown prince's residence, Chu Jingyue summoned earth fire through heaven thunder. Thus, the crown prince's mansion burned. Chapter 176, Confession Letter. A fire broke out in the crown prince's residence and soon drew the attention of the firefighting team, further alarming the emperor. Your Majesty, Chu Jingyue is so lawless that she has dared to burn down the crown prince's residence. Who knows what kind of treasonous act she might attempt next? At the court, a group of cronies loyal to the crown prince were accusing Chu Jingyue. But another faction defended her. Your Majesty, given the current disaster situation in Ninglan, we still need Chu Jingyue's governance skills. Even if there is punishment for this matter, it should wait until the disaster passes. The two sides argued back and forth, leaving the emperor with a headache. How does Ron Wang think? The emperor redirected the question to Ron Wang, who was close to Qi Wang's household. Wan Qingzhou knelt on the ground and spoke frankly. Father Emperor, what I find most important is why Princess Qi would dare to set fire to the crown prince's residence. After hearing this, the emperor remained silent. What could be the reason? It must be for those antidote pills. Chu Jingyue felt that these medicines were harmful to the soldiers, nor did she agree with the crown prince's military campaign against Wujiang. Thus, she set fire to his residence. However daring her motives may have been, her actions had crossed a bold line. Since things didn't go as she liked, she could just set fire to the crown prince's place. Perhaps in the future, if there were things that the emperor himself decided she disagreed with, she would contemplate burning the royal palace. The emperor perceived his authority being challenged, especially since Chu Jingyue possessed profound knowledge of Taoism, making him feel even more afraid. Initially, he thought Chu Jingyue listened to him, so he willingly bestowed infinite favor upon her. But it now seemed she completely disrespected others. Spread the order. Princess Qi setting fire to the crown prince's residence is a matter of grave importance. Detain her first. As he spoke, the emperor became troubled. The chief magistrate position was only temporarily filled, while the Ministry of Justice was under Yin Chuan's control, also related to Chu Jingyue. There was no need to mention the Dali Temple. Li Xiaoning and Qi Wangfu were closely connected. Right now, there wasn't any place suitable for detaining Chu Jingyue. Why not detain her at the Internal Prison Bureau? Someone suggested. Ron Wang looked over, realizing that the person who made the suggestion was from the Zhang family lineage, seemingly because either the crown prince or Wei Chong wanted to send Chu Jingyue to the Internal Prison Bureau. Father Emperor, the disaster in Ninglan cannot be neglected. Ron Wang respectfully opened the conversation. Indeed, the emperor was troubled. Ninglan was facing both droughts and plagues. If left unchecked, many more people would die. He didn't care about how many people died, but this could damage his reputation. But failing to imprison Chu Jingyue would affect the imperial face. Your Majesty, Qi Wangfu has delivered a confession letter. Came an urgent report from outside the palace gates. The emperor ordered them to bring the confession letter in, written by none other than the elder dowager of Qi Wangfu, Jiang Shui. The elder dowager acknowledged the unforgivable sin of setting fire to the crown prince's residence, yet pointed out that they could not ignore the epidemic situation in Ninglan Prefecture. Hence, she petitioned to the emperor for herself to be punished in lieu, requesting that Chu Jingyue and Wen Renxi be sent to Ninglan Prefecture to handle the plague. Seeing this, Ron Wang quickly said, Father Emperor, let's follow her advice. Place everyone in Qi Wangfu under house arrest, guarded by the imperial guards, allowing Princess Qi and Qi Wang to redeem their sins through merit by handling the plague in Ninglan. Thus, their merits can offset their sins. Wouldn't that be ideal? The emperor merely needed a way out, and couldn't neglect the common people of Ninglan either. Now that Qi Wangfu had provided such a step, he naturally followed accordingly. Let's proceed according to Ron Wang's suggestion. The crown prince will soon lead the army. Guarding Qi Wangfu will be entrusted to you. If one person from Qi Wangfu escapes, I will hold you accountable. Wan Changzhou immediately bowed to receive the order. I shall follow your command. Kneeling on the ground, he took a deep breath of relief. This was the best outcome possible. Does Wan Quni still intend to lead the troops in a battle? Chu Jingyue was surprised. Did last night's big fire fail to destroy all the elixirs? Yes, our current priority is for you to resolve Ninglan Prefecture's issues quickly. I'll try my best to delay the crown prince here in the capital city. Hurry and return swiftly. Chu Jingyue frowned as Wan Chengzhou continued speaking. If it weren't for the elder dowager submitting her confession letter in time today, you would already be heading to the internal prison bureau. You know well that Wei Chong and his group want you dead. Chu Jingyue glanced at the elder dowager, who quickly explained, I simply wish to protect Qi Wangfu. I acted too rashly last night. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips. Indeed, when she acted, she didn't consider the potential crisis it would create for Qi Wangfu. She was simply too eager. Now isn't the time to discuss this. Both you and Seer must head to Ninglan Prefecture as soon as possible. Chu Jingyue nodded. Lu Siyu, brought back last night, stood up and said, I'll go too. I know some medical principles. In case of emergencies, I can help cook herbs. You stay home to take care of mother and grandmother. Wen Rinci still opposed Lu Siyu joining. He mainly feared she might harm Chu Jingyue again. Lu Siyu bit her lips. She sincerely wanted to repent and do something meaningful. She hoped to assist Qi Wangfu, to aid Chu Jingyue. Take her along. After all, she was brought out from the Crown Prince's residence by me. If the Crown Prince uses her as a reason to storm into Qi Wang's household, there might be unforeseen trouble. Chu Jingyue didn't want to give the Crown Prince any chance anymore. All potential dangers should stay far away from Qi Wangfu. Lu Siyu's eyes lit up upon hearing Chu Jingyue's words. Wen Rinci wouldn't refuse. Regarding matters in the capital city, you must discuss more with Li Xiaoning. If it ever reaches an extreme point, as your minister, I still suggest that Ron Wang makes the tough decision. Wen Rinci and Wan Qingzhou moved to a secluded area for their conversation. As Wan Qingzhou listened to his words, he looked down with a hint of hesitation. It doesn't matter if Qi Wangfu falls, but we cannot afford to lose the realm. Should the crown prince seize power and ascend the throne, the commoners of Dongting will suffer endlessly. Wen Rinci's words could be seen as treasonous, yet he still voiced them. If his majesty were wise, then tragedies like those at Tianji Temple, the gilded den of Buddhist nuns, and Yongling Village's human puppets would never have happened. Please let Ron Wang reflect carefully. With that, Wen Rinci bowed respectfully and turned to help Chu Jingyue pack things up. Wan Qingzhou sighed deeply, glancing at the grand lady before giving a slight nod. Rest assured, madam. For these coming days, this king will personally send guards to ensure nothing within Qi Wang's household will be lacking. Thank you, Your Royal Highness Ron Wang. Wen Rinci and Chu Jingyue soon prepared everything for their departure. The two took only Pei Feng, Fu Yu, and Lan Feng with them, while the rest of the Dark Warriors, including Eugene who knew how to draw talismans, stayed in the mansion. Chu Jingyue took all her life-preserving treasures. Just before they left, the grand lady brought out a translucent jade bracelet. This is what the late princess left to me. She said I should pass it on to Sir's future wife, a sign of her goodwill as a mother-in-law. Wen Rinci also felt surprised. His mother was showing her acceptance of Chu Jingyue. Holding the bracelet, Wen Rinci expected Chu Jingyue to refuse, but after pondering for a moment, she put the bracelet on her wrist. Take care. Tears welled up in the grand lady's eyes as she watched Chu Jingyue and Wen Rinci mount their horses and leave the city, not even bothering with the carriage. Well, child Jingyue doesn't bear grudges, and I guess I haven't erred too much. Finally, we've fulfilled Miss Entrustment. If C is happy, Miss Shirley would be as well. Chapter 177. Not using doesn't mean not knowing how. The disaster in Ninglan Manor had already reached a very serious stage. Before entering the city, Chu Jingyue and her group saw quite a few refugees on the road along the way. Most of them were with their families, and there were countless others who were infected with disease. White bones exposed in the wild, no rooster crows for 1,000 miles. Pass down the orders, have the local government set up temporary thatched huts along the way. Leave some of the grain and medicine transported from the capital here. Wen Rinci left part of the soldiers behind, intending to gather the refugees along the way. Firstly, this would give them a temporary place to stay instead of relying on begging for survival. Secondly, it would prevent those who are sick from spreading the plague by moving around. The view outside the city is already like this. It's likely that the conditions inside will be worse. Chu Jingyue looked towards the direction of Ninglan Manor, feeling as if an illusion was about to become reality. Wen Rinci patted her shoulder. Everything will get better. Wen Rinci left a team of cavalry outside the city while he and Chu Jingyue went directly into the city without delay. Even though it was broad daylight, the entire city was eerily silent, like a ghost town. Paper money could be seen scattered everywhere on the streets, and every household hung white lanterns. One could imagine just how many people had died in Ninglan Manor. Your subordinate Qian Tuwu, the governor of Ninglan Manor, pays respects to Prince Qi and Princess Qi. Chu Jingyue didn't even glance at him and continued walking forward. Where did the epidemic start? What's the current situation? Wen Rinci asked. The governor immediately replied. It started from the villages near Yunzhou. Almost no one survived in those villages. How many people? Chu Jingyue only slowed down upon hearing these words. The governor hesitated. Wen Rinci coldly said, Speak. About hundreds. How long have you been hiding the information about the epidemic? Wen Rinci's face turned grim. Larger villages might have hundreds of people, smaller ones several dozens. If handled properly, so many wouldn't have perished. The governor said nervously. Not long, about a month or so. At this moment, Chu Jingyue and Wen Rinci exchanged a look. A month? Wasn't that when the epidemic in Jinping village broke out? Were the epidemics transmitted from village to village, or did they happen simultaneously? Wen Rinci asked again. The governor reflected for a moment before saying, almost simultaneously. Even the prefecture does not have enough clerks, let alone doctors. Few are willing to treat the epidemic. Seeing that the two still had grave expressions, he quietly defended himself. Had it not been so sudden, I wouldn't have thought of concealing it. This epidemic struck without warning, neither a rat plague nor a pig plague. Many doctors claimed never to have heard of this illness, and its simultaneous breakout in several villages led me to believe that after these households perished, the epidemic would subside. Unthinkingly, it has spread. First, gather all the infected in one place, seal all exits in the city, allow entrance, but not exit. Remember, all infected must be gathered together, no omissions allowed. I will first go inspect the villages. Wait until I return. Chu Jingyue worried about possible omissions causing secondary infections, so if we're treating, we'll treat everything all together. The governor dared not be negligent, hurriedly assembling personnel to handle things according to Chu Jingyue's instructions. Wenren-si asked Pei Feng to remain and oversee the overall situation while he accompanied Chu Jingyue to the nearby villages. The smell of rotting corpses can be detected even here. Wenren-si frowned. Even in battles, such a situation hadn't occurred. Chu Jingyue shook her head. There's more than just the smell of corpses. Just wait for me by the village entrance. I'll go in and take a look. No. Wenren-si absolutely couldn't bear letting her go inside alone. Chu Jingyue gave him a glance. I have the golden light spell protecting me. I'm immune to all poisons. Can you? Wenren-si pursed his lips, stepping back, saying, My lady, please walk slowly. Had they not been in such a heavy-hearted place, Chu Jingyue would probably have laughed at his comment. The village seemed to have rotting corpses everywhere, but Chu Jingyue discovered something strange. According to what the governor said, he concealed the fact of the epidemic for over a month. Thus, these people should have died more than 20 days ago. Now being in the heat of summer, under the blazing sun, the body should have decomposed faster. Yet now, they were only barely decomposing, without even maggots. It was as if they died only 2 days ago. As a Taoist practitioner, Chu Jingyue possessed immense courage. She found a corpse that looked relatively clean and approached it for examination. As soon as she walked beneath the tree, the corpse before her eyes began to move. Be careful. A voice from behind came. Wenren-si's. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. It was another hallucination. Chu Jingyue vaguely also heard the sound of bells ringing. She slightly furrowed her eyebrows, ignoring the twisted and convulsing corpse in front of her, and turned around heading for the village entrance. Stay here with me. The corpse behind her emitted an eerie voice, but Chu Jingyue didn't even bother to turn around. She coldly said, Zhou Jixing, with your mediocre array and witchcraft skills, how could you possibly affect me? The corpse stiffened, and as Chu Jingyue simply waved her hand, the illusion before her eyes shattered instantly. Indeed, the path she was walking on led out of the village. The corpse behind her, similar to the one in the illusion, had indeed moved. But this was quite normal. Wei Cheng could create puppet-like humans, so how hard could it be for him to control corpses? Zhou Jixing stood not far away, his gaze dark as he stared at Chu Jingyue, puzzled why she broke through the illusion so effortlessly this time. This was an illusion caused by the combination of zombie poison and the traction heart pill, which was stronger than the man-headed vase poison. Back then, she still had to chant a spell to break through the man-headed vase's poison, yet now all it took was a wave of her hand. So it seems the epidemics in Jinping village and these villages are all due to your machinations. Chu Jingyue's face grew somber, realizing that if she'd acted on her earlier divination showing Zhou Jixing would continue to commit evil, she should have killed him outright then and there. And what if I am? What difference does it make even if you're proficient in Taoist magic? You were still suspected by the emperor and exiled to Ninglan Manor. This place will soon become a city of the living dead, something you can't stop. What is your plan? Chu Jingyue raised an eyebrow and asked. Zhou Jixing laughed mockingly. If you couldn't extract any information from me in the inner jail office, do you think you'll get it here? It doesn't matter. Chu Jingyue's face remained cold, and the sound of her Weiji sword reverberated. Zhou Jixing sensed something was off. All the corpses in the village began struggling and rising, slowly encircling him. Is this controlling corpses? How did you do this? How is it even possible? Zhou Jixing quickly used the strange door's array to protect himself, trying to prevent these corpses from getting closer. These people, when alive, were used by him for drug trials, and after their deaths, he used them to cultivate toxins. Just touching them would likely cause infection, so naturally, he needed to evade them. Chu Jingyue swiftly changed hand seals, her eyes filled with disdain and icy indifference. I don't use witchcraft, but it doesn't mean I don't know how. Have I ever said I couldn't perform witchcraft? You owe them blood debts. It's time for you to repay them yourself. Chapter 178, Retribution Without Error. If you think these things can make me talk, then you really underestimate me. Zhou Jixing's face turned cold, and he activated the formation to try and counter-control the decaying corpses. Chu Jingyue gave a derisive laugh. You're overthinking it. If I can't get answers from you while you're alive, I'll wait until you die to slowly ask. At this moment, Zhou Jixing's complexion suddenly changed. He had completely forgotten Chu Jingyue's true forte. I can tell you everything you want to know. He was truly panicking now, originally relying on his knowledge to prevent Chu Jingyue from killing him despite her ability to control corpses. But now it was clear Chu Jingyue intended to kill him. He couldn't help but panic. I've already given you your chance. Now that you want to speak, it's probably too late. Chu Jingyue remained unmoved, and in his disarray, Zhou Jixing shouted loudly. As a Taoist practitioner, you harm others with witchcraft. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? I'm just too wary of heavenly causality. which is why I let you do such atrocious acts. Your death is the only way my heart can be at peace. Chu Jingyue was genuinely ruthless this time. Regardless of any karmic repercussions, she had to kill Zhou Jixing today. She couldn't let him continue to live and cause chaos. Zhou Jixing was utterly terrified now. His Qi Min Dunjia formation had been ineffective, and his mind raced as he tried to find any possible way out. Master Ge, don't be afraid. A woman appeared suddenly from afar, leading reinforcements, giving Zhou Jixing a great relief. Chu Jingyue, you've lost. Is that so? Chu Jingyue glanced sideways at the assassins. Zhou Jixing smirked. You can use these decayed corpses to kill me, but what about the others? If you resort to using the same on them, how would you be any different from me? The undead were his karmic debt, but they weren't the assassin's karmic debts. Zhou Jixing was well versed in this truth, which was why upon seeing the assassins arrive, he felt immense relief. But what if it is this prince who kills them? Wen Rinci entered with a long sword in hand, and Chu Jingyue smiled, returning Zhou Jixing's own words to him. You've lost. Then we shall see who gets the last laugh. With that, Zhou Jixing decided to take the risk, immediately activating his formation. The assassins attacked instantly, but all were blocked by Wen Rinci alone. Both sides engaged in magical combat, yet it was evident that even when Zhou Jixing was proficient in the Qi Min Dunjia arts, he wasn't a match for Chu Jingyue, let alone now, where he faced the fully empowered Chu Jingyue with all her talismans intact. In almost no time, Zhou Jixing was defeated. The decaying corpses surged forward, but soon their struggling hands ceased moving. The undead lost their control, becoming mere inert piles of bodies lying there. Chu Jingyue retracted her energy, while Wen Rinci managed to severely wound every assassin single-handedly. There's no need to kill them. The place is saturated with corpse poison. They won't survive anyway. Chu Jingyue didn't allow Wen Rinci to strike the final blow. In fact, even without Wen Rinci, Chu Jingyue knew she wouldn't have fallen. How could ordinary people withstand such potent corpse toxins? As for me, Wen Rinci wanted to ask if he had once again caused her trouble. Chu Jingyue curved her lips into a smile. There's nothing wrong with you. You have my protection. After all, Wen Rinci had coexisted with the celestial curse mark before, so the corpse poison had some effect on him, but not much. Not to mention, he always carried an antidote sachet on him. Hence, there wouldn't be any issues. What about this village? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingyue sighed. There was no other choice for these villages besides burning them down. It was Chu Jingyue who set the fires, igniting the Taoist flames that extinguished evil, burning all the accumulated grievances and corpse poisons within the flames. After dealing with the village matters, Wen Rinci asked, did Zhou Jixing reveal everything he hadn't told you yet? More or less, yes. Through soul-searching judgment, I discovered the wickedness of his lifetime. Fortunately, since his sins are so grievous, he won't enter reincarnation, so my actions align with the heavenly path. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes. Zhou Jixing's list of crimes was endless. He arrived in Jinping village to assist Wei Chong in concocting medicines. He bribed households in Jinping village to test the drugs, but the drug had problems, resulting in the entire family dying. Wen Rinci furrowed his brows, his expression very serious. Zhou Jixing also intended to create human puppets, so he never dealt with the bodies from that household. Since that family lived upstream of the mountain water, the plague spread through the water source to the whole village. Other villages were infected either by those who fled from Jinping village or due to continued experiments conducted by Zhou Jixing himself. Chu Jingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Wei Chong has always been trying to concoct immortality elixirs. How could such a medicine exist? Wen Rinci thought it absurd. Chu Jingyue nodded. Indeed, there isn't such a medicine, but he managed to produce something similar. Remember the life-borrowing bracelet? Actually, Qianqing pill was also a precursor to the immortal elixir, but the side effects of Qianqing pill were extremely severe. His new formula seemed to be improved based on Qianqing pill, but since Qianqing pill was already toxic, altering its composition increased its toxicity further. So that's why he focused his attention on Wu Jiang. Wen Rinci found everything making perfect sense. Chu Jingyue had a solemn expression on her face. If those soldiers have all taken the Qianqing pill, then Dongting Kingdom's military strength would greatly diminish. Wei Chong isn't interested in imperial thrones or lands, so what Dongting Kingdom will face next is the division by foreign powers. This problem also occurred to Wen Rinci. Now, there are two ways to break the deadlock. Either directly kill Wei Chong, or kill the emperor and crown prince, and help the Duke of Rong ascend to the throne. Perhaps that could still offer a chance. Emperor cannot be killed. He still has imperial luck. Unless a new purple star appears, or his luck runs out, no one else can kill him. Wen Rinci thought for a moment, like the crown prince, who failed because of unforeseen accidents. Yes, this is the imperial aura. Chu Jingyue frowned. The latter is unachievable, but we can do the former, which is finding Wei Chong and killing him. Wen Rinci was also deep in thought. Wei Chong has always been careful. None of these things were done by his own hands. What method can lure him out? Immortality elixirs. His eyes lit up suddenly, somewhat excited. If Ninglan province has immortality elixirs, wouldn't he take the risk and come? Yes, but it shouldn't be called an immortality elixir. Chu Jingyue immediately said with a strategy in mind. It's best to spread rumors that I have treasures that grant eternal life and enlightenment into godhood. Wei Chong will definitely come. Wei Chong had seen the power of the 5 Emperor coin, and should also know about the Thunder Command Talisman, the Divine Flags and Ghost Banners hidden within the Wuxiang Hall, as well as the Bagua Mirror. If she hinted at other treasures, even if Wei Cheng is suspicious and cautious, in order not to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he would certainly dare to come. In Jinqing village, I've cured so many people, this could count as a reason. Wen Renzi understood her meaning, nodded promptly, and said, I'll arrange someone to handle this matter. You just focus on resolving the plague in Ninglan province without worry. Chu Jingwen nodded firmly. Not only did she need to treat the epidemic, but she also intended to lay a trap and wait for Wei Cheng to walk right into it. It's difficult to deal with a sage, but someone filled with desire? That would be far too easy. Chapter 179, Facing Death to Embrace Life. 2 days after Chu Jingwei arrived at Ninglan Manor, good news kept coming back to the capital city. The emperor was delighted, and not only did he not hold Chu Jingyue's earlier crime of burning down the crown prince's residence against her, but also lifted the house arrest on Qi Wang's manor. This made the crown prince very unhappy. However, how things stood with Qi Wang's manor wasn't his top priority anymore. It was urgent that they send troops out as soon as possible. Master, are you going to Ninglan Manor? That might be Chu Jingyue's scheme. Perhaps we should let Ming Shua go instead. The crown prince still respected Wei Cheng a great deal. When he heard about Wei Cheng's intention to go to Ninglan Manor, he became somewhat uneasy immediately. Zhang Ming Shua echoed beside him. That's right, master. Let me go check the situation. It won't work. Chu Jingwei isn't someone you can handle. Lang Sun and Zhou Jixing have already fallen in her hands. To ensure success without failure, this time I must go personally. Wei Cheng was truly anxious now. He had always been devoted to alchemy for eternal life, never expecting that magical artifacts could be so effective. Chu Jingwei possessed several such powerful artifacts. Just one single artifact, the 5 Emperor Bright Curse coin, was enough to make Gan Xian fall into obsession, which proved the power of the artifacts in her possession. If he could seize her artifacts, or better yet capture her altogether, he might ascend directly to become a deity. What need would there then be to concoct immortality elixirs? This was a matter of great importance, and Wei Cheng wouldn't trust anyone else with it. Should any mistake be made, Chu Jingwei would definitely become suspicious, and the situation would turn unfavorable. But what if it's a trap? The crown prince bit his lips. He felt an indistinct sense of unease deep inside. Already deeply entrenched in madness and fixation, Wei Cheng waved dismissively. Even if it's a trap, I still have to take the chance. If we don't get rid of Chu Jingwei, your highness's ambitions cannot be achieved. At that moment, Wei Cheng was still deceiving the crown prince, making the latter believe he was heading to Ninglan solely for his benefit. Deeply moved, the crown prince said nothing. Wei Cheng added, during my absence from the capital, please ask his majesty for permission to deploy troops as soon as possible. We cannot afford any more delay with regards to Wujiang. Only by defeating Wujiang will your position as crown prince become secure. I understand. Wei Cheng had long deceived the crown prince. He used to tell the crown prince that the reason why the emperor chose him as crown prince was merely because he was the queen's son and because the third prince was weak with disease, leaving no other choice but to appoint him. Later, when Wan Qingzhou recovered from his illness and re-entered the court, he put immense pressure on the crown prince, since his aim was clearly to take over the position of crown prince. Therefore, this time Wei Cheng advised the crown prince to suggest attacking Wujiang, citing the conspiracy by the holy son of Wujiang to harm the emperor and using this as the excuse for war, leading to the empress's severe illness. The crown prince, who had listened to Wei Cheng all his life, naturally followed suit again this time. Father Emperor has granted me permission to lead the army out to war. It'll be within these few days before departure, and it seems we might pass by Ninglan along the way. Wei Cheng calculated briefly and smiled confidently. This works perfectly. As for the crown prince's upcoming deployment, Rong Wang also learned about it. He tried many times to prevent it, but ended up being placed under house arrest himself, even involving his mother consort. The consort Guifei had to intervene and said, "You'd better stay out of this." Speaking up too much about crown prince's matters could only result in self-destruction. Wan Qingzhou tightened his lips, standing upright, and said, "Mother, if the crown prince's actions would destabilize the nation of Dongting, or worse, lead to its downfall by external forces, would you still persuade me to remain silent?" Consort Guifei paused. "This serious? Do you believe what Consort Chuang said?" Wan Qingzhou awaited a reply, her eyebrows slightly lowering. Consort Guifei's eyes reflected profound thought before slowly saying after a while, "But the crown prince's expedition is already set in stone. How do you plan to stop it?" "I'll stop it at the cost of my own life. If I fail, our country Dongting will plunge into misery and chaos. If giving up my life can bring peace to Dongting, I shall have no regrets for dying 100 deaths." Wan Qingzhou kneeled and knocked his head hard onto the ground, bidding farewell to his mother. Heartbroken, Guifei supported him. "Perhaps there's still room to maneuver here. Please wait while mother thinks of a solution." Wan Qingzhou didn't quite understand what room to maneuver meant, but since mother asked him to wait, he'd give it 2 more days. Anyway, there were still a few days left before the crown prince departs for battle. Ninglan Manor was suffering from drought, and Chu Jingwei managed to summon rain to alleviate the disaster. But there were just too many people infected with plague. Everyone who knew how to boil medicine in Ninglan Manor was called into action, yet it was still insufficient to provide for everyone needing medication. Lu Xiu darted back and forth through refugee tents set up temporarily, while Wen Ren brought all the people from the outer city inside, causing everyone to be extremely busy. "Miss Lu, my sister is about to give birth, but it seems something's wrong. Do you have a doctor around here who knows how to assist childbirth?" A scholar, looking very frail, approached with a face full of anxiety and restlessness. Lu Xiyu promptly sent someone to look, and indeed, she found 2 doctors who could help deliver babies. She quickly led them to the woman in labor. The baby's positioned incorrectly, and the delivery may be difficult, the doctors announced, looking helpless after examining her. The woman lay weak from pain and hearing this, grabbed her brother's hand beseechingly. Save the child, please save the child. Sis. The scholar became frantic, turning to look at the 2 physicians and immediately kneeling down. Please think of a way to save my sister and her fetus. The physicians were greatly troubled. I've only heard that some physicians have excellent acupuncture techniques, and as long as they use needles correctly, the fetus could be turned around, but I don't know how to do it either. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu paused for a moment, then said to the scholar, wait, please ask your sister to hold on while I find someone. Lu Xiyu turned and ran away, looking rather clumsy. Miss, what's wrong? Pei Feng saw her rushing and quickly went over to ask. There was no time for Lu Xiyu to catch her breath. She panted heavily and asked, where's the princess? She is in the front making medicine. A new batch of herbs has been sent today, so she must. Pei Feng didn't finish speaking before Lu Xiyu had run off again. By coincidence, when Ren had just finished inspecting the relief grains and returned to ask, what happened? I don't know. Miss Lu hurriedly asked where the princess was and then ran off. When Ren's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly followed her. He didn't go far when he saw Chu Jingwei and Lu Xiyu hurrying towards him. Jingwei, you. Let me go. Chu Jingwei walked past him in large strides, with Lu Xiyu trotting after her. When Ren was confused and decided to follow to see what had caused such urgency. However, upon arriving, Lu Xiyu stopped him. Your Highness, there's a woman inside giving birth. You should not get close. Lu Xiyu gestured almost to shoo him away. Ren silently stepped back, but still stayed nearby waiting for Chu Jingwei to come out. Chu Jingwei didn't stay inside for long, and came out soon after, still talking to Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu looked relieved, and Chu Jingwei patted her shoulder to console her. Ren was completely perplexed now. Were their relationships that good? Is Princess Qi really so generous? Ren teased as she approached. Chu Jingwei arched an eyebrow. She hasn't actually killed anyone, and being able to admit one's mistakes and correct them is a rare virtue. Why can't I tolerate her? Ren understood. His princess held zero tolerance for evildoers, but considered those who hadn't killed as not truly bad people. Besides, Lu Xiyu served you well in the past, judging by actions, not intentions. When you were stationed in Yunzhou leading troops in a battle, both grandmother and the old princess consort were cared for by her. I don't believe they disliked me yet loved her. All previous favors were earned by Lu Xiyu herself. Hearing Chu Jingwei say this, Ren wasn't surprised at all but felt deeply consoled. As for Lu Xiyu, she never expected Chu Jingwei would see her in such light. She was deeply moved, also feeling her past behavior was indeed unreasonable. Of course, when Ren noticed Lu Xiyu's expressions and slightly raised his brows, whispering to Chu Jingwei, truly, when it comes to piercing insights, no one surpasses you. Chu Jingwei shrugged her shoulders. Everything she said was the truth. Chapter 180, Wu Hebai under control. The plague in Ning Lanzhou gradually improved, allowing Chu Jingwei and Ren Si to take a brief rest. On this night, the two were enjoying a rare moment of intimacy in their room when Pei Feng rudely interrupted them. Lady Wang, a soldier, just reported that there seems to be something unusual in the city. Ren Si was not pleased, but Chu Jingwei calmly got up, putting on her coat, and asked, what's unusual? There are lots of paper money appearing again in the city. Before Pei Feng could finish speaking, Lu Xiyu's anxious voice came from afar. Pei Feng, quickly call out Lady Wang. Those infected people suddenly worsened. Chu Jingwei frowned deeply. He has come. Even when Ren Si didn't have any complaints now, he immediately got up, dressed properly, and said, let's go check it out. Wei Chong had arrived, and what's more, he strolled in with no hesitation. As soon as he entered the city, he used some tricks, making those who were recovering fall gravely ill once more. It was his direct challenge to Chu Jingwei. Lady Wang, Wei Chong has appeared. He is at the city gate, saying, Fu Yu also showed up suddenly, clearly having gotten some news. Chu Jingwei tied her ponytail back and asked, saying what? He demands you and Lord Wang to meet him at the city gate. If you don't go, there will be no living souls left in Ninglan Manor after today. Chu Jingwei chuckled coldly. Then let's go take a look. Wei Chong stood atop the city tower now, all the defending soldiers already under his control. Chu Jingwei, you've finally come, Wei Chong said with a greedy glint in his eyes. Hand over the treasures in your possession. What kind of stakes do you plan to use to threaten me this time? Chu Jingwei watched him indifferently. Wei Chong waved his hand, and people in the city began moving like zombies, inching forward sluggishly. Are these lives enough for you? Do you think you can win by comparing magic techniques with me? Chu Jingwei gestured lightly, and the people immediately stopped in their tracks. A wild grin flickered in Wei Chong's eyes. That's true, but can you handle one problem while managing another simultaneously? At the end of his sentence, a figure stepped forward behind him. Chu Jingwei narrowed her eyes slightly. She hadn't expected to see Wu Hebai here. Would you prefer to break the spell first, or deal with the poison bugs first? Wei Chong gave a dismissive wave of his hand, and Wu Hebai mechanically picked up the flute, blowing into it with an unseeing gaze. Chu Jingwei furrowed her brows slightly, sensing something very wrong about Wu Hebai. I'll try. Ren Si pulled out his own knife and leaped directly toward the two atop the city wall. Chu Jingwei also planned to investigate exactly what Wei Chong had done to Wu Hebai. Prince Qi, have you ever experienced illusions? As soon as Wei Chong finished speaking, the scene before Ren Si suddenly changed. The person under his blade became Chu Jingwei. Reactively, He drew back, while Chu Jingyue raised 2 fingers, muttering spells softly. But before she could finish the chant, Wei Chong once again manipulated others to rush towards Chu Jingyue. Double array? Chu Jingyue was forced to halt her spell, calling out to Wen Rinci to destroy the illusion. Stabilizing her mind, she glanced at Wu Hebai, frowning and declaring, "This is a soul puppet." Wei Chong clapped appreciatively. Excellent. Truly impressive knowledge, worthy of being Queen of Qi. A soul puppet was one of the harder forms of witchcraft, requiring precise calculations of an individual's death time, followed by setting up a soul-calling array centered around that exact moment. When the array was activated, precisely coinciding with the death of that individual, regardless of where Wei Chong was, their soul would instantly appear by his side, turning them into a controllable puppet. This puppet could even attach itself onto another human body. After observing briefly, Chu Jingyue confidently announced, "Lang Sun." That's correct. It is said that the battle between them back then was quite fascinating. I am curious to witness such spectacle once again. As Wei Chong finished speaking, Wu Hebai started making strange gestures with his hands. Around Chu Jingyue, pebbles moved seemingly aimlessly, but only she could tell that they were actually constructing an array. Soon, ghost winds howled, and it seemed as if the previously closed city gates were flung open, as numerous ghost soldiers holding weapons began marching orderly toward Wen Rinci and Chu Jingyue. The ghost gate array, originating from the same vein as the fire nemesis array. Looks like the 5 aggregate school also belongs to you. Chu Jingyue still remained calm in demeanor. Wei Chong clapped again and declared, "Yes, the 5 aggregate school also belongs to me." With the sound of their weapons clashing, ghost soldiers attacked both Wen Rinci and Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue cast the golden light spell herself, originally intending to swiftly aid Wen Rinci. But she noticed that despite his closed eyes, he managed to effectively fend off the attacks from the ghost soldiers. Even Wei Chong found this odd. Wen Rinci wasn't a Taoist priest. How could he possibly dissolve an illusion? If he hadn't dissolved the illusion, how was he able to see the ghost soldiers? Smart. Chu Jingyue softly laughed upon discovering the crucial detail. Seemingly hearing this compliment, Wen Rinci also curved his lips slightly upwards. Actually, he couldn't see anything at all. He simply remembered Chu Jingyue mentioning before that, except for extraordinary methods such as Chimen Duanjia, most sorcery arrays essentially created illusions. It was a test of spiritual power and belief. If you believe, it exists. If you don't believe, it doesn't exist. In essence, these magical formations were nothing more than advanced illusions. As long as he disbelieved, he wouldn't see the illusion and thus not be caught within it. Wen Rinci closed his eyes, firmly believing that there was no illusion and everything before him was false. For someone who didn't believe in deities or spirits anyway, this was extremely easy. Regarding the battle with the ghost soldiers, he hadn't actually seen them from the start. He merely pretended to fight in order to make Wei Chong believe that he had fallen into the illusion, trying to trick more of Wei Chong's hidden tricks out of him. This was how the array worked. If the person entering it didn't believe in its effects, the array would become passive. Hence, the scene where he fought the ghost soldiers appeared. Chu Jingyue understood this, but Wei Chong didn't. He became suspicious of Wen Rinci's immunity. Did Chu Jingyue teach him a way to break the illusion? This formation is for you to handle. I'll deal with the other one. Chu Jingyue intentionally declared, with Wen Rinci nodding along to confirm. Wei Chong immediately sensed something wasn't right. If Wen Rinci alone could stop the ghost gate array, then Chu Jingyue would certainly be harder to handle. Control the poison insects. Wei Chong called out. Samadhi fire nor insect poisons bothered Chu Jingyue much. Yet just as she began her spellcasting, countless poison insects rushed toward those under control, even heading rapidly towards the refugee camp. Wei Chong sneered smugly. Use your spells to attack the common people, and see if they can withstand it. Coldly observing Wei Chong, Chu Jingyue continued setting up her fire array without hesitation. Of course, if you hand over your treasures now, I will also cease. Wei Chong saw her predicament, clearly relishing his newfound advantage. Chu Jingyue calmly replied, "You underestimate me. My way of cultivation knows no compassion." Wei Chong's face darkened slightly, but before Chu Jingyue could use the fire array to drive away the insect poisons, they stopped on their own. On top of the city wall, Wu Hebai looked pained, clarity beginning to show in his eyes. "That's enough," Wu Hebai managed to say with difficulty, then swiftly broke his flute and bit his tongue open. Wei Chong's expression changed drastically in an instant. This was a unique method used by Wu Jiang to hide insects, storing them beneath the skin or inside the tongue. But what he didn't know was exactly what kind of poison insect Wu Hebai had hidden. Chu Jingyue, you were right. Had I known this, I wouldn't have come to Dongting Kingdom. There's truly nothing interesting here. With bitter laughter, Wu Hebai watched the insects that had just crawled down now racing back towards the city wall. Wei Chong turned to flee, but was tightly held back by Wu Hebai. Dare to use me as your puppet? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Wei Chong froze at the sound of his words. Chapter 181, The Finale, Part 1. The poison insects surged onto the city wall, but before they could swallow the two people, an arrow broke through the air from afar and shot over, with a talisman hanging on it, as if targeting Wu Hebai's heart. "Fuyu!" Chu Jingyue shouted, and Fuyu immediately flew out, blocking the arrow with his sword. Then he threw a rope down from the city wall. Chu Jingyue grabbed the rope, leaped up, and climbed onto the city wall. Outside the city, Wan Quni had already led his troops to besiege the city below. "Hurry and open the city gate." A person beside the crown prince called out loudly. Chu Jingyue's eyes turned cold. Eliminate Wei Chong first. The poison insects were stalled due to the talisman on the arrow. Chu Jingyue immediately drew the Wei Ji sword and fought Wei Chong without a word. Seeing this, the crown prince quickly dispatched his skilled subordinates to help, prompting Chu Jingyue to call out, "Wenren Si, I'm here." Wenren Si was pretending to deal with the ghost soldiers, but hearing Chu Jingyue's shout, he instantly climbed onto the city wall to join in the battle. Seeing that Wei Chong was at an extreme disadvantage, Wan Qunyi made a decision almost instantly. Use gunpowder to break through the city wall. Is the crown prince insane? Fu Yu heard about using gunpowder first, and in shock, still remembered to inform Chu Jingyue and the Duke. Wei Chong didn't expect the crown prince to help him so much, bursting into laughter. The righteous have many helpers. Chu Jingyue, you can't stop me. As soon as the gunpowder below explodes, the city wall will be damaged. Retreat immediately. Wenren Si held Chu Jingyue around the waist and instructed Fu Yu and Lan Feng to retreat simultaneously. They didn't forget to take Wu Hebai along when retreating. As everyone flew away from the city wall, a tremendous explosion shook the sky, leaving Ninglan Mansion's majestic defensive walls shattered and broken. Riding his horse, the crown prince stepped confidently amidst the chaos, leading his troops proudly into the city. Prince Qi and Princess Qi lied about the plague improving in Ninglan Mansion just to claim credit. This prince discovered their deception while passing by and therefore led troops to capture them. Unexpectedly, Princess Qi rebelled and murdered all the civilians of the city. Is such an explanation satisfactory to both of you? Standing high above, Wan Qunyi watched Chu Jingyue with arrogance. He brought along 30,000 elite soldiers this time. Capturing one city would be easy, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. You, as the crown prince, not only broke the city gates intending to massacre all innocent civilians, but also planned to falsely accuse such great sins onto Prince Qi and Princess Qi. Your presence makes the citizens of Dongtung Kingdom unfortunate. The voice came from a slightly farther street. Everyone looked over and saw the man who helped deliver his sister earlier, accompanied by commoners carrying various farming tools and makeshift weapons heading quickly towards the city gate. Even if we are defenseless peasants, today we will fight our best. The crown prince didn't pay much attention to this scholar, glancing at him with arrogance and disdain. His gaze was mostly focused on Lu Xiyu beside the scholar. Lu Xiyu wore a white dress, looking exceptionally plain. Because she had been busy helping cook medicine and fighting calamities for many days in Ninglan Mansion, unlike her days in the capital where there was time for adornments, she didn't wear makeup and simply wore a wooden hairpin. Her plainness highlighted her elegance. The crown prince looked at her with interest. See you, as my concubine, not only did you leave the palace unilaterally, but now you conspire with other men outside. How proper is that? However, if you step forward now, this prince might still spare your life. Back then, following this prince was merely a desperate survival instinct after losing my mother. Today, I no longer care about living or dying. All a person seeks in life is justice. This was the first time Lu Xiyu looked so determined, surprising even the crown prince, stirring some treachery in his heart. The more you don't want to return to this prince, the more I insist on taking you back. Chu Jingyue tilted her head slightly upward, gazing at the stars in the sky for a long time. Finally, she said somewhat unexpectedly, "The purple star has fallen." Wei Chong instinctively raised his head to look, immediately smiling brightly. The emperor has fallen, and the crown prince ascended the throne. Now, the person before your eyes is the emperor. Soldiers, listen to my command. Chu Jingyue excels in poison and witchcraft. For safety, swallow the antidote pills first. Wan Qunyi looked at Chu Jingyue smugly, as if saying that he not only intended them to ingest the Qinshin Dan, but also wanted them to consume it right in front of her. You mustn't eat it. It's not an antidote, but poison. Chu Jingyue stopped them immediately. For a moment, the soldiers didn't know whom to follow. Hesitating, they preferred to trust Wan Qunyi more since they were soldiers after all. How could Wan Qunyi possibly harm them? I swear by the 100-year reputation of the Wenren family, Chu Jingyue isn't lying to you. That poison must not be consumed. Wenren Si was out of options, as these soldiers deeply believed the crown prince wouldn't harm them. Therefore, he used this method to stop them. After he spoke, many soldiers indeed revealed suspicion and unease in their eyes. Some directly discarded the Qinshin Dan. The crown prince clenched his teeth silently, and Zhang Mingxua, standing beside him, smirked confidently. Your Highness, don't worry. Wan Qunyi looked at him, and Zhang Mingxua held the reins high and shouted, Prince Qi has been deceived by a witch, and all the commoners in the city have been controlled by her. Today we will act on behalf of heaven to capture the sorceress, Chu Jingyue. Whoever beheads one person will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold, and will surely gain higher ranks and become nobility in the future. As soon as Zhang Mingxua finished speaking, the soldiers went wild, swallowing the Qinshin Dan pills without hesitation. Some even picked up the ones they had dropped earlier and ate them, shouting, Capture the witch, slay her followers. All those who surrender within Ninglan Mansion will not be killed. Zhang Mingxua's 2 sentences first incited the greed of the soldiers, making them willingly take the Qinshin Dan pills quickly so that Chu Jingyue would have no more chances to speak. Then he sowed discord between Chu Jingyue and the commoners of Ninglan Mansion, completely isolating Chu Jingyue. The people who were just holding weapons and tools to protect Chu Jingyue began to gradually lay down their arms, standing silently on the side. To live is nothing to rejoice, to die is nothing to fear. If I cannot live cleanly and must label filth as pure, then I'd rather die. The scholar stood firmly behind Chu Jingyue with a weapon that didn't match his demeanor, showing an unyielding spirit. The crown prince sneered coldly. Overestimating your own strength, how pitiful. Chu Jingyue remained silent. while Wen Rinci worried more about the soldiers. No one knew what eating the Qinxin Dan would do. Yeah. Suddenly, someone among the soldiers cried out in pain, clutching their chest. The person first twisted into a ball, quickly losing control of their consciousness, and then stood still like a puppet. If one soldier suffered from the Qinxin Dan's poison, others soon followed. One by one, the soldiers became like puppets. Those who hadn't succumbed yet finally started to fear. I don't want to become like this. My wife and daughter are waiting for me to return home. Your Highness, save me. Chu Jingyue continued gazing at the sky, while Wei Chong sneered coldly. She can't even save herself, let alone you. I guess there is something Lang Sun definitely didn't tell you. Wei Chong was still a little puzzled, narrowing his eyes cautiously. What? Many years ago, there were 2 instances of the celestial dog devouring the sun, one when I was born, and another when I awakened to enlightenment. I was born under the full moon in the daytime. The brighter the moon, the stronger my spiritual energy becomes. Today, it happens to be. Wei Chong immediately looked up at the sky in surprise, seeing a bright full moon hanging in the air, which made him instantly uneasy. The 15th day. Chapter 182. The End. Chu Jingyue looked at the tens of thousands of soldiers before her, then turned to see the yet to be recovered civilians behind her, and finally gazed upon the arrogant crown prince in front of her along with Wei Chong who was standing by his side, eyes filled with madness. She finally understood the true meaning of the saying. There are no real gods in human suffering. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for Wen Rinci and the others to move further away, though she never told them to take Wu Habai with them. Wu Habai's goo poison had just flared up. He knelt on the ground, one hand braced against it while the other instinctively pressed onto his chest as he gritted his teeth against the pain brought about by the retaliating goo poison. You want treasures? They're all yours. With an upward flick of her wrist, Chu Jingyue sent out the 5 Emperor's Curse coins which flew in all directions. The divine banners and ghost flags planted themselves firmly on both sides. The Bagua mirror under her feet expanded endlessly. The thunder order was offered to the heavens, causing peals of thunder to sound overhead, while the divine bell and 3 pure rings chimed melodiously above her head. Wen Rinci and the others had already retreated several meters away, and the Crown Prince's group were thrown into chaos. A duster hung loosely on Chu Jingyue's arm, while a golden light emanated from her heart region. Divine Woman. It's really the Divine Woman. A civilian saw this scene unfolding and couldn't believe their eyes. Countless commoners got down on their knees and paid homage. All the treasure's spirit powers converged together, lifting Chu Jingyue gracefully into the air. Wei Chong realized something was amiss, so without hesitation he quickly made some gestures. Human puppets and lost souls, hear my call. Let the 100 ghosts roam freely in the night, sparing no life. The 3 myriads of soldiers acted like they were pumped full of adrenaline, holding knives and swords tightly, their eyes devoid of light, but their expressions fierce and cruel. At the forefront stood Wen Rinci, Pei Feng, Fu Yu, and Lan Feng, showing absolutely no signs of retreating. But even so, for people versus 30,000 could not possibly hold out. The civilians hurriedly got up and fled, while Wei Chong directed his men to seize the artifacts Chu Jingyue had cast aside. However, as soon as the soldiers crossed into the center where the sacred banner and ghost flag stood, they suddenly froze. In my name, borrowing the moon's brilliance, let spiritual energy disperse across the skies, banishing calamities and eradicating malevolence. Echoing Chu Jingyue's ethereal voice came the sudden shattering of the string connecting the 5 Emperor's Curse coins, as each coin fell apart and disappeared in midair before hitting the ground. Next, the thunder gradually subsided and stopped altogether following the disappearance of the thunder order. Something's wrong. Wen Rinci's complexion changed slightly. Pei Feng frowned, glancing upwards. These items did not disappear suddenly. Instead, they seemed to have withered and vanished. This alarmed Wen Rinci greatly, but Wei Chong perceived much more than the ordinary person. He saw the astonishing spirit force emanating from Chu Jingyue, witnessed the aura of the Wei enveloping her entirely. Yet Wei Chong firmly believed that these capabilities were bestowed upon her by the treasures. They belonged to me. They should have been mine. In a frenzied state, he lunged towards her for the life-giving treasures only to be kicked away by Wen Rinci. The 4 stood guard outside the array established by the sacred banners and ghost flags. However, they soon discovered that there seemed to be no need to defend it anymore. The chiming sounds of the divine bell and the 3 pure rings were now gone, and the sacred banners alongside the ghost flags had spontaneously combusted. Even the Bagua mirror started breaking apart. Jingyue. Wen Rinci anxiously shouted out her name. Chu Jingyue heard him, lowering her gaze with deep emotion contained within a single look. That look made Wen Rinci feel increasingly uneasy, feeling as though it was a farewell glance. However, other treasures vanished directly. Although the sacred banners, ghost flags, and Bagua mirror either burned or broke, they were still present for now. All the goo poisons have disappeared. Wu Habai, sweat covering his face, didn't seem as tormented as earlier. No one felt the abrupt disappearance of goo poison quite as keenly as him. All the soldiers who were controlled by heart tether pills slowly regained consciousness, emotions beginning to show in their eyes once again. Confusion and terror clouded their gazes as they looked at each other, ultimately focusing on Chu Jingyue. Wei Chong, realizing his situation was hopeless, mounted his horse intending to flee. One who remains can always gather firewood. Chu Jingyue's gaze hardened as she formed another mystical gesture. With my essence, I shall exchange it to seal thee forevermore in the 9 abysses, severing your rebirths and binding your afterlife. Wei Chong's eyes bulged wide open. He tried to turn back, but a sharp pain struck his heart. The arrow that had previously been deflected by Fu Yu, at some point, had pierced through his heart. Before his consciousness faded completely, he seemed to have also heard these words. Purple violets and yellow scripture, named Jingyue. Dispersing my soul, becoming dew drops, benefiting all things infinitely, ridding the world of all malevolence. Only then did Wei Chong fully realize his regret. He could have lived. He could have continued living, as long as Chu Jingyue didn't chant this curse. By this moment, all sacred banners, ghost flags, and the Bagua mirror had dissipated into nothingness, carried away by the wind. The duster had dropped to the ground, leaving only its handle. The golden light radiating from Chu Jingyue's chest rose like thin wisps of smoke, and then disappeared, and the person suspended in the air plummeted. Wenren-Si immediately rushed forward to catch her. At the same time, he caught sight of the soul-hiding pearl necklace around her neck, which crumbled like clouds and smoke. Yueta, what exactly is going on here? You. Chu Jingyue weakly raised her hand. It's too noisy. Wenren-Si instantly shut his mouth, but motioned to Pei Feng to bring the box containing the remaining soul-hiding pearls over. But when Pei Feng opened the box, he found it to be empty. Chu Jingyue reached out to encircle Wenren-Si's neck with her remaining strength and pressed forward to kiss him. I once thought that when everything settles, I would find a quiet place in the mountains with you to live peacefully. But Wei Chong left something behind, so I have to eliminate all possibilities of trouble forever. From now on, as you wished, there will be no more legends or tales about ghosts. Chu Jingyue managed to smile unlike her usual slight smiles. She was already trying hard to curve her lips into a soft arc. Help Roan Wang ascend, as the new emperor symbolized by the purple star. Wenren-Si stared at her with bloodshot eyes, wanting to speak, but found himself unable to either move or utter a sound. With a gesture of regret and guilt in his eyes, Chu Jingyue lifted her hand to cover his sight. In order to free the 30,000 soldiers from the influence of Qin Xin Dan, while also cleansing the plague covering Ningzhou, Chu Jingyue had already utilized the talisman to help share part of the energy needed for the ritual. The last spell required an even larger amount of spirit force, and because she sought aid from both heaven and the way, the spirit banners, ghost flags, Bagua mirror, as well as the duster couldn't fully protect her from such immense depletion. Once the mantra was chanted, there was no turning back. Chu Jingyue would eventually vanish completely, and this world would no longer remember her existence. She didn't want Wenren-Si to see her disappear. Even though when the sun rose he wouldn't remember anything, she still didn't wish him to witness the end. As Chu Jingyue gradually lost consciousness in Wenren-Si's arms, her jade bracelet gifted by her grandmother before her departure shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. With her eyes closed, she didn't notice a golden foil silently flying out and carrying a wisp of smoke from inside the bracelet into the air. That night, rain simultaneously fell across multiple places: the capital city, Ninglan Mansion, Yunzhou, Zhanzhou, Yongling Village, and Jinping Village. The drizzle quietly nourished all living things in the world. Mother Zhao, hurry up and ask someone to help me find where I placed the bracelet Miss left from Master C's future consort. This must not get lost. Madam, didn't this servant vaguely remember you've already given it away? Chapter 183. Afterward, Part 1. The horizon turned white, and as the sunlight gradually spilled over the land, a new day had arrived. The emperor passed away suddenly. The crown prince disappeared, leaving few remaining descendants of the former emperor. As a result, Duke Rong inherited the throne smoothly. An epidemic in Ninglan Manor vanished overnight, and the common people returned to their daily lives. They completely forgot what happened that night, but it seemed like they remembered something. After repairing Ninglan Manor's walls and gates, the villagers spontaneously built sculptures and erected a goddess temple. No one remembered Chu Jingyue's name, so the goddess temple was simply called the goddess temple. Wenren-Si led his order back to the capital with 30,000 soldiers. But along the way, he felt hollow inside, as if missing some important thing. Events such as Tianji Temple, Huanxiang Tower, Yongling Village, etc. hadn't been erased, yet all the credit went to Prince Qi. None of the civil or military officials raised objections. However, only Wenren-Si himself felt something was off. Counting achievements and granting rewards appropriately, the new emperor is currently troubled about how to reward you. Li Xiaoning came to the mansion for a drink, and Wenren-Si looked at him curiously. In his memory, he became acquainted with Li Xiaoning because he saved Qian. Wenren-Si rubbed his temples just as grandmother arrived. Seer, don't you think it's time for you to get married? But I still haven't found the bracelet your mother left behind. Wenren-Si frowned deeply, thinking about the bracelet of his mother. A flash of the jade bracelet breaking passed through his mind. In that vision, it seemed like he was hugging a woman. Who was she? Mother, there's no rush for marriage. I intend to ask the new emperor for an imperial decree to station me in Yunzhou later, guarding the eastern border of Tang. Grandmother hesitated for a moment and then nodded. That's good, but this time let me go with you. I'm not at ease when you're alone outside. Li Xiaoning interjected quietly. Speaking of Yunzhou, you handled the governor of Yunzhou earlier, and now the position is vacant. The emperor feels that since Yunzhou is a stronghold, putting it into someone else's hands makes him uneasy. I thought about requesting that Qian be sent there. Wenren-Si was a little puzzled. Governor of Yunzhou doesn't compare to deputy magistrate of Dali Temple. Qian insists on this. The Qi family's reputation in the capital isn't good, and Qi Wuji's wife is the daughter of a disgraced official. Living in the capital would lead to many cold glances. Moving to a new place could offer a fresh start. Wenren-Si understood and nodded. Then I will request together, also saving the emperor from worrying about rewards. There's another matter that may require your help, said Li Xiaoning, prompting Wen Rinci to ask, what? Li Xiaoning whispered. Xin likes Yun Buzhong from the Water Cloud Medical Hall, who is said to have excellent talent and medical skills. I want you to help mediate an introduction. Yun Buzhong. Yes, he is a good person, Wen Rinci replied while clutching his chest, frowning and muttering. But how did I meet Yun Buzhong? Old Lady Zhao laughed immediately. Did His Highness forget? You were injured before, and the medical hall provided treatment regularly. Wen Rinci always sensed an underlying inconsistency. Grandmother noticed his lingering confusion and added, you suffered severe injuries then, and we even held a funeral for you. Even the previous emperor decreed to grant a posthumous wedding. At these words, more flashes appeared in Wen Rinci's mind. Moonlight like frost, a woman in a red wedding dress holding a sword gleaming with icy light, cold and detached like a fairy. Does mother remember who that young lady was? Grandmother was startled. She furrowed her brows in deep thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who she was. That's true. Who was that young lady? Li Xiaoning also frowned. Speaking of young ladies, recently, Qian told me that he often dreams of being stabbed by a woman. Wen Rinci grew sterner and more painful the more he thought about it. Especially the heartache almost made it hard for him to breathe. Fine, prepare to leave the capital. Wen Rinci submitted a petition, volunteering to station himself in Yunzhou. Recently, the tribes outside Yunzhou had indeed become restless, so the new emperor approved his request. He ordered Wen Rinci to set out alongside the newly reassigned governor of Yunzhou, Qian, and commanded the swift construction of a residence for the Qi family within Yunzhou. Wen Rinci moved with his entire household to Yunzhou, passing through Ninglan. He also visited Lu Xiyu, who stayed locally after treating the epidemic. Lu Xiyu was with her scholar, and upon hearing that grandmother was coming, she warmly welcomed them. He treats me well, knowing I'm observing mourning period right now. He promised me a grand sedan share after 3 years, and assured me he'll pass the imperial examinations within those 3 years, allowing me to live comfortably. Lu Xiyu spoke with a hint of shyness, and grandmother patted her comfortingly. Finding a good partner brings joy not just to you, but to my heart too. How about your future sister-in-law? Easygoing. She thanked me for saving her life during her difficult childbirth, even letting me choose her child's name. But today, she has taken the child to worship at the goddess temple, so we can't introduce her to grandmother. Wen Rinci felt a headache as soon as he heard the words, goddess temple, and stood up to leave. He wandered aimlessly, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the goddess temple. There were quite a few people coming and going within the temple to worship. Pei Feng saw that the prince was staring at the stone statue inside in deep thought. After a moment's consideration, he stopped the passerby and asked, excuse me, may I ask which deity is worshipped here? The goddess. She is our local goddess of Ninglan, who can protect our peace. Perplexed, Pei Feng asked further, are there any legends about her? What legends do you need? The goddess saved our lives and protects our well-being. Isn't that amazing enough? The passerby became somewhat annoyed by the question and left with a flick of their sleeve. Pei Feng scratched his head. What a strange answer that was. Wen Rinci pursed his lips and entered the temple. He looked up slightly, gazing at the colossal stone statue. It was apparent that the statue depicted someone with a cold expression, holding a long sword in one hand and a feather duster in the other. Prince, this must be a figure imagined by the locals for peace. Wen Rinci shook his head. Look at the patterns on the statue's clothing. Pei Feng glanced up and examined it carefully for a long time. Isn't it just an ordinary 8 trigrams array? I know how to embroider it. Wen Rinci furrowed his brows even deeper, as if he could picture the pattern on the clothes in detail just by closing his eyes. Pei Feng was a bit surprised, and Wen Rinci felt even more certain that he must have forgotten something very important. And the woman in my dream wore similar clothes, different, yet alike. A white dress embroidered with a black 8 trigrams design. It's strikingly similar to this stone statue. Qian slowly walked in too. He also felt that his dream didn't seem like an ordinary one. It was so vivid, as though it really happened. Also, I indeed have a scar on my body, located exactly where I was injured in the dream. Wen Rinci's gaze darkened. It seemed he truly lost a part of his memory. His eyes caught sight of an old man sitting in the hall for fortune-telling. He walked over to take a look. The white-haired old Taoist smiled at him. Would you like to have your fortune told? Yes. With a wave of his hand, the old Taoist sent a few copper coins clinking onto the table. Before the man began interpreting the oracle bones, Wen Rinci already spoke up first. Coin below, li above, 6-5 line. The old Taoist laughed. Ah, so you understand divination symbols. Do you still require my explanation? Wen Rinci shook his head, lifting his gaze to glance at the stone statue. This confirmed his internal suspicion even further. No need for further trouble. I've already understood what I seek in my heart. The old Taoist smiled knowingly. Do you wish to interpret the oracle instead? Once again, Wen Rinci declined. The path to understanding lies only in one direction. No gods or Buddhas need to be invoked. Only she must be sought out. Chapter 184, Extra Chapter, Part 2. Chu Jingwen never thought she would survive. When she was reciting the first spell, she sensed that Wei Chong had an additional formation within him, which allowed him to use someone else's body to house his soul. Even though this formation could only be used once, Chu Jingwen didn't want to give Wei Chong any chance. Moreover, she couldn't figure out whose body he might use as a tether, so she chose self-sacrifice, intending to eliminate all demons and evil spirits in the world. She should have perished along with her Wei, but at the last moment, the jade bracelet shattered, allowing Wen Rinci's mother and the ancestral spirits of the one family to appear. They used their accumulated virtues to cancel out the enormous divine power she had borrowed. However, because she had activated the divine array, the heavenly curse seal eradicated all traces of her existence from the world. No one could remember her. Except for the Taoist master on Xianyun Mountain. Or more accurately, anyone who had karmic ties with Chu Jingyue's destined treasure still had faint memories of her. But the master was different. He remembered Chu Jingyue and everything about her fully, untouched by the memory erasure. The primary reason was that the master himself was a cultivator connected to the Tao. So even if his memories weren't erased, he clearly understood that past events shouldn't be revealed to anyone else. At that time, although Chu Jingyue was taken back to Xianyun Mountain by its Taoists, she remained unconscious, as the price for borrowing celestial divine power was too great. To hasten her awakening, the master sent disciples down the mountain to guide the people of Ninglan Fu to build a shrine for the goddess. After a month or so of incense offerings, her consciousness gradually began to awaken. Still, she couldn't move yet. Are you really going to sink her? It might kill her. Taoist Wang looked at the returning master. The freezing cold under the ice pool waterfall might harm even during the scorching summer. The master flicked his fuchin fur and said, "Throw her in. That place belongs to her." The master glanced towards the mountain's foot, and Taoist Wang frowned, turning away reluctantly and saying, "You handle it then." Chu Jingyue was lifted up, and just as when Ren Si was heading to the back mountain, he saw a woman thrown into a deep, bottomless pool of water. Jingyue. Without hesitation, when Ren Si jumped in, Taoist Wang was quite puzzled. Jingyue. The master smiled and waved his hand. "You may leave now." In the shrine of the goddess, when Ren Si had already started vaguely remembering things. Or more precisely, if not for the intervention of the heavenly Tao, he probably wouldn't have forgotten in the first place. And now, since he could even say her name, it proved when Ren Si had broken through his constraints. If the master wanted to ensure when Ren Si's survival, he had no other choice. As Chu Jingyue fell into the water, the moonlight refracted into the water, and today was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month when the moon's spiritual energy was fullest. At the bottom of the deep water pond, the extremely keen energy of the moonlight made her consciousness regain sensation in her body. Chu Jingyue slowly opened her eyes to see when Ren Si swimming towards her, illuminated by the moonlight. The look of deep affection in his eyes let Chu Jingyue know clearly that he hadn't forgotten her, or rather, he remembered her again. Chu Jingyue extended her hand, and when Ren Si seized it naturally, with his help, she arose, then decisively kissed him. Her surrounding divine power enveloped both of them, and when Ren Si's palpitations gradually disappeared. Even after emerging from the pond, they continued kissing. The elder master quickly covered his eyes, yet peeked slightly through his fingers, muttering, "I shouldn't watch. I mustn't watch." Upon hearing someone nearby, Chu Jingyue broke the kiss, attempting to swim to the shore by herself. However, due to prolonged sleep, she lost her balance the moment she released him. One Ren Si immediately steadied her, carrying her ashore on his back, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance." The elderly master smiled kindly, preparing a room for the couple, allowing them to rest well. Chu Jingyue informed Wen Ren Si that it was his ancestors and his mother who protected her. After hearing this, Wen Ren Si constructed a new Wen family shrine in Yunzhou. This marked Chu Jingyue's first time performing a bowing ritual there. Although Wen Ren Si regained his memory, people still couldn't remember those events. But this wasn't important to Chu Jingyue. Wen Ren Si stationed in Yunzhou and provided Chu Jingyue with a grand wedding celebrated across the entire city, filled with red decorations. Unaware of this Qi Wangfei's origin, commoners found her very approachable. While Wen Ren Si fought outside, Chu Jingyue stayed within the city, occasionally opening free clinics. The incense offerings at the shrine for the goddess safeguarded Chu Jingyue's life this lifetime. As long as the incense continued, she could live like an ordinary person until her natural end. Thus, every time when Ren Si returned victorious, he didn't seek rewards of gold or promotion. Instead, he wished to add more incense offerings to the shrine for the goddess. This eventually caused the emperor himself to personally offer incense at the shrine for the goddess, praying for favorable weather in Dongtong, ensuring peace and prosperity among the citizens. With the emperor offering incense, perhaps because the incense offerings were abundant, Chu Jingyue not only improved in health, but also became pregnant. "Moon, try the plum soup I made." The elder lady held the freshly boiled plum soup with a beaming smile. Chu Jingyue held the plum soup in her left hand and an acid jujube in her right, but no matter how she ate, it tasted bland. "Isn't it sour enough?" The elder lady began to worry now. Chu Jingyue sighed deeply, and the elder lady followed with another sigh. "Once this stinky kid comes out, I will surely slap his bottom hard for making his mother so tired. She's been 4 months pregnant, yet has lost half her weight. I'm afraid you won't bear to do that." Qian came holding some tonics, bowed to the elder lady and laughed. Yesterday, when Waterun took her pulse, she discovered that Consort Wang was carrying twins, possibly even a boy and a girl. Hearing this, the elder lady rejoiced greatly. "Is it true? Oh dear, what Yin girl said must be true. This is such a grand event. I need to visit the Taoist temple and worship." "A boy and a girl? Moon needs to take extra care then." One Ren Si returned in large steps, still clad in his armor. He stopped after walking a few steps. Chu Jingyue raised her eyebrows at him. "What's up?" "There's a smell of blood." One Ren Si stood there taking off his armor as he spoke to Qian. "Recently, His Majesty has heavily relied on his son-in-law Xueqi. My opinion is we let the prince consort go to the battlefield to gain experience too. You don't care about letting him practice. All you want is to rest yourself." Qian teased, then quickly grew serious. "Still, having some rest shouldn't be difficult. The emperor values the nurturing of talents. Besides Xueqi, there are many new young warriors coming into the scene. Li Xiaoning sent me a letter not long ago. Qian continued. There's one officer who also hails from Xianyun Mountain, probably capable of replacing you this time. I think his name is Ming Qingrong. One Ren-Si glanced at Chu Jingwei, quite surprised. Qian went on without stopping. I've heard he has a sister, extremely beautiful. But her taste isn't great. It seems she likes someone from Wuqiang. Chu Jingwei leaned against the veranda watching these people before her. Listening to them talking about the familiar faces who no longer remembered her, she smiled quietly. In this world, there were always people who would spare no effort to remember her, even defying the natural order. That was already more than enough. The end.